In a high school, a group of students were having a heated discussion around a bulletin board, occasionally glancing at a student in the corner. The young man standing in the corner was looking at the notice board helplessly and shook his head slightly. He didn't expect that the original owner of this body had such mediocre talent. It was really fate. As outsiders would find difficult to notice, this young man Lin Xiao is not from this world. Lin Xiao came from another parallel world and accidentally traveled here due to a car accident. Lin Xiao now lives in a human world that was invaded by monsters and beasts 1,000 years ago and was almost extinct. On the brink of life and death, humans tamed monsters for the first time and used them in battle, and thus the profession of beast tamer was born. Since then, becoming a beast master has become the lifelong pursuit of countless people in this world. Every boy and girl longs to awaken powerful talents, contract with powerful monsters, and embark on the journey of taming monsters. The original owner that Lin Xiao inherited was once the top student in high school and was in great glory. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao obtained an extremely useless talent when he awakened, an illustrated guide to all monsters. Although this talent can view the basic information of all monsters, it has no combat ability. Looking at this waste of talent, Lin Xiao shook his head and sighed again. Just as he was lost in thought, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding! The host has been detected as the chosen one, and the God-level evolution system is binding. 1%, 2%, 10%, 20%, 99%, 100%. Ding! Binding successful. This system can upgrade and evolve all qualified talents, bloodlines, skills, items, etc. of the host. Special restrictions. Monster items can only be evolved on female monsters. The host's talent, Complete Monster Encyclopedia, has been detected to have evolutionary potential. Do you want to evolve immediately? Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. This might be the golden finger that had enabled him to travel through time. Lin Xiao chose Evolve without hesitation. Evolution successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level talent. Analysis of the Complete Monster Encyclopedia. Talent effect. Not only can you view the basic information of monsters, but you can also analyze the target's talents, bloodlines, skills, and other hidden information. Whenever the host successfully signs a new contract, the system will automatically include the illustrations and give corresponding rewards based on the monster's level and qualifications. Illustrated analysis. Doesn't this mean opening the third eye? Lin Xiao's heart was shocked, unable to hide his horror. Any potential demon beast would be exposed in his eyes. After all, it was its hidden talent and bloodline that determined the future height of the demon beast. If he could really see through the hidden talents, he could get the best spiritual pet at a very low price. The only limitation is that evolution is limited to female monsters, but this is completely acceptable to Lin Xiao. With this in mind, he immediately set off for the spirit pet store, ready to use this new ability to find a suitable spirit pet. Today is the awakening day for senior high school students. The store is already crowded with people, and the sounds of hawking can be heard one after another. B-level spirit pet Guilliman, 300,000. A-level spirit pet Pikachu, 1.2 million. Lin Xiao looked at the dazzling array of spiritual pets in front of him, then looked at the only 30,000 yuan in his hand, and his heart sank. Lin Xiao was an orphan who made a living by working part-time. But even so, he still couldn't afford a decent combat pet. Those potentially rare pets had already been sold out, leaving no chance to snag a bargain. Just as he was about to give up, his peripheral vision caught sight of a few special pets in the corner of the window. F-level spiritual pet Garfield cat, F-level spiritual pet husky, F-level spiritual pet sulcata tortoise, F-level spiritual pet northern red fox. Lin Xiao's gaze was fixed on the top of the red fox's head, where a line of dazzling red words appeared. Bloodline, 99% common red fox, 1% nine-tailed heavenly fox. Potential, SSS level. Evolution qualification, female beast tamer, meeting the beast mother evolution requirements. Lin Xiao's pupils shrank dramatically. An F-rank spirit pet possessed 1% of the nine-tailed sky fox's bloodline. You know, the nine-tailed sky fox had only appeared once in the history of beast control, and the red fox before him actually inherited that legendary bloodline. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao walked straight to the window, determined to snatch this spiritual pet. A beautiful female shopping guide came up to him quickly and enthusiastically recommended popular spiritual pets to him. Lin Xiao, however, showed no interest at all, his gaze fixed on the red fox. He took out 30,000 yuan, his savings of many years, and prepared to pay. However, at this moment, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xiao, You are here to choose a spirit pet as well? Why did you choose a red fox that has no fighting power? Lin Xiao turned around and saw a man with a mocking expression approaching him. He glanced at him and ignored him, continuing to complete the transaction with the salesperson. Seeing that Lin Xiao ignored him, the boy's face suddenly darkened and he suddenly grabbed Lin Xiao's arm. Didn't you fucking hear me talking to you? His tone was full of provocation and dissatisfaction. Lin Xiao looked confused. Are you talking to me? Do I know you? He was not pretending to be stupid, but he had searched through the original owner's memory and really had no impression of this person. The other party was choked by this sentence. At this time, the students watching nearby finally revealed the identity of the man. Su Yalan? He awakened the A-level talent, Fire Element Enhancement today, and his overall score is second only to Yao Chuanxua. After everyone finished speaking, they looked at Lin Xiao again, their eyes filled with amusement and mockery. Su Yalan listened to the flattery from all around, a smug smile on his face. His Fire Element Enhancement talent is different from Yao Chuanxua's Fire Element Affinity. Yao Chuanxua is better at establishing contracts with fire-attributed spiritual pets, while Su Yalan's amplification can substantially improve the basic abilities of fire-attributed spiritual pets. As soon as he awakened, he received invitations from many schools. However, to enter a top institution, he needed to achieve outstanding results in the college entrance examination. At this moment, Su Yalan looked at Lin Xiao with arrogance. How about it? Great genius, Lin. Now you know who the real genius is, right? Lin Xiao had no intention of getting entangled with him. He was still anxious to get home and sign the contract with Red Fox, so he just said, "Oh," lightly, and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Su Yalan refused to give up. What? Playing dumb? Let me ask you, who is the genius and who is the fake one? As he spoke, he took a step forward, deliberately blocking Lin Xiao's way. Lin Xiao glanced at him coldly. Don't block my way. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. It was a calm gaze that looked indifferent to life and death, and it came from the cold and oppressive power that Lin Xiao had possessed in 2 lifetimes. Where had Su Yalan ever seen such a look? She took a few steps back involuntarily, her face pale. The burning shame and anger on his face instantly destroyed the genius persona he had carefully created, making him look as ridiculous as a clown. You dare to glare at me? Su Yalan was furious. He suddenly opened his waist bag and pulled out the pokeball. Ouch! A Charmander jumped out of the pokeball, slashing with its claws and teeth. Charmander. Teach him a lesson. That was his newly purchased B-level spiritual pet, Charmander, a rare high-attack fire-type spiritual pet. The little fire dragon roared and opened its mouth to spit flames. Enough. This is a spirit pet business, not a duel arena. A cold female voice sounded at the critical moment. Lin Xiao looked sideways and saw a familiar figure. It was Yao Chuanxua. Yao Chuanxua? Why are you here? Su Yalan immediately put away his arrogance and greeted him with a smile on his face. Huh. I was planning to visit you at the Yao family tonight. I was just discussing it with my dad. Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxua just glanced at him coldly. Yao Chuanxua's eyes were filled with displeasure, but she suppressed her disgust and said, "This is a spirit pet trading company. Fighting is prohibited." Su Yalan's expression froze, and then he realized that this spirit pet business was the Yao family's business. Su Yalan quickly changed his words, trying to save the situation. Haha, look at my memory. I actually forgot about your family's property. Yao Chuanxua ignored him and slowly walked over to Lin Xiao. When she saw the northern red fox in Lin Xiao's arms, her brows furrowed slightly, and her tone was filled with accusation. You actually used this pet fox as your spirit pet? Are you planning to give up on yourself? She asked questions in rapid succession, which surprised Lin Xiao. He muttered to himself, is this girl concerned about me? Are she and I that familiar? He searched through his memory but still couldn't find the answer. If you are someone who gives up so easily, then you are no longer worthy of being my opponent. A hint of disappointment appeared on Yao Chuanxua's face. Lin Xiao was too lazy to talk to the two of them, and said lightly, Really? See you at the college entrance examination. Then he paid and left. Watching Lin Xiao's back gradually disappear into the distance, Yao Chuanxua's eyes lit up with relief, yet her tone carried a hint of regret. Just like that. Is he just going to be lost in the crowd? Su Yalan, who was standing by, witnessed the entire process, his face looking as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. He clenched his fists and swore to himself, Lin Xiao, you must pay the price. After leaving the spirit pet trading company, Lin Xiao went straight home. He carefully placed the northern red fox on the bed. The little guy was obviously a little timid about the unfamiliar environment. He curled up into a ball, with only one round eye showing, and looked around quietly. So good, Lin Xiao said softly. gently rubbing the red fox's head with his fingers. Then, he tried to communicate with it. Will you sign a contract with me and become my spiritual pet? The northern red fox shuddered slightly. Even its fiery red hair stood up. It looked around vigilantly and finally stopped its gaze on the seemingly gentle human in front of it. Becoming your spiritual pet. Is there anything delicious? It asked in a low voice. Of course, you can eat whatever you want. Lin Xiao nodded without hesitation. Hearing this, the red fox's eyes lit up and nodded repeatedly. Okay, I agree. As the contract was signed, Lin Xiao immediately felt as if there seemed to be an extra layer of wonderful connection between him and the red fox. At the same time, the northern red fox's information also appeared in the Complete Monster Encyclopedia. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The northern red fox has been successfully included, and the encyclopedia has been updated. Reward: low-level fire resistance. Low-level fire resistance. Completely resists primary fire elemental skills. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. Such a powerful defensive capability exceeded his expectations. But before he could think it over, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detected that the host's spirit pet possesses the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox, meeting the conditions for female evolution. Do you want to evolve immediately? This was the moment Lin Xiao had been waiting for. Evolve. He gave the command without hesitation. Ding! Evolving. 1, 2, 3. At the same time, the northern red fox's body was suddenly surrounded by raging flames, and the scorching flames instantly ignited Lin Xiao's bed. Lin Xiao dodged quickly, not daring to relax for even a moment. Fortunately, the flames did not spread, but gradually retreated. As the last flame died out, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Evolution is successful. As the flames faded, a lazy yet charming female voice rang out like a spring breeze. So comfortable, a pair of legs as white as mutton fat jade stepped out from the center of the fireball. The flames dissipated, transforming into strands of red hair, framing a stunningly beautiful face. The two fox ears trembled slightly, and Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. This was actually a girl with animal ears. Nine-tailed heavenly fox, young fox form. Combat power, SSS level. Bloodline, Sky Fox bloodline. Skills, Fox clan power, Skyfire control, tail cutting survival. Talent, Sky Fox inheritance. Potential, SSS level. Before Lin Xiao had finished browsing the entire panel, the system prompt came again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The nine-tailed heavenly fox, young fox, has been successfully included, and the illustration has been updated. Reward for returning the favor, heavenly fire control. Heavenly fire, the divine fire nurtured by heaven and earth, controlled by the nine-tailed sky fox, capable of suppressing all flames. Suddenly, a stream of scorching heat surged into Lin Xiao's body. He subconsciously stretched out his hand, and a ball of pure, blazing flames leaped out. Is this heavenly fire? Lin Xiao stared at the flame in his palm, his heart pounding. The temperature of this flame alone was comparable to the explosion of a cannonball. He quickly extinguished the flames and said in a deep voice, I need to practice hard to control this power steadily. At this moment, a charming face suddenly approached. Master, what are you doing? I'm so hungry, the nine-tailed fox blinked, her voice so soft that it made one's bones soften. Lin Xiao quickly took out the pokeball and wanted to put her in it, but saw a trace of disgust on her face. You don't like staying in the pokeball? Lin Xiao asked doubtfully. No, I want to stay with my master and eat lots of delicious food. The nine-tailed fox shook its head like a rattle and rubbed the back of Lin Xiao's hand like a kitten. In desperation, Lin Xiao could only take her out to find food. The two of them soon arrived at a restaurant and sat down. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed sky fox looked at the dishes in front of him with a look of dissatisfaction. You don't like it? Lin Xiao asked. She nodded slightly. Lin Xiao was about to ask more questions when he saw a young man in a white suit walk into the restaurant, followed by two burly men. The young man walked straight towards them as soon as he entered the room, sat down next to the nine-tailed fox without any courtesy, and said in a greasy tone, Beautiful lady, are you free later? How about I take you for a ride? Before he finished speaking, there was a slap sound. Lin Xiao slapped the other person hard in the face. Watch your mouth, she is my spirit pet. The young man was whipped and sent flying, his face filled with horror. Oh, you dare to hit me? Do you know who I am? Lin Xiao's expression was icy, and his tone was filled with undeniable oppression. I don't care who you are. If you dare to take advantage of my pet again, I will make you regret it. The man before him shuddered, but soon turned into anger and retorted furiously. I'm the eldest son of the Liu family, Liu Chun. Do you know who you just hit? Can you take responsibility for this? Lin Xiao's expression was calm, and there was no fear in his tone. Really? Then you just humiliated my spirit pet. How are you going to take responsibility now? This sentence made Lu Chun so angry that he gritted his teeth. Responsible? I should let you be responsible. Today I must let you know what will happen if you offend me, Lu Chun. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chun pulled out a pokeball from his waist and threw it out. Go, Bulbasaur. A green light flashed, and a Bulbasaur jumped out of the pokeball, making a grunting sound and staring at Lin Xiao fiercely. Lu Chun pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted coldly, Bulbasaur, teach him a lesson. Bulbasaur is a rare plant-type pet with high attack and high mobility. It is not only expensive, but also extremely difficult to tame. This shows that Lu Chun is no ordinary person. Rocket Headbutt, Lu Chun commanded. Bulbasaur dove in response, lunging straight at Lin Xiao. However, before it could get close, the nine-tailed fox had already blocked Lin Xiao's path, its slender figure refusing to retreat. Lu Chun was overjoyed and shouted with disdain. You actually want to use a human body to resist the attack of a spirit beast? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. But to everyone's surprise, the nine-tailed fox stretched out a finger and lightly tapped Bulbasaur's forehead. With a muffled bang, Bulbasaur flew out as if struck by a heavy hammer, falling heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Lu Chun's eyes widened, almost unable to believe what he saw. He knew the power of Bulbasaur's rocket headbutt, which was so powerful that even a car could hardly withstand it. How could it be so easily deflected by a young girl? Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Xiao had just said, this is my spirit pet. He turned around in shock and looked at the nine-tailed sky fox. A sudden ominous premonition arose in his heart. Could it be? Is she really? At this time, the nine-tailed fox slowly walked towards Bulbasaur and bent down to pick it up. Bulbasaur trembled all over, completely lost the will to fight, and only begged for mercy. However, the nine-tailed fox showed no mercy. It opened its mouth and bit the seed on Bulbasaur's back. Ah! A scream rang out. Lu Chun also cried out in pain. The contract is concluded, and the Beastmaster and their pet are spiritually connected. When the pet suffers fatal damage, the contractor will also suffer backlash. At this moment, after the nine-tailed fox swallowed the seeds of Bulbasaur, it patted its belly with satisfaction. I'm finally full. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the nine-tailed fox's food was actually demon beasts or spiritual pets. But he suddenly had a headache. He could not afford the price of the spirit pet. If he wanted to maintain the nine-tailed sky fox's appetite, he could only take the risk of going outside the city to hunt monsters. The problem was, he hadn't taken the college entrance exam yet, nor had he obtained his beast tamer certification, so he couldn't get through the city gates. Looks like I have to take the beast tamer certification exam tomorrow morning, Lin Xiao secretly resolved. At this time, several of Lu Chun's men threatened angrily. How dare you touch our young Master Chun? Just wait for the Lu family's revenge. They quickly helped Lu Chun up and fled the restaurant covered in dust. Lin Xiao shrugged, not taking the threat seriously at all. After returning home, he took a shower and wanted to rest in peace, but suddenly he remembered that his bed had been burned by the flames when the nine-tailed heavenly fox evolved. The corner of his mouth twitched. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox rolled its eyes and rolled its nine soft, fluffy tails into the shape of a lazy sofa. Master, why don't you sleep in my arms? She said, patting her tail and showing a confident smile. Lin Xiao glanced at the tail sofa and couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed very comfortable. Finally, he lay in its arms, feeling the gentle tenderness of the Fox clan, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xiao woke up early in the morning, left his residence with the nine-tailed sky fox, and headed straight for the Beast Tamer Assessment Center. A long line had already formed in front of the assessment center. When everyone saw Lin Xiao accompanied by a beautiful girl with animal ears, they all looked sideways in surprise, but said nothing. In today's world, anything strange could happen. When it was Lin Xiao's turn to register, he felt a bit embarrassed. The assessment form required the type of spiritual pet to be specified. If he filled in nine-tailed heavenly fox, it would definitely cause an uproar. After all, if this legendary monster were exposed, the consequences would be unpredictable. He thought for a moment and finally wrote Northern Red Fox in the spirit pet column. As for the name of his spirit pet, he turned to look at the nine-tailed sky fox. Do you have a name? The nine-tailed sky fox shook its head and blinked, saying, Master, please help me choose one. Then I'll call you. Xiaojiu, how about that, okay? She nodded happily, her furry ears wagging happily, looking very cute. Lin Xiao couldn't help but reach out and rub her head, and Xiaojiu immediately showed an expression of enjoyment. This heartwarming scene attracted many contemptuous glances from others. At this moment, An examiner walked out of the hall with a roster in his hand and announced loudly, "The first one is Wang Yu." Upon hearing this name, exclamations immediately rang out in the team. "Wang Yu, is he the talented young man from the Iron Blood Guild? I heard he awakened his A-level talent last year, but he didn't go to college and instead joined the guild directly. Now he's taking the Beast Tamer exam. No wonder he improved so quickly. It turns out there was an arrangement in advance." A moment later, a young man with a stern temperament walked out of the crowd and followed the examiner into the closed examination room with an expressionless face. His rating immediately appeared on the big screen: tacit understanding, 80 points combat power, 82 points development potential, 69 points overall rating. The assessment result: passed. Chapter 5. That's right. My red fox has mutated. Wow. So amazing. He passed the Beast Tamer qualification exam on his first try. Yes. And his overall score is AB. Some graduates may not be able to achieve this score even after several years of experience. I don't expect too much. A D will be fine. Beastmaster qualifications are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. First-timers can only obtain the beginner certificate. The assessment covers the pet's combat effectiveness, the rapport between the tamer and the pet, and the tamer's level of training. As long as the total score reaches D, you can get the junior certificate. The examiner continued to read out the names. As the examinations progressed, joy and disappointment mixed in the examination room. Finally, the examiner called Lin Xiao's name. Lin Xiao stood up and walked towards the examination room with Xiaojiu. The examiner frowned and quickly stopped Xiaojiu. "Sorry, the Beast Tamer exam can only be completed by one person alone." Lin Xiao didn't care and replied, "This is my spirit pet." Spiritual pet. The examiner was stunned and stared at Xiaojiu for a long time. He quickly flipped through the information and double-checked. "You said this is the northern red fox," Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, my red fox has mutated." It turned out like this. The examiner couldn't hide his surprise. Lin Xiao calmly responded, "Yes." The examiner took out the tester and said, "Then let her drop some blood into the tester." Lin Xiao didn't worry about anything and just did as he was told. After all, there were plenty of humanoid pets in the world, like the vampire beast of Alexander, the American Beastmaster. And there was also Chrysanthemum Leafgrass, the top scorer in the previous college entrance exam, who had also mutated into a humanoid form. Xiaojiu's bloodline had awakened to that of the northern red fox, and he had the blood of the red fox in his body. However, the world database did not contain any information on the nine-tailed heavenly fox, so the examiner could only test the blood of the northern red fox. The test results came back, and as expected, they showed a northern red fox mutation. This stunned the examiner for a moment. Then he said in astonishment, "There really is a northern red fox mutation. However, northern red foxes are common pets. Are you really planning to use one for your assessment?" Clearly, he thought red fox's strength was insignificant. Lin Xiao smiled and said easily, "I trust Xiaojiu." The examiner nodded, a little skeptical, but he didn't say anything more. He then opened the examination room door and motioned Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu to enter. There were 3 instruments in the examination room. Lin Xiao walked to the first one and discovered that it was used to test the rapport between the Beastmaster and his pet. The test required the pet to accurately execute the Beastmaster's commands. Lin Xiao thought this test was a bit simple. Xiaojiu was a humanoid pet. The two of them were connected and could even work together perfectly through telepathy. Soon, the test results came out. Tacit resonance. 100 points. The examiner looked on and nodded with apparent satisfaction, but inwardly he was thinking, the pet's tacit understanding assessment is only the most basic. The next attack power assessment is the key. The northern red fox's attack power is F level. Can it pass the test? Next, Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu walked over to the second instrument. This instrument was used to test the attack power of a spirit pet. The test was simple. Have the spirit pet attack the instrument with all its might. Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaojiu, who immediately understood and unleashed the power of the celestial fox. With a loud bang and a crashing sound, the examination instrument instantly collapsed, leaving not a single intact component. The examiner was stunned, having never expected that the northern red fox, whom he had originally thought to have little offensive power, could actually destroy the instrument. Doubts arose in his mind. Was the instrument broken or was it in disrepair? He quickly asked, "How do we conduct the assessment now?" Lin Xiao smiled and asked, "Chief Examiner, what should we do next?" The examiner pondered for a moment and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get a spare instrument." A moment later, the examiner pushed another instrument over. "Here, let your pet try it again." He thought to himself, "This is an instrument used by intermediate beastmasters. I don't believe your little fox can destroy it." Lin Xiao nodded and whispered to Xiao Jiu, "Don't break it anymore. Be careful." Xiao Jiu nodded, then punched it lightly. With a bang, the tester made a creaking sound. This time, the instrument wasn't destroyed. The examiner breathed a sigh of relief, but thought to himself, the damage just now must have been caused by the instrument. Then, the instrument displayed the final result. Attack power, 100 points. The examiner gasped, having never expected the Northern Red Fox variant to be so powerful. Then, Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu arrived at the final test instrument. This instrument was used to test the initial contract of a spirit pet. With a flick of his finger, Lin Xiao entered the initial contract information into the instrument. The contract between Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu had been established when Xiao Jiu was still a fox cub, so this wouldn't reveal Lin Xiao's secrets and would even increase his training points. A few minutes later, the final score came out, still 100 points. Comprehensive score, S level passed the exam. Lin Xiao looked at the transcript without any expression on his face. He knew that S level was the highest score in this exam. The examiner looked at him, stunned. Lin Xiao looked like a high school senior who had just awakened his talent. He had already passed the Beast Tamer exam at such a young age. His future was limitless. The examiner quickly stepped forward, placed the Beast Tamer badge on Lin Xiao, and encouraged him. "Young man, I'm optimistic about you." After Lin Xiao thanked him and walked out of the exam room, he felt a strange atmosphere. Everyone looked at him as if he were a monster. Then, everyone surrounded him. "What did you do? How did you get a perfect score? Boss, what's your spirit pet? Why is it so powerful? How old are you? Have you ever taken the Beast Tamer qualification exam?" The onlookers were chattering, asking Lin Xiao questions. At the entrance of the hall, Yao Chunxue and her best friend were watching the scene. What happened? Why are they gathered there? Chapter 6. Forget it. I'm a male. Yao Chunxue awakened her fire affinity yesterday and immediately signed a contract with her A-rank spirit pet, Agumen. After evaluation by her family's spirit pet trainer, she was certified as a junior beast master. After all this was arranged, she went to take the Junior Beast Tamer qualification exam today, accompanied by her best friend, Lin Xiao. They had just finished filling out their paperwork and were waiting to take the exam when they suddenly noticed a massive crowd blocking the entrance to the exam hall. Lin Xiao casually grabbed a Beast Tamer who was preparing for the exam. "Brother, what happened in there? What is everyone discussing?" the Beastmaster said enviously. "Don't you know someone got full marks?" Full marks. Lin Xiao and Yao Chunxue looked at each other. Who is it? Is he a genius from some powerful family or a top figure from one of the 5 major academies? Lin Xiao asked quickly. She believed that even the top geniuses from the 5 major academies would find it difficult to get a perfect score, as most of them were young candidates who were mainly there to gain experience and gain certificates, so it was impossible for them to get a perfect score. Yao Chunxue pondered for a moment before saying, "Maybe an older Beastmaster. There are indeed such people." Lin Xiao nodded, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Haha. These people have been nurtured by their families for years, but missed the best opportunity, and they still call it accumulating strength for a breakthrough. Okay, don't waste time here. My father has already greeted the examiners, and we can jump the queue." Yao Chunxue gave instructions and pulled Lin Xiao towards the entrance of the examination room. Just as they reached the door, Lin Xiao suddenly grabbed Yao Chunxue. "What's wrong, Xiao?" Yao Chunxue asked in confusion. Lin Xiao pointed at the large screen. Yao Chunxue looked closely and saw the name Lin Xiao written prominently on the screen, followed by his perfect scores in 3 subjects. All of them got full marks. Yao Chunxue's eyes widened, and suddenly she realized something and ran towards the crowd. Lin Xiao shouted, "Chunxue, what are you doing?" Yao Chunxue ignored him and rushed into the crowd, trying to find Lin Xiao, but there was no one she was looking for. She grabbed a bystander and asked anxiously, "Where's the person inside?" The onlookers replied in confusion, "He left a long time ago. He was just here." Soon, the crowd dispersed. Yao Chunxue, still unwilling to give up, ran towards the gate of the Beastmaster Assessment Center, but after looking around, she still couldn't find Lin Xiao. Really him? Impossible. Yao Chunxue's heart was filled with doubts. Then, she clenched her fists and whispered to herself, "I'm no worse than you. I will defeat you." Lin Xiao finally squeezed out of the crowd and walked along the streets of the Magic City, holding Xiao Jiu's hand. After a while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Those people were really too enthusiastic and gossipy. At this time, Xiao Jiu took Lin Xiao's hand and asked, "Master, where are we going next? I'm hungry." Lin Xiao smiled helplessly. She had just eaten a Bulbasaur yesterday, and she was already hungry today? If Xiao Jiu kept eating like this, she would eventually bankrupt him. "Let's go. Master will take you to eat delicious food." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said. When Xiao Jiu heard that there was something delicious to eat, He immediately followed Lin Xiao happily, and the master and servant walked towards the gate of the demon city. The guards at the gate were registering the people coming and going, and anyone leaving the city had to show their proper documents. After all, monsters roamed the city, and without adequate self-protection, one could easily end up never returning. When Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu arrived at the registration office, the guard frowned at their attire. "Which high school are you from? How come you don't know the rules? You're so young, and you want to leave the city. Don't you know you can't leave without formalities and a guardian?" As the guards began to drag them away, Lin Xiao had anticipated this and quickly produced his junior beast tamer certificate. "I'm a junior beast tamer, and I'm leaving the city for training." Lin Xiao didn't mention he was hunting monsters, because a junior beast tamer in a school uniform who said he was going to hunt monsters was simply courting death. The guard was stunned when he saw his qualification certificate. He picked it up and examined it carefully to confirm that it was not a forgery. He then checked the issuance date. "Did you just get it today?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Your talents were awakened yesterday, right?" Lin Xiao nodded again. The guard was completely stunned, and it took him a few seconds to react. He smiled bitterly and said, "Sure enough, I underestimated the young people. Go ahead." He looked at Xiao Jiu and asked, "You didn't just get your beast tamer license, did you?" Lin Xiao quickly turned the certificate over, which also contained Xiao Jiu's information. The guard's eyes widened. "You said she's your spirit pet." Lin Xiao spread his hands. "What else?" The guard was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Jiu's animal ears and tail were real, not cosplay. After a moment's pause, he stiffly handed Lin Xiao the junior beast tamer qualification certificate. Then, he waved his hand. "Today, my worldview has completely collapsed." Looking at the ball-shaped beast squatting beside him eating snacks, the guard asked helplessly, "When did you become a beautiful beast-eared girl?" The ball beast glanced at him and said coldly, "Give up your idea. I am a male." Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu continued to move towards the outside of the demon city. Along the way, there were marks left by the Beastmaster. The space around the demon city had long been explored by numerous Beastmasters, and as long as they followed the signposts, they would not encounter any danger. However, Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu's goal of leaving the city this time was to hunt demon beasts, so he chose an unexplored direction. After walking for a while, they suddenly heard the howling of a wild beast in the front. Lin Xiao immediately became alert, and Xiao Jiu also looked around vigilantly and was prepared. Chapter 7. You're trying to drain me dry. With a loud rumble, a tiger about the height of a man leaped out of the forest, staring greedily at Lin Xiao. The illustrated guide in Lin Xiao's mind quickly displayed the tiger's information. Electric Beast, a D-rank demon beast, with skills, Discharge Attack, Claw Attack, and Rocket Headbutt. Lin Xiao looked at the tiger's profile, his lips twitching. "You said this is a D-rank demon beast." For a moment, Lin Xiao thought the atlas was broken, but he soon understood. Human race spirit pets are friendly and affectionate, while wild demon beasts are feral. Therefore, the levels of spirit pets and demon beasts cannot be simply compared. At this moment, the electric beast didn't wait any longer and rushed towards Lin Xiao. Its forehooves slammed into the ground with a bang 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 sound, and it rushed towards him with the speed of a cannonball. Rocket Headbutt. Lin Xiao stood still, motionless. At that moment, Xiao Jiu flashed in front of him and threw a punch. Although petite, the moment she swung her fist, she exuded a sense of power and beauty. Boom. Electabuzz was sent flying by Xiao Jiu's punch, tumbling several times before finally standing up. The rage in its eyes intensified, and its body began to tremble violently, releasing a current from its body. Discharge Attack. A bolt of yellow lightning shot straight at Xiao Jiu. Clearly, Electabuzz was venting its anger on Xiao Jiu. Lin Xiao quickly gave the order. Use Skyfire. Without hesitation, Xiao Jiu unleashed Skyfire. With a flick of her fiery tail, a blazing flame surged like divine fire, instantly engulfing Electabuzz. The lightning previously unleashed by Electabuzz was completely suppressed by the Skyfire. It struggled for a moment in the heavenly fire, then collapsed to the ground, breathless. The heavenly fire wasn't just any ordinary flame, but a divine fire born from the heavens and earth. If Xiao Jiu's bloodline hadn't just awakened, this attack wouldn't have left a single drop of it. The corpse of the electric shock beast exuded a charred aroma. Xiao Jiu quickly pounced on it, raised the fleshy crown on its head, and asked, "Master, can I eat it?" Lin Xiao nodded. After all, the purpose of leaving the city this time was to find food for Xiao Jiu. Without saying a word, Xiao Jiu pulled off the glands, put it in his mouth, and began to chew. Lin Xiao looked at this scene with mixed feelings. Although it was a little scary, he felt satisfied seeing Xiao Jiu eating happily. After Xiao Jiu finished eating, he said coquettishly, "Master, Xiao Jiu is not full. I want to eat more." Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and he thought, one a day is not enough. Are you trying to squeeze me dry? It seems that I have to let you fend for yourself. Lin Xiao decided to walk in one direction to find more food to replenish Xiaojio's energy. Along the way, 3 demon beasts had already fallen to Xiaojio, including 2 electric beasts and a saber-toothed tiger. Lin Xiao looked around and analyzed. It seems this is the territory of cat family demon beasts. Cat-like monsters tend to be solitary, unless they're social creatures like lions. Lin Xiao and Xiaojio chopped off a saber-toothed tiger's claw. Watching Xiaojio feast on it, Lin Xiao also began to feel a little hungry. He lit a fire and began to roast the meat. The aroma filled the air, and suddenly, footsteps were heard in the distance. A young girl was holding a round object, accompanied by a nimble civet cat. The girl quickly shuttled through the woods, and in a blink of an eye, she was beside Lin Xiao. The girl glanced at Lin Xiao, her eyes rolling as she casually tossed the object between him and Xiaojio. Then, she quickly disappeared into the bushes. Less than half a minute later, 3 men with ferocious looks were chasing them, one of them riding a spirit pet. Lin Xiao immediately recognized it as a C-rank demon beast, a lion beast. The Liomon Knight stopped after seeing Lin Xiao and Xiaojio and asked, "Did you see a woman and a cat just now?" Lin Xiao pointed in the direction the girl left and said calmly, "She ran past this way a minute ago." The knight cursed, "Damn it," and then led his companions in pursuit of the direction Lin Xiao pointed. Seeing the 3 people leave, Lin Xiao ignored them and looked down at the round object. Taking a closer look, he immediately recognized it as an elf egg. Lin Xiao checked the complete monster encyclopedia and confirmed the source of the elf egg. Paruma, an A-level spirit pet, skills, magic flame, flame attack, special, with an additional bewitching effect. Lin Xiao was shocked that a spirit pet at the primary stage had such an additional effect, which even Yao Chuanchua's Agumen could not do. However, when Xiaojio saw the elf egg, his eyes lit up and he looked salivating. Lin Xiao asked in surprise, "You want to eat it?" Xiaojio nodded. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. This is an A-level spirit pet. If it were placed in a spirit pet store, it might sell for tens of millions. At this moment, with a whoosh, a figure suddenly appeared next to Lin Xiao. The woman reached out to grab the elf egg, but Lin Xiao quickly retracted his hand and turned to face her head-on. The woman missed and was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of curiosity appeared. "Oh, young man, you are very alert. You can actually see through my tricks." Lin Xiao calmly responded, "Same here. You've been hiding there for a long time, haven't you?" Through Xiaojio's ability to feed back, Lin Xiao gained a sharper sense than most people. He had sensed the woman's presence before she made her move. The woman was not very old, probably 2 or 3 years older than Lin Xiao. She smiled and said, "This elf egg is very important to me. Return it to me, and I can agree to one condition." After hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged and pointed at the kitten on her shoulder. "Okay, give me your Tengumen." Lin Xiao recognized at a glance that the so-called cat was actually the famous Tengumen, a legendary S-level spiritual pet that might become a god in the future. Chapter 8. Don't come over here. The girl frowned, a hint of amusement on her face. "That Pokemon egg you have is only A rank. Thinking of trading it for a Tengumen, aren't you being too delusional?" She paused, then said, "Never mind. I threw the elf egg to you just now because I had a plan. I wanted to use you to lure those people away." She took out a bag and threw it directly to Lin Xiao. "So, I will give you some compensation." Lin Xiao took the bag and saw its contents, his eyes flashing with surprise. This turned out to be a storage device. Storage devices were extremely rare in this world, and the method of creating them could only be achieved through special spirit pets. This bag was clearly crafted from the mouth of a large-mouthed Daigo. Each piece of storage equipment was worth far more than a D-rank or even C-rank pet. "This bag is no longer useful to me, so I'm giving it to you as compensation," the girl explained. Lin Xiao nodded, thinking this seemed like reasonable compensation. So, he was about to return the elf egg to her. Just as he reached out his hand, swish, 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 3 sharp spikes suddenly flew out from the woods, pointing directly at Lin Xiao, Xiaojio, and the girl. The 3 of them dodged quickly. Lin Xiao could tell at a glance that the girl was quite skilled. Then, with a thud, the Liomon landed on the ground, a hint of amusement flashing in the rider's eyes. "Damn it, I was wondering why I lost her just now. Turns out this woman has help." The girl was surprised when she saw the 3 people. She clearly remembered that she had shaken them off, but now, there was a hound-like spirit pet following them. Hounds, she finally understood. They had tracking pets. She turned to look at Lin Xiao and sighed, "I'll hold them back. You and your friends, run." Lin Xiao was stunned, looking at the girl with some doubts in his heart. "Don't worry, They are no match for me. Lin Xiao no longer wanted to tangle with these people, so he decided to return the Pokemon egg to the girl and prepare to leave. At this moment, the man riding the Leomon sneered, "Wanna run, you three will die here. You dare to steal the Pokemon egg that our Lu family has set their sights on, you deserve to die." Lin Xiao's brows furrowed when he heard the word Lu family. Wasn't Lu Chun, the one he'd just clashed with, a member of his family? Furthermore, Lu Chun had just been swallowed by Xiaojiu's Bulbasaur. Let me tell you, we left the city this time just to find a suitable elf egg for young Master Lu Chun. You took his elf egg, and you still want to run away? No way. The man roared and ordered the other two to keep a close eye on Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu. The girl sighed and said to Lin Xiao, "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this." Lin Xiao spread his hands nonchalantly, indicating that it was okay. The man riding the lion beast sneered again. "Are you scared now? It's too late. Brothers, kill these three ignorant bastards." As soon as the words fell, the three men rushed forward. The spikes on Leomon's head began to rapidly fire, heading straight for Lin Xiao and the other two. The hound pounced, its bloody mouth wide open, biting the girl. At the same time, the third man pulled out a pokeball from behind, and a hot-blooded cactus immediately leaped out, flying towards the girl, swinging its fist and punching her directly. The girl knew she couldn't resist and dodged quickly, her movements extremely agile. Tingyuman and the hounds began to confront each other. The girl shouted anxiously, "Run! Leave me alone, they can't catch me." However, Leomon had already locked onto Lin Xiao, and the three men were clearly intent on silencing him. "Horn charge!" The leading man gave the order, and Leomon launched an attack, aiming directly at Lin Xiao. Xiaojiu quickly stood in front of Lin Xiao, ready to protect him. The girl nervously shouted, "Idiot! Get out of the way. That Leomon is a C-rank, second-order spirit pet. Even my Tingyuman wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. Every pet has the potential to evolve. If Tingyuman evolves, it might become Angewoman, significantly increasing its combat power. But now, facing a C-rank, second-level Leomon, even Tingyuman doesn't dare to confront it head-on." Hearing the girl's words, the man laughed. "Little girl has good vision, but it's too late now. You all go to hell." Before the man finished speaking, bang! A crisp sound was heard, and the lion beast was knocked away by Xiaojiu's punch and retreated several meters. Everyone, including Lin Xiao, was stunned. Leomon, a C-rank, second-level demon beast, was easily defeated by Xiaojiu. Then, Houndmon, Tingyuman, and hot-blooded cactus also stopped, staring at the scene in amazement. Xiaojiu stepped forward, grabbed Leomon's feet, and swung it around like a sandbag, making a bang, bang, bang sound. Lin Xiao said softly, "All right, Xiaojiu, stop playing around. Let's finish this quickly." After hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded and responded, "Yes, I understand, master." With a curl of her tail, the blazing flames erupted again, and Leomon was surrounded by flames. The man felt a sharp pain and couldn't help but fall to the ground wailing. Lin Xiao didn't give him a chance to breathe. He calmly said to Xiaojiu, "Don't leave any alive." Xiaojiu nodded in response, narrowing her eyes like a good child. She took a step forward and punched the leading man in the head with all her might. Boom! A headless corpse fell to the ground, the blood and flesh scattered around it, making people shudder. Seeing this scene, the other two chose to flee instantly. "Run separately. Report to the family," one of them shouted. "I hope we can survive." But Xiaojiu had already received Lin Xiao's orders not to allow anyone to escape. She swung her fiery red tail and gave chase. "Don't come over here!" The hot-blooded cactus and its master cried out in horror. The next moment, two bodies fell to the ground. Lin Xiao turned his head and looked to the other side, only to see the Tingyuman finally baring its fangs, ready to strike. Chapter 9. This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. Tingyuman suddenly launched a claw attack at an extremely fast speed, almost instantly forcing the hound into a desperate situation. Then, the girl finally made Tingyuman use its ultimate move. Heavenly Dog Flying Claw. With a flash of blood, the hound collapsed to the ground. Its owner was clearly affected, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to slowly flee into the distance. The girl walked up to him with a hint of disdain on her face. "Your spirit pet is fighting the enemy, and you, a beastmaster, ran away early. How unlucky." Before he could finish his words, the man finally fell down, a single claw from the Tingyuman finishing him off. The girl turned to look at Xiaojiu, a look of surprise in her eyes. She's your spirit pet," Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, a northern red fox variant." The girl suddenly realized. "So that's it. It's a mutation. I was just wondering." She then walked up to Lin Xiao and extended her hand. "Hello, my name is Suzu. and I'm a student at Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. Hearing the name, Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. It was Dragon Country's premier institution, the dream of every spirit pet trainer. Getting into Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University practically meant a meteoric rise to the sky. He hadn't expected the girl before him to be a student there. Lin Xiao also extended his hand. Lin Xiao, a senior student. Senior student, Suzu looked at their clothes with a hint of curiosity. I thought you were here for some fun. The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. Seeing this, Suzu didn't take it seriously and smiled. Haha. Then doesn't that mean you have only 2 days left before the college entrance examination? Are you taking your humanoid spirit pet out of the city for training? Lin Xiao nodded without saying anything more. That's great. Suzu nodded. But be careful. The monsters outside the demon city are not easy to deal with. My mentor and I came here to study and encountered several high-level monsters. Her tone suddenly became serious. Besides, you'd better prepare early. I heard that the questions on this year's college entrance examination. She paused deliberately and smiled meaningfully. In short, be careful in the college entrance examination. Lin Xiao nodded casually, not taking her words to heart. At this moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and then with a bang, the light spot exploded, forming a special shape. Oh no! Suzu screamed. My instructor has called us together. If you're ever near Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, remember to come find me. With that, she vanished into the jungle in a flash. Lin Xiao watched her departing figure, pondering her words in his heart. This year's college entrance examination questions are very special. The monsters outside the city have become unusually powerful. Lin Xiao once again looked at the 6 corpses on the ground, secretly calculating his harvest. Although he felt a little reluctant, his purpose in leaving the city was to find food for Xiaojiu, so the harvest was quite good. Xiaojiu was already full. After she devoured the food, Lin Xiao handed her the corpses of the 3 spirit pets. Xiaojiu ate the rhizome of the hot-blooded cactus, the horns of the lion beast, and the nose of the hound, and finally burped with satisfaction. Then, Xiaojiu turned to look at Lin Xiao. She found him touching the corpses and suddenly walked over curiously. On the bodies of these 3 people, Lin Xiao found more than 20,000 yuan in cash and 5 pokeballs. 3 of the pokeballs were empty, evidently the pets that Xiaojiu had already devoured. The remaining 2 pokeballs still contained pets. D-rank pet, Scythe, with the skills Flying Scythe and Bite. Lin Xiao didn't think twice before collecting the scythe. Then, he looked at another pokeball and thought, Blood-Eye Rabbit, D-rank Pokemon, possesses the skills Rocket Headbutt and Psychic Piercing. Hidden Bloodline, 1% Chimera. Chimera, a top-level magical talent. It's the remnant of the will left behind by the great magician Chimera at his deathbed. Upon awakening, one can summon Chimera's projection. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to find such a special gift. As for Chimera's specific abilities, he wasn't sure yet, but he could look them up later. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao decided to try to extend the spiritual power of the contract to the Blood-Eye Rabbit. Soon after, Lin Xiao established contact with the Blood-Eye Rabbit and sent an invitation to sign a contract. Although the Blood-Eye Rabbit was weak, it had almost lost its independent consciousness due to the death of its master. This also meant that its strength was not too strong. After Lin Xiao sent out the contract invitation, the Blood-Eye Rabbit agreed without hesitation. At the same time, Lin Xiao's mind suddenly felt dizzy. This was because he had just awakened his talent and his mental strength was not yet strong enough. Being able to contract 2 spirit pets at the same time was already the limit. However, considering the special nature of the Chimera bloodline, he decided to continue the contract. System, evolve and upgrade the Blood-Eye Rabbit's bloodline, Lin Xiao ordered. Ding. Upgrading, please wait. Upgrading 1, 2, 3, 98, 99, 100. With a flash of white light, the Blood-Eye Rabbit's body was completely covered. The white light gradually dissipated, and a flawless body appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eyes almost popped out. Although the Blood-Eye Rabbit wasn't as alluring and sexy as Xiaojiu, its youthful and energetic body was flawless and radiated a unique charm. At this moment, the system's notification sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully recording the Blood-Eye Rabbit's variant Chimera form. Chimera, larval form. Combat power, SSS level. Bloodline, SSS level. Talent, enhanced mana. All magic attacks are amplified. Skills, magic missile combo, God of Magic arrives. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This was a dimensionality reduction attack. He couldn't believe that a juvenile spirit pet could actually use magic attacks. Especially the magic god skills were enough to overturn his understanding of spirit pets. However, Chimera's surprises were far from over. Chapter 10. The three of us can only squeeze together. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the Chimera illustrated book, receiving the illustrated book feedback, increased mental power, and the Chimera heritage book. Spiritual power enhancement. The host's spiritual power is permanently doubled. Chimera heritage book. Chimera, the great magician of mankind, burned her own life in the final stage of her life, creating a new era for mankind. Her legacy should not be buried. As the system's notification chimed, an illusory book appeared before Lin Xiao's eyes. Immediately, he felt a flood of information flood into his mind. Then, a sharp pain struck, far more intense than the pain he'd experienced when he'd just crossed over and merged his memories. Even though his mental power had doubled, the amount of information was still almost too much for him to handle. If it weren't for his increased mental power, his head would have exploded. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes. When he woke up, two heads were staring at him blankly. "Master, you're awake," Xiao Jiao and Chimera said excitedly almost at the same time. Lin Xiao slowly sat up and rubbed his head. "How long have I been unconscious?" Xiao Jiao quickly replied. "It's been a day and a night." Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, it's not too late. If I go back now, I can just catch up with the college entrance exam. Help me. Lin Xiao subconsciously reached out to put his hand on Xiao Jiao's shoulder. However, what he felt was a smooth and elastic touch. He turned around and saw Chimera helping him stand up. Only then did he notice that Chimera was completely naked. Lin Xiao was suddenly at a loss and wanted to withdraw his hand, but due to the dizziness, he almost couldn't stand. "I need to get you some clothes." Lin Xiao suddenly felt a headache when he remembered that he had no other clothes besides his school uniform. He took out some items from the storage bag Suzu had given him and found that there were actually a few girls' spare clothes, daily necessities, and skincare products. This girl actually forgot to take out the things in the storage bag. Lin Xiao muttered to himself. So he selected two sets of training uniforms, one for Xiaojiao and one for Chimera. These uniforms were designed specifically for combat personnel, not only of high quality, but also with strong defensive capabilities. After changing into their clothes, their demeanor subtly changed. Xiaojiao was already charming, and in her training uniform, she added a touch of uniform allure. Chimera, with her petite face, radiated youthful energy in her training uniform. Lin Xiao looked around and smiled with satisfaction. Let's go? Let's go home. So, Lin Xiao and his two pets set out on the road back to the city. After a full day of travel, they finally arrived at the gate of the demon city around midnight. Because it was late, there were not many people passing by. A few guards were chatting idly when one of them said, "Hey, did you hear someone scored perfect marks on the Junior Beastmaster exam? They're 18 years old and won't be taking the college entrance exam until tomorrow." Another one exclaimed in surprise, "Really, are all young people this crazy?" "Yes, I heard that his spirit pet is a humanoid spirit pet, a variant of the northern red fox, and it is terrifyingly powerful." At this moment, another guard's eyes suddenly lit up. "I think I know who you're talking about. A Beastmaster walked out of our city gate 3 days ago, wearing a school uniform. I thought they were a couple looking for some excitement." "Haha, you're so funny. Luckily, you didn't say it out loud. This kind of genius is definitely a future celebrity. If he holds a grudge, you'll be in trouble. However, if that Beastmaster really brought his pet to seek excitement, I saw with my own eyes that his pet is really beautiful." Listening to the guard's dirty jokes, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched a few times, and then he coughed violently twice. Cough, cough. The guards heard the cough and hurriedly turned to look at Lin Xiao. "Who?" Lin Xiao expressionlessly pulled out his ID. "Enter the city." The guard took a quick look, confirmed there was no problem, and then looked behind Lin Xiao. "What about them? Don't think you can get away with it just because you look good. No one without registration will be allowed in." Lin Xiao immediately understood that these rules were to prevent spirit pets from parasitizing humans and controlling them. He smiled faintly and revealed his face. "They are my spirit pets." The guard's expression froze for a moment. Then he recognized Lin Xiao and hurriedly laughed. "Ah, I remember you. You went out with your humanoid spirit pet. How come there were 2 of you when you went out, but 3 when you came back?" Lin Xiao said righteously. "I have 2 spiritual pets." The guard's mouth twitched. 2 spiritual pets? In human form? Lin Xiao nodded. "Blood-eyed rabbit variant." At this moment, Chimera's eyes flashed red, and the rabbit ears on its head swayed gently. The guard was speechless and could only watch the 3 people swagger into the magic city. Back home, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that his bed had been burned by Xiaojiao, and he could only sleep in her arms tonight. He originally wanted to put Chimera back into the pokeball, but when he saw her resistance, he couldn't help but wonder, Don't you guys like to go back to the Pokeball after evolving? When the two pets heard this, they nodded in unison. It's not that we don't like returning to the Pokeball, but we prefer staying with our master. Xiaoju said sweetly. Besides, I'm also very curious about this world and want to see more. Chimera also added. Lin Xiao spread his hands helplessly. It seems that the three of us will have to squeeze in. But I have the college entrance examination tomorrow. You have to be obedient, and I will take you shopping and eat delicious food later. Lin Xiao used a weird uncle tricking a child method, and the two little girls nodded in unison, their eyes full of anticipation. After that, the three of them fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Xiao got up and prepared. He had over 20,000 yuan in his pocket and a D-rank pet. If he sold it, it would definitely bring in a tidy sum. No longer needing to scrimp and save, Lin Xiao bought breakfast, ate with his two pets, changed into his faded school uniform, and headed straight to school. When he arrived at the school gate, he found it bustling with people. Almost all the students' parents had accompanied their children to take the college entrance examination. Lin Xiao looked at this scene and felt a strange sense of envy. At this moment, two little girls took his arms, one on each side, and leaned over to him affectionately. Lin Xiao smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that no parents are accompanying the exam, which is not bad." Suddenly, a voice called Lin Xiao. Chapter 11 this time, I won't lose. Lin Xiao. When he heard someone calling him, Lin Xiao turned around and saw two girls slowly walking towards him. It was Yao Chuanxue and Li Xiao. Lin Xiao was puzzled. When did he become so familiar with Yao Chuanxue? These past few days, every time she saw him, she would come over and say a few words. Yao Chuanxue walked up to Lin Xiao and saw two cute animal-eared girls standing on his left and right. She couldn't help but frowned. Lin Xiao, is this your humanoid spirit pet? Lin Xiao did not deny it, but nodded lightly. Unexpectedly, before Yao Chuanxue could speak, Li Xiao spoke first. Wow, is this a humanoid spirit pet? These animal ears are so cute. Can I touch them? As she spoke, Li Xiao reached out to touch the chimera's ears. Lin Xiao quickly slapped her hand away. What are you doing? Are you feeling guilty? Are these animal ears fake? Li Xiao was choked and didn't know how to react. Yao Chuanxue sighed and interrupted their conversation. I came to you to tell you, don't think you can rest easy just because you got a perfect score on the Beast Tamer primary exam. The top spot in this year's Magic City College entrance examination will definitely be mine. Lin Xiao just spread his hands when he heard this, not taking it too seriously. Yao Chuanxue was very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao's attitude. Every time she talked to him, she always felt like she was hitting cotton, feeling powerless and irritated. This time I won't lose. With that, she turned and pulled Li Xiao away. Lin Xiao watched Yao Chuanxue's departing back, pinched his chin, and thought to himself, although this little girl has always been very strong-willed, she's not the kind of arrogant person. She actually knew I had such a powerful humanoid pet, and she dared to say such harsh words. It seemed she was prepared. Just as Lin Xiao was mumbling to himself, Principal Lu Zhengwo's voice suddenly rang out over the radio. Parents accompanying their children to the exam, please stay at least 500 meters away from the school. All candidates, please enter the designated area of the school. The school will arrange for you to enter the exam venue together. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd at the school gate immediately split in two directions. Lin Xiao followed the crowd into the playground and lined up according to the regulations. Suddenly, a huge, strange bird pet appeared in the sky. That's the fourth-level evolution of the flying pelican, the sky-swallowing beast, someone exclaimed. Lin Xiao was also somewhat surprised. This was actually a fourth-tier spiritual pet. Flying pelicans were spiritual pets that could be used to craft storage equipment. They were in high demand, but very rare. The appearance of any flying pelican would attract the attention of interested individuals. Whether used as a spiritual pet or crafted into storage equipment, it would be a huge asset. Now, this flying pelican has successfully evolved into a fourth-tier spiritual pet, clearly demonstrating the immense care and effort its owner has put into it. Just as everyone marveled at the powerful aura of this fourth-tier spiritual pet, the sky-swallowing beast suddenly swirled up, sending a violent gust of wind sweeping across the playground. Many students were blown to and fro. However, Lin Xiao, bolstered by the power of the Sky Fox, stood firm, unfazed by Chimera and Xiaojiu. The sky-swallowing beast finally landed steadily on the podium. Its wings spread a full 20 meters wide. As its wings folded, it opened its mouth. Then, everyone was shocked to see a middle-aged man in military uniform leap out of the sky-swallowing beast's mouth. Soon after, several elderly men and soldiers followed suit. "Ah, the sky-swallowing beast's mouth can actually hold so many people," someone exclaimed. The sky-swallowing beast's mouth can indeed hold the universe. While that's a bit exaggerated, you can imagine how vast its internal space is. Another person reasoned. Why do I feel like this sky-swallowing beast was developed by the wooling factory? Someone else joked. Lin Xiao looked at the sky-devouring beast, then at the storage bag on his waist. Suddenly, he felt that the storage bag was no longer so attractive. He secretly decided in his heart, I must get a sky-devouring beast as a storage tool in the future. The sky devourer on the rostrum suddenly felt a chill and shuddered. The leading officer didn't look back at it, but instead produced a pokeball. The sky devourer obediently transformed into a ray of white light and entered the pokeball. This scene amazed the students in the exam room, who marveled at the man's compatibility with his spirit pet. Lin Xiao didn't find it remarkable, as he could do it himself. However, looking at Xiao Jiao and Chimera beside him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a little guilty. At that moment, Principal Lu Jiangwo saw the group approaching and immediately made room. The uniformed man leading the group stepped forward and saluted the students. Hello everyone. I'm the military representative and the person in charge of this year's college entrance exam. My name is Li Guanjuan. His voice was sonorous and powerful, carrying an iron-blooded aura. Now, let me announce the rules of this exam. Next, you will be transported to a special space, where you will face attacks from various monsters. As long as you kill the monster, you will gain points, and these points will become your college entrance examination scores. Attention! In the space you enter, there will be an elite monster. If you can kill it, you will gain a lot of points. If you can tame a demon beast and sign a contract with it, making it your own spiritual pet, you will receive double points. All points will be recorded on your admission ticket. Exam time, limited to 7 days. As soon as these words came out, the candidates were immediately excited. They could finally practice. Li Guanjuan scanned the room and said, Any questions? Ask them now. A student raised his hand and asked, What if our lives are in danger? Li Guanjuan sneered, You can use your admission ticket to call for help, or choose to withdraw. The military will send someone to pick you up. After the question and answer session, Li Guanjuan announced, Okay, now, I declare the college entrance examination to begin. Chapter 12. This humanoid spirit pet can actually use carpet bombing. As soon as Li Guanjuan finished speaking, the old scholars wearing glasses took out their own pokeballs. Then, the sounds of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh were heard, and more than a dozen high-level spirit pets flew out from inside and scattered around the playground. The dozen or so high-level spirit pets surrounded everyone, and then they pressed their hands to the ground at the same time. A mysterious symbol suddenly appeared on the playground, like a magic circle. Lin Xiao subconsciously grabbed Chimera and Xiaozhou's hands. Then, he suddenly felt a blur in front of his eyes, and at the same time, a feeling of weightlessness came over him. When he regained his sight, he had arrived at a rocky wilderness. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the peculiarity of the powerful beastmasters in this world. However, before Lin Xiao could finish his sigh, a group of monsters suddenly jumped out from behind a huge rock not far ahead. Unlike ordinary low-level monsters, the monsters in front of him were all holding weapons, either knives or swords. The complete monster encyclopedia also provides their information. A studious gorilla, a D-rank demon beast, gets its name because it likes to imitate humans. All its methods are derived from imitating humans. At this time, there were 5 studious gorillas standing opposite. The moment they saw Lin Xiao for the first time, hatred appeared on their faces, and they made woo sounds from their mouths. Then they rushed over with red eyes. Right after the college entrance examination begins, the entire Shanghai TV station began to broadcast the live broadcast of the college entrance examination. At the gate of number 1 middle school, a huge screen was opened for parents accompanying their children to watch. The person in charge, Li Guanjuan, also brought other invigilators and sat in front of a live broadcast screen. Seeing the studious gorilla, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but frown and asked, Captain Li, isn't it a bit inappropriate to give the candidates such a high level of pressure right from the start of this college entrance examination? If it were the previous college entrance examination, only 1 or 2 ordinary D-level monsters would be sent to attack the candidates at the beginning. The purpose is to give candidates the opportunity to adapt to the intensity. However, the appetizer used this time was actually the studious gorilla. The biggest characteristic of this monster is that it lives in groups. Moreover, because the studious gorillas have been imitating humans for a long time, they have developed some cooperative fighting methods. Therefore, this is very unfriendly to ordinary candidates. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan shook his head. Survival of the fittest. If we don't put some pressure on these young people, they won't understand the cruelty of the future battlefield. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Lu Jiangwo. Principal Lu, you should know that the person who set the questions this time was that adult. Lu Jiangwo sighed. I just hope they don't get hurt during the exam. Lu Jiangwo actually knew that as long as he kept his distance from the studious apes and defeated them one by one, he could easily deal with this group of beasts. However, these kids are all novices with little experience, so it is a great achievement for them not to be nervous. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Has anyone already taken action?" Suddenly, a name appeared on the scoreboard. First place, Lin Xiao, total score 50 points. Li Guanjuan immediately said to the staff, "Bring up the image of this candidate named Lin Xiao." Upon hearing this, the staff immediately called up the footage of Lin Xiao's battle. Then, Li Guanjuan saw that there were two girls in training uniforms beside Lin Xiao. Li Guanjuan couldn't help but frown at this and asked, "What's going on? Shouldn't the candidates' birthplaces be scattered?" Upon hearing this, the staff member nearby quickly took out Lin Xiao's information, examined it carefully, and replied, "Report to the commander. This candidate named Lin Xiao has a humanoid spirit pet." A humanoid monster? That's right. The day after he awakened his innate all-monster atlas, he took the Junior Beastmaster qualification exam. The spirit pet he used at the time was a humanoid spirit pet, a northern red fox variant. As he spoke, the staff member handed Xiaozhou's information to Li Guanjuan. After carefully reading the information, Li Guanjuan watched the battle scene with great interest. After the 5 studious gorillas pounced on Lin Xiao, the chimera beside Lin Xiao slowly stepped forward and raised his hand towards the 5 studious gorillas. Didn't he say he only had one humanoid pet? How come there are 2 here? Upon hearing this, the staff immediately shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. Li Guanjuan then thought for a moment and said, "Collect all the information about this candidate and give it to me." At this time, the 5 studious gorillas had already come close to Chimera. However, the Chimera still remained in that position. What is she doing? Why hasn't she reacted yet? If she's surrounded by studious apes, she won't have a chance of escaping. Alas, it seems that young people still have too little experience. Be sure to notify the staff at the front, and don't let anyone die. Seeing that Chimera didn't move at all in front of the 5 studious apes, someone immediately sighed. Unexpectedly, Chimera suddenly opened her eyes, and her fiery red eyes suddenly lit up with a bloody light. Then, a strange magic circle appeared in her hand, and then a flash of light appeared in the magic circle. A black ball of energy condensed and headed straight for the nearest studious ape. With a whoosh sound, the magic ball created by Chimera flew out quickly, giving the nearest studious gorilla no chance to dodge. The opponent screamed and was knocked to the ground. Kill with 1 hit. The other 4 studious gorillas showed expressions of surprise and curiosity after seeing this scene. Among them, there was even a studious gorilla who raised his hand and imitated Chimera's movements, but nothing happened. But Chimera did not respond to their poor imitation, but instead condensed a second magic ball to attack. Once again, a studious gorilla was knocked to the ground. The remaining 3 studious apes then realized the strength of the enemy they were facing. So, without saying a word, they rushed up together and subconsciously kept their distance, wanting to kill Chimera through a joint attack. After seeing this scene, all the invigilators were very surprised. This is actually a humanoid monster that can use magic attacks? For a demon beast to use magic, it must be at least level 2, or even level 3? Not necessarily. It could be that his demon beast has undergone a mutation or has a special talent. However, his magic ball attack speed is too slow. It can be used with ease against a single enemy, but against 3 studious apes attacking together, such a magic ball attack is actually not very effective. Li Guanjuan listened to the discussion of other invigilators, but did not comment. Instead, he stared at the screen intently, not wanting to miss any details. It was seen that when Chimera saw the studious apes surrounding her, she did not show any panic at all. She was seen muttering strange spells in a low voice that others could not understand. Then, an illusory book appeared in front of her, and the book started to flip through the pages by itself. Finally, the pages of the book were frozen on a certain page. Magic combo. A huge magic circle appeared behind Chimera, and many magic balls condensed from it. Then, those magic balls were simultaneously launched towards the studious apes around Chimera. The 3 studious apes were stunned when they saw this, and then they were submerged in the continuous attack of magic balls. When the attack was over, everyone was stunned by the devastation they saw all around them. Those 3 studious apes were actually beaten to pieces by Chimera. Damn it! This humanoid spirit pet can actually use carpet bombing. An invigilator exclaimed in surprise after seeing this scene. Chapter 13. Since you are all here, don't leave. After seeing Chimera's magic combo, Li Guanjuan immediately looked at Lu Jiangwo. Is this student from your school? Lu Jiangwo nodded and said, his name is Lin Xiao. His parents were also beastmasters, but they both died in the beast tide. Lin Xiao's awakened talent is very ordinary. It is called the Complete Monster Beast Atlas. It is a knowledge-based talent and is not suitable for combat. Lu Jiangwo paused for a moment, then immediately added, however, he works very hard and has always been the top student in number 1 middle school. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but smile meaningfully. His talent is only average? I think his talent is not simple. Not simple. What else? If he had a powerful humanoid pet, we could say he was lucky. But now, both of his pets are so powerful, so it can't be explained by chance. You mean he has a hidden talent? Li Guanjuan did not answer the question directly, but gave orders to the director's desk. Focus on Lin Xiao's exam process and don't give him too many frontal shots. Everyone understood that this was a form of protection for Lin Xiao. After hearing his words, the director's desk immediately switched the live broadcast to Yao Chunxue, who came in second. At this time, Yao Chunxue was controlling Agumon to attack the studious gorilla. However, the method she chose was what Lu Jiangwo said, which was to keep a distance and defeat them one by one. Seeing her response, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but nodded. Very nice girl. Being able to tame an A-rank Agumon is quite a talent. Then, looking at several other candidates who performed well, Li Guanjuan said with satisfaction, this year's candidates from your number 1 middle school are all excellent. Lu Jiangwo should have been very happy to hear such an evaluation. However, Lu Jiangwo just received news that this year, number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school are also full of talented people and the competition is fierce. There are also S-level spirit pets among them. The competitiveness of number 1 middle school is not very strong. In the examination room, after Chimera killed the studious gorilla, Lin Xiao did not stay where he was, but jumped onto the top of a huge rock. Start checking out the terrain. Now, thanks to Xiaojio's gratitude, he has the same physical fitness as Xiaojio, and jumping onto a huge rock is easy for him. He carefully identified the direction and silently drew a map in his mind. Suddenly, he discovered that on a high ground in front of him, there was a spire standing. It was looming in the dim sky and did not attract any attention. Then, Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the spire and said, just go that way. As he spoke, Lin Xiao took the 2 girls and quickly rushed towards the spire. As the 3 of them walked, they came to a canyon. Lin Xiao stopped at the entrance of the canyon and said to the 2 women, be careful. There seems to be something wrong with this canyon. Xiaojio and Chimera heard this, and although they did not respond, they became more alert. Chimera and Xiaojio stood on both sides of Lin Xiao, one in front and one behind, and walked in. Just when the 3 of them reached the center of the canyon, suddenly, a huge rock fell from the sky and hit Lin Xiao directly. Lin Xiao reacted immediately and dodged. Chimera fired a magic missile in the direction where the boulder was flying. The only response she got was another boulder. Seeing this, Chimera also dodged along with Lin Xiao. Then, with boom, 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 more than a dozen boulders half a person's height fell. All the retreat routes of Lin Xiao and the other 2 were blocked, and then a huge rock as big as a car rolled down from the top of the canyon. The target is exactly where Lin Xiao is. Boom. The huge rock fell, and Lu Jiangwo quickly stood up. This is not something a monster can do. However, Li Guanjuan looked at the live broadcast with a calm expression. Sure enough, 2 people wearing the uniform of number 2 middle school jumped down from above the canyon. Hurrah! I didn't expect to meet someone from number 1 middle school here. The trap we set up just came in handy. It's unfortunate for the 3 of them to have run into us. I hope they can call the invigilator in time, otherwise they'll just die here. Eliminate the 3 competitors, and let's go. The 2 men were about to leave after they had said almost the same thing. After seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo slammed the table in anger. How could the students of number 2 middle school be so lawless? They murdered other students during the college entrance exam. I demand that these 2 people's scores be cancelled and that they be sent to court. He was really angry. He had watched Lin Xiao grow up under his watch, and he was the hope of number 1 middle school, but he was framed in such a way. However, after hearing Lu Jiangwo's words, Li Guanjuan waved his hand and said, on the battlefield, there are countless more cruel intrigues and deceptions than this. Can you protect him for a moment or for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo was speechless. However, Lu Jiangwo still said indignantly, at least Lin Xiao is still my student now. I have the right to seek justice for my student. Li Guanjuan shook his head helplessly and pointed at the live broadcast screen. How could this little guy die so easily? As soon as Li Guanjuan finished speaking, the boulders suddenly shook in the live broadcast. Then, there was a loud bang, and rocks flew everywhere. The two students from number 2 middle school were frightened by the sudden scene. They quickly got into position and looked back. Then, they saw a man and two women walking slowly out from the smoke and dust. I was wondering who set the trap here. It turns out it wasn't a monster, it was two beasts. Lin Xiao did not hide his sarcasm and stared at the other person with cold eyes. The two students from number 2 middle school looked at the three people who were unharmed and immediately showed a look of surprise. You're not dead? That's impossible. That rock weighs 4 or 5 tons. Even an armored vehicle couldn't withstand that much impact. What on earth did you do? Lin Xiao did not explain this to the two of them. The weight of the stone was nothing to Xiaojiu, who had liberated the inheritance of the heavenly fox, because if the power of the heavenly fox was fully unleashed, it would have a force of tens of thousands of pounds. However, the other party had already tried to kill him, so Lin Xiao would naturally not let them go. Since you're all here, don't leave. Lin Xiao's cold eyes revealed a murderous aura. Then, he silently gave orders to Xiaojiu and Chimera. The two girls immediately rushed towards the two students from number 2 middle school. Seeing this, the two students from number 2 middle school immediately sneered and said, "You think you can defeat us with just these two little girls? You don't know how powerful we are, do you?" Court death. As they spoke, they both took out their pokeballs at the same time. A giant creature that was 2 meters tall suddenly appeared in the venue. Mountain Giant, B-level spirit pet, possesses the strength of a giant, skill, boulder throw. At the same time, a furry mouse was sitting on the shoulder of one of them. Kamaweasel, a B-rank spirit pet. It's extremely fast and has the talent for continuous attacks. When attacking an enemy, there's a certain chance of triggering a combo effect. The higher the combo number, the higher the attack power. Seeing this scene, even the invigilators who were watching this encounter were a little surprised. The two B-level spirit pets actually joined forces so early, which can be said to be very competitive. How should Lin Xiao deal with two powerful opponents? Chapter 14, Stop It. Candidate. In the live broadcast, although Lin Xiao reacted first, it was the sickle weasel who launched the attack first. It can be seen that the students of number 2 middle school have very rich combat experience. Then I saw the sickle weasel burrowing into the soil. Then, the soil on the ground began to turn over continuously. However, the mountain giant stood in front of the two women, then raised his right hand made of huge stones and smashed it towards the two women. The two students from number 2 middle school also revealed sarcastic expressions. You two idiots, you don't even want to use your spiritual pets. Do you think you can defeat us with your physical bodies? The mountain giant, as the name suggests, is extremely strong and his body is made entirely of solid rock. This punch has the destructive power of tons. If an ordinary person is hit by this punch, he will be turned into meat paste on the spot. But the next moment, the two students from number 2 middle school saw the most incredible scene in their lives. Xiaojiu took a step forward and raised one of her hands high, taking the attack from the mountain giant. What? How is this possible? Then, Xiaojiu slowly clenched his other hand into a fist, and the power of the heavenly fox slowly condensed. The Sky Fox clan is born with a strong physique. When the punch was thrown, there was a loud bang, and the body of the mountain strongman shook like an earthquake. Then, it collapsed. The body of one of the candidates suddenly shook, but fortunately, he managed to stabilize himself. He quickly gave orders to the mountain strongman to respond. Mountain giants, regroup. The rocks and soil on the ground will slowly condense and merge back together. Moreover, the shape has changed from the original human shape to a ring. It seems that they are going to surround Xiaojiu and Chimera. At the same time, the candidate immediately said to another candidate, "Damn it, there's something wrong with this woman. How can she be as terrifying as a monster?" After hearing the other party's comments, Xiaojiu smiled sweetly and said to Chimera beside her, "Chimera sister, find the spirit core of the mountain giant." Chimera had received instructions from Lin Xiao long ago, and her eyes had been searching continuously. Finally, her gaze fixed on a glowing rock. She raised her hand, and the magic circle gradually condensed successfully. Magic missile. At the same time, right under her feet, a sickle weasel suddenly broke out of the ground, and its sharp claws grabbed her back directly. Ha 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 ha. You didn't expect that. This was all part of our plan. This grab is definitely a killing move. However, the two students from number 2 middle school never expected that at the critical moment, Chimera suddenly turned its head, and the magic missile did not attack the direction of the stone man's spirit core. But it, oops. When the two students from number 2 middle school saw this, they immediately cried out in disbelief. Fortunately, the Kamaitachi itself is known for its agility. He actually dodged it like this. However, it was also injured, not too seriously, and then burrowed directly into the soil. At this time, The body of the shining giant had been successfully reconstructed. Afterwards, the shining giant clenched his hands into fists and smashed them at the two women at the same time. Seeing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but sneer. Idiot, do you think you can win me over like this? Just when Xiaojiu was smiling sweetly, there was another sound of something breaking through the ground behind her. However, this time, the sickle weasel appeared in front of Lin Xiao. Ha! You didn't expect that. My real target is your master. I never thought I'd meet a humanoid spirit pet here. If I weren't so knowledgeable, I would have been fooled by you two spirit pets and thought you were the test takers. If you want to defeat humanoid pets like you, attacking your masters is the most effective and direct way. Go ahead, Kamaitachi, give him a fatal blow. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo outside the screen was suddenly shocked. Oh no, Lin Xiao fell into the trap. The other examiners also showed regretful expressions at this time. It seems that even a powerful spirit pet cannot make up for the shortcomings of a beastmaster. Lin Xiao's tactics were wrong from the very beginning. He should have only sent out one spirit pet to attack and kept the other one by his side to protect him. Yes, with the strength of his pet, it can definitely crush the pets of two second-grade middle school students. Now that his home has been stolen, it seems that he can only be eliminated regretfully. But fortunately, with his talent and the strength of his spirit pet, even if he is eliminated, there will be a college or university that will make an exception for him. While the other examiners were still feeling sorry for Lin Xiao, only Li Guanjuan was staring at the screen intently because he did not see any panic expression on Lin Xiao's face. Xiaojiu and Chimera, who were originally a little worried, immediately looked relieved after noticing Lin Xiao's expression. It didn't look like their owner was about to be attacked at all. The two students from number 2 middle school then simultaneously issued attack orders to their spirit pets. The mountain giant warrior's fists smashed towards Xiaojiu and Chimera, while the sickle weasel's claws also stretched out towards Lin Xiao. At the critical moment, Lin Xiao slowly raised his hand. He was so fast that he was able to arrive first and grab the sickle attache's arm. Kamaitachi was stunned for a moment by the sudden scene. But Lin Xiao didn't give him any chance to come to his senses. He also raised his hand and slowly clenched his fist. Then, there was a bang. The sickle weasel was knocked away by Lin Xiao's punch. Xiaojiu and Chimera then launched an attack at the same time, completely killing the mountain giant. The two number 2 middle school students suffered brain trauma due to the death or injury of their spiritual pets. They immediately fell to the ground and began to wail. Lin Xiao had no intention of letting them go. He looked at the two students from number 2 middle school coldly, and then gave orders to Xiaojiu. Kill him. Li Guanjuan and several other examiners outside the screen couldn't help but gasp when they saw this. This was the first time they had seen such a decisive candidate. Xiaojiu smiled sweetly and planned to give them a quick death. Upon seeing this, one of the students from number 2 middle school quickly took out his own prospective candidate and activated the protection mechanism. A barrier suddenly appeared, protecting the two of them. The two of them looked at Lin Xiao with cold eyes and Xiaojiu sharpening his knife, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. After being protected, they all felt grateful and had the same idea in their minds. We are all protected. What can you do to me? The examiners outside the screen breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that everyone from number 2 middle school was safe and sound. Fortunately, there are protection mechanisms in place for the college entrance exam. If someone had died, it would have been a very difficult situation. One of the examiners said angrily. Then, before he could finish his words, a loud boom was heard on the screen. It turned out that Xiaojiu had no intention of letting them go. Xiaojiu punched down again, and the ground began to shake. No way. When the examiner saw this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After Xiaojiu's punch, the protective barrier specially developed for the college entrance examination was shattered by Xiaojiu's punch. The two candidates from number 2 middle school were immediately exposed in front of Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu then showed them the expression of a fox looking at its prey, and then raised his fist. When the two saw this, they were frightened out of their wits. At this moment, a voice suddenly came into Lin Xiao's ears. Hey, stop it. Candidate. Chapter 15. Could this guy be cheating? The words fell. Then, with a gust of wind, the two candidates from number 2 middle school were rescued by a spiritual pet wearing a black hood. Then they landed beside a middle-aged man in a suit. Lin Xiao looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly. The middle-aged man said calmly, I am the chief examiner in charge of this area. My name is Li Feng. The other party has already admitted defeat, so there is no need to kill them all. Hearing this, Lin Xiao sneered and said, when they just tried to kill me and my spirit pet, no one stood up to speak up for us. Li Feng didn't care about Lin Xiao's attitude, and he gave a somewhat unreasonable answer. Although the trap they set was dangerous, you weren't hurt. Why are you making such a fuss? Also, the college entrance examination has regulations that allow candidates to compete with each other, provided no one is killed. They did not violate the regulations. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but slam the table in anger. Bullshit. What a double standard. Do people have to die before they can be held accountable? Li Guanjuan had a gloomy face. He was a proud person, but such double standards appeared in the college entrance examination that he was in charge of, which really made him feel a little disgusted. However, Lin Xiao on the screen showed a meaningful smile. Then, Chimera suddenly raised her hand. A magic circle took shape behind her, and magic missiles were ready to be launched. Boom, boom, boom. The magic missile combo aimed at Li Feng and started firing. Li Feng's first reaction was that it was an illusion. He never thought that Lin Xiao would dare to attack him. But the next moment, a huge sense of crisis came over me. He dodged quickly, and the wizard beast beside him also kept a safe distance. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of letting Li Feng go, and the magic missile continued to lock onto Li Feng. Li Feng couldn't help but yelled, "Lin Xiao, are you crazy? I'm the chief examiner." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao snorted coldly and said, "Chief examiner? How can I be sure that you are the chief examiner? What if you are a monster disguised as the chief examiner like these two students from number 2 middle school?" Puff. Be it Li Feng or the people outside the screen, when they heard Lin Xiao's words, their eyes suddenly became dull. Is this guy Lin Xiao really bloodthirsty? Li Feng then became anxious and said angrily, "If you continue to act like this, I will fight back." After hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. "Great. You actually dared to fight back? The college entrance examination has clear regulations. Any third party who interferes with the exam will be held accountable. It seems that you are definitely not the chief examiner. Chimera, kill him and see what his true face is." Puff. This time, Li Feng was really about to vomit blood. Lin Xiao is using his own method to retaliate against others. However, the attack power of this kid's spirit pet was so amazing that he didn't dare to underestimate it. Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I warn you not to act unreasonably anymore, otherwise." Before he could finish his words, Xiaojio's fist swung towards him from the other side. With a bang, Li Feng was hit, and a panda eye appeared. Lin Xiao you. However, Lin Xiao didn't care about Li Feng's words at all, and Xiaojio's fists did not stop. Two students from number 2 middle school were also stunned after witnessing this scene. What kind of ruthless person did they provoke who even dared to hit the examiner? Lu Jiangwo tried hard to suppress his laughter and looked at Li Guanjuan's ashen face. Li Guanjuan, with a grim expression, picked up a microphone and said, "Lin Xiao, I'm Li Guanjuan, the person in charge of the college entrance examination. I'm aware of your situation. It was due to the negligence of our invigilation team. After the exam, the invigilation team will compensate you, and Li Feng will also be punished for his inappropriate behavior. Li Feng, leave the examination room immediately and accept investigation." The sound echoed slowly throughout the examination room. Lin Xiao listened to the announcement that sounded like a continuous line, and then he asked Xiaojio and Chimera to stop. At this time, Li Feng had been beaten into a pig's head. Lin Xiao turned around slowly, without even glancing at the two candidates from number 2 middle school. When the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. However, the other candidates who heard Li Guanjuan's announcement in person were all very nervous. Lin Xiao? What on earth did he do? Yao Chunxua looked puzzled. She had already killed 15 low-level monsters and had jumped to first place with a total score of 150 points. Moreover, the live camera was also locked on her. Now, she has become the representative of number 1 middle school and even the entire Magic City. Wow, Goddess Yao Chunxua is truly a genius. She earned 150 points so quickly. Her pet, Argument, is also amazing. They work together perfectly. Yes, even Su Peng from number 2 middle school and Chen Feiyang from number 3 middle school are no match for her. Holy shit, look at the list, someone's catching up. At this moment, they saw that Lin Xiao, who originally had only 50 points, suddenly gained 190 points and jumped to first place. What on earth did Lin Xiao do? How come he suddenly gained so many points? Could this guy be cheating? Are you kidding me? How could he cheat on the college entrance exam? I think he probably killed a high-level monster to gain so many points. Who knows? But why doesn't the live broadcast give Lin Xiao a shot? Everyone made speculations about this. What they didn't know was that Lin Xiao had just eliminated 2 candidates from number 2 middle school. According to the regulations, the points of these 2 candidates will all belong to Lin Xiao. Therefore, Lin Xiao's points will be greatly improved. At this moment, Lin Xiao was moving towards the spire. On the way, Lin Xiao also encountered some other low-level monsters. Some of the monsters that hindered his progress were killed by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's points then reached 260 points. He always felt that this college entrance examination was not as simple as he had imagined. With only 3 days to complete the test and such a large map, it is really difficult for these candidates to find that special monster. At this moment, Xiaojiu felt hungry in his stomach and made an inopportune gurgling sound. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu looked embarrassed, yet with a hint of coquettishness, and said, "Master, Xiaojiu is hungry." Hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed, then took out the corpse of a spirit pet from her pocket and started a fire on the spot. Then, Lin Xiao started cooking. If the candidate from number 2 middle school was here, he would recognize at a glance that what Lin Xiao was cooking was his pet sickle weasel. Lin Xiao skillfully peeled the skin and removed the internal organs, then roasted it over the fire. Soon, the aroma of the sickle weasel's meat drifted into Chimera's nose. Lin Xiao handed the 2 thighs to the 2 little girls, and they immediately began to devour them. Afterwards, Lin Xiao also slowly tasted the food. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the 3 of them felt something was wrong at the same time, and they hurriedly looked upwards. Then, a huge falcon flew over the heads of the 3 people. Then, the falcon swooped down and aimed directly at Lin. Chapter 16, doesn't that mean he is invincible? The crisis strikes again. Lin Xiao quickly rolled to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. The falcon failed to hit its target and fell to the ground not far away. Lin Xiao looked at the falcon. It was more like a huge monster bird than a falcon. The complete monster encyclopedia immediately gave the information. Big-headed eagle, a B-rank, second-order monster. It's a simple-minded flying monster with strong limbs. It has a belligerent temperament and possesses skills such as dive attacks, rocket headbutts, and wind blade attacks. When its life is in danger, it will choose to flee. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. There's actually a second-level monster here. You know, most of the candidates nowadays are not even junior beastmasters, and their spirit pets are all at the first level. For these candidates, a second-level monster is definitely more threatening than 10 studious gorillas combined. At this time, the big-headed eagle was already charging towards Lin Xiao angrily. However, it is strange that a flying monster has to walk on 2 feet and use a rocket headbutt as its starting move. Outside the screen, the other examiners saw this scene and couldn't help but ask with some concern, "Captain Li, isn't it a bad idea to release a second-level monster? If any candidates are killed or injured, we can't bear the responsibility." Li Guanjuan answered with a serious face. "That's what the higher-ups mean. If you want to widen the gap between the candidates, you have to use some powerful information. Besides, monsters like eagles are relatively easy to deal with. The candidates we are targeting are all top-ranked candidates. Ordinary candidates will not be threatened. As long as you have solid basic skills and cooperate well with your spirit pet, you can handle it. The real challenge is on the last day." After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, the other examiners couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, someone pointed at the live broadcast screen and shouted in surprise, "Look, Yao Chuanxiu, her spirit pet has actually advanced to the 2nd level." It can be seen in the picture that facing the attack of the big-headed eagle, Yao Chuanxiu did not dodge or evade, and Agumen in front of her suddenly emitted light at this time. Agumen, which was originally only about 1 meter tall, suddenly grew and turned into a giant dinosaur over 3 meters tall. Agumen evolves. Tyrannosaurus. As soon as Tyrannosaurus appeared, he took the rocket headbutt from Owl. Then, Tyrannosaurus hugged and threw Owl to the ground. Finally, Tyrannosaurus opened its big mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames. The eagle was then completely engulfed in the flames and finally turned into ashes. Wow, Yao Chuanxiu is so young, and she's already evolved her spirit pet to the 2nd level. What a genius. He truly deserves the A-level talent of fire affinity. He's naturally close to spirit pets that possess the fire element, and he also has the bonus of innate resonance. With just a little training, he can advance to the next level. I've already seen Yao Chuanxiu become the top scorer in the Magic City. What are you talking about? Look at Su Peng from number 2 middle school. I didn't expect this guy's S-rank pet to be so terrifying. In another live broadcast, Su Peng's S-Class pet Crazy Tank suddenly grew larger when facing the big-headed eagle. Afterwards, Su Peng actually jumped directly into the tank and drove the tank himself to bombard the big-headed eagle. I didn't expect this Crazy Tank could actually attack like this. Doesn't that mean he can't beat others in the future and can just get inside this iron turtle? Hurrah! Even if you get in, it might not be useful. If you encounter Tyrannosaurus, it will directly tear off your shell and see how you fight. Chen Feiyong has also taken action. This guy is hiding very well. In another live broadcast, Chen Feiyang's pet, the quick knife imp, fought with the big-headed eagle for several rounds, but there was no clear winner. Afterwards, the quick knife imp retreated to Chen Feiyang's side, panting. Seeing this, Chen Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. I had originally wanted to save my talent for the final stage. Looks like I have no choice but to reveal it now. After Chen Feiyang finished speaking, he grabbed the quick knife ghost with his hand. The quick knife ghost understood what he meant and immediately turned into a soul and drilled into his body. Chen Feiyang's body then grew a circle larger, and the shadow of the quick knife imp appeared behind him. This is his S-level talent, the fusion of all things. Any pet that resonates with him can become one with him. This is too cool. Look, Chen Feiyang is taking action. In the picture, Chen Feiyang's palm was clenched, and an illusory long sword slowly appeared. The quick knife kid behind him also drew out his own knife. The two men moved in sync, then hurried forward, running faster and faster. The eagle also flew up and swooped down to attack. Chen Feiyang raised his sword and slashed it down. With a clang, the eagle was split in half. So cool. Chen Feiyang still has weaknesses? As long as he fuses with the quick knife imp, he won't be afraid of being attacked even at close range. I feel that even if Tyrannosaurus takes action, he may not be a match for Chen Feiyang. Then he is invincible. Everyone was speculating and felt that Chen Feiyang was invincible. Suddenly, a barrage of comments flew across the screen. Hey, look at the first place. Why is it still Lin Xiao? On Li Guanjuan's side, he was closely following Lin Xiao's exam situation. I saw the big-headed eagle's rocket head but coming straight towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a step back slowly. Chimera stood in front of him, and the magic circle condensed. The magic missile combo was already prepared, and all the firepower was poured on the big-headed eagle at the same time. At this time, Xiaojiu also ran a few steps lightly, and then jumped onto the back of the eagle. Then, he stepped down hard. Boom. The eagle was stepped on and fell down, letting out a painful scream. Then, the continuous attacks of magic missiles left it covered with wounds. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojiu and said, "Stop playing around. Let's end this quickly." Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu said, It is about to give the eagle a fatal blow." Unexpectedly, at this moment, the eagle's eyes suddenly emitted a blood-red light. Then, the wounds on his body began to heal, and his hair turned from gray to blood-red. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw this, and the complete monster encyclopedia also gave the current information about the eagle at this time. Crazy big-headed eagle, the product of the big-headed eagle's painful stimulation and failed evolution. He will burn his life and launch a final attack. Lin Xiao couldn't believe it. Such a thing was very rare. He only knew of one case so far. That is, if Tyrannosaurus fails to evolve, it will become zombie Tyrannosaurus. He really didn't expect that he was so lucky to meet the crazy eagle. The crazy eagle would not give Lin Xiao time to be surprised. The attacks have already begun. The first move was a death headbutt. Xiaojiu, who was originally pressing on its back, was directly blown away by the crazy eagle. Then, the crazy eagle head-butt the chimera. Chimera quickly dodged. After being blown away, Xiaojiu jumped high into the air and exchanged glances with Chimera. The two little girls already had a tacit understanding at this time. An illusory book then appeared in front of Chimera, moving without wind and finally stopping at a certain page. Entangled. Suddenly, a black magic circle appeared under the feet of the crazy eagle. Then, black tentacles emerged from the magic circle and tied up the crazy eagle. _X0007 Chapter 17 If you have nothing to do, please don't disturb my exam. Crazy Owl has bonuses to both speed and strength. So, when facing Chimera's magical control, it just showed an angry expression and began to tear it apart desperately. In just a few seconds, the crazy eagle broke free from Chimera's magical control. Then, a bloodthirsty light appeared in its eyes, and then it rushed towards the three people. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but said anxiously, "How could it evolve in the middle of a battle? This monster is almost a third-level monster." Li Guanjuan also showed a serious expression and quickly took out the walkie-talkie and gave orders to the invigilator who was still in the examination room. "Attention, invigilators near coordinates 118.725.37. Head to these coordinates immediately. A suspected rank 3 demonic beast has appeared attacking the examinees. Please arrive at the scene quickly to protect the examinees." After thinking about it, Li Guanjuan added another sentence. "After arriving, make sure the candidate can handle it alone. Do not take action unless the candidate's life is in danger." Hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but look at Li Guanjuan with a puzzled look. Li Guanjuan said expressionlessly, When faced with absolutely dangerous situations, the hidden strength of these young people can often be stimulated. After saying that, Li Guanjuan looked at the live broadcast screen seriously. He always felt that Lin Xiao was not as simple as he saw on the surface. When the crazy eagle came in front of Lin Xiao, it opened its mouth and let out a roar that made people's teeth ache. Roaring attack. Lin Xiao felt dizzy for a moment, but he came to his senses in just a moment. Xiaojia was already on full alert at this time. Her expression still held a hint of charm, but her aura was also rising. After the crazy eagle rushed close, Xiaojia finally moved. Her body was slightly taller than before, and the tail behind her was also a little longer. Then her eyes lit up, and she swung her fist violently. The inheritance of the Sky Fox, close combat. Xiaojia's fists hit the crazy eagle like raindrops. The latter immediately let out a howl of pain. At the same time, Chimera's magic missile combo also followed. Precise strike, behind the crazy eagle. While the fighting was in full swing here, on a hillside not far away. After receiving the notification from Li Guanjuan, Li Feng hurried to the designated coordinates. Because the problem between him and Lin Xiao was not serious, after the investigation, the invigilation team did not want to cause major trouble to the examination order, so they let Li Feng come back to invigilate. It just so happened that when Li Feng came back to invigilate the exam, he was the closest to the exam and came straight over. It's just obvious that Li Feng no longer dares to act as recklessly as he did just now. Li Feng had just been beaten badly by Lin Xiao and was already very depressed. Now seeing that Lin Xiao was being desperately attacked by a third-level monster, a crazy big-headed eagle, he naturally had some ideas of taking the opportunity to punish Lin Xiao. I saw that his eyes rolled around and he muttered to himself, but didn't move. Just now, Commander Li said that if the candidates' lives are not in danger, then they don't have to take action. So now I can sit back and watch the fight and see for myself what this Lin Xiao is capable of. When he's beaten half to death, I'll take action. That way, even if something happens, I won't be implicated. Then he looked at Lin Xiao. You little bastard, you dared to set a trap for me just now and attacked me when I was off guard. You made me lose face. This time, I will definitely make you pay. And at this moment, he saw Chimera begin to condense the magic circle again. A huge magic circle appeared above the head of the crazy eagle. Then, a powerful pressure was generated in the magic circle. The crazy eagle was so overwhelmed that he couldn't breathe. Then, Xiaojia curled his tail, and a stream of heavenly fire finally floated towards the crazy eagle. The crazy eagle felt the strange energy contained in the heavenly fire, and the monster's instinct told it that this heavenly fire was enough to kill everything. The crazy eagle finally couldn't contain his fear and madness, and began to rampage in the magic circle. But no matter how hard he struggled, he could not break free from Chimera's control, and the skyfire was getting deeper and deeper. So, it no longer held back, burning its last bit of life, intending to self-destruct. In the distance, Li Feng saw that the crazy eagle was actually starting to burn its life, intending to die together with Lin Xiao, and he exclaimed in surprise. From a distance, Li Feng shouted, "Get out of the way!" As he said that, Li Feng ordered his demon beast, the Dark Knight Priest, to rush forward, intending to stop the crazy eagle from self-destructing. He also quickly appeared near Lin Xiao and raised his hand to pull Lin Xiao away. Are you kidding? The self-destruction of a third-level monster is no joke. Just when his hand was about to grab Lin Xiao glanced at him, and this look scared him so much that he almost lost consciousness. It was a feeling of danger he had never felt before, and his heart kept reminding him that the young man in front of him had 100 ways to kill him. However, as an invigilator, although he had some grudges with Lin Xiao, his duty was to protect the lives of the candidates he was invigilating. So, Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. This beast is going to blow himself up." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. He couldn't help but cry out, "Oh no, the crazy eagle really blew itself up." But when Li Feng turned his head, he saw the crazy eagle in the magic circle, screaming miserably. The heavenly fire on its body is burning away its last vitality bit by bit. A moment later, the crazy eagle died completely. Li Feng stood there in a daze. What about the self-destruction? You're a level 3 monster. How could you be burned to death like that? At this time, Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at Li Feng. Proctor, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Hearing this, Li Feng's mouth twitched, and then he said with a wry smile, It's okay. It's okay. If you have nothing to do, please don't disturb my exam." When Li Feng heard Lin Xiao's words, the corners of his mouth twitched again, and then he left in a flash without saying anything. Seeing the video signal coming back from the front, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao with an expression full of excitement. Excellent. Staying calm in the face of danger, This mental quality alone is enough to make you an excellent beastmaster. Lu Jiangwo's old face was almost bursting with joy at this moment. Hurrah! I said my students are all talented beastmasters. A mere third-level monster is a piece of cake for them. When the other staff members looked at Lu Jiangwo, there was a hint of contempt on their faces, and they all made complaints. You old bastard, that's not what you just said. However, after hearing what everyone said, Lu Jiangwo smiled even more brightly, making others want to tear his face apart. Outside, the audience watching the live broadcast had no idea what was happening in the examination room. Because the live broadcast has always focused on seeded players such as Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang. At this time, as the points list continued to update, Chen Feiyang's points had surpassed Yao Chuanxue and came to first place. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. S-level talent is truly extraordinary. He can even suppress a rank 2 demon beast. I wonder if Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng have any backup plans? Otherwise, the top spot in the Magic City this time will definitely go to Chen Feiyang. Alas, in previous years, Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng would still be very competitive, but this year, it seems insufficient. After all, Su Peng's talent is simply too incredible. Not only is he talented, his spirit pet is also very powerful. Yes, this little swift knife demon, as an A-level demon beast, is a perfect match for Chen Feiyang's pet. Chapter 18, They Won't Sleep in the Wilderness with Lin Xiao. At this time, Chen Feiyang had already scored a full 410 points on the points list. Yao Chuanxue only scored 380 points, followed closely by Su Peng. Lin Xiao didn't know what was going on, but suddenly, the score remained unchanged. Then, Lin Xiao was overtaken from his previous first place. Therefore, everyone naturally thought that Lin Xiao had lost his competitiveness. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Xiao's score suddenly increased from 260 points to 560 points. A full 300 points added. What? What did Lin Xiao do to earn 300 extra points? Did this guy kill a third-level monster? Impossible. How could an ordinary high school student possibly kill a third-level monster? Is this guy cheating? Why doesn't the director give Lin Xiao any shots? Yeah, let's see what's so special about Lin Xiao. As a result, many spectators, especially parents of students, left messages under the video, wanting to see what Lin Xiao was doing. The director quickly sent the audience's messages to Li Guanjuan. Li Guanjuan thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let them see what Lin Xiao is doing." At this moment, it was already night, and the passage of time in the examination room was the same as that in the outside world. Everyone knows that in the dark jungle, the danger is doubled at night. So, everyone tacitly chose to find a place to set up camp. Moreover, whether it is humans or spirit pets, they all need to rest after a day of fighting. Yao Chuanxue had her own storage equipment. She took out a camouflage tent and camp bed from her bracelet and prepared to rest. Afterwards, she took some dry food that had been prepared long ago and started eating. While eating, Yao Chuanxue did not forget to take a few pills to restore her energy consumption. Seeing Yao Chuanxue's preparations, the audience outside couldn't help but feel envious. This is the child of a wealthy family. He has storage equipment before he even goes to college. He even has a camp bed to sleep on in the wild. Even the food is prepared in advance, and there are pills that can restore spiritual power and mental strength. But Su Peng and Chen Feiyang were much more miserable. Each of them carried a backpack with only simple dry food in it. They could only find a secluded corner, leaning against the mountain wall and a big tree, eating while looking around vigilantly. It's just like living in the open air. At this moment, someone asked curiously, "I'm really curious about what Lin Xiao has prepared." At this moment, the director just turned the live camera to Lin Xiao. Everyone looked over, and then someone made a series of expressions as if they were vomiting blood. Fuck, is this guy really here to take the college entrance exam? In the picture, Chimera and Xiaojiao, two girls with unique animal ears, cut off several pieces of meat from the body of the crazy big-headed eagle. Then they sharpened the branches and put the meat on skewers. Lin Xiao also took out the seasoning from his storage bag. Then, they started a wild barbecue to everyone's astonishment. Is Lin Xiao here for vacation? Those two girls are so beautiful. Why does Lin Xiao have two such beautiful maids? Isn't this the college entrance examination? Cheating. Lin Xiao must have cheated. Haven't you heard? There's a young man named Lin Xiao who passed the Junior Beastmaster exam with full marks, and the spirit pet he used was a humanoid demon beast. Could that Lin Xiao be him? Stop talking. I'm already starting to feel jealous. Look how delicious they are eating. At this moment, Chimera had already taken the roasted skewers off the fire, and then jumped in front of Lin Xiao. "Master, it's time to eat." Lin Xiao took the skewers of meat grilled by Chimera, blew on them, and then began to chew. At this moment, Xiaojiu also handed over the grilled skewers. Master, try Xiaojiu's roast too. As she spoke, Xiaojiu also handed over the skewers of meat she had grilled herself. Lin Xiao attacked from both sides, biting each person, which made all the audience feel a little overwhelmed. I'm so jealous. I'm going to report this guy for cheating. After eating and drinking, it was almost late at night. Seeing this, some viewers couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Didn't Lin Xiao prepare a tent or a camp bed? The place they are in is not suitable for setting up camp. Without good cover in the open wilderness, they will be easily attacked by monsters. I'm not interested in monsters. I just want to know how those two beast-eared girls rest at night. They won't sleep in the wilderness with Lin Xiao, will they? As a result, they saw Lin Xiao yawn, and then said to Xiaojiu, "It's getting late. Let's rest." As they spoke, they were stunned to see that after Xiaojiu nodded, the huge tail behind him coiled into a circle, and Xiaojiu lay in it, and Lin Xiao actually lay in Xiaojiu's arms like that. Fuck. That damn Lin Xiao. How could he lie in the arms of the beast-eared girl? That's a humanoid pet. You beast, let go of that pet, and let me take over. I don't accept it. Why is that humanoid pet bigger than my mother's? Netizen above, I'd like to meet your mother. Could you introduce me? Just when the audience was envious and jealous, something happened that made them even more furious. Lin Xiao took out a quilt from his storage bag and handed it to Chimera. Chimera was very considerate and covered Lin Xiao with it, and then she also crawled in very obediently. Chimera snuggled so obediently in Lin Xiao's arms, like a pillow. Puff. All the audience who watched this scene made expressions as if they were vomiting blood. Even Lu Jiangwo, who was originally full of energy, covered his face with his hands in embarrassment and said, "Well, it's quite cold in the jungle at night. The three of us snuggling together can prevent heat loss." Li Guanjuan said with a half-smile, "That's true, but sleeping in the open wilderness is not a good choice. If a monster attacks, they won't even have a place to hide." Upon hearing this, the examiners beside him all expressed their agreement. After all, when people are camping in the wild, it is best to choose a shelter that they can lean their backs against, so that if they encounter wild beasts or enemies, they can avoid being attacked from both sides to the greatest extent. The night gradually deepened. Lin Xiao slept like a child, and seemed to have no vigilance at all. At this moment, several monsters like hounds slowly came from not far away. Among the audience who were staying up late to watch the live broadcast of the college entrance examination, some immediately recognized the identities of these monsters. This is a prairie wild dog. It's one of the most ferocious and difficult monsters on the grassland. Look behind them. That's their leader, the second-level demon beast, the prairie wolf. Oh my god. They are going to launch a sneak attack on Lin Xiao. I was saying that this guy Lin Xiao was a little too cocky. Camping in an open area is just exposing himself to monsters, isn't it? This time, Lin Xiao is probably going to be in big trouble. He might even be eliminated. Chapter 19, I could have slept with my master till dawn. At this moment, a prairie wild dog seemed to have touched some restriction. All I saw was a very inconspicuous magic circle that flashed for a moment and then disappeared. At the same time, Chimera tiptoed out of Lin Xiao's arms. Then, Chimera slowly straightened up. Her sleepy look made the audience feel pity for her. Then, they saw Chimera raise his hand and set up a magic circle near Lin Xiao. He included Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu in the group, and then considerately covered Lin Xiao with a blanket. This scene made everyone grit their teeth again. After doing all this, Chimera turned around and looked at the group of wild dogs that had surrounded him with a bad face. "It's all your fault. You disturbed my master's sleep. I could have slept with him till dawn." Although the wild dogs on the prairie did not understand what Chimera was saying, driven by instinct, they could not wait to enjoy the flesh and blood of the humanoid monster in front of them. Woof, woof, woof. Ah. They howled and rushed towards the Chimera. Seeing this scene through the screen, the audience were all worried about Chimera. Prairie wild dogs are notoriously gregarious monsters. If taken alone, any one of them is very weak, but once the group grows stronger, their combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. There are now more than a dozen prairie wild dogs present, and there is also a prairie wild wolf in charge, whose combat power is comparable to that of two second-level monsters. In their opinion, the best way to deal with such an enemy is to run away quickly. However, Chimera had already raised his hand and was chanting the spell with an expressionless face. Soon, a magic circle appeared behind her, and countless magic missiles had condensed into shape. At this time, the prairie dog had already come to her, and everyone was worried about Chimera. Unexpectedly, the next moment, a series of magic missiles were released. The prairie dog never imagined that this harmless girl in front of him would use such a powerful magic attack. The sounds of boom boom boom, Explosions rang out one after another in the middle of the night. The entire area was swept by Chimera's magic missiles. Oh my god, what was that just now? Was it a magical wash? Why do I feel a little sympathy for these prairie dogs now? They're using cannons to kill mosquitoes, and it's carpet bombing. Let's observe a moment of silence for these wild dogs. When the smoke cleared, more than a dozen wild dog carcasses were found on the ground. And the second-level prairie wolf had already escaped. Chimera didn't plan to continue chasing, but turned around to look at Lin Xiao, who was still sleeping. Fortunately, this magic circle can block out the sound and did not disturb the master's sleep. After hearing Chimera's words, the comments on the screen became even more sour. Nah, when the enemy comes, Lin Xiao doesn't even need to get up to deal with it. The spirit pet will take care of it. Then, they saw Chimera considerately adding some firewood to the fire, and then snuggled back into Lin Xiao's arms. This scene left many viewers speechless again. When I woke up early in the morning, Chimera was already preparing breakfast. After Lin Xiao had a quick wash, he found that there were many more corpses around him. Chimera quickly said, "He got away with a second-level monster last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately responded, "Is it a prairie wolf?" Chimera nodded immediately. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Be careful when you travel today. Prairie wolves are the most vengeful. If you kill one of his tribesmen, he will definitely take revenge." Upon hearing that the prairie wolf would come for revenge, Xiaojiao and Chimera's eyes lit up at the same time, and they looked eager to try. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that the two girls around him were warmongers. Is this the nature of spiritual pets? He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. After breakfast, Lin Xiao and the other two continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered more and more second-level monsters. Lin Xiao made a judgment that if he continued on his journey like this, he would probably reach the spire by noon tomorrow. As the three of them were walking, Lin Xiao suddenly looked at a huge rock not far away. A prairie wolf was staring at Lin Xiao and his group viciously. Chimera immediately recognized that it was the prairie wolf that escaped last night. When the prairie wolf noticed the gazes of Lin Xiao and the others, it immediately raised its neck and began to howl towards the sky. Ouch! The melodious howl of a wolf spread across the entire wilderness, and another howl of a wolf was heard in the distance. Then the third tone, the fourth tone, one after another. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Do these prairie wolves want to gather together and attack me? However, Lin Xiao was not afraid at all. With his current strength, no matter how many prairie wolves came, he was confident that he could kill them all here. And in a jungle not far away, a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face was arrogantly commanding several of his peers, saying, "Listen up, everyone. As long as I get a good rank in this college entrance examination, our Lu family will definitely not treat you unfairly." This person is Lu Chun. A lackey beside him quickly stepped forward to add to the story. "Why don't you thank Master Lu quickly? I give you 100,000 yuan for one monster and 1 million for the second level. Even if I give you 5 years, or even 10 years, can you really make that much money? Even if you fail the college entrance examination, Master Lu has promised you that you can work in the Lu family. Follow Master Lu. The future is promising." At this time, Lu Chun took a look at his own points. He only had 290 points, which was still a big gap from Lin Xiao's 700 points. But he was not panicked at all. "Don't let me find you, otherwise, I will let you know the consequences of offending our Lu family." Suddenly, Lu Chun heard a wolf howling. Then, one of the candidates that Lu Chun had bribed came up and said, "Young Master Lu, this is a prairie wolf. It's not very strong on its own, and it only has a little over 100 points. Why don't we go and kill it?" Hearing this, Lu Chun nodded. "Okay, let's go hunt this prairie wolf." Lin Xiao saw that 4 prairie wolves had surrounded them, but they had no intention of attacking immediately. Instead, they kept a distance from Lin Xiao and the other two. It seems that they are planning to engage in a tug-of-war with the 3 of them. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Although these beasts won't attack us proactively, once we show signs of fatigue, they will definitely pounce on us like mad dogs." Having said that, Lin Xiao made a decision. If they don't attack us, then we'll go find them. Lin Xiao doesn't like being thought of with bad intentions. He likes to nip all dangers in the bud. So, Lin Xiao and the other two rushed towards the group of prairie wolves at the same time. When the latter saw Lin Xiao and his companions rushing towards him, he quickly hid behind a group of strange rocks. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Trying to lure us into a trap?" As he said that, Lin Xiao gave Xiaojiao and Chimera a look. The 2 girls understood what he meant and immediately dispersed. They were seen forming a pincer attack and surrounding them. After a few dodgy moves, the 3 of them arrived at an open space. Chapter 20 Lin Xiao. I never thought that one day you would fall into my hands." Just after the three of them stood still, a dozen prairie wolves suddenly appeared around them. They stared at Lin Xiao and the other two viciously. One of the prairie wolves was injured. It was the one that attacked Lin Xiao last night. At this time, in the director's room, Li Guanjuan looked at the images transmitted back from the big screen and couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. Lu Jiangwo was already worried about Lin Xiao. These are more than a dozen grassland wolves, all second-level monsters. Moreover, they are very good at combined attacks. Once they fight, their attack power is comparable to that of a third-level monster. Lu Jiangwo then looked at Li Guanjuan standing beside him. "Captain Li, should we notify the chief examiner to come over and take charge? After all, even if the chief examiner encountered this pack of prairie wolves, he might not be able to defeat them." Li Guanjuan heard this, thought for a moment, and said, "No. If we want to bring out Lin Xiao's potential, this is the only way. As for his safety, Principal Lu, please rest assured that our chief examiner will protect the life and safety of every candidate." As he spoke, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao. Besides, look at Lin Xiao's expression. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo stared at Lin Xiao in the picture carefully. Afterwards, Lu Jiangwo discovered that when facing this group of wild wolves, Lin Xiao still maintained a composure, as if he was sure of victory. At this moment, the leader of the prairie wolves suddenly howled to the sky. Then, more than a dozen prairie wolves took action at the same time. They surrounded Lin Xiao and started running. In Lin Xiao's mind, the complete monster encyclopedia slowly unfolded, giving the information about the prairie wolf. Grassland wolf, a C-rank, second-order monster. When in a group, its combat power increases exponentially. It possesses the skills Wolf Bite, Claw Attack, and Rocket Headbutt. When the pack is larger than 10, you can unleash the combined attack techniques of Prairie Storm and Wolf Pack Charge. In the center of the Prairie Storm, the attack power of all wolves will be doubled. After seeing the information given in the complete monster encyclopedia, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. In his opinion, this kind of skill that can assist others and add buffs to teammates should be very rare. And there are very few skills that can double the attack power like the Prairie Wolf's combined attack technique. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiao Jiao and Chimera beside him. "Be careful. Don't give them any chances." The two girls immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant when they heard it. They certainly knew what Lin Xiao meant, so they didn't intend to give these prairie wolves any chance to hurt them or Lin Xiao. So, Chimei raised his hand and launched a combo of magic missiles. Immediately, they launched a carpet bombardment on this group of prairie wolves. Amid the boom 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 explosions, several prairie wolves were hit, but with the blessing of the prairie storm, their defense and attack power were enhanced. After this wave of attacks, not a single prairie wolf was injured. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately said to Chimera, "Attack the grassland storm and find a way to get out of here." As the top genius in number 1 middle school, Lin Xiao has very solid theoretical knowledge. From the very beginning, he discovered that the skill of Prairie Storm was actually a huge magic circle. As long as the attack power is high enough, the magic circle can be destroyed. Chimera nodded after hearing this, and then, with the light movement of her fingertips, a small magic circle suddenly appeared. However, although this magic circle is small, the power of the magic missiles condensed in it is extremely terrifying. Even Lin Xiao, who was in a safe area, felt the power contained in it. Wolves are naturally more sensitive to danger than other animals. After sensing the unusualness of the magic missiles in Chimera's hands, the prairie wolves immediately chose to attack Chimera. They want to deal a fatal blow to Chimera before its magic missiles can form. A dozen prairie wolves gradually gathered together and rushed towards Chimera. Wolves Charge. This is the combined attack technique of the prairie wolf, and its power is comparable to the full-strength attack of a third-level monster. The beast's galloping momentum was comparable to a cavalry charge. However, Chimera turned a blind eye to such attacks and just focused on condensing the magic circle. At this time, Xiaojiao suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of Chimera. Then, Xiaojiao rushed towards the wolf pack in front of him. Then I saw Xiaojiao's fiery red tail igniting with flames. It looked like a lively fox turning into a ball of fire. At the same time, Chimera's magic missiles have been fully charged. Then, the magic missiles flew directly towards the prairie storm. Boom, boom. 2 consecutive explosions were heard in the field. The ground seemed to sink a little. Then, more than a dozen prairie wolves fell to the ground in a mess, looking like they were dying. Lin Xiao took a quick look and found that after this battle, although these prairie wolves did not die, they had completely lost their combat effectiveness. As long as Lin Xiao gives the order, Xiao Jiao will kill them all. However, at this moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared around. The leader was a young man with slicked back hair and powdered face, wearing a very expensive training uniform. Under his butt, he was riding a ferocious-looking bull-shaped spirit pet. Lin Xiao recognized the identity of the other party's spiritual pet at a glance. It turned out to be a sea-level spiritual pet, the earth-shaking bull. Ha ha ha, what a narrow road for enemies. Lin Xiao, I never thought that the day would come when you would fall into my hands. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the young man with greasy hair and powdered face and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Who are you?" "I." When the young man heard Lin Xiao's words, he immediately looked angry. "You actually even forgot about me. I'm Lu Chun, the one whose spirit pet you destroyed." After hearing this, Lin Xiao said, "Oh, so it's you. Humph. How dare you steal our monsters and our points if you don't give us an explanation today? Don't blame us for being rude." As he spoke, Lu Chun shouted to the younger brothers around him, "Don't you agree?" Upon hearing this, a lackey nodded quickly. "That's right. Master Lu is right. We were just having a fierce battle with these prairie wolves, and you came over and took advantage of us. This is wrong. Lin Xiao, you must give us an explanation now." When Lu Chun heard this, he nodded with satisfaction. "Did you hear me? Leave those prairie wolves to us now, or we brothers will kill you right now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lu Chun became even colder. The examiner who was watching the live broadcast had a blank expression on his face, as if they were already used to such things. In order to protect Lin Xiao's interests, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but curse out loud at this time. Which school is this student from? How can he be so shameless? Instead of fighting for it himself, he wants to take advantage of the situation and even speak so righteously. Li Guanjuan said calmly. In special circumstances, how to maximize one's own interests is something that the Beast Master should also consider. You can say Lu Chun's actions were dishonorable, but he didn't break the rules. Lu Jiangwo was speechless after what Li Guanjuan said. Unexpectedly, Li Guanjuan continued, "But taking shortcuts is not a long-term solution. A strong iron must be forged before it can be forged. I just wonder what method Lin Xiao will use to resolve this crisis this time." At the same time, Lin Xiao in the picture finally spoke. Chapter 21. As long as I am here, no one can hurt it. There was a hint of teasing in Lin Xiao's eyes. He looked at Lu Chun coldly. "Oh, these prairie wolves are right here. Come and take them. As long as you have the strength, you can take them all." When Lu Chun heard Lin Xiao's words, he couldn't help but feel a burning sensation on his face. Are you kidding? Those were 12 prairie wolves, each a second-tier monster. Although the intelligence of monsters is weaker than that of spiritual pets that have signed contracts with humans, but the fighting power is really weak. Although they are now seriously injured, their strength is still not bad. At this time, the prairie wolves also slowly straightened up. These prairie wolves are not stupid. On the contrary, they are very intelligent and have a keen sense of danger. These prairie wolves looked at Lu Chun and others with hatred in their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chun was so frightened that he almost fell off the earth-shaking bull. However, he quickly stopped. Afterwards, a lackey beside Lu Chun quickly reminded him, "Master Lu, hurry up and use that little beast." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun reacted immediately and quickly took out a wolf cub that looked like a puppy from his backpack. That was the cub of the Prairie Wolf King. When the prairie wolves saw the Prairie Wolf King cub, they immediately showed expressions of hatred. Lu Chun quickly pointed at Lin Xiao and said, "What are you waiting for, you bunch of beasts? Kill this man right now, or I'll kill your wolf cub." As he spoke, Lu Chun lifted up the cub of the Prairie Wolf King, as if he was going to throw it to death if they had a disagreement. After hearing Lu Chun's words, the Prairie Wolf King immediately showed a difficult look. Then, the Prairie Wolf King immediately turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao, with a hint of complexity in his eyes. Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, "Oh, Lu Chun, do you really think these prairie wolves can be my opponents?" At the same time, Xiaojiao and Chimera took a step forward. The flame on the tail of one of them was burning brightly, and the other had already formed a magic circle. The momentum is as high as a rainbow. Lin Xiao then looked at the prairie wolves. "Go and bite them to death, and I promise to save your children." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Prairie Wolf King pondered for a while, then made a decision and let out a long howl to the sky with a determined look on his face. It has never felt so aggrieved in its life. Especially now, it has to pin its hopes on its enemies. The bodies of the other prairie wolves were already at the end of their strength. At this time, their combat effectiveness may not be as good as that of an ordinary first-level spirit pet. However, after the Prairie Wolf King howled, they still resolutely rushed towards Lu Chun's group. The group of people who followed Lu Chun were frightened when they saw so many prairie wolves charging together. Fortunately, Someone reminded them, "Don't be afraid. These prairie wolves have been badly injured and are at the end of their strength. If we work together, we can definitely kill them." However, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. It is easier said than done. As soon as the prairie wolves met, they defeated Jiao Luchuan's men and scattered them. At this moment, Xiaojiao had turned into a fiery red meteor and came to Lu Chun's side. Looking at Xiaojiao's beautiful face, Lu Chun immediately remembered the scene of Xiaojiao holding his Bulbasaur and biting it. Earth-shaking bull, smash him to death. The Earth-shaker bull immediately let out a moo. Then, Earthshaker used its most powerful move, Bull Charge. But how can such a charge compare with that of the mythical beast nine-tailed sky fox? Xiaojiao stepped on the head of the earth-shaking bull, and then exerted a little force. There was only a loud bang, and then the scream of the earth-shaking bull. Then, Xiaojiao faced Lu Chun and gave him a meaningful smile. Lu Chun was no longer in the mood to enjoy Xiaojiao's peerless beauty, and he immediately planned to escape in a panic. However, Xiaojiao had no intention of letting the other party go. Then Xiaojiao came forward and grabbed Lu Chun. She first snatched the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King. Then, she raised her hand high, ready to slap Lu Chun to death. If this slap were to land on him, it would be enough to turn Lu Chun into a pulp. At this moment, Lu Chun hurriedly shouted, "I give up. Let me go. Don't kill me." As he spoke, Lu Chun quickly activated the protection measures on his admission ticket. A light shield opened instantly, protecting Lu Chun. Xiaojiao then looked at Lin Xiao, who immediately shook his head, indicating that it was not possible for the time being. Seeing this, Xiaojiao gave up. At the same time, other people in the field also started their own protective measures one after another, waiting for the examiner's rescue. After Xiaojiao brought back the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King, he placed it in Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao looked at the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King and couldn't help but feel very excited, because he had just discovered the unusualness of the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King. A prairie wolf cub, a C-rank, second-order demon beast. Because both its parents were second-order demon beasts, it was born a second-order demon beast and possesses 10% of the natural spirit bloodline. When Lin Xiao saw the bloodline of the spirit of nature, he knew that the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King was no ordinary one. So he agreed to the Prairie Wolf King to help rescue the other's wolf cub. At this time, the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King was dying. The Prairie Wolf King also came over with a body covered in wounds and looked at his child. Ouch! The Prairie Wolf King cried out in pain, and Lin Xiao quickly took out medicine from his storage bag and treated the Prairie Wolf King's cubs. A moment later, the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao with gratitude. At this time, the Prairie Wolf King came over and licked its child. Lin Xiao then said to the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King, "Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Upon hearing this, the Prairie Wolf King immediately looked at Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao immediately looked back. "If it follows you, it will be killed by humans sooner or later. Now, if it stays with me, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt it." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Prairie Wolf King couldn't help but let out a sad cry. Then, the Prairie Wolf King nodded helplessly. The wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King was very close to Lin Xiao and rubbed against his hand. Lin Xiao quickly extended his thoughts. Then he communicated with the soul of the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King and signed a contract. As his strength increased, Lin Xiao's mental strength also continued to improve through his intentional training. Before signing the contract, Lin Xiao had already assessed his mental strength. Just as Lin Xiao assessed, his mental strength was enough for him to contract the wolf cubs of the Prairie Wolf King, and it did not make Lin Xiao feel uncomfortable. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully obtained a prairie wolf cub. It has been detected that the bloodline of the prairie wolf can be upgraded. Host, would you like to evolve and upgrade it? When Lin Xiao heard the system prompt, he immediately chose yes. Ding! Upgrading, please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Suddenly, a dazzling white light came out from the body of the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King, and then it slowly grew bigger, and its originally pointed mouth turned into a soft arc. The wolf hair on the top of the head turned into flowing hair, and the wolf skins also degenerated into decent clothing. The light faded away, and a long-haired girl wearing a wolf skin soon appeared in front of everyone. She has a beautiful face and big eyes that can see through people's hearts. There are strange graffiti on her face, but it adds a bit of wildness to her. The wheat-colored skin looks full of explosive power. Although the feet are bare and standing on the ground, they give people a feeling of being clean and untainted by the mud. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. How come she has her own clothes, even though she just evolved into a human form? As he spoke, Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Jiao and Chimera. Underscore extras the underscore. Chapter 22. What's so lucky? Brother Lin's strength crushes everyone. Xiaojiao and Chimera seemed to know what Lin Xiao was curious about. They looked at each other and decided who would answer Lin Xiao's question. Then, Xiaojiao said with a smile, "This sister is a second-level monster, and her inheritance is different from ours." After hearing this, Lin Xiao thought about it and decided not to ask any further questions. However, just as he turned his head, he felt a soft and warm body falling into his arms. "Master, thank you for saving me just now. Master, I love you." As he spoke, the other party kissed Lin Xiao on the face several times. Only then did Lin Xiao look at the little girl. Then, the complete monster encyclopedia immediately displayed the little girl's information. Monster, Nether Princess Level 2. Talent, Force of Nature, SSS level. Affinity with Nature, SSS level. Force of Nature, can buff all friendly units. The strength of the buff depends on the Nether Princess's own strength. It can heal injuries to friendly units and even bring them back to life. Nature Affinity, can communicate with all spiritual creatures in nature. Bloodline, God of Nature, SSS level. Bloodline of the God of Nature. All things have spirits. In ancient times, the spirits of nature gathered together to form a God of Nature, who was in charge of life and death in nature. Later, they were hunted by humans, leaving only one bloodline. Skills, Wolf Bite, One-Man Army, Strong Wind, Mist Kick, Healing. After seeing this attribute panel, Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment. Is this the strength of a second-level monster? It can actually recover, assist, and attack. Lin Xiao actually discovered early on that Xiaojiao and Chimera's attacks were a bit simple. The second-level Nether Princess actually possesses so many skills, which makes Lin Xiao wonder whether Xiaojiao and Chimera will enrich their combat methods after upgrading to the second level. Lin Xiao then rubbed Princess Yoming's little head and said, "From now on, just call me Aishan." When Princess Netherworld learned that she already had a name, she became even happier. She jumped up and down and kissed Lin Xiao on the face several times. Seeing this scene, the corners of the Prairie Wolf King's mouth twitched, as if his own good daughter had been abducted by a brat. At this moment, Asen looked at Lin Xiao pitifully. "Master, my father is seriously injured, but I can't heal him. Can you treat my father as well?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. They were mortal enemies fighting each other to the death before, but now they have become half a family because of the little girl. That's all. Lin Xiao then took out some healing pills from his pocket and fed them to the Prairie Wolf King and the other prairie wolves. "You guys should find a place to hide. This is a trial ground. Besides me, there are many powerful humans here. If you meet them, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am." Upon hearing this, the Prairie Wolf King immediately let out a howl. After hearing the howl of the Prairie Wolf King, the other prairie wolves followed suit and howled reluctantly twice. Then they turned around and prepared to leave. But the Prairie Wolf King stayed. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at it with a puzzled look. Who knew that the Prairie Wolf King slowly lowered his body, and his huge body suddenly became shorter. Lin Xiao then looked at Ashan, and Ashan understood and explained to Lin Xiao, "Dad said he would give us a ride." As he said that, Asen took the lead and rode on. Lin Xiao understood what he meant and followed Asen to ride on the Prairie Wolf King. Asen snuggled in Lin Xiao's arms. Xiaojiao sat behind Lin Xiao somewhat reluctantly, with the majestic figure in front of him pressing against Lin Xiao's back, which was somewhat in the way. Then, Xiaojiao hugged Lin Xiao tightly. Chimera did not ride on it, but instead condensed a magic circle under his feet and floated in the air. Lin Xiao was surprised that this girl could actually fly. Chimera seemed to know what Lin Xiao was curious about, and quickly explained, "I just want to be with my master, so I chose to walk." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao turned his head indifferently and then judged the direction. Then, Asen commanded the Prairie Wolf King to move forward. Watching Lin Xiao continue to move forward, the audience became a little uneasy. When they first saw Lin Xiao taking on more than a dozen second-level monsters alone, they all broke into a sweat for him. However, the next moment, Lin Xiao's two human-shaped spirit pets crushed these prairie wolves with overwhelming force. However, some people believe that after defeating the prairie wolf, Lin Xiao did not choose to make a finishing blow immediately because he was also at the end of his strength. Therefore, when facing Lu Chun and his group of people who took advantage of the situation, they all felt that Lin Xiao should be completely finished. That's 8 people. They are all very capable candidates. Everyone was worried about Lin Xiao. As a result, Lu Chun took out the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King to threaten the Prairie Wolf King and died together with Lin Xiao. At this point, they felt that Lin Xiao was doomed to die. Who knew that Lin Xiao still had some strength left, and even beat Lu Chun so badly that he pissed himself. In the end, he could only save his life at the cost of finishing the college entrance examination early. Is this all right? Lin Xiao is so lucky. What do you mean by lucky? Brother Lin's strength crushed them all. At this time, some people have already regarded Lin Xiao as an idol. Just when everyone was talking about it, they saw Lin Xiao wanting to take the cub of the Prairie Wolf King as his own pet. That's not good. After all, Brother Lin's two beast-eared girls are both very talented and have unfathomable combat capabilities. This cub of the Prairie Wolf King is not worthy of Brother Lin. Yes, although the Prairie Wolf is very powerful at this stage, it is only a C-level second-order monster. It will be useless in the later stages. That's right. After a C-level monster reaches the third stage, it becomes useless. Brother Lin isn't planning to sign a contract with the grassland wolves to earn points, is he? It would be better to just slaughter the wolves directly. Just when everyone was still feeling sorry for Lin Xiaoming, they saw a flash of white light suddenly appear on the palm-sized cub of the Prairie Wolf King. Then, it turned into a wheat-skinned girl wearing a wolf skin and wolf ears on her head. Holy shit! What just happened? The spirit of the Prairie Wolf King cub in Lin Xiao's hand turned into a girl's. I don't accept it. How is this possible? Why can Lin Xiao's spirit pet turn into a beast-eared girl? Jealousy drives me crazy. Let's team up and rob Lin Xiao. I don't want anything but Lin Xiao's 3 humanoid pets. The ones upstairs, can you really beat Brother Lin? Hurrah! I was wondering who should warm Lin Xiao's bed at night. Stop talking. I'm already imagining Lin Xiao holding 3 girls and camping in the wild. In the director's room, all the examiners were staring at the 3 humanoid spirit pets beside Lin Xiao in amazement. Why do all the spirit pets become anthropomorphic after signing a contract with Lin Xiao? Someone immediately expressed his confusion about Lin Xiao's beastly pet. Li Guanjuan then looked at Lu Jiangwo. Principal Lu, you didn't deliberately lie to protect your students, did you? Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo quickly waved his hands. Don't slander me. When Lin Xiao awakened his talent, all the teachers and students in the school testified to it. It can't be fake. _X0007 _. Chapter 23 These little things are not suitable for you to take action. After hearing Lu Jiangwo's words, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As the person in charge of the college entrance examination, he certainly knew that it was impossible for Lu Jiangwo to conceal Lin Xiao's basic information. Could it be that Lin Xiao has a hidden talent? Li Guanjuan couldn't help but talk to himself. That's not impossible. If Lin Xiao has a hidden talent, it would explain why all his spirit pets are humanoid. At this moment, Lin Xiao was already riding on the Prairie Wolf King and began to gallop across the wilderness. Some low-level monsters he encountered on the road did not come out to harass him because of the presence of the Prairie Wolf King. This made Lin Xiao feel a little amused and helpless. The college entrance examination is to see who can get more points by killing monsters. However, now the low-level monsters no longer come to trouble Lin Xiao. I really don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. But what Lin Xiao didn't know was that the outside world was in an uproar because of his points. The reason was that Lin Xiao wasted a lot of time fighting with the prairie wolves. But in the end, no prairie wolves were killed. Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang seized this opportunity, and their points have already approached Lin Xiao. The points gap is getting smaller and smaller, and it seems that all 3 of them have the opportunity to overtake Lin Xiao at this juncture. As a result, Lu Chun brought his 7 teammates to give Lin Xiao some warmth. Lin Xiao's points jumped from more than 600 points to 2030 points. It has increased more than 3 times. In an instant, the efforts of the 3 people became futile. Some people suddenly felt that the total points of Lu Chun and the other 8 people might not even reach 1,000 points, and wondered how Lin Xiao got so many points. Could it be that because Lin Xiao took the wolf cub of the Prairie Wolf King as his own spiritual pet, his points doubled? Very likely. Otherwise, how do you explain Lin Xiao's high score? Hey, why does Lin Xiao always get so many points when he's about to be surpassed by others? He's just so lucky. Someone immediately questioned Lin Xiao's strength. Everyone, don't worry. It's only the 2nd day of the college entrance examination. All the candidates are still in the initial stage and haven't figured out the rules of the competition yet. Besides, you see, Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang have already discovered the spire and are chasing Lin Xiao. Once they arrive, they will most likely encircle and suppress Lin Xiao. By then, it will be clear who is stronger. That's right. Both Su Peng and Chen Feiyang are extremely powerful beastmasters. And Yao Chuanxue is the only one among all the candidates who has awakened an A-level fire element affinity talent and also possesses a second-level spirit pet. Not only that, Tyrannosaurus is a second-level spirit pet with an A-level talent. How could it be compared to a low-end C-level demon beast like Prairie Wolf? Lin Xiao naturally didn't know what the outside world thought of him. Of course, even if Lin Xiao knew, he wouldn't care. They came to a dense forest. Although it was almost evening, it was not yet time for the sun to set. Lin Xiao looked at the dense forest and always felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that there was a dangerous aura deep in the forest. Lin Xiao then looked at the Prairie Wolf King. Aren't you going to move on? Upon hearing this, the Wolf King let out a howl. Ashan quickly translated for Lin Xiao. Master, my father said that there is a very dangerous aura inside, and he dare not go in. Lin Xiao nodded, then thought for a moment and asked, then ask your father, which is more dangerous, the aura on me or the aura in the forest? Lin Xiao was very curious about this question. If the Prairie Wolf King said that his breath was more dangerous, it would prove that the Wolf King was probably hiding something. After all, if Lin Xiao's aura was more dangerous, the Prairie Wolf King would have dared to lead the Prairie Wolves under his command to deal with Lin Xiao. That would definitely be a problem. And if the Prairie Wolf King said that the atmosphere in the dense forest was more dangerous, then Lin Xiao would really have to consider whether or not to enter the dense forest. Unexpectedly, after thinking for a moment, the answer given by the Prairie Wolf King was beyond Lin Xiao's expectations. After hearing this, Asen's expression became a little strange. However, Asen still conveyed the meaning of the Prairie Wolf King. My father said he couldn't see through the master. He couldn't sense even the slightest hint of danger from the master, which is why he dared to provoke the master from the very beginning. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Although this was not the answer he wanted, Lin Xiao knew that the Prairie Wolf King was not lying. There is indeed no overly strong, dangerous aura around him. His strength comes not only from his solid basic skills, but also from the system's support for the evolution of the three little guys and the feedback from the complete monster encyclopedia. Now, the skills that Lin Xiao received in return included the power of the Sky Fox, the inheritance of Chimera, the Sky Fire, the mental power bonus, and the natural power that he had just obtained from Ashen. Lin Xiao felt that he was no longer someone that any second-level monster could deal with. This confidence also made him feel that he could completely rely on his own strength to face the enemies he would encounter next in this college entrance examination. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao rolled off the Prairie Wolf King. Then, Lin Xiao made a farewell gesture to the Prairie Wolf King. The Prairie Wolf King glanced at Lin Xiao, then looked deeply at Ashen. Although he was very reluctant, he finally turned around and left with a determined look on his face. Then, Lin Xiao and the three little girls walked into the dense forest. As soon as he stepped into the jungle, Lin Xiao felt a gloomy atmosphere. This is a branch of natural power, which is danger detection. In nature, many wild animals are able to survive because of their keen sense of danger. Lin Xiao glanced at Asen, who immediately understood and walked at the front of the team. Xiaojiu also stood behind Lin Xiao tacitly, while Chimera floated in the air, looking down at the three people. Just like that, as we were walking, a large number of bats suddenly flew out of the jungle. Vampire bats are D-rank, first-order monsters. They like to live in groups, but their attack and defense abilities are very weak. Usually, after discovering their prey, they will attack in groups. The sight of their prey bleeding will arouse their ferocity, and they will often sacrifice their lives just for a mouthful of blood. The complete monster encyclopedia immediately gave the basic information of these bats. Ashen was just about to take action when he saw Xiaojiu, who was at the end of the team, suddenly summon a ray of fire and pounce directly at the vampire bat. After just one encounter, the group of bats were burned to ashes by the heavenly fire, and their corpses fell all over the ground. Xiaojiu then looked at Ashen with a smile. These little things are not suitable for you to deal with. Xiaojiu was telling the truth, but with her charming expression and tone, no matter how you listened to her words, there seemed to be a hint of sarcasm. However, Asen didn't care about it. That's what my sister said. After saying that, Asen continued to lead the way. As they walked, they passed by a cemetery. Before anyone could speak, Ashan suddenly frowned and shouted, "There's danger." Just as Asen blurted out, all the tombstones began to shake, as if there was a sudden earthquake. With a puff sound, a pair of withered arms suddenly stretched out from beside the tombstone. "Give me back my life." Immediately afterwards, countless voices demanding lives were heard. These sounds make one's scalp tingle. Chapter 24. Could it be that they are only gentle towards Lin Xiao? A rotting zombie, a D-rank, first-order monster. If bitten by one will be infected with an extremely dangerous zombie virus for which there is no cure. However, his movements are slow and his weaknesses are obvious, making him very easy to deal with. Lin Xiao ignored the information given in the complete monster encyclopedia because he didn't care about these zombies. In the senior high school textbook, Lin Xiao had encountered this kind of zombie monster. Although they move slowly, they are extremely strong and have no pain nerves. Only by smashing their brains can they be killed completely. Therefore, as long as you are not besieged by them, your life will not be in danger. But now, they were standing right in the middle of this group of rotting zombies. At this time, a large number of zombies had crawled out of the graves. Asen already showed the look that was unique to the Wolf clan. She was very much looking forward to an extremely exciting battle. However, just as she was about to take action, Chimera's magic circle had already taken the lead and successfully condensed. Then, the magic missile combo launched a carpet bombing on the cemetery like an artillery regiment. Amid the sounds of boom boom boom, the zombies were blown to pieces by the Chimera. Some zombies who were luckier were not hit in the head, but they also lost their combat effectiveness. Their bodies were completely unable to stand up. The other side. Looking at the devastation on the ground, the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for these monsters. Those vampire bats were burned to charcoal by that northern red fox. Now these zombies have been blown to pieces. I hope they won't encounter Lin Xiao again in their next life. Lin Xiao is such a despicable guy. He actually trained such cute girls to be so violent. Is there a possibility that they are inherently violent? Impossible. Look how gentle they are to Lin Xiao. Could it be that they are only gentle towards Lin Xiao? At this point in the comments, everyone fell silent, because the audience found that it seemed to be the case. Then, everyone couldn't help but hate Lin Xiao even more. Looking at the scene around her, Asen withdrew her hand angrily. Chimera was in midair, looking down from above and saying, "It's not Sister Ashen's turn to deal with these small fry yet." When Asen heard this, she didn't think much about it, but Lin Xiao covered his face. No way, no way. Even spirit pets have Shura fields? Then if I want to find a girlfriend in the future, do I have to get the approval of these spirit pets? Lin Xiao muttered to himself in his heart. Never mind. They are all my spirit pets and my companions anyway. Lin Xiao looked at the little girls and said, "Keep going forward. I think the elite monster that Li Guanjuan mentioned before should be in this forest." As he spoke, Lin Xiao looked towards the spire deep in the jungle. It seemed as if there was an invisible door waving at them. The three little girls immediately got ready and walked towards the spire with Lin Xiao. The four continued walking deeper into the jungle. As they walked, Chimera suddenly said, "Huh," out of curiosity. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look in the direction Chimera was looking. Later, Lin Xiao discovered that there was actually a wooden sign there. It looked like a road sign. Lin Xiao walked up to the sign and saw a line of words written in large blood-red characters on it. "This is a dangerous area. Please be careful, candidates." Lin Xiao then sneered. These large blood-red characters are obviously intended to create a weird atmosphere, so as to remind the candidates that if they are not strong enough, they should not go in. But because of the material, it doesn't look that weird. Next time you write a sign like this, it's better to use blood. Ashan had a very sensitive nose. She wrinkled her face and said, "It's not written with blood, but with paint. It smells terrible." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile, and then said to the three women with an indifferent look, "Don't worry about them." As he spoke, Lin Xiao strode forward and walked towards the spire not far away. Soon, the three of them arrived at the location of the spire, which turned out to be a huge manor. The entire manor seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Even though the moonlight was bright tonight, there seemed to be no light inside the manor, and it could only rely on the most basic torches for lighting. Lin Xiao stood at the gate of the manor and was just about to push the door open. As a result, the gate of the manor suddenly opened by itself. Just as Lin Xiao was about to step into the manor, a voice suddenly called him. "Excuse me, are you guys here to stay at our Neil Manor?" Lin Xiao looked in surprise in the direction where the sound came from, and it was actually behind the gate. She was a maid who was dressed very neatly. She had a dull expression and looked lifeless. Although the other person has a pretty face, he doesn't have any lifelike aura, just like a well-made doll. The information about the maid also appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. A doll maid is a B-rank, second-order monster. It's a very rare, friendly monster. As long as its master isn't harmed, it won't harbor any ill will. Once it recognizes its master, it won't change its ways for the rest of its life. At this point, Asen had already developed hostility towards the doll maid. However, there was no fluctuation on the doll maid's face. Her expression was still dull as she stared at Lin Xiao blankly. Lin Xiao then patted Shan's little head and said, "It's getting late. Why don't we stay here for the night? We can finally stop sleeping in the open today." As he spoke, Lin Xiao took the lead and walked up to the doll maid. "That's right. Excuse me, are there any guest rooms for us here?" The doll maid nodded and said, "Yes. The master has prepared a delicious dinner and rooms for everyone. Please follow me." As she spoke, the doll maid walked in front. After seeing this scene, all the audience suddenly became a little uneasy. Oh my god, why is this woman walking so silently? Moreover, she doesn't move at all. It's like she's floating in the air. Could she be an evil spirit? The guy upstairs, are you stupid? How can there be an evil spirit dressed as a maid? In my opinion, she is just a ghost. What nonsense are you talking about? This is just a second-level monster doll maid. With Brother Lin's strength, he can probably kill her with just one slap. Then why didn't Brother Lin beat her to death? He even followed her into the manor. Could it be that Brother Lin was planning to rape her? Damn it, don't tell me. I feel like Brother Lin might actually be capable of doing something like this. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Xiao might be trying to play the long game. Didn't you notice that Li Guanjuan said there would be an elite monster in this exam? If you can kill it, you'll get a lot of points, right? After hearing this explanation, everyone nodded. However, they were also worried about Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao and the three little girls then followed the doll maid into the castle inside the manor. What Lin Xiao didn't expect was that the interior of the castle was decorated very magnificently. There is a huge painting hanging in the center. That's a very handsome-looking man. However, no one could see his face clearly, and could only judge from his outline that the man should be very young. Lin Xiao took a look at the signature of the painting and found that it was signed 100 years ago. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask the doll maid with some surprise, "Hello? Excuse me, how old is your master?" Upon hearing this, the doll maid replied without any emotion, 519 years old. Underscore extras the underscore. Chapter 25. Is this too much for high school students? After hearing the answer from the doll maid, Lin Xiao was even more surprised. If he is 519 years old, even a monster can't live to this age, right? Lin Xiao felt that something was unusual. Suddenly, he felt as if he had heard of such a monster somewhere. However, because the original owner's memory was not clear, he couldn't remember it for a moment. The doll maid then spoke again. "Dinner has been prepared for everyone in the restaurant. Everyone can go and enjoy the food." After saying that, the doll maid walked in front and led Lin Xiao and the other three to a restaurant as big as a basketball court. Lin Xiao looked at the huge chandelier and couldn't help but sigh. What a luxury. Then, the four of them sat down. A moment later, four more doll maids came out from the kitchen. One of them pushed the food cart, and the other three distributed tableware to Lin Xiao and the other three, and placed the food in the food cart in front of them. Lin Xiao looked carefully. His brows suddenly furrowed. Because the food in front of him was all the flesh and blood of monsters. There are jumping frogs, flaming turkey drumsticks, lightning fish, and even studious gorillas. However, all of these meals are raw, or to be more precise, sashimi. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't eat these things, but the three little girls were monsters themselves, so they were naturally very satisfied with the food in front of them. They glanced at Lin Xiao and found that he didn't have any special hints. So they immediately started to eat with relish. The doll maid who said she brought Lin Xiao to enjoy the food walked to Lin Xiao with an expressionless face when she saw that Lin Xiao did not eat. "Sir, are you dissatisfied with the food at our manor? Why don't you eat? Such behavior will damage the reputation of the host." While the doll maid was speaking, the other doll maids also came over. They directly surrounded Lin Xiao, as if they were going to attack him if they had a disagreement. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "Why should I have a meal? There are guests in the castle, and the host doesn't even show up. Isn't he neglecting the guests?" After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the doll maid who had just spoken to Lin Xiao immediately felt guilty. She thought about it, and finally made up a reason. "The host will be here soon, so please enjoy your meal first." After hearing the doll maid's reason, Lin Xiao threw his knife and fork directly into the plate. He used his actions to tell the other party that he was very dissatisfied. One of the doll maids immediately left the restaurant, leaving her other companions to look after Lin Xiao and the other three. At this time, Lin Xiao said to the doll maid who had just spoken to him, "I am very dissatisfied with these meals. Do you have any other food in your manor?" Upon hearing this, the doll maid replied without hesitation, "There's also wine made from the blood of monsters and the back of the gibbon's head in the manor." She directly mentioned a lot of monster flesh and blood. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. It was different from what he had imagined. Logically speaking, this kind of monster should like human flesh and blood the most, But why is there none? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately reacted and then showed an understanding smile. This is the college entrance examination, and all the monsters are captured by the military from various battlefields. So why would they prepare human flesh and blood for these monsters? Unless some candidate is unlucky and comes here by mistake. But now, Lin Xiao is the only one here, which means he is unlucky. Just at this moment, heavy footsteps were heard outside the restaurant. Then, a man in a suit, looking very gentlemanly and handsome, walked over. He bowed to Lin Xiao very politely. "I'm so sorry. Dear guest, I've been feeding my pets, so I wasn't able to come and entertain you in time. Please forgive me." After looking at the man, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. How could it be? Because when that man appeared, the complete monster encyclopedia did not react at all. This means that the man in front of him is not a humanoid monster, or in other words, he is a real human being. However, the doll maid just now clearly told the owner here that she was 519 years old. Even if it is an old monster who lives to be 100 years old, it should be put into the coffin. But looking at his appearance, he is clearly still a gentleman in his 30s. The man then introduced himself. "My name is Charles III. You can just call me Little Charlie." Lin Xiao couldn't help but jokingly said, "Little Charlie? 519-year-old Little Charlie." Charlie was stunned when he heard this, then smiled politely and said, "The name doesn't matter, as long as the guest is happy. I've lived in this manner for too long. Apart from these doll maids, I only have a little pet to keep me company. It's been a long time since I interacted with a real human." Charlie snapped his fingers and said, "Go get some food for humans." Lin Xiao waved his hand and said, "No, it's getting late, we should rest." Charlie was not angry. He immediately arranged for the doll maid to take Lin Xiao and the other three to the guest room. Lin Xiao was sitting in the room. Xiao Jiu was massaging his back, and Chimera was massaging his legs. Asen lay on Lin Xiao's body, acting as a mascot. Originally, the audience was a little worried about Lin Xiao's situation, but after seeing this scene, they couldn't help but show contempt. Damn it, Lin Xiao is surrounded by enemies and hasn't figured out the situation yet. He actually has the leisure to enjoy the support of a beautiful woman. I want to criticize this guy. That's right. Charlie clearly prepared 4 rooms for them. So why are they still squeezing into one bed? Lin Xiao must be plotting something bad against the 3 girls. Really? Let go of that, Lin Xiao. Let me take over. The guy upstairs, did you get the gender wrong? That's right. I came here just for Brother Lin. Ha ha ha, you're still jealous. Lin Xiao can hold a beautiful woman in his arms and remain calm. Who among you can do that? I'm afraid you're probably cursing Brother Lin in your heart for not making a move yet. But in the live broadcast director's room, Lu Jiangwo had a serious look on his face. Are the questions in this year's college entrance examination too difficult? Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan shook his head indifferently. This is what the higher-ups meant. They want to widen the gap between the candidates, so the design of this elite monster is quite complicated. Lu Jiangwo was still a little worried after hearing this. But cursed monsters are more difficult to deal with than any other monsters. They're not even covered in high school courses. Only in college do we get some theoretical knowledge. Isn't this too much for a high school student? Only in this way can we see the quality of outstanding students. Li Guanjuan's tone was very firm. When Lu Jiangwo heard what Li Guanjuan said, he could only accept it helplessly. In the live broadcast, Lin Xiao was already preparing to go to bed. But just when he was dozing off, he suddenly opened his eyes and finally remembered where he had heard of Charlie. In other words, it wasn't Charlie, but a monster. Immediately, Lin Xiao jumped out of bed. At the same time, the 3 girls opened their eyes. They followed Lin Xiao and walked towards the door. However, just as Lin Xiao opened the door, he was stopped by an arm. Chapter 26. I was almost assimilated by that painting. Lin Xiao looked closely and found that it was a doll maid blocking the door. "Dear guests, it's late at night. Please get some rest and don't walk around in the castle." Lin Xiao did not answer, but looked at Xiaojiu beside him. Xiaojiu immediately understood what he meant and punched him. The doll maid was caught off guard by Xiaojiu's attack, and her head was blown off. However, the doll maid, whose head and body had been separated, did not die. Her head rolled on the ground for a few times before floating up on its own. She then looked at Lin Xiao and spoke slowly. "My dear customer, are you dissatisfied with my service?" After saying that, the teeth of the doll maid slowly turned into jagged fangs, and then flew towards Lin Xiao, as if she wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Lin Xiao's body. Seeing this, Xiaojiu immediately punched the doll maid again. The body of the doll maid was immediately torn into pieces. But what was unexpected but also reasonable to everyone was that the broken body of the doll maid floated up again on its own. Then, the nails of the doll maid turned into long spikes, and serrations grew on her body. She then attacked the 4 people one by one. Xiaojie was just about to take further action and kill this doll, made completely here. Lin Xiao stopped Xiaojie's intention. Don't waste your time with her. If the doll maid's master doesn't die, then there's no way to kill her. Having said that, Lin Xiao pulled the 3 girls and started running downstairs. As the 3 of them ran, 3 more doll maids came out from other rooms and tried to intercept Lin Xiao and his group. Seeing this, Asen waved his claws at them from a distance. An invisible gust of wind formed from her fingertips. Then, he directly chopped down the 3 doll maids. The 3 doll maids were immediately beaten to pieces. In order to prevent them from becoming monsters like the first doll maid, Asen directly used her claws to cut the other's body into pieces. But these fragments then slowly floated up and then freely reassembled to form a monster that was neither human nor ghost. With a puff sound, the monster opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of fire, targeting Asen. Asen was about to take action, but was pulled away by Lin Xiao. It's useless. Don't fight. As he spoke, Lin Xiao jumped at a corner and came to the stairs. Then he jumped directly down from the 3-story stairwell. This scene made the audience exclaim in surprise. However, what no one expected was that Lin Xiao actually landed safely on the ground. Then, Xiaojie and Asen also landed, while Chimera floated in the air, resisting the attacks from behind. Then, Lin Xiao took 2 steps and came to the center of the hall, where a huge oil painting was hanging quietly. The person who should have been in the painting, Charles III, has disappeared at this time. Instead, there is a blank. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. It is indeed so. The 3 women came behind Lin Xiao at this time and saw this scene, and they all showed strange expressions. Xiaojie, use Skyfire. Xiaojie immediately condensed a ball of flame at his fingertips and hit the oil painting directly. Feeling the power contained in the flames, the nearest doll maid rushed towards the flames like a madman. Don't hurt the master. Then, there was a puff sound, and the doll maid who rushed towards the flames turned into a ball of fire. Heavenly fire is the divine fire born between heaven and earth, which can burn the vitality of all things. After coming into contact with the heavenly fire, the doll maid clearly felt the loss of vitality. But there is a strange energy that constantly infuses her with life, allowing her to maintain a strange and painful balance. Then, she pointed at Lin Xiao angrily and said, "You bad guys, how dare you hurt my master? Especially you, Dai." As she spoke, she opened her mouth. Then a gun barrel appeared in her mouth, and she started shooting at Lin Xiao continuously. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately dodged. Then he glanced at Chimera. Chimera immediately understood what he meant, and the magic circle condensed. Countless black tentacles suddenly appeared on the ground, directly controlling the doll made in place. Then, Xiaojie used the sky fire again and rushed straight towards the painting. At this moment, an angry voice sounded in the castle. Heavy footsteps came from far away. Charles III, wearing a nightgown, slowly came to Lin Xiao. Why? Why are you forcing me? I have no ill will towards you." Lin Xiao looked at Charles III with a teasing look in his eyes. "No ill intentions?" Lin Xiao said, looking at the portrait that no longer had a person in it. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at the 4 people vaguely visible in the corner of the portrait. He said, "If I'm not mistaken, the ones painted there should be us. If I had discovered it a little later, I guess we would have become ghosts like you, neither human nor ghost." Upon hearing this, Charles III was stunned at first. Then he showed a vicious expression. "Oh, you discovered all this? Then stay in the castle forever and become my food." As he spoke, Charles III's body suddenly turned into a huge monster made up of various pigments. And the complete monster encyclopedia finally gave his information. The immortal frame is a B rank, second-order demon beast. Anyone drawn by the immortal frame will be cursed to live forever within the frame, neither old nor dead. Lin Xiao then sneered. As expected. He finally remembered where he had heard of this Charles III. It was a not very famous legend. According to legend, there was a nobleman who asked a very famous painter to paint a picture of himself. During the painting, because he was too handsome, he fell in love with the painter's daughter. However, due to the difference in their status, they did not get together, which led to the painter's daughter committing suicide by jumping into the river. But the nobles didn't even attend the girl's funeral. This caused the painter to hate him so much that he cursed him, and from then on, the nobleman became immortal. Even in his 70s, he was still young and handsome, but in the end he died at the hands of his best friend. The method used by the other party was to directly burn the painting. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao said to Xiaojie, don't pay attention to him, just burn the painting. Upon hearing this, Xiaojie said, then condensed the heavenly fire again and threw it towards the immortal picture frame. Charles III couldn't help but roar in fear and was about to step forward to protect the undead frame. But it's too late. With a loud boom, the undead picture frame immediately caught fire. Charles III's already decayed body quickly began to wither, revealing his original appearance, and then began to age rapidly. It was as if he had lived his entire life in just a few breaths. In the end, Charles III turned into a pile of bones. The doll maids in the castle also lost their vitality due to the death of their master, and fell directly to the ground like scattered parts. At the same time, the entire castle began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Lin Xiao hurriedly took the three women, rushed out of the castle, and came to the courtyard of the manor. Only after confirming that it was safe did Lin Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. I was almost assimilated by that painting. Chapter 27. Even if you do nothing, you will still be the top scorer. Lin Xiao looked at the collapsed castle with an expression of having survived a disaster. He had only seen this kind of cursed monster in some extracurricular reading materials. I didn't expect that this would appear in the college entrance examination this time. It is simply beyond the syllabus. In his heart, Lin Xiao secretly complained. On a big tree not far away, Li Feng was looking towards the direction of the castle with a serious expression. I never thought this little fellow could actually discover the weakness of a cursed monster. He had just planned to rescue people, because if Lin Xiao could not get rid of the undead frame before dawn, then Lin Xiao would be assimilated by the undead frame and become an undead monster exactly like Charles III. Therefore, he must get rid of the undead frame before dawn. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao could solve the problem of the immortal frame so easily? However, Li Feng knew that the college entrance examination was not over yet, because there was an additional question. He couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. So, how are you going to solve this problem? As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar echoed throughout the manor. Then, a black hunting dog with two heads rushed out from the backyard of the manor. Lin Xiao's natural power, crazy warning. The hunting dog stared at Lin Xiao fiercely, and then uttered words full of filth and hatred. You actually killed my master. I will eat you to avenge my master. At the same time, Lin Xiao's complete monster encyclopedia also provided information about this two-headed hound. A two-headed demon dog, a B-rank, third-order demon beast, a hound raised by extremely evil people. A demon dog that escaped from hell. Its two heads possess two different attributes. Extremely murderous, it possesses the skills Hellfire, Hell Ice, Crazy Bite, Plague Infection, and Mind Terror. Lin Xiao looked at the information of the two-headed demon dog and couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. This is a third-level monster, and all of its skills include magical attacks. After seeing this scene, all the audience showed surprised expressions. Oh my god, this year's college entrance exam is way too difficult. Last year's final exam question was just about a second-tier monster, but this year there's not only a cursed monster, but also a B-level, third-tier monster. This is to kill the examinee. B-level monsters are already extremely rare and have powerful attack power, and now there's even a third-level one. You have to know that monster advancement isn't as easy as it is with human assistance like with spirit pets. It can be said that every evolution of a monster is a qualitative change, especially the transition from second to third level. I think even Lin Xiao wouldn't be a match for this two-headed demon dog. Brother Lin, run away. Now find a place to hide. Even if you do nothing, you will still be the top scorer. The audience complained about the appearance of cursed monsters and level B third-order monsters in this college entrance examination. They only knew how powerful the two-headed demon dog was, but they didn't know that this test question actually had a purpose. That is to test the candidates' ability to cooperate with each other. Originally, according to Li Guanjuan's plan, strong candidates would come to this manor at the same time. If they can take out the undead frame, then they'll face the two-headed demon dog together. Then, they can work as a team to defeat the two-headed demon dog. Finally, the examiner will score and add points based on each person's performance. Who would have thought that Lin Xiao would actually gain the favor of the Prairie Wolf King, riding on the Prairie Wolf King, advancing all the way, alone, facing the two-headed demon dog. This made the examiners who were in charge of the questions and the invigilators a little overwhelmed. Lin Xiao's outstanding performance from the college entrance examination to now has completely disrupted these people's plans. Lin Xiao looked at the two-headed demon dog and was not afraid. Instead, he slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Since he traveled to this world, he has not yet tested the limits of his own strength, and he still doesn't quite understand his true strength. This time he encountered a B-level third-order monster, which was just the right opportunity for him to show off his skills. Besides, Even if he was defeated by the two-headed demon dog, I believe that the examiners would not let him fall into danger. Then, Lin Xiao pointed at the two-headed demon dog with a cold look in his eyes. Xiaojiu, Chimera, Asen, attack with all your strength. The person who was most excited after hearing Lin Xiao's order was actually Asen. Next to Lin Xiao, Asen was the most embarrassed. During this period, whenever they encountered any enemy, it was Xiaojiu and Chimera who took action, and Asen had no chance to show his strength at all. As soon as Lin Xiao gave the order, Asen was the first to rush out. There was a green light in her eyes. The whole person was like a nimble wild wolf, running in the ruins with both feet and pouncing directly on the two-headed demon dog. When the two-headed demon dog saw that Asen dared to charge at it head-on, it immediately showed an anthropomorphic disdain. When it opened its mouth, a chill came out. Icy breath. In an instant, the entire manor turned into a chilly area. Ashen suddenly felt that her speed slowed down and her body felt frozen, but this did not affect her fighting spirit. The wolf clan never retreats. Asen let out a wow sound, and then a gust of wind inexplicably appeared between heaven and earth. Under the cover of those strong winds, Asen's speed increased again, and in an instant, she arrived in front of the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog immediately opened its mouth and bit Asen. Asen's claws suddenly grew longer and bigger, and with a swish, they grabbed the chin of the two-headed demon dog. A man and a dog started a close combat. At the same time, the wolf skin that Asen was originally wearing gradually became larger and thicker, like a hard armor, protecting Asen's body. At this time, Chimera's magic circle was also successfully condensed. One after another, black tentacles grabbed the two-headed demon dog. Chimera must fully cooperate with her companions to attack. At this time, Xiaojiu also rushed up. With the blessing of the power of the celestial fox, Xiaojiu was like a valkyrie, punching the two-headed demon dog again and again. The two-headed demon dog howled as it was beaten. However, the two women later discovered that even with such fierce attacks, they were unable to break through the defense of the two-headed demon dog. Even if the occasional attack caused some wounds to the two-headed demon dog, it was useless, because the wounds of the two-headed demon dog will heal quickly. Give up. You have no way of killing me. Wait a moment, and I will make you buried with my master. The two-headed demon dog then revealed a crazy expression. As it spoke, it opened its other mouth. Hellfire. With a whoosh sound, a hot flame like magma was spewed out. The entire manor was transformed into a miserable scene like hell on earth. At the same time, the two-headed demon dog also broke free from Chimera's control. Asen landed on a ruin, and looking at the two-headed demon dog's eyes, he couldn't help but become more excited. Xiaojiu covered his nose and said with disgust, "It stinks. You humans, all of you, go to hell." As he spoke, the two-headed demon dog pounced on Lin Xiao. In the eyes of the two-headed demon dog, Lin Xiao is the culprit who killed Charles III. When Xiaojiu saw this, a surge of anger suddenly surged through her body. She immediately felt the power in her body surge. Then, Xiaojiu looked at the two-headed demon dog with cold eyes and shouted, "Anyone who dares to hurt the master will die." After saying that, Xiaojiu's body suddenly ignited with burning flames. The temperature of this flame is at least 10 times higher than the flames of hell. The flame then slowly grew larger, and finally reached 3 or 4 meters high. Then the flames dissipated. A fiery red fox then appeared on the scene, and behind the fox, 2 tails suddenly appeared. Underscore underscore. Chapter 28. We still underestimated this little guy's strength. Looking at the fox with 2 tails in front of him, the voice of the complete monster encyclopedia sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. 9-tailed heavenly fox, 2-tailed state. Bloodline, SSS level. Talent, Sky Fox Inheritance, SSS level. Skills, Skyfire Control, Skyfire Descent, Charming Power. Skyfire Control, can create and use Skyfire. Heavenly Fire, a fire from the sky can be brewed in a designated area or location and explode, causing massive damage to the target area. Charming Power, the Sky Fox's unique talent allows it to charm anyone and any demonic beast. The strength of the charm depends on the target's mental strength and intelligence. Lin Xiao was very surprised. He didn't expect Xiaojiu to evolve to the 2nd level like this. Unfortunately, each goal can only be evolved once using the system. And then, the system's voice sounded again. Because the 9-tailed fox has evolved into a 2-tailed state, the All Monsters Illustrated book has once again enabled the ability to feed back to its host. Congratulations to the host for gaining the power of enchantment through feeding back, and the heavenly fire descends. Lin Xiao didn't expect that there would be an unexpected reward. The skill of controlling skyfire is actually the skill that Xiaojiu had when he was at the first level, so Lin Xiao already possessed it. He quickly clicked on the skill introduction of the power of charm. However, Lin Xiao discovered that because he was not a member of the Sky Fox clan, he could not activate the power of all his skills and could only increase his charm value. As for the descent of heavenly fire, he can completely utilize the inheritance of Chimera to make magical modifications, thereby increasing the power of the skills. And saw Xiaojiu reveal the true form of the two-tailed celestial fox. Asen also showed a smile full of fighting spirit. She let out a cry of "a woo," and then the sky was filled with strong winds. The strong winds gradually gathered on Asen's body, and then with a bang, they exploded. And Asen also turned into a huge gray-white wolf that was 3 meters tall. The fur on this wild wolf is soft, yet gives people a sense of wild beauty. It forms a sharp contrast with Xiaojiu's body. Then, a fox and a wolf rushed towards the two-headed demon dog at the same time. One was wrapped in strong wind, and the other was filled with heavenly fire. The two-headed demon dog obviously didn't expect things to turn out like this. It felt an unprecedented sense of danger from Xiaojiu and Asen. However, it was too late for it to escape now. The two-headed demon dog had no choice but to bite the bullet and open its two mouths. As a result, before it could spit out a magical attack, it was blown away by Asen's strong wind. Then, Xiaojiu's heavenly fire descended and exploded above its head, blowing it into a bloody mess. Its fur could no longer withstand the attacks of the two women. Just as the two-headed demon dog was about to escape, Asen bit it on the neck. If a wolf bites his neck, no matter how he struggles, he will not be able to escape. Then, Asen swung the two-headed demon dog hard and threw it to the ground with a loud bang. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the earth shaking. At the same time, Xiaojiu also rushed up, bit its other head, tore off a piece of flesh forcefully, and swallowed it into his mouth. At the end, Xiaojiu said with disdain, "It's so disgusting." This made the two-headed demon dog completely furious. It screamed twice in succession, but Asen's teeth were tightly clenched on its neck. Then, Asen stepped on its head with one foot, and at the same time, she shook her neck vigorously from side to side. The neck of the two-headed demon dog was then torn open by Asen. Black blood kept gushing out. The two-headed demon dog felt its vitality constantly fading away. However, it could do nothing and could only feel Xiaojiu and Asen chewing its body. Lin Xiao then looked at Chimera. "Aren't you going to enjoy the food with them?" Chimera shook his head upon hearing this and said, "Sister Xiaojiu and Sister Ashen can increase their strength by eating, but I can't. If they don't get enough food, their cultivation will stagnate, or even backfire." When Lin Xiao heard Chimera's explanation, he immediately said, "Oh." He immediately understood that Chimera was hinting at a reminder for him. Fortunately, he had already made preparations for this. It seems that raising a powerful beast-eared girl is not an easy task. Lin Xiao complained silently in his heart. Unlike Lin Xiao's calmness, the audience watching the live broadcast were completely shocked at this time. What? A spirit pet actually evolved during battle? What? Lin Xiao's beast-eared girl can actually transform into a beast. Look how delicious they are eating. But when they transform into human form, they are so cute and beautiful. I finally understand why Ning Kaichen likes Nie Xiaoqian. Is this what it feels like to be in pain and happiness? Upstairs, Nie Xiaoqian is a ghost, not a monster. Whether it's a human, a ghost, or a beast, I want a pet that can transform into a human. What are you all discussing? Didn't anyone realize the key point? Lin Xiao was actually able to crush a B rank, level 3 demon beast at the age of 18. Even a college student wouldn't be able to achieve this kind of strength, right? After hearing this, everyone on the screen fell silent. Because everyone could judge Lin Xiao's strength, this made many older beastmasters feel ashamed. Because third-level monsters are not easy to deal with for intermediate beastmasters. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this little guy. Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao in the picture with a smile in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo's old face was full of smiles. Hurrah! I knew our school's top student wouldn't be a fake. I'm very confident in the teaching level of our number 1 middle school. Li Guanjuan then said with a smile, "Today is already the 3rd day of the college entrance examination. In less than 24 hours, it will be over. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Xiao will be the top scorer in this exam. I just don't know if the other elites can accept this outcome." Originally, the last level was prepared to widen the gap. However, now Lin Xiao killed the undead frame and the two-headed demon dog by himself, which left the other talented candidates with no choice but to find some small fish and shrimps to gain points. In the picture, Yao Chuanxue suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation in the distance. That direction was exactly the location of the spire she was looking for. Has someone already gotten there first? She made an immediate judgment. No, Tyrannosaurus, we have to hurry over and see what's going on. We can't waste any more time. Su Peng and Chen Feiyang, who had met each other a long time ago, were now testing each other's strength. Afterwards, they also felt the energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the spire. There seems to be a powerful monster over there. Could it be the last question of this exam? Let's stop fighting first. Let's go check out the specific situation first. After the two of them finished their discussion, they also quickly rushed towards the spire. At the same time, Lin Xiao was sitting idly in the ruins, waiting for Xiaojiu and Asen to finish their meal. Chapter 29: Unrealistic Ideas. This was the first time for Xiaojiu and Asen to eat the flesh of a third-level monster, so both girls enjoyed it very much. Lin Xiao looked at the two women's satisfied expressions and felt relieved. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Lin Xiao turned around and saw that the person was Li Feng. Li Feng saw Lin Xiao looking at him with some wariness in his eyes. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Classmate Lin Xiao, I'm Li Feng. You should still remember me, right?" Lin Xiao remained alert upon hearing this, then kept a safe distance from Li Feng and said, "Of course I remember." Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Xiao didn't show much hostility. He had witnessed Lin Xiao's fighting ability just now with his own eyes. Therefore, if he were to fight Lin Xiao one-on-one now, Li Feng would feel a little insecure. Li Feng then smiled friendly and said, "Well, now that you've defeated the final elite monster, Commander Li Guanjuan just called me and told me that you've passed all the college entrance exams. So he asked me if you'd like to leave the exam room early." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao deliberately dragged out the tone. "Oh, I see. This is the same principle as handing in the college entrance examination paper early before traveling through time, and you don't have to worry about mistakes in the answers you calculated. After all, even the final elite monster has been eaten by Lin Xiao's pet." Then, Lin Xiao asked again, "What will happen to the other candidates after I leave?" Li Feng did not hide his intention from Lin Xiao. They will complete the college entrance examination as planned. However, because you single-handedly eliminated the final elite monster, we will activate the final emergency plan and let them complete the final battle in this forest. This will widen the gap between them and determine their respective scores. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. He probably understood the underlying meaning of Li Feng's words, which was to let other candidates raise gu in this dark forest. At this time, Lin Xiao looked in the direction he came from. He could feel several powerful auras approaching from that direction. This is because Xiaojiu's evolution and Asen's natural power have fed back to him, which has elevated Lin Xiao's perception to several levels. Suddenly, Lin Xiao had an unrealistic idea. He took a step forward, but just this simple step allowed him to cross a distance of more than 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao came to Li Feng's side. "Teacher Li, Commander Li." Li Feng suddenly felt a chill on his back and felt that Lin Xiao had bad intentions. He quickly interrupted Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, if you have something to say, just tell me directly. There's no need to try to get close to me and flatter me." Lin Xiao patted the latter's shoulder and whispered something in Li Feng's ear in a calm tone. The more Li Feng listened, the wider his eyes widened. By the time Lin Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief and said, You lunatic." Lin Xiao patted Li Feng's shoulder again, as if he was an old friend who had been lost for many years. "Teacher Li, I'm doing this so that your work can proceed smoothly." Hearing this, Li Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. "For me? Just don't cause me any trouble. No matter what you say, I will never agree to this matter." As he said that, Li Feng was about to knock Lin Xiao's hand away. As a result, Li Feng discovered that two strong auras, one on the left and one on the right, were staring at him. Li Feng looked up and found that Xiaojiu and Asen had finished eating the corpse of the two-headed demon dog at some point. There was blood on their lips, and they were staring at him intently. Their appearance made Li Feng feel like he was very delicious. Li Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. When he looked at Lin Xiao again, he found that Lin Xiao's arm was tightly hanging around his neck. Moreover, Lin Xiao still had a harmless smile on his face. "Teacher Li, I urge you to listen to my advice. After all, we're acquaintances, and helping me won't harm you. Besides, I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to test my true strength." When Li Feng heard this, a conflicted expression appeared on his face. After a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know how much time had passed, but night had fallen and there were less than 10 hours left for the entire exam. Yao Chuanxue rushed out of the jungle and finally arrived at the final trial site. At the same time, Su Peng and Chen Feiyang also revealed their respective figures in another direction. Yao Chunxue, I didn't expect you to be here too. Upon hearing this, Yao Chunxue couldn't help but frown and asked, have you seen Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? Who is that? Why haven't I heard of him? Su Peng looked confused. I heard he's a beastmaster with a humanoid pet, but in my opinion, he's just a fake. It's been so long, and he still hasn't arrived here. It seems he's just that good. Yao Chunxue always felt that things were not as simple as Su Peng and Chen Feiyang said. At this time, Chen Feiyang looked at the ruins of the abandoned castle and said, it seems that there has just been a fight here, and the strength of both sides seems to be very strong. We have to be careful. That's right. Based on my observations, this seems to be a fighting arena for third-level monsters. Strange energy fluctuations remain everywhere. Just as Su Peng finished speaking, a wolf howl was heard from the other side of the ruins. Then, a silver-gray prairie wolf jumped out from the other side of the ruins. Immediately afterwards, a flame ignited from the ruins on the other side. As the flame condensed, it slowly turned into a fiery red fox with two tails. Both of these monsters are over 3 meters tall, and judging by the fluctuations in their aura, they have the strength of at least a third-level monster. Seeing two monsters rushing out at the same time, Su Peng immediately frowned. These two monsters are so powerful. Yao Chunxue also looked nervous. I've never seen this kind of monster in a textbook before. Could it be that the examiners specially placed this elite monster here? Chen Feiyang threw the pokeball in his hand, and then the blade imp flew out of the pokeball and stood directly on his shoulder. Humph, what are you afraid of? Are the three of us afraid of these two beasts? Let's find a way to defeat them one by one. Yao Chunxue, help us hold off the fox. Su Peng and I will take care of this prairie wolf first. Yao Chunxue knew that among the three, only her argument evolved into a second-level Tyrannosaurus. She is the only one who can deal with the fox. So, Yao Chunxue agreed immediately. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to take action, she saw the two fiery red foxes yawning listlessly, then lying down in the ruins as if nothing had happened, and began to doze off, with no intention of taking action at all. But at this moment, the prairie wolf suddenly attacked and rushed straight towards Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus realized the danger and dodged quickly. Seeing this, Chen Feiyang couldn't help but curse. Damn it. These two beasts look down on us. They actually want to defeat us with the power of a monster. Chapter 30. One person overpowers the entire demon city. After hearing what Chen Feiyang said, Su Peng also reacted at this time. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen such an arrogant monster. You saw it this time? Chen Feiyang then said with fighting spirit, since these two beasts look down on us, then the three of us will attack together and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. As he spoke, Chen Feiyang and the quick knife imp immediately merged together, and the whole person turned into an armored warrior wearing armor and holding an illusory sword in his hand. Su Peng's crazy tank then ran out of the pokeball. Aiming at the huge prairie wolf, the crazy tank fired a shell. Yao Chunxue was even more furious. On the one hand, she was angry at Lin Xiao for breaking his promise, and then she was even more angry that the fox looked down on her so much. So, she pointed at Prairie Wolf and yelled, Greymon, claw attack! Tyrannosaurus's originally short front claws suddenly began to grow longer, and its muscles became developed. Afterwards, after receiving the order from Yao Chunxue, Tyrannosaurus Rex pounced directly on the Prairie Wolf. Seeing this, the Prairie Wolf howled. Then, strong winds blew up from the sky, directly blowing the shell of the crazy tank away. The shell then landed directly at Chen Feiyang's feet. Damn it! Su Peng, are you seeking revenge for your own personal gain? Su Peng shouted helplessly. Stop talking nonsense. This guy is not easy to deal with. Be serious. As for Tyrannosaurus, although he was also in a mess, he managed to run to the opposite side of the Prairie Wolf with difficulty and was just about to grab the Prairie Wolf's body. Unexpectedly, the Prairie Wolf opened its mouth and blew a breath of wolf breath at it. With a puff sound, countless gusts of wind blew out of the Prairie Wolf's mouth, blowing Tyrannosaurus Rex back repeatedly, looking very embarrassed. Lin Xiao was held in Chimera's arms at this time, looking down at the scene. He nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Ashan's ability is not worse than Xiaojiu's. She just needs a stage where she can perform well. Chimera then offered her suggestion and hugged Lin Xiao a little tighter. Master, in fact, under your training, Xiaojio and Ashan's combat effectiveness has been improved to a new level. You can let them complete tasks alone in the future. They already have the strength to stand on their own. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pinched Chimera's nose. You're the only one who can talk. Chimera's smiling face couldn't help but turn red. Don't you want to complete the mission alone? Chimera wrinkled her nose as she spoke. Master, Chimera doesn't want to leave you. Chimera wants to stay by your side and take care of your daily needs. After hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed Chimera's little head with great satisfaction. After seeing this scene through the screen, all the audience couldn't help but grit their teeth. Lin Xiao, you beast. Why is there such an obedient beast-eared female monster? Why would that beast-eared female monster obey Lin Xiao so much? This isn't fair. I'm jealous. My Psyduck just acts dumb in front of me all day long. The guy upstairs, just be content. I have a hound at home that can destroy the house, just like a husky. I don't even dare to let it out of the pokeball, otherwise I'll be gone. Everyone was criticizing Lin Xiao, but only a few people said, I think everyone's focusing on the wrong thing. Lin Xiao could have left the exam room earlier, but looking at his current state, is he planning to single-handedly take on the top talents of 3 schools? You hit the nail on the head. Only then did everyone realize Lin Xiao's real purpose. Damn it. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have thought that Lin Xiao was so vicious. He wants to challenge Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Qin Feiyang alone. This is too cruel. If he really does this, how will these 3 geniuses survive in the future? If this gets out, then the whole country will say that our Magic City's college entrance examination scores are too inflated and 3 people can't beat the top scorer. Poor goddess Yao Chuanxue. She will have to live in Lin Xiao's shadow for the rest of her life. In the director's room, Li Guanjuan looked at the live broadcast with an expressionless face. At this time, Li Feng was lowering his head with a depressed look on his face, not daring to look at Li Guanjuan. Captain Li, you've seen it too. Lin Xiao doesn't play by the rules. If I don't agree to his demands, he'll probably capture me and feed me to the wolves. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan immediately glared back at him, and Li Feng immediately stopped talking. Lu Jiangwo, however, crossed his legs with a calm look on his face and even hummed a little tune. After all, Lin Xiao was his student, and the appearance of Lin Xiao in No. 1 middle school was enough to make him proud. This is the real top scorer in the college entrance examination. One person can overwhelm the entire Magic City. Even if you look across the entire country, no one can possibly be more shocking than Lin Xiao's feat. In the live broadcast, the battle has entered a white-hot stage. Su Peng has already started driving the crazy tank himself. Crazy tank, fire the heat-seeking missiles. The upper hatch of the crazy tank suddenly opened, and a gun muzzle that was completely inconsistent with the tank body extended from it. Then, the muzzle began to slowly gather energy. After a dozen breaths, with a boom, a huge missile was launched and headed directly towards Asen. At the same time, the knife light of the quick knife ghost suddenly became brighter. Quick sword strike. Swish, swish, swish. Continuous slashing attacks were directed at the prairie wolf. It forms a perfect coordination with the heat-sensing missile, one in front and one behind. Tyrannosaurus' mouth was now opened as wide as possible. Breath of fire. Puff. The geniuses from the 3 schools simultaneously let their pets use their strongest attack skills. The purpose is to kill the prairie wolf with one blow here. However, the prairie wolf is Asen. How could he be easily defeated by them? Immediately, Asen started to get serious. As the princess of the underworld, Asen has no mercy at all. She knew that anyone who stood in her master's way was an enemy. Then, her green eyes glowed with a faint light. Then, Asen slowly raised his claws and slammed them hard on the ground. The force of nature. As a descendant of the god of nature, she mobilized the power in her blood for the first time. Suddenly, a strong wind blew between heaven and earth. On the ground, there were originally ruins, but suddenly all kinds of plants began to grow wildly. The thorns continued to tangle and swirl, forming a wall that blocked the heat-sensing missiles. Although the swift knife cut through a few thorns, it completely disappeared amidst the layers of obstacles. Although Tyrannosaurus's fire breath has a natural restraint on thorns, the strong wind between heaven and earth is just the nemesis that restrains it. At the first encounter, the strong wind blew away Tyrannosaurus's fire breath. Not only that, the thorns also quietly grew on the bodies of the 3 people, entangled Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Qin Feiyang. At first, the 3 of them wanted to struggle, but when they looked up, they found that their spiritual pets could not escape the fate. This is bad. What should we do? Qin Feiyang was the first to ask. He and the quick knife imp merged into one. Originally, he wanted to dissolve the fusion and let the quick knife imp act alone to help everyone out of trouble. However, just as he did this, he was very surprised to find that the quick knife imp had become listless. It was not until then that Qin Feiyang discovered that there was something strange about the thorns, and he could not help but ask Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng. Underscore extra the underscore. Chapter 31. This is completely beyond our capabilities. This thorn is absorbing our life force and spiritual energy. Yao Chuanxue was the first to discover the problem. Tyrannosaurus also became listless. In just a few breaths, Tyrannosaurus shrank from a second-level spirit pet and turned back into the appearance of Agumen. The other two people were not much better off and had lost their fighting ability. Gradually, they no longer had the strength to struggle. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Forget it. Then, several consecutive slashes fell from the sky with the sound of schwa, swish, swish. Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang felt their bodies lighten and then fell to the ground. They breathed in the fresh air in big gulps, greedily wanting to restore their spiritual energy. Yao Chuanxue also picked up Agumen and asked with concern, Agumen, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Li Guanjuan appeared out of nowhere. He actually came here in person for Lin Xiao. He glanced at Agumen and said, Don't worry. Agumen will be able to recover into Tyrannosaurus as long as he rests for a while. After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Yao Chuanxue finally felt relieved. She quickly took out the pokeball and put Agumen back into it. Su Peng and Chen Feiyang were not fools. They did as they were told immediately to let their spirit pets get some rest. Yao Chuanxue then asked in confusion, Captain Li, why is the final stage of the college entrance examination so difficult? Even if all the students combined, they wouldn't be able to defeat this wild wolf, right? Besides, there's a fox behind us. Yes, this is completely beyond our capabilities. Chen Feiyang was even more indignant. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan rubbed his forehead helplessly, then looked up into the air. Lin Xiao, how long are you going to hide? Aren't you going to explain this to your classmates? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed a meaningful smile in midair. Then, in Chimera's arms, under the curtain of bright moonlight, he slowly descended to the ground. When Yao Chuanxue saw Lin Xiao landing on the ground, her eyes widened immediately. She looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. You actually. Yao Chuanxue couldn't help but become a little incoherent. The one who just fought with us was you the whole time? Su Peng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged and then snapped his fingers. Xiaojiao and Asen immediately turned into the image of cute and obedient girls with animal ears. However, Xiaojiao has changed from her previous training uniform to a classical beauty wearing a red cloak, with her shoulders exposed and the spring scenery faintly visible on the front of her clothes. As soon as she landed, she faced everyone's gaze and threw herself into Lin Xiao's arms as if she didn't see anything. Master, I have evolved to the second level. I want a reward. As he spoke, Xiaojiao snuggled into Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao couldn't help but comfort Xiaojiao and said, Whatever reward you want, go back and the master will prepare it for you. Of course, Lin Xiao knew in his heart that Xiaojiao just wanted to eat delicious food. Master is still good to me. Seeing this scene, even Li Guanjuan's mouth twitched. Why do I want to hit this guy so much? He's showing off in front of so many people, and he doesn't even realize what the situation is. After landing, Ashan, with the wildness that only those living on the grassland could possess, said, Too weak. Too weak. Master's opponents are all too weak. Ashan wants stronger opponents, but I'm really not satisfied. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but said helplessly, There's nothing I can do. The master will find you a stronger opponent next time. After hearing the conversation between Lin Xiao and Asen, Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang immediately showed dissatisfied expressions. What did you say? That we were too weak. Chen Feiyang gritted his teeth. Ashan glanced at Chen Feiyang. What else? Are you dissatisfied? Chen Feiyang was speechless for a moment, because he had no choice but to admit defeat. Just now, even if the three of them joined forces, they were no match for the humanoid spirit pet in front of them. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will surpass you and defeat you. At this time, Su Peng also looked gritting his teeth. Even if the three of them joined forces, they still couldn't defeat Ashen, the humanoid spirit pet. For Su Peng, it was truly a great shame and humiliation. Yao Chuanxue couldn't help but feel a little dazed at this moment. Appeared. That's the feeling. The familiar Lin Xiao is back. She spent her 3 years of high school under the invincible shadow of Lin Xiao. Originally, she thought that she could make a comeback in this college entrance examination and completely get rid of the nightmare of Lin Xiao. However, Yao Chuanxue eventually discovered that this was simply impossible. Lin Xiao was so powerful that she saw no hope of victory. Yao Chuanxue's little mouth couldn't help but pout, as if she was about to cry. However, Li Guanjuan spoke up at this time. Everyone has his own path. Although Lin Xiao has an advantage at the starting point, this is also a good thing for you. Because you have a clear goal. This way, you won't be confused in your future struggles. After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Su Peng, Chen Feiyang, and Yao Chunxue all became thoughtful. Yes, although Lin Xiao is very powerful now, he can also be their target on their future journey. Lin Xiao can defeat them countless times, but as long as they can make a comeback once, they can prove that they are actually no worse than Lin Xiao. Yao Chunxue immediately looked at Li Guanjuan with gratitude. Thank you, Commander Li. I will try my best. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan nodded, then looked at Su Peng and Chen Feiyang. These two people obviously adjusted faster than Yao Chunxue, and their expressions were obviously much more confident than before. Although you three can't compare to Lin Xiao, your performances are actually pretty good. Our examiners will give you grades as appropriate. After saying that, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Xiao. You're quite good. How dare you threaten the examiner? Hearing this, Lin Xiao rubbed his head and said innocently, Isn't this for teacher Li Feng's good? After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but sneer. Very good. He's a bit of a thorn. I wonder if you're interested in coming to our military university. Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He felt that the twist in Li Guanjuan's words was a bit dramatic, but he did not give Li Guanjuan a direct and accurate answer. Let me think about it. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Li Guanjuan stopped talking. At this time, the sun finally rose. A golden ray of sunshine shines on the earth. Li Guanjuan's voice then rang out like muffled thunder in every area and every corner of this space. I declare that the college entrance examination is over. In 1 minute, everyone prepare to return. Then, the countdown began. Some candidates who were still struggling to kill the monsters couldn't help but look frustrated after hearing what Li Guanjuan said. They did not get many points in the college entrance examination, and now they have to end this exam with regret. Some people have gained a lot of points and are very excited because they know they will get good grades and go to good schools in the future. Although some people don't have high points, they are not upset because they have gained their own opportunities in this area. A minute later, everyone was enveloped in a white light and disappeared from the examination room. When everyone returned to the playground, Lin Xiao was somewhat surprised to find that the sky-swallowing pelican had opened its mouth wide. Then I saw that the sky-swallowing pelican was constantly spewing out white light from its mouth. And every light ball will become a candidate after it lands on the ground. We just took the college entrance exam inside the mouth of the sky-swallowing pelican. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't even imagine that the sky-swallowing pelican's mouth could actually hold an entire world. Chapter 32, Don't Look at Me Like That. While everyone was still shocked by how much space there was in the mouth of the sky-swallowing pelican, the outside world was completely shocked by the final result of this college entrance examination. Look, I told you Lin Xiao couldn't be a fake. He single-handedly challenged geniuses from 3 schools and won in a crushing manner. If he were really allowed to guard the final pass, no one would be able to defeat him. The guy upstairs, stop cramming. Earlier you were licking Yao Chunxue's ass, talking about Goddess Chunxue. I like Goddess Haruyuki, and I admire Lin Xiao. Is there any conflict between them? Wow, brother Lin Xiao is so handsome. I really want to give birth to a baby for him. Hurrah! Lin Xiao is definitely the top scorer in our Magic City this time. Moreover, the fact that he single-handedly defeated the crowd will probably be well known. Be more confident. This is already trending. Even the video clips of the college entrance examination livestream have garnered over 100 million hits. What nonsense are you talking about? Why didn't I see it? Oh my god, why was it deleted? Brother Lin Xiao's topic was also deleted. What they didn't know was that Lin Xiao's college entrance examination results had long been kept confidential and protected by Li Guanjuan. Now everyone only knows that in the college entrance examination, a genius named Lin Xiao appeared in the Magic City who single-handedly defeated all the other competitors. But no one knew about his spirit pet and the course of the battle. Looking at the eye-catching second place on the list, Yao Chunxue clenched his fists. I won't lose to you. Yao Chunxue once again won the second place this time, completely solidifying his title of perpetual runner-up. After looking at the rankings on the list, Su Peng and Chen Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. He's really strong. I accept my defeat with all my heart. Chen Feiyang looked at Su Peng in surprise. The two of them knew each other before the college entrance examination, so Chen Feiyang was very familiar with Su Peng's personality. Given Su Peng's personality, he was able to say such words with conviction, which shows how great the psychological shadow Lin Xiao left on Su Peng was. Unexpectedly, Su Peng spoke again. But I won't be depressed. Sooner or later, I will repay the shame I suffered today. Su Peng still remembers the way Xiaozhou looked at him, as if he were trash. He still remembered the unmatched aura when Lin Xiao descended from the sky. Chen Feiyong then patted Su Peng on the shoulder. Then do your best. At this time, Lu Jiangwo passed by the main figures in the education circle of Shanghai with a smug look on his face, and then suddenly stopped. He looked at the principal of number 2 middle school and said in surprise, "Oh my, isn't this the principal of number 2 middle school? I heard your school did very well this time." Su Peng actually took 3rd place. Then he looked at a bald middle-aged man next to him. "Isn't this the principal of number 3 middle school? During the last meeting, I heard you say that your school has produced a genius. You also told me that he would definitely win the title of top scorer. I wonder how his results were this year's college entrance examination." The principals of number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school looked at the successful Lu Jiangwo with disdain. "Don't look at me like that. Your school did pretty well in the exam this time. At least one of us got 3rd and the other got 4th. Ha. Lu Jiangwo really couldn't suppress the smile on his face, so he just laughed out loud. "So, I must keep up the good work for next year's college entrance exam. Ha. Having said that, Lu Jiangwo left with a wild laugh. The principals of number 2 middle school and number 3 middle school, 2 brothers in distress, looked at him with contempt. At this time, Lin Xiao was about to leave. After all, after 3 days of sleeping in the open air, for a person who loves cleanliness, it is still necessary to go home and wash up. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Li Guanjuan. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the powerful examiner with some doubt. "Have you ever thought about which university you're going to?" After hearing what Li Guanjuan said, Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "Do you have any suggestions?" Li Guanjuan is a soldier, so he never speaks in a roundabout way. "If you can't find a suitable university, you can come to the military district to find me anytime, anywhere. I can assure you that the military district's military university will definitely provide you with the best resources." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, then shook his head. "Thank you, Commander Li. However, I'm thinking of going to Yuzhou's Spiritual Pet University." Li Guanjuan smiled without any surprise. Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University is the number 1 university in the entire Dragon Country. It has the best resources and the best teachers in the country. With your grades, it's not difficult to get into Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, but Li Guanjuan deliberately dragged out a long note. "Forget it. Going to Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University is not bad either. However, I advise you not to reveal your purpose. Waiting for them to take the initiative to extend an olive branch to you will be more beneficial to you." After listening to what Li Guanjuan said, Lin Xiao found that the other party obviously had something else in mind. However, the other party had no intention of explaining and turned away. Lin Xiao was a little confused. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo suddenly came from a distance. "Why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Jiangwo with some confusion. "Principal Lu, do you want to talk to me about something?" Lu Jiangwo shook his head upon hearing this. "It's not me who wants to see you, but the head of the admissions office wants to see you." A moment later, Lin Xiao and Lu Jiangwo came to a very grand office. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao saw Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyong sitting inside, with several students of similar age beside them, and opposite them sat a group of middle-aged people. Lu Jiangwo pointed to a chair next to him and said, "Sit down and talk." After Lin Xiao sat down, Lu Jiangwo and the principals of number 2 and number 3 middle schools spoke up. "We called you here because your test scores were outstanding this time. 4 strong students like you, the admissions office leaders would like to hear your opinions on applying." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately understood what they wanted to do. This is what early admission means. After Lin Xiao sat down, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Asen all stood behind him. The room then became crowded. Everyone's attention was focused on Lin Xiao. The first person to speak was an old man with white hair. "Little friend Lin Xiao, are you interested in telling us how you obtained a humanoid spirit pet?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Lin Xiao knew that these old guys would be interested in his secret, so he was prepared to answer this question. Lin Xiao showed a puzzled expression and asked, "How did you get it?" "I just bought the spirit pets and signed a contract with them, and then they turned into human form." Forehead. Lin Xiao's words immediately left everyone speechless. They couldn't help but think, "Brother, could you please stop being so Versailles?" The old man then organized his words and said, "What we mean is, how did you manage to transform these spirit pets into human form? Do you have any tricks?" Underscore extra the underscore. Chapter 33. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. In order to protect his secret, Lin Xiao then showed a puzzled expression, but his heart was unusually calm. Of course, he couldn't tell anyone the secret that he owned the system. Once discovered, he might be caught by some people with ulterior motives and sliced up for research. Yao Chuanxue and others also focused their attention on him. They also wanted to know how Lin Xiao obtained these powerful spiritual pets. Lin Xiao looked at Xiao Jiao, then at Chimera, and then asked, "When you signed the contract with me before, did you find anything special about me?" When Xiao Jiao heard this, his face, which had brought disaster to the country and the people, suddenly showed suspicion, which made people feel pity for him. "Master, Xiao Jiao remembers that you were very gentle to me. I felt a kind of intimacy with you, and then I wanted to serve you well. Then, I transformed into a human form." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those old guys immediately became uncomfortable. "What do you mean I turned into a human form because I wanted to serve my master well? Is it possible that you transformed into human form voluntarily?" Then, Chimera, wearing a training uniform, showed a look of reminiscence on his face full of collagen. "That's right. After I signed the contract with my master, I thought about becoming someone like my master, and then I became a human." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. "Do you treat us as children? You think you can fool us with such a simple lie?" But the old man who spoke first didn't think so. He thought about it carefully, then nodded and said, "Maybe little Lin Xiao has some special talent that hasn't been discovered yet." As he said this, he made the final judgment on Lin Xiao. "However, this matter is not important. We called you here for another purpose. Everyone here is a talented person who performed very well in the college entrance examination. So we would like to ask, do you have any colleges or universities that you would like to attend?" At this time, Lin Xiao remembered what Li Guanjuan said to him, so he did not take the initiative to speak. But Yao Chuanxue, who was standing aside, was the first to speak. "I want to go to Yuzhou Lingchong University. It's my target university and my dream." Upon hearing Yao Chuanxue's words, the representative of Yuzhou Lingchong University across the street immediately showed a look of satisfaction. Unexpectedly, just as Yao Chuanxue finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit and with an old cadre hairstyle spoke silently. "Little girl, don't jump to conclusions yet. I think your talent and pet are very suitable for our Central Plains Pet University." Yao Chuanxue was just about to refuse, but the representative of Zhongyuan Lingchong University interrupted her with a smile. "Don't be so hasty to reject us. Although our Zhongyuan Spiritual Pet University isn't as high-ranked as Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, we have the best research results in the country on fire elemental spirit pets. Not only that, our school won the top 10 in the fire element in the last World Element competition. This is among the best among all the participating schools in Dragon Country." After talking about the advantages of his school, the school representative finally showed his trump card. "If you are willing to enter our Zhongling University, then on behalf of our school, I can promise you that not only will your tuition be waived for 4 years, but we will also provide you with a national scholarship every year, an opportunity to be a government-sponsored exchange student, and a free spot in the Fire Elemental Spirit Pet Trial every year." The conditions offered by the other party were so tempting that Yao Chuanxue thought for a moment before nodding and saying, "Okay, I accept your invitation." Then, Su Peng also received an invitation from Northern Spiritual Pet University. His spirit pet is a mechanical creation, but Northern Spirit Pet University is a favorite among famous science and engineering men. He and Northern Spiritual Pet University hit it off right away, and he didn't give the other schools any chance at all. But when it came to Chen Feiyong, his choice surprised everyone. Chen Feiyong did not choose any school. "My dream is to become a glorious soldier, so I decided to join the army." Hearing his words, Jingzhou Spiritual Pet University, which had been very interested in him, showed a surprised expression. "Chen Feiyong, I know your conditions aren't very good. If you join the military, you won't receive any subsidies, and no one will provide you with better training. Your fate will depend solely on yourself. Have you made up your mind?" Upon hearing this, Chen Feiyong said unwaveringly, "I made up my mind when I was very young. Joining the army has always been my dream." After hearing Chen Feiyong's answer, the representatives from various schools did not try to dissuade him. Then, several students with good college entrance examination scores were admitted to major universities. However, their welfare benefits are not as good as Yao Chuanxue's. Finally, it was Lin Xiao's turn to take the lead. Lin Xiao remembered Li Guanjuan's reminder, so he thought for a moment and said, "I haven't decided which school to go to yet." No one expected that the first person to speak was a beautiful middle-aged woman wearing glasses. "Lin Xiao, would you like to consider our Kyoto Women's University?" Everyone looked at the beautiful middle-aged woman in disbelief. "We at Kyoto Women's University don't have anything else but great benefits. On behalf of my school, I can promise you that as long as you join us, All of the school's resources will be unconditionally allocated to you alone. Our school will build a separate dormitory and bathroom for you. There will be dedicated teachers to train you in all subjects. As for your humanoid spirit pet, we will also have someone specially assigned to take care of its food and daily life. In addition to providing you with a normal scholarship standard and full tuition waiver every year, our school will also give you an additional scholarship of 1 million yuan per year. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Kyoto Women's University actually wanted to make an exception and admit Lin Xiao. It's outrageous that a university that only admits women is now scrambling to admit men. The beautiful middle-aged woman had not yet finished her words. You know, our school doesn't have anything else but a lot of beautiful girls. I don't think you'll refuse. After hearing the last words of the middle-aged beautiful woman, someone finally couldn't sit still anymore. Ahem, Zhao Jia, you're deceiving a child, aren't you? The person who spoke immediately turned to look at Lin Xiao. As a representative of Northern Spirit Pet University, I have to remind Lin Xiao not to listen to this old witch. She loves to deceive people. Haven't you heard that the more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie? If you go there, you'll definitely be ostracized by those beautiful girls. Besides, their school doesn't offer any good majors. Why not come to Northern Spiritual Pet University? We have world-class majors open to you. Not only that, on the premise that all your basic benefits are met, we will also provide you with a separate laboratory. You should have heard of our Northern Spirit Pet Laboratory. It can simulate various combat scenarios for your spirit pets. This technology is second to none in the world. Chapter 34. You don't have to bet your life. After hearing what the representative of Northern Spiritual Pet University said, Zhao Jia immediately sneered. Want to become a monk at your Northern Spirit Pet University? It's full of science and engineering guys. All they think about is mechanics. Lin Xiao isn't cut out for scientific research. His spirit pets are so powerful, he must develop their strongest combat power. Just as Zhao Jia finished speaking, another school representative wearing glasses spoke up. That's right. So our Magic Pet Academy is the best fit for Lin Xiao. Don't underestimate our Magical Pet Academy, which is just a small academy. However, our development and research of magical pets are already #1 in the country. It just so happens that this is also suitable for Lin Xiao's humanoid pet. Having said that, the other party looked at Chimera. As long as little Lin Xiao comes to our academy, I promise to give him an additional scholarship of 2 million yuan, in addition to the basic welfare benefits. Moreover, our academy's principal, known as the Encyclopedia of Magic, will personally give Lin Xiao one-on-one lessons. Lin Xiao has lived 2 lives and has great composure, so he doesn't have too many emotional fluctuations. He never expected that the other party would directly bring out the principal of their college. If he agreed, his status in the Magic Pet Academy would be equivalent to the last disciple of the master in martial arts novels. Such a request is indeed generous, but Lin Xiao is not interested at all. The reason is simple. He has the inheritance of the human magician Mira in his hands. At this time, the representative of Yuzhou Lingchong University finally spoke. Lin Xiao, I'm the representative of Yuzhou Lingchong University. My name is Zheng Beihai. Our school is very satisfied with your performance in the college entrance examination. Because our school knows that your family background isn't very good, we'll waive your tuition and give you a generous scholarship every year. Zhao Jia, who was standing by, couldn't help but curl her lips after hearing this. I thought it was a huge benefit package. It's like our school can't provide it. Unexpectedly, Zheng Beihai then added, 5 million per year. Forehead. Zhao Jia was completely choked after hearing this number. What does 5 million mean? You can buy a B-level spiritual pet directly with that much money. It can ensure that an ordinary family will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. But Zheng Beihai just gave it to Lin Xiao as a basic benefit without any hesitation. But Zheng Beihai had not finished speaking. Not only that, if you want to continue your studies, whether it's taking the postgraduate entrance exam or studying abroad, our school will waive all tuition and research funding. Also, if you achieve any research results at our school, we won't get a share of the profits. Not only that, we can also make a promise and give you a chance to compete in the World University Spiritual Pet Competition. Bang! Representatives from several schools stood up immediately after hearing Zheng Beihai's words. The International High School Spiritual Pet Competition. That's the most important competition for our Dragon Nation. It concerns the fate of our nation. That's right. Moreover, the Quadrennial International College Spiritual Pet Competition will be held in less than a year. Lin Xiao is just a freshman, and you plan to let him participate in such an important competition? Are you crazy? Lin Xiao, don't trust this old bastard. Even the president of the International College Spiritual Pet Competition doesn't have the authority to confirm the number of participants. This guy must be deceiving you. Lin Xiao then looked at Zheng Beihai, who smiled and said without a trace of guilt, "Like I just said, I'm just giving you a chance to fight for a spot. Whether you can get it depends on your own strength. After all, this quota is determined by the country, not the school. Logically, freshmen are not eligible, but we can provide you with this platform for your sake. Whether you can obtain it depends on your luck." When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but think deeply. He is well aware of the extraordinary significance of this competition. The International College Spiritual Pet Competition is a competition for college students organized by the World Alliance. All the universities ranked in the top 100 in the world will send a representative to participate in this competition. The final result will determine the spoils. If a player is eliminated during the competition, the university and country where the player is located will also bear the corresponding losses. Many schools have been devastated by this, and even some countries have been implicated, resulting in a significant reduction in national strength. Manhwa has not made any achievements in the past 3 competitions, and has even suffered a considerable blow. Therefore, this year Manhwa attached great importance to the International College Spirit Pet Competition and ordered the contestants from the participating schools to be elected fairly and impartially, and only after being reviewed by the National Political Review can they participate in the competition. Lin Xiao was just about to speak when Zhao Jie spoke first. "Lin Xiao, don't listen to him. That competition is a cannibalistic place. There's no need to bet your life on it." "Yeah, Lin Xiao, this old guy has no good intentions at all. You are only 18 years old now and don't have that much combat experience. It's better to focus on improving yourself." Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard this. "Thank you all for your concern for me. But as a great man of the Dragon Country, I have this opportunity and platform to showcase myself. Why not fight for it?" Having said that, Lin Xiao looked at Zheng Beihai and said, "Thank you, Teacher Zheng. I accept Teacher Zheng's invitation." Zheng Beihai couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard that Lin Xiao agreed to join Yuzhou's Spiritual Pet University. Good. Young people have backbone. Yao Chuanxue, who was standing aside, looked at Lin Xiao with an extremely complicated expression and finally turned her head away. "I have lost miserably. Even the welfare benefits I received are not on the same level as those in universities." Like Yao Chuanxue, the others looked at Lin Xiao with more or less envy and jealousy in their eyes. After signing the enrollment agreement with Zheng Beihai, Lin Xiao left directly. Walking on the streets of Magic City, 3 girls chattered beside him. Although Xiaozhou stayed with Lin Xiao the longest, he had no chance to play in the living space of humans. Although Chimera is calm by nature, he is also full of curiosity when he looks at things on the street. As for Asen, she looked around and touched this and that, not hiding her curiosity at all. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and said, "I'll take you guys on a good tour of the Magic City later." After returning to his residential building, Lin Xiao took a comfortable bath. Xiaozhou was serving Lin Xiao on the side, which made Lin Xiao a little uncomfortable. He originally wanted to refuse this kind of enjoyment, but seeing Xiaozhou's sad look, he couldn't help but soften his heart and could only passively accept this kind of service. After taking a very erotic bath, Lin Xiao just came out of the bathtub when he heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What happened outside?" Chapter 35. You are not worthy to mention her. Ashan, who was looking around at the door, glanced outside, then shook her head and said to Lin Xiao, "I don't know, but someone is coming outside." When Lin Xiao heard this, he ignored it. However, after a while, the noise at the door became louder and louder. It seemed like a lot of people had gathered, and then someone knocked on the door of Lin Xiao's courtyard. The house where Lin Xiao lives is a small bungalow sandwiched between several dilapidated peasant houses. In the Magic City, where every inch of land is valuable, it can be said to be extremely rare. However, it was just right for Lin Xiao, as he could still afford the low rent. Lin Xiao walked out of the room and slowly opened the door to the outside world. As soon as I opened the door, I heard a few loud bangs. Then, colorful paper bags fell from the sky. This made Asen, who was standing next to him, almost think that someone was attacking him, and even his hair and tail stood up. Lin Xiao looked at the group of people at the door and couldn't help but frown, because not only his neighbors were standing outside the door, but also a group of strangers who seemed familiar. But even with Lin Xiao's experience and memory, he couldn't remember where he had seen this group of people before. He just felt that they looked familiar. Then, an old man who was in the lead stood up. The look he gave Lin Xiao was filled with a hint of intimacy, as well as greed, as if he had obtained a treasure. This made Lin Xiao feel very uncomfortable. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the old man in confusion. Who are you? What do you want from me? After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the old man said without any hesitation, Oh, third grandson, don't you recognize me? I am your grandfather. You are my grandson. When Lin Xiao heard this, his brows furrowed even more tightly. He did not ask who the old man was, nor did he further inquire why he called him that. He just said in a light tone, Sorry, I don't know you. After saying that, Lin Xiao closed the door with a bang. Of course, Lin Xiao already had a rough guess about the identities of this group of people. Then, someone knocked on Lin Xiao's door again. This time, the voice outside came from a neighbor with whom he had a good relationship. Lin Xiao, open the door. I'm Aunt Wang. They're not bad people. They're really your relatives. Lin Xiao is still very grateful to his neighbors. When he was young, his parents died, and he grew up relying on the meals provided by his neighbors. Although in the big city of Shanghai, everything comes first. Although the neighbors said some unpleasant things, they still extended a helping hand to Lin Xiao when they saw that he was living alone. Over time, Lin Xiao also understood that they were just a group of ordinary people trying hard to survive. Every time they help themselves, their already poor lives will become more difficult. At first, he was a little resentful of his neighbors' sharp tongues but kind hearts, but later, he was truly grateful to them. He looked at Aunt Wang, smiled sincerely, and asked, Aunt Wang, why did you get off work so early today? Aunt Wang said with a beaming face, That's right. Everyone heard you were done with the college entrance exam and came back to ask about your results. But just when I got back, I heard your relatives from back home were here, saying you got top spot. Is that true? Lin Xiao did not deny it, but he did not give a direct answer either. I am able to achieve what I have today only because of the help from my neighbors. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile from the bottom of her heart, and her eyes were a little moist. That's great. I've watched you grow up since you were little, and I knew you were destined to be extraordinary. At this moment, the old man who had spoken before quickly interrupted the conversation between Lin Xiao and Aunt Wang. Lin Xiao, do you still remember? When you were 3 years old, your mother brought you back to the family to recognize your relatives. I was the one who welcomed you and your son. I am your second grandfather, Lin Xiao. Yes, Lin Xiao, do you still remember me? I'm your second uncle. When you and your mother left home, I was the one who sent you out. Lin Xiao, didn't your mother want to send you back to the family before? Now we are here to pick you up, and your grandfather is waiting for you in the family. Seeing the enthusiasm of these relatives, Aunt Wang also smiled sincerely. Lin Xiao, you said you've been suffering alone outside for so many years. This time, you finally have a home. Aunt Wang is really happy for you. Lin Xiao's relatives, who were wearing designer clothes and driving luxury cars, couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Second grandfather, of course I remember how you treated my mother and me. Back then, I heard you call my mother a slut, a country bumpkin from out of town, and that she was the one who killed my father. It was you who asked this so-called second uncle to drive my mother and me out. It was also this so-called second uncle who pointed at my mother's nose and said that I would never be able to return to the family and recognize my ancestors in this lifetime, saying that my father was a disgrace to the Lin family. While speaking, Lin Xiao pointed at the so-called second uncle Lin Hai, but his eyes were looking at the so-called second grandfather Lin Xiaodian. You didn't even give me a chance to see Grandpa. Why are you taking me back to my family now? Is it just because I'm the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Magic City? After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Xiaoyan's face turned pale and blue. My second uncle Lin Hai, who was standing next to him, even lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Aunt Wang and other neighbors. Thank you to all the neighbors for taking care of me over the years. Thank you for all your efforts. I know that living here is not easy for everyone. When I was little, Lin Xiao was naive and never understood why everyone was always arguing and arguing. But as I grew up, Lin Xiao finally understood everyone's difficulties. I, Lin Xiao, also want to have a home, but my home is here. It was my uncles, aunts, grandparents who raised me. I have nothing to do with the Lin family. Having said that, Lin Xiao couldn't help but bow to the neighbors in front of him. Lin Xiao, thank you all for your care over the years. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Every word Lin Xiao said was like a slap in the face of Lin Xiaodian. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes rolled, and he quickly stepped forward to tell the sad story. Lin Xiao, I know you've had difficulties over the years, and you have grievances against our Lin family, but that's all because of misunderstandings. It's your mother. Shut up. Lin Xiao's voice suddenly rose. You don't deserve to mention her. Lin Xiao's mother is a beastmaster from outside the area. She met his father during a mission. Lin Xiao's father was one of the best beastmasters in the Magic City back then, and the one with the greatest potential to become a god. However, The Lin family rejected the marriage on the grounds that Lin Xiao's mother was of low status and was not worthy of the Lin family. So, Lin Xiao's father had no choice but to elope with his mother. But who knew that Lin Xiao's father died in a mission, and Lin Xiao's mother was also seriously injured. In the end, Lin Xiao's mother had to take Lin Xiao to the Lin family, wanting to give Lin Xiao a home. However, the mother and son were later driven out by the Lin family. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiao's mother's condition rapidly worsened and she passed away, leaving behind the young Lin Xiao, living alone. Chapter 36. As long as he doesn't return to the family, the Lin family will be ours. Lin Xiao then looked at Lin Xiaotian with cold eyes. Why are you looking for me now to claim your kinship? Is it because of my status as the top scorer in the Magic City? I think with the strength of the Lin family, they shouldn't need a little top scorer like me, right? Anyone could see the sarcasm in Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiaotian's face turned red, and he didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lin Hai suddenly spoke. Lin Xiao, don't be so shameless. Do you think it's rare, just because you got the top score in the college entrance examination? When Lin Xiaotian heard what Lin Hai said, he quickly stopped Lin Hai. Lin Xiao, I admit that I was wrong to you and your son in what happened before. But this is not the family's intention. I hope you won't take your anger out on the Lin family. I know I don't have the face to see you, but the person who is coming to see you this time is actually your grandfather. My grandfather? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao asked back with some confusion. The so-called grandfather Lin Batian was once a beast master who was very powerful in the entire Magic City. He single-handedly built such a huge family as the Lin family. Lin Xiao had only heard of him but had never seen him in person. However, this actually doesn't mean anything to Lin Xiao now. When he and his mother were kicked out of the Lin family, all this was already over. Lin Xiao sneered and said, Do I have a grandfather? The one who raised me from childhood was Grandpa Zhang from the neighborhood, and Grandpa Li from this farmer's house. I have nothing to do with that high and mighty Lin Batian, the head of the Lin family. After hearing this, Lin Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh. Lin Hai, however, changed his friendly tone and shouted directly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, you said this, don't regret it. Lin Xiao responded to the other party's words with silence. Lin Xiaotian looked at Lin Xiao's resolute expression, as if he had something left to say, and could only sigh. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Xiaotian took Lin Hai and his group away. Lin Xiao didn't even look at this group of people. Aunt Wang seemed to have not recovered yet, and asked uncertainly, Lin Xiao, did you really get the top prize in our Magic City? Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Yes, Aunt Wang. When the neighbors heard this, they all showed happy expressions. Lin Xiao could feel that they were truly happy for him. That's great. Everyone come to my house for dinner tonight, and we'll celebrate. Lin Xiao nodded again. Yeah, I like the food cooked by Aunt Wang the most. On the other side, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Hai were sitting in an extended Lincoln. Lin Hai smoked a fine cigar with an angry look on his face. Dad, this little bastard is so ungrateful. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson? Lin Xiaotian looked at his son Lin Hai and said, No need. This outcome is the most advantageous for us. Let him fend for himself. Do you think I'd be unhappy after he scolded me so harshly today? But, as long as he doesn't return to the family, the Lin family will be ours. Lin Hai said, I know, but he felt a little indignant in his heart. After all, he had never suffered such grievances since he was a child. Little beast, don't let yourself fall into my hands. Lin Hai muttered to himself in his heart. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao got up rubbing his forehead. Last night, he drank a little too much because he was too happy. Fortunately, there are 3 daughters, Xiaojiu, who have been taking care of him. After Lin Xiao got up, he had a simple breakfast and then went to the registration office of the Beastmaster Guild. He doesn't want to waste time on meaningless things. From Li Guanjuan, Lin Xiao felt the gap between him and Li Guanjuan. Even someone as powerful as Li Guanjuan could make his spirit pet swallow up a world, but in the end, he could only be the chief examiner in the college entrance examination. Therefore, Lin Xiao felt that he still couldn't think of the world too simply. Therefore, he decided to use this holiday to improve himself. At the Beastmaster Guild registration office, there are not only a large number of guilds recruiting new members. There are many Beastmasters like him who seek some tasks here to earn some extra money. Lin Xiao went straight to the mission hall, looked at the public taskbar, looking to buy a space storage device, or a monster that can make space equipment. Price is negotiable. There's a demon beast cave 90 kilometers outside the north gate of Demon City. We're looking for a team of 4 to explore it. Each member must be at least an intermediate Beastmaster, and the rewards will be distributed according to performance. Looking for a tutor to help a high school senior improve his grades. Price, 1,000 yuan per lesson. Lin Xiao looked at the various bounty tasks above and for a moment, he didn't know which task to accept. Just when he was at a loss, his eyes suddenly lit up. Right in the corner of the taskbar, there is a very inconspicuous task. Looking for a Blastoise shell, a Qinghe python gallbladder, and a Thunderbolt fish lightning rod. Price, 1 million. Call me if you have any questions. When Lin Xiao saw this commission, he couldn't help but reveal a pensive expression. First of all, the value of this commission is not high, although 1 million seems to be enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live a wealthy life for 10 years. But the Qinghe python is a Class B, first-order monster, and its living cubs alone can be sold for several million. Moreover, even a dead body can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars in the trading house. The Blastoise is also a sea-level monster with extremely strong combat power. It is extremely difficult to capture a living one. Although the Thunderfish is a fish, it has the bonus of Thunder attribute and is extremely difficult to obtain. But the other party offered a selling price of only 1 million. Either the other party did not know the value of these things, or he was really short of money. Unless the other party does not want anyone to accept this task. Therefore, Lin Xiao planned to bargain with the other party. Lin Xiao thought about it, pondered how to contact the other party, then took out his phone and dialed the other party's number according to the information on the commission task. A moment later, a clear female voice answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Lin Xiao pretended to be nonchalant and said, I took a look at the tasks you posted, and the prices are a bit low. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the other party's tone suddenly became serious. How much are you going to ask for? Lin Xiao didn't even think about it and said directly, 10 million. Upon hearing this, the other party fell into deep thought. Can you really get these 3 things? Lin Xiao did not answer the other party directly, but said lightly, I will complete your task within a month. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the other party fell into deep thought for a long time. A month is too long. 15 days. I'll only give you 15 days. Once you obtain the 3 items listed in the commission, contact me immediately, and I'll send someone to contact you. After Lin Xiao received a positive response from the other party, he hung up the phone. He was not afraid that the other party would go back on his word because he had recorded the call when he first started. If the other party breaks his promise, Lin Xiao only needs to send the call recording to the task registration office, and someone will come to handle it. Before making this call, Lin Xiao had been thinking about how to protect his interests. After all, if you want to accept such an obviously unreasonable commission, you should be careful. Chapter 37. Can the authorities do anything to our Lu family? Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and returned home. After packing up properly, Lin Xiao prepared to complete the commission task. Then, he took Xiaojiu and the other 2 girls and walked towards the gate of the Demon City. At the gate of the Demon City, several guards were gathered together chatting. Have you heard? The top scorer in the college entrance exam in Magic City this year seems to be a young man named Lin Xiao from number 1 middle school. I heard he has several humanoid spirit pets. Really? Humanoid pets, those things are so rare. The last time I heard about a humanoid pet in the news was when Angewoman appeared. Why is he the top scorer in the Shanghai Gaokao, and not the top scorer in the entire country? Another older guard, after hearing the last person's words, couldn't help but pat the other person on the head. Are you stupid? The difficulty of the questions varies in every state, and even in every city. Take our Magic City, for example. This time, the military district personally set the questions. I heard they even used Commander Li Guanjuan's sky-swallowing pelican. Holy crap, is this true? I heard Commander Li's sky-swallowing pelican has a unique bloodline and a chance to become a god. How could it be true? I just wonder what this humanoid pet of Lin Xiao is like. Is it a cute animal-eared girl? The older guard muttered to himself. The younger guard on the side was stunned when he heard the name Lin Xiao, because he suddenly remembered a night a week ago when a young man passed through his place with a humanoid spirit pet. His name seemed to be Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a light cough disrupted everyone's thoughts. Everyone looked closely and found a handsome boy in school uniform standing opposite them with 3 cute girls with animal ears. The old guard couldn't help but frown after seeing this scene. What? Want to leave the city? Take out your beast tamer license and register. Don't think you can get away with it just by pretending to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. If you don't have all the necessary paperwork, you won't be allowed out. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao took out his beast tamer qualification certificate without a care in the world. The guard took it and looked at it. Lin Xiao, spiritual pet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at him expressionlessly. The other party immediately burst into laughter. Ah, so it's the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Okay, registration is complete. Those 3 behind you are your spirit pets, right? You're truly extraordinary. Please, you may leave now. Having said that, The other party quickly opened the door. Lin Xiao then took the 3 girls out of the city gate. A group of guards were left behind, staring at Lin Xiao and his animal-eared girls with envy and jealousy. As soon as he arrived outside the city, Lin Xiao took out a map. The first thing we need to look for is the Blastoise. According to its habits, it prefers to live by the river, so let's go. Lin Xiao's finger pointed directly at Zhuye Lake, a natural lake more than 200 kilometers away from the Magic City. It's only a distance of more than 200 kilometers, and even if you drive, it will take 2 hours to get there. But driving in the wild is the most dangerous thing. Because there is no way to determine a safe route, there are no long-distance tools in this world of beast taming. Those flying in the sky will be attacked by flying monsters, and those on boats will be attacked by both monsters in the water and flying monsters. The land route is relatively safe because there will be professional explorers who will open up a relatively safe route, but there will also be some accidents. Helplessly, Lin Xiao could only sigh. It seems that I can only walk away. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Asen let out a howl of a woo. Then, she slowly lay on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiao thought of something and asked in surprise, Ashen, do you want me to ride you over? Upon hearing this, Asen nodded and let out a wild breathing sound. I want my master to ride me. It is an honor for Ashan to be ridden by the master. Master, please ride Asen. When Lin Xiao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched. Why does it taste wrong? Did I think the wrong way? However, Lin Xiao did not act pretentiously and immediately straddled Asen's back. Seeing this, Xiaojiu didn't hesitate and hugged Lin Xiao from behind and rode on him. Lin Xiao felt as if something soft was pressing against his back. Fortunately, he has good concentration. Otherwise, it might fail. Asen looked at the chimera, but the chimera did not sit on it. Instead, it slowly floated in the sky, indicating that Asen could leave. Immediately, Asen started running. As the only one among the snow wolves with natural power, Asen is much faster than the prairie wolves. Some monsters encountered on the road also tried to avoid him after feeling the natural power from Asen. I don't know how long it took, but Asen suddenly jumped up and then landed on a mound. She lowered her head and smelled the ground, then showed an alert expression. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in confusion, What's wrong? Is there any danger? Upon hearing this, Asen shook her head. No, I smell humans. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately frowned. You have to know that this is outside the safe route outside the city. Moreover, it is not far from Zhuye Lake. The monsters here are all aquatic monsters. But aquatic monsters are very useless to ordinary people. Therefore, no adventurers would come here to collect the elf eggs of aquatic monsters. So why would anyone appear here? Lin Xiao was very puzzled. He and Xiaojiu immediately rolled off Asen's body, and Asen then turned back into human form. Lin Xiao looked around and said, Let's go take a look ahead. As he spoke, Lin Xiao led the 3 women towards Bamboo Leaf Lake. After walking for about 10 minutes, the surface of Zhuye Lake came into view of the 4 people. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of them. Pouring, pouring, pouring. The other party made a sound like a mechanical creature. The other party's information then appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Clockwork Man, a C-rank, second-order mechanical monster, is a mechanical creation of the devil inventor Benjamin. It possesses powerful defenses and the skills of Clockwork Claw, Flame Breath, and Positioning Rocket. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly became solemn. He didn't expect that the other party was actually a second-level monster. And his master stood behind him. Where are you all from? Get out, get out, get out. This place has been reserved by the Liu family. Leave here immediately, or don't blame us for being rude to you. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Why is it the Liu family again? It seemed like wherever he went, the Liu family was haunting him. Private the whole place? According to the laws of Dragon Country, no one except the officials can monopolize any area, right? After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Beastmaster immediately showed a sarcastic expression and said indifferently, You know shit. In the wild, strength reigns supreme. Our Liu family has the power to monopolize Bamboo Leaf Lake. Even if the authorities find out, what can they do? What can they do to our Liu family? An A-level monster has appeared here. Once our Liu family captures it, you can enter. After saying that, the Beastmaster looked at Lin Xiao and his group with disdain. The other person looked as if he was looking at garbage. Chapter 38. You rich dog. Let me rob the rich and help the poor. After hearing the words of the Beastmaster in front of him, Lin Xiao suddenly discovered key information. That is, the Liu family discovered an A-level monster here. According to the market value, the listing price of an A-level monster in the spirit pet business alone is over 10 million. If this A-level monster has some special bloodline or talent, then its value will be even more immeasurable. However, this has no appeal to Lin Xiao. Not to mention the 3 little girls around Lin Xiao. Each of them is an SSS-level monster with SSS-level talent and bloodline. Moreover, Lin Xiao had a feeling that as these 3 little girls continued to evolve, they might have already broken through the shackles of the SSS level and become higher-level beings. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao spoke lightly. I have no interest in A-level monsters, so please move aside and don't interfere with my mission. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the Beastmaster immediately showed an incredible look on his face. You have no interest in A-level monsters. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The man couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic expression. He said, I've seen many Beastmasters like you who try to take advantage of others. Get out, get out, get out. Now, get out of here, or I'll kill you. The other party's expression became increasingly unfriendly. The clockwork man beside him also immediately took up combat posture. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. I repeat, my purpose in coming to Bamboo Leaf Lake is to complete a mission. It has nothing to do with any A-rank monsters. Besides, you have no right to monopolize the resources here. The Beastmaster couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Ha ha ha, didn't you hear what I just said? It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. As he said that, he looked at the clockwork man beside him. Clockwork man, kill him for me. Hearing this, the clockwork man raised a hand without hesitation. That hand did not have 5 fingers like a human hand. Instead, it is a strange claw composed of 3 ring hooks. After the other party aimed at Lin Xiao, he immediately launched the strange claw. Clockwork hook. Lin Xiao reacted very quickly. He responded as soon as the other party made an attack. Lin Xiao didn't need to issue any orders. Asen, who had been on high alert, was the first to rush forward. The clockwork man did not hesitate when he saw Ashen. Breathing flames. With a puff sound, a large amount of flames spurted out from the clockwork man's mouth, forming a curtain of flames directly in front of him. It seems that the other party wants to use this method to block all of Asen's attack routes. But who is Asen? She is one of the rare warmongers among the 2nd-level monsters. How could she retreat because of such a painless attack? At the same time, Asen waved his claws, forming gusts of wind, and confronted the opponent through the middle door. Of course, the flames breathed by the clockwork man were no match for Asen's gale, and were blown away by Asen at the first sight. The remaining strong wind hit the clockwork man directly. At the same time, Asen landed in front of the opponent and attacked with his claws. After hearing a series of clang 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 sounds, the clockwork man's body suddenly began to crack. Then, with the sound of parts falling to the ground, the clockwork man shattered into countless parts and fell to the ground. The other party also made an unwilling sound, until finally, its crystal core became silent. At the same time, his master immediately felt a sharp pain from the depths of his soul. The other party then fell to the ground and started rolling around. Seeing this, Lin Xiao took a step forward and stepped directly on the opponent's head. Then, Lin Xiao asked coldly, "Tell me, where did you find that A-rank monster?" The man looked painful, but he was not going to compromise. "How dare you offend our Lu family? Just wait for our Lu family's revenge." Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile coldly when he heard this. He is not a good person. He had killed someone from the Lu family before the college entrance examination, so he did not have any psychological burden this time. Afterwards, Lin Xiao personally condensed a ball of heavenly fire in his own hands, and then threw it directly at the Beastmaster. The other party immediately felt a sharp pain in his bones. That was not an ordinary burn, but an attack that struck the soul directly. The other party could no longer hold on, and immediately begged for mercy. I say, right in the center of Bamboo Leaf Lake, the head of the family told us to surround the lake and capture all the Blastoises inside. Not a single one can be left behind. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately showed a look of doubt. Shouldn't it be an A-level monster? Why capture all the Blastoises? After all, Blastoise is just a C-level monster. Even if it is placed in a spirit pet business, it will only cost a few 100,000. Lin Xiao always felt that this matter was not simple. I have told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? After seeing that the other party really had no news to tell him, Lin Xiao nodded lightly. Okay, I'll give you a quick death. You. The other party obviously didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so decisive and was just about to shout for help. However, Asen on the side immediately took action. Asen ended his life with just one claw. Looking at the other person's corpse, Lin Xiao felt no emotion in his heart. Afterwards, Lin Xiao calmly touched the corpse. At the beginning, the first thing Lin Xiao touched was the badge of an intermediate beastmaster that the other party had hidden on his body and did not expose. Suddenly, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. If the other party is an intermediate beastmaster, He should have a lot of good things on him. It seems that we will gain a lot this time. After just a short while, Lin Xiao found more than 100,000 yuan, some healing pills, and a D-level spiritual pet on the other party's body. Lin Xiao looked at his harvest, not knowing whether to scold the other party for being poor or for being a rich man. The opponent actually only has one pokeball, which is really unworthy of his title of intermediate beast tamer. However, the other party actually had more than 100,000 yuan in cash in his pocket, which really surprised Lin Xiao. "You tycoon, you made me rob the rich and give to the poor." After saying that, Lin Xiao put the spoils into his storage bag. There was another D-level monster in his storage bag. If the two D-level monsters were sold, the revenue would be at least several 100,000, which was a very considerable income for Lin Xiao, who had been poor since childhood. At this time, Chimera fell from the sky. "Master, someone is coming in our direction." Lin Xiao also felt someone approaching at this time. So, Lin Xiao looked in the direction, then pointed to a deserted road on the side, and said, "Let's go to the woods over there." After saying that, Lin Xiao took the three little girls and ran into the lush forest. The four of them had just left a few minutes later. Several figures appeared where they were originally fighting. The man in the lead had a badge on his chest that said he was a high-level beastmaster. He looked at the body on the ground expressionlessly. One of his men immediately stepped forward to check the situation. A moment later, the subordinate reported, "Master Liu Yao, Asan was killed by a monster. Preliminary assessment is that it was at least a second-level monster with very sharp claws and a very large attack range." Upon hearing this, the man named Liu Yao couldn't help but raise his head and muttered to himself in some confusion. "Oh, only one person? Chapter 39 go? Xiaojiu, just leave one person alive." After thinking about it, Liu Yao felt something was wrong and asked again, "How many people are there on the other side?" The subordinate looked around at the traces of fighting and said uncertainly, "I don't know. Maybe 3, maybe 4. But what is certain is that only one of them took action." After hearing his subordinate's judgment, Liu Yao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. "Oh, just one demon beast can defeat Asan? It seems that the opponent is quite powerful." The subordinate then leaned over to Liu Yao's ear and said, "The other party is very powerful and has accomplices. Could they be from the Lin family?" Hearing this, Liu Yao shook his head. "This kind of thing is none of your business. Report it to the patriarch immediately. Everyone else, step up your guard. If you can't find the intruder, find a way to lure him out." "Yes." After saying that, the subordinate immediately went to do it. After entering the woods and arriving at a safe area, Chimera decisively flew into the air. After checking the surrounding terrain and whether there were any enemies, Chimera said to Lin Xiao, "Master, there's no one guarding this area up ahead. Most of them are near Bamboo Leaf Lake. It looks like they're trying to catch Blastoises." Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel that this mission was a bit strange. First, it was the other party's incorrect commission task information, and now it is the Liu family's monopoly on fishing here. This made Lin Xiao associate the two things together. Lin Xiao did not get entangled. After observing carefully for a while, he found that the actions of these people in front of him were obviously regular. Moreover, the entire Bamboo Leaf Lake is large enough that he can completely avoid these people and then capture the Blastoise. Therefore, Lin Xiao did not act radically right away, but waited patiently for the Liu family to rest before taking action. Just after nightfall, Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes from his meditation state. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took Xiaojiu and the two of them went to Bamboo Leaf Lake. Chimera was responsible for vigilance, while Asen cooperated with Lin Xiao on the periphery. After the two arrived at the lake, they immediately began to look for the tracks of Blastoise. Soon, they found 2 Blastoises hiding in a cave on a small island in the center of the lake. Lin Xiao just about to set foot on the island when he felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, with the Liu family's ability, it would be impossible for these 2 Blastoises to escape capture. Moreover, these 2 Blastoises were hiding in such an obvious place. It seems like there's a trick. Xiaojiu watched Lin Xiao from the side. She knew that Lin Xiao must have his own way. So, Lin Xiao thought about it and immediately used his super mental power to communicate with Chimera and Asen. After the two of them understood each other, Lin Xiao walked over to the small island in the middle of the lake in a grand manner. Just as he approached the 2 Blastoises, the surroundings suddenly became bright, and then more than a dozen figures appeared around them. There were more than 20 spirit pets who surrounded Lin Xiao in the first moment. Moreover, there was a huge magic circle on the ground, suppressing Lin Xiao inside. "Ha ha ha, I finally caught you." Liu Yao walked out slowly from the crowd with a hint of sarcasm on his face. "I thought they were some kind of character. Turns out they're just 2 young men whose hair hasn't even grown out yet." At this time, Lin Xiao was still dressed like a high school student, and Xiao Jiu had already hidden his ears and tail. It seems that Xiao Jiu is Lin Xiao's companion. Tell me, who sent you here? Lin Xiao looked at Lu Yao coldly, speaking the truth that couldn't be more true. We are students who have just graduated from high school. We come here to do tasks and earn some living expenses. One of Lu Yao's men beside him immediately showed a look of disbelief after hearing what Lin Xiao said. High school graduates? Do you really think we're fools? Do you know who this is? This is Lu Yao, the Lu family's senior beastmaster. He's one of the most influential figures in our magic city. Do you think your little trick can fool him? Soon, Lu Yao sneered. Tell me, did the Lin family ask you to come? When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. How did this matter involve the Lin family again? Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Lu Yao thought he had guessed right, so he laughed wildly. It seems I was right. It must be that old bastard Lin Batian, who sent you here. I'm telling you, if someone notifies our Lu family, we must not let that old bastard Lin Batian's plan succeed, no matter what. After saying that, Lu Yao looked at his subordinates on both sides. Come on, kill these two little bastards. There's no need to leave them alive. However, one of his subordinates then said, Mr. Lu Yao, look at that little girl. She's so tender and beautiful. Why don't we capture her and give her to young Master Lu Chun? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao looked directly at the other party with a sinister smile on his face. Seeing this, the other party quickly changed his words. No, catch him and send him to you, Boss Lu Yao, first. Let you take a look. If it's possible, then send him to young Master Lu Chun. If not, then let the brothers execute him on the spot. Hearing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, Well said. Let's do it. After he finished speaking, many Beastmasters immediately took action at the same time. Only one Beastmaster was left, who started to control the magic circle on the spot. Boy, let me tell you, the name of this formation is the famous Trapping and Killing Formation. It was formed from the blood of hundreds of C-rank monsters, and these monsters are Blastoises. Therefore, all the Blastoises in this lake have been killed by us. You can't possibly complete any of this shitty mission. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Xiao felt that his body seemed to be trapped by some invisible pressure. Lin Xiao's whole body began to feel heavy. He had an urge to kneel on the ground. However, Lin Xiao still stood there with a determined look on his face. The fox power in his body was running wildly. Every cell is howling. At this time, the Beastmasters also rushed over with their own monsters. Lin Xiao looked over and found that there were no high-level monsters. Most of them were second-level monsters. Then, Lin Xiao glanced at Xiao Jiu, who was standing beside him. But Xiao Jiu smiled at Lin Xiao with a charming look. Seeing this, Lin Xiao knew that the little girl was not affected at all. So Lin Xiao smiled and said, Go. Xiao Jiu, just leave one person alive. Xiao Jiu had already made preparations. He took a step forward and suddenly turned into a flame. Under the heavenly fire, all ghosts and monsters will be reduced to ashes. After just one encounter, most of the monsters were burned to ashes by Xiao Jiu. Occasionally, there would be one or two powerful second-level monsters that could still be resisted. After seeing this scene, Lu Yao suddenly realized that something was wrong. So Lu Yao quickly gave the order. The killing array is fully activated. There's something wrong with this little girl. She seems to be a humanoid monster. Upon hearing Lu Yao's order, the Beastmasters who were controlling the killing array all showed expressions of surprise. Then, without hesitation, they immediately used all their mental power. At the same time, all their spirit pets screamed miserably. It was seen that the blood of their spirit pets was drained in an instant, and they immediately turned from their originally lively and cute spirit pets into mummies. They never imagined that their most trusted master would sacrifice them in this way and make them cannon fodder. Chapter 40. If you want to defeat me, you can only rely on brute force. Not long after, Lin Xiao felt the pressure on him become even greater. Even Xiao Jiu's little face looked a little ugly. And then Lu Yao finally took out his pokeball. You can be proud, because you forced me, a high-level beastmaster, to take action myself. Go, Blood Knight. As soon as Lu Yao finished speaking, a stream of blood came out of the pokeball. Then, the blood and energy slowly formed a knight, holding a broadsword. Basic information about the Blood Knight immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The Blood Knight is a B-rank, 4th-order demon beast. In life, he was a knight who died on the battlefield. After his death, due to his strong obsession, he came back to life and feeds on flesh and blood. Possesses the following skills: Broadsword Slash, Flesh Drain, Night Charge, and Berserk. Talent: Blood Chi Assimilation. The richer the surrounding blood chi, the stronger the Blood Knight will be. Characteristics: Afraid of light-type enemies. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was the first time he saw such detailed information in the complete monster encyclopedia. It can be seen that the strength of the enemy in front of us should be extraordinary. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu no longer hesitated and immediately turned into flames and rushed forward. However, Xiaojiu had only flown a short distance when she felt the flames on her body become even heavier. Afterwards, the flames on her body were actually absorbed directly by the killing formation. Seeing this, Liu Yao couldn't help but burst out laughing. You didn't expect that. The second stage of this killing array can absorb all magical attacks. So, if you want to defeat me, you can only rely on brute force. As for brute force, it happens to be the Blood Knight's strong point. Moreover, the blood energy here is so rich that the Blood Knight's strength is more than doubled. Therefore, there is no way I can lose. Lin Xiao looked at the other person's smug smile and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Really? After saying that, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Then, a gust of wind blew, and the surrounding blood and energy were blown away. Seeing this, Liu Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "Who?" Then, a huge magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, covering the entire trapping array. Magic condenses. Magic missile combo. The sound of boom boom boom. Explosions rang out in an instant. The entire island in the middle of the lake was almost blown into Bamboo Leaf Lake by the Chimera. After the explosion, Lin Xiao felt that the small island in the middle of the lake had become a little shorter. It seems that the most violent one is the little girl Chimera. At this moment, the trapping array was completely destroyed by Chimera. Those beastmasters who were in charge of the killing array were either killed or injured afterwards. Liu Yao just escaped a disaster with his own strength. At this moment, when Liu Yao looked at Lin Xiao again, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of disbelief. Then he suddenly thought of something and said in astonishment, You are Lin Xiao, the top scorer in the college entrance examination who has a humanoid spirit pet." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao did not deny it, but looked at Xiaojiu, who immediately understood what he meant. However, this time Xiaojiu did not transform into fire. "I heard that your pet is very good at close combat." As he spoke, Xiaojiu came in front of the Blood Knight, and then swung a punch at the Blood Knight. Xiaojiu's fist went straight to the opponent's face. After seeing this scene, Liu Yao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was very confident in the strength of the Blood Knight. The other party actually dared to fight a 4th-level Blood Knight with bare hands. Isn't this seeking death? The Blood Knight couldn't help but raise the broadsword in his hand, intending to directly collide with Xiaojiu's flesh and blood body. However, Xiaojiu had no intention of dodging, but instead used her own pink fist to hit the blade of the Blood Knight's broadsword. However, with a clang sound, the Blood Knight's broadsword was actually broken by Xiaojiu's punch. But Xiaojiu's fist was not hurt at all. How is this possible? Liu Yao couldn't believe what he saw. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Impossible? How is that impossible? Just now, Lin Xiao keenly felt that the Fox clan inheritance in Xiaojiu's body was running at full capacity. The power of the Sky Fox has reached its peak, reaching the state of iron skin and bones. Under such circumstances, even if a nuclear bomb came, it might not be able to break Xiaojiu's defense. However, Xiaojiu's current strength is limited, and he cannot sustain this state for too long. However, if Xiaojiu wanted to deal with the Blood Knight in front of her, the knight would only need a moment. Then, the moment the Blood Knight's broadsword broke, Xiaojiu swung his fist again. Then, Xiaojiu punched the opponent directly on the head. The Blood Knight's head, which was forcibly pieced together by blood and energy, was directly blown up by Xiaojiu's punch. The blood plasma splattering around was like a hell on earth. At the same time, the Blood Knight fell to the ground and turned into a pool of blood. Liu Yao's brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. However, as a high-level beastmaster, Liu Yao did not wail in pain like the others. He just had a lot of cold sweat oozing out of his forehead, and his expression became very painful. However, Liu Yao quickly adjusted himself. At this time, Lin Xiao had already arrived in front of him. "Tell me, what are you planning here?" Liu Yao looked at Lin Xiao with disdain. "Lin Xiao? Stop pretending here. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, the Liu family will not let you go. I am a direct descendant of the Liu family, and I am also the one that the Liu family focuses on training. As a senior beastmaster who is less than 30 years old, Liu Yao has the qualifications to say such things. The Liu family will definitely deal with Lin Xiao for him." However, Lin Xiao did not take Liu Yao's words seriously at all. "I'm giving you one last chance now. Tell me what the Liu family is up to here. Otherwise, your fate will be just as miserable as theirs." Lin Xiao then glanced at the beastmasters around him who were not yet dead. Asen immediately understood what he meant, gave each of them a paw, and sent them directly to the next room to reunite. After seeing this scene, Lu Yao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this a rookie who just graduated from high school? Even those battle-hardened beastmasters might not be able to kill with such decisiveness. However, Lu Yao's pride would not allow him to bow his head and beg for mercy to Lin Xiao. Therefore, even though Lu Yao was at a disadvantage, his tone remained firm. Lin Xiao, I advise you to give up. Otherwise. However, before Lu Yao could finish his words, a blazing flame ignited on his body, burning deep in his soul. The pain of the soul is not something that ordinary people can endure. I'm telling you. Let me go? It's so painful. Lin Xiao then snapped his fingers, and the sky fire was immediately extinguished. Some time ago, news broke that the Lin family's old patriarch, Lin Batian, was critically ill. He had been poisoned by fire and urgently needed 3 extremely aquatic monsters as medicine to cure him. Now, the entire Lin family has been thrown into panic. The reason our Lu family came here to establish a monopoly is to prevent the Lin family from collecting aquatic monsters. As long as Lin Batian dies, the Lin family will collapse, and our Lu family will have the possibility of joining the ranks of super families. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He was very familiar with the name Lin Batian. Lin Xiao's mother had naturally mentioned this name many times in front of Lin Xiao. According to seniority, the other party is Lin Xiao's biological grandfather and Lin Xiaoyan's brother. Not long ago, Lin Xiaoyan had just come to see Lin Xiao, saying that Lin Batian wanted to see him. Could it be? However, Lin Xiao had no plans to return to the Lin family. After all, Lin Xiao never considered himself a member of the Lin family. Chapter 41, I Will Avenge You. Lin Xiao didn't dwell too much on the Lin family's affairs. After all, he had completely cut ties with the Lin family. Then, facing Lu Yao's plea for mercy, Lin Xiao ignored him completely. With just a look, he ordered Asen to kill Lu Yao and his men in the same way as he had killed Lu Yao's men. He then used his claws to send Lu Yao and his men to reunite. First, look for the corpse of a Blastoise nearby. Afterwards, Lin Xiao resumed his task of completing the mission entrusted to him. Upon hearing this, Asen immediately sniffed the air. Soon, Ashan covered her nose and said, "It smells terrible. It smells like blood." Lin Xiao couldn't help but rub her little head helplessly and said, "Thank you for your hard work. When you complete the commission task, the master will buy you something delicious." Upon hearing this, Asen immediately nodded and rubbed Lin Xiao's hand. The master is the best to Ashan. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt like he was a pervert who was using a lollipop to lure little girls. Soon, Asen smelled a suspicious smell. There's a peculiar smell over there. After saying that, Asen took immediate action and ran in the direction where she noticed the unusual smell. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and others hurriedly followed Asen and ran over. Then, after the 4 of them turned a corner, an unknown area appeared in front of them. It was a huge pit with dozens of corpses lying in it. These are all the corpses of Blastoise and its predecessor, Squirtle. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This scene is so tragic. Xiao Jiu then also crawled into Lin Xiao's arms, buried his head tightly, and did not dare to look at the tragic scene inside. Ashan cursed angrily. Why? Why do you want to kill them all? Chimera seemed to be accustomed to such scenes and did not react too much. He just shook his head helplessly and turned his head away. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This may be the result of human greed. However, Lin Xiao still squatted down and picked up a turtle shell from the huge pit. Because the flesh and blood of the Blastoises had been sacrificed by Lu Yao, their bodies had no flesh and blood, only a turtle shell was left. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then said to all the Blastoise corpses in the pit, "I'll lend you my shells. I'll avenge you." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around and left with an expressionless face. Then, Lin Xiao took out the map again. He had previously purchased this map at a high price from the Spirit Pet store. It marks the distribution of all spirit pets in the area surrounding the Magic City. Although there are still some flaws, it is very accurate. Lin Xiao then found the distribution of lightning fish. However, Lin Xiao unexpectedly discovered that this lightning fish was actually more than 100 kilometers away. Moreover, the lightning fish itself is very rare, and whether you can find it depends entirely on luck. Asen then turned into his original form and continued to carry Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu to their destination. And the Chimera continued to float behind. After about an hour, Lin Xiao finally arrived at the place where the lightning fish appeared. This is an inconspicuous little river that doesn't look anything special. If I have to say what is different, it is that this place is closer to the top of the mountain. Moreover, there was very little vegetation around and no place to hide. Lin Xiao recalled the records about lightning fish in the book. The lightning fish is a very solitary monster. Usually they like to hide themselves in the cracks of rocks at the bottom of the water source. Unless it is a thunderstorm, they will take the initiative to float to the surface and then use the lightning rod above their heads to draw lightning into their bodies. Lin Xiao looked at the weather around him. It was cloudless and there was no sign of thunder at all. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time. How do you find a lightning fish? He also can't fish. Moreover, the three little girls, Xiaojiu, Chimera and Asen, cannot swim or dive, so it is impossible for them to go into the river to catch fish. Lin Xiao thought about it, and suddenly remembered that there was a record of thunder and lightning in the Chimera's heritage. He can use lightning spells to simulate thunderstorms and lure out the lightning fish. Just do it. Lin Xiao immediately summoned an illusory book, opened the pages in front of him, and then began to slowly chant the spell. Not far from here, a group of people were sitting around a bonfire. It looks like there won't be any thunderstorms in the next few days. Without thunderstorms, no one would be able to find lightning fish. Hurrah! If it's that simple, as long as we can ensure that no one can obtain the lightning fish within this month, then we can complete the mission. I really hope it doesn't rain here. Let's make a wish for a clear sky together. There were 4 of them in total, all wearing the same uniform. If someone from the Magic City were here, they would be able to recognize that the uniform was the Liu family's. I heard that the young master personally led the team to hunt the Qinghe venomous snake this time. Yes, when the young master was taking the college entrance examination, a monster was killed by someone. I heard that he wanted to take revenge, so he personally led the team to capture the Qinghe poisonous snake. This Qinghe venomous snake is no simple creature. Even a high-level beastmaster may not be able to deal with it. It requires the cooperation of many beastmasters to capture it. Just as the 4 were chatting, a thunder suddenly sounded downstream in the river where they were. What's going on? There's not even a cloud in the sky. How can there be thunder? Could it be that someone wants to use simulated lightning to attract lightning fish? The 4 of them made random guesses, and when they got to this point, they couldn't help but look at each other. Go and take a look. The 4 of them made a decision immediately and ran downstream together. Lin Xiao, looking a bit dusty, kept chanting the spell. He had vowed to use lightning spells to attract the lightning fish. However, he was not yet proficient in the Chimera's inheritance and practice, and was unable to summon lightning. Chimera, standing by, looked at Lin Xiao and said silently in his heart, summoning lightning is a relatively advanced spell. If you want to master it, the master's mental strength will be greatly burdened. With the master's current strength, he is not yet capable of practicing such advanced magic. Lin Xiao felt that his mental strength was almost exhausted, so he chose to sit down and rest. At the same time, he looked at Chimera again. Can you use lightning spells? Upon hearing this, Chimera shook his head and said, I am only a first-level monster right now. If I want to use lightning spells, I need to evolve to at least the 3rd level. Forehead. After listening to Chimera's words, Lin Xiao realized that Chimera's level was a little low. Xiaojiu and Asen are both 2nd-level spiritual pets. Only Chimera is still a 1st-level spiritual pet. However, the advancement of spiritual pets is actually not simple. Lin Xiao had no way to allow Chimera to advance immediately. Moreover, Chimera's advancement, Xiaojiu's, and Asen's advancement are also different. A pet like Asen is very talented. When it just signed the contract with Lin Xiao, it was already at the 2nd level. As Xiaojiu is a carnivore and a warmonger, he has experienced many battles, big and small. Moreover, the amount of flesh and blood of monsters that Xiaojiu ate was countless, including some 3rd-level monsters. Therefore, Xiaojiu was able to advance smoothly. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask, Chimera, if you want to advance, what are the requirements? Xiaojiu and Asen couldn't help but look at Chimera after hearing Lin Xiao's words, because they are all very curious about what Chimera needs to do to advance. Chapter 42. If you don't know what's best for you, we'll kill you right here. The way most monsters gain strength is basically by eating. Because monsters want to gain more power, the easiest way is to eat the enemy's flesh and blood and gain power from the enemy's flesh and blood. However, ever since Chimera signed the contract with Lin Xiao, it has rarely eaten the flesh and blood of monsters. Most of the time, Chimera eats human food with Lin Xiao. Except for the 2 cute bunny ears on her head, all of Chimera's behaviors are more like those of a human. Chimera then smiled and said without disguising, if I want to advance, I must practice hard. Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He felt that the other party had answered him, but not completely. However, Lin Xiao did not dwell on it. He was completely confident about these 3 little guys. The reason why he asked Chimera this question just now was, firstly, out of curiosity, and secondly, He wanted to help the other party evolve faster. At this time, Lin Xiao's mental strength had almost recovered. Then, Lin Xiao stood up, concentrated his mind, and began to practice thunder attribute spells again. He kept chanting the mantra. At this moment, his inspiration suddenly struck him. It feels like his spiritual power is connected to heaven. It seems that he has mastered some kind of law between heaven and earth. Then, a dark cloud slowly formed in the area above his head. Afterwards, Lin Xiao chanted the spell again, aimed it at the direction of the river, and used magic. Rumble. The rumbling thunder sounded above the river. But Chimera was shocked by this astonishing power. She stood up from the ground all of a sudden and looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Master, he really did it. At this moment, Chimera felt that her own worldview had collapsed. If you want to use this kind of lightning spell, you need to have strong mental strength to control it. I really don't know how strong the master's mental strength is. I've only just started learning magic, but I'm already able to use such advanced lightning magic. Chimera still remembers that when Lin Xiao signed a contract with her, he didn't even know any magic. However, it wasn't long after that, but Lin Xiao was able to learn the thunder magic. Chimera was shocked by this. You should know that thunder magic is different from the other magic of the 5 basic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, Lin Xiao can bypass these 5 basic elemental attributes and directly practice thunder attribute magic. If Lin Xiao had not drunk the Mangpa soup completely and was a great wizard in his previous life, and if he relied on the experience of his previous life to practice in this life, then Lin Xiao would definitely be a 1 in a million magical genius. Thinking of this, Chimera couldn't help but smile. It seems that I have good taste. If I choose Lin Xiao, I might actually be able to fulfill my wish. At the same time, Lin Xiao's face was also filled with smiles. It was seen that Lin Xiao was controlling the lightning in the air, which was whistling past above the river. At this moment, a ray of light appeared from the river. A strange big fish with a pointed head and brain appeared on the water, and a sharp thorn slowly grew on the head of the big fish. That is the lightning rod for lightning fish. He was waiting for the thunder from the sky to fall into his lightning rod and recharge himself. Without Lin Xiao's reminder, Chimera and Xiaojiu both moved at the same time. Xiaojiu first summoned a ball of fire from his tail, directly blocking the lightning fish's retreat. Chimera's magic circle was also successfully condensed in the river water. At this time, the lightning fish realized that its body could not move. It was completely controlled by Chimera's control magic. Then, Asen summoned a strong wind and blew it towards the lightning fish. The lightning fish could neither move nor retreat at this time, and could only watch the strong wind hit its body. Then, the lightning fish was blown away directly. The lightning fish fell to the ground, and Xiaojiu hurried forward to pick it up. As a result, Lin Xiao suddenly called her. "Don't pick it up." At the same time, several whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds suddenly appeared in the jungle. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu quickly dodged. Then, 4 figures and 4 spirit pets fell to the ground together. When Lin Xiao saw their clothes, he found that they were exactly the same as Lu Yao's clothes, and immediately realized that they were all members of the Lu family. Lin Xiao looked at the 4 people and asked expressionlessly, "Are they from the Lu family?" The leader couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "Since you can recognize us as members of the Lu family, then get out. This is not the place for you. You can't take this lightning fish away." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard what the other party said. What if I take him away by force? When the leader heard Lin Xiao's words, he immediately showed his medal of the high-level beast tamer. He looked at Lin Xiao coldly. "See? Let me tell you, if you don't know what's best for you, we'll kill you right here. Anyway, in this remote place, it's normal for someone to die. No one will care." When he said this, it was as if he was saying that killing was a very common thing. Only then did Lin Xiao understand why the Lu family wanted to kill all those Blastoises. Be it monsters, spirit pets, or human lives, none of them are important to such a large family. Lin Xiao couldn't help but reveal a self-deprecating smile. "I almost forgot. I still have to avenge Blastoise." The senior Beastmaster who was in the lead couldn't help but look confused at this moment, because he didn't hear clearly what Lin Xiao had just said. However, when he saw that Lin Xiao did not seem to intend to leave, the senior Beastmaster made up his mind and decided to kill Lin Xiao directly. Quick and decisive. After we kill him, we still have to report to the young master. The 2 followers behind him immediately laughed after hearing his words. "It's bad luck for this kid to have offended our Lu family today." That's right. He could have messed with anyone else, but he messed with our Lu family. After saying that, they pointed at Lin Xiao and ordered their own monsters to rush directly towards Lin Xiao. And their information immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Bulbasaur, a B-rank, second-order monster, evolved from Bulbasaur after absorbing enough solar energy. All of this energy is stored in the flower buds on its back. Possesses the following skills: Sunblaze, Rocket Headbutt, and Vine Attack. Mercury Beast, a C-rank, second-order demon beast, is a spiritual pet that naturally likes the water element. Although it is a mammal, its dream is to become a fish. Its combat power in water is twice that on land. With skills like Water Gun, Rocket Headbutt, and Claw Attack, it's like a duck in water. Flamingo, a C-rank, third-order monster, is said to be a descendant of the phoenix. It is actually a close relative of the turkey. Possesses the following skills: Flame Burning, Fire Breathing Attack, Bite Attack, and Gale. Rocket Leg, a C-level, second-order monster, a mechanical creation, possesses strong offensive capabilities. Have skills: Reload, Rocket Strafing, Barrage Impact. The 4 spirit pets then pounced towards Lin Xiao at the same time. However, what Lin Xiao did not expect was that they actually had a third-level monster. Apparently, this is the spirit pet of that senior Beastmaster. Lin Xiao didn't even look at those people, he just snapped his fingers casually. Xiaojiao and Asen, who were standing by, immediately rushed over. Ha ha ha, are you stupid? You actually let your companions come up and fight with the spirit pets. However, the next moment, as the strong wind blew, the Bulbasaur was blown away. Chapter 43, It's better not to go out during a thunderstorm. Not only Bulbasaur, but even the mechanical creature Rocket Legs was blown back several steps by the strong wind. Only then did someone exclaim in surprise. Boss, I remember who he is. He's the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Demon City, a young Beastmaster who possesses humanoid monsters. His name is Lin Xiao. After hearing this, the senior Beastmaster in the lead burst into laughter. Hurrah! Great! It's like searching for something you never find, but it comes to you without any effort. Today, Master Lu told us that if anyone sees Lin Xiao in the wild, we must not hold back and kill him directly. Whoever kills Lin Xiao will be rewarded with 100 million in cash by Master Lu. It seems that this overwhelming wealth is ours. Boss, don't forget us brothers. Don't worry, I won't forget. When the time comes, we'll split the prize money equally and go to the Spirit Pet Trading Company together to buy an A-rank monster. With an A-level monster, we naturally have a chance to become a high-level Beastmaster. When everyone talked about this, they all laughed out loud. Don't hold back, everyone come together. After saying that, Rocket Foot raised the rocket launcher behind him high, aimed a rocket at Lin Xiao, and fired it straight at him. The Mercury Beast also dived into the river without hesitation. Then, the river water surged and slowly formed a huge water ball. The evolved version of the water gun, the water cannon. In addition, the flower bud behind Bulbasaur slowly began to brighten. It looked like a scorching sun appearing in the dark night. Sunshine Flame. 3 attacks hit Lin Xiao at the same time. Xiaojiao rushed towards Bulbasaur without hesitation. Her whole body turned into a ball of fire and collided directly with the sunlight and flames. Although the sun flame is a geometric form of solar energy, its temperature cannot compare to that of the heavenly fire. In comparison, the temperature of heavenly fire is much higher. With a loud bang, Bulbasaur flew backwards and landed in the distance wailing. As for the Mercury Beast, as soon as the water cannon condensed, Asen jumped into the river with a splash. Then, Asen swam towards it using the dog paddle. It quickly adjusted the direction of the water cannon and aimed it at Asen. However, Asen did not dodge or evade and directly took the water cannon attack. As a result, Asen's swimming speed paused slightly. Then, Asen continued to rush towards Mercurymon. And Asen's speed at this time has obviously increased, much faster than before. Mercurymon suddenly felt that the harmless little girl in front of him was looking at him, as if he were her prey. As a monster, its natural instinct for danger told it that it must leave quickly, otherwise it would be eaten. But now, it was obviously too late for it to escape. Asen's mouth was already drooling as he pounced on her. Afterwards, Asen ate in the water. Although the rocket from the rocket kick was aimed directly at Lin Xiao, for some unknown reason, a mysterious force changed its flight trajectory. After a closer look, I found that there was a magic circle on the rocket. Seeing that his rocket did not hit the target, Rocket Foot immediately raised his other weapon, aimed at the Chimera in the sky, and pulled the trigger. Rocket Foot just didn't believe it. With so many shells, could the Chimera still change its direction? Barrage attack. More than a dozen small rockets were launched simultaneously, aiming directly at Chimera. Chimera did not panic at all when he saw those rockets as big as fists. Is that the size of your shell? After saying that, Chimera imitated Lin Xiao's actions and snapped his fingers. Then, magic missiles are launched in succession. Now, Each of Chimera's magic missiles can be as big as a basketball. It can be seen that hundreds of magic missiles were launched at the same time, aiming directly at the base of the rocket. The next second, the area where Rocket's feet were located turned into a living hell. It was like a battlefield washed by artillery shells. When the smoke cleared, the rocket legs had become a pair of parts. In this way, Lin Xiao resolved the simultaneous attacks of the three opponents. But at this moment, a flash of fire suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao. The flamingo's wings have begun to burn. At the same time, the senior Beastmaster actually took out a dagger from his pocket. Lin Xiao, your three humanoid monsters are not by your side. This time, I want to see where you can escape. The flamingo opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of blazing flames. Moreover, the senior Beastmaster came to Lin Xiao with a dagger in his hand. After seeing this scene, Xiaojiu, Chimera and Asen did not show any anxious expression. They just watched them attack Lin Xiao, as if they were enjoying a show. In the eyes of the senior Beastmaster, Lin Xiao was already a dead body. However, Lin Xiao just smiled and didn't care about being attacked at all. Then Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Soon, a flame that could burn the hearts of others appeared at his fingertips. The moment the sky fire was formed, the fire-breathing attack of the flamingo in front of Lin Xiao seemed to be suppressed by the sky fire. It was as if he had seen some terrifying creature and became weak. Lin Xiao then flicked the trigger lightly, and the sky fire flew directly towards the flamingo, and the flamingo's fire attack instantly dissipated. Then, the entire flamingo was burned by the heavenly fire and began to wail in pain. After seeing this scene, the senior Beastmaster couldn't believe his own eyes. He never thought that Lin Xiao would defeat his third-level demon beast, the flamingo, in such a simple way. How can he summon fire? Does he know magic? The senior Beastmaster endured the pain in his brain and asked seriously. However, these are no longer important. As long as he stabs the dagger into Lin Xiao's body, the battle will be over. He stepped forward again, pointed his dagger at Lin Xiao, and drew his sword. You know, although he is a high-level Beastmaster, his close combat ability is also not weak. He once even killed a second-level monster through hand-to-hand combat. Go to hell, Lin Xiao, the senior Beastmaster then shouted. But at this moment, Lin Xiao slowly turned his head. In his hand, he held a fish. A big fish. A big fish that is extremely angry. There is a lightning rod on its head, but the lightning rod no longer absorbs the power of thunder. Instead, he was desperately releasing the power of thunder that he had accumulated over the years. How is that possible? The senior Beastmaster then screamed and was hit by the lightning attack of the lightning fish. Afterwards, the senior Beastmaster fell to the ground as if he had turned into a piece of charcoal. Kill with one hit. Lin Xiao then looked at the other person's body. It's better not to go out during a thunderstorm. Then, Lin Xiao threw the lightning fish aside and asked Xiaojiu, who had finished eating, to deal with it. The reason why he reminded Xiaojiu to be careful just now was because the attack method of the lightning fish was quite special. The lightning fish will not fight with its opponent. Once it encounters danger, it will burst out all the thunder power in its body. If its full-strength attack fails to defeat the enemy, it will become a fish on the chopping board and will eventually have to wait for death. After Xiaojiu finished eating the fish, Asen also started to deal with the flamingo's body. The two foodies started eating as if no one was around. Lin Xiao came to the side of the senior Beastmaster, looked at the other's charred corpse, and couldn't help but sigh. Everything on my body has turned to charcoal. Chapter 44. I can only maximize the benefits of your corpse. Lin Xiao had lived a hard life before, so every time he hunted monsters and humans in the wild, the first thing he thought of was to touch the corpse. Even if he couldn't touch the corpse, he would still try to find a way to maximize his victory. But all the items on the body of this high-level Beastmaster had been reduced to ashes by the lightning attack of the lightning fish. This made Lin Xiao feel that the loss outweighed the gain. A high-level Beastmaster would at least carry tens of thousands of dollars on him, right? Lin Xiao thought so in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly saw an inexplicable light on the other person's body. Lin Xiao quickly squatted down and took the shiny object in his hand. That's a button, or something button-shaped. What is this? Lin Xiao squatted down and examined the button very carefully, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. As he spoke, Lin Xiao tried to use his mental power to enter and take a peek. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao suddenly felt his mental power entering an extremely large space. Lin Xiao couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. This is actually a space equipment. Inside this space equipment, there are more than 500,000 yuan in cash, several pieces of Liu family clothes, the identity certificate of the senior Beastmaster, and a membership card of the Spirit Pet Trading Company. Lin Xiao took out the membership card and looked at it carefully. It turned out that the senior Beastmaster was named Chao Wang, a guest official of the Liu family. A membership card for the Spirit Pet Trading Company? It's quite useful. Lin Xiao thought about it, then put away the membership card of the Spirit Pet Trading Company and the other things. At this time, there were still 2 tamed pets in his backpack that had not been used. It's not that Lin Xiao doesn't plan to sell these 2 spirit pets, but because they were obtained by Lin Xiao through murder and robbery. That's not right. It should be said that it was self-defense. Lin Xiao didn't want to cause himself trouble, so he never had the chance to sell it. Now that he had Chao Wang's ID and the membership card of the Spirit Pet Trading Company, Lin Xiao could completely sell the 2 spirit pets in the name of Chao Wang or even the Liu family. It seems that the only way is to maximize the benefits of your corpse. Lin Xiao looked at Chao Wang's charred body and muttered to himself. At this time, Xiaojiu and Asen had finished eating, and Asen was patting her belly with a satisfied look on her face. Lin Xiao then stood up and saw the parts of the rocket legs still scattered on the ground, and asked with some confusion, "Why are you not interested in the core of mechanical creation?" Lin Xiao understood that the reason why Xiaojiu and Asen needed to eat was because they could obtain energy from the blood of spirit beasts, allowing themselves to recover and evolve. Xiaojiu looked at the pile of parts, then wrinkled his nose in disgust. "It's so dirty." Lin Xiao became even more confused after hearing this. Too dirty. Asen was also somewhat disgusted with the pile of spare parts, but she couldn't explain why. Fortunately, Chimera opened his mouth to explain at this time. "Master, when the monsters first appeared, they had no mechanical creations." When Lin Xiao heard Chimera's words, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Oh." Lin Xiao really didn't know this, because in the textbooks he studied, mechanical creations were just studied as a branch of monsters and spiritual pets. Chimera then continued, "A long time ago, when people's ability to tame spirit pets had not yet reached the level of sophistication it has today, a doctor named Benjamin came up with a way to control demonic beasts. That is to combine monsters and mechanical creations together, and then use human technology to control the monsters. However, human computers are not capable of controlling so many mechanical creations at the same time. So he thought of using artificial intelligence to control the monsters. However, he didn't anticipate that one day, the demonic beasts would completely resonate with the artificial intelligence, and then, the situation would completely spiral out of control. The demonic beasts controlled by the artificial intelligence would no longer obey human commands and would develop their own minds. And so, a new species emerged, the mechanical creation. As for the mechanical creations of today, it's impossible to trace their origins. Someone once said that it was because of the original artificial intelligence that a special mechanical factory was built, which continuously produced mechanical creations. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He has lived 2 lives as a human being, and in his previous life he had watched many movies about artificial intelligence. The most classic one is I, Robot, which tells the story of how artificial intelligence develops its own consciousness and enslaves humans. Although the appearance of mechanical creatures was not as irreversible as the mechanical public enemy, it also gave Lin Xiao a signal. That is, once mechanical creations develop autonomous consciousness and reach a certain scale, the plot in the movie, I, Robot, is likely to happen in reality. But Lin Xiao now doesn't care about these things. Because if the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up, so he just needs to ensure his own safety. So, after Lin Xiao packed up his spoils, he took out the map again. Because there is only one item left in his mission, and that is the Qinghe venomous snake. The Qinghe poisonous snake is different from other monsters. It has no specific distribution location. Moreover, the Qinghe venomous snake has a characteristic, that is, it is extremely cruel and aggressive. Therefore, every time the Qinghe poisonous snake appears, it will be accompanied by bloody storm. Fortunately, the appearance of the Qinghe venomous snake this time has traces to follow. Before leaving the city, the person who issued the task had already communicated with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a look at the map and found that the destination was very close. He was just about to set off when he saw the bodies of several beastmasters lying on the ground. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think about it carefully. Could that place also be blocked by the Liu family's beastmasters? The Qinghe venomous snakes are extremely valuable, so the defenses there are likely to be even higher than here. Furthermore, the beastmasters there are likely to be even stronger. If I rush over like this, I might just end up delivering food to them, Lin Xiao said to himself. Then, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that there were a few pieces of Liu family clothes in the button he had just taken. So, Lin Xiao quickly took out the clothes and put them on Xiaojiu and others. Xiaojiu's original outfit was very charming and attractive. After putting on the Liu family's training uniform, Xiaojiu actually gave people a feeling of uniform temptation, which made Lin Xiao blush. I have to say that after Xiaojiu's evolution, his charm is even greater than before. If you don't have some determination, you may not be able to bear it. After putting on the training uniform, Asen looked more capable, but it seemed a bit inconsistent with her expression that looked like she was ready to chop someone at any time. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This girl is more suitable to wear animal skins. As for Chimera, she has a quiet temperament and is more like a human. She looks very decent in any clothes. Lin Xiao then waved his hand, and the four of them hurried towards their destination. As he walked, Lin Xiao suddenly felt the fluctuations of a battle ahead. Something's happening. Lin Xiao responded immediately. Then, the four of them quickly rushed towards the direction where the battle was taking place. As soon as they arrived at the place where the battle was taking place, they saw more than a dozen beast masters surrounding a venomous snake, constantly moving and attacking. Chapter 45. Mr. Liu, be careful. I'm here to help you. Lin Xiao only took a glance at the besieged monster, and the opponent's information appeared in his mind. The Qinghe Viper, a B-rank, third-order demonic beast, possesses the characteristics of both a python and a venomous snake, making it a highly venomous creature. Its venom is extremely toxic and aggressive, and it holds grudges. Once angered, it will fight to the death. It's comparable to the flathead among snakes, and possesses an A-rank talent, affinity for water. It possesses the ability to transform, allowing it to switch between python and venomous snake. As a venomous snake, it is extremely small and good at hiding. If you don't look closely, you won't be able to spot it at all. However, it can always kill its prey with one strike. When it transforms into a python, its size can be determined by its own strength. It has an extremely strong bite force. Once it bites its prey, it will never let go. Attack skills: rocket headbutt, crazy bite, strangle, snake tail attack, poison mist, and toxic bite. When in water, attack power will increase and recovery speed will be faster. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the information about the Qinghe Viper in front of him. This is actually a third-level monster, not a second-level Qinghe poisonous snake. This is a being comparable to Yao Chuanchue's Tyrannosaurus. If placed in a spirit pet business, such a third-level monster would be simply unsaleable and no one would be stupid enough to sell it for money. At this time, the Qinghe Viper in front of him was completely angry. It directly transformed into the form of a python and used its huge tail to wave around continuously to drive away the attacks of other spiritual pets. And around it, there were more than a dozen second-level or third-level monsters constantly attacking it. Several high-level beastmasters were directing their companions and coordinating their attacks. Everyone, pay attention. Don't kill it. This is my pet from the university. The person who spoke was the only heir of the Liu family, young Master Liu Chun. After being humiliated by Lin Xiao in the college entrance examination, he reflected on his mistakes and concluded that the reason he was inferior to Lin Xiao was definitely not a problem of his strength, but rather that his spirit pet was really useless. So, after seeing this Qinghe Viper, Liu Chun decided to use it as a spirit pet. Originally, their purpose of coming here this time was to kill all the Qinghe poisonous snakes, thus completing the task of a certain important person. However, after seeing this third-level monster, Liu Chun decided to get it no matter what, and then seek revenge on Lin Xiao. Although it's only a third-level monster, why is its vitality so strong? Liu Chun couldn't help but curse. He then pointed to several senior beastmasters nearby. Damn it! You useless guys, why can't you deal with it yet? Hurry up and drain its energy for me. Otherwise, you all go back and get punished. Don't you think about why our Liu family spends so much money to support you every year? Several high-level beastmasters quickly explained. Master Liu, it's not that we can't defeat it, but a third-level monster is too wild. If you want to tame it and sign a contract with it, you must use this method to drain its energy. Only when it is completely exhausted can we take advantage of its weakness and sign a contract with it. However, the combat power of a third-level monster is too strong. The Qinghe Viper is also a very aggressive monster. If it were a second-level Qinghe Viper or a first-level Qinghe Python, it wouldn't be so troublesome. The senior beastmaster had explained it very clearly, but Liu Chun simply couldn't listen. How dare you say that? You have 5 high-level beastmasters and 5 third-level monsters. It took me this long, and I still can't catch a Qinghe Viper? You piece of trash. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. After saying that, Liu Chun took out a pistol from his clothes. Although the pistol has almost lost its effect in the battle between the spirit pet and the monster, but it is more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Upon seeing this, the beastmaster quickly shut his mouth. Sorry, We will catch this Qinghe viper for you as soon as possible. At the same time, Lin Xiao, who was hiding his body, pressed his hand, signaling the other 3 girls to hide their bodies and then wait and see what would happen. At this moment, 3 third-level monsters attacked the Qinghe viper at the same time. All those attacks hit the opponent's body. Suddenly, the Qinghe viper cried out in pain and curled up its body. However, its eyes were filled with hatred. Especially when it looked at Lu Chun, the leader, the hatred in its eyes was not concealed at all. Then, its body suddenly shot out and headed straight for Lu Chun. When Lu Chun saw the Qinghe poisonous snake, he quickly screamed, "Oh my God!" and began to shrink back. The 2 senior beast masters beside him saw this and quickly shouted, "Protect Master Lu." 2 third-level monsters immediately stood in front of Lu Chun and formed a defensive formation. Unexpectedly, the Qinghe viper opened its mouth and spewed out a purple mist. It's poisonous fog. Master Lu, get out of the way. Although Lu Chun was a spoiled second-generation rich kid, he was not a fool. He quickly rolled over and avoided the poisonous fog attack. However, several other beastmasters suffered. Although they were not killed in one blow, the impact of the poisonous fog was indeed severe. They coughed several times in a row, and some even coughed up blood. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Hurry up. Don't stop attacking. Consume it faster. It's already at the end of its strength. Lu Chun didn't care about his men's injuries at all, and was only concerned with giving them orders. He knew that once the Qinghe viper started using poison mist to attack, it would prove that it was at the end of its strength. Just as he thought, all his men opened fire at full force, avoiding the vital points of the Qinghe viper, and began the final round of attack on the Qinghe viper. There was also determination in the eyes of the Qinghe viper, ready to die together with this group of people. Then, the Qinghe viper began to burn its life and rushed towards the group of monsters. Human bomb attack. The Qinghe viper no longer had the strength to use its venom again. The only way to attack the opponent's formation is to use this most primitive method. The lethality of the flesh bomb attack is also the most powerful attack method it can use. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but snap his fingers. The time has come. After saying that, he just shouted loudly, "Mr. Lu, be careful. I'm here to help you." When Lu Chun heard this, he was stunned at first, and then he saw 3 people wearing Lu family uniforms appear behind him. Moreover, when Lu Chun looked at the other person, he felt that the other person looked a little familiar. Lu Chun immediately let down his guard and yelled, "Damn it! Which team are you guys from? Why are you only here now?" However, Lin Xiao did not answer Lu Chun's question, but rushed directly into the crowd. Xiaojiu and Asen followed closely behind. Then, Xiaojiu's heavenly fox power was fully displayed, and he crashed directly into the crowd. And Asen's strong wind did not let anyone go. Lu Chun's men were all dealing with the human bomb attack seriously at this time. No one expected that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind them. What was even more terrifying than the sneak attack was that the Qinghe viper was determined to die together with them, and it charged directly towards them. Chapter 46. Magic Circle. Blockade. Strangulation. With a loud boom, everyone saw the Qinghe viper roll its body into a ball of flesh and then crash directly into the crowd. Then, there was a chaos of people and horses. The huge impact force caused many people to lose their lives on the spot. Their spirit pets screamed and died on the spot when their masters lost their lives. Although they were a little luckier and avoided fatal attacks, they were also seriously injured. Before they could see clearly who their opponent was, Chimera's magic missiles had already landed on them. Suddenly, brilliant blood flowers appeared. Just like that, after one round of attack, a team of 15 Beastmasters, including 5 senior Beastmasters and 10 intermediate Beastmasters, had lost 14 people by now. In the end, only Lu Chun was left, and he survived because he was not in the center of the battle. The Qinghe viper also completely exhausted its own life and lay on the ground, waiting for death to come. Lu Chun looked at the 4 people in front of him and couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. "Who are you? Who on earth are you?" Afterwards, Lu Chun saw Lin Xiao's unforgettable profile. "You are Lin Xiao? Why do you want to be my enemy? Our Lu family will not let you go." The order in which Lu Chun spoke was already incoherent. Lin Xiao didn't even look at it, and then went straight to the front of the Qinghe viper. Today's Qinghe pit viper is in the form of a python, with a body as thick as a water tank and 30 to 40 meters long. Lin Xiao then slowly said, "Do you want to live?" The Qinghe viper didn't answer, but blinked. Ashan, who was standing by, helped translate. It said it wanted to kill that human with its own hands. While speaking, Asen pointed at Lu Chun. Asen has the blood of the god of nature and can communicate with anything between heaven and earth. Although Lin Xiao also gained the power of nature through giving back, He was still unable to communicate with all things. Afterwards, Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Chun and said directly to Qinghe Viper, "If you sign a contract with me, I can guarantee that you will not die, and I will let you take revenge with your own hands." Then, a bright light suddenly flashed in the eyes of the Qinghe Viper. Ashan felt it carefully and quickly said to Lin Xiao, "It agrees." Lin Xiao smiled when he heard this, and quickly extended his mental power to sign a contract with the Qinghe Viper. In an instant, the system's voice rang in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the spiritual pet Qinghe Viper. Qinghe Viper, B rank, 3rd order demon beast. The host gains feedback, gaining primary level of poison resistance. Hearing the system's reward prompt, Lin Xiao nodded involuntarily. He felt that the reward was not bad. Then, Lin Xiao looked around. I saw a piece of foxtail grass that was not yet dead. Lin Xiao picked the dogtail grass and put it on the Qinghe Viper. Then, start chanting with your eyes closed. The natural force in Lin Xiao's body then began to operate at full strength, desperately trying to obtain vitality from all around. The flowers and plants around began to wither instantly. It only took a few breaths for the foxtail grass to grow luxuriantly, then enter its prime, bloom and bear fruit, and finally wither. Finally, at the last moment of its withering, a powerful vitality suddenly poured into the body of the Qinghe Viper. The Qinghe Viper suddenly became full of energy and straightened its body. Then, it pounced directly at Lu Chun, who was trying to escape. Lu Chun was instantly entangled by the Qinghe Viper, and his face turned red due to the huge pressure. He said with great difficulty, "Let me go. I am the young master of the Lu family. Save me." At this moment, something suddenly jumped down from a big tree nearby. This thing is colorless, odorless, and invisible. If Lin Xiao and Asen did not possess the power of nature and could not see through all the movements in the forest, there would be no way to discover the hidden spiritual pet. The spirit pet hit the Qinghe Viper with one blow. The Qinghe Viper cried out in pain and couldn't help but loosen its grip on Lu Chun. Lu Chun managed to escape. Then, Lu Chun ran away as if being dragged by something invisible. Lin Xiao then looked at Ashen. Chase. Without Lin Xiao's reminder, Asen tore off his training uniform with force, revealing the animal skin underneath. Then, she first revealed her original form and then chased after him directly. Xiaojiu was even more direct. She turned into fire and blocked the opponent's way. If only that invisible and transparent creature escaped, then perhaps so many more could escape. However, it was chasing Lu Chun and had no way to leave here because it was too big a target. With a bang, Xiaojiu bumped directly into the other person, who immediately let out a scream. Then, the other party finally revealed his true form. That's a chameleon. The other party's information finally appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. A color-changing evil creature, a D rank, 4th order demonic beast. It possesses a powerful invisibility ability. While invisible, it can transform into any shape. It has extremely strong eyesight but poor hearing. It has a very strong defense against physical attacks and contains a deadly poison within its body. In a life or death situation, you can cut off any part of your body to save yourself. Possesses skills, venom attack, tongue ejection, devouring, stealth, rocket headbutt, and memory fragments. After seeing the other party's message, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. This was actually a 4th level monster. Moreover, its stealth and escape abilities are very strong. Could this be a demon beast that serves as Lu Chun's bodyguard? Lin Xiao suddenly realized something. That monster should be Lu Chun's bodyguard. After all, the opponent is a 4th level monster. Lin Xiao quickly shouted to Xiaojiu and the other girls, "Attack with all your strength. This guy is very difficult to deal with." Asen was already eager to try, and rushed directly towards the deformed evil creature. The opponent was a 4th level monster known for its defensive ability and was not afraid of Asen at all. The two of them immediately started to fight each other. Xiaojiu was also constantly wandering around, but he never had a good opportunity to use the heavenly fire. At this moment, Lin Xiao looked at Chimera. Chimera understood what she meant, and then she began to flip through the book in front of her, finally stopping on a certain page. Magic circle. Blockade. Strangulation. A huge magic circle appeared above the head of the deformed evil creature. The power of this magic circle was so great that even Asen retreated. Asen quickly let go of the transformed evil creature and came out of the magic circle. Chimera's hair fluttered in the air without wind. Several black, slimy creatures that looked like wild dogs emerged from the magic circle. These wild dog-shaped creatures immediately pounced on the deformed evil creature. He bit the other person wantonly and actually tore off the other person's skin and flesh in one bite. In an instant, The deformed, evil creature turned into a bloody mess. It wanted to cry out in pain, but most of its flesh and blood had been eaten. Finally, the deformed, evil creature fell to the ground with an unwilling look on its face. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally solved. Chapter 47, When Did I Say I Would Let You Go? After the transformed, evil creature fell, Lin Xiao observed his surroundings with extreme caution to prevent any new developments from occurring. However, the surroundings were very quiet. Especially the owner of the deformed, evil creature did not appear. Lin Xiao couldn't help but open up his mental power and check his surroundings. But he still didn't find any other suspicious people. Lin Xiao couldn't help but give Chimera a look. Chimera understood and immediately flew into the sky, looking down at the earth from above. After a moment, the Chimera flew back again. There's no one else around. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown after hearing Chimera's words. Could it be that this deformed, evil creature is here just to protect Lu Chun? Lin Xiao thought about it and came to Lu Chun. The moment Lu Chun saw Lin Xiao, he immediately shrank back. You? What are you doing? Don't come over here. Lin Xiao grabbed the other person's collar and questioned him. Where did that shape-shifting evil creature come from? Lu Chun said in horror. I don't know. Lin Xiao then punched the other person in the face. I'll give you one last chance to think about it. Will you tell me or not? Lu Chun covered her face and said with a sad face, I really don't know. Then, as if remembering something, he quickly said, It might be my father's pet. My father said he would always protect me. I didn't understand what he meant at the time, but now it seems that my father actually arranged a pet to protect me. Where is your father now? Lin Xiao asked again. I don't know. This time I came out to gain experience. I led the team myself. Now it makes sense. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and roughly understood the origin of the deformed, evil creature. Lu Chun's father specifically asked his spiritual pet to protect his son, but he didn't expect that a fourth-level spiritual pet could not even protect Lu Chun. Then, Lin Xiao asked again, What is your purpose in coming here this time? Lin Xiao didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence in this world. His needs would be exactly the same as Lu Chun's. Lu Chun quickly shook his head and said, I can't say it. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Then, Lin Xiao brought Lu Chun to the front of Qinghe Viper. The moment Lu Chun saw the Qinghe Viper, he was so scared that he shit and peed at the same time. No, I don't want to die. The Qinghe Viper immediately wrapped around Lu Chun. Lu Chun showed a painful expression and begged for mercy. Let me go? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Lin Xiao winked at Qinghe Viper, and the latter immediately released its control over Lu Chun. Lu Chun quickly said, It's the Lin family. It was Lin Hai, the son of Lin Xiaotian, the second in command of the Lin family, who sent us here. Oh, Lin Zhao's mind immediately recalled his second uncle, Lin Hai, who had driven him and his mother out of the Lin family. What is his purpose? I don't know, but my father speculated that it was because the old patriarch of the Lin family, Lin Batian, was running out of time. There were rumors these days that Lin Batian had been poisoned by a fire poison and needed several extremely herbs to detoxify him. Lin Hai wants to send Lin Batian to the west as soon as possible, so he asked us to come here secretly to eliminate the roots. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. Afterwards, Lin Xiao thought of his grandfather Lin Batian, whom he had never met, and the incident when Lin Xiaotian came to see him yesterday. Putting these things together, Lin Xiao immediately sensed a sense of conspiracy. It seems that my second grandfather doesn't want me to return to the Lin family. Lin Xiao had reason to suspect that he had been noticed by Lin Xiaotian. If it was really as he guessed, then the conspiracy against him had actually begun long ago. I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao glanced at Lu Chun and immediately revealed a cold smile. When did I say I would let you go? After saying that, the Qinghe Viper once again wrapped around Lu Chun, and it became tighter and tighter. You, Lin Xiao, following the sound of crack, crack, of broken bones, Lu Chun completely lost his life. The Qinghe Viper was about to eat Lu Chun, but Lin Xiao quickly stopped it. This person should have a lot of treasures on him. If you eat them like this, I will be at a great loss. After hearing this, the Qinghe Viper no longer insisted on eating Lu Chun's body. After Lin Xiao took Lu Chun's body, he began to search him. As expected, Lin Xiao found 3 storage equipment on Lu Chun. One of them is a storage bag made of the same material as Lin Xiao's, a storage bracelet, and a storage ring. There was actually more than 10 million in cash in the storage bag, which was something Lin Xiao had never expected. Oh my god, it's coming this time. Lin Xiao had never seen so much money in his life. Even though he had seen such grand scenes in many film and television works, This was the first time for him to touch so much cash with his own hands. Lin Xiao once again infused his mental power into the storage bracelet. The things inside opened Lin Xiao's eyes. It was full of materials. According to preliminary estimates, these materials are worth tens of millions. Lin Xiao then opened the third storage ring. The storage ring was filled with potions, ammunition, and spare equipment. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at the Liu family's background. An ordinary second-generation rich man actually had so much money. The materials and medicines in Liu Chun's hands alone are enough to enable a small or medium-sized family to rise rapidly. Lin Xiao felt that if he had such good resources, he might have become a beastmaster 3 years earlier. Then, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Just think of it as beating up the local tyrants. After saying that, Lin Xiao distributed the 3 storage equipment to the 3 little girls. Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Asen were all very happy after getting their respective storage equipment. Wow, Master, this is a rare item. Are you just giving it to us for free? Xiaojiu said with a charming look on her face. Lin Xiao put the bracelet on Xiaojiu, which immediately made her slender hands look even more delicate. Lin Xiao then gently pinched her little nose. You're the one who talks the most. Xiaojiu quickly said coquettishly. Chimera is relatively low-key, so Lin Xiao gave her the storage ring. But Asen didn't like these jewelries and took the initiative to choose a storage bag and wear it around her waist. This combination is very suitable for her temperament. Lin Xiao then looked at the Qinghe Viper again. As an ordinary B-level third-order spiritual pet, the Qinghe Viper's strength is actually very average. Fortunately, it has a very good talent, affinity with water element. The elemental affinity of monsters is different from the innate elemental affinity of humans. Human talents mainly work on spirit pets, and humans have a natural affinity for some elemental spirit pets. The elemental affinity of monsters allows them to thrive in the elemental fields they are familiar with, and their attributes are enhanced. For example, Yao Chuanxia's affinity for fire allows her to easily control fire elemental spirit pets like Agumen. The Qinghe Viper's affinity for water allows it to gain stronger attack power and recovery capabilities in water. After thinking carefully, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask silently in his heart, System, can I upgrade the talent of Qinghe Viper? The system's voice then sounded emotionlessly in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding. Of course. Chapter 48. It's easy to imagine how powerful the little green snake is. After getting confirmation from the system, Lin Xiao chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding. Evolution and upgrading in progress. Please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Evolution and upgrade successful. Then, the huge body of the Qinghe Viper emitted a burst of white light and then slowly shrank. Until finally, it became the size of an ordinary person. The white light dissipated, and a classical beauty wearing a green dress and walking with graceful lotus steps came close to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao almost lost consciousness when he saw this girl. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. The most important thing is that she is not as charming as Xiaojiu, nor as wild as Ashen. She is more like a fairy walking out of a mural, unique and extraordinary. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSS-level spiritual pet, the Millennium Green Snake. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect that the system could even evolve the bloodline of the spirit pet according to the talent of the monster. The system prompt sounded again, explaining the doubts in Lin Xiao's mind. Ding. After the Qinghe Viper's talent was upgraded, it became too powerful, and its body could no longer support such a talent. Therefore, by chance, its bloodline also evolved and upgraded. Lin Xiao nodded and quickly looked at the talent of the Millennium Green Snake. Millennium Green Snake. SSS level spiritual pet. Talent. Call the wind and rain, SSS level. The Millennium Green Snake can summon water magic such as wind, rain, and floods in any location and any area, with power comparable to natural disasters. Bloodline. Dragon Bloodline, SSS grade. The Millennium Green Snake's body contains the blood of a dragon, which controls all the waters in the world. Once it takes root there, it will be bound to the waters there. Once the waters grow, its strength will increase accordingly. Skills. Green Snake Explosion. Poison Attack. Summon wind and rain. Waters expand. Flooding. Hiss. Lin Xiao really had never expected that the skills of this 1,000-year-old green snake were all at the disaster level. Imagine how terrible it would be if an inexplicable flood occurred on the battlefield. At the same time, the system prompt sound rang again. Ding. Detected that the host has collected a new member in the monster collection, so he gains the reward of all poisons, bone shrinkage, and water attribute mastery. Immune to all poisons. The host will be immune to all poisonous substances in the world. Bone shrinkage. Locking allows you to freely adjust the position of your bones and joints. Water attribute mastery. The host can now move freely in any body of water. Lin Xiao felt that he had become numb today. Especially the ability to repay this time was beyond his expectations. Not to mention the mastery of water attributes and shrinking bones. Just the immunity to all poisons is already a magical skill. Afterwards, the 1,000-year-old green snake slowly came to Lin Xiao, like a fairy who was not tainted by the mortal world, and slowly bowed to Lin Xiao. Meet the master. The 1,000-year-old green snake's voice was so soft that it made Lin Xiao feel a little unreal. Lin Xiao came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and said to the 1,000-year green snake, "From now on, don't call yourself the 1,000-year green snake anymore. I'll just call you Xiaoqing." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Xiaoqing couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise and bowed to Lin Xiao again. "Thank you for the name, master." Xiaoqing greets you, master. At this time, Xiaojiu rushed over and grabbed Xiaoqing's arm. "Wow, is this our new sister? She's so beautiful." Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile when she heard that. "I'll be grateful for the care from you sisters in the future." Asen then walked over, looked at Xiaoqing carefully, sniffed her, and finally frowned. "It feels so dangerous. Fortunately, you are our companion, otherwise it would be very troublesome." Hearing Ashan's words, Lin Xiao finally realized that even Ashan, a descendant of the god of nature, felt that this harmless little green snake was dangerous. It was easy to imagine how powerful the little green snake was. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoqing. "Xiaoqing, can you prepare some Qinghe snake venom for me?" Lin Xiao always felt that the venom of the Qinghe snake should be easy for Xiaoqing to get rid of now. Xiaoqing shook her head when she heard this. "No, my current toxicity is much stronger than that of the Qinghe venomous snake." For it, Lin Xiao looked at a loss. "However, master, don't worry. I can help you extract some venom from the Qinghe snake." "Oh, what should I do?" Xiaoqing put 2 fingers together to form the shape of a sword finger. Then she made a few hand seals on her chest. Receive. Suddenly, a strange power emerged around her. Xiaoqing stretched out her hand, and a small green snake flew out from a dense forest in the distance. "That is the Qinghe poisonous snake." Xiaoqing grabbed the little snake by the weak spot. The latter was trembling as if it had encountered some natural enemy. Lin Xiao quickly took out a test tube from his storage space and handed it to Xiaoqing. He didn't see Xiaoqing make any movement, but the Qinghe poisonous snake quickly and obediently crawled to the test tube and began to spit venom into it. A moment later, a tube of venom was successfully collected. The Qinghe poisonous snake then fell to the ground helplessly. It can be seen that such a large amount of separated venom is also a heavy burden on its body. Xiaoqing ignored the Qinghe poisonous snake and handed the test tube to Lin Xiao. "Master, the venom you requested." Lin Xiao covered the test tube and put it back into his storage bag. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered something. "Xiaoqing, I haven't given you the gift yet." After saying that, Lin Xiao took out the button-shaped space equipment from his storage bag and handed it to Xiaoqing. "This is a space device that can store things. Wear it on your body." After Xiaoqing took the button, she quickly said to Lin Xiao with gratitude, "Thank you, master." Because Xiaoqing was wearing a green dress without buttons, she pinned the buttons at her waist, which made her look very simple and elegant. Xiaoqing then smiled and asked Lin Xiao, "Master, do I look good?" "It looks great." Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. "Thank you for the compliment, master." At this time, Lin Xiao had successfully collected all 3 items required for the mission. So, Lin Xiao chose to go home without hesitation. It has been more than a week since Lin Xiao left the Magic City, and there is only a month and a half left before school starts. According to Lin Xiao's investigation, it takes about a month to get from Modu to Yuzhou. Lin Xiao could just take on tasks and travel on the road at the same time. After all, with Asen as Lin Xiao's mount, Lin Xiao's speed must be much faster than that of an ordinary caravan. Soon, Lin Xiao and his 4 companions arrived at the city gate. At the city gate, several guards were chatting. "Have you heard? The Lin family is in complete chaos right now. I really don't know how Mr. Lin Batian, who spent his entire life in the military, could have ended up like this. I heard that all the major news sections and trending searches in Magic City are now filled with entries about the Lin family. Everyone is speculating about who will be the next head of the Lin family. Needless to say, the person with the most weight in the Lin family right now is Mr. Lin's younger brother, Lin Xiaotian. However, this Lin Xiaotian is not very good. Why is it not working? Didn't Lin Xiaotian and his son Lin Hai make a lot of contributions to the Lin family? Don't you know how Lin Xiaotian got to the top? How did you get to that position? Chapter 49. Just find a way to kill Lin Xiao. Just when the guards were gossiping, Lin Xiao walked in. The leading guard recognized Lin Xiao at a glance. Hey, isn't this our Demon City's top scholar? Is he out of town on a mission again? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and entered the city gate with the 4 beauties behind him. Moreover, Xiaoqing does not have any characteristics of a spiritual pet, just like a normal person. The guard obviously knew Lin Xiao, and he also knew Lin Xiao's 3 humanoid pets. He looked at Xiaoqing and asked, "Who is this?" Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "My humanoid pet." Forehead. Upon hearing this, the guard immediately showed an incredible expression. Xiaoqing smiled when she heard that and opened her mouth. Her tongue, which was originally exactly the same as that of a human, suddenly forked and turned into the shape of a snake's tongue. The face that originally looked like a fairy descending to earth suddenly became strange and weird. Then, it returned to its original appearance. The guard was so frightened that his hands were shaking. He quickly said, "Okay." Then, the guard quickly registered Lin Xiao. Seeing that the other party's attention was focused on the registration, Lin Xiao asked casually, "Senior, what exactly happened to the Lin family? What's wrong with Lin Xiaodian?" When the guard heard Lin Xiao asking, he immediately started talking. "Little brother Lin, you're not aware of some of the gossip from the early years. Lin Batian of the Lin family is a tough man. He even participated in the National Protection War and is an absolute hero. However, his younger brother Lin Xiaodian is different. He is very close to our sworn enemy, the Sakura Nation. Some people once said that he was a spy sent by the Sakura Nation, but there has never been any evidence." After hearing these words, Lin Xiao nodded. However, these things have nothing to do with him anymore. Lin Xiao doesn't care about the life or death of the Lin family. Then, the guard sighed and said, "What a pity. Mr. Lin Batian's only son died for his country, and Mr. Lin Batian has been searching for his only grandson for the past few years, but there is no trace of him." When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Afterwards, Lin Xiao asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Is Lin Batian looking for his grandson?" "Yes. It's been published in all the major newspapers. Many people have come to claim their relationship in recent years, but they are all scammers trying their luck." Forehead. As a student, Lin Xiao could not even read newspapers. His cell phone was an old-fashioned brick that could only be used to browse some academic websites. I can't even read the gossip section or the news section. Therefore, he never had access to this information. Lin Xiao then nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he took the 4 girls and left the city gate. Watching Lin Xiao and his group leave, the guard couldn't help but look envious. Damn it, look at him. He went out twice and ended up picking up 2 human-shaped spirit pets. Why don't I have such good luck? I also want to go out and gain experience in the future. What if I can pick up a human-shaped spirit pet? Then, I can take it home and raise it as a beast-eared girl. Ha 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 you shouldn't have brought back a tigress. A mountain giant would have been fine. Everyone was teasing each other and bursting into laughter. Lin Xiao returned to the Magic City without delaying what he was going to do. After he was ready, he took out his cell phone and called the sponsor who issued the task. When the other party received Lin Xiao's call, he asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Lin Xiao said calmly, "I have already gathered everything you want." Upon hearing this, the other party was silent for a while, then asked in surprise, "Are you all ready?" Lin Xiao said, "Where is the transaction taking place?" "At the mission registration office." Generally speaking, all tasks issued by the task base must be traded at the task registration office. One reason is that based on tasks, the authenticity of task items can be verified. The second reason is that the task registration office will take a certain percentage of the commission. The purpose of doing this is to protect the interests of both parties. The other party thought for a moment and said, "Where are you now? I'll send someone to find you to collect the goods." Lin Xiao then looked at his current location and reported his coordinates. The other party hung up the phone quickly. Not long after, a business car drove over. Lin Xiao took a look at the brand of the car. I realized that this was also a luxury business car, but it looks very low-key. The other party then honked the horn at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao got into the car, inside which sat a young woman wearing sunglasses. This woman exudes an aura of keep away from strangers from head to toe. She looked at Lin Xiao. "Take out your mission item." Lin Xiao took out 3 things from his storage space without hesitation. The woman did not move at all. Someone next to her immediately took it and began to identify it. "No problem." A moment later, after confirming receipt, the other party also handed over a box. "The box is full of cash." The woman then said bluntly, "After you get the money, you'd better find a place to hide first. After you're sure no one is bothering you, come back." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the other party with a puzzled look on his face. This is just a piece of advice. If there are any more missions in the future, I will look for your cooperation again. The woman said her last words and asked Lin Xiao to leave. Lin Xiao was a little confused and had no idea what the other party meant. After Lin Xiao got out of the car, the woman immediately said to one of her subordinates, "Go check this man's background. Is he trustworthy?" In the Magic City, in the Lin family mansion, Lin Xiaodian and his son Lin Hai sat opposite each other and talked. "Dad, I just got the news that Lin Qianhui had a secret meeting with Lin Xiao." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, judging from the way Lin Qianhui and Lin Xiao met, they didn't seem to know each other. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they were just playing around. Should we send someone to investigate the specific relationship between the two? Lin Xiaodian thought for a moment, then said, "That's totally unnecessary. Just find a way to kill Lin Xiao directly." While speaking, Lin Xiaodian showed a vicious expression. "Lin Xiao, I wanted to let you go, but since you want to get involved in the Lin family's mess, you're courting death." And in another place in the Magic City, in the Lu family mansion, Lu Zhan looked at Lu Chun's body, which had been twisted beyond recognition, and couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Who on earth is it? Who did this?" A man who looked like a butler stepped forward with a sorrowful look on his face and said, "I'm not sure. When we arrived outside the city, we discovered that all the beast masters we sent out this time had been killed. The enemy was very powerful. Could this be the Lin family's revenge? Unlikely, but we just got the news." Chapter 50. As a man who doesn't love green tea, Lin Qianhui secretly met someone a few days ago, and since then, she has obtained what she wanted. It is very likely that this person gave Lin Qianhui what she wanted. After hearing the butler's report, Lu Zhan couldn't help but curse angrily. "No matter what, I have to find that person for me. The things Lin Qianhui wants are related to my son. Since that person might have given Lin Qianhui what she wanted, then he is very likely the murderer of my son." After hearing Lu Zhan's order, the butler hurried down to make arrangements. After receiving the reward, Lin Xiao returned home. Now, he has nearly 20 million in cash in his pocket, so he can do whatever he wants. Watching the four girls busying around in their own home, Xiaojio was giving him a back massage, Xiaoqing was cooking in the kitchen, Chimera was cleaning the house with a rag, and Asen was acting as a mascot at the door. Lin Xiao suddenly felt as if he was in another world. Once upon a time, he was the only one in this cold home, and he could only look at the ceiling and talk to himself every day. Occasionally, neighbors come to feed the animals, but they don't even have a place to stay. Now, it actually gave him a feeling of unreality. It was too lively, and he felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, Lin Xiao took out his storage bag again. Now everything that needs to be sold is on his shoulders. There are 2 Poke Balls inside, each containing 2D level, first-order monsters. There are also some materials and medicinal herbs from monsters. However, Lin Xiao does not plan to sell these things now. After all, these materials and medicinal herbs may be worthless when they are not needed, but they will be worth a fortune when they are needed. What if it's useful in the future? Especially making them into equipment, Lin Xiao is still very interested in this. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao stood up without hesitation and said to the 4 busy girls, "Girls, come out with me." Upon hearing this, the 4 little girls immediately put down their work and happily followed Lin Xiao out of the room. You have to know that they have never lived in the human world. Even Xiaojio, who came to this world first, would show an expression of excitement and curiosity when he saw anything. Chimera was the only one there, looking around calmly. However, there was no excitement in Chimera's eyes, but rather a complex feeling of reunion after a long separation. Lin Xiao walked alone in front, with 4 girls following behind him. They were so charming along the way that it was hard for others to keep up. Many passers-by would stop and look at this group of people, especially those who were familiar with Lin Xiao. "Is that the top scorer in the Magic City this year?" "Yeah, I heard he has 3 humanoid monsters. All of them are drop-dead, gorgeous, beast-eared girls. Look, why are there 4 girls around him, and one of them isn't a girl with animal ears? Huh, holy crap, this guy is really good at playing. I'm so envious." Everyone started gossiping. However, Lin Xiao didn't care about such words at all. As for the 4 girls, they didn't take their words to heart. They wished that their relationship with Lin Xiao could be closer. Soon, Lin Xiao brought the 4 girls to the Spirit Pet Trading Company. As soon as I entered the door, a shopping guide came to greet me. "Dear customers, are you here to buy spiritual pets or equipment?" But when the shopping guide saw that it was Lin Xiao, his eyes immediately lit up. "It's Lin Xiao? What can I do for you? Please come to the VIP reception room over here to discuss in detail." As he spoke, The shopping guide led Lin Xiao to the VIP reception room nearby. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He looked at the shopping guide girl. When did I become a VIP of your spirit pet trading company? Upon hearing this, the shopping guide immediately smiled. The Spirit Pet Trading Company has a rule that the top 3 students in the Magic City College entrance examination every year will receive a VIP reception card from our Spirit Pet Trading Company for free. But, as you know, this year's second-place winner is Miss Yao Chuanxua. So Yao Chuanxua's VIP reception card was given to Chen Feiyang. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, "Oh," and sighed in his heart that the Yao family's spiritual pet business was really good at doing business. However, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that there was no such rule in previous years. At most, the top scorer will be given some benefits or discounts. However, this year is different. Lin Xiao's performance was so outstanding that even Yao Yu, the boss of the Spirit Pet Trading Company and the head of the Yao family, couldn't help but sigh that Lin Xiao had a promising future. In addition, Lin Xiao has the opportunity to participate in the International College Spirit Pet Competition, so Yao Yu plans to make some investments in Lin Xiao in advance. This is what happened after Lin Xiao came to the Spirit Pet Trading Company today. Lin Xiao then brought the 4 girls and followed the shopping guide to the VIP reception room. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao felt a low-key and luxurious feeling. The overall decoration of the VIP reception room is very low-key and elegant. However, every piece of furniture and decoration is very exquisite. Whether it is the material or the rarity, it ranks among the best. After Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, the waiter hurried over and asked Lin Xiao, "Would you like tea or coffee?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Xiao replied, "Have some tea." The other 4 girls didn't have much of a taste for tea or coffee, so they didn't order any and just sat there obediently. A moment later, a pot of fine green tea was served. In his previous life, Lin Xiao was a tea lover, especially green tea. After all, as a man, who doesn't like green tea? It just so happened that the waiter of the Spirit Pet Trading Company brought green tea, which inevitably deepened Lin Xiao's anticipation of trying this green tea. Lin Xiao just picked up the teacup and took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. What a great tea! It's smooth and creamy, not bitter or astringent, but with a long, sweet aftertaste. Who knew that as soon as he said this, a loud laugh was heard outside. Ha ha ha! This pot of dragon fingertips was specially picked by our Spirit Pet Trading Company in a valley where 4th-level monsters roam. The tea tree at Longshujian looks like a dragon, and the tea leaves resemble dragon claws, hence the name Longshujian. I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, could understand the secrets of tea. It's really not easy. Soon, an old man with a white beard walked in. Lin Xiao looked at the old man's expression and saw no particular change. After brewing this tea, you can't smell its fragrance. Only when you drink it can you taste its essence. It seems that you are also a tea connoisseur. Although Lin Xiao didn't dare to say that he was a master of tea ceremony, he could at least tell the quality of tea by drinking it. The old man then cupped his fists towards Lin Xiao and asked with a smile, "I'm the manager of this Spirit Pet Trading Company. Little Lin Xiao, how can you help me?" Lin Xiao did not doubt the old man's identity. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took out some items directly from his storage bag. First, 2 Pokeballs. These are 2 ownerless D-level monsters. Please help me sell them. The manager took a look at the 2 Pokeballs and didn't think there was anything wrong with them just because their levels were too low. No need to go through so much trouble. I'll buy it for 400,000 each, the manager said with a smile. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. The starting price of a D-level monster is about 300,000. Moreover, this is the market price. If a merchant receives the goods and lowers the price, it must at least lower the price by 40%. The price range of this part is roughly between 180,000 and 200,000. But now, the other party asked for a premium of 30% above the market price, which is obviously abnormal. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The other party's behavior made Lin Xiao cautious and alert, and he wondered in his heart whether the other party had any other intentions. Chapter 51. Our Yao family's eldest daughter is about to have worldly desires. As if he knew what Lin Xiao was thinking, the manager smiled and said, "Compared to the company's interests, we still value the feelings of our high-quality customers more, especially for a top student like you." After hearing the other party's answer, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Sure enough, there is no such thing as free food or free drinks in this world. The steward then continued, "I judge people by their tea, and I feel that Mr. Lin Xiao is quite straightforward, quick-witted, and straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush with you. As long as we, the Yao's spiritual pet trading company, and you can establish a long-term and stable cooperative relationship, Then we will have a mutually beneficial and win-win situation in the future. Hearing this, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. It's really good tea. If you like it, little friend Lin Xiao, you can take a pound when you leave. It's better to obey than to be respectful. After saying that, Lin Xiao continued to take out his belongings. They are the skin of the transsexual lizard, the bones of the blood knight, the water cannon of the water turtle, and the horns of the earth shaker. Some of them were harvested by Lin Xiao through hunting, and some were obtained by Lin Xiao from other people's storage equipment after touching corpses. I hope your company can make equipment for me using these four materials. The manager took a look at Lin Xiao's belongings and nodded. No problem. The price will be deducted from the 2D level pets. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao also nodded. Then, Lin Xiao took out Xiao Wang's ID from his pocket. Please register under this name. The manager was obviously very surprised at Lin Xiao's request at first, and he looked at Lin Xiao with some confusion. However, the manager seemed to figure something out soon and agreed directly. Okay, no problem. Lin Xiao did not explain this. After drinking the last sip of tea, he stood up and left the VIP reception room with the four women. After Lin Xiao left, the manager sat alone on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. A moment later, the door opened, and Lin Xiao's acquaintance Yao Chuanxua walked in. Grandpa, why did you give that guy so many discounts? He's just a junior beastmaster. In fact, the elderly manager is Yao Lan, the actual person in charge of Yao's spirit pet trading company. Yao Lan couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Why do I value Lin Xiao so much? You've already heard the reason. Why are you still asking? Just now, Yao Chuanxua had been hiding outside, checking the secret surveillance in the VIP reception room. Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxua hurried forward, hugged Yao Lan's arm, and said with a deliberately coquettish smile, but I just don't understand. You didn't pay this much attention to the top scorers in previous years. Is it just because he has a humanoid spirit pet? When Yao Lan heard what Yao Chuanxua said, he nodded and shook his head. You're overthinking things. What I'm really interested in is his future growth potential. Besides, his humanoid pets aren't as simple as he makes them out to be. Yao Lan didn't finish his words. When he was chatting with Lin Xiao, those humanoid pets gave him a strong sense of oppression. In other words, just these humanoid pets that Lin Xiao currently possessed were worth Yao Lan's investment. When Yao Chuanxua heard what Yao Lan said, she immediately said with some dissatisfaction, Grandpa still won't tell me the reason. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. After saying that, Yao Chuanxua turned around and was about to leave. Seeing this, Yao Lan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chuanxua, why do you care so much about Lin Xiao? No way, I just don't accept it. Why can he always beat me? Ha! Yao Lan simply pointed his finger at Yao Chuanxua. If you have such thoughts, you'd better be careful. Our Yao family's eldest daughter is about to be tempted by worldly desires. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? Before she could finish her words, Yao Chuanxua pouted and left in a flash. Behind him, Yao Lan's laughter was even more unscrupulous. After watching Yao Chuanxua leave, Yao Lan clapped his hands, and then a man who looked like a manager walked in from outside the door. Go check what happened to the Liu family recently. After leaving Yao's spirit pet trading company, Lin Xiao did not choose to go home, but went directly to the guild registration office. The last time he came here, he was to take on a mission. Now, this time, he came here with the real intention of finding a guild to join, if for no other reason than to make it easier to take on tasks in the future. In this world, if you want to become strong, you cannot avoid these organizations, whether official or private. Otherwise, except becoming a wild beast tamer, anyone else would be unable to move forward. For the sake of social stability, the Dragon Kingdom government registers the information of all beastmasters so that everything they do can be traced. This is the result of lessons learned through blood and tears from generations of people. Otherwise, look at those beastmasters abroad. They kill someone casually today, and then start fighting with anyone they dislike tomorrow. In the end, the only ones who get hurt are the people at the bottom. After Lin Xiao arrived at the registration office, he revealed his identity. When the other party saw the name Lin Xiao, he looked at Lin Xiao with shock and admiration. Top scorer in the college entrance examination. Welcome, welcome. The other party's first sentence made Lin Xiao feel a little embarrassed. He didn't like being noticed so much. Which guild do you plan to join? The largest jungle guild in our magic city, or the second-ranked Tianzhao guild, or? Lin Xiao shook his head and said, I'm going to the imperial capital of Yuzhou soon. The local guild in the demon city is not suitable for me right now. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the registrar immediately wrote it down in the notebook. Then, the other party thought for a moment and said to Lin Xiao, Mr. Lin, please wait here. I'll go check for you which guilds are suitable for you. After saying that, The other party left Lin Xiao alone at the registration office and disappeared in a flash. Lin Xiao was immediately puzzled. Are guild registration offices so casual these days? Shouldn't they just recommend guild information and go directly for the interview? At this time, in the interview hall, dozens of junior beastmasters were holding their resumes and moving between the interview cubicles of the major guilds, nervously handing their resumes to the guild's reviewers. They wait for the reviewers' approval. Some will be questioned by the reviewers, and some may even have to summon their own spirit pets to conduct actual combat exercises. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this the job fair in the previous life? Nearby, several beastmasters who had not yet joined the guild gathered together to chat. Hey, I really don't know when I can join those guilds in the innermost part. The person who spoke just stopped talking and looked towards the innermost part of the interview hall. Those are some of the most influential guilds in the entire Magic City, and they don't look at the resumes of ordinary people. At this moment, the door of the innermost interview cubicle suddenly opened. Hey, someone's coming out. Did some tough guy pass the interview? That's not right. I didn't see anyone going to the innermost room for an interview today. Did he come in through the back door? How is that possible? Do you want to die by taking the back door here? What if it's someone from within the guild? Chapter 52. It really is a job seeker interviewing a boss. While they were discussing, a group of people suddenly rushed out. These people were wearing the same Shangyun uniform. They looked like they were in a hurry and rushed directly to the registration hall outside. Holy crap, it's the Shangyun Guild. Are they going out to fight with all that momentum? As soon as they finished speaking, two more groups of people rushed out from the door of the innermost interview cubicle. Those are the people from Flamingo and the Eternal Night Chamber of Commerce. Why are they in such a hurry? Did something big happen? Then, many people from top guilds ran out, and their destination was, without exception, the registration office outside. Let's go and take a look. Seeing this, several junior beastmasters, driven by curiosity, also came to the registration hall. Just as they were curious, they saw the leaders of several guilds all gathered around a young man. Lin Xiao was doing nothing when he saw dozens of people rushing towards him with anxious looks on their faces. He thought that his murder of Lu Chun had been exposed. Subconsciously, I wanted Xiaojiu and the other four girls to protect themselves and then fight together. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a man in a cloud-patterned jacket walked out, then came to Lin Xiao and said excitedly, "Is this Mr. Lin Xiao? We are from the Shangyun Guild and now formally invite you to join our guild. Our guild is currently the #1 guild in Lianghuai Dao, with branches across the country. We not only have dedicated team leaders to assist with missions, but we also provide corresponding benefits for members like you who have just become beast tamers." He paused while speaking. He originally wanted to say college students, but as soon as he said it, he suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao was the top scorer in the Magic City who had just taken the college entrance examination. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, someone on the side started to protest. "#1 in Lianghuai Road? You guys really know how to flatter yourselves." As he spoke, a man in a jacket with flame patterns walked out. "What do you mean by #1 in Lianghuai? You're just bullying in your own territory. Outside of East Huai and West Huai, you're nothing. You're ranked outside the top 50 nationwide. When did you flamingos become so confident? You've been suppressed by us in Lianghuai Dao for 5 years and couldn't even hold your heads up. Why are you speaking so loudly now? Bah, isn't it because your Shangyun Guild has concentrated all its resources in Lianghuai Road? Why doesn't your Shangyun Guild compare its overall strength with our Flamingo Guild?" The man from the Flamingo Guild said this with an unconvinced look on his face. "But today is not the time to argue with you." Afterwards, the other party quickly changed his rebellious attitude, came quickly to Lin Xiao, and immediately became respectful. "Mr. Lin, our president has seen your performance in the college entrance exam. He said you are the chosen one he has been searching for so many years, and he told us to invite you to the guild headquarters no matter what. A few days ago, we went to visit you at your home. Unfortunately, you weren't at home. It's my honor to meet you today. Please come with us directly to the Yuzhou Imperial Capital headquarters. The president is waiting for you." After hearing this, the people from Shangyun Guild immediately shook their heads. "You're such a talker. Why don't you just take Mr. Lin to see the Dragon State Elder? If you're so sincere, why doesn't that old bastard Shifeng Lai come to the Magic City in person to invite Mr. Lin to join the guild?" Shifeng Lai is the president of the Flamingo Guild. The person in charge of the Flamingo Guild in Magic City immediately changed his expression after hearing what the other party said. "Shut up right there. If you don't agree, challenge me one-on-one." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao. "Mr. Lin, our guild offers many benefits. Let me introduce them to you." As soon as the people from the Flamingo Guild finished their introduction, The head of another guild immediately stepped forward and invited Lin Xiao to join. Gradually, the entire registration office seemed to have turned into a talent recruitment market. Wrong. It should be said that it is a large guild interview site. Lin Xiao, a job seeker, is interviewing with various guilds. After seeing this scene, all the beastmasters who came for the interview were stunned. What's going on? How come these guild leaders who usually act so high and mighty suddenly all turned into bootlickers? Moreover, what about that high school-aged boy inside? Why is he so valued by these bigwigs? At this time, someone recognized Lin Xiao and discovered that he was the top scorer in this year's Shanghai College entrance examination. After they knew Lin Xiao's identity, they became even more confused. Among these spectators, many are the chosen ones of previous classes, and there are even some who graduated from top universities and are looking for jobs. In their impression, being able to enter a top guild is equivalent to having an excellent springboard. The reason they work so hard is to be able to enter a good guild. As a result, those out-of-reach guilds are now begging for mercy in front of a young high school student who has just finished the college entrance examination. However, they did not even have the opportunity to talk to these guild leaders, and they were not even qualified. Oh, I won't say anything. It hurts my pride too much. Someone covered his face and couldn't help but sigh. When people see this, they feel as if they are too embarrassed to face others. Lin Xiao finally understood the purpose of these guild leaders. He smiled, then straightened his clothes and coughed twice. Cough, cough. Hearing that Lin Xiao was about to speak, the leaders of these guilds immediately stopped talking. They all looked at Lin Xiao, like children waiting to be lectured. First of all, I'm going to attend university in the capital of Yuzhou, so if there's no guild distributed nationwide, please go back. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, all the guild leaders were immediately dejected. The guilds they belonged to were all local guilds in the Magic City. Then, Lin Xiao said again, I am a student, and I don't like being disciplined, so if you are in a guild that requires regular attendance and performance assessments, please go back. Upon hearing this, a guild leader quickly said, It's okay, Mr. Lin, our guild can give you special privileges. When Lin Xiao heard this, he shook his finger. Don't try to make promises to me. You're just the person in charge of the Magic City, not the president of your guild. You can't make the final decision. I don't believe in these so-called privileges. Judging from past life experience, the more privileges you have, the more hatred you will gain in the workplace. Lin Xiao doesn't want to waste his precious time on these intrigues. After that, many guild leaders left the registration office. In the end, there were only 4 guilds left. Flamingo Guild, Soaring Cloud Guild, Exploration Guild, Rhino Guild. Lin Xiao then looked at the leaders of the Rhino Guild and the Exploration Guild. Could you please tell me what benefits your guild offers? When the people around heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. It's really like a job seeker interviewing a boss. This guy is really rude. The members of the Rhino Guild did not wear uniforms. Then, a man standing at 1.9 meters tall, with more than a dozen poke balls hanging from his waist, stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, our Rhino Guild has nothing special about it except the money. You don't have to worry about the rewards. When you normally complete tasks, as long as you ensure your success rate, the rewards you receive will definitely be the highest. As for attendance and performance, we don't have any hard and fast requirements. The only mandatory requirement is that our Rhino Guild may occasionally assign you some special tasks. X0007 Chapter 53, Caused by the Internal Division of the Lin Family. Special Mission? Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard this. The head of the Rhino Guild nodded and said, That's right. These missions are often kept secret and assigned by the guild. If you fail to complete the mission, you will be punished or even expelled. Lin Xiao nodded. He probably understood what the Rhino Guild was like. Then, Lin Xiao looked at the person in charge of the Exploration Guild standing beside him. The opponent's equipment was very simple, and there was an obvious scar on his face. The other party looked at Lin Xiao and said expressionlessly, Our Exploration Guild doesn't have any special requirements, but our mission is quite special, which is to explore unknown areas of this world. All you have to do is hand over a portion of your gains from each exploration to the guild. Unknown area? Lin Xiao wondered. After hearing this, the other party smiled. That's right. The purpose of our Exploration Guild is to reclaim humanity's homeland. However, due to the threat of demonic beasts, humans have retreated to relatively safe havens and are unaware of any changes in the outside world. Therefore, exploring places currently undocumented by humans is the purpose of our guild's existence. After listening to this, Lin Xiao nodded again. Thousands of years ago, human civilization almost went to extinction. If it were not for the taming of spirit pets and the emergence of beastmasters, humans would probably be food for monsters today. Over the years, all parts of Blue Star have undergone tremendous changes. Many places are no longer what they were in the history recorded by human civilization and need people to explore and discover them again. Moreover, Lin Xiao got a message from the head of the Exploration Guild. That is, they were only responsible for exploration. In other words, there must be a larger organization behind their guild, which is responsible for organizing the results of their guild's exploration every time. If conditions permit, they may even send powerful beastmasters to explore new areas to obtain resources. And this organization is most likely the official Dragon Country. As for the Rhino Guild, Lin Xiao felt that it was most likely a special organization disguised as a guild. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how the other party's special tasks came about. When Lin Xiao thought of this, he couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. He looked at the person in charge of the Exploration Guild. Okay, I'm very interested in the Exploration Guild and would like to join. After hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the head of the Exploration Guild finally smiled on his cold face. This smile looks unusually honest. Welcome aboard. As they spoke, they both stretched out their hands and shook hands. After seeing this scene, the people around couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lin Xiao actually joined the Exploration Guild? That's a guild that suffered heavy casualties. The reason their guild has gained such a great reputation is because they have official funding. Yeah, I didn't expect Lin Xiao to join the Exploration Guild. Although the people there are very free, once they go on a mission, they have to live like cattle and horses, sleeping in the open air and on the edge of a knife. I felt as if I had seen a rising star die in the wild. Lin Xiao turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. He just exchanged a few simple greetings with the head of the Exploration Guild, during which he learned that the other person's name was Luo Cheng. Afterwards, Lin Xiao took his information and went to go through the membership procedures. Soon, the procedures were completed successfully. Then, Lin Xiao asked Luo Cheng casually, "Our guild shouldn't cooperate with some big families, right?" Luo Cheng replied concisely, "Other guilds do cooperate with large families, but the Exploration Guild won't." Won't. That's right. There's no need for superficial cooperation. But deep or strategic cooperation will never happen. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this, and then asked tentatively, "Then why are other guilds willing to cooperate with large families?" Because of money. The other party hit the nail on the head. Lin Xiao had expected this and was not surprised by the answer. The reason why he asked this question was actually just to verify it. Then, Lin Xiao asked, "Will the children of the big families also join the guild?" Yes. Some guilds will also actively invite masters from large families to join their guilds. After all, they still rely on the support of these large families in terms of finance. After listening to this, Lin Xiao nodded. Then, he and Luo Cheng discussed some matters related to reporting to the Imperial Capital Headquarters. Xiaohu bought file anti-piracy, looking for book robots, choose Xiaohu. Tiger, stable and reliable. Don't step into traps. Luo Cheng suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Xiao, "In a few days we will have an exploration team heading into the dark forest in the north. Do you want to join us?" After saying that, Luo Cheng was afraid that Lin Xiao would worry, so he quickly added, "This exploration is not dangerous, and I am leading the team myself." Lin Xiao thought about it and nodded in agreement. After confirming the specific time and place of the meeting with Luo Cheng, Lin Xiao took the initiative to say goodbye and leave. After returning home, Lin Xiao enjoyed life for a rare moment. During this period, I went shopping and played mahjong with 4 girls. My life can be said to be very comfortable. This kind of life lasted less than a week and was broken by a phone call. Lin Xiao picked up the phone and found that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the phone, Lin Xiao realized that the person on the other end was the woman who had previously entrusted him to find the 3 water attribute items. "Do you have time?" Lin Xiao said nonchalantly. "What do you want to entrust me with?" "I'll pick you up later and we'll meet to talk." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Xiao was a little puzzled and said, "What's going on? It's so mysterious." Less than 10 minutes later, this time, the woman changed to a luxury car. At the door of Lin Xiao's house, after honking the horn twice, Lin Xiao went out and got in the car. Xiaojiu followed Lin Xiao and sat next to him. The woman glanced at Xiaojiu and gave a meaningful smile. As expected, the number 1 scholar is different. He orders his pet like a maid. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao replied indifferently, "They are not my spirit pets. They are my companions." Lin Xiao was not curious at all about the other party revealing his identity in just one sentence, because basically everyone in the Magic City knew his information. Moreover, there are still hot searches about him on the internet, but most of his battle scenes have been blocked. The official statement is that it was not authorized, but Lin Xiao felt that it was probably related to Li Guanjuan. The other party knew he had spoken out of turn, but he didn't take it to heart. He just changed the subject and said, "No one has bothered you these days, right?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Are you reminding me? Although no one will bother you in the Magic City, you must be careful when you leave the Magic City, especially on the way to school." Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. "Thanks for the reminder." The woman then looked at Lin Xiao again and took the initiative to extend her hand to introduce herself to Lin Xiao. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Xianhui from the Lin family. In a way, you can call me sister." When Lin Xiao heard what the other party said, his hand, which was originally about to shake hands, suddenly held back, and his expression became a little complicated. Unexpectedly, after seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Lin Xianhui didn't care and continued, "I know you have some prejudices against the Lin family, but I can tell you that all of these prejudices are actually caused by the division within the Lin family. _X0007_. Chapter 54. If you can complete it, I will give you an S-level spiritual pet." When Lin Xiao heard Lin Qianhui's explanation, his expression gradually turned cold. Because he really didn't want to think about the past anymore, didn't want to think about how humble his mother was when she was trying to find a way to make a living for him, and the difficult past when he lived alone after his mother died. Lin Qianhui then continued, "I am the granddaughter adopted by Grandpa Lin Batian. I have been with him since I was a child. Just 20 years ago, a split occurred within the Lin family. One group adhered to the patriarch's ideals and persisted in the Lin family's beliefs. But the other faction is even more obsessed with the second house's theory of maximizing profits. Furthermore, they're using the excuse that the family's development over the years is inseparable from Lin Xiaoyan's achievements to suppress the older generation of the Lin family. So, the tragedy that befell you and your family was, to some extent, not due to the stubbornness of the Lin family, but more due to the conflicts within the Lin family." When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "Really? If I hadn't met a single Lin family relative in the past decade or so, I would have believed your reason." Lin Xianhui was not surprised at Lin Xiao's answer. For the past 20 years, Lin Xiaodian has been claiming that you were dead, and he even deliberately suppressed the news. It wasn't until you won the top spot that he realized he could no longer hide it, so he came to visit you a few days ago, hoping to make amends. However, based on my understanding of that old fox, when he shows kindness to you, that's when he's ready to take action against you. The purpose of my visit this time is, firstly, to explain to you why the Lin family has ignored you, and secondly, to remind you to be careful." When Lin Xiao heard Lin Qianhui's reminder, he asked expressionlessly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Lin Qianhui nodded after hearing this. "I have another task for you. If you can complete it, I will give you an S-level pet." After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao remained calm and said, "Sorry, I don't need it." After saying that, Lin Xiao was about to get off the car. Lin Qianhui did not stop him, but directly handed Lin Xiao a file bag. "I advise you to read the mission information. It will be good for you." However, Lin Xiao ignored Lin Qianhui and got out of the car directly. An angry expression appeared on Lin Qianhui's delicate face. "Really?" Lin Qianhui threw the file bag onto the seat beside her angrily, complaining but not knowing what to say. The limousine then drove away. Lin family villa. As soon as Lin Qianhui returned to the room, a man who looked like a doctor came to greet her. "Miss, the old man is awake." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianhui was overjoyed and rushed into the ward. Seeing that Lin Batian had opened his eyes, Lin Qianhui quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Grandpa, you're awake." Lin Batian's complexion had improved a lot. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work during this period." Lin Qianhui shook her head upon hearing this. "Grandpa, I have good news for you. I have found Lin Xiao, but he doesn't want to see you yet." When Lin Batian heard this, he was delighted at first. Then he said with some relief, "This child has suffered too much over the years. It's natural for him to have resentment. We need to give him some time. Come on, tell me what he has been through over the years, and what has happened to the Lin family recently." Lin Batian had been in a coma for a long time due to the attack of fire poison. Now that he had woken up, he wanted to know what had happened while he was unconscious, especially what was happening about Lin Xiao. "Yes." Lin Qianhui quickly agreed, and then told Lin Batian the story. On the other side, not long after Lin Xiao got out of Lin Qianhui's car, his cell phone rang again. The person on the other end of the phone was Yao Lan, and he was communicating with Lin Xiao as if they were close friends regardless of age. Yao Lan told Lin Xiao that the equipment he wanted was ready and asked Lin Xiao to go over and sign for it. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, then released Chimera, Xiaoqing, and Asen from the Pokeball, and took them and Xiaojio to the spirit pet store. Although the four girls don't like staying in the pokeball, Lin Xiao won't gamble with his life. It would be bad if someone saw that there were no humanoid spirit pets around Lin Xiao, or that there were few humanoid spirit pets, and thought that there was an opportunity to attack him. Lin Xiao arrived at the spirit pet trading company. As soon as he entered the door, he was greeted by a shopping guide and taken to the VIP reception room inside. Yao Lan had already prepared tea and was waiting for Lin Xiao's arrival. Seeing Lin Xiao come in, he quickly greeted him. "This is the tea our company just purchased. Would you like to try it?" Lin Xiao is a tea lover, especially green tea, so of course he would not refuse. After taking 2 sips, the two got down to business. "Where's the equipment I want?" After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Yao Lan took out 4 exquisite boxes and handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao opened the first box first. Then, a brass knuckle emitting a faint black light came into Lin Xiao's sight. This brass knuckle is made from the horn of the Earthshaker bull you provided, along with some unused monster teeth we have left in our company. Because the materials themselves are poisonous, I've named it Gale Fonged. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this, and then he opened the second box. Inside the box is a very exquisite snakeskin-like glove. At this time, Yao Lan smiled and said, "This glove is made of the skin of the sea-level third-order monster, the transformed lizard. It has extremely high defense. Although its attack power is average, it has a certain confusing property. It's a pity that its grade is still a bit low. If it were B grade or A grade, its ability would definitely be much higher. I named it the Glove of Confusion." After hearing the other party's evaluation, Lin Xiao felt that this old guy was a bit for sci. After all, a weapon with confusing properties, once it falls into the hands of someone who mainly uses magic attacks, it will simply become a deadly weapon. Then, Lin Xiao opened the third box. "This is the piece of equipment I'm most satisfied with among the 4. It's made from the ribs of a blood knight," Yao Lan said with a proud look on his face. Lin Xiao looked into the box and found that it was an ancient ring. Its only attribute is that it can automatically absorb blood and energy in places with rich blood and energy, increasing its attack power. As for his name, it's Red Moon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded. Indeed, this kind of equipment that can increase attributes, especially attack power, is very rare. No wonder Yao Lan said that this was the piece of equipment he was most satisfied with among the 4. Finally, Lin Xiao opened the last box and was immediately surprised. Lin Xiao never imagined that Yao Lan would actually turn Blastoise's water cannon into a Gatling gun. Yao Lan then smiled and said, "Because Blastoise's water cannon has a unique property, I discussed with the craftsman and decided to make it look like a Gatling gun. I've already thought of a name for you. It's called Gatling Water Cannon." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction and said, "They are all very good. I wonder how much it costs to make these equipment." Yao Lan was well prepared for this question and answered directly, "The 2 D-level pets you gave me earlier just covered the cost of making this equipment." Hearing Yao Lan's answer, Lin Xiao was immediately surprised. Being able to get 4 such good equipment for only 800,000 is really worth it. Lin Xiao found it hard to believe that this was true. Even though Yao Lan personally confirmed to Lin Xiao that the cost of the 2 D-level spirit pets he sold just covered the equipment production costs, Lin Xiao still found it a little unbelievable. Seeing Lin Xiao's surprised expression, Yao Lan looked very satisfied. Then he said to Lin Xiao with a smile, "With these 4 pieces of equipment, I believe you will be able to thrive even in a place like the Imperial Capital where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere." _X0007 Chapter 55. This investment is a sure win. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with Yao Lan's arrangement. Because these 4 pieces of equipment are just the right combination of defense, support, melee, and ranged attacks. Lin Xiao understood that Yao Lan wanted him to make some achievements on his own in addition to relying on the humanoid spirit pet to improve his combat effectiveness. However, Lin Xiao doesn't need these equipment at all. Because Lin Xiao originally possessed the power of the celestial fox, the power of nature, and the inheritance of chimera, and now he also has the attribute of being immune to all poisons. It can be said that his own strength is comparable to that of a 3rd-level monster. So, he doesn't need these equipment at all. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao picked up the Gatling water cannon and threw it directly to Chimera. "Thank you, master." Chimera took it happily, and then she put the Gatling water cannon into her storage ring with great satisfaction. Then, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and handed the red moon ring to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu quickly put the red moon on her index finger. Suddenly, Xiaojiu's already charming temperament became more evil. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded with great satisfaction. "It suits you very well." Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu quickly took Lin Xiao's arm and started to act coquettishly. Thank you, master. You are the best to Xiaojiu. Lin Xiao then picked up the pair of confusing gloves and handed them to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, I think you are more suitable for it than anyone else. Xiaoqing smiled gratefully when she heard this. Thank you for the gift, master. Xiaoqing will remember it. After saying that, Xiaoqing did not put on the confusing gloves in front of everyone, but smiled and put the confusing gloves into the button-shaped space equipment on her green clothes. Xiaoqing's temperament is that of a very graceful classical beauty. Lin Xiao was indeed not surprised at her reaction. Lin Xiao just turned his head and saw Shan couldn't wait to pick up the brass knuckles. Master, I really like this brass knuckle. Please give it to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded immediately because he had the same idea. After Asen put on the brass knuckles, she became even wilder, although she was already a little wild. It can be said that her temperament is best matched with this brass knuckles. Yao Lan, who witnessed the whole process, had a wonderful expression on her face the whole time. He initially thought that Lin Xiao wanted to arm himself, because so far, he has never seen any spirit pet that can use equipment. But he forgot that Lin Xiao's pets were all human-shaped pets and could use equipment just like humans. Later, Yao Lan thought that after Lin Xiao gave away the offensive equipment, he would leave him a piece of defensive equipment. Who knew that Lin Xiao didn't even want the confusing gloves, but directly handed them to Xiaoqing. This gave Yao Lan a deeper understanding of Lin Xiao. However, what made Yao Lan feel most incredible was that Lin Xiao's humanoid spirit pet actually had its own storage space equipment. Even the Gatling water cannon was casually put into Chimera's storage ring. This made Yao Lan even more confused about Lin Xiao. This was the first time in his life that he had seen storage equipment for a spirit pet. Afterwards, Yao Lan remembered that with Lin Xiao's current level, he was not able to use the equipment. This is because most beast masters at the early stages are not able to learn spell attacks, and they don't even know how to cooperate with spirit pets in combat. Could it be that he intended from the beginning to make equipment for his spirit pets? Yao Lan couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, as he was old and experienced, he soon calmed down. Lin Xiao then chatted with Yao Lan for a few more words, and then took his leave. After Lin Xiao left, Yao Chunxue came in again from outside. Grandpa, why are you giving that guy a discount again? We spent over $1 million to make those 4 pieces of equipment. We're losing a lot this time. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan looked at her granddaughter meaningfully and said, this investment is a sure win. Don't worry. Then, Yao Lan asked with some doubt, what is the family situation of your classmate? Upon hearing this, Yao Chunxue replied curiously, don't you know everything? He's an orphan who's been living in the old city. His house is a bungalow that's about to be demolished. He's usually very frugal and often works part-time to pay for his studies. Yao Chunxue started talking non-stop whenever she mentioned Lin Xiao. When Yao Lan heard this, he looked confused. So how did Lin Xiao get so many storage equipment? According to Yao Lan's observation, Lin Xiao had a storage bag on his waist, and his humanoid spirit pet also had storage equipment on it. The value of these storage equipment is immeasurable. How could an ordinary student afford this? Interesting little guy. When Yao Lan thought of this, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. After leaving the spirit pet trading company, Lin Xiao returned to his home. Early the next morning, he packed his luggage and put it in his storage bag. Then, Lin Xiao took the 4 girls and left home. Their destination is the gate of the Demon City. Today is the day that Lin Xiao and the Exploration Guild have agreed to explore the Dark Forest together. As soon as Lin Xiao arrived at the city gate, he saw a group of more than a dozen beastmasters in uniform waiting there. The leader was Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng still had a poker face, but when he opened his mouth to speak, he gave people a feeling of being simple and honest. Seeing Lin Xiao coming, Luo Cheng stepped forward to greet him with a smile, and then said to his teammates, everyone come and meet us. This is our new guildmate, Lin Xiao. A younger, senior beastmaster nearby glanced at Lin Xiao, then said with a forced smile, oh, this guy has been really popular lately. Boss Luo Cheng, even if you didn't introduce him, we all know him. After all, he's the top scholar. Lin Xiao immediately detected a hint of disdain in the other party's tone. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the person who was speaking. The other person's name was Sun Chong, and he looked to be about 24 or 25 years old. Being able to become a high-level beastmaster at this age is already considered a genius. After figuring this out, Lin Xiao roughly understood why the other party was so hostile towards him. Obviously, this was the arrogance of a genius. His appearance made Sun Chong feel that his position was no longer secure. As soon as Sun Chong finished speaking, he heard a beastmaster with a loud voice walking towards him. The other party laughed heartily and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, saying, I've heard of you a long time ago. These girls behind you must be your spirit pets. Wow, they're so pretty. After saying that, the other party looked at Xiaojiu, Chimera, Asen, and Xiaoqing without any concealment. Lin Xiao shook hands with the other party and didn't say much. Afterwards, everyone shook hands with each other one by one. However, when Lin Xiao and Sun Chong shook hands, something unpleasant happened. When the other party stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Lin Xiao, he suddenly used force and looked at Lin Xiao with ill intention. As a high-level beastmaster, he had already mastered some special skills. His strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. When Sun Chong saw the junior beastmaster badge on Lin Xiao's chest, he wanted to give Lin Xiao a warning. However, there was no sign of discomfort on Lin Xiao's face. On the contrary, Lin Xiao gave Sun Chong a meaningful smile. Lin Xiao naturally would not be polite to Sun Chong's provocation. Afterwards, the power of the heavenly fox began to operate, and Lin Xiao suddenly exerted force. Sun Chong let out a scream of awe. Then he covered his right hand and squatted down with a painful look on his face. _X0007 Chapter 56. Pretty good. He's a thorn. Lin Xiao then looked at Sun Chong with a half-smile. Senior, what's wrong with you? Were you stung by a wasp? Upon hearing this, Sun Chong stared at Lin Xiao fiercely. Luo Cheng, who was standing by, also tried hard to suppress his smile. After seeing this, one member of the exploration team said to his companions, "That's good. He's a troublemaker. His vengeful nature is perfect for our guild." Luo Cheng then walked to the front of the group with a smile on his face and said, "All right, stop waiting. Let's go together." After that, a group of people began to line up at the city gate to register and then left the Magic City. This time, their destination is the dark forest north of the Demon City. Everyone chatted and laughed as they headed north. Along the way, Lin Xiao probably also understood the personalities of the people in the Exploration Guild. Because we have been exploring unknown places for many years, everyone has a very open-minded personality. This is mainly because they need to stay focused all the time in the wild, so they are under a lot of pressure, which has cultivated their carefree personality. Moreover, most of the people in the Exploration Guild are very powerful or experienced veterans. Because people with weak strength will become a burden to the team in the wild. And Sun Chong is also a very outstanding graduate this year, which is why he was able to join this team. We don't need to rush this time. After all, we've explored Mirkwood many times before, and we all have a general understanding of the situation. The main thing is to give the two newcomers some experience. Luo Cheng made the reminder out of kindness. Haha, boss, don't worry. Mirkwood has almost become our home. Do we really need to be so cautious and troublesome when going home? Don't let your guard down. Although we've always managed to escape Mirkwood unscathed, new situations arise with every exploration. I have a feeling there must be secrets within that we haven't yet grasped. The person who spoke was a girl wearing glasses named Nana. Nana, don't worry. The monsters in the Dark Forest are at most level 4, and we have 10-star beast tamers here. If we want to conquer the Dark Forest, it's possible. The grades of beast tamers are divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. The level above advanced is called star level, and each time the rating increases, one more star will be added. After 10 stars, one becomes a general level beastmaster, and after that, one becomes what is commonly known as a god. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 7 beastmasters who can become gods. These 7 people guarded the 4 borders of Dragon Country, resisting the invasion of foreign enemies and confronting some big monsters. Now Lin Xiao can only look up to those who can become gods. The crowd finally got away from the human city and stopped on an open grassland. Luo Cheng then looked at Anna next to him. Anna understood what he meant, took out a pokeball from her backpack, and threw it on the open space. Then, suddenly there was a loud, ah. A huge monster that looked like an ancient carriage appeared in front of everyone. Afterwards, information about this carriage appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. A D-rank, 3rd-order demon beast, a bull-horse driver. This is a mechanical creation with an ox's head and a horse's body. The number of passengers the rear compartment can accommodate depends on the strength of its owner. Lin Xiao looked at the back compartment of the carriage and felt that it should be able to seat 7 or 8 people. From this point of view, Anana's strength should not be underestimated. Then, Anana told everyone to get on the bus. At this time, Luo Cheng looked at Lin Xiao. Xiaolin, get in the car too. Lin Xiao was puzzled. This carriage could carry 8 people, but there were 12 people here, which meant that 4 people had to walk underneath. We all have pets that can be used as transportation. After saying that, Luo Cheng took out a pokeball and threw it on the ground. Then, a grunt ran out of the pokeball. Sun Chong looked at Lin Xiao at this time and took out his pokeball from his pocket with a look of contempt. He threw the pokeball on the ground and taunted Lin Xiao in a sarcastic tone. Boy, Do you want to sit on my four-legged ostrich? Of course, you can also take a carriage, but there aren't that many seats in the carriage. You'd better put all your humanoid pets into the pokeballs and not show them off outside. As soon as Sun Chong finished speaking, a monster that looked like a four-legged beast appeared on the ground. It has the body of an ostrich, but its limbs are very developed, with 4 legs reaching the ground. Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with this kind of ostrich, and was very familiar with it. He knew that it was a sea-level second-order monster. The four-legged ostrich is one of the few spiritual pets that humans can raise and completely tame today. However, this kind of spiritual pet is very expensive and its combat effectiveness is not high, so it has always been criticized. Lin Xiao didn't take Sun Chong seriously. Instead, he looked at the others and said, "I don't need a carriage. My friends don't like pokeballs. They prefer to be outside and breathe fresh air." After saying that, Lin Xiao glanced at Asen. Asen understood what he meant and immediately transformed into his original form without hesitation. Then, Asen came in front of Lin Xiao, slowly lowered her body, and lay on the ground very obediently. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately rode on it. Xiaoqing then rode on Asen and then snuggled into Lin Xiao's arms. However, Xiaojiu followed and rode on Asen, choosing to lean behind Lin Xiao. Seeing Xiaojiu's hot body tightly pressed against Lin Xiao's back, many people in the team were immediately stunned. Oh my god, what kind of benefit is this? It makes me want to raise a humanoid pet. Hurrah! If you raise a humanoid pet, it might turn out to be a toe-picking idiot. Look, how dare that classical beauty curl up in Lin Xiao's arms. Oh my, this is such a waste of talent. I'm so jealous. Many people were envious at the time, but they could only envy. Just like that, Lin Xiao, under the attack of Xiaoqing and Xiaojiu, ordered Ashan, "Follow everyone." When Asen heard this, she let out a loud "ah" to indicate that she understood. The chimera was floating in the air, following behind Lin Xiao. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but sigh with envy. There's one in front, one behind, one flying in the sky, and one riding below. Is this the carefree life only gods can have? Seeing Lin Xiao being so cool, Sun Chong couldn't help but snort coldly and was about to climb onto the four-legged ostrich. However, the four-legged ostrich is quite tall, and Sun Chong's height is somewhat limited. For a moment, Sun Chong couldn't climb up. Get down too. However, the four-legged ostrich ignored him and turned its head away. You. Sun Chong was so angry at his four-legged ostrich that he was speechless. He couldn't help but make up his mind that he must stew it when he got home. In desperation, he found a big rock to put under his feet and then climbed up. Then, everyone started heading towards their destination, the dark forest. But their speed is not fast. Because there were 8 people sitting in the ox-horse driver, the speed naturally could not be fast. In order to demonstrate the performance of his means of transportation, Sun Chong rode on a four-legged ostrich and ran at the front of the team. After seeing this, Luo Chung couldn't help but shout in great worry, "Sun Chong, please step back. We are out in the wild. There are many unknown risks. You don't have much experience, so let me take the lead." Sun Chong heard this, but said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, boss. I'm a high-level beastmaster after all. Nothing will happen to me." Chapter 57. Don't delay the team's progress because of this little loss. However, before Sun Chong could finish his words, a gust of wind appeared in front of his path. Seeing this, Luo Chung quickly shouted loudly, "Be careful." Sun Chong was caught off guard by the strong wind. However, he wanted to react now, but it was too late. However, as a high-level beastmaster, he did not sit idly by and wait for death. He immediately turned over and rolled off the four-legged ostrich. Sun Chong looked like a rolling gourd, looking extremely embarrassed. However, his strong physical fitness still allowed him to perform a crouching movement. Afterwards, Sun Chong patted his chest and said, "That was a close call. I almost got into trouble." Unexpectedly, just as he stood still, a big bird suddenly fell from the sky and rushed straight towards him. Seeing this, Luo Chung quickly took out a pokeball from his pocket and was about to throw it out. "Get down!" Luo Chung shouted loudly, hoping that Sun Chong would react in time to avoid the danger, so that he could rescue Sun Chong without hurting him. But Sun Chong was so frightened by the big bird's momentum that he lost consciousness. At this moment, a whoosh sound was heard. A magic missile suddenly flew past Sun Chong's ear, and then with a bang, it collided with the big bird. The big bird was caught off guard by the magic missile, and its body shifted slightly. At this moment, Luo Chung seized the opportunity and released his spiritual pet. It was a huge white tiger. As soon as the white tiger landed, it released an indescribable aura. After a tiger roar, the entire forest began to tremble. The big bird seemed to be frightened by the tiger. It grabbed the four-legged ostrich with its hands and flew away. Only then was Sun Chong able to save his life. Afterwards, Sun Chong sat down on the ground with a plop, looking at the direction where the big bird left with lingering fear. Luo Cheng hurried over at this time and asked Sun Chong, "Are you okay?" Sun Chong shook his head when he heard this, but was still a little frightened and didn't say anything. Then, Luo Cheng gave another earnest warning. "In the wild, you must not be radical. At any time, in any corner, something that threatens your life may happen." As he spoke, Luo Cheng looked at the black spot in the air that had already left. "I didn't see clearly what kind of monster it was. However, I estimate that the other party is at least a fourth-level monster. Moreover, it should be here to hunt for food. It seems to be very timid and only caught your four-legged ostrich. If it insists on pestering you, then you are now." Luo Cheng didn't finish his words, but the meaning between the lines already showed what he wanted to say. Seeing that Sun Chong did not answer, Luo Cheng then looked at Lin Xiao at the back of the team. "Your response just now was excellent. You didn't act rashly, but instead disrupted the target's trajectory, giving me the opportunity to strike." Lin Xiao didn't say anything either. In fact, he didn't really want to get involved in this matter. It was only because of the system's reminder that I knew the monster just now was not a fourth-level monster. But it is a powerful monster that is about to advance to the fifth level, Sabali. When Sabali just appeared, the complete monster encyclopedia gave Lin Xiao a warning. This thing is a very brutal carnivore, and it likes to eat creatures with high intelligence. The higher the intelligence, the more strength they gain and the stronger they become. If they really let Sabali capture Sun Chong, Lin Xiao was afraid that Sabali would really advance to the fifth level. By then, the entire expedition team would be wiped out here. He did have a way to escape, but the pressure from these teammates, whom he had just met and got along with quite well, would make his escape very dangerous. Otherwise, he would not have rescued Sun Chong. Sun Chong felt a burning sensation on his face when he saw Captain Luo Cheng praising Lin Xiao in front of him. Afterwards, Luo Cheng said to Sun Chong, "There's just one seat left on the bus. Go ahead and get on. Don't delay our journey." Sun Chong heard this and said unconvincedly, "That monster took away my four-legged ostrich. Shouldn't we go get it back?" Luo Cheng shook his head and said, "We can't let such a small incident affect our mission. We can't just let it go like this." Luo Cheng, who had always been honest and simple, suddenly became stern when he heard Sun Chong was so stubborn. The scar on his face also became somewhat hideous at this moment. "This is an order. Don't delay the team's progress because of this small loss." Sun Chong, frightened by Luo Cheng, stopped talking immediately. Afterwards, Sun Chong obediently climbed onto the ox-horse driver's carriage and sat in the corner of the carriage. Seeing this, Anna and the other team members did not go forward to comfort Sun Chong, because exploring in the wild is different from ordinary tasks. If everyone cannot unite, they will be killed by the unknown. Therefore, Sun Chong must change his mentality himself. It is impossible for everyone to help Sun Chong for his entire life. "Keep going." Luo Cheng glanced at the team and then gave the order. The team continued to move forward, and this time it was Luo Cheng who took the lead. The team's speed also became much more stable. Lin Xiao could see that Luo Cheng was always paying attention to the movements around him. Lin Xiao took out the map he had bought before and found that there was very little information recorded about this area. The sky was now getting dark, and they were still about 12 hours away from the Mirkwood. The team reached a sheltered valley, and Luo Cheng signaled everyone to stop. Then, as if by magic, he opened a door from a small mound. And inside that door, there was actually a cave of neither big nor small. Although the space inside the cave is small, it is enough for the group to rest. Luo Cheng then smiled and said to Lin Xiao, "This cave was dug when we were exploring the Mirkwood before. It's used as a temporary resting place. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to rest in the wild in this area at night." When Lin Xiao heard what the other party said, he nodded in agreement. After everyone collected the pets they used for their journey, they went into the cave. Although the space in the cave is large enough, it would still be very crowded if more than a dozen people went in at the same time. In addition, there were 5 of Lin Xiao himself, so the inside of the cave became even more stuffy and hot. After seeing this, Sun Chong was immediately very dissatisfied with Lin Xiao and said, "Can't you just put away your humanoid pet? Do you have to bring it with you? The space inside is so limited. Do you expect everyone to make room for your pet?" Lin Xiao did not argue with Sun Chong, but said to Luo Cheng, "Captain, I won't rest in the cave anymore. I will keep watch alone." He didn't want to squeeze into the cave with so many people, and he was indeed prepared to camp in the wild. What's more, Lin Xiao didn't want to rely on others for his safety. When Luo Cheng heard this, he just shook his head. This is against the rules. Everyone will take turns keeping watch at night. We'll be in pairs, and you and I will be on watch. Go and rest now." After hearing what Luo Cheng said, Lin Xiao did not insist any further. He found a spot at the entrance of the cave and sat down. Xiao Jiu then came over very considerately and placed her tail under Lin Xiao's back. After seeing this scene, the other team members couldn't help but feel envious. Chapter 58. Is there no normal person around Lin Xiao? Seeing the expressions of Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu, the quick-witted Nana couldn't help but say bluntly, "Young people really know how to enjoy themselves. We old folks can't come up with so many tricks." Hara, Sister Nana, if you have any other options, you can find a man to cushion your body. Get lost. Your tiny body isn't even big enough to fill my teeth. It's obvious that this group of people often make jokes like this, and telling dirty jokes doesn't affect the team atmosphere at all. Lin Xiao was not embarrassed. Having lived 2 lives, he was already an experienced person. At this time, Captain Luo Cheng had already lit a bonfire. Everyone took out the dry food they had prepared long ago and started eating. "Everyone, please cherish it. This is the last time we can eat something hot before we go into the mountains and into the Mirkwood." Sun Chong, who was standing by, heard this and asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Luo Cheng then explained, "Because in the dark and dense forest, some monsters are very attracted to light. If you light a bonfire, it will attract their attention." When Sun Chong heard this, he nodded to show his understanding. Lin Xiao didn't care about it at all. After eating, he closed his eyes and rested. At the middle of the night, Anna and Sun Chong, who was already a little sleepy, ended their vigil. Then it was Lin Xiao and Luo Cheng's turn. Anna went to wake up Luo Cheng, who was resting, while Sun Chong came over to wake up Lin Xiao. Just as Sun Chong approached Lin Xiao, he suddenly felt 2 terrifying murderous auras. Sun Chong was shocked all over. When he looked at the source of the murderous aura, he found that it was the little girl who could transform into a wild wolf and the classical woman in green clothes. The way the 2 men looked at Sun Chong was as if they were wild beasts observing their prey. At this moment, Sun Chong had a feeling that if he made any unnecessary movements, the 2 girls in front of him might really eat him. Soon, Sun Chong realized that Lin Xiao's 2 pets were transformed from real monsters. If the other party really wanted to eat him, it was not impossible. Although he was afraid, Sun Chong pretended to be calm for the sake of the situation. He said indignantly, "It's his turn to keep watch." As a result, Sun Chong's mouth was entangled by a snake's tail at some point. The face of the classical beauty Qing Shan was now very close to him. Xiaoqing lowered her voice and made a gesture to keep quiet. "Shoo, don't wake the master up. I'll keep watch." After saying that, the snake's tail suddenly disappeared, and Xiaoqing returned to the state of having her feet on the ground. Sun Chong almost cried out in surprise at that time. Fortunately, Xiaoqing did not continue to scare him. Otherwise, there might really be a misunderstanding. Luo Cheng had already made preparations. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. However, Luo Cheng did not stop them. He and Xiaoqing came to the campfire outside and sat down. Xiaoqing sat there steadily, like a classical fairy walking out of a painting. Luo Cheng originally wanted to chat with Xiaoqing. As a result, just as he opened his mouth, he saw Xiaoqing taking out some food from somewhere. Then, Xiaoqing wrapped her snake-like head around it and swallowed it into her stomach. Even Luo Cheng, who had seen many storms, couldn't help but shudder after seeing this scene. How did Lin Xiao endure living with a group of beast-like beauties? Is there no normal person around Lin Xiao? Luo Cheng couldn't help but talk to himself in his heart. The little girl in wolf skin seemed to have endless energy and was jumping up and down at every turn. And the woman with rabbit ears always gives people a sense of nothingness that seems to exist and not exist. As for the humanoid monster with a fox tail, even Luo Cheng would be affected by its charm if he looked at it for a few more seconds. However, the most terrifying thing is the woman in green in front of him. Luo Cheng has been living on the edge of a knife for many years. He has a very sharp intuition when facing danger. He feels that the woman in green in front of him is the most dangerous one among the 4 beast girl monsters. And so, the whole night passed in silence. Luo Cheng felt that this night watch was more tiring than any previous one, because he always felt that danger was around him. He had an illusion that if he was not careful, Xiaoqing would swallow him up. Just when Luo Cheng was about to wake up the next person on guard, Xiaoqing suddenly stood up. Then Asen came out of the cave. Luo Cheng looked at Xiaoqing with some confusion. Although Xiaoqing's expression did not change, her eyes were fixed on the distant sky. At this time, Lin Xiao, Xiao Jiu and Chimera also came out. When Lin Xiao went out, he casually pulled the trigger on the alarm device they had set up in advance, and everyone quickly woke up. Then, everyone immediately walked out of the cave and prepared for battle, but they found nothing. Sun Chong had just finished his night watch and was frightened by Xiaoqing. He finally fell into a light sleep, but was awakened by Lin Xiao. Sun Chong couldn't help but say with some displeasure, "What happened? Who sounded the alarm? Isn't it true that nothing happened now?" Lin Xiao didn't answer him, but looked towards the distant sky and said, "That thing is back." "What?" Hearing this, Luo Cheng frowned and looked into the distance. Even with his mental power, he didn't notice any danger in the distance. As a result, at this time, another gust of wind blew. Just like during the day, this hurricane was very strong, and its target was clearly this group of people. Everyone reacted quickly, spread out, and prepared to face the enemy. Afterwards, Sabali's huge wings flapped continuously in the sky, and he used wind blades to attack the members of the Exploration Guild below. Sabali, a B-rank, 4th-order demon beast, possesses powerful wind control abilities. While not very fast, it possesses exceptional endurance. When hunting, it often relies on its own endurance to deplete its target's stamina, ultimately killing it with minimal effort. The opponent's combat IQ is very high. The best way to defeat it is to rely on the strongest attack and kill it instantly. Don't get into a tug of war. Lin Xiao immediately remembered the information given in the Complete Monster Encyclopedia. This was his first time fighting a B-level 4th-order monster. Moreover, the opponent is a flying monster. Luo Cheng released his white tiger pet Garurumon in the first possible moment. This is also a 4th-order B-level spiritual pet, but it cannot fight against aerial enemies. Fortunately, Garurumon has long-range attack capabilities, which can effectively limit Sabori's harassment. This is going to be difficult. Sabali has great patience. He won't give up until he achieves his goal. If the 12 of us can't kill it, then this exploration will definitely be affected by it. It might even threaten our lives. We must find a way to kill it. Luo Cheng then took out another Pokeball. "Come out. Combat helicopter." As the Pokeball landed, a helicopter about the size of a wash basin flew out of the Pokeball. Chapter 59. Are we going to be wiped out this time? Specific information about the combat helicopter then appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. A combat helicopter, a C-rank, 3rd-order mechanical creation, is an excellent auxiliary spirit pet. It can be combined with other spirit pets to give them the ability to fly. The flight speed is related to the specific stats of the other pet. Skills: fire support, aerial burst. Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng in surprise. He never expected that the other party could not only have a 4th-level spiritual pet, but also cultivate a 3rd-level auxiliary spiritual pet. Moreover, the quality is very good. This made Lin Xiao look at Captain Luo Cheng with new respect. Because a Beastmaster's energy is limited, and training a spirit pet requires a lot of resources, it is difficult to train multiple spirit pets at the same time. Normally, except for those who cheat like Lin Xiao, ordinary Beastmasters who train spirit pets will most likely lose everything because of a spirit pet if they do not have certain opportunities and support. Therefore, most Beastmasters only train one spirit pet at the beginning. Only when they become star-level Beastmasters, or even high-level Beastmasters, and have more abilities, will they train 1 or 2 auxiliary spirit pets. Luo Cheng is only a 2-star Beastmaster, but he actually owns a 3rd-level auxiliary spirit pet, and it is a rare flying spirit pet. It can be imagined that his strength should not be underestimated. After the combat helicopter appeared, it immediately merged with Garurumon. A moment later, a huge propeller appeared above Garurumon's head and began to rotate continuously, and finally it really lifted Garurumon into the air. At the same time, the carriage behind the ox-horse driver suddenly began to change slowly, and finally turned into the shape of an anti-aircraft gun. Then, the cattle and horses pulling in front also started running. As they kept running, the anti-aircraft guns behind them began to fire shells at the Sabal in the sky. After flying into the sky, Garurumon also began to attack Sabali. Its flying speed is not very fast, but it is just enough to keep up with Sab. With the artillery support from the ox-horse driver, the flying speed of the Sabali also slowed down significantly. After closing the distance, Garurumon immediately opened its mouth and launched a breath attack on Sabali. Sabali barely avoided the attack. Then, the combat helicopter above Garurumon's head also changed. Then, 2 heavy machine guns were extended from the doors on both sides of the combat helicopter, and they started firing at the Sab. Sabali was caught off guard and let out a scream. Seeing this, several team members nearby cheered. "Ha ha ha, the captain is still awesome." In this team, only the team leader Luo Cheng has a flying pet, which shows how rare flying pets are. At this time, Sabali's body also tilted. Seeing this, Anna quickly ordered the cattle and horse drivers to bombard it. After a series of explosions, bang bang bang, Sabali fell from the sky. Although it's troublesome, Fortunately, this Sabali isn't very difficult to deal with, Anna said excitedly when she saw Sabali being hit. However, Lin Xiao had a bad feeling. Then, his eyes were fixed on Sabali. Suddenly, he saw a trace of human-like contempt in Sabali's eyes. Lin Xiao quickly shouted, "Be careful." When Sun Chong heard Lin Xiao shouting, he immediately showed a look of disdain. "Didn't you see that the captain defeated Sabali? Why are you still so nervous? Don't you trust the captain?" However, just as Sun Chong finished his words, Sabali's body suddenly flipped in midair, regained his balance, and then rushed directly towards the team members below. At this time, a white light slowly appeared on Sabali's body. Then, Sabali's body also grew bigger. A word suddenly flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Evolution. Gabroji, a B-rank, 5th-order demon beast, possesses an extremely high IQ. Rumor has it that it is a subspecies of the Wings of Wisdom, adept at harnessing the power of the wind. It has skills such as wind control, claw attack, rocket headbutt, and wing defense. Lin Xiao thought, it is indeed so. He still encountered the worst outcome. Previously, the complete monster encyclopedia had reminded him that this Sabali was about to evolve, and after swallowing the four-legged ostrich, it indeed evolved. In particular, the IQ of this bird is so high that it can pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. It actively suppressed its evolution and deliberately revealed a flaw to Luo Cheng during the battle. Now, a 5th-level monster was so close, and even Lin Xiao couldn't bear the oppressive feeling. However, Lin Xiao quickly readjusted himself. When the others saw that the damned Sabali had evolved right above their heads, they couldn't help but look surprised. "Oh my god, it's a 5th-level monster. Get out of the way." Sun Chong was so frightened that he stood there in a daze. If someone hadn't pulled him back, he would have been killed by a single claw from the newly evolved Gablok. "Take cover." Luo Cheng quickly commanded everyone to take cover, and he gave orders to the combat helicopters and Garurumon, asking them to cover everyone. The other team members did not sit idly by. They took out their pokeballs, released their pets, and prepared for battle. Although the opponent is a 5th-level monster, they still have some advantages on the ground. Unexpectedly, as soon as their spirit pets were released, Sabali flapped his wings vigorously, and the huge gust of wind blew their spirit pets all over the place. At this time, Gablok also stretched out his claws. It was seen that it grabbed 2 team members with its 2 claws, one in each hand. Among them, Sun Chong happened to be one of them. When Captain Luo Cheng saw this scene, he immediately shouted, "It's over. Are we going to be wiped out this time?" He has been leading exploration teams in the Magic City for more than 10 years and has never made any mistakes. Did he not expect that he would die here this time? Gablok has such high attack power and IQ. How can he escape? At this moment, 2 magic missiles hit Gablok's claws at the same time. Gablok's claws felt pain, so he had to let go of the 2 humans he was holding and fly back into the air. Well done. As they spoke, everyone attacked towards the sky at the same time. And Anna also directed the other team members to rescue Sun Chong and another team member. Faced with the attack, Gablok did not rush to fight back, but circled in the sky, looking for opportunities. Lin Xiao really hated the feeling of being stared at all times. He then looked at Chimera. "Can you handle it?" Upon hearing this, Chimera smiled, then slowly floated up and flew straight towards Gablok. After seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly shouted to Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, don't act rashly. That's a 5th-level demon beast. No matter how powerful your humanoid spirit pet is, it's still far behind it." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately shook his head. He knew that Chimera was not stupid. On the contrary, she should be the calmest and wisest among the 4 girls. Since Chimera dared to face the 5th-level monster Gabrok alone, it means that she must be able to deal with Gabrok. Before the Chimera in the sky approached Gablok, the magic circle behind her had already slowly taken shape. Then, countless magic missiles were fired towards Gablok as if they were free. Chapter 60. This lunatic Lin Xiao actually gave his equipment to his spirit pet. Gablok was also a little surprised by Chimera's attack, because the attack power of this magic missile is simply not what a 1st-level monster can possess. Moreover, the frequency of launching these magic missiles is too fast. Although Gabroji was caught off guard, as an aerial raptor with extremely high IQ, it reacted immediately. Gablok quickly somersaulted twice in midair, not only stabilizing his body, but also creating a safe distance between himself and the Chimera. Then, Gablok quickly used wind control magic on Chimera. A strong wind immediately blew around Chimera's body. The Chimera was shaken by the sudden strong wind. But at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rushed up from the ground, blowing away the strong wind and protecting Chimera's body. At the same time, Garurumon quietly came behind Gablok and launched a sneak attack on it. Gablok was instantly attacked from both sides. Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng and found that Luo Cheng and other members of the Exploration Guild had been doing their best to do their own things beside him. Luo Cheng was cooperating with Lin Xiao in the attack, while Anana was restricting Gablok's actions. The others have been on guard all the time because of the limitations of their pet's abilities. Lin Xiao then realized how insignificant the children in the academy were in front of truly experienced beastmasters. Think about the opponents he met during the college entrance examination. Which one of them didn't give in when faced with a strong enemy? This made Lin Xiao sigh. However, these thoughts only flashed through my mind for a moment. Lin Xiao hurriedly looked at Chimera in the air again. At this time, Chimera had taken out the Gatling water cannon from her storage ring. Chimera, wearing a training uniform and holding a Gatling water cannon, suddenly changed her temperament from a pure girl to a violent loli. She picked up the Gatling water cannon and pulled the trigger. Then, the sound of gunfire, bang bang bang, rang out in the air. After seeing this scene, both Luo Cheng and other members of the Exploration Guild almost dropped their jaws in shock. They looked at Lin Xiao, and the same thought appeared in their minds. That lunatic Lin Xiao actually gave his equipment to his spirit pet. This idea is incredible to them. Their thoughts were answered by the almost crazy shooting sounds of the Chimera. With the support of the Gatling water cannon, the Chimera's attack range and frequency have increased significantly. This made Gablok scream in the air. However, such an attack is still not enough for a 5th-level monster. At this time, Chimera's Gatling water cannon finally reached its limit and entered the cooling time. Although Gablochi was in a bit of a mess, he wasn't seriously injured. However, it has been a long time since it was injured so badly. At this time, Gablochi's beast instinct made him a little crazy, and his anger made him gradually lose his rationality. Seeing that Chimera stopped attacking, Gablok quickly seized the opportunity and rushed forward to deal a heavy blow to Chimera. It wants to let this human, who can use magic, know what the consequences of angering it are. Seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly shouted to Lin Xiao, "Hurry up and get your pet back. Gabraki is angry." Lin Xiao did not say anything, but looked at Chimera. He knew that Chimera was not the kind of person who would act rashly. Knowing that she was going to die, she would not just sit there and wait for death. Sure enough, a magic circle appeared in the void at the feet of Chimera. At the same time, the Chimera's aura slowly disappeared. Certainly, it did not disappear, but was enveloped by some strange force and slowly replaced. Then, Chimera's body began to change. Her height increased from about 1.6 meters to almost 3 meters. The training uniform he was originally wearing turned into a black robe, and the Gatling water cannon in his hand turned into a staff shining with starlight. She looked majestic and mysterious at this moment. The god of law has arrived. Chimera's most powerful killer move. She summoned the original magic Chimera and had her descend into her body. The French goddess Mira just casually glanced at Gablok in front of her, and the other party's body suddenly froze in midair, as if imprisoned by some invisible force. Then, the magic wand in the magic god's hand flashed with starlight, and a big crack appeared in the sky. It seemed as if a meteorite was about to squeeze in from the crack. This scene shocked not only Gablok, but also the people in the Exploration Guild, with their eyes wide open. They could never have imagined that Chimera's casual move could cause such a big scene. In this doomsday-like scene, no one can endure such great pressure. The same thought appeared in their minds. If this meteorite really falls, the entire blue planet will probably cease to exist. In the Demon City, the city lord Bai Yi was reviewing the official documents submitted today. As the lord of a city, he also has to solve many problems of city defense. Moreover, Shanghai is originally a border city by the sea, and it always has to face the covetousness of some enemy countries. Fortunately, under his governance, the safety index of Shanghai has risen sharply. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something and quickly looked up at the sky in the distance. He felt as if something that would destroy the world was about to fall from the sky. Even a 5-star beastmaster like Bai Yi could not escape unscathed from this turmoil. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Is there a great demon coming into the world? But faced with this devastating force, Bai Yi didn't know how to resist it. On the coastline, Li Guanjuan was looking out at the sea. After completing his invigilation duties for the college entrance examination, he came here to guard the country's borders. In recent times, the Sakura country across the ocean seems to have been making a lot of small moves, even crossing the sea to harass the border of the dragon country. If you dare to come this time, I will make sure you, a bunch of short mules from the Sakura country, never come back. Li Guanjuan talked to himself calmly. Suddenly, a huge and dangerous aura appeared from behind him and enveloped him, making him shudder. Oh no, a great demon has appeared. After saying that, Li Guanjuan slapped his pokeball, and his sky-swallowing pelican flew out of the pokeball. Afterwards, Li Guanjuan rode the sky-swallowing pelican into the sky. Li Guanjuan wanted to see where that terrifying aura came from. Outside the Longwa Strait, on an inconspicuous isolated island, a short and wretched man, only 1.6 meters tall, was looking at the border of Longwa. Hurrah! Our sneak attack this time will definitely catch the Dragon Nation off guard. When the time comes, we'll grab all the resources and leave immediately. We mustn't let them catch us. The short and wretched man then said to his men behind him with a smile. Hi, Mr. Matsushita. All the subordinates responded in unison that Panasonic wanted to take them. Suddenly, Panasonic felt as if something terrible was staring at him. Has the Dragon Kingdom discovered us? Panasonic's face was filled with confusion and fear. Chapter 61. You are so young, but why do you talk like an old man? Run, run. Panasonic immediately summoned his flying pet and wanted to leave the sea area quickly. At first, his subordinates were confused about what Panasonic was going to do. It wasn't until they saw that their backbone, Matsushita, was about to run away that they couldn't help but panic and fled in haste. The entire team suddenly became a mess. Some people wanted to capture the monster led by Matsushita and escape with him, but Matsushita didn't care about the life or death of his men. Baga, get out of my way. As he spoke, Matsushita pulled out a pistol from his waist, pointed it at the men who were trying to stop him from leaving, and pulled the trigger. At the same time, Luo Chung and others were so frightened by the momentum of the meteorite that they were stunned. Some of them even lowered their heads and dared not look up. However, when the meteorite came into contact with the space crack, it mysteriously disappeared. However, some of its remaining power overflowed. However, these overflowing forces directly strangled the 5th-level monster Jablochi on the spot. Gablocka's huge body was instantly split into more than a dozen pieces and then fell to the ground. Then, the Chimera's height continued to shrink until it returned to its original size, and it looked as if it had not experienced anything. Then, the Chimera fell from midair as if it had lost all its strength. Lin Xiao hurried forward, caught Chimera, and held Chimera in his arms. Looking at Chimera's appearance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. Xiaoqing came over to check on her and said with a smile, "She's evolving. It'll take some time for her to complete this process." Looking at Chimera's closed eyes, Lin Xiao quickly took out the Pokeball and put Chimera into it. For any pet, the Pokeball is the best recovery item. At this time, Luo Chung came over, looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Is your humanoid pet okay?" Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. "It's okay. I'm just exhausted." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Luo Chung nodded, then patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and praised him. "Very good. This time, it's really thanks to you. Otherwise, we really don't know if we can go back alive." Lin Xiao smiled and did not answer the question. Because Lin Xiao could see that, except for Sun Chong, all the people present were battle-hardened beastmasters. Although they were completely at a disadvantage just now, they were still defending in an orderly manner. Lin Xiao believed that with the experience and combat effectiveness of Luo Chung and his group, even if they could not defeat Gablock, they could try their best to defend themselves and finally find a way to escape unscathed. At this time, Anana ran over, jumping and slapping Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Ha! You're quite impressive, young man. You can even kill a 5th-level monster. Looks like I underestimated you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head in response. "It's because everyone cooperated well. If it weren't for the cooperation between Anana and Luo Chung, Chimera's first wave of attack would not have posed such a threat to Gablock. You're so young. How can you talk like a seasoned veteran? What we just did was just a drop in the bucket. Compared to you, it's really nothing. Don't be so modest. Luo Chung will ask the president for credit for you later." When Lin Xiao heard Anana's words, he simply smiled and did not respond. At this time, the other team members also ran over and greeted Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao responded one by one. At this moment, they truly recognized Lin Xiao and regarded him as a partner they could trust. Only Sun Chong, holding his injured body, watched all this with gritted teeth. After a battle, the sky gradually turned pale. Luo Chung organized everyone to sit by the campfire and eat breakfast. Then, Luo Chung began to assign tasks. "Today we are going to enter the Mirkwood, but because someone is injured, we need someone to take the injured team member back." Luo Chung then called out 4 of the more mature and steady team members and said, "You will escort Sun Chong and the others back to the Magic City headquarters to recuperate. The rest of you will follow me into the Dark Forest." The 4 people whose names were called were somewhat disappointed that they could not continue to explore the Dark Forest, but as veteran team members, they did not question Luo Cheng's decision. At this time, Sun Chong stood up all of a sudden like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Captain, my injury is fine. I can continue fighting. This is an order. Luo Cheng's words, with an irresistible tone, reached Sun Chong's ears. Your current state is not suitable for exploration. Whether it's your strength, your character, or your combat prowess, you're not suited to blindly entering the wild. When Luo Cheng said this, it was equivalent to denying all of Sun Chong's pride. Then, Luo Cheng changed the subject. However, all this is due to your lack of experience. I will assign you a special mission later, and you will complete it alone. As long as you can complete the mission perfectly, I will still take you with me on the next expedition. After hearing Luo Cheng's promise, Sun Chong's face, which had been gloomy, finally lit up again. When Lin Xiao heard Luo Cheng's words and looked at Luo Cheng's honest face, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. I didn't expect that this honest man was such a thoughtful person. He can take care of every member of the team and can choose the most suitable route for each person and arrange their development. It can be said that Luo Cheng was born to be a leader. Then, Sun Chong and other injured team members left the camp under the escort of 4 team members selected by Luo Cheng. Lin Xiao, Luo Cheng, Anna and others then entered the dark forest. As soon as he entered the dark forest, Lin Xiao felt a strange chill. The sunlight here seems to be much dimmer than outside. The dense branches and leaves have covered the entire sky. Luo Cheng put away the earth shaker and released Garuramon instead, letting Garuramon lead the way. Garuramon has a very keen sense of smell and can smell the scent of monsters from far away. But Anna had already put away the cattle driver. Although the ox-horse driver is very powerful, the noise it makes when moving is very loud and is not suitable for such a scenario. A beastmaster named Lu Qi then released his spirit pet to explore danger for everyone. Lu Qi's spiritual pet is a sea-level third-order monster, the Sunflower Beast. Although this monster is called Sunflower Beast, in fact, it is not a plant-type spiritual pet, but a cat-type spiritual pet that looks like a sunflower. Because Sunflowermon has very sharp senses, it is favored by many adventurers. Lin Xiao looked around and then winked at Asen. Asen immediately understood and jumped onto a branch. In such an environment, there is no need to worry about flying monsters, but you have to be extra careful about monsters hiding in the trees. Fortunately, Asen possesses the power of nature and can feel nature to the greatest extent. Any danger will not escape Asen's perception. After walking for a while, they saw a burnt-out fire in front of them. Luo Cheng immediately squatted down and took a careful look. There are about 10 people on the other side. The ashes from the fire haven't been blown away by the wind yet, but the ground has completely cooled down. It looks like they were gone no more than 24 hours ago. Also, they have no experience in wilderness exploration. Chapter 62. This exploration was truly unlucky. Normally, in the case of outdoor adventures, fire is a very important heating and survival tool. However, we are now in a very dangerous dark forest, and it is impossible to survive here with normal thinking logic. Especially the monsters in the dark forest, most of them are phototactic, so for safety reasons, experienced adventurers will not make fires to keep warm in the dark forest. After determining their direction of travel, Luo Cheng said, "It seems their direction of travel is close to our destination. We need to be more careful in our actions." Lin Xiao strongly agreed with this. Even if the other party is a novice human, Lin Xiao will not take the initiative to cooperate with them in the wild. After all, Lin Xiao still remembers clearly what happened when he met Suzu before. In the wild, the most common thing is murder and robbery. Then, everyone continued on their journey. As they walked, Luo Cheng explained to Lin Xiao some of the situations that one would encounter during outdoor adventures, as well as some potential dangers in the dark and dense forest. In the Mirkwood, the most numerous demonic beast is actually the Night Cat Demon. I don't know what the Night Cat Demon here is, but they have been guarding the Mirkwood, preventing explorers like us from entering the deep areas. The next is the Minotaur monsters. However, Minotaur monsters move very slowly and are much easier to deal with than the Night Cat monsters. Lin Xiao immediately remembered the basic information of these two monsters. Dark Night Cat Demon. A sea-level, third-order monster, it has very strong agility, moves quickly, is good at close combat, and likes to live in groups. Possesses skills such as poison, claw attacks, pounce, and mad bites. Every attack of the Dark Night Cat Demon will bring with it a random negative effect, the strength of which is determined by the specific circumstances at the time of the attack. There are many types of Minotaur monsters, including Wild Bull Warriors, Giant Axe Minotaur, and Flame Minotaur. A sea-level, third-order monster that likes to live in groups. Even without a complete encyclopedia of monsters, Lin Xiao could still recall the knowledge taught in school textbooks. However, These were all third-level monsters, and there was no way they could pose a threat to an expedition team like theirs that had fourth-level spirit pets and several third-level spirit pets. However, when Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng's expression, he felt that the other party seemed to be still in fear. As we were walking, we suddenly heard a rustling sound from the bushes in front of us. Luo Cheng quickly signaled everyone to stop. But Ashan sniffed her little nose and said, "It smells of blood." At any moment, Luo Cheng suddenly became as if he was facing a great enemy. He took out a knife to clear the way and pushed aside the bushes in front of him. As a result, everyone saw 3 dark night cat demons gnawing on a human skeleton. Moreover, the human bones were obviously fresh. The 3 dark night cat monsters were eating when they suddenly raised their heads and looked at Luo Cheng. Seeing this, Luo Cheng quickly dodged backwards. At the place where Luo Cheng had just left, a dark night cat demon had already grabbed it with its claws, but missed. Then, the 3 dark night cat demons walked out from the bushes, and when they looked at Lin Xiao and the other 6 people, their expressions had become extremely greedy. They looked like a group of starving ghosts who had not had enough fun. And Anna breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Luckily, there are only 3. However, Lin Xiao looked around solemnly and said seriously, "No, we are surrounded." Just now, Asen had sensed the unusual movement here from her perception. Soon, dozens of dark night cat demons appeared, either from the trees or from the bushes. The corners of the mouths of every dark night cat demon were bleeding, as if they had just had a full meal. It looks very scary like that. Oh no. This time we encountered a group of dark night cat monsters coming out of their cave. As soon as Luo Cheng finished speaking, many dark night cat demons pounced on him at the same time. Garurumon quickly stood in front of Luo Cheng and opened its mouth to spit out breath to attack. A white smoke-like breath suddenly rushed towards the place where the dark night cat demons were most concentrated. The dark night cat demons that were rushing in the front were immediately blown away by the breath attack and fell to the ground. However, the dark night cat demon behind them didn't care about the life or death of their companions and continued to attack. The dark night cat monsters that had been attacked earlier rolled on the ground, quickly got up, and continued to attack Garurumon. Seeing this, Anna quickly released her ox-horse driver. "Help the captain. Don't let the night cat demons complete their encirclement. If that happens, we'll all die." Lin Xiao looked at Anna and the others in surprise. When they encountered the 5th-level monster Gablock just now, they had never felt like they were facing a formidable enemy like this. Out of curiosity, Lin Xiao couldn't help but continue to observe carefully the battle against these dark night cat monsters. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that something was wrong. After these dark night cat demons pounced on the other party, they didn't care about their own life or death at all, as if they only wanted to eat the other party. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered another attribute of the dark night cat demon. That is, the dark night cat demon can use the method of gnawing on the enemy's flesh and blood to recover from its own injuries. In other words, these dark night cat demons in front of them are fully capable of keeping all 6 of their group here. At this time, Asen had also jumped down from the tree and pounced directly into the group of dark night cat demon monsters. She killed every dark night cat demon she attacked with 1 claw at a time. However, after smelling the blood, the dark night cat demons became even crazier. Moreover, Lin Xiao discovered that in the distance, there were many dark night cat monsters rushing towards this side. No, we must find a way to get rid of all the dark night cat demons at once. Otherwise, these dark night cat demons will not give up. When Lin Xiao saw that several seriously injured dark night cat demons were actually recovering from their injuries by eating the corpses of their own kind, he realized that he had underestimated the dark night cat demon, a 3rd-level monster. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked at his teammates. Although the spirit pets of these teammates are all 3rd-level or even 4th-level spirit pets, they all lack the ability to attack in groups. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing understood what he meant, and she bowed to Lin Xiao very gracefully. Then, Xiaoqing slowly walked to the center of the battlefield. It seemed that Xiaoqing didn't care about the danger inside at all. And Anna saw Xiaoqing approaching and quickly instructed, "Lin Xiao, have your humanoid pet protect us from outside. There are too many night cat demons here. We need to find a way to break out of the Mirkwood." This exploration was truly unlucky. We just entered the outer area of the Mirkwood and encountered a group of night cat demons. We can only wait for them to disperse before finding an opportunity to enter here. However, Xiaoqing didn't care about what Anna said at all. Xiaoqing's watery eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils that made people feel terrified. Her head also turned into a green snake head with its tongue spitting out. Afterwards, The green clothes on Xiaoqing's body turned directly into green snake scales, sticking tightly to her skin. Xiaoqing's entire body then began to grow longer and bigger. Soon, a huge green snake that was 50 meters long appeared in front of everyone present. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoqing surrounded everyone present with her snake body without hesitation. Then, Xiaoqing's voice resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone hide in the middle. Stay close. _X0007 Chapter 63. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After hearing Xiaoqing's words, some people immediately looked hesitant and a little hesitant. After all, it's a bit scary to think about being surrounded by a snake as big as Xiaoqing. Seeing this, Lin Xiao reacted quickly and walked directly into the circle created by Xiaoqing's body. He wanted everyone to believe Xiaoqing. Seeing that Lin Xiao had done so, Luo Cheng immediately followed suit. As the captain of the team, he completely trusted his teammates. Seeing that Luo Cheng had set an example, Anna and the other 3 team members also came in. Then, Xiaoqing's body, which was more than 50 meters long, began to coil up layer by layer, protecting the 6 people in the middle. At first, everyone was a little scared, fearing that Xiaoqing would strangle everyone to death if she exerted too much force. After all, this is the hunting method that pythons are best at. At this time, these dark night cat monsters also rushed up. They lay on Xiaoqing's body and kept biting her. Since ancient times, cats and snakes have been incompatible. The battle between cats and snakes is an abbreviation of the fight between dragons and tigers. These 2 species have been fighting for tens of thousands of years, with no clear winner. When these dark night cat demons saw Xiaoqing, their eyes were filled with blood, and they launched an attack even more violently than before. However, no matter how hard they tore at Xiaoqing's body, they could not cause any harm to Xiaoqing, and could not even shake a single scale. When Xiaoqing saw that most of the dark night cat monsters in the jungle had gathered together, she felt that the time was almost right. Then, Xiaoqing suddenly opened its snake mouth and made a strange note. At the same time, its snake scales opened, and a dark green gas spewed out, covering all the dark night cat monsters around it. These dark night cat monsters did not feel the danger at first. When they saw the snake scales suddenly open, they thought that Xiaoqing's defense had been broken. Then they began to bite even more frantically. But the next moment, a large number of dark night cat demons began to fall to the ground due to poisoning. Their skin began to fester, and their bodies began to convulse. Some dark night cat demons couldn't even make a scream. The remaining dark night cat demons that were not poisoned were immediately filled with fear after seeing this scene. After they realized that their companions' poisoned bodies could not help them recover from their injuries, they abandoned their poisoned companions without hesitation and fled in all directions. At this time, Xiaoqing finally opened her body. All the members of the exploration guild inside came out. They were all a little bit incredulous when they saw the scene that was like hell on earth. Even Luo Cheng couldn't help but frown. Just now it seemed like we were the victims, but now I feel a little sympathetic towards these night cat demons. A team member standing by complained as usual, and Anna swallowed her saliva. Only Luo Cheng remained calm and said to Lin Xiao, "Thank you. You saved the team again." Afterwards, Xiaoqing took action again. Then, Xiaoqing suddenly opened her mouth and then sucked hard, sucking all the corpses of the dark night cat demons into her mouth and swallowed them in one breath. Then, Xiaoqing's body began to change slowly. The snake scales once again turned into that beautiful green dress, and her eyes turned into human black. This time, even the mature and steady Luo Cheng had some time to live in Bengbu. Luo Cheng took several deep breaths before he calmed down. Then, Luo Cheng said as if complaining, "It's really a bit cruel." In order to not focus his attention on Xiaoqing, Luo Cheng then asked the team members around him, "Is anyone injured?" Except for Lin Xiao, everyone else was injured to varying degrees, but the injuries were not serious. Luo Cheng asked everyone to help bandage each other's wounds. During this process, Xiaoqing wanted to help, but she felt that the other team members were very afraid of her, so she did not go over to join in the fun. After a while, everyone got ready again and continued on their journey. After this battle, Luo Cheng, Anna and others completely regarded Lin Xiao as one of their own. After all, Lin Xiao has saved the team twice. Of course, Lin Xiao also knew that before this, both Luo Cheng and Anna should have held back in the battle. They must have been concerned about the safety of the rest of the team, so they were always looking for opportunities to cooperate and did not rashly attack alone or even escape alone. However, Lin Xiao's performance has been completely recognized by Luo Cheng. So, Luo Cheng took out the map as he walked and said to Lin Xiao, "Our destination this time is here." As he spoke, Luo Cheng pointed to an unknown area deep in the dense forest. Along this road, we've discovered several places that appear to have mines or strange monster nests. Luo Cheng once again pointed to several marked points on the map. Lin Xiao looked at the map with shining eyes. I have to say that the value of Luo Cheng's map is simply immeasurable. If a team of wild beast tamers came here to explore, and if they were unable to crush the enemy with overwhelming strength, having this map could at least reduce the casualties by more than half. However, what puzzled Lin Xiao was what Luo Cheng was doing. Why did he keep exploring these unknown areas? Fortunately, Luo Cheng later explained, our goal this time is to find out the source of the strange fluctuations in this area deep in the jungle. If it involves powerful monsters, we must report it to the authorities in a timely manner to avoid large-scale casualties. After hearing this, Lin Xiao knew the purpose of the existence of this exploration guild. This is a large expedition team organized by an official beastmaster. They claim to be a guild, but in fact, it is just a cover for an official organization, and they can also make some extra money by the way. Lin Xiao nodded and understood what Luo Cheng meant. Afterwards, Lin Xiao continued to follow the team forward. At the same time, two figures flew in the sky. Li Guanjuan sat on the back of the sky-swallowing pelican and landed outside the dark forest with a serious expression. Bai Yi also flew over on a monster in the shape of a crane. The two of them landed at the same place where Gablok had just died. When the two saw each other, they exchanged glances, which was considered a greeting. Did you also feel the power fluctuations here just now? That's right. That fluctuation is comparable to the emergence of a great demon. No, even the emergence of a great demon may not be able to produce such a devastating momentum. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan nodded. The demon city seems calm now, but in reality, things are turbulent. The Sakura country to the east has always coveted our development of the unknown land. I heard that they have already sent a high-ranking beastmaster here. If a powerful demon appears at this time, the demon city will be attacked from both sides. By then, it may be another disaster. The two exchanged some information they knew. Afterwards, Bai Yi said with some confusion, strange. I clearly felt that a powerful monster appeared here, but why can't I even sense the slightest breath now? Then, Bai Yi looked at Gablok on the ground. This fifth-level monster was torn apart by a powerful force. If my perception is correct, the opponent was dealing with this fifth-level monster like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After saying that, Bai Yi lowered his head and began to check Gablok's wound. Upon seeing this, Bai Yi was shocked and immediately stepped back. This is a magic attack. Such a powerful destructive force. Chapter 64 How dare you insult the master? Just now, when Bai Yi was checking Gablok's wound, he clearly discovered a force inside that made him unable to look directly at it. It felt like he was facing the true god alone. Even if he looked a few more times or felt it for a moment longer, he felt as if his soul was being torn apart. Then, Bai Yi looked at Li Guanjuan. Find out what's going on around here. I think there seem to be signs of human activity here. I'm sure there will be witnesses. At the same time, the 6-member expedition team that Lin Xiao was in had already entered deeper into the dark forest. As they walked, a poisonous miasma appeared in front of them. Luo Cheng pointed at the poisonous miasma and said, after passing this poisonous miasma, you may encounter the lair of the Dark Knight Cat Demon. Everyone, be careful. Someone quickly said, Captain, are we still afraid of encountering the Dark Knight Cat Demon? When the time comes, let Miss Xiaoqing eat all the Dark Knight Cat Demons directly. Wouldn't that be fine? Luo Cheng heard this, but shook his head and said, no. The Dark Knight Cat Demon will mutate in such an environment. Moreover, there are 4th-level monsters here, so don't take it lightly. After saying that, Luo Cheng looked at Anna. Anna immediately understood and summoned the cattle driver. However, the carriage behind the ox-horse driver then underwent a change and turned into the appearance of a fortress. And Anna then said to everyone, everyone get in the car. After my ox-horse driver transformed, he has very strong defense and observation capabilities, which can maximize the detection of enemies. Upon hearing this, everyone got on the bus without hesitation. However, one of Lin Xiao's 3 humanoid spirit pets had no place to stay. Seeing this, Xiaoqing took the initiative to say, I don't need to take a car. I'm not afraid of the poisonous miasma. Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. He also wanted Xiaoqing to stay outside. Of course, there was actually another reason why Lin Xiao asked Xiaoqing to stay outside, and that was that Xiaoqing, who was not afraid of the poisonous miasma, could better guard the surroundings. After all, snakes in the wild have a strong sense of danger. Otherwise, we wouldn't have alerted the enemy. Lin Xiao always felt that there were very dangerous monsters nearby, and letting Xiaoqing be in the ox horse driver would undoubtedly weaken Xiaoqing's perception of danger. Let's go. After Luo Cheng saw that everyone was arranged, he let the team continue to move forward. The ox horse driver walked on the road very steadily, making a continuous creak, creak sound. It's just because of the terrain here that the team moves very slowly. Fortunately, thanks to the isolation of the ox horse driver's compartment, no poisonous miasma could penetrate into the compartment. However, as the carriage was moving, it suddenly stopped. Luo Cheng hurriedly asked Anna what happened. Hearing this, Anna hurriedly shook her head. I don't know. The cattle and horse driver seems to be very afraid of the road ahead. When Lin Xiao heard Anna's words, he quickly used his mental power to communicate with Xiaoqing. At this time, Xiaoqing also looked forward vigilantly. Even at this moment, a beam of fire suddenly appeared in front of them and slowly approached them. Through the observation hole, Luo Cheng discovered that there seemed to be a woman in the fire. Could it be another adventurer or a wild beast master? Luo Cheng couldn't help but talk to himself. However, Lin Xiao had already received the basic information about the woman in his mind. A humanoid demon beast, an elf magician, fire attribute, a 4th level A-grade demon beast, a fire spirit magician. It is a powerful creature evolved from a fire spirit. Because it has a human form, it possesses a very high IQ. Talent S level, transformation. After transforming into a human form, she gained many improvements. Not only did she master language, she was also able to command some monsters in nature and make them submit to her. Bloodline, Elf Bloodline S level. This is a bloodline that is very close to nature. Being in nature can enhance her combat power and recovery speed. If she is lucky enough, she can communicate with heaven and earth. With her elven bloodline, she has developed the magic of the fire elves and gained even more powerful power. Possesses the skills of lava fireball, aerial burst, firebird, and flame transformation. After seeing the information displayed by the complete monster encyclopedia, Lin Xiao immediately shouted to everyone, "Oh no, get out of the car." At this time, the fire elf magician had raised his hand, pointed it at the ox and horse driver, and began to chant a spell. Then, a fireball like lava suddenly appeared in the sky and hit the ox horse driver heavily. The moment Lin Xiao shouted, Anna also reacted. At this point, it was too late for everyone to open the car door and jump out. So, Anna simply changed the rear carriage again, turning it into a fully open carriage, leaving everyone to fend for themselves. In this case, Anna's choice of reaction was obviously the most accurate judgment. The moment the carriage became fully open, Lin Xiao and others quickly rolled off. Then, there was a loud bang, and the lava fireball hit the ox horse driver directly. The latter let out a scream. The ox horse driver was just a 3rd-level monster, and now he was being burned by the lava fireball, and he let out a shrill scream. If this continues, there will be only one outcome for the ox horse driver, and that is death. Fortunately, Xiaozhou slowly raised his hand at this time. Then, a heavenly fire appeared in the palm of her hand. Then, the flames of the lava fireball immediately began to shrink and finally disappeared. The ox horse driver was already dying at this time. Taking this opportunity, Anna quickly took out the pokeball and summoned the ox horse driver back. When the fire elf magician looked at Xiaozhou, he couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. Then, the fire elf magician said some words that Lin Xiao could not understand. Lin Xiao then looked at Asen, who was standing beside him. Ashan listened attentively for a moment, then said, "This is Elvish. Is she asking about Sister Xiaozhou's origins?" Lin Xiao didn't expect that Asen, who had natural blood, could even understand the elven language. Xiaozhou heard Ashan's translation and then replied coldly, "I am just an ordinary servant of the master. How dare she block the master's path? Damn it." After hearing Xiaozhou's words, Asen couldn't help but smile, and then hurriedly helped Xiaozhou translate and told Xiaozhou's words to the fire elf magician. After hearing Asen's words, the fire elf magician immediately showed an expression of disgust. Then, the fire elf magician made that incomprehensible sound again. After hearing this, Asen's expression suddenly became angry. "How dare you insult the master?" As he spoke, Asen's nails grew longer, and he immediately summoned a strong wind that blew directly towards the fire elf magician. Seeing this, the fire elf magician waved his hands, and then a wall of fire appeared on the ground. This wall of fire directly blocked Asen's way. Seeing this, Asen immediately changed direction and tried to go around it. At the same time, more than a dozen dark night cat monsters suddenly appeared from the poisonous miasma nearby. They then pounced directly on Asen. When Asen saw these dark night cat monsters, he didn't slow down, but grabbed them with one claw. Just now, She actually wanted to fight with those Dark Knight cat demons. However, because she had to protect Luo Cheng and others, her offensive means were of no use. And now, she can finally let go and do her best. Seeing that Asen was now fighting with those Dark Knight cat demons, the Fire Elf Magician quickly used magic to attack Xiaojiu from behind. Seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly said, "Go and support." As he spoke, the other members of the expedition team also took out their pokeballs and released their monsters. Among them, Garurumon rushed to the front. The other spirit pets, on the other hand, were assisting from the side. As the only 4th-level monster in the expedition team, apart from Lin Xiao's humanoid spirit pet, with unpredictable strength, Garurumon is considered the strongest combat force in the expedition team. However, the Fire Elf Magician was full of disdain for this, and she did not take Garurumon seriously at all. At this moment, they heard a woof sound, and then everyone saw another Dark Knight cat demon jumping down from the tree. But what is different from the Dark Knight cat demons that everyone has seen before is that the fur of this Dark Knight cat demon is pure white. Chapter 65. Little sister, don't play with fire in front of your sister. The basic information of this Dark Knight cat demon immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The extremely poisonous Dark Knight cat demon, a C-rank, 4th-order demon beast. Dark Knight cat demons survive in a highly toxic environment for a long time and will be assimilated by the environment, mutating and evolving, resulting in their extremely poisonous properties. When seeing the other party's information, Lin Xiao was also a little surprised. Isn't it said that the Dark Knight cat demon is difficult to evolve? Before Lin Xiao could figure out what was going on, the poisonous night cat demon here had already aimed at Garurumon and started attacking. Although Garurumon was caught off guard, it still reacted in time and quickly dodged. The night cat demon is a social animal. As long as you see one, it means you are surrounded by them. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Dark Knight cat monsters jumped down from the trees and surrounded Garurumon in the center. Garurumon was attacked from both sides and was beaten into a state of disarray. The Fire Elf Magician also began to chant at this time. She summoned another fireball, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to take Xiaojiu away in one go. Unexpectedly, the Fire Elf Magician's fireball was suppressed by Xiaojiu's heavenly fire as soon as it reached Xiaojiu. The Fire Elf Magician couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't understand why her fire magic didn't work. At this time, Xiaojiu showed a very charming expression. "Little sister, don't play with fire in front of your sister." After saying that, a large amount of heavenly fire suddenly emerged from Xiaojiu's body and surrounded her. After that, Xiaojiu turned into a big fireball. Then, her huge fireball hit the Fire Elf Magician directly. When the Fire Elf Magician saw this, he showed a look of contempt. Although Xiaojiu could not understand the language of the Fire Elf Magician, he could roughly guess the meaning of the other party's words from the Fire Elf Magician's expression. It was obvious that the Fire Elf Magician didn't believe that Xiaojiu could hurt her at all. After all, the true form of the Fire Elf Magician is a spirit made up of flames. It's just that this elf has now transformed into a human form. According to common sense, the Fire Elf Magician is not afraid of fire, and all flames will be assimilated by her. But except for Skyfire. Because heavenly fire is the ancestor of all fires, it can even burn flames. So, the next moment, when the Fire Elf came into contact with the heavenly fire on Xiaojiu's body, he began to scream miserably like a prisoner being burned at the stake. After seeing this scene, everyone present was frightened by the shrill screams and dared not make a sound. A moment later, the Fire Elf Magician turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Not even a corpse was left behind. The battle on the other side has also entered a white-hot stage. Under Luo Cheng's command, Garurumon has shown extremely strong combat effectiveness. It fought and stopped, and the battle with dozens of Dark Knight cat monsters was hard to determine. Lin Xiao glanced at the time, then said to Xiaojiu, "All right, don't waste time. Let's finish this quickly." Xiaojiu received Lin Xiao's order, said, and started to act. "Have your pet retreat immediately. Otherwise, it might be accidentally injured." When Luo Cheng heard Xiaojiu's shout, he immediately felt as if something bad was going to happen, so he quickly asked Garurumon to retreat and put it back into his pokeball. Then, Luo Cheng saw a huge fireball that directly covered the area. Afterwards, the huge fireball burned away the poisonous miasma, not to mention the Dark Night cat monsters. Just when they entered the dark forest, Lin Xiao was surrounded by the night cat monsters, so he didn't dare let Xiaojiu use a large-scale attack. After all, this might accidentally hurt his companions, but now, Lin Xiao doesn't need to worry about these things. A large-scale heavenly fire directly burned all the Dark Knight cat demons to death. After the heavenly fire, the corpses of the Dark Knight cat demons were scattered everywhere. Xiaojiao turned a blind eye to the corpses because she felt they were too dirty. Only the poisonous night cat demon could give her some appetite. So, Xiaojiao swallowed the poisonous Dark Knight cat demon into his stomach without hesitation. When everyone saw the beautiful and charming Xiaojiao swallowing the poisonous Dark Knight cat demon, they couldn't help but have a complicated and strange expression on their faces. Lin Xiao could also guess what everyone was thinking. In order to take care of everyone's emotions, he immediately changed the subject and told everyone about the poisonous Dark Knight cat demon that appeared in the poisonous miasma. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on the poisonous Dark Knight cat demon that was swallowed by Xiaojiao. They were as surprised as Lin Xiao that a poisonous night cat demon had appeared here. Is it not difficult for the night cat demon to evolve now? Luo Cheng then walked up to Lin Xiao, patted him on the shoulder, and thanked him. Thank you again. If you hadn't spotted the fire spirit right away, we would have been roasted like meat in the driver's carriage. The driver of the ox-horse carriage just now was in full defense mode. If he had really been hit by that huge fireball, everyone would have been suffocated to death in the carriage. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately shook his head. It wasn't something I discovered, it was actually my humanoid pet. Of course, Lin Xiao did not lie. It was Asen who first sounded the alarm, followed by Xiaojiao. After all, Xiaojiao already possessed the incredible power of heavenly fire and was extremely sensitive to the fire element, so she sensed the danger before the other party appeared. Really? Sharp. I didn't expect your humanoid pet to be so useful. Just as he said this, Luo Cheng suddenly started coughing. After he started coughing, the others also showed painful expressions. What happened? Why am I in so much pain? When Anna said this, she suddenly remembered something. She couldn't help but cover her throat with a panicked look and said, "Oh no. This is inside the poisonous miasma. We were so busy fighting that we forgot we were in it. Normal people would feel this pain if they inhaled too much poisonous miasma. Everyone run away." After saying that, Anna summoned the somewhat weak ox-horse driver again and asked everyone to get on quickly. Then, the ox-horse driver hurriedly headed straight ahead and started driving. Xiaoqing still had to follow the cattle and horse driver outside because there was not enough space, and help everyone keep watch. On the way, everyone except Lin Xiao and his 3 humanoid pets had a purple face. Only Lin Xiao and his 3 humanoid pets were not affected at all. Lin Xiao and Xiaoqing are immune to all poisons, so these poisonous miasma are actually a kind of nourishment to them. And Xiaojiao's heavenly fire can burn everything. The toxins in the poisonous miasma were directly turned into ashes under the burning of the heavenly fire. As for Asen, she simply has a good physique, and the poisonous miasma has not reached the dose that can poison her. But it was different for others. They are all ordinary people and have no way to resist these poisonous miasma. Moreover, they were all crowded in the carriage, having inhaled the poisonous miasma and already been poisoned. The crowded environment in the carriage made them feel even more uncomfortable as they were poisoned. Luo Cheng then rummaged through his pockets and quickly took out some antidotes and distributed them to everyone. However, these antidotes are completely ineffective. Luo Cheng couldn't help but be very surprised. Why doesn't it work? We used this same potion the last time we came here. And Anna thought for a moment, then guessed, perhaps the concentration of the poisonous miasma here has increased, or perhaps the composition of the poisonous miasma has changed. After all, the last time the poisonous miasma appeared, there weren't as many Dark Knight cat demons, and there weren't any extremely poisonous Dark Knight cat demons. Having said that, Luo Cheng also thought of the crux of the problem. The poisonous miasma here is enough to breed and evolve into a deadly poisonous night cat demon, so it is not surprising that there are some changes. Luo Cheng couldn't help but ask himself anxiously, what should we do now? All the antidotes are ineffective. How can we help everyone detoxify? After hearing this, Lin Xiao thought about it, and then gave Asen a wink. Asen immediately understood and poured out some antidote from the storage bag hanging around her waist. Try this antidote. I think my antidote should be able to cure the poison in you. Chapter 66, I just like your personality of robbing people at the slightest disagreement. After hearing what Asen said, Luo Cheng was stunned, and then he looked at Lin Xiao deeply. As the team leader, he had read Lin Xiao's information before. He knew that Lin Xiao was an orphan, so he probably didn't have much money. Even when Lin Xiao went to high school, he relied on working part-time to pay for his studies, and he was able to barely finish his studies. But the antidote in front of me is no ordinary item. Luo Cheng could tell at a glance that the antidote that Asen handed them was a very precious high-level antidote. This is a medicine that only the children of big families can afford. Now, Lin Xiao actually took out so many high-level antidotes at once. Moreover, he placed it on his spiritual pet and even prepared a storage bag for his spiritual pet to keep it in. Moreover, it seemed as if Lin Xiao didn't take this seriously at all. This was completely beyond Luo Cheng's expectations. Of course, it wasn't just Luo Cheng. The other team members were also shocked by Lin Xiao and Asen. They were not familiar with Asen at first, and had never imagined that the bag around Asen's waist would be a space storage device. They just thought it was an ordinary decoration when Asen turned into a human form. Especially when they realized that the antidote given by Asen was actually a high-level antidote, their thoughts became even more complicated. Who is Lin Xiao? How can you be so rich? Giving the spirit pet storage equipment would be fine, but he actually gave such a good high-level detoxification potion to the spirit pet for safekeeping. How rich must he be to do such a thing? They didn't know that Lin Xiao really didn't take these high-level antidotes seriously because he had no use for them at all. As a person who is immune to all poisons, it would be a complete waste for Lin Xiao to use these high-level antidotes. As for these high-level antidotes, they were actually robbed by Lin Xiao from Lu Chan. Because they were easy to come by, and these high-level detoxification potions were of little use to Lin Xiao, he casually gave these high-level detoxification potions to his spirit pets and beast girls. Among them, Asen and Chimera had the most high-level antidote potions. After all, Lin Xiao and Xiaoqing are immune to all poisons and are not afraid of poison at all. Xiaojiu has the heavenly fire that can burn everything, so he gives less. Only Asen and Chimera are much less resistant to poison. Originally, Lin Xiao planned to wait for a suitable opportunity to sell these high-level antidotes to the merchant company for money, but he didn't expect to use them today. Afterwards, as the captain, Luo Cheng took a high-level antidote from Asen without much hesitation and swallowed it. When life and death are at stake, Luo Cheng will not delve into the origins of the high-level antidote, especially since his team members are now poisoned. At this time, he must set an example. Otherwise, if Luo Cheng knew that this high-level antidote could detoxify, but did not take it because of the question of its origin, which led to his teammates not daring to take the potion and thus dying, then he, as the captain, would obviously be sorry for the teammates who have always followed him. Besides, Lin Xiao is also his team member. Luo Cheng believes in his teammates. After Lin Xiao saved the team repeatedly, Luo Cheng has already accepted Lin Xiao and feels that Lin Xiao is a partner worthy of trust and reliance. If Lin Xiao wanted to tell him the origin of these high-level antidotes, Luo Cheng would be all ears. And if Lin Xiao didn't say it, Luo Cheng wouldn't pursue it. Afterwards, when the others saw that Captain Luo Cheng had already taken the high-level antidote given by Asen, they all followed Luo Cheng's example, took the high-level antidote from Asen, and took it. After giving her the high-level detoxification potion, Asen saw that she had taken out more potions, so he took one for himself. Although the poisonous miasma had not yet reached a dose that could poison her, it still made her feel a little uncomfortable. It just so happened that there were still some high-level detoxification potions available, so Asen took one to relieve the uncomfortable feeling. After a moment, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The poisonous miasma in their bodies was finally expelled from their bodies. It's truly a high-level antidote. It works so quickly. Anna couldn't help but sigh. Then she looked at Lin Xiao. I never thought you would have such a fun thing. The meaning of Anana's words was very clear. She was indirectly asking about the origins of these high-level antidotes. Lin Xiao didn't hide anything and replied with a smile. Nothing. I just encountered a group of blind guys during an expedition. After killing them, I found it from their bodies. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Anna patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and praised him nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. I just like your personality of robbing people at the slightest disagreement. Lin Xiao just smiled when he heard that. He didn't take Anana's joke too seriously. At this time, the ox-horse driver finally left the range of the poisonous miasma. Then, everyone hurried out of the ox-horse driver's carriage. While breathing in the fresh air, they checked their bodies to see if there were any other hidden dangers or injuries. After confirming that everyone's injuries were not serious, everyone finally relaxed. At this time, it was almost nightfall. Everyone sat down and started preparing dinner and a place to rest. But this time, they didn't light a bonfire. They just sat together, illuminated by the moonlight in the sky, and ate simple dry food. After finishing the meal, Luo Cheng looked at everyone. We have a total of... Having said that, Luo Cheng paused, looked at Lin Xiao and his humanoid spirit pet again, and then began to speak again. We have 9 members here now. However, Lin Xiao's humanoid pets are quite special. Therefore, we will still rotate the 6 people to keep watch tonight. Pairs of 2, Lin Xiao, you and Anna. Afterwards, Luo Cheng continued to arrange the turns for others. Lin Xiao had no objection to Luo Cheng's arrangement. After confirming his night watch turn, he began to rest. The others also had no objection to Luo Cheng's arrangement. The attitudes of the others also made Lin Xiao understand that the members of this expedition team had now completely accepted him and his beast mother spirit pets. Not only Lin Xiao, but also his beast mother spirit pets are now considered as members of the team by the members of this expedition team. During this period, Lin Xiao also specially checked the evolution progress of Chimera. He found that Chimera was almost complete. This made Lin Xiao very happy. He had actually always been worried about Chimera's condition. After all, Chimera is the most mysterious one among all of Lin Xiao's humanoid pets. All her behaviors are actually the same as those of humans. Apart from Chimera's bunny ears and the furry tail on her butt, Chimera is actually a taciturn little girl. Afterwards, Lin Xiao saw that Luo Cheng on the side did not rest, but took out a map and a pen, and was writing and drawing seriously. Feeling Lin Xiao's gaze, Luo Cheng couldn't help but look up, then smiled and said, "Every time I go out on an adventure, I have to record all the details, so that it will be more convenient when I go back to report." Lin Xiao nodded, and continued to look at the map. This was the first time Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng's map at such a close distance. At first, Lin Xiao just thought that this map was more detailed and of great value to adventurers. But this time, after a careful look, Lin Xiao discovered that this map not only recorded the monsters encountered in each place, it also records the specific process of each exploration and analyzes the possible minerals or hidden monster attributes in the area. There are even records of changes in the same location in each time period throughout the year, so that we can judge the habits of each monster and whether they will migrate with the change of seasons. It can be said that this is an encyclopedia of adventure. Lin Xiao couldn't help but praise Luo Cheng. "Captain Luo, it would be a shame if you didn't become a university teacher." Hearing this, Luo Cheng smiled naively and said, "I'm a rough guy. I can't do such meticulous work, but I can do my best to record what I see and hear. That way, when I'm away, it can help my teammates." Lin Xiao heard this, but didn't say anything. He admired Luo Cheng's dedication and couldn't help but respect him. Such a person should not be buried here. However, Lin Xiao also felt that perhaps only at the bottom of society could one find someone as diligent as Luo Cheng. Lin Xiao then lay back down and began to rest with his eyes closed. Although it is still early, it has already become completely dark in the dark forest. Lin Xiao could only make him fall asleep through meditation. After an unknown amount of time, Anna wanted to come over and wake him up. However, he was stopped by Xiaoqing. Anna knew what had happened before, so she didn't pay much attention to Xiaoqing's interception. She just lowered her voice and said, "Why? Are you still going to keep watch with me tonight?" Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly sounded at this time. "No, you all should rest. Tonight, I'll keep watch." Then Lin Xiao stood up from Xiao Jiu's arms and said, "Lin Xiao is not a pretentious person. On the contrary, Lin Xiao is very hardworking." He also knew that as long as he wanted to sleep, Xiaoqing and the others could take his place and complete the night watch. However, Lin Xiao felt that since they were all in the same team, he had to fulfill his own responsibilities. Otherwise, over time, he will drift further and further away from the other team members. Lin Xiao and Anna then sat opposite each other on a big rock. The moonlight here is sufficient, and you can observe the condition of every team member. Lin Xiao thought of something and looked at Anna, asking doubtfully, "Logically, fire is very important in the wild at night. But Luo Cheng said we shouldn't use fire in the dark forest. Did something happen before?" Chapter 67. The Exploration Guild will soon be able to return to being a first-class guild. After hearing Lin Xiao's question, Anna couldn't help but sigh, and then she showed an expression as if she couldn't bear to look back on the past. "If it weren't for us, Captain Luo would have already been assigned to the headquarters." Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Just as he thought, there really is a story behind this. Anna then glanced in the direction of Luo Cheng and found that Luo Cheng had fallen asleep, so she began to tell Lin Xiao what happened that year. "We have come to this dark forest 5 times. Every time we come in, we find something different. That was our second time in Mirkwood. Because of our first experience, we felt that this forest was nothing special, so the journey was relatively easy. So, on the first night we set up camp, we very boldly chose to light a campfire next to a stream. Not only that, we also hunted down a few monsters as game and ate them for dinner. Nothing happened during the night watch. But who would have thought that a group of monsters would follow the firelight and come here that night? Moreover, these monsters are very cunning. They actually hid their bodies in the dark corners of the firelight. Human eyes are very adaptable. Once they get used to the illumination of fire, they become less sensitive to things in the dark. By the time we realized we were surrounded, it was too late. That battle was extremely brutal. There were 20 people in our exploration team, but 11 of them died in the end. Even our captain at the time, who was also the branch president of the Exploration Guild in the Magic City, died. Originally, our Exploration Guild was the top guild in the country. It was also a top-tier guild in the Magic City. But because of this incident, we were demoted. Speaking of this, Anna actually felt a little sad. Lin Xiao could understand her feelings. So, Lin Xiao couldn't help but give a symbolic comfort. Don't worry. With Captain Luo here, the Exploration Guild will soon be able to return to being a first-class guild. At this point, Lin Xiao suddenly changed the subject and continued. Did you manage to kill the monster you encountered that time? Or do you know what kind of monster it was? Anna nodded after hearing this. That's an A-rank, 4th-order monster, the vertical mouth night demon. The basic information of the vertical mouth night demon immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The vertical mouth night demon is an extremely powerful demonic beast that lives in darkness. After sunset, its speed, attack power, recovery ability, and 5 senses are more than twice as strong as during the day. Furthermore, they have a strong tendency to flock to light, gathering in places with light. It's not because they like it, but because they want to destroy whatever creates that light. Their dream is to plunge the entire world into darkness. But they don't just use light to find their prey. The real way they find their prey is actually heat. They use the prey's body temperature to determine its location. They create fear. Once the opponent falls into fear, it will cause a strong debuff. In the face of the vertical mouth night demon, they will completely lose their fighting spirit and go to their own destruction. Possessing skills, intimidating the mind, darkness descending, claws attacking, biting. Lin Xiao looked at the basic information of the vertical mouth night demon, and his expression couldn't help but become a little solemn. It turned out to be a 4th-order, A-level monster. No wonder there were so many casualties. After knowing the basic characteristics of the vertical mouth night devil, Lin Xiao also realized that he had to be on guard against it. Especially this group of vertical mouth night demons. They can judge the specific location of their prey based on the prey's body temperature, which is equivalent to an infrared detector. If their team was unlucky enough, they would most likely have been targeted by the vertical mouth night devil. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly realized something. He quickly looked behind Anna. A vertical crack appeared there inexplicably. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed Anna and pulled her hard. And Anna exclaimed, "Ouch, what are you doing?" Then, the next moment, she heard a click. Then, a big upright mouth bit the place where Anna had just sat. Even the stone under Anna's butt was bitten into pieces. Anna had already seen what was behind her at this time. That guy was the vertical mouth night demon. A true A-level 4th-order monster. Then, the night demon with the upright mouth roared at Anna. Anna was about to react when she felt an evil force invading her body. She was a personal witness of the incident and still remembers the deaths of her teammates vividly. At this moment, a feeling of fear appeared in her mind. A voice kept echoing in Anna's mind. "You're a piece of shit. There's no way you can defeat this monster in front of you. If it weren't for you, everyone might have escaped from the last battle. Go die now. Use your body to feed this demon, and it might not attack your companions." Because of the voice in her head, Anna was stunned when facing the attack of the vertical mouth night demon again. That's it. Maybe you'll be more useful dead than alive. Watching the mouth of the vertical mouth night demon getting closer and closer, Anna slowly closed her eyes, as if preparing to meet her final end. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao pushed Anna away again. "What are you doing? Hurry up. Wake everyone up." When Anna heard Lin Xiao shout, she suddenly remembered something. That's right. The vertical mouth night demon never acts alone. It always leads the monsters that submit to it to act together. Then even if I died, I would not be able to save any of my companions. Anna felt like she deserved to die. How could I not keep my composure at this moment? I was directly frightened by the psychological threat of the vertical mouth night demon. After figuring it out, Anna quickly released the cattle and horse driver. Ox-horse drivers are mechanical creatures, and every time they appear, they are accompanied by a lot of noise. After hearing the voice of the ox-horse driver, the other teammates immediately stood up from the ground. Then, several minotaur monsters suddenly appeared around. One of the red savage bullheads was rushing towards a team member with a rumbling step that could shake the earth. Along the way, The red savage bull had knocked down countless thick trees. Fortunately, the team member was prepared and quickly dodged the attack of the savage bull head. On the other side, a Minotaur warrior also waved his two hooves and smashed down directly at Luo Cheng. At this time, Garurumon had appeared and attacked the Minotaur warrior. With one strike, the opponent was forced to retreat. Afterwards, Lin Xiao and his companions also saw the full appearance of the vertical-mouthed night demon behind the Minotaur monster. I saw a demon with devil wings on its back. However, the other party did not have a nose. Where the other person's nose should be, there is a vertically growing mouth. Moreover, the opponent's teeth are serrated. There are two nostrils, located on both sides of the mouth. The other person's appearance looks very strange. When Luo Cheng saw the vertical-mouthed night demon, hatred immediately appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Luo Cheng thought of his old president and his dead teammates. They all died because of this abominable thing in front of them. But this time, they met again as enemies. Everyone come over here immediately. Find a way to break out. Underscore extras the underscore. Chapter 68. Damn. We can't get out. Luo Cheng had experience fighting against the vertical mouth night demon before, and knew that when the vertical mouth night demon launched an attack, the vertical mouth night demon's subordinates must be nearby, and may even have formed an encirclement. Therefore, after Luo Cheng reacted, the first choice he made was to break through. In this way, they can ensure that their expedition team will not be attacked from both sides. On the other side, Asen had already rushed forward first. She pounced directly at the vertical-mouthed night demon. The green eyes of the vertical-mouthed night demon only flashed slightly, and an extremely dangerous aura covered the entire area. He launched the mental intimidation again. But this time, the night demon with vertical mouth miscalculated. Asen, however, was not affected by the mental intimidation at all. This made the night demon with vertical mouth feel confused. How could there be someone without any shadow in his heart? What he didn't know was that as the inheritor of natural blood, Asen only had the desire to be close to nature in his heart. And because of his favor for all things, Asen is not afraid of anything. In Asen's eyes, there are only enemies and friends. Unfortunately, the night demon with vertical mouth is that enemy. In an instant, the man and the demon started fighting each other. On the other side, a large number of Minotaur monsters gathered in increasing numbers. Although they move slowly, they have great strength and defense. Some Minotaur monsters can also use weapons and tools. This resulted in the members of Luo Cheng's exploration guild team being caught in a situation where they were attacked from all sides, just as he had worried before. Oh no, we can't get out. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Hold steady, don't panic, find a way to break out. Although Luo Cheng now understood that they were still too slow to break out and the team was in crisis and might be wiped out, as the captain, he still fulfilled his duties as a captain, continued to stabilize the morale of the troops, and commanded the team to escape from danger. Just when everyone was panicking, Xiaojiao and Xiaoqing suddenly stood up. Two girls, one turned into fire, the other breathed out poison gas. They all possessed the ability to attack over a large area, which is very effective against the Minotaur monsters that gather together and move slowly. In just a moment, they turned the situation around. A large number of Minotaur monsters were either burned by flames or fell to the ground due to poisoning. They quickly lost their combat effectiveness and were not far from death. The people here were immediately out of danger. Seeing that everyone was no longer in danger, Luo Cheng hurriedly said, "Everyone, hurry up and help Lin Xiao. The vertical mouth night demon is very difficult to deal with." As he spoke, Luo Cheng looked towards Lin Xiao. As a result, Luo Cheng saw Ashen's scarlet wolf eyes suddenly brighten. Then, Asen's body suddenly became taller and bigger, and the animal skin on his body also covered his entire body. Then, Asen transformed into a giant wolf more than 3 meters tall. Then, Asen roared to the sky, raised one of his paws high, and slapped the upright-mouthed night demon to the ground. The vertical-mouthed night demon still wanted to struggle, but Asen's claws were already pressing down on him tightly. Then, Asen lowered his head, bit the neck of the vertical-mouthed night demon, and then swung it hard, throwing the vertical-mouthed night demon into the air. The vertical-mouthed night demon's wings quickly flickered twice, trying to stabilize its body. However, a gust of wind blew and hit the night demon with vertical mouth, causing him to lose his balance immediately. Then, the vertical-mouthed night demon fell into Asen's mouth as if it was controlled. Asen immediately bit hard, tearing off the 2 wings of the vertical-mouthed night demon and swallowing them into his stomach. Afterwards, Asen swallowed the body of the vertical-mouthed night demon. The whole process was very quick and took less than a minute. It was not until Asen burped that she turned back into her human form with a very satisfied look on her face. After seeing the whole process, Luo Cheng and others felt a little numb. After all, this is really shocking. After seeing the vertical-mouthed night demon being devoured by Ashen, the other bull-headed monsters immediately fled in all directions. Luo Cheng didn't expect that they could actually get rid of the encirclement of the vertical-mouthed night demon and his men, and even kill the vertical-mouthed night demon. He couldn't help but feel a little unreal. Looking at the devastated battlefield, Luo Cheng thought for a moment, and finally asked Lin Xiao, "Lin Xiao, does your humanoid pet eat people?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Ashan. Ashan burped again at this time. Seeing Lin Xiao's eyes, she understood and said nonchalantly, "Human flesh and blood is not delicious. Besides, there is no energy for me to absorb." What she meant was that eating human food is a thankless task. However, Asen did not tell the whole truth. The reason why Asen thinks so is because she is not an ordinary monster, so eating humans is not worth the loss. But for ordinary monsters, the flesh and blood of any animal, monster, spirit pet, or human is their rare prey. After burping several times in succession, Ashan looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Master, I want to rest for a while too." After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then asked, "Are you going to evolve too?" Upon hearing this, Asen nodded. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xiao immediately smiled happily. After eating the flesh and blood of so many high-level monsters, Asen finally showed signs of evolution. However, in the dark forest, without the assistance of Asen's natural power, the subsequent exploration activities will be more difficult. But compared with Asen's evolution, this is still nothing worth mentioning. Lin Xiao then took out the Pokeball and put Asen in it. This also means that in the next team, there are only 5 members of the Exploration Guild, and Lin Xiao, Xiaojiao, and Xiaoqing left. After the incident where the night demon with the vertical mouth led the monsters to launch a sneak attack, no one wanted to continue sleeping. Everyone gathered together and waited for dawn. Anna then walked over, patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, and said, "Thank you. If you hadn't been there just now, I might have been eaten by that beast, the vertical mouth night demon." Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled but did not answer. Not long after, a light appeared in the sky. After everyone had breakfast, they started to move forward. Luo Cheng continued to take out the map and lead the way. Lin Xiao has been following Luo Cheng, listening to Luo Cheng explain and teach him various knowledge about wilderness survival and adventure. As they walked, they came to the foot of a mountain wall. Luo Cheng pointed at the mountain wall and said, "After passing this mountain wall, we will enter the most dangerous part of this dark forest. Everyone must be careful. Let's rest here first." Lin Xiao looked at the mountain wall and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Because something had shaved the mountain wall into a flat, smooth surface with some obscure words written on it. Lin Xiao looked at these words and felt that they looked familiar. But for a moment, Lin Xiao couldn't remember where he had seen these words. At this moment, Lin Xiao's heart was suddenly touched. Then, he quickly took out the Pokeball and summoned Chimera from it. Chimera was still wearing the training uniform that Lin Xiao had given her, and carrying the Gatling water cannon that looked like a machine gun on her back. She looked like a violent female agent. Lin Xiao then asked Chimera, "Did you evolve successfully?" Hearing this, Chimera nodded. "Yes, thank you for your care and concern, Master. I finally evolved successfully." Then, Chimera's current basic information appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Chimera, an SSS level second-order monster, the reincarnation of the magical Chimera, can also become the power of the advent of the magical god. After evolving to the second stage, new magics such as attribute magic, elemental magic amplification, and teleportation magic array are added. Chapter 69, Master is in pain. Master is too strong. After seeing the information about Chimera's evolution, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He never expected that after the Chimera evolved, there was no change in its physical form, but there were deeper changes in its control of magic and the types of magic. In other words, at the first level, Chimera is a magic apprentice. But now Chimera has become a qualified magician. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Because Chimera has evolved into the second stage, the host has received feedback, and his mental strength has been further enhanced. He has unlocked the basic elemental magic and learned the layout of the basic magic circle. A moment later, Lin Xiao felt as if something was unlocked in his mind, and that illusory book slowly opened in his consciousness. The magic knowledge that Lin Xiao had not had time to learn before, he now learned it directly, without having to learn it at all. Moreover, it is at the mastery level right from the start. Lin Xiao was even more ecstatic about this. After all, this completely made up for his shortcomings in magic. Now, as long as he wants, he can cast basic elemental magic such as gold, wood, water, fire and earth. As for the lightning magic used by Lin Xiao before, it has also been further improved. However, what Lin Xiao didn't know was that lightning magic was a high-level elemental magic and required the next stage of evolution before it could be learned. But with his talent, he has now mastered it. If it were in ancient times, Lin Xiao would probably be sliced and studied. After all, this kind of understanding is really too amazing. Lin Xiao then looked at Chimera and asked in confusion, "Why don't you have your own clothes after you were promoted to the second level?" Because no matter whether it is Xiaojiu, Ashen, or Xiaoqing, after the second level, they all have their own clothes. Xiaojiu was wearing a cloak worn by ancient women. Although she was naked inside, it looked very much in line with her temperament from the outside. Asen was wearing a wolfskin dress, and every time she transformed, the wolfskin would cover her entire body. Xiaoqing is a green dress worn by ancient women, which looks ethereal. Chimera smiled and said, "That's because I like to wear the clothes my master gave me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but pinch Chimera's little nose. "You're the only one who can talk." Chimera rubbed his nose, which was pinched red by Lin Xiao. "Master, it hurts." "Master, you're using too much force." Lin Xiao touched Chimera's little head again lovingly. The latter turned to look at the words on the stone wall, and then showed a surprised expression. "Why? Do you know him?" Lin Xiao looked at Chimera in surprise. Chimera heard this and nodded. This is a very ancient custom. It records a kind of sacrificial activity related to magic. However, this kind of sacrificial activity has been eliminated in the long river of history. Lin Xiao was a little confused when he heard this. Eliminated? Chimera heard this and nodded. As he spoke, Chimera looked towards the very end of the stone wall and found that nothing had changed there, or rather, it had been destroyed by someone. Chimera said calmly, "If I remember correctly, this should be a mural." Luo Cheng and others followed suit. Listen to Chimera describe the contents of the text on the stone wall. It turns out that at the beginning of the new era, monsters had just entered this world, and they continued to use their abilities to invade human living space. Human technological civilization has completely turned into scrap metal. As a result, some humans discovered that they could fight against monsters in other ways. Among them, some people learned magic. Among those who learned magic was the person recorded on this stone wall. They gained magical powers through sacrifices. Later, because human sacrifice was required in every sacrifice, it became too cruel. Thus, they were eliminated by human forces themselves. What is recorded here is the process of human sacrifice. Hiss. Luo Cheng and others couldn't help but gasp when they heard this. I really can't imagine what kind of scene it would be like to use living people for sacrifice. As he spoke, Luo Cheng took out a pen and paper, intending to write down what the Chimera had said. Unexpectedly, Chimera just waved his hand, and a small fireball the size of a palm appeared in his hand. The small fireball jumped to the bottom of the mountain wall, and then exploded with a bang, and the entire mountain wall was blown into pieces. Luo Cheng couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" "These are all valuable materials for studying the early new era," Chimera said calmly. "This kind of evil magic is not worthy of existing in this world." Hearing Chimera's answer, Luo Cheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a moment, he nodded. "You're right. If this power were to be mastered by someone, some lawless person would likely take risks and bring disaster to the world." As he spoke, Luo Cheng put down his pen and didn't even plan to take any notes. It would be better if the secret here just disappeared like that. After resting for a while, the few of them continued to move forward. Lin Xiao suddenly noticed a strange sound in front of him. He stopped immediately, and everyone was on high alert. As a result, I saw two people running out in a panic in the distance, shouting loudly as they ran. "Help! Help!" The man was a senior beastmaster, and the woman was an intermediate beastmaster. Seeing this, Luo Cheng quickly prepared for battle. Then, everyone saw several Dark Knight cat monsters appear behind them. The Dark Knight cat demons then rushed straight towards the two of them. Luo Cheng and Anna looked at each other immediately. They were both confused about the appearance of the two people in front of them. Then, Luo Cheng released his Garuramon. As soon as Garuramon appeared, it jumped over the man and woman, and after a few breaths, it defeated the Dark Knight cat monsters. Afterwards, the man and the woman sat on the ground with lingering fear. They all said to Luo Cheng, "Thank you. Thank you." The woman had a pretty face, but she looked heavily made up, which was very inconsistent. The man was obviously seriously injured. Luo Cheng then stepped forward and asked the two, Who are you? Why are you here? The man replied with some lingering fear. My name is Zhou Haiyang, and I'm from the Magic City Luohua Guild. As he spoke, he looked at the woman beside him and said, She is our temporary team member. Her name is Li Jing. Not long ago, we received a mission to come to a ruin deep in the Mirkwood to collect some medicinal herb samples for the client. Who knew that just now, we first encountered the vertical-mouthed night demon and suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only 2 of us escaped. After barely saving our lives, we encountered the dark night cat demon. After Luo Cheng heard about the Luohua Guild, he immediately looked at the 2 people's clothes. After discovering that Zhou Haiyang indeed had the Luohua Guild's logo on his body, Luo Cheng's nervous expression immediately relaxed a lot. Of course, the most terrifying thing in the wild is not monsters, but humans. Therefore, Luo Cheng still kept some distance from the 2 of them. Then, Luo Cheng asked again, So what are you going to do now? Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but sigh and said, My spirit pet has been eaten by the dark night cat demon. It's unknown whether I can get out of the dark forest now. Chapter 70, It's all about survival. After listening to Zhou Haiyang's words, Luo Cheng thought for a moment and said, Our destination is the ruins in the deepest part of the Mirkwood. If you want, you can come with us. After hearing this, Zhou Haiyang thought about it carefully and said, I think we should just forget it. The road inside is really too dangerous. Zhou Haiyang's meaning was very clear. He wanted to give up this mission. Luo Cheng did not insist, but asked other team members to take out some dry food and healing potions and hand them to Zhou Haiyang. These dry rations are enough for you to get out of this dark forest. I believe you know the way out. Zhou Haiyang nodded after hearing this, then took the supplies and said thankfully, Thank you. Luo Cheng actually didn't want to take them with him. One reason was that he didn't trust them, and another reason was that Zhou Haiyang didn't have a spirit pet, so his combat effectiveness was almost 0. Even if Zhou Haiyang was brought along, he would just be a burden. Afterwards, the 2 groups planned to separate. However, before Lin Xiao and the others had taken a few steps, someone suddenly called them from behind. Luo Cheng turned around and looked behind him and found that the other person was the woman named Li Jing. Then, Li Jing pulled Zhou Haiyang and said, Please take us with you. Hearing this, Luo Cheng couldn't help but frown. Weren't the 2 of them planning to leave on their own just now? Li Jing said a little embarrassedly, I know you don't want to take me with you, but we have no choice but to ask you. This dark forest is full of dangers. Zhou Haiyang's pet is dead, and mine is a bird of prey. As he spoke, Li Jing took out his pokeball and released a bird pet inside. Lin then learned the basic information of this bird spirit pet. The Buju bird is a sea-level, second-order monster. It is a very perceptive monster that can sense the dangers around it to the greatest extent. It also has a strong sense of the road and can be used to explore the wild. Skills: Malice Sense Elementary, Rocket Headbutt, North Point. Li Jing then continued, My Buju bird can help you find your way in this dense forest, especially when you enter an unknown area. Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng and Anna couldn't help but look at each other, still a little hesitant. Seeing that Luo Cheng didn't agree, Li Jing continued, Isn't it a clause in the guild treaty that if you encounter people in distress in the wild, you should help each other? Are you planning to violate the guild agreement? The so-called guild treaty is a set of binding clauses for the guild formulated under official leadership. There is a special record among them. That is, no matter what the situation is, as long as there is a person in distress, no guild can stand by and watch. Otherwise, points will be deducted. When Luo Cheng heard that the other party had even brought out the guild agreement, he had no choice but to agree. Li Jing immediately bowed to Luo Cheng and said apologetically, Thank you. We have no other choice. We are just trying to survive. At this time, Lin Xiao looked at Li Jing's chest, on which hung an identity badge of an intermediate beastmaster. However, Lin Xiao was a little confused. He clearly felt a strong mental power from Li Jing. Such mental strength is not something an intermediate beastmaster can possess. The spiritual power of a beastmaster requires long-term training. The mental power of a junior beastmaster is only enough to sign a contract with 1 or 2 first-level monsters. Every time a beastmaster levels up, his mental strength will increase with his own practice and the evolution of his spirit pet. A typical intermediate beastmaster can tame a second-level spirit pet, plus 1 or 2 first-level spirit pets. A monster with super mental power like Lin Xiao cannot be explained by common sense. But from the woman in front of him, Lin Xiao felt a tremendous spiritual power. Even a star-level beastmaster like Luo Cheng doesn't have such mental power. If Li Jing didn't have a special method to cultivate his mental power, then the only explanation would be that Li Jing is a genius. After getting Luo Cheng's approval, Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang joined the team. Along the way, the two kept a safe distance from everyone. From time to time, Li Jing would come over and talk to everyone. And her bird of prey was flying not far away, helping everyone to observe their surroundings or find their way. The journey was quite harmonious. On the rest of the journey, the group encountered two more groups of Dark Knight cat demons, but they were easily defeated. After that, they never encountered any danger again. However, Luo Cheng's expression became more solemn. Seeing this, Lin Xiao came to Luo Cheng's side and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Luo Cheng frowned upon hearing this and said, "That's not right. Deep in the dark forest, there are many powerful 4th level and even 5th level monsters. This should be the most dangerous area, but we haven't encountered a single powerful monster in all our travels." After hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately fell into deep thought. Luo Cheng continued, "This calmness is very abnormal. I have a feeling that something bigger is about to happen." Lin Xiao knew that Luo Cheng made this judgment based on his many years of adventuring experience, and he immediately became more cautious. Just as the two finished talking, they heard Li Jing say, "After crossing the mountain ahead, we will reach the ruins area." After hearing Li Jing's words, Luo Cheng's brows furrowed even deeper. It went so smoothly. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. This was the message Lin Xiao read from Luo Cheng's expression. However, Luo Cheng still led everyone over. After they turned a corner, they saw a strange building in front of them. It was a dilapidated castle. The buildings inside have collapsed at this time. The entire castle was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Looking closely, there was a strange plant growing on the ground of the castle. When Luo Cheng saw the plant, he quickly said, "Found it. This is the plant." One of the purposes of their expedition was to explore the castle and investigate its origins, and why the former owner of the castle disappeared inexplicably. The second purpose is to sample these plants and take them back for research. And Anna quickly took out the sealed bag and sampler that she had prepared long ago, put on gloves, and began to pick the plants. What Lin Xiao didn't expect was that Li Jing was doing the same thing. But Li Jing was not wearing gloves. Seeing this, Luo Cheng kindly reminded him, "You'd better wear sterile gloves. If these plants are poisonous, it will be more trouble than good." Li Jing was stunned at first by the movement of her hands, then quickly smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I'm not a professional. I didn't prepare any gloves when I set out." When Anna heard what Li Jing said, she shook her head, then took out a pair of gloves from her pocket and handed them to Li Jing. After Li Jing took the gloves, she quickly expressed her gratitude. At this moment, a scream suddenly sounded behind everyone. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw Zhou Haiyang pierced through the body by a spear. Behind him, a tall, bull-headed monster appeared. Chapter 71, This is all our plan. A grunting sound came from the nasal cavity of the Minotaur monster. It threw Zhou Haiyang forward with force. Zhou Haiyang's body then fell heavily at Li Jing's feet. But at this time, Zhou Haiyang was not dead yet. There was a faint gasp coming from the corner of his mouth. Li Jing quickly squatted down and asked with concern, "Haiyang, brother Haiyang, how are you? Are you okay?" Then, Li Jing hurriedly and anxiously asked for help from Luo Cheng and others. "Hurry up and save Brother Ocean. He's about to die." As the inheritor of the power of nature, although Lin Xiao does not have the blood of the god of nature, he is very sensitive to the force of life. He just used his mental power to detect and found that Zhou Haiyang was not in danger of life. As long as Zhou Haiyang is no longer hurt, nothing should happen. However, what surprised Lin Xiao was that when he used his mental power to detect, he found that there were still more than a dozen weak life forces hidden in the ruins. Lin Xiao initially thought that they were some hidden monsters, but after careful identification, he found that their vitality was very weak. It was as if these life forces would completely dissipate if blown by a strong gust of wind. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown, thinking about the reason. At this time, many Minotaur monsters appeared from all directions. Lin Xiao took a rough look at the number of these Minotaur monsters. There were about 70 or 80 of them. The Minotaur monsters are different from other monsters. They have strong imitation abilities, but they are not like studious gorillas who can regard imitating humans as their own way of survival and instinct. Ordinary Minotaur monsters can use their own tools or weapons to hunt, and powerful Minotaur monsters can even use magic. But this is not their survival instinct. Generally speaking, the Minotaur monsters would learn these things, more like someone was teaching them this skill behind the scenes. Just like the Minotaur monsters that are now attacking the expedition team that Lin Xiao is in, there are many different ways of attacking. At the same time, they held high the stone axes, spears, and even bows and arrows in their hands, and rushed towards Luo Cheng and others desperately. Seeing this, Luo Cheng hurriedly shouted to everyone in the expedition team. Everyone, find cover immediately. Make sure you're not attacked from both sides. Faced with so many Minotaur monsters, it would be very difficult for them to break through, so Luo Cheng immediately made a decision, which was to fight a positional battle. And Anna quickly summoned her ox-horse driver. As a sea-level third-order monster, the cow-horse driver could only transform into the appearance of a fortress when facing so many monsters of the same level. When the other team members saw the fortress, they immediately hid behind the fortress with Luo Cheng and Anna without any hesitation. The whole process was carried out without any delay, giving people a well-trained feeling. Lin Xiao could see that even though these team members had not experienced too many such dangers, they had at least practiced them many times in normal times. Garurumon stood at the thinnest point of the fortress. Other people's spirit pets also found their own advantageous positions. It was at this time that Lin Xiao discovered that the spirit pets of the team members left behind by Luo Cheng all had long-range attack capabilities. It seems that from the very beginning, Luo Cheng had prepared a battle plan for a rainy day. That is, once they are surrounded, they can use the ox-horse driver's ability to transform into a fortress to engage in a positional battle. Now, the ox and horse drivers have become the strongest wall. The others and their spirit pets were like snipers in a fortress, launching their skills in all directions at the same time. And behind them is the ruins. At this time, Li Jing was holding Zhou Haiyang and moving towards the fortress with all her might. Help! Don't abandon us! Seeing Li Jing like this, Luo Cheng had no choice but to retreat from the fortress. Then, Luo Cheng ran towards Li Jing, wanting to help Li Jing drag Zhou Haiyang over. At this time, two Minotaur monsters just happened to set their sights on Luo Cheng. They immediately launched rocket headbutts at Luo Cheng at the same time. The sound of boom boom boom. Footsteps shook the entire ground as if there was an earthquake. Luo Cheng yelled oops. Why was he targeted at this time? In Luo Cheng's impression, the monsters of the Minotaur tribe did not react so quickly. At this moment, a ball of blazing flame flashed by. Xiao Jiao flashed past and stood directly in front of the two Minotaur warriors. Then, Xiao Jiao used the heavenly fire without hesitation to burn the two bull-headed monsters to ashes. Luo Cheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and thanked Lin Xiao who had rushed over. Thank you. You should also hurry into the fortress. When fighting these beasts, positional warfare is more advantageous. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Okay, you go back first. I'll cover your retreat. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, he looked around vigilantly and did not move directly towards the fortress. On the contrary, Lin Xiao and Luo Cheng maintained a safe distance. As long as Luo Cheng is threatened, Lin Xiao can react immediately. Luo Cheng saw through Lin Xiao's intention at a glance and nodded gratefully. Although they suffered several waves of attacks along the way, they were all resolved by Lin Xiao. In this way, Luo Cheng finally sent Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang into the fortress. At this moment, a large number of Minotaur monsters suddenly attacked Lin Xiao, as if they were determined to keep Lin Xiao at all costs. Seeing this, Luo Cheng couldn't help but yelled, Lin Xiao, be careful. Immediately, Luo Cheng commanded his team members to start providing fire support to Lin Xiao. However, behind them, a cold aura suddenly appeared. A blue demon with bat wings suddenly appeared. Luo Cheng wanted to react, but he had already sent his Garurumon to rescue Lin Xiao. The other people's spirit pets had not yet reacted and were frightened by the psychological threat posed by the vertical-mouthed night demon. When they faced the ugly-looking creature, the vertical-mouthed night devil, they all feel fear in their hearts. Even the ox-horse driver was unable to maintain his own condition due to the opponent's skills. In an instant, the ox-horse driver turned back into his original form and started running as fast as he could, trying to escape from here. Seeing this scene, Li Jing suddenly revealed an evil smile. I didn't expect you guys to last this long. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to kill you. Li Jing then looked at Luo Cheng and the others and said in a cold tone. Hearing this, Luo Cheng looked at Li Jing in disbelief. Afterwards, Zhou Haiyang actually got up from the ground. You didn't expect that. This was all part of our plan. Zhou Haiyang sneered and looked at Luo Cheng in front of him. You two ungrateful things, what is your purpose? Luo Cheng shouted angrily. Zhou Haiyang replied sarcastically. Do you want to know our purpose? Don't worry. You will find out soon. After saying that, Zhou Haiyang looked at Li Jing. Let's do it. Li Jing nodded after hearing this. The vertical-mouthed night demon once again activated his psychological intimidation skill. However, this time the negative effect changed from intimidation to deterrence. Luo Cheng and the other four suddenly felt dizzy, and then they sat down on the ground, unable to move. Then, as a gust of wind blew, strange flames inexplicably rose above the entire ruins behind them. If you look closely, you will find that those flames are actually raised torches. And those holding torches were all minotaur monsters. They followed Zhou Haiyang and Li Jing as if they were their slaves. At the same time, some of the minotaur monsters were holding a number of beastmasters who had also been kidnapped. Afterwards, Zhou Haiyang looked at Lin Xiao. Once we get rid of him, our sacrifice should be enough. When Luo Cheng heard this, he looked at Zhou Haiyang in disbelief. Sacrifice? Are you going to? Chapter 72. They all died miserably in the end. At this time, on the other side, after controlling Luo Cheng and the other four, the vertical-mouthed night demon rushed towards Lin Xiao, who was still outside the fortress. The appearance of this upright-mouthed night demon is completely different from the ones Lin Xiao had encountered before. Its eyes became more vicious and greedy, just like a vicious human being. Although Luo Cheng fell to the ground and couldn't move, he still had the strength to speak. Luo Cheng immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao and shouted anxiously, "Lin Xiao, run!" This group of people had planned this. At the same time, many large and small night cat monsters appeared on the trees in the forest near the ruins. After they appeared, they all gathered around Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang very obediently. It was obvious that without exception, they all obeyed the orders of Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang. When Lin Xiao saw this scene, he was not panicked, but just smiled slightly. Is the truth finally revealed? As he spoke, Lin Xiao looked at the three girls beside him. Girls, go for it. Xiaoqing bowed gracefully towards Lin Xiao. Yes, master. Xiaozhou also said coquettishly. Okay, master. But, do you really not need Xiaozhou's protection? Only Chimera remained silent. In fact, she was already eager to try, and was staring at the dark night cat monsters with shining eyes. Then, Chimera snapped his fingers. Then, a small fireball appeared out of thin air beside her. The little fireball actually had a pair of human-like and animal-like eyes and eyebrows, which looked extremely cute. However, its eyes are very sharp. Seeing a dark night cat demon flying over from a distance, a sound that was not human immediately came out of its throat. Then, the little fireball looked even more like a wild cat than the dark night cat demon, and it pounced towards the dark night cat demon like crazy. When the two collided, there was a puff sound, and everything turned into burning flames. Seeing that the dark night cat demon was instantly burned to ashes, Chimera snapped his fingers again. Then, a little snowman appeared out of thin air under her feet. The snowman is about the size of a palm, like a small figurine on the desktop. Meanwhile, the little snowman opened his mouth and kept jumping on the ground, babbling. The little snowman seemed to be jumping around aimlessly, but in fact, it was gradually approaching a minotaur monster. When the minotaur monster saw this weak thing, it immediately raised its foot impatiently and stepped on the little snowman. Originally, the minotaur monster wanted to crush the little snowman directly. However, as soon as the minotaur's foot landed, the little snowman immediately released an extremely cold breath, which directly froze the minotaur's foot. The minotaur monster was frightened by the biting cold and quickly took a few steps back. It looked at its feet and found that they were just frostbitten and nothing serious, so it thought about continuing the attack. As a result, as soon as it raised its head, it was horrified to see a swarm of little snowmen rushing towards it. Immediately, it screamed in fear. As long as it touches the snowman, all the parts of it that touch the snowman will be frozen. In just a blink of an eye, the minotaur monster turned into an ice sculpture. Then, with a cracked sound, the ice sculpture of the minotaur monster shattered into ice crystals. After seeing this scene, Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Damn it! What's going on with those three women? Why do they know magic?" At this time, the flame that Xiaozhou transformed into was constantly shuttling among the minotaur monsters. Xiaoqing walks with lotus-like steps, and wherever she passes, poisonous miasma will appear. However, the toxicity of this poisonous curtain is much higher than that of the poisonous curtain in the dark forest. Even the dark night cat demon, which is known for its strong adaptability, will die immediately after being touched. Seeing this, Zhou Haiyang seemed to have thought of something. He immediately pointed at Lin Xiao with an angry look on his face and shouted, They are your spirit pets? Human-shaped spirit pets? You are Lin Xiao." Of course Zhou Haiyang had heard of Lin Xiao's name, but he had always been dismissive of Lin Xiao as a person, believing that Lin Xiao's reputation was just hyped up by the Shanghai media. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. There was once a student from a low-ranking college who ranked 12th in a national competition, competing with top students from various universities. This incident even alarmed the top leaders of Dragon Country. Even the beast tamer who had become a god came out of seclusion and wanted to accept the student as his apprentice. However, after some investigation, it was discovered that the student was just a hype farce. The organizers of the competition used the student to gain fame, and the student could also make money from it. But in the end, they didn't expect that even the officials could be fooled, noticed the student, and provided free publicity for the student. This led to the matter becoming more and more serious and eventually being exposed. Therefore, Zhou Haiyang didn't care about Lin Xiao at first. The same goes for Li Jing. Although the two knew Lin Xiao's name in the short time since joining the expedition team, they didn't think much about it. Moreover, even if they knew that Lin Xiao was the Lin Xiao promoted by the Magic City media, they would not think how strong Lin Xiao was. They would still only think that Lin Xiao's strength was exaggerated by the Magic City media. As a result, after they saw Lin Xiao's humanoid spirit pet, they realized how narrow-minded they were. Lin Xiao looked at the three girls and said helplessly, "All right, stop playing around. Let's end this quickly." Chimera was the first to respond. "Okay, master." Chimera then took the Gatling water cannon from behind her. Then, Chimera injected her spiritual power into the Gatling water cannon. Snowman magic, fire. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out in the area. What was fired from the Gatling water cannon was not a bullet, but a little snowman transformed by magic. All the monsters that were hit by the Gatling water cannon were then turned into ice sculptures. A defensive battle was turned into a tower defense game. The monsters rushed forward one after another, and then fell down one after another. This scene made Zhou Haiyang's scalp tingle. "Where's the vertical-mouthed night demon? Come on." The vertical-mouthed night demon then flapped its wings and flew into the sky with its clumsy body. Then, its entire body suddenly changed from dark blue to black. Then, the vertical-mouthed night demon launched its strongest skill. Darkness is coming. In an instant, the sky changed from noon to midnight. The sun then turned into the moon. It's the darkness that's coming. This is the strongest skill of the vertical-mouthed night demon. It can raise it to level 5 in a short time. Lin Xiao run. This is a 5th level A-grade monster. Its combat power is unimaginable. Seeing this, Luo Cheng was shocked. Lin Xiao heard this, but he didn't care at all. He then looked at the vertical-mouthed night demon flying in the sky and couldn't help but sneer. "Master, can you leave this guy to me?" At this time, Chimera rarely took the initiative to speak to Lin Xiao and even made a request. "Oh, Master, I just evolved successfully, but I haven't had the chance to use it properly yet." When Lin Xiao heard Chimera's words, he nodded and agreed to her request directly. "Go. Pay attention to the time. Don't play too long." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhou Haiyang's face became even angrier. "Lin Xiao, it seems that you are quite dismissive of the abilities of a 5th-level demon beast. Let me tell you, I've seen a lot of young people like you. They all died miserably in the end." Lin Xiao heard this, but did not respond to Zhou Haiyang's words. At this moment, his attention was completely focused on Chimera. I saw Lin Xiao observing Chimera carefully. Lin Xiao wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to Chimera's abilities after evolution. Then, Lin Xiao saw Chimera raise the Gatling water cannon high and pull the bolt. "What a sitting duck." Chimera said this coldly, then took aim at the vertical-mouthed night demon and pulled the trigger. This time, what came out of the gun was not a little snowman, but a ball of fire. Then, the fireballs flew directly towards the vertical-mouthed night demon. Before the vertical-mouthed night demon could react, it was attacked by the fireballs. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks exploded one after another on the body of the vertical-mouthed night demon. However, the night demon with vertical mouth couldn't even resist the Chimera's fireball attacks. This scene immediately shocked the people around. "Wow!" Chimera then called out loudly, as if it was very intoxicated by this fire suppression and was very happy, while continuing to attack the vertical-mouthed night demon. "It feels so good." After Chimera fired countless fireballs, another huge explosion sounded, and the vertical-mouthed night demon turned into ashes. Chapter 73. Even when death is imminent, he's still bluffing. When Lin Xiao saw Chimera fighting, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Will this girl evolve into a violent loli? Shooting at the slightest disagreement. Zhou Haiyang, who was standing by, was stunned. His 5th-level monster was actually taken away by Chimera in one wave. Zhou Haiyang then looked at Lin Xiao with some horror. How can she be so powerful? Are humanoid pets so powerful? Luo Cheng was also very shocked after seeing this scene. However, thinking of the strength that Lin Xiao's humanoid pet had displayed before, Luo Cheng couldn't help but smile in relief and said, "I see. No wonder this guy didn't care at all just now. It turns out he was completely confident. Yeah, it seems that the world will be dominated by young people in the future." Upon hearing this, Anna immediately echoed Luo Cheng. Captain, you found a treasure. Yes. With Lin Xiao, our branch might actually be able to regain its rating in the future. I never thought that this newcomer Lin Xiao would be such a big shot in our guild. The other team members then echoed the sentiment. With the death of the vertical mouth night demon, the intimidating effect on them completely disappeared and they could move freely. But their bodies are still very weak. Therefore, they can only try their best to escape from Zhou Haiyang and Li Jing. Without the hostages to hold them back, and with Lin Xiao's terrifyingly powerful humanoid spirit pet, the situation has begun to turn in favor of Lin Xiao and his companions. Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but look at Li Jing and asked what to do now. Do you have any other ideas? If that doesn't work, we can just activate that in advance. Li Jing thought about it, nodded and agreed. Okay, this is the only way for now. If we activate that, with the strength of the two of us, we can definitely deal with this group of people. Yes, that's right. We must not let them take our secret out. After saying that, Zhou Haiyang ordered the Minotaur monsters to throw the living people they had captured earlier to the ground. Moreover, he ordered the Minotaur monsters around him to come closer and form a circle around him. Afterwards, Zhou Haiyang started dancing like a shaman. Moreover, he was muttering something. At the same time, a strange and irregular light flashed where Zhou Haiyang was dancing. Those lights looked like a magic circle. After seeing this scene, Luo Cheng suddenly realized something and shouted, "Oh no, he's going to perform a living sacrifice." Chimera also saw the other party's intention, so he immediately turned the gun and aimed it at Zhou Haiyang. Zhou Haiyang had anticipated this a long time ago. The reason why he ordered the Minotaur monsters to form a circle around him in advance was to make those Minotaur monsters his meat shields and help him resist attacks. When I complete the ritual, you will all die? Oh. Zhou Haiyang looked at Lin Xiao and others and said with a sneer. However, before Zhou Haiyang could finish his words, he let out a scream. It was obvious that Zhou Haiyang had been pierced directly through his heart by a dagger stained with bright red blood. At this time, Li Jing was standing behind Zhou Haiyang with a wicked smile on her face, looking at him. I'm sorry, Brother Ocean, thank you for helping me complete this ceremony. The sudden change in this instant made everyone present unable to react. Then, a burst of blood light suddenly appeared in the magic circle. When the blood light dissipated, all the creatures around the magic circle disappeared. Even Li Jing disappeared. Where are the people? Lin Xiao and others were very surprised. Then, Luo Cheng suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted, There! I saw a woman with wings floating in the sky. Judging from her appearance, the woman was Li Jing. At this time, Li Jing's body was full of blood and energy. Behind her, two bat-like wings were flapping constantly. She also has two goat horns on her head. On top of the two horns, there was a flame burning that was filled with evil aura. I did it. I did it. I really got the power of the gods. Li Jing then looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Lin Xiao looked at Li Jing solemnly, his brows furrowed. He found that Li Jing's information was not displayed in his mind. Hint. Hint. This creature's information has not been unlocked yet. This made Lin Xiao very surprised. Could it be that there was hidden content in the complete monster encyclopedia that had not been unlocked? However, Lin Xiao didn't have time to think about it now. At this time, Li Jing had already flown towards them. However, Luo Cheng and others now have almost no ability to fight. Of course, Lin Xiao hadn't originally intended to count on them to fight. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Chimera. Chimera immediately understood what she meant. She put away her Gatling water cannon, then waved her hands, and the elemental power immediately began to condense. Afterwards, the weeds on the ground began to grow wildly, and then dragged Luo Cheng and the others away from the battlefield. Only after ensuring the safety of others can Lin Xiao fight with all his might. At this time, Li Jing had already arrived in front of Lin Xiao. She is not a fool, nor is she a brainless monster. She knew very well that the easiest way to deal with a powerful pet was to kill its master. When a beast master dies, all his spirit pets will be buried with him. Therefore, Li Jing chose to attack Lin Xiao directly. With her current abilities, no beastmaster can stop her. Go to hell. Li Jing opened her mouth wide and roared at Lin Xiao. Skill, soul tier. Then a loud howling AO was heard. Even Luo Cheng and others who were already on the outskirts of the battlefield were shocked by the howling and felt like they were dying. However, Lin Xiao looked at Li Jing without changing his expression. Are you shocked? Then I'll send you straight to see the king of hell. Li Jing didn't think that Lin Xiao would be immune to her attack, so she stretched out a claw and grabbed Lin Xiao directly. At this time, Lin Xiao's 3 humanoid spirit pets had been held back by other monsters and could not come to rescue Lin Xiao. What Li Jing wanted was the opportunity to kill Lin Xiao alone, so she approached Lin Xiao and attacked him. After seeing Li Jing's smug expression, Lin Xiao showed a sarcastic smile. With the strength of his mental power, no matter how loud Li Jing's voice was, it couldn't hurt him at all. Li Jing subconsciously felt something was wrong, but Lin Xiao's head was right in front of her, so she couldn't retreat. She stretched out her claws and continued to attack Lin Xiao. You're about to die, and you're still bluffing. Die. Ice wall. Just when Li Jing's claws reached Lin Xiao looked at Li Jing calmly and spoke coldly. Then, Li Jing saw a thick ice wall appear in front of Lin Xiao. With a bang, the ice wall directly bounced Li Jing away. Then, Lin Xiao and Chimera snapped their fingers at the same time. In an instant, the land beneath Li Jing turned into magma. The magma was so hot that Li Jing screamed, and it directly melted one of her feet. Li Jing couldn't help but let out a painful wail, and then could only rely on her wings to fly away. Afterwards, Li Jing saw that Lin Xiao was still maintaining the gesture of snapping his fingers, as if there was a magic that had not been activated. However, Lin Xiao smiled and said to Li Jing, I'm sorry, this time it's not magic, but… Lin Xiao drew out a long note. Skyfire detonate. A strange force gathered in the area where Li Jing was. This is the skill that Xiaojiu gave back to Lin Xiao, but because it takes too long for Lin Xiao to activate this skill, he rarely uses it. In this battle, Lin Xiao predicted the opponent's actions early on, released his skills in this area in advance, and also set up a magic circle. As a result, Li Jing really entered this area as Lin Xiao had expected and stepped into Lin Xiao's encirclement. Immediately, Lin Xiao activated the magic circle, sealed Li Jing in this area, and then detonated the sky fire. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Li Jing subconsciously wanted to dodge. But it was too late. She found that she couldn't fly out of this area at all, as if she was blocked by Lin Xiao. Let me out. Let me out. Li Jing madly crashed back and forth in this area, but she just couldn't break through the invisible barrier. Only at this moment did Li Jing realize that she was really about to die. Let me out. I have an important secret to tell you. As long as you forgive me and give me a way to live. Li Jing couldn't help but beg for mercy frantically. However, Lin Xiao didn't listen to her at all. Lin Xiao would never show mercy to a vicious woman, especially one like Li Jing who betrayed her companions. Goodbye. Boom. The energy of the heavenly fire then gathered together and suddenly exploded in the small area where Li Jing was. Chapter 74. Could the monster be a god? In an instant, Li Jing disappeared from the sky. Everything about her had been erased by Lin Xiao. Seeing that Li Jing was completely killed by Lin Xiao, the bull-headed monsters and dark night cat monsters that surrounded him seemed to wake up and react, and all fled in all directions. They are like ancient infantrymen who have lost their general. And Lin Xiao could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao then came to Luo Cheng and the others and found that they had fainted due to mental shock. There's no danger to their lives. However, they may suffer from some sequelae in the future. After Chimera landed from the sky, he said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that Chimera actually knew medical skills. Chimera seemed to know what Lin Xiao was curious about, and then said with a smile, Ancient magicians need to learn a lot of things, such as biology, chemistry, medicine, physics, mathematics. When Lin Xiao heard this, he stopped talking immediately. Stop, stop, stop. You're studying so much. Are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Upon hearing this, Chimera suppressed his laughter and stopped talking. Lin Xiao has the Chimera magic inheritance in his hands, so he knows the importance of these basic knowledge. But cheats are just cheats. The inheritance of Chimera simply distilled all the key points so that Lin Xiao could save his own learning costs to the maximum extent. But if he studied it carefully, it was obvious that Lin Xiao would study in depth and carefully everything Chimera had just read out. Lin Xiao then took out a bottle of smelling salts made of special material from his storage bag. It is a high-level medicine specially used to treat mental trauma caused by monsters. Then, Lin Xiao squatted down and sniffed every member of the Exploration Guild. Soon, they all opened their eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luo Cheng turned over and crawled up. Then, Luo Cheng observed his surroundings very vigilantly. After discovering that there was no trace of the enemy around, he looked very cautiously at Lin Xiao, the only one standing at this time. Are you Lin Xiao? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. But when Lin Xiao was about to walk up to Luo Cheng quickly distanced himself from him and asked with a very serious expression, When did you join the Exploration Guild? Hearing Luo Cheng's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This is a veteran in the world. When encountering something, he always stays vigilant. However, Lin Xiao was not angry about this. After all, such a captain must be a very trustworthy leader. Then, Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "You also have a small helicopter to assist your spirit pet." Lin Xiao did not answer Luo Cheng's question, but picked a spiritual pet that Luo Cheng had not yet shown to reveal his identity. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Luo Cheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous fighting has made Luo Cheng a little exhausted. Of course, Luo Cheng suffered mainly mental trauma, which was quite serious. Continuous psychological intimidation, and also a complete soul tearing. Even a battle-hardened man like Luo Cheng was unable to withstand it. After everyone had finished their repairs and was able to act normally, Luo Cheng announced that they would continue the exploration and complete the mission. Due to the previous battle between Lin Xiao and Li Jing, all the monsters in this area have fled in all directions, so everyone's next actions are safe. This made Luo Cheng sigh. Although this expedition is more dangerous than any other, it is also more successful than any other. And Anna then patted Lin Xiao's shoulder carelessly and said, "It's all thanks to Lin Xiao that we're here to save us from danger. Otherwise, all of us would have lost our lives several times." Luo Cheng then also agreed with a smile. "That's right. After returning, I will definitely send a message to the president as soon as possible to ask for credit for Lin Xiao." After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel curious. Who is this president? Not only does the other party have so many capable people under his command, but he also has connections with the official authorities. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. At this time, Anna asked curiously, "By the way, Lin Xiao, do you know what Li Jing did? Why did she become so terrifying all of a sudden?" Hearing this, everyone became curious and their eyes were immediately focused on Lin Xiao's hands. Lin Xiao was naturally not very clear about this, so he immediately looked at Chimera. Seeing Lin Xiao's eyes, Chimera naturally understood and spoke immediately, and the eyes of the others also focused on her. Chimera smiled and said, "That's a sacrificial method from ancient times. By offering tributes, they give to corresponding mysterious beings. Some of them are kind supernatural creatures. There are also strange evil spirits and gods that have existed for thousands of years. As for the one Li Jing sacrificed, I feel like..." Chimera didn't finish his words at once. Instead, he thought for a while before saying, "This is just my guess, it's not necessarily accurate. I feel that the one Li Jing sacrificed was a powerful monster." "Monster? Huh. Miss Chimera, you really know how to tell a joke. If monsters are really that powerful and can bestow power upon humans, then wouldn't we humans have died out long ago?" You know what? When Chimera Girl tells jokes, she's really good at it. I don't think it's possible either. The other team members obviously did not agree with Chimera's explanation. Upon hearing this, Chimera did not explain anything further, but returned to Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao then rubbed Chimera's little head and said with a smile, "Okay, just take a break and continue to complete the task." Lin Xiao knew in his heart that Chimera was not joking. He had fought with Li Jing before, so of course he knew that the skills Li Jing displayed were simply an enhanced version of the vertical mouth night devil. There is absolutely no problem in saying that Li Jing is a monster that is more powerful than the vertical mouth night demon. In other words, perhaps there really are monsters like gods in this world. After the discussion of this topic, there was naturally no answer, and then everyone continued on their journey. Luo Cheng was still at the front, leading the way in exploration. They came to the depths of the ruins, and Luo Cheng carefully picked the flowers and plants he encountered along the way with special gloves, and then put them into sealed bags, ready to take them back for research. As for some vegetation that cannot be taken away, he would take photos first, then pick some leaves, roots and other things, preserve them, and take them away for research. Not only that, Luo Cheng also recorded and extracted more or less the surrounding environment and soil. This made Lin Xiao feel the gap between him and professionals. If it were him, he might have fought and killed all the way, walked through this place, and then went straight back. At most, he would have recorded what he saw and heard on the way. As he was walking, Luo Cheng suddenly stopped. Everyone then followed his gaze and looked in front of him. They found a huge square in front of them, and in the center of the square was a lake. The lake is clear and transparent, just like a pure land between heaven and earth. It forms a sharp contrast with the surrounding ruins. Luo Cheng was about to go forward to check out the lake when he was stopped by Chimera. "Chimera Girl, is there any problem ahead?" Chimera looked at the lake with a serious expression and said seriously, "It's very dangerous ahead." Xiaojiu and Xiaoqing then looked at the lake with nervous expressions. After seeing the three women's appearance at this moment, the others also felt something was wrong. Luo Cheng thought about it, then took out his camera and took several photos in a row before saying to everyone, "Let's go." However, As soon as they turned around, they heard some sound coming from the lake behind them. The lake, originally as calm as a mirror, began to ripple since who knows when. When Chimera saw this, he immediately shouted, "Run!" Chapter 75. Not greedy for success at a young age, but strong and promising in the future. Luo Cheng and others are all experienced veterans. They know the importance of listening to others' advice when taking action, especially the sudden warning from a very powerful spiritual pet like Chimera. In addition, they also felt something was wrong just now. So, without hesitation, they hurried away. And Anna directly summoned her ox-horse driver and immediately switched it to the fastest racing mode. Luo Cheng and others quickly jumped onto the back carriage, and Lin Xiao did not hesitate. Without Asen, Lin Xiao's speed was not as fast as that of the ox-horse driver. Chimera can fly. Xiaoqing sat next to Lin Xiao, while Xiaojiu stood above the carriage. Everyone looked behind them at this time and saw a scene that made them shudder. It was seen that a large number of tentacle-like things appeared in the lake. After they emerged from under the lake, they desperately chased in the direction of Lin Xiao's expedition team. Soon, the tentacles approached Lin Xiao and others. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately shouted, "Xiaojiu." When Xiaojiu heard this, she said, indicating that she had received the order. Then, Xiaojiu spread her hands lightly, and skyfire flew out from her fingertips, and then flew directly towards the tentacles. It was at this time that Lin Xiao discovered that those tentacles were actually tree roots. The moment those tree roots came into contact with the heavenly fire, they exploded with a loud bang. You know, fire naturally controls wood. No matter how strong the fighting power of these tree roots is, they are no match for the skyfire. Heavenly fire is just a small spark, but it can cause a prairie fire. With a boom, a large number of tree roots were ignited. A sound that made one's teeth ache came from the direction of the center of the lake. It seemed like it was screaming, and also seemed like it was angry. Then, they saw that the tree roots near the lake broke together, preventing the sky fire from spreading to the lake. Seeing that the remaining tree roots were still burning, Lin Xiao winked at Xiaojiu again. The two of them had already been in sync with each other, and Xiaojiu immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant. With a powerful wave of his hand, the skyfire dissipated. Then, Chimera immediately flew over, picked up some unburned tree roots from the ground, and then flew back. Then, the Chimera followed the cattle horse driver and left quickly. Lin Xiao took the tree roots from Chimera's hands and looked at them carefully. Lin Xiao couldn't see anything, so he handed the roots to Luo Cheng. "Captain Luo, take a look at these tree roots and see if they have any research value. I think the monster in the lake must be something special." Luo Cheng nodded, then took the tree root from Lin Xiao's hand and began to observe it carefully. After looking for a while, Luo Cheng took out a very exquisite dagger. When Lin Xiao saw the dagger, he knew it was no ordinary item. It was probably a specially crafted piece of equipment. Luo Cheng used the knife and cut hard at the tree roots. However, the tree roots were intact, without even a scratch. Seeing this, Luo Cheng quickly made a note in his little notebook. Then, Luo Cheng took out a lighter and calcined it for a long time. However, even though the lighter was heated, the tree roots were still intact. Luo Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Lin Xiao, this tree root is of great research value. I used a special knife made from a second-level monster, but it couldn't hurt it at all. At present, it seems that only the flame of Miss Xiaojiu can restrain it." Thinking of this, Luo Cheng took out a relatively thick tree root from among the tree roots and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Take this root. You can use it as a special material to make some equipment. As for the other roots, I need to hand them over as soon as possible. After we return to the Magic City, I will apply for compensation for finding these roots." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to take this tree root as well. When we go back, we can count it as my contribution." Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng was stunned at first, then looked at Lin Xiao with admiration. Very good. He's not too eager for success at such a young age, but he's very capable and has a promising future. Lin Xiao smiled, feeling inexplicably pleased. To be honest, Lin Xiao had heard countless compliments like this when he won the top spot in the Shanghai College entrance examination. He probably wouldn't be too touched by it. But it was obvious that when someone like Luo Cheng said it, it was obviously more comfortable than when others said it, especially since it was the first time that Lin Xiao heard Luo Cheng praise someone so seriously. Luo Cheng then continued, "During this expedition, you saved our team more than once. If you hadn't been there just now, we wouldn't have been able to escape even if we had discovered the danger in advance. I can't repay this favor for now. However, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I, Luo Cheng, will never refuse." The two chatted as they walked, and after a while, they finally left the central area of the Mirkwood. Outside the central area, there are more ordinary nightcap monsters and bull-headed monsters. They encountered several obstacles along the way. However, they easily resolved this. Then, night fell again. This time, Luo Cheng did not arrange for the vigil to be in groups of 2. Because Luo Cheng now has absolute confidence in Lin Xiao's abilities, he will never again arrange for someone to keep watch with Lin Xiao, just because he is a newcomer. At night, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. At this time, it was his turn to keep watch. After Lin Xiao finished his shift, he sat by the campfire and felt that all the team members were asleep. Chimera then came over. She then took out a black tree root from her pocket. It looked like a giant tree that had been struck by lightning. Lin Xiao took the root and asked, "Is this what you brought back specially for me?" "Well, I specially selected a tree root that I think is the best and secretly left it for the master. I hope the master will not blame me for acting without authorization," Chimera said with his head down, like a child who had done something wrong. "It's okay. Just leave one. Even if you don't say it, I know what you're thinking. After all, we have a telepathic connection." Xiao Zhou also came over at this time and said in surprise, "How come this tree root hasn't even been burned out by the heavenly fire?" Chimera thought for a moment and said, "There are records that the sacred trees of heaven and earth can withstand thunderstorms and remain immortal. This tree root is most likely a lightning-struck tree. Or it could be a tree root of the same quality as the lightning-struck wood. What's its use?" Lin Xiao asked again. Chimera replied, "Making it into equipment along with other items would be a waste of resources. The best approach is to refine it directly into equipment and maximize its use." Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. He had no idea how to make it. So he looked at Chimera and asked, "Can you make it?" "I'm not good enough at the moment." Chimera shook his head. After hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoqing and Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou also shook his head. Xiaoqing was eager to try it, but after trying it once, she gave up. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the tree root and was in a dilemma. Xiaoqing then suddenly said, "Master, why don't we find a place to plant it and see if we can grow a real lightning-struck tree?" When Lin Xiao heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He immediately felt that Xiaoqing's idea was not very reliable. But then he thought about it, and it seemed that Xiaoqing's idea made sense. After all, it was a tree root. Maybe it could really grow. Anyway, he currently has no good way to deal with this lightning-struck wood. Then, Lin Xiao reached out, pinched Xiaoqing's nose, and said, "You are still the most clever." Xiaoqing smiled happily when Lin Xiao said this, as if she really enjoyed what Lin Xiao said to her. Chapter 76. Today is the day you will be buried with my son. Lin Xiao then put the tree root into his storage bag. "I thought that after I go back, I should see if I can make this tree root into equipment. If it really doesn't work, just do as Xiaoqing said and find a place to plant this section of tree root." The next morning, everyone was ready to go and set out on their journey home again. After a series of battles, everyone finally walked out of the dark forest. They then headed towards the cave where they had just entered the entrance of the Mirkwood. At this time, it was already very late. Everyone finally reached the vicinity of the cave. "Great! I finally got out. I haven't been able to see the sun these past few days, and I feel like I've become gloomy. Inside the Mirkwood, it's really eerie because we haven't been exposed to sunlight for a long time." Everyone was chatting with each other, and the atmosphere was very relaxed and harmonious. After all, once you walk out of the dark forest, there is no place for monsters to hide on this plain grassland, and it is rare to see those 4th and 5th level monsters with strong combat power. Most of them are monsters with relatively gentle personalities. Everyone went into the cave and prepared to rest. At this moment, Luo Cheng suddenly spoke. "No, someone else has been in this cave." After hearing this, Anna frowned immediately and then asked doubtfully, "Could it be a monster? Or have other adventurers discovered this place?" Luo Cheng thought for a moment, then looked at the walls surrounding the cave. He shook his head and said, "No. Every time we leave here, we hide the cave entrance. Besides, it's impossible for monsters to come near the dark forest. No one except us can come in. Could it be the group that escorted Sun Chong back here? If they were our own people, they would have left a mark, but there are no traces of marks in the cave." After hearing this, everyone looked around the cave with serious expressions, but they did not see any marks or traces. At this moment, a cloud of dust appeared inside the cave, which looked like something similar to incense. Soon, a feeling of dizziness suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. "Oh no, it's poisonous." A team member warned that someone had released poison gas in the cave in advance, but because he had already been poisoned, he did not finish what he wanted to say. The poisonous gas was very strong but had no smell, and it was difficult to detect in the dark cave. Moreover, the The poisonous gas never flowed out of the enclosed space of the cave. Therefore, everyone was poisoned the moment they entered the cave. Then, there was a bang sound, and someone kicked open the wooden door of the cave. A sound of gnashing teeth was heard. Humph. It really gave me such a hard time finding you. I didn't expect you would hide in the Mirkwood for so long. Then, a middle-aged man of about 50 years old walked in with some people wearing Lu family uniforms. Behind them, there was a limping young man. That person was Sun Chong. Luo Chung stared at Sun Chong with eyes wide open and said in disbelief, Sun Chong, you betrayed us. Sun Chong lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry. Captain, I didn't mean to do that, but if I don't tell them where you're going, they'll kill me. At this time, Luo Cheng's breathing was already a little rapid. He pointed at the middle-aged man who was the leader of the other side, suppressed his discomfort, and questioned loudly. The Lu family has no grudge against our exploration guild. Why did you attack our exploration guild? The moment the other party appeared, Luo Chung recognized the identity of the middle-aged man. The other party was none other than the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhan. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan looked at Lin Xiao with a sneer. That's right. There is indeed no hatred between my Lu family and the exploration guild. But my son Lu Chun was killed by that bastard. When Luo Chung heard this, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief, and then looked at Lu Zhan. Don't talk nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Luo Chung asked again. Although I have no evidence, the only person who has had a grudge against my son recently is Lin Xiao. Moreover, Lin Xiao is also the biggest suspect. As long as I have suspicion, the person I suspect must die. Lu Zhan said coldly. You despicable villain. How dare you kill innocent people like this? Cough, cough. At this time, Luo Chung, like everyone else, was poisoned more severely and almost didn't have the strength to speak. After a moment's recovery, Luo Chung suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, where are the rest of my team members? Your other team members? They are all quite capable. They suffered so much torture but refused to tell us Lin Xiao's whereabouts, so I chopped them into pieces and fed them to my spirit pets. Lu Luji said cruelly with a teasing tone. You? Lu Zhan, aren't you afraid of going to court? Haha, go to court? Are you kidding? Do you think I will let all of you go? Lu Zhan laughed. After hearing Lu Zhan's words, Sun Chong suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, Master Lu, you promised me before that you would find me a more powerful spirit pet. Is that true? You won't kill me, right? Hearing this, Lu Zhan smiled sinisterly and said, Of course I mean what I say. However, you have to wait until you meet me in your next life. By then, I will definitely find you a more powerful spirit pet. After saying that, the two Lu family men beside Sun Chong suddenly attacked, each with a knife, and slashed at Sun Chong. Then, Sun Chong widened his eyes in disbelief and fell to the ground. The bleeding will not stop, and he will die with his eyes open. At this time, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Zhan with a mocking expression. Lu Chun was the first to attack. I was just acting in self-defense. When Lu Zhan heard Lin Xiao's words, he immediately realized that his guess was correct. Lin Xiao was indeed the murderer of his son Lu Chun. His expression became even more sinister. I don't care. It would be your honor if my son killed you. Today is the day you will be buried with my son. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will chop off your hands and feet them to my pet. Finally, I'll throw you into a blood ant nest and let you feel the pain of thousands of insects piercing your heart. This will comfort the soul of my son Lu Chun in heaven. By the end, Lu Zhan was hysterical. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sneered and said to the three girls beside him, Let's do it. Better do it quickly. After saying that, the three girls attacked at the same time. Chimera took out her Gatling water cannon first and started scattering. The sound of gunfire, bang, 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 echoed in the small space. The entire cave was filled with fierce gunfire. Xiaojiao and Xiaoqing also used their skills and rushed out. Then, there was a loud bang, and the three girls rushed out of the cave at the same time. At this time, Lu Zhan looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. You? How come you weren't poisoned? That's a specially formulated nerve-paralyzing toxin. Even a third-level monster can't resist it. When Lin Xiao heard this, he looked at Lu Zhan with a sarcastic expression. Of course, he would not tell Lu Zhan that he was actually immune to all poisons. Instead, he took advantage of Lu Zhan's surprise and immediately took out the antidote that Chimera had just given him and gave it to Luo Chung and others. Just now, after Lu Zhan and others appeared, the reason why Lin Xiao did not let the three girls take action immediately was that he was winking at Chimera beside him, asking her to find the antidote that could detoxify the poison gas from her storage ring. Once the antidote was obtained, Lin Xiao naturally asked the three girls to take action, and then he went to rescue Luo Chung and others. When Lu Zhan saw Lin Xiao using the antidote to save people, he immediately shouted hysterically, "Kill him! Kill him! Everyone, attack with all your strength." After Lu Zhan gave orders to Lu's men, he also took out his pokeball. And when he made a move, he hit too. As a 3-star Beastmaster, Lu Zhan rarely chose to train only one spirit pet. Instead, cultivate 2 spirit pets at the same time. Lin Xiao then saw clearly Lu Zhan's 2 spiritual pets. The Rotten Slug is a B-rank, 5th-order demon beast. It's an elemental spirit pet with extremely strong defenses. It has no physical form. Anyone who comes into contact with its slime will be corroded. Possesses skills such as Devour, Decay, and Bubble Attack. Mantis Swordsman, the ultimate evolution of Scythe, a B-rank, 5th-order monster. Scythe has continuously evolved and finally found its own secret. They transformed their sickle-like claws into long swords and challenged in the name of swordsman. Possesses skills such as sword slashing, jumping and killing, and continuous slashing. Chapter 77. There's something strange about this Lin Xiao. We are no match for him. Lin Xiao looked at the basic information of the Mantis Swordsman and couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect that the Mantis Swordsman would be in his ultimate form. For spiritual pets or demon beasts that can reach their ultimate form, that is the ceiling of their evolution. Although some monsters have strong combat capabilities, their ceiling is very low. For example, this Mantis Swordsman, his first level form is called Flying Mantis. Even at the first level, it has very strong attack and slashing power and is also very destructive. But when it evolved to the 5th level, it could no longer evolve. This is the ultimate form. Unless it has some great opportunity, it can mutate at a certain stage and evolve like Xiaoqing, Xiaojiu, and Chimera. This ultimate form of spiritual pet has one characteristic. That is, after evolving into the ultimate form, there will be a qualitative leap in strength. As soon as the Mantis Swordsman landed, his eyes turned red. Lu Zhan also gave it orders at this time. He pointed to where Lin Xiao was. Attack with all your strength. Kill him. There was already a hint of hysteria in Lu Zhan's voice. The Mantis Swordsman immediately rushed towards Lin Xiao, followed closely by the Rotten Slug. The Mantis Swordsman who took the first step was like a real swordsman, drawing his sword at Lin Xiao without fear. Draw the sword and kill. Then, an arc appeared around the Mantis Swordsman, as if it was going to cut the space apart. There seemed to be cracks in the air. If any monster below level 4 were to be hit by this attack, it would have to avoid the sharp edge, otherwise it would be killed instantly. However, when the sword was drawn and slashed towards Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing was not afraid at all. She even stretched out one of her hands and caught the slashing blow with her bare hands. Looking closely, Xiaoqing's hands were now covered with layers of snake scales. Those scales are like the best armor in the world, invulnerable to swords and guns. Just like that, Xiaoqing used one hand to directly grab the weapon in the hand of the 5th-level monster Mantis Swordsman. Then, squeeze it hard. There was a cracked sound, and the Mantis Swordsman screamed and fell to the ground. The sword in the Mantis Swordsman's hand is not actually a weapon, but a part of its body. Xiaoqing crushed the Mantis Swordsman's most proud weapon with just a simple pinch. The Mantis Swordsman was unable to get up due to the pain. But the Rotten Slug didn't care about the life or death of its companions. Then, the body of the Rotten Slug suddenly expanded, changing from a slime-like mass into a huge net made of liquid. And this big net then directly covered Xiaoqing. Seeing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but frown. Although she is immune to all poisons, the characteristics of slugs are not toxins. It's corrosion. Even if she has hard snake scales, she can't resist this property. So, Xiaoqing decided to wait and see. However, although Xiaoqing dodged, it did not affect the actions of the Rotten Slug. The Rotten Slug then directly picked up the Mantis Swordsman. Then, the Mantis Swordsman's face became hideous and he was in great pain inside the slug's body. In just a moment, the Rotten Slug corroded and devoured its companion. Then, the body of the decaying slug grew larger again. From a diameter of only about 1 meter, it directly turned into a slug aggregate with a diameter of 3 meters. Its 2 tiny eyes, hidden inside its body, flickered and kept scanning the surroundings, as if looking at its prey. Lu Zhan, who was standing by, suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know if it was because he was in great pain after the Mantis Swordsman was killed, or because he was laughing too hysterically, but his expression looked very distorted. Although the Rotten Slug is only B-level, it is invisible and intangible, and is immune to all physical attacks. Moreover, under my training, its combat power and desire to fight are also very strong. Now it can be called A-level without exaggeration. Today, you will all be buried with my son Lu Chun. Come on, Slug, devour them all. After hearing Lu Zhan's order, the rotten slug stretched its body again without hesitation. It encloses the entire area like a snake. Everything that touches it will be corroded and devoured by it. Did you see that? This is the power of the rotten slug. Lin Xiao, do you feel despair? Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh as he watched such a crazy land battle. Then, Lin Xiao raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Leave it to you. Xiaojiu hummed and said, Got it. Master, this thing is so disgusting, I don't even want to eat it. After saying that, Xiaojiu also imitated Lin Xiao and snapped his fingers. Then, a raging fire suddenly ignited from her fingertips. A burst of pure and hot energy instantly rushed towards the slug. At first, the slug was a little dismissive of this. But after coming into contact with the heavenly fire, pain immediately spread throughout the slug's body. It stands to reason that an elemental spirit pet like it cannot have pain nerves, unless it evolves into a physical body like the fire elf. However, heavenly fire can burn everything in the world, whether it is body or soul. The rotten slug felt that the flames were not only burning its body, but also the energy it had just absorbed and the soul deep within its flesh. No, the rotten slug wanted to use the same method as the gecko to split off its arm and split off a part of its body to save itself. However, Xiaojiu had already surrounded the rotten slug with heavenly fire, and it couldn't escape even if it wanted to. In just a moment, Lu Zhan, who was so arrogant just now, fell to the ground in great pain. The consecutive deaths of 2 fifth-level spiritual pets overwhelmed his mental strength. The tearing feeling deep in the soul constantly attacks every cell in Lu Zhan. No, no, no. Lu Zhan kept calling. On the side, an old man with a white beard was the Lu family steward who had followed Lu Zhan for many years. He hurried to Lu Zhan's side and pulled up his patriarch. Master, there's something strange about this Lin Xiao. We are no match for him. Having said that, the butler was about to take Lu Zhan away. Stop him. Lu Zhan did not forget to give orders to the Lu family's men he brought with him. However, when Lu Zhan turned around, he found that all of Lu's men had been shot to death by Chimera's Gatling water cannon. On the ground, the bodies of Lu family's men were scattered all over. Xiaojiu kept snapping his fingers at this time and walked towards Lu Zhan and the Lu family's housekeeper in front of him in a very casual manner. At the same time, Chimera also carried her Gatling water cannon, and Xiaoqing spit out her snake tongue, surrounding Lu Zhan and the other two from another direction. The 3 girls formed a pincer attack and forced Lu Zhan and the Lu family's housekeeper into a dead end. The housekeeper's pet is a 4th-level fire-breathing dragon. At this time, the housekeeper stared at Lin Xiao and shouted, Lin Xiao, are you really planning to kill us all? If you let our master live, I will pay you with my own life. Do you think I'm someone who's so easily fooled? Lin Xiao looked at the old butler as if he was looking at a fool and asked back. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper thought about it seriously, then gritted his teeth and said directly, Lin Xiao, in fact, besides our Lu family, there are others who want to kill you. As long as you let us go, then I will tell you who else wants to kill you. Chapter 78. You can rest assured about this. After hearing what the Lu family's housekeeper said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Oh, in fact, Lin Xiao had long guessed that someone else wanted to kill him. Because he was out of the city this time, only the people in the Exploration Guild knew about it, and he didn't tell anyone else. Even if the Lu family had sent people to keep an eye on him, they would not be able to find him here. Unless... Lin Xiao had just thought of this when the housekeeper saw that Lin Xiao didn't seem to pay attention to him and spoke again. Then he heard the housekeeper say anxiously and fearfully, It's the Lin family. Lin Hai learned of your whereabouts through the city defense forces and notified our Lu family immediately. If you let me go, I'm willing to testify for you in court in the name of the Lu family. When Lin Xiao heard this, he sneered. No need. I will avenge myself. After saying that, Lin Xiao personally launched the magic missile, which hit Lu Zhan and the butler accurately. The two of them didn't even have time to scream before they were completely silent. Lin Xiao is not a pervert and does not like to torture his enemies. What's more, if you kill the other party directly, no other troubles will arise, and you will avoid unnecessary troubles. After Lu Zhan and the butler died, Lin Xiao lowered his head to check the gains of this battle. Lin Xiao first searched Lu Zhan's body. Lin Xiao found 2 storage equipment from Lu Zhan's body. Most of the items in the first storage equipment are various potions. Although these medicines are very valuable, they are of no use to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was so angry that he wanted to curse. He didn't even have any cash. Poor guy. Lin Xiao then opened another storage device. There was nothing inside except a notebook. Lin Xiao took out the notebook and opened it carefully to take a look. Immediately, Lin Xiao discovered that the notebook actually recorded all the illegal businesses that the Liu family had engaged in over the years. These include, but are not limited to, murder, smuggling, human trafficking, etc. Lin Xiao quickly put the notebook away and went to search for the housekeeper's body. Unlike Liu Zhan, the Liu family's housekeeper had a large amount of cash on him. After a rough count, Lin Xiao found that there were more than 200 million. Immediately, Lin Xiao felt that this world was a little unreal. If he had so much cash when he was studying, he would probably die of laughter in his dreams. However, for Lin Xiao, who has now embarked on the path of a beastmaster, so much money is actually just a cloud. Afterwards, Lin Xiao searched through the bodies of other members of the Liu family. After making sure that no corpses were missed, Lin Xiao found the antidote from Liu Zhan's storage equipment where the potions were kept, and gave it to Luo Cheng and others to take. Not long after, Luo Cheng and others recovered. This time, the poison gas caused them great damage. Fortunately, they have strong physical fitness and good recovery ability. It's just that they are a little weak now, but it's not serious anymore. Lin Xiao then took out the Liu family's account book and handed it to Luo Cheng. After Luo Cheng saw it, he was stunned for a moment, then said in astonishment, "They actually..." Obviously, even with Luo Cheng's wide knowledge, he did not expect that a big family like the Liu family would do so many unscrupulous things. Soon, Luo Cheng immediately understood what Lin Xiao meant and made the promise immediately. "Lin Xiao, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. The Exploration Guild will definitely use its own channels to make sure the Liu family gets the punishment they deserve." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and said nothing more. He did not intend to let Luo Cheng and others know that the Lin family was also involved in this matter. One reason is that the Lin family is too powerful. Once this group of people get involved, it will be very dangerous for them. The second is that Lin Xiao wants to take revenge with his own hands. After resting for a while, everyone set out on the road back to the city. There were no more accidents along the way, and everyone went straight back to the headquarters in the Magic City. As soon as Lin Xiao returned to the Magic City, he went straight to the Yao family's spiritual pet business. Seeing Lin Xiao coming to the spirit pet trading company, the shopping guide quickly came over and said to him politely, "Dear VIP member, what can I do for you?" Lin Xiao didn't even think about it and said directly, "I want to sell some things." The shopping guide hurriedly led the way and guided Lin Xiao. "Come this way, please." Afterwards, the shopping guide led Lin Xiao into the original VIP reception room with ease. It was still the same old routine. Tea was first brewed for Lin Xiao. After a while, Yalan walked in with a big laugh. "Brother Lin Xiao, what good stuff do you have to offer this time?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao threw out a storage bag without hesitation. "Help me deal with these things." Those things were all unnecessary equipment, medicines, and materials found from the Liu family. Yalan took a look at it at first and thought it was all some low-quality stuff. He felt that this was not a matter that necessitated his personal involvement. But afterwards, the more he looked, the more frightened he became. After reading it, Yalan placed the storage bag on the table and said, "Brother Lin Xiao, where did you get all these things?" What he meant was actually asking, "Are you coming to me to sell stolen goods?" Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that these things were stolen from people. If this is true, Yalan feels that she needs to draw a clear line between herself and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said calmly, "While I was exploring the dark forest, I ran into someone from the Liu family, and we had a bit of a conflict." As soon as Yalan heard about the Liu family, she understood everything. Afterwards, Yalan laughed heartily and said, "The Liu family. Humph. It's time to teach those bastards a lesson. Brother Lin Xiao, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter. If that old fellow Liu Zhan comes to trouble you, you can come to me. Even Liu Zhan wouldn't dare to do anything to you." After hearing what Yalan said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Yalan. He could tell from Yalan's words that this old guy wasn't as simple as he said. He dares to speak like this. This is not the tone of a person in charge of a business. However, the other party did not take the initiative to break the window paper, so Lin Xiao was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. Lin Xiao then took out the lightning-struck wood from his storage bag. "Can you find a way to make it into equipment for me?" Yalan quickly took the lightning-struck wood and looked at it carefully. "Good stuff. Good stuff." Yalan praised twice in succession. However, if you want to make it into equipment, the price is not cheap, and you can't pay with cash. Lin Xiao was not surprised, and then asked Yalan directly, "What do you want?" He knew that among the Beastmaster's transactions, once high-level transactions were involved, they would often move away from ordinary currency and instead use materials, potions, or even spirit pets as a medium of exchange. "If we use it to make equipment, it may not be fully used up. If you agree to give me the remaining scraps, that's all that's needed." Yao Lan said seriously, holding the lightning-struck wood. After saying this, Yao Lan suddenly thought of something and added seriously, "Of course. I will definitely not deliberately reduce the materials used to build equipment for you just to use your leftover scraps. You can rest assured about this." "Okay, I believe you," Lin Xiao agreed without any hesitation. He already had a basis for cooperation with Yao Lan, and he didn't think Yao Lan would deliberately deceive him for rare materials. What's more, the Yao's Spirit Pet Trading Company where the other party works has a very good reputation. Okay, Yao Lan was overjoyed upon hearing this. However, this item is very rare. Even if you give me the remaining scraps, I'll still be taking advantage. How about this? Brother Lin Xiao, you can take another mid-level equipment from me. When Lin Xiao heard what Yao Lan said, he was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing. Then, Lin Xiao thought deeply for a moment and said, how about this? Help me find a handy long-range weapon. After hearing this, Yao Lan thought about it, then called the waiter, whispered a few words to him, and asked him to leave. A moment later, the waiter walked into the VIP reception room again with 3 boxes. X0007 Chapter 79. The Liu family is finished. Completely finished. The waiter placed the 3 boxes in front of Lin Xiao and Yao Lan very respectfully, and then left. Yao Lan pointed at the 3 boxes and said, although the weapons in these 3 boxes are only mid-level, the attack and destructive power of each weapon are comparable to high-level equipment. As he spoke, Yao Lan opened the first box. Then I saw a revolver lying quietly in the box. This gun is called Deadly Killer. It's made from the C-rank, 4th-order mechanical creation, the Angry Squirrel. Each use can fire 6 times. The power of each shot is comparable to the full force attack of a 4th-level monster. Also, there's a chance of critical damage, and the additional effect is locked in. As long as you hit the first shot, the subsequent shots will be 100% successful. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately looked sideways at this deadly killer. I have to say the effect of this lock is really amazing. If it's a 100% hit rate, doesn't that mean it can hit wherever you point? However, Lin Xiao soon discovered the loophole. That is, even though it is a 100% hit rate, Yao Lan did not say whether it would hit the vital points. If every shot only hits a place that does not hurt, wouldn't it be a waste of bullets? Moreover, the biggest problem with this gun is its power. The full-strength attack of a 4th-level monster may seem powerful, but it still puts a ceiling on the limit of this deadly killer. It can still be used now, but when Lin Xiao becomes stronger, it will be useless. Then, Yao Lan opened the second box. I saw a sniper rifle about 1.5 meters long placed in the box. This sniper rifle is called Ripper and is made from the 5th-level monster Paloske. Its range can reach a terrifying 2,000 meters, and the power of its bullets is comparable to that of a 5th-level monster. However, each pull of the trigger requires a great deal of mental strength, allowing it to strike directly into the target's soul. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. This kind of equipment that can directly attack the soul is actually very rare. If you fire a gun at a critical moment in a battle, you can definitely achieve the effect of surprise. But the problem is, this gun is a sniper rifle. If Lin Xiao were a killer, he would probably choose this gun as his weapon. However, it was obvious that Lin Xiao did not think so. Lin Xiao then looked at the third box. Seeing that Lin Xiao was not very satisfied with the first 2 pieces of equipment, Yao Lan couldn't help but smile helplessly. This equipment. Yao Lan couldn't help but pause and said somewhat listlessly, actually, it can be used as advanced equipment, but there really is no one who can use it. As he spoke, Yao Lan opened the box. I saw that there was a long cylindrical tube in the box, which looked like a rocket launcher. Its name is Sparta's Judgment, and it was created using the ashes of the 6th-level monster Sparta. It doesn't fire ammunition, it fires magic. Inject magic into the barrel. The more you inject, the stronger the power. This is a weapon with laws. Before the battle, you can judge the enemy. Once the judgment is successful, it will automatically lock onto the target until the enemy dies. Yao Lan introduced it very seriously, with a hint of regret in his words. After all, if it weren't for the fact that this judgment of Sparta required so much magic, it could have become a high-level equipment. After hearing the introduction of the Spartan trial, Lin Xiao was stunned. A weapon with its own laws. Is this the ability of a 6th-level monster? At the same time, information about Sparta immediately emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. Sparta, a B6th rank demon beast, the judge of the god of nature, a notary public walking the world. It may not be kind, but it is definitely fair. Once Sparta judges the enemy and the verdict is upheld, the enemy's capabilities will be greatly weakened. Having skills, judging, justice, execution, flogging, imprisonment. When Lin Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. This ability was really too incredible. It seems that the power possessed by this Spartan judge comes from judging and executing himself. Its shells use magic. However, this is not a problem at all for me. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao looked at the chimera beside him. When Chimera saw the judgment of Sparta, his eyes were full of stars, and he almost drooled. This made Lin Xiao sigh. Did this little girl choose the wrong skill tree? You are a magician. You're not a gunner. Why do you like to play with guns and cannons so much? However, since the little girl liked it, Lin Xiao just let her do it. After all, Chimera is his own spiritual pet. If Lin Xiao can equip it with good things, he will never give it bad things. Then, Lin Xiao pointed at the judgment of Sparta and said, "This is it." Upon hearing this, Yaolon obviously did not expect Lin Xiao to choose this rocket launcher, and his face was full of disbelief. Coming back to his senses, Yaolon said with some concern, "Brother Lin Xiao, I know you are a man of temperament, and you are very powerful. But when choosing equipment, especially weapons, you still have to consider it carefully. The judgment of Sparta requires a large amount of magic, which is a huge burden for the user." Yaolon said it very tactfully. He didn't think Lin Xiao's choice was correct. After all, Judgment of Sparta is for people who use a lot of magic. And there are very few people among humans who can use magic. Basically, only after becoming a general-level beastmaster can one use magic proficiently. Yaolon felt that Lin Xiao had no use for the Spartan judgment now, so it would be better for him to choose other equipment. Compared to choosing equipment that uses magic, Lin Xiao might as well choose equipment that only consumes mental power. Activating most equipment requires mental power, but human mental power is limited. Apart from controlling spirit pets, there is almost nothing left. This is also the reason why beastmasters rarely use equipment to arm themselves. But no matter how limited one's mental power is, it is still simpler than magic. After all, ordinary beastmasters don't know magic. Lin Xiao understood what Yaolon meant, but he didn't say much. Of course, he would never take the initiative to say that he was already a magician. Afterwards, Lin Xiao just smiled, picked up the judgment of Sparta, and threw it to Chimera casually, like throwing away garbage. Chimera quickly took over Sparta's trial. Her eyes had long been fixed on Sparta's judgment, and now that she had received Sparta's judgment, Chimera could not hide the joy on her face. "Thank you, master." When Yaolon saw this scene, he couldn't help but stand there in a daze, and then he reacted. Yes, although Lin Xiao doesn't know magic, his pet does. That's a humanoid pet. After giving the judgment of Sparta to Chimera, Lin Xiao immediately looked at Yaolon and said, "Thank you, Senior Yao. When can I come to pick it up?" What Lin Xiao was referring to was naturally the wood struck by lightning. Yaolon then replied, "It will take some time to make. But don't worry, I'll send someone to deliver it to you once it's finished. Even if you're in the imperial capital of Yuzhou, I can still deliver it to you. As for the other materials needed, you can choose from the materials you provided. If not, then our Yao's spiritual pet trading company will provide it for free." Yaolon implied that the equipment could not be produced well in a short period of time. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, expressing his understanding. After all, making equipment with rare materials like lightning-struck wood is not easy. Then, Lin Xiao did not stay any longer. After drinking the tea in the cup, he got up and left. After Lin Xiao left, Yaolon sat on a chair, looking at the piece of lightning-struck wood, thinking about what kind of equipment he should make. Soon, the door of the VIP reception room was suddenly pushed open. Then, Yao Chuanxue walked in hurriedly. "Grandfather." When Yaolon saw Yao Chuanxue come in, he looked at her with a doting look on his face. Then, Yaolon pretended to be angry and said, "What's going on? You're so flustered. This is not like my precious granddaughter." Yao Chuanxue replied anxiously, "Grandpa is in trouble. The Lu family." Speaking of this, Yao Chuanxue didn't know how to express himself. What happened to the Lu family? Seeing Yao Chuanxue's expression, Yaolon knew that something must have happened to the Lu family. Yao Chuanxue organized her words and then slowly told the news about the Lu family. The Lu family is finished. Completely finished. Lu Chun died a tragic death not long ago, and the Lu family kept the news a secret. Afterwards, the Lu family head, Lu Zhan, left the city for unknown reasons and never returned. His whereabouts remain unknown. However, just now, the city lord's mansion began a massive purge of the Lu family. They seem to have obtained some important information, and now all the members of the Lu family have been taken away by the city lord's mansion. Chapter 80. What a cautious little guy. What did you say? The Lu family is finished. After hearing what Yao Chuanxue said, Yaolon grabbed Yao Chuanxue's arm and looked at her in disbelief. Afterwards, Yao Lan came back to his senses, slowly sat down on the chair, and fell into deep thought. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the storage bag that Lin Xiao had given him. He then took out all the items in the storage bag and searched through them one by one. But in the end, Yao Lan didn't find what he was looking for. Then, Yao Lan suddenly laughed. What a cautious little guy. But I still underestimated you. I didn't expect that even that old fox Lu Zhan would fall into your hands. Yao Lan was certain in his heart at this moment. The person who completely destroyed the Lu family must be Lin Xiao. Yao Chunxue saw Yao Lan grab her arm and then put it back for some reason. He then looked a little dazed. She couldn't help but ask in confusion, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Haven't the Lu family done enough evil things in recent years? Just the things that are being spread outside are enough to kill the Lu family 10 times over. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan shook his head and put away his shocked expression. What shocked him was not the demise of the Lu family. A family like the Lu family, which relied on the Lin family for survival and could not keep itself clean, would sooner or later be abandoned by the Lin family. He was shocked that the Lu family could be controlled by a mere Lin Xiao. Yao Lan then looked at Yao Chunxue and said, Chunxue, you're an adult now and will be going to college soon. It's time for you to have a boyfriend. Do you have someone you like? If not, I think Lin Xiao is a good choice. If you can trick him into coming to our Yao family, I'll wake up laughing in my dreams. When Yao Chunxue heard this, her face immediately turned red. Grandpa, what are you talking about? If you keep saying such inappropriate things, Haruyuki will ignore you from now on. Ha ha ha. So you can blush too, little girl. Grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yao Chunxue couldn't help but scold him. He and I are not in the same school. Oh, so if we're in the same school, then. Grandpa, I'm ignoring you. After saying that, Yao Chunxue slipped away as if escaping. Seeing Yao Chunxue fleeing in panic, Yao Lan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then he called the waiter. Go find out why the Lu family was raided. I want all the details. After Lin Xiao left Yao's spirit pet trading company, he went straight back home. This time, his harvest was still very rich. Not only did he take away Lu Zhan's storage equipment, but he also got a large sum of cash. Now, he can be said to have turned things around and is singing again. It's a pity that after Lin Xiao leaves the Magic City, he doesn't know when he will come back next time. As soon as he got home, Lin Xiao's cell phone rang. Lin Xiao took out his cell phone and found that it was Lin Xianhui calling. After the call was connected, Lin Xianhui's magnetic voice came through. You killed Lu Zhan? Lin Xiao was not surprised at all that the other party knew it was him who did it. But he did not answer directly, but asked, How did you know? Right now, the entire Demon City is going crazy. They say the Exploration Guild has found evidence of the Lu family's crimes. All the Lu family's top brass have been arrested, and the few who escaped are now on wanted notices. But they all know one thing. That is, Lu Zhan went to the city defense team not long ago to inquire about your whereabouts. As a result, Lu Zhan disappeared today, and the entire Lu family was destroyed. How do you think I knew this? After hearing what Lin Xianhui said, Lin Xiao was speechless. When he handed the Lu family's account book to Luo Cheng, he knew that the other party would help him deal with this matter. However, Lin Xiao did not expect Luo Cheng's efficiency to be so high. He had just returned to the Magic City when the authorities took action against the Lu family. Lin Xianhui then continued. However, you have to be careful. Some of the city defense team have been dealt with because of this incident. They are all members of the Lin family. Now, someone in the Lin family is ready to take action against you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown and asked, Lin Hai? Lin Xiaodian. Lin Xiao is not stupid. The Lu family's housekeeper once told him that it was Lin Hai who informed him of the news about him. In this case, the person most likely to attack him now is Lin Hai. Lin Xianhui didn't answer Lin Xiao directly. Instead, she thought for a moment before saying, Do you have time? There are some things I need to discuss with you in person. Lin Xiao thought about it and agreed. Okay. Wait for me at home. I'll pick you up. Less than 20 minutes after Lin Xiao hung up the phone, a black business car stopped at his doorstep. Lin Xiao came out immediately, and the three girls, Xiaoqing, Xiaojiu and Chimera, followed behind him. When the car door was opened, Lin Xianhui's originally stunning face was no longer so stunning when compared with the three girls. This is a particularly spacious luxury business car. Even though Lin Xiao and the other three got on the bus at the same time, they didn't feel crowded. After Lin Xiao sat down, the car started slowly. Lin Xiao frowned and said, Where are we going? Lin Xianhui said without hesitation, I'll take you to see someone. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. He thought about who the other party was going to take him to see. At first he thought he would resist, but there was a voice in his heart reminding him that, in fact, he still longed for that pitiful family affection. Perhaps this is the instinctive consciousness of Lin Xiao's body after traveling through time. Before he traveled through time, he might have been looking for these things all the time. Lin Xiao didn't say anything, but just looked at the street scene outside the car window with a complicated expression. The car slowly drove out of the most desolate area of Shanghai. The street vendors, their fame, and the atmosphere of worldly life gradually faded away. Instead, there are various office buildings, high-end residences. Finally, there is the lush forest. The car turned a corner and drove into a very grand manor gate. The mechanical creatures following the security guard at the door were actually 4th or 5th level spiritual pets. It took the car half an hour just to drive along the green roads of the manor. Finally, the car stopped in a manor covering an area of tens of thousands of acres. Lin Xiao got out of the car and looked at the villa, which was many times bigger than their school. He couldn't help but sneer. Lin Xianhui led the way in front. The two walked in the villa for a full 10 minutes before they arrived at a reception room. Lin Xianhui knocked on the door, and an old voice came from inside. "Grandpa, I brought someone to you." After more than 10 seconds, an old and somewhat excited voice came from inside. "Come in." The old man's voice was trembling. There were also some busy sounds coming from inside the room. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianhui obediently opened the door and walked in with Lin Xiao. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Xiao saw 4 people who looked like servants supporting an old man. When the old man saw Lin Xiao, his expression became complicated. He pushed the servant next to him away and said stubbornly, "I'm not that old yet." After saying that, the other party stood up straight on his own. Lin Xiao could see that the old man was very strong, but he had a weak feeling as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Then, the old man looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes red as he said, "Grandson, where have you been all these years? I've had such a hard time looking for you." Chapter 81. I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. After hearing what the old man in front of him said, Lin Xiao had a blank expression on his face and said nothing. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't answer, Lin Batian suppressed his inner emotions and said, "I know. I'm sorry for you and your parents. I'm not looking for excuses. I just want to say I'm sorry to you." Lin Xiao could see that Lin Batian was not lying, and he believed that Lin Batian was sincerely blaming himself. Lin Xiao then slowly spoke. "From the moment my parents left the Lin family, the only thing left between us was that insignificant blood bond." Lin Xiao's tone was extremely complicated, filled with an indescribable sadness. Lin Xianhui couldn't bear to listen any longer. She said angrily, "Lin Xiao, Grandpa didn't lie to you. Grandpa sent people to look for you and your father's whereabouts 18 years ago. 15 years ago, your mother brought you back to the Lin family to recognize your relatives. Grandpa had just left the Lin family, and no one mentioned this matter to Grandpa afterwards. Lin Xiaodian has always claimed that your entire family is dead. If you hadn't become the top scholar in the Demon City, we wouldn't have known you were still alive. Grandpa has been thinking about your whole family all the time for the past 20 years. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Lin Xianhui with a sneer on his face. This smile seemed to be mocking Lin Xianhui, mocking himself, and even more so mocking this damn world. There's no point in saying this. My life is good right now, that's all. Hearing Lin Xiao's answer, Lin Batian sighed. Sure enough, your personality is exactly like your father's. Lin Batian smiled without getting angry. I called you here this time because I wanted to see how you've grown up. I also wanted to remind you that because of the Lu family, Lin Xiaodian and Lin Hai were implicated and left the Lin family this morning. Also, according to my investigation, your father's death is very likely related to Lin Xiaotian. He did a lot of things behind the scenes to fight for the Lin family's property. At first, I didn't want to believe that my brother would disregard family ties and kill his own brother, but I underestimated their greed. So, you have to be careful. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me anytime and anywhere. Whether you admit it or not, you will always be the young master of the Lin family." Hearing Lin Batian's words, Lin Xiao snorted coldly. "Young master? I don't care, but I will take Lin Xiaoyan's life back with my own hands." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Lin Xianhui said uncertainly, "There is no evidence yet to prove that it was Lin Xiaodian who did it." When Lin Xiao heard this, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up, revealing a cold arc. Although I've only just reached adulthood, my experience tells me that in this world where people eat each other, as long as I have a suspicion, I have a reason to kill. This was given to him by Lu Zhan, who was killed by him. He thought that the fact that he killed Lu Chun was kept secret enough. As a result, Lu Zhan relied on a simple suspicion to come to the door and kill people to silence them. Even unrelated people will be implicated. Looking at Lin Xiao's cold eyes, Lin Batian sighed. Lin Xiao understood that in this world he traveled through, He could only survive better if he could be as decisive and ruthless as Lu Zhan. It is better to kill 1,000 than to spare a single life. So what if I killed the wrong person? I would rather let the world betray me than let the world betray me. Hey, child, I will give you an explanation about this matter. I hope you won't be too impulsive. As he spoke, Lin Batian thought of something and suddenly laughed. Thank you for finding those medicinal ingredients for Grandpa. You saved my life. Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Lin Batian to suddenly bring up this matter. Lin Batian then clapped his hands. A waiter came in and brought a pokeball. Lin Batian then handed the pokeball to Lin Xiao. Child, this is my gift to you, and also a thank you for saving my life. This is an 8th rank spirit pet. It's perfect for you. Before Lin Batian could finish his words, Lin Xiao interrupted him coldly. Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around and left in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Lin Qianhui quickly shouted behind Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. After shouting, Lin Qianhui looked back at Lin Batian. Lin Batian's expression did not change at this time. Go and help me send him off. Lin Qianhui hurriedly chased after Lin Xiao from behind. After a while, Lin Qianhui caught up with Lin Xiao. Why are you leaving now? Grandpa. Before Lin Qianhui could finish her words, Lin Xiao gave her a cold look. Even though Lin Qianhui, who had experienced many ups and downs and had a strong psychological quality, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat at this moment. Lin Qianhui felt that as long as she continued to dwell on this topic, Lin Xiao would definitely teach her a lesson without hesitation and make her suffer. Lin Qianhui then stopped talking and left with Lin Xiao. After driving Lin Xiao back to his home, Lin Qianhui hurried back to the Lin family villa. Grandpa Lin Xiao. Before Lin Qianhui could finish her words, Lin Batian stretched out his hand and stopped her. Send some people to protect Lin Xiao. My younger brother's favorite thing to do is to settle scores later. Lin Xiao made him suffer such a huge loss this time. He will definitely not let it go. Lin Qianhui nodded after hearing this. This time, something happened to the Lu family, and the Lin family was also involved. After the old patriarch Lin Batian recovered from a serious illness, he showed his skills. Taking this opportunity, Lin Batian directly purged Lin Xiaoyan's followers. Moreover, Lin Batian was behind the scenes fanning the flames, causing Lin Xiaoyan to leave the Lin family on his own initiative. Although Lin Batian has not yet completely eradicated all of Lin Xiaoyan's forces, Lin Xiaoyan will no longer be able to threaten Lin Batian's position in the future. Now, Lin Batian's idea is to train Lin Xiao as much as possible and let Lin Xiao inherit his position. Afterwards, Lin Batian thought for a moment and said with some lamentation, "This is a mistake I made in the past. Now it's still a bit troublesome to make this child change his mind. Just to be angry with me. Even an 8th level spirit pet can be decisively rejected." At this moment, Lin Batian couldn't think of any way to make Lin Xiao change his mind. On the other hand, Lin Xiao felt complicated after returning home. On the one hand, it is due to his physical instinct and desire for family affection. On the other hand, it is because of his irony about the death of his parents and the ridiculous fate he has traversed. Lin Xiao once swore that he would live like a human being and show those beasts in the Lin family who looked down on others that he could survive without the Lin family. However, now Lin Batian was right in front of him. He was not as unkind as he had imagined, but a kind-hearted elder. Everything seems to be a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Xiao's appearance, Xiao Jiu walked over, gently supported Lin Xiao, lay in her arms, and then took the initiative to massage Lin Xiao's head. "Master, if you have any unhappy things, just take a good rest. With me and my sisters here, there is nothing that can't be solved." Hearing this, Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Yes, he already has Xiaojiu, Xiaoqing, Chimera, and Ashen. What else is there to worry about? The next day, Lin Xiao had just gotten up when his cell phone rang. Lin Xiao picked up the phone, and Luo Cheng's voice was heard from the other end. "This morning, let's explore the guild's Magic City branch." Luo Cheng spoke calmly and concisely. Chapter 82. We must give an explanation to the deceased team members. After Lin Xiao had breakfast, he took the 3 girls and set out to explore the guild's Magic City branch. The distance between the Exploration Guild's Magic City branch and Lin Xiao's home is actually not far. As soon as he arrived at the place, Lin Xiao found that the atmosphere of the entire Exploration Guild's Magic City branch was very depressing. I saw dozens of team members, all wearing team uniforms, lined up in 2 rows very seriously. In the center of the hall, there are 5 photos. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao immediately understood what was going on today. Memorial service for the fallen soldiers. Then, Anna came over and said to Lin Xiao, "Go and burn some incense for your dead teammates." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, then walked towards the morning hall, respectfully lit a stick of incense, and inserted it into the incense burner. Then, Lin Xiao looked at the family members beside him and said with some self-blame, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me that I've caused trouble for everyone." Although an old woman's eyes were a little red and swollen, she still stood up and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Young man, don't blame yourself. In the Exploration Guild, we are all family. Do you think you will feel good if you betray your family?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the old woman with some gratitude. Only then did Lin Xiao understand why the Exploration Guild, although loose, could have such a high cohesion. After thanking the family, Lin Xiao finally saw Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng then took Lin Xiao to an empty room. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Luo Cheng in confusion. "I asked you to come here not just for the memorial service. I have something else to tell you. The Lu family has been completely eradicated, but Lin Xiaodian and Lin Hai, the two people behind the Lu family, are still at large. We can't make them pay the price. The guild will continue to investigate this matter. We must give an explanation to our deceased team members." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao just looked at Luo Cheng without saying anything. Luo Cheng then continued, "The most important issue now is that you have to report to Yuzhou. The journey is not only long, but also extremely dangerous. There's also the possibility that Lin Xiaodian and Lin Hai, father and son, might attack you along the way. I want to hear what your plans are." After listening to Luo Cheng's words, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I originally wanted to follow a caravan to Yuzhou. This is relatively safer. However, given the current situation, I think if I leave with the caravan, I might end up hurting innocent people." Upon hearing this, Luo Cheng couldn't help but nodded. "However, it would be even more dangerous if you acted alone. Putting aside the question of whether the Lins would retaliate against you, the dangers along the way alone are beyond your ability to handle." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao revealed a meaningful smile. "I can indeed act alone, but I won't use my identity to act." Hearing this, Luo Cheng couldn't help but say, "Oh," wanting to know the specific countermeasures to what Lin Xiao said. Lin Xiao then took out an ID from his pocket, on which were clearly written the words, "Chao Wang." When Luo Cheng saw the ID card, he immediately smiled knowingly. "You have so many clever ideas, kid. When did you prepare this?" Lin Xiao did not hide it. "I was ready almost half a month ago." Luo Cheng nodded after hearing this. "I will keep this matter a secret for you." After saying this, Luo Cheng then said, "There's one more thing. The tree roots you brought back are very important. I've also told the president everything about your performance during this exploration. The president is very satisfied with your performance. Your reward will be given immediately." As he spoke, Luo Cheng took out some things from his storage space. Luo Cheng then continued, "As a beastmaster, the more powerful your spirit pet is, the greater the danger you will face. This is because the enemy will try every possible means to attack your main body. Therefore, this inner armor is given to you. This is a set of inner armor made from the skin of a sharp-horned crocodile. It hasn't been named yet, but I think it should be useful on your way to Yuzhou." Hearing this, the basic information of the sharp-horned crocodile immediately emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. A B-rank, 4th-order demon beast with powerful defenses. It's a natural hunter, possessing skills, rolling ball attacks, crazy biting, and screaming. Lin Xiao understood that this thing was a good thing for him now. So Lin Xiao didn't refuse and put it away directly. "This is the president's reward, and then there are the branch rewards." As he spoke, Luo Cheng took out 2 more boxes. He opened one of the boxes and found neatly stacked cash inside. "These are reimbursements for the potions you used during this exploration. I know those potions are not ordinary, and you might not even be able to buy them even if you have money. Therefore, we will reimburse you 120% of the market price." After hearing this, Lin Xiao did not refuse it. He did not mind having a lot of money. Then, Luo Cheng opened another box. A bone dagger lay quietly inside. When Chimera saw the dagger, his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Xiao looked at Luo Cheng without changing his expression. Luo Cheng then introduced, "This is a bone knife made from the bones of the zombie Tyrannosaurus rex." Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that zombie Tyrannosaurus was the product of Tyrannosaurus's failed evolution. Although it is only a 3rd-level monster, it has extremely strong combat power, and its temperament is brutal, and it has no rationality at all. It can be said that its combat power is even greater than that of a 4th-level monster. And a dagger made from one of its leg bones would definitely be quite lethal. This bone knife is called Last Madness. Using it will cause you to enter a frenzy, significantly increasing your attack power and attack speed, and making you ignore pain. Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. He knew that this dagger was used when people were in desperate situations. Luo Cheng then passed the final madness to Lin Xiao. Now it's yours. When Lin Xiao grasped the last madness, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Who the hell is Lin Xiao? I'm going to chop him up right now. This damn world. It should be destroyed. From now on, no matter who dares to stand in my way, I will chop them to pieces. Then, Lin Xiao quickly put the last of his madness back into his storage bag. In the short few seconds when he just grasped the last bit of madness, Lin Xiao felt that he was about to turn into an antisocial personality. Luo Cheng then asked, "When are you planning to leave the Magic City?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, "School starts in a month. The journey to Yuzhou will take about 20 days. I plan to find a caravan heading to Yuzhou soon and leave the Magic City immediately." Luo Cheng nodded after hearing this. "Okay, then I won't go to see you off then." It was already afternoon when Lin Xiao said goodbye to Luo Cheng. Originally, Lin Xiao was planning to go home directly, but his cell phone rang. Lin Xiao picked up the phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. Immediately, Lin Xiao answered the phone, and a familiar female voice was heard from the other end. "Lin Xiao? I'm your homeroom teacher. I've been looking for you for a long time. I finally got through to you." Chapter 83. The drunkard's intention is not in the wine. Lin Xiao's class teacher is named Young Man, a beautiful woman with lingering charm. At the same time, the other party is also a famous and excellent teacher in Magic City No. 1 Middle School. Many children from families would use their connections to enter her class, but Lin Xiao did not have a good impression of her. To some extent, Lin Xiao should be considered a descendant of a hero. Both his parents died on the battlefield. According to convention, Lin Xiao is an orphan of a hero. Not only can they enjoy the treatment as children of heroes and martyrs, but they will also receive a sufficiently generous special hardship subsidy. However, Young Man never gave Lin Xiao these two subsidies. Moreover, Lin Xiao's subsidy was replaced by a girl from a well-off family in the class. In the past, the original owner had gone to Young Man to ask about this, but was scolded by the other party. Moreover, the other party also accused Lin Xiao of competing with girls for welfare benefits, causing the original owner's personality to become more and more withdrawn. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had excellent academic performance and received a scholarship every year. In addition, Lin Xiao worked part-time to pay for his studies, which allowed him to cover his high school expenses. Therefore, Lin Xiao had never had much contact with Young Man before. Therefore, Lin Xiao naturally would not keep the other party's phone number. Lin Xiao was still very surprised when he received Young Man's call. "What's going on?" Young Man's voice came slowly. "It's like this, Lin Xiao. Now that we've graduated, we're all planning a farewell dinner. The whole class has been notified, but you're the only one I haven't been able to contact. I had to look for a lot of people before I finally found your number." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Farewell dinner. This word is too far away for him. The last time I had a farewell dinner was in high school in my previous life. When we graduated, everyone went their separate ways early because of the job fair. This is also a big regret for Lin Xiao. Unexpectedly, after living a new life, the lost memories would resurface in Lin Xiao's mind. However, the current Lin Xiao no longer had the student spirit he had back then. He thought for a moment and said, "Is that so? But I don't have time. I'm about to leave for Yuzhou." Hearing Lin Xiao say this, Young Man thought for a moment and said, "The whole class is here, except for you. Don't you want to say goodbye to everyone before you leave? Besides, the class is a big family. If you don't fit in, you will definitely suffer in the future." Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Here we come. It's the familiar practice of using collective honor to label others. To be honest, Lin Xiao is not averse to collective honor. On the contrary, Lin Xiao strongly supports collective honor. If a person has no sense of collective honor and no love for his country, he will sooner or later go astray and will be easily influenced by others, or even brainwashed, and become an extremist. However, what Lin Xiao hated was people using collective honors to put labels on others. Therefore, Lin Xiao sneered without hesitation. "Really? Then it would be better if you didn't treat me as a student in your class. After all, you said at the time that teaching a student like me was a shame for you." After saying that, Lin Xiao hung up the phone. However, just as Lin Xiao put his phone into his pocket, the phone rang again. Lin Xiao picked up the phone impatiently and prepared to turn it off. But when I looked at the number, it turned out that it was not Young Man calling. Lin Xiao answered the phone and asked who the other party was. "It's me, Yao Chuanxue." "Yao Chuanxue? What do you want to talk to me about?" "Nothing. We're graduating soon, and my homeroom teacher told me you weren't planning on coming to the farewell dinner, so I wanted to ask if something happened." Lin Xiao answered indifferently. "Nothing. It just feels pointless." Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxue was silent for a few seconds, as if she was organizing her words. "Is that so? Then can I invite you over? I'm leaving the Magic City tomorrow, and I want to say goodbye to you. After hearing what Yao Chuanxua said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After a moment, Lin Xiao agreed. All right. The time is tonight, and the location is the Ambassador Hotel. After Lin Xiao hung up the phone, he looked at the time and knew it was almost time to leave. So, Lin Xiao went out and hailed a taxi, and took Xiaojiu, Chimera and Xiaoqing to the Ambassador Hotel. As soon as Lin Xiao got off the car, he saw a huge sign standing in front of the entrance of the Ambassador Hotel. The sign reads, "Farewell Dinner for the Sprint Class of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School." When Lin Xiao saw it, he immediately showed an expression that was neither a smile nor a smile. What a grand ceremony. You know, the Ambassador Hotel is a very famous hotel in the entire Magic City and even in the entire Dragon Country. Being able to eat here is enough to prove how wealthy one is. What made Lin Xiao feel incredible was that someone could actually get the advertising space at the entrance of the Guobin Hotel. You should know that this kind of advertising space is usually only available when celebrities get married here or when large-scale mid to high-end gatherings are held. Lin Xiao didn't care much about it. He walked straight into the Ambassador Hotel. As soon as I walked in, a very beautiful receptionist came over. It seems that the other person is about 20 years old and has a very pure appearance. When Lin Xiao said his name and the box he wanted to go to, the girl hurriedly and politely led Lin Xiao and his 3 humanoid spirit pets in. The receptionist helped Lin Xiao and his 3 humanoid pets to open the door, but the scene that came into view made Lin Xiao frown. Because there are so many people inside. It wasn't just the students in the sprint class walking around inside. There were not only his classmates, but also many people from society who should have nothing to do with this farewell dinner. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Xiao walk in. Then, a middle-aged man whom Lin Xiao had never seen before hurried over to greet him with a smile, saying, "Hey, isn't this our Demon City's top scholar? Why are you here so late? Come in quickly." Lin Xiao was not familiar with the other party, so after hearing what he said, he was naturally a little confused and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Yao Chuanxua saw Lin Xiao at this time and hurried over to greet him. "You're here." Lin Xiao didn't hide his curiosity and asked Yao Chuanxua directly, "Wasn't it said to be a farewell dinner? Why are there so many outsiders here?" After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Yao Chuanxua said helplessly, "I don't know either. I only know that these people were all invited by Teacher Yang." Hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and didn't ask any more questions. At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd. Afterwards, Lin Xiao saw a young man walking out from the crowd, and then she walked up to the podium with a rosy face. Young man said with a smug look on her face, "Now that everyone is here, I'll say a few words first. Thank you all for taking the time to take the time." At the beginning, young man said some useless pleasantries. It was not until the end that young man revealed her true colors. "We are fortunate to have gathered at the Ambassador Hotel today to spend this wonderful evening together. We would like to thank President Su for his strong support." Then, a middle-aged man with a greasy hair stood up from a seat in the front row. Only then did Lin Xiao understand why there were so many outsiders here. Because this so-called Mr. Su is the famous wealthy man Su Lin in Shanghai. Lin Xiao had seen some news about Su Lin before, and also heard that Su Lin had now started a scientific research project to study the awakening of spirit pets. Therefore, Su Lin wanted to invite some high school students who had just graduated to participate, because the high school students' spirit pets were not high-level spirit pets and were more suitable for such research. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately had some guesses in his mind. Su Lin's appearance here may be due to other ulterior motives. Lin Xiao couldn't help but mutter to himself, while his eyes kept moving between Su Lin and Yang Man. Chapter 80, for I'll warn you one last time. To be honest, Lin Xiao was actually a little curious about Su Lin and his scientific research team. Of course, what Lin Xiao was curious about was not why they chose high school students. But why don't they recruit specialized beastmasters to do specialized research? Lin Xiao believed that those high-level beastmasters must be very experienced in training low-level spirit pets. Choosing a high-level beastmaster would definitely be more cost-effective than choosing a group of high school rookies like them. At the same time, Su Lin had been invited by Yang Man to speak, and began to talk about the experimental situation of their scientific research team and the treatment of their scientific research team. "Our current laboratory is already quite large, and many beastmasters have joined our experiments. But this is still far from meeting our requirements. We are currently in need of talented individuals with outstanding academic performance, so we invite you to join us. Our salary is 1 million per year, and we guarantee that it will not affect your normal life and studies. Also, all the spirit pets in our laboratory are available to you for free. As long as you can successfully sign the contract, they will be yours." The treatment given by Su Lin's team is very generous. As soon as Su Lin finished talking about the team's treatment, many of Lin Xiao's classmates immediately became interested. Most of the students in their class have excellent academic performance, but come from poor families. After all, it is a sprint class, and most people's results are still very good. Afterwards, Yang Man said to the students on the podium, "Thank you, President Su, for your kindness to our class. Now, if anyone wants to join President Su's lab, please come and sign up." As soon as Yang Man finished speaking, several students who had excellent grades like Lin Xiao, but were relatively poor walked up to Su Lin and started chatting with him. However, after Su Lin had a brief chat with them, he asked his assistant to take them to the side to fill in the information. The next period of time is the process of a farewell dinner. First, the teacher gave a speech, then the class monitor flattered the teacher, and then everyone started interacting. Although Lin Xiao was not unfamiliar with such scenes, and was even very familiar with them, he still felt a little disgusted. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Lin Xiao's ears. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the person speaking was none other than the head teacher Yang Man. "Lin Xiao, come here. I have something I want to talk to you about." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "Teacher Yang, if you have anything to say, why not just tell me right here?" Lin Xiao knew Yang Man, the very snobbish class teacher, very well. The other party was a person who would not do anything without profit, and it was impossible for her to look for him for no reason. Either the other party just wants to make some money from him, or the other party just wants to cause trouble for him. As expected, after hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yang Man glanced at Su Lin, who was not far away. Then, Su Lin also came over. After Su Lin arrived in front of Lin Xiao, Yang Man spoke. "Lin Xiao, I really wasn't wrong about you. When you first came to our class, I knew you were a rare talent. Sure enough, you've now become the top student in the Magic City." Hearing Yang Man's words, Lin Xiao immediately sneered. "Teacher Yang, just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush with me." When Yang Man heard Lin Xiao's cold words, her expression froze. Then she said calmly, "You are still so straightforward, kid. Then I have good news for you. Boss Su is very interested in your humanoid pet. As long as you are willing to join his experimental team, then..." Having said this, Yang Man lowered her voice, and then said in a voice that only she and Lin Xiao could hear, "Boss Su will give you a big price." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao snorted coldly without changing his expression. It's true. Lin Xiao finally understood why Yang Man was so kind to come to him for the farewell dinner today. It turned out that she was waiting for him here. Was she planning to sell him out? Lin Xiao looked at Yang Man, who was full of anticipation, and said in a cold tone, "Sorry, Teacher Yang, I'm not interested." After saying that, Lin Xiao turned around and was about to leave. As a result, Yang Man quickly grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist. "Don't go. Lin Xiao, the teacher knows that you are a hard-working child, but everyone knows your conditions. With just that little scholarship, you can't afford the tuition and living expenses of Yuzhou Lingchong University. You have to understand how much it will cost to raise a spirit pet in the future." As she spoke, Yang Man also cast her gaze towards Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing, who were standing next to Lin Xiao. Chimera's expression didn't change much. He just kept eating with a plate in hand. Xiaojiu rolled her eyes at Yang Man with a charming look on her face, as if she didn't want to look at this old woman. Only Xiaoqing's eyes suddenly became fierce, which frightened Yang Man so much that she broke out in a cold sweat. Yang Man quickly withdrew her gaze and continued to persuade Lin Xiao. "Boss Su is aware of your situation, so after much persuasion from me, he promised me that he would give you a salary of 10 million per year, and that all your expenses during your university years would be reimbursed, including the cost of training your spirit pet. How about it? Would you like to consider it?" Hearing Yang Man's words, Lin Xiao looked at Yang Man directly and without hesitation, as if he was looking at a fool. "Teacher Yang, if there's such a good thing, why don't you go yourself? Don't you often say in class that your life is not going well and that you want us to give you gifts, saying that if you don't, you can't live? I think you should go by yourself for such a good thing." Lin Xiao remained unmoved, and even played tricks on Yang Man, even wanting to leave again, as if he didn't want to discuss the matter any further. Seeing this, Su Lin, who wanted to promote cooperation and didn't want Lin Xiao to leave, spoke. "Lin Xiao, don't be so quick to reject me. The scale of our laboratory may be beyond your imagination." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Su Lin, wanting to see what Su Lin could come up with. "You have 3 humanoid pets, and their combat capabilities are quite good. The research direction of our laboratory is to achieve the controllable evolution of pets. And your appearance is an opportunity for the laboratory. If we can anthropomorphize all of our spirit pets, then perhaps human survival can be taken to a higher level in the future. Don't you want to dedicate yourself to all of humanity? Don't you want to be remembered by all of humanity? Don't you want to be a hero to all of humanity? When Su Lin finished speaking, there was a kind of madness in his words that made Lin Xiao want to laugh. Lin Xiao couldn't help but snort coldly. Here we go again. They're starting to put the blame on him again. If he was not an adult who had lived 2 lives, he would have been fooled by these people's verbal attacks. Lin Xiao then looked at Su Lin and refused without changing his mind. Excuse me, Mr. Su, human survival has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Su Lin did not move yet, but young man on the side became anxious and continued to persuade him without giving up. Lin Xiao, how could you have such an idea? Now that troubled times are approaching, there will inevitably be a battle between monsters and humans. At this time, everyone will stand up and make sacrifices. Aren't you standing against humanity? Besides, if you, a rootless duckweed, don't make some contribution to humanity, how will you achieve class advancement in the future? After hearing young man's advice, which was clearly no different from an accusation, Lin Xiao's face suddenly darkened. Here we go again. The other party has started to instill this distorted value system into him again. Lin Xiao then looked at young man, and his eyes immediately turned cold. He said in a cold, unapproachable tone, "Teacher young man, I have one last warning for you. Don't try to be clever with me anymore, otherwise." Lin Xiao had just said this when a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him directly. Lin Xiao, so you are here. Chapter 85. He will settle all the accounts of the past 3 years today. Although Lin Xiao's words were interrupted, he was not angry. Lin Xiao followed the sound to see who interrupted him, and then saw Yao Chuanxue. At this time, Yao Chuanxue was walking over with a cup in his hand. When he saw Yao Chuanxue, Lin Xiao's expression became much more relaxed. Lin Xiao did not have any bad impression of this old enemy, who had fought with him for many years. I just think this little girl is very strong-willed, even a little childish. Yao Chuanxue came to Lin Xiao, nodded to him, and then looked at young man and Su Lin. The Yao family girl is already so big. I didn't expect she's already in college. Su Lin nodded to Yao Chuanxue. Mr. Su, thank you for your praise. I have something to ask Lin Xiao. Having said that, Yao Chuanxue pulled Lin Xiao and left quickly. Only Su Lin and young man were left looking at each other. They wanted to keep Lin Xiao, but when they thought of the Yao family behind Yao Chuanxue, they didn't want to snatch Lin Xiao in front of Yao Chuanxue, as he was obviously unwilling to chat with them. They could only watch Lin Xiao leave with Yao Chuanxue. Lin Xiao and Yao Chuanxue then came to the balcony one after another. I have to say that the balcony view from the private room of the Ambassador Hotel is really great. Lin Xiao was blowing the evening breeze. Yao Chuanxue also looked into the distance. For a moment, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Chuanxue finally said, "I'm sorry." Lin Xiao shook his head upon hearing this. "It's okay. Even if you don't call me today, I will put an end to my high school life." When Yao Chuanxue heard this, she also shook her head. "No, what I'm talking about is that the Yaolon you met earlier at the Yao family's spirit pet trading company is actually my grandfather. He's the de facto head of our Yao family. Even though my father, Yao Yu, is the head of the family, he usually has to listen to my grandfather." When Lin Xiao heard this, he said, "Oh," and said, "I know." "You know? I guessed it." When Yao Chuanxue heard what Lin Xiao said, she stomped her feet in anger. "I knew Grandpa couldn't hide it from you. With his personality, anyone can see it." When Lin Xiao saw Yao Chuanxue's expression at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little funny and quickly changed the subject. "Do you know that Su Lin? He's the new rich in the Magic City business district." As she spoke, Yao Chuanxue began to tell Lin Xiao about Su Lin. Su Lin has indeed been studying the evolutionary direction of spirit pets recently, but it is not as good as he said. In fact, his laboratory has not produced any results. Later, no one knew who gave him the idea, saying that it might be because of the beast tamer, which led to the lack of progress in his research. Therefore, Su Lin used this as a basis for financing, obtained a large amount of external investment this year, and began to recruit young beastmasters to join. Although we cannot say that Su Lin is a liar, his laboratory does often have problems and cannot be trusted too much. Anyway, it's not a bad thing if you go to his place, but you have to be careful of him. Yao Chuanxue said at the end, and gave a special reminder to Lin Xiao. "Me? Do you think I'm that kind of person?" Lin Xiao asked directly after hearing this. "I don't think so. You're such a cunning person. If you two work together, who knows who will scheme against whom?" Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxue rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao. Then, Yao Chuanxue asked about Lin Xiao's future schedule. "When are you leaving?" "The road to Yuzhou is very difficult. The day after tomorrow." "Bon voyage." I'll definitely beat you when we get to college. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shook his head. He didn't expect that this girl was still so childish. Good luck, and I hope you don't cry when the time comes. When Yao Chunxue heard Lin Xiao's words, she immediately raised her little fist and waved it. Don't mention me crying. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. Lin Xiao quickly raised his hands in surrender. When this young lady got angry, she was actually capable of doing such a thing. The two chatted for a while and then returned to the box. At this time, Su Lin had already left with his men. The expressions of the other people in the class when they looked at Lin Xiao had also changed. Especially after Young Man saw Lin Xiao, her tone began to become sarcastic. Oh my, our top scholar is such a big shot. Even President Su's personal invitation couldn't get you to come. Humph, look what's happening now. So many of our classmates have been implicated by you, especially those who wanted to go to President Su's lab. Now they can't go. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect Young Man to attack him on this matter. Especially those students who wanted to join Su Lin's laboratory. After listening to Young Man's words, the eyes they looked at Lin Xiao became resentful, hateful, and even jealous. The wealthy young men and women looked at the scene in a rather joking manner. Someone, eager to watch the fun, said, "Don't talk about Brother Lin like that. Brother Lin has always been a loner at number 1 middle school, and he's always had this temper." Hurrah, that's right. Usually when I want to chat with Brother Lin, I have to look at his expression. What's wrong with Brother Lin rejecting Su Lin? When Brother Lin becomes a god in the future, even the top leaders of Dragon Nation will probably reject him. When Yao Chunxue saw everyone talking about Lin Xiao like this, she couldn't stand it anymore. How can you say that about Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao has his own rights to refuse to join. Why are you forcibly and morally blackmailing him? Moral kidnapping? We wouldn't dare. He's the top scorer. Yao Chunxue wanted to argue, but was stopped by Lin Xiao. Then, Lin Xiao looked at these so-called teachers and classmates. Teacher Yang, you have to understand one thing. I have the personality I have today because of you. As he spoke, Lin Xiao finally broke off relations with Young Man. My father is a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. I've been studying for so many years, but where's my allowance for children of heroes and martyrs? Where's my poverty allowance? When Young Man heard this topic, she immediately felt guilty and tried to argue with him. You are already a scholarship recipient. All the awards cannot be taken by you alone. All the classmates should also have a share. When Lin Xiao heard this answer, he immediately laughed. Then, Lin Xiao pointed at a student wearing a famous brand and shouted. If I remember correctly, his parents seem to be well-known public intellectuals. They spend all day inciting netizens' emotions online, advocating for the Sakura country and saying that they want to go there. And yet you gave my subsidy for the children of heroes and martyrs to such people. Upon hearing this, Young Man quickly explained, Lin Xiao, you will be punished for slandering others like this. Lin Xiao snorted coldly, then took out his mobile phone and found a photo of the whole family visiting the Sakura shrine from the other party's circle of friends. I don't spit blood. My parents are good citizens. This is just a normal family outing. Upon hearing this, the student immediately became angry and started to argue. However, Lin Xiao did not argue with him, but pointed at another person. As for this guy who received my poverty subsidy, he's even more impressive. The decoration of his home is all made of high-grade raw stones, and he's wearing high-end equipment all over his body. Yet, he received my poverty subsidy. It was you, teacher Young Man, who personally recommended him. Am I right? Young Man thought about it and quickly explained. Lin Xiao, you are a loner and don't fit in class. You never interact with your classmates. You don't know their specific circumstances, so please don't make assumptions. I'm a loner? I don't fit in. Don't you know why I'm isolated? Lin Xiao's voice turned cold. Back in my freshman year of high school, I received a scholarship and you asked me for a red envelope, but I didn't give it to you. As a result, you called me a bastard and violent in front of the whole class and told everyone to stay away from me, lest they get infected by the infectious disease I was carrying. Do you remember? Lin Xiao's final words were powerful and resounding. His mental strength was extremely strong, and his words shocked Young Man so much that she retreated repeatedly. I didn't say that. Don't spit on me. Young Man's voice at this moment was somewhat hysterical. Yao Chunxue looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. In her impression, Lin Xiao was just a taciturn academic who only cared about studying. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's reminder just now, she still wouldn't have realized that Lin Xiao had actually been treated so unfairly. Lin Xiao then looked at Young Man's guilty face and couldn't help but sneer. He wants to settle all the accounts of the past 3 years today? Chapter 86. From now on in this world, you'd better walk with your eyes open. There's one more thing that everyone in the class should know. Back then, I refused to attend the cram school you secretly opened, young man. As a result, you locked me up in a dark room and deliberately prevented me from working part-time. As a result, I was fired from my part-time job and went hungry for a month. I don't need to remind you of these things anymore. Every word Lin Xiao said was like a slap in the face of Yang Man. Yang Man's disguise as a role model was peeled off layer by layer, exposing her filthiness to the sun. Yang Man really couldn't bear it anymore, so she slammed the table and stood up. Lin Xiao, don't be so shameless. Even if I did these things, what difference does it make? It's you who doesn't know how to appreciate it. As a teacher, what's wrong with asking for some red envelopes? Am I supposed to live on my meager salary? If I didn't have these means, would I have been able to reach my current position? I'm telling you, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad birth. If you were born into a wealthy family, you wouldn't have so many troubles. Do you really need me as a teacher in this sprint class? You are all top students in the school, and even the entire city. Even without a teacher, if you were allowed to study on your own, you would still be able to get good grades. Then why do you need me? Isn't it just to balance out you poor bastards with the rich and powerful students? Wake up. This is reality. People like you will never be able to advance to a higher class in your lifetime. After Yang Man said this, many students were speechless. They never expected that Yang Man would say such shameless words. Are good people supposed to be pointed at guns? Should honest people and children from poor families be looked down upon? Then, just then, someone suddenly applauded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found a bald old man wearing glasses walking slowly in from outside the door. Seeing this person, Yang Man's eyes suddenly widened. Principal Liu, why are you here? The person who came was Liu Jiangwo, the principal of number 1 middle school. When Su Lin invited him today, he originally refused. But just now, through other friends' retelling, he learned about Su Lin's words and actions at the farewell dinner of the sprint class. Immediately, he felt that he had to come and take a look to feel at ease. After all, he had heard some things about Su Lin and his laboratory that outsiders didn't know. As a result, as soon as he arrived outside the box, he heard the conversation between Lin Xiao and Yang Man. Liu Jiangwo never imagined that Yang Man, the head teacher of the sprint class, was such a shameless bastard behind his back. Principal Liu, I just said that in anger, don't take it seriously. Liu Jiangwo raised his hand and interrupted the other party. Don't say anything. I will investigate this matter truthfully. As an outstanding teacher at number 1 middle school, all your words and actions represent the image of our school. If you have fallen to this point, then the one who should reflect on yourself is me. I should reflect on why this principal is so derelict in his duty. How could he have such a shameless subordinate like you? From now on, the school will set up an investigation team. We will fully investigate any instances of unfairness and discrimination in teaching at the school. If anyone accepts bribes, discriminates against, or bullies students, all matters will be dealt with according to the law. Upon hearing this, Yang Man stared at Liu Jiangwo in disbelief. She knew that this time, she was completely finished. Liu Jiangwo could have scolded her at this time, or even fired her directly. For her, these punishments were actually not painful at all. At worst, Yang Man can use her fame to find a job in a private school and continue to make money. But Liu Jiangwo directly raised the matter to the level of the school's founding purpose and teaching philosophy, which was equivalent to completely breaking off relations with her. If Yang Man's deeds were exposed, she might end up in jail. Thinking of this, Yang Man hurried forward and pleaded with Liu Jiangwo. Principal, I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Liu Jiangwo, however, ignored Yang Man and walked over to all the students. He first glanced at Lin Xiao, then said to everyone very sincerely, I'm sorry, everyone. This is my fault as the principal. I blame myself for choosing the wrong person. It's my incompetence as the principal. I trusted the teacher's abilities too much and didn't value their ethics. I will report this to the school committee later. After the matter is handled, I will also apply to the school committee for self-punishment. Please rest assured, I will do my best to improve the teaching environment and atmosphere of our school. After saying that, Liu Jiangwo bowed to all the students. When everyone saw this, they all fell silent. After getting up, Liu Jiangwo did not stay any longer, but left immediately. Not long after, some people came and took Yang Man away. This so-called farewell dinner ended in such a farce. Lin Xiao then left the Guobin Hotel with nothing to do. Along the way, he and the 3 girls beside him leisurely enjoyed the night view of the Magic City. The group slowly walked towards Lin Xiao's home. As they walked, they came to a deserted street. Suddenly, some people appeared from both ends of the street. These people directly blocked their way. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at the man in the lead, who was wearing a training uniform and had a high-level Beastmaster badge on his chest. Who are you? Lin Xiao asked. When the other party heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly curled up. Kid, don't say we didn't warn you. You've messed with the wrong people. We've been looking for you for days and couldn't find your whereabouts. Today, we finally found you. Today, we're going to let you know that from now on, when you're in this world, you'd better watch your eyes. Not everyone is someone you can afford to offend. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. There are many people who have a bad relationship with him, but judging from their appearance, they don't look like they are here to kill people. Therefore, the other party should not be Lin Xiaoyan's subordinate. Then who will deal with him? Lin Xiao couldn't help but murmur in his heart. The senior Beastmaster saw that Lin Xiao did not answer him, and there was not even an expression of fear on Lin Xiao's face, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. Damn it, did you hear me? Are you pretending to be dead? Brothers, come on, show him some color. First, break this guy's 3 legs, and then take him to see our boss. Chapter 87. Otherwise, I will cripple both of your legs. After the senior Beastmaster in the lead finished speaking, the intermediate Beastmasters behind him immediately took out their pokeballs. The narrow alley was soon filled with more than a dozen spirit pets. Most of them are sea-level second-order spiritual pets. Such strength is obviously beyond the reach of an ordinary high school graduate. Obviously, the other party knew that Lin Xiao was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Therefore, in order to be on the safe side, we brought many more people and also had a senior Beastmaster in charge. Lin Xiao looked at these spirit pets, then looked at Xiaoqing and Xiaozhou beside him, and said, "Which of you two will come?" When the senior Beastmaster heard what Lin Xiao said, he immediately pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted angrily, "Boy, it's already this late, and you're still pretending. Do you still think you can defeat us? Do you think this is still the college entrance examination? What's more, I'm a high-level Beastmaster. If we attack together, even 10 of you can be easily defeated. Brothers, don't hold back. Attack together. Don't kill those 3 little bitches around him. The boss said they're still useful." Hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Isn't the other party coming for him? But he came for his humanoid spirit pet? Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of someone. That was Su Lin. Lin Xiao's eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. If you take action in the city, aren't you afraid of being taken away by the public security? Upon hearing this, the senior Beastmaster couldn't help but sneer. Public security? Humph. I'm telling you, as long as our boss says so, the public security department will obediently release the person. Let me tell you the truth. Our boss is the famous Su Yaolin. How dare you steal Su Xiao's girlfriend? You are really tired of living. When Lin Xiao heard Su Yaolin, he was stunned at first, because although he had some impression of Su Yaolin, it was not much. For Lin Xiao, after traveling through time, his deepest impression of Su Yaolin, apart from the fact that the other party seemed to be a student from another class in number 1 middle school, was probably about their time at Yao's spirit pet trading company. Lin Xiao remembered Su Yaolin's arrogance in front of him at that time, which formed a sharp contrast with Su Yaolin's pig-like behavior in front of Yao Chuanxue. Moreover, Lin Xiao did not have a humanoid spirit pet at that time. Su Yaolin wanted to attack Lin Xiao in the spirit pet store. If Yao Chuanxue had not stepped forward to stop him, it would have been really difficult for Lin Xiao to deal with Su Yaolin. What a narrow road for enemies. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. While Lin Xiao was still thinking, the spirit pets of the intermediate Beastmaster on the opposite side had all rushed over. Seeing this, Xiaoqing walked forward slowly. Her graceful appearance did not seem like she was going to fight with anyone, but more like an actor who came out to perform a play. There was no trace of murderous intent in her. When those second-level spirit pets rushed towards Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing's eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, her clothes turned into scales, and her body suddenly grew larger, forming a giant green snake that was 50 meters long. Afterwards, Xiaoqing directly surrounded those spiritual pets in the middle. Those intermediate Beastmasters were shocked after seeing this scene. Then, they were shocked to see the green snake's mouth slowly expand. A strong sense of oppression descended upon their heads. They were so frightened that they couldn't move. Upon seeing this, the senior Beastmaster shouted furiously, "What are you doing? Fight back!" Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nodded. As expected of the only high-level Beastmaster, he's quite capable. Even under Xiaoqing's pressure, he was able to remain calm and react. That's a pretty good mental state. When Lin Xiao saw the senior Beastmaster's 3rd-level spirit pet start to attack Xiaoqing, he couldn't help but sigh that the other party had indeed made the most correct response at the moment. But in the end, Lin Xiao sighed. Will such an attack really work? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask back. Then, they saw Xiaoqing's mouth getting bigger and bigger, and finally swallowed all their pets in one bite. They all screamed at the same time. Some people with weak mental strength fell directly to the ground, wailing nonstop. The pain of losing a spiritual pet strikes directly at the soul. The feeling of being torn apart cannot be described in words. The senior Beastmaster then also showed a painful expression, but compared to others, he could still bear it. But the cold sweat on his forehead revealed that he was not feeling well. Lin Xiao then walked forward with a smile and came in front of him. "Take me to see your boss now, otherwise." After saying this, Lin Xiao showed a meaningful smile, as if he wanted to give the other person an unforgettable memory. "Don't even think about it. How dare a lowly person like you be worthy of being with the boss?" However, before he could finish his words, Lin Xiao took out a bone knife from his pocket and stabbed it directly into the other person's thigh. This knife directly pierced the opponent's leg bone. Then, Lin Xiao exerted a little force, and with a click sound, the opponent's leg bone was directly broken by Lin Xiao. You bastard," the senior Beastmaster cursed. Lin Xiao ignored the other party's words. He held the bone knife in his hand and said in a harmless voice, "I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Su Yalan is. Otherwise, I will cripple both of your legs." The double torture of soul and body made the senior Beastmaster lose all resistance. In the hot bar, Lin Xiao smiled when he heard that, then patted the other person's cheek and said, "You're smart." After saying that, Lin Xiao left the place amid the other party's horrified expression. When the other party saw that Lin Xiao had walked far away and was heading towards the hot bar, he quickly took out his mobile phone, thinking of informing Su Yalan. But no matter how many times he called, no one answered the phone. The senior Beastmaster couldn't help but throw his phone to the ground in anger. "It's over. If something really happens to young Master Su, we'll all be in big trouble." Lin Xiao was like a ghost-fire yellow-haired man walking on the street with 3 beautiful girls of different styles. He was strolling leisurely on the streets of the Magic City, enjoying the night view as he walked. As they walked, a semi-basement bar appeared opposite them. Above the door, it says Hot Bar. There were a few people who looked like security guards at the door, organizing everyone to enter. Lin Xiao walked towards the door like an ordinary customer. Seeing this, the security guards immediately stopped Lin Xiao at the door. "You? Where are you from? Go back. You're dressed like a beggar, and you still want to go into the bar? Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at his clothes and felt that there was nothing special about them. They were very decent. The man seemed to know what Lin Xiao was thinking and said with disdain, "I can see that your outfit is less than 100 yuan. Do you know what you can buy with 100 yuan? I tell you, it can't even buy a beer. Get out, get out, get out, get out now. Don't delay the bar's business here, or I'll make you pay." After saying that, the man looked at the 3 girls behind Lin Xiao. These 3 girls are quite nice. They're dressed up in unique styles. Even the girl with animal ears is dressed up. "Please come in." As he spoke, the other party invited Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing in. In order to attract customers, many bars will open their doors to some beautiful girls for free. The purpose is to attract more customers. In this place of debauchery, everyone is the most primitive hunter and also the prey. Men are all looking for beauty, and so are women. Chapter 88, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Please keep your mouth shut. It was precisely because the bar hoped that the pretty girls would bring in more customers that the bar security guard's eyes widened immediately when he saw Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. These are all top quality. If these top-notch girls go to a bar and then find 2 brothers to shoot a short video and send it to various customer groups in the bar, wouldn't that make those beastly young men excited? Then tonight's profits will definitely take off. The other party couldn't take his eyes off Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. This girl with animal ears looks so good as a fox. She's so charming. That girl with bunny ears and training uniform is also a top-notch beauty, the one in Hanfu. When the other person looked at Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing acted naughty again. Her eyes suddenly turned into vertical pupils, and then she stretched out her snake-like tongue, like a monster that wanted to eat people, scaring the security guard so much that he took several steps back. The security guard was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. His companions hurried over and asked, "What's wrong? What happened? Is someone causing trouble?" After a series of questions, the security guard shook his head. Then, the security guard looked at Xiaoqing with lingering fear, but found that Xiaoqing had not changed at all. She was still standing there so gracefully, like a fairy who was not of this world. "Am I dazzled?" the security guard asked himself uncertainly. At this moment, he glanced at his companions. "Brothers, look at those 3 girls. Are they top-notch?" Upon hearing this, the other security guards nodded quickly. "Beautiful. So beautiful. That woman with fox ears looks very attractive. She must be a slutty bitch. That woman with bunny ears looks quiet and gentle, but who knows how wild she is behind the scenes. She might even kill you in bed. Hara, I prefer the woman in Hanfu. People nowadays are all about having fun. I like people like that. The security guards openly commented on Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned, then took a step forward and slapped the security guard in the face. This slap made the other person spin in circles. After the other person finished turning around and sat on the ground, his face still looked a little confused. Soon, the other party let out a wow and spat out a few teeth before reacting. You dare to hit me? Don't you know where this place is? You dare to attack me here. You are courting death. Lin Xiao sneered and said, I'm just teaching you a lesson. Be careful with your mouth. After hearing Lin Xiao's explanation, the security guards instantly became furious. Who the hell are you? How dare you come here and act wild? Brothers, beat this guy to a pulp and arrest the remaining 3 women. After saying that, the security guards rushed over. Although those security guards are ordinary people, they have all received some training, and their combat effectiveness may not be much worse than that of junior beastmasters. However, they were still no match for Lin Xiao. Before Lin Xiao could make a move, the 3 little girls took the lead. Just a moment later, the security guards fell to the ground, wailing. Lin Xiao didn't even look at them, and then walked straight into the hot bar. Seeing this, the security guard lying on the ground realized that Lin Xiao might come into the bar and cause trouble. He quickly endured the pain, took out the intercom used to contact the security guard inside the bar, and shouted, Quickly notify the captain. Tell him to call the Beastmaster. After Lin Xiao walked into the bar, he saw young men and women inside, indulging their desires on the dance floor. They were dressed provocatively, acted boldly, and spent lavishly, not taking tomorrow seriously at all. In their eyes, there is only the present, and they only want to squander everything they can, whether it is material, spiritual, or even one's own body. Lin Xiao remained calm and directly grabbed a waiter. Where's Su Yalan? The waiter was stunned when he heard this. He looked Lin Xiao up and down. Then, when he saw the 3 girls behind him, he seemed to understand something. He quickly pointed in a direction and said, Young Master Su is in the luxurious box at the back. After Lin Xiao knew where Su Yalan was and let go, the other party left without a care. Lin Xiao then took the 3 girls to the innermost box. Inside the box, Su Yalan was hugging a girl with his left hand and his right hand on the thigh of another girl. A younger brother beside him quickly said, Young Master Su, you're going to college soon. When you get there, you must take good care of the brothers. You were in the top 50 in the Shanghai entrance exam this year, so you're definitely a candidate for key training. Yes, Mr. Su, everyone knows about this year's college entrance examination. Apart from the 4 abnormalities in the top 4, the rest of the scores are not much different. Bah, are you insulting young Master Su by saying that? Young Master Su just didn't want to get a high score and wanted to keep a low profile. Otherwise, how could that Lin Xiao be involved? After hearing this, Su Yalan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, that Lin Xiao's arrogance won't last much longer. After hearing Su Yalan's words, everyone couldn't help but step forward and ask, Oh, what's the matter? Did young Master Su take action? Upon hearing this, Amelia Su snorted coldly. That ignorant fellow actually dared to get so close to Yao Chuanxue. I've wanted to kill him for a long time. After hearing what Su Yalan said, several of Su Yalan's lackeys quickly agreed. Fuck, this Lin Xiao is so shameless. Doesn't he know that Yao Chuanxue is young Master Su's chosen future wife? Damn it, young Master Su, do you want your brothers to bring a few people and kill him tonight? That's right, he dared to steal young Master Su's woman. That Lin Xiao must be tired of living. The 2 girls next to Amelia Su spoke with an unhappy look on their faces after hearing what Amelia Su said. Master Su, what's so good about Yao Chuanxue? Is her work better than ours? Young Master Su, I've learned a few new positions. I'll show them to you tonight. They'll definitely satisfy you more than Yao Chuanxue's. After hearing what the 2 girls said, Su Yalan couldn't help but rub the 2 girls with great satisfaction. Hara, Yao Chuanxue is different from you guys. She's the only daughter of the Yao family. Marrying her is equivalent to marrying the Yao family. As for that Lin Xiao, he's totally a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Just wait. Tonight, I'll make him kneel before me and beg me to let him go. As soon as Su Yalan finished speaking, the door of the luxury box was kicked open with a loud bang. The entire door panel flew out and hit a lackey behind the door. Su Yalan was extremely surprised when he saw this, and immediately shouted, Who? Don't you know that this is my territory? Just as he finished speaking, he saw a charming and seductive woman walk in. That woman was naturally Xiaojiu. At this time, Xiaojiu was casually wearing a cloak. The beauty of her chest and thighs appeared and disappeared as she walked, which made people imagine a lot. After seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva and wanted to tear off the girl's cloak to see if there was anything empty inside. Then, Chimera walked in with his hands in his pockets as if nothing had happened. She had a lollipop in her mouth. Anyone who sees such a youthful girl will involuntarily call her the best. Finally, Xiaoqing walked in slowly and gracefully, like a fairy from a painting, and even in this noisy place, she was not stained by the dust. Soon, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing, who had already walked into the luxurious box, all leaned against the door, waiting for their master to come in. Chapter 89. If I take a step, I lose. Lin Xiao then walked into the luxurious box under everyone's attention. The moment Su Yalan saw Lin Xiao, she immediately shouted in surprise. Lin Xiao? How could it be you? Su Yalan never thought that when he sent his men to capture Lin Xiao would come to him himself. Why? You don't welcome me? Didn't you send people everywhere to look for me? After Su Yalan heard Lin Xiao's words, her expression changed instantly. He was not stupid and immediately understood the meaning of Lin Xiao's words. Where are my men? Why aren't they coming with you? Su Yalan couldn't understand why Lin Xiao was the only one here. When Lin Xiao heard this, he showed a meaningful expression. Because your men should all be in the hospital now. Hospital? What did you do to them? When Su Yalan heard Lin Xiao's words, she realized the seriousness of the matter. He knew that Lin Xiao was not easy to deal with, so he specially sent more people, and even sent a high-level beastmaster to support him. However, even with such a lineup, they were unable to defeat Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao dealt with them all by himself and sent them all to the hospital. This was really beyond Su Yalan's expectations. Su Yalan did not suspect that Lin Xiao was lying, because with Lin Xiao's strength, there was no need to do so. Therefore, after understanding how powerful Lin Xiao was, Su Yalan's voice trembled a little. Su Yalan suppressed his fear and looked at Lin Xiao and said, "What do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is my Su family's territory. If you dare to do anything reckless here, my Su family will never forgive you." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately sneered. "Didn't you want to see me? I just came here to ask you. What do you want to say to me?" Lin Xiao walked forward slowly and pulled a chair. At this time, someone had already noticed that the atmosphere was not right. They stood up and yelled at Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, stop pretending. You offended our young master Su, and why don't you apologize quickly? Do you want us to?" However, before the other party could finish his words, he felt a flash before his eyes. Then, there was a loud bang, and he was slapped hard in the face. Xiaojiu immediately withdrew her hand and looked at Su Yalan's lackey. After turning around several times, he finally sat on the ground and fainted. When Lin Xiao saw this, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. He was Xiaojiu, and he didn't know how to control his actions like he did. If Xiaojiu is happy, he will just beat you to a pulp. If Xiaojiu is unhappy, he will beat you to death. Especially if the other party is disrespectful to Lin Xiao, Xiaojiu will be even less polite. Of course, it's not just Xiaojiu, Chimera and Xiaoqing are the same. Just now, Lin Xiao stood up for the three sisters, so the three sisters would not allow others to disrespect Lin Xiao. At this moment, several security guards suddenly rushed in at the door. The leader had a certificate of a high-level beastmaster on his chest. As soon as he walked into the room, he shouted arrogantly, "Damn it! Who dared to act wildly in my territory and injure my men just now?" As he spoke, he saw Amelia Su in the box. He immediately showed his lackey-like appearance and hurried to Su Yalan's front, saying in a low voice, "Hey, Mr. Su, you are here. My men just encountered a few thieves who said they came to your box. Are you okay?" When he saw the senior beastmaster in front of him, Su Yalan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Su Yalan laughed and said, "Huh? You're finally here. Brother Chong, it's this guy? He was the one who offended me last time. And he's the one who caused trouble this time. Today, you must kill him for me no matter what." After seeing Brother Chong enter the box, Su Yalan's other lackeys finally put their minds at ease. Someone excitedly said, "Although Brother Chong is a high-level beastmaster, his true strength has already reached the star level. He just hasn't participated in the raiding. With Brother Chong here, I wonder how you, Lin Xiao, can still be so arrogant." "That's right. I heard that Brother Chong could have become a star a few years ago, but for some reason, he never went for the raiding. Don't you understand? Brother Chong just doesn't want to be targeted by the authorities. Isn't it good to be a wild beast tamer?" After hearing what Su Yalan said, Brother Chong immediately looked at Lin Xiao and showed a cruel smile. "Are you the #1 scholar in the Demon City? I heard that you were so ungrateful that you even dared to compete with young Master Su for a woman. Today, I will teach you a lesson. You will know that if you see young Master Su in the future, you must keep your tail between your legs." After hearing what Brother Chong said, Amelia Su finally felt confident. He then took out his pokeball and heard a boom as a ball of fire flew out of it. Then, a spirit pet that looked like a fire dragon stood in the middle of the field. Brother Chong, let's go together. Let him see how powerful a fire-type spirit pet is with my fire-enhanced talent. When Brother Chong heard this, he also chuckled and threw out the pokeball. Brother Chong is also a fire-type spirit pet, an ostrich with flaming wings. Information about the two spirit pets also appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Explosive Flame Dragon, a B-level, second-order spirit pet, a fire-type spirit pet with extremely strong attack power. Possesses the skills of Exploding Flame, Fireball, and Crazy Bite. The Fire-Walking Ostrich is a C-rank, fourth-order spiritual pet. It's a bird that feels inferior because it can't fly. Its dream is to become a divine bird like the phoenix. Its attack power is extremely strong. If it can't be properly tamed, there's a certain chance that it will attack indiscriminately, including its own owner. Possesses skills such as Flame Shock, Fire Rain, and Lava Attack. When Lin Xiao saw these two spiritual pets, his eyes suddenly lit up. If he remembered correctly, when he met Su Yalan before the college entrance examination, Su Yalan's pet was still Charmander. Now, Charmander has evolved into Infernape. Such a fast evolution speed proves that Su Yalan is a beastmaster with good strength. It seems that Amelia Su does have something to be proud of. However, this fire-walking ostrich is actually much lower in level. It is only a C-level spiritual pet, and it will also retaliate against its owner. It can be said to be a very embarrassing spiritual pet. At this time, Su Yalan and Brother Chong looked at Lin Xiao together. Lin Xiao, if you surrender now, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will keep you here forever. Su Yalan looked at Lin Xiao and shouted coldly. Brother Chong next to him was ready at this time, waiting for Su Yalan's order. Lin Xiao looked at Su Yalan and Brother Chong, his expression unchanged. He said nonchalantly, "Come at me, both of you. If I make a move, I lose." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Su Yalan immediately cursed angrily. "Damn it! You are about to die, and you are still pretending to be stupid with me." Exploding Flame Dragon. Exploding Flame. When Su Yalan cursed and attacked Lin Xiao, the Fire Ostrich also used a flame attack on Lin Xiao at the same time. You know, Su Yalan's talent is the enhancement of fire elements. With the blessing of his talent, the attack power of the explosive dragon is comparable to that of a third-level monster. Suddenly, the entire luxurious box became extremely hot, and two strong streams of fire rushed directly towards Lin Xiao. As a result, just when Lin Xiao was about to die in the sea of fire, the two flames suddenly disappeared. This made Su Yalan and Brother Chong a little confused. This was really beyond their expectations. Their spirit pet's attack just disappeared like that. Explosive Dragon, Fire Ostrich, why did you cancel your attack? Burn this bastard to death. Su Yalan couldn't help but curse at him and Brother Chong's two spiritual pets. Although Brother Chong didn't say anything, his bad expression at this time also showed that he and Su Yalan had the same attitude. However, the two spiritual pets, the Exploding Flame Dragon and the Fire Ostrich, did not respond to Su Yalan's words at this time. They huddled together like quails, as if they had seen something terrible. Seeing this, Su Yalan and Brother Chong couldn't help but look in the direction of their two spirit pets' eyes. Then, they saw Xiaojiu snapping his fingers, and in Xiaojiu's hand, there was a brilliant spark, appearing and disappearing. Although Su Yalan didn't know what kind of fire was in Xiaojiu's hand, his talent allowed him to sense an extremely dangerous feeling. X0007 Chapter 90. Lin Xiao's fighting ability is simply too strong. Although Brother Chong was not as talented as Amelia Su and could sense the danger, he also felt that something was wrong. The two then hurriedly urged their respective spirit pets. After realizing that something was wrong, Brother Chong quickly called out to his fire-walking ostrich. Attack! Attack! Su Yalan even kicked the explosive dragon directly on the butt. What use do I have for you? You're a piece of trash. There is a flame on the explosive dragon's tail, but under the suppression of the heavenly fire, the flame becomes very small. At this moment, Su Yalan's mind was filled with anger, and he didn't pay any attention to the flame. He was immediately burned and grimaced. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiaojiu. All right, stop playing. Xiaojiu nodded after hearing this. Afterwards, Xiaojiu took a step forward, and the scenery under the fiery red cloak appeared and disappeared. She walked up to the explosive dragon and the fire ostrich. The two spiritual pets known for their violence had completely turned into quails. Xiaojiu showed an evil smile, then suddenly opened her mouth and a flame spurted out of her mouth. The flames then enveloped the two spirit pets. When the flames dissipated, the exploding flame dragon and the fire ostrich were no longer there. Xiaojiu then patted her belly and burped with great satisfaction. At the same time, Brother Chong and Su Yalan immediately hugged their heads and began to cry out in pain. But Brother Chong can still bear it. As for Su Yalan, he was rolling on the ground and talking nonsense. The others were immediately frightened into silence by the scene before them. It's so weird. Lin Xiao easily eliminated a B-level second-order spirit pet and a C-level fourth-order spirit pet, without even leaving a corpse. Lin Xiao then walked forward and looked at Su Yalan, who was already unconscious, with disdain on his face. He casually picked up a bottle of wine beside him and splashed it on Su Yalan's face. Only then did Su Yalan sober up a little. Then, Lin Xiao squatted down and looked at Su Yalan coldly. Are you going to cause me trouble again? Hearing this, Su Yalan looked at Lin Xiao in horror and didn't dare to speak at all. At this time, someone wanted to save Su Yalan, which made Lin Xiao wary. He shouted from the side, Lin Xiao, don't be too happy too soon. Young Master Su is the son of our Modu tycoon Su Lin. President Su has cooperation with many schools. If you dare to touch young Master Su, then even Yuzhou Lingchong University will not be able to protect you. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raised his eyebrows, and then looked at Su Yalan. So Su Lin is your father. When Su Yalan heard this, he seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw at this moment, and quickly pretended to be calm and threatened. That's right. Su Lin is my father, what? Are you scared now? When Lin Xiao heard Su Yalan's words, he sneered. Then, Lin Xiao took out Su Yalan's cell phone from Su Yalan's pocket. Seeing this, Su Yalan felt a sense of urgency and didn't know what Lin Xiao was going to do. Then, Su Yalan saw Lin Xiao throw his phone in his face and said, Now, immediately, call your father and tell him that you are in my hands. Ask him to bring money to redeem you. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned, wondering what Lin Xiao was up to. However, Su Yalan no longer cared about Lin Xiao's intentions at this time. He quickly dialed the phone, hoping that his father Su Lin would come to rescue him quickly. Dad, I was beaten. Come and save me quickly. Su Lin was rejected by Lin Xiao today and was already in a bad mood. When he received Su Yalan's call, his face changed immediately. Help! Help! Save you. All you do is cause trouble outside every day. If you can't beat others, just die outside. After saying that, Su Lin hung up the phone. When Su Yalan heard this, she immediately looked at his phone in disbelief. Su Yalan was using the hands-free mode just now, so everyone in the box heard Su Lin yelling at Su Yalan. They originally thought that when Su Lin heard that his son was bullied, he would decisively bring people over to avenge Amelia Su. As a result, things turned out like this. Now, everyone can only stare at each other. Did I open it the wrong way? Su Yalan still didn't give up and called again. This time, Su Lin was already a little furious. You unfilial son. If you dare to cause me trouble again, I will send you to my laboratory to be a specimen. Su Yalan ignored her father's threats and quickly cried out, I'm telling the truth. I'm controlled by Lin Xiao now. He asked you to bring money to redeem me, right here at the hot bar. Su Lin was about to start cursing again, but when he heard Lin Xiao's name, he was stunned. What did you say? I'm being controlled by someone. Please come and save me, right here in the hot bar. No, I asked you who controlled you just now. Lin Xiao? He's the #1 scholar in the Magic City this time. He's right next to me now, and he's the one who asked you to pay money to redeem me. Upon hearing this, Su Lin immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, Su Lin said, Okay, tell Lin Xiao to stop messing around. I'll be right over. Hearing Su Lin say that he was coming to save himself, Su Yalan suddenly felt that he was okay again. Su Yalan then shouted arrogantly, Lin Xiao, just wait for death. Now, no one is allowed to leave this room. When my dad comes, I'll take all of your humanoid pets. I'll make them my own. I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged indifferently at first. Then he kicked Su Yalan on the head, and the latter fainted instantly. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Xiao then turned around and looked at Brother Chong. Why? You want to say something too? Brother Chong originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but after seeing what happened to Su Yalan, he quickly shut his mouth. Lin Xiao then looked at Su Yalan's other lackeys who were eager to try. After seeing Lin Xiao's gaze, they quickly took a step back, and some even covered their mouths directly, telling Lin Xiao with their actions that they would remain quiet. Seeing this, Lin Xiao nodded involuntarily, then found a place and sat down. Xiaojiu then sat down beside Lin Xiao very attentively, and then asked Lin Xiao very gently, Master, what would you like to drink? Lin Xiao glanced at the drinks on the table. Most of them had been opened and wasted by this group of people. Then Lin Xiao glanced out of the corner of his eye and happened to meet Brother Chong's gaze. When Brother Chong saw Lin Xiao's eyes, his body immediately stiffened as if he had been electrocuted, and he quickly laughed dryly twice. I'll get the wine. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Go ahead. Just get the most expensive wine in the bar. When Brother Chong heard what Lin Xiao said, his body stiffened again. The most expensive wine? If they sell the most expensive wine, they will definitely get a large dividend. But in the current situation, the bar has to bear the cost of these drinks, and it may even have to be shared by everyone. Lin Xiao looked at Brother Chong's hesitation and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Brother Chong quickly shook his head. No problem. No problem. I'll go right away. After saying that, Brother Chong left the box in a flash. There were a few of Brother Chong's men at the door. They had just been outside the box and witnessed everything inside. They hurried over and asked, Brother Chong, what should we do now? Should we go get some help? Upon hearing this, Brother Chong couldn't help but slap the little brother on the head in anger. Idiot! The boss is coming, and you're going to ask for reinforcements now? By then, they won't be reinforcements, but ghost soldiers. What should we do then? Are we supposed to run away? Lin Xiao's fighting ability is simply too strong. After hearing what his younger brother said, Brother Chong couldn't help but sigh. We're screwed this time. All we have to do now is to ensure young Master Su's safety. After saying that, Brother Chong walked to the bar, took a few bottles of the most expensive wine in the bar, and then went to the luxury box. Underscore extra the underscore. Chapter 91 on the best talker. To be honest, Brother Chong felt very painful about giving those bottles of the bar's most expensive wine to Lin Xiao. After all, this is all money. However, for his own future in life, Brother Chong had no choice but to give it a try. When Brother Chong returned to the room, he saw that Su Yalan had woken up. And now, Su Yalan has obviously become much more honest. Su Yalan finally understood that Lin Xiao really didn't regard his life as a human life, and might really kill him. Brother Chong quickly placed the bottles of wine in front of Lin Xiao. Without Lin Xiao saying anything, Xiao Jiu picked up a bottle at random, opened the cap, and poured a small cup for Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao doesn't like drinking, he often socialized due to work before his rebirth, so he has some knowledge about the quality of wine. However, I couldn't see any foam or smell any alcohol in the box, so I could only try it first. Then, Lin Xiao drank it in one gulp. Brother Chong felt like his heart was bleeding as he watched Lin Xiao drink the wine. As a result, Lin Xiao curled his lips and said, Why is it so hard to drink? Hearing this, Brother Chong quickly explained, This is a famous wine produced in Austria and Hungary. It needs to be adjusted before it tastes good. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao kicked the bottle of wine aside without hesitation. The wine bottles were broken into pieces all over the floor, and Brother Chong felt like he was half dead from this kick. It's not that Lin Xiao doesn't like foreign liquor, he just doesn't like this fancy way of drinking. Afterwards, Xiao Jiu opened another bottle for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao drank it all again. In the end, he still felt that it had no taste. This is sake from Sakura country. Lin Xiao then kicked the wine aside again. It's just a waste of time. I'd rather drink beer. Brother Chong was almost crying at this time. If Lin Xiao continued to kick him, he would go bankrupt. Xiao Jiu then opened another bottle of wine for Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao drank it all, he nodded. He seemed very satisfied. As a result, the corners of Brother Chong's mouth were twitching. He felt that Lin Xiao might as well smash the bottle of wine. This bottle of wine is actually just an ordinary bottle of liquor, the cheapest one. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiao actually took a fancy to this bottle of liquor. Not long after, the door of the luxury box opened again. A man in a suit and tie walked in from outside. The person who came was Su Lin. Su Lin had just walked in, and he also felt that there seemed to be something wrong with the way he opened the door. The first thing he saw when he opened the door was his son's friends standing in a row against the wall, just like princesses in a KTV waiting for customers to choose their concubines. But their expressions looked more like they were being scolded by a teacher. At this moment, all their eyes were focused on the ground. Following their gaze, Su Lin's mouth corners twitched suddenly. Su Lin saw Su Yalan lying on the ground like a corpse, looking at the ceiling with a bitter face. His group of friends seemed to be attending his funeral at this time, lining up in a moment of silence. Seeing Su Lin coming in, Su Yalan quickly got up from the ground and said with tears in her eyes, Dad, you are finally here. You don't know how excessive Lin Xiao is. Su Lin recounted what Lin Xiao had just done, adding fuel to the fire. Su Lin ignored him and looked at Lin Xiao, who was drinking with an expressionless face. Boss Su, sit down. Lin Xiao pointed to a small stool opposite, as if he was the owner. Su Lin took a look at the somewhat insulting little stool and immediately sneered. However, Su Lin didn't care and sat down on it. Su Lin suppressed his anger and said, "Tell me, what's going on?" Lin Xiao first drank the wine in the glass and then said in a calm tone, "Your son sent someone to kill me, did you know?" When Su Lin heard this, his pupils suddenly dilated. Although he knew that Su Yalan was a bastard, he didn't expect Su Yalan to be a bastard to this extent. So, Su Lin quickly looked at Su Yalan. Su Yalan then said with a guilty conscience, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Who asked him to steal my girlfriend?" When Su Lin saw Su Yalan's expression, he knew that this must be true. After all, their Su family had done a lot of similar things before. It is very likely that Su Yalan did not have the intention to kill Lin Xiao, but his subordinates wanted to make things worse. However, Su Lin was more curious about what Su Yalan said about Lin Xiao stealing his girlfriend. You know, there is never a shortage of women around Su Yalan. When did he have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Who is it? Su Lin couldn't help but ask Su Yalan. Yao Chunxue. She's the only daughter of the Yao family. Puff. After Su Lin heard Su Yalan's words, he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. How could Yao Chunxue like a fool like you? However, Su Lin finally understood what had happened. It must be that Su Yalan saw the close relationship between Yao Chunxue and Lin Xiao and became jealous, so she sent people to cause trouble for Lin Xiao. As a seasoned expert, Su Lin had already guessed most of the facts. However, Su Lin is not a pushover. He will not let Lin Xiao pinch his nose and leave because of this matter. Su Lin then sneered and said, "These are just some minor conflicts between you young people, but you've gone so far as to do things. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from my Su family?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he snorted coldly. "I've already dealt with all the assassins your Su family sent. Also, he just said he wanted to kill me and take my pet for himself." Lin Xiao then put down his wine glass and looked at Su Lin, his momentum not at all inferior. At this time, when Su Lin was negotiating with Lin Xiao, the aura of a superior had already begun to emanate from him. "Oh, then you should report it to the police. Besides, you caused trouble in our Su family bar and injured my son. This is not how we'll settle this account. Besides, you beat my son like this. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave this door?" As soon as Su Lin finished saying this, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing all showed ferocious expressions at the same time. This beastly nature and murderous aura that came from the most ancient beasts was completely beyond the ability of even Su Lin, who had been in a high position for a long time. What's more, these three girls all have divine bloodline. Su Lin almost fell off the chair. However, the shaking of his body had already made him extremely embarrassed. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. "If something happens to me that prevents me from reporting to Yuzhou Spiritual Pet University, who will the authorities investigate first?" Lin Xiao said this calmly, but there was a hint of teasing in his eyes. Su Lin naturally understood what Lin Xiao meant. He immediately looked at Lin Xiao with twitching eyes and cursed angrily. "I advise you not to cause trouble." Just now, Su Lin and Lin Xiao had an unpleasant argument over laboratory issues, and now his son has sent people to cause trouble for Lin Xiao. It can be said that no matter what happens to Lin Xiao now, everyone will point the finger at Su Lin. Moreover, Lin Xiao is likely to have the support of the Yao family. Su Lin understood that if the Yao family wanted to go against him, things would become even more troublesome. Seeing Su Lin's expression at this moment, Lin Xiao seemed to be kind enough to comfort him. "Boss Su, don't be so excited. I'm the best at talking." Chapter 92, 1 billion. How much do you think your life is worth? Lin Xiao stood up, looked at Su Lin with cold eyes, and moved slowly. "I came here today for no other reason than to put an end to this matter." Finished? How? In fact, Su Lin already had some guesses, but he still wanted to hear what Lin Xiao had to say. Lin Xiao didn't beat around the bush with Su Lin. "It's very simple. Either you give your son an apology for 1 billion, or we'll see." Lin Xiao spoke softly, but every word he said hit Su Lin's heart. Su Lin was breathing heavily in anger. 1 billion. How much do you think your life is worth? Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "I want to correct a misunderstanding of yours. This billion is not to buy my life, but to buy the lives of your entire Su family." At this time, Su Lin could no longer bear it. He had not met a young man who dared to talk to him like this for many years. Su Lin's expression was ferocious, and he started shouting. "Lin Xiao, the reason I invited you into my lab is because I think highly of you. Too many geniuses like you die young. Even the number of geniuses who have died at my hands is too many to count on 2 hands. I just don't know if you will be the next one." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but pat Su Lin on the shoulder and said, "I don't have the same ability as you, and I don't have to pay for killing someone. However, the last person who said the same thing to you was that old bastard Lu Zhan." When Su Lin heard this, he was stunned. Then he turned around suddenly, looked at Lin Xiao's back, and asked, "Did you kill Lu Zhan?" You know, after Lu Zhan took the backbone of the Lu family out of the city, he never came back. This is something that everyone in Demon City knows. After the Lu family was destroyed by the authorities, Lu Zhan was not on the wanted list. The only explanation is that Lu Zhan was brought to justice or executed. However, whether it is an execution or a punishment, the official will make a notification. Therefore, the upper-class people in Shanghai have always been curious about how Lu Zhan died. As a result, Lin Xiao actually took the initiative to bring up this matter. Lin Xiao didn't answer Su Lin, but said nonchalantly, "It's not a big deal. It was just a small conflict between me and his son Lu Chan. But now it's all settled." As he spoke, Lin Xiao also glanced at Su Yalan, who was shivering beside them. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Lin fell into deep thought. He just couldn't understand how a poor man like Lin Xiao could have such great power. Even the authorities stood on Lin Xiao's side and wiped out the Lu family. Could it be that the Yao family took action? At this moment, Su Lin felt that his understanding of Lin Xiao was too superficial. After today, he must investigate Lin Xiao's past carefully. Looking at Lin Xiao's back, Su Lin thought about it and agreed with a twitching mouth. "Okay, I promise." Of course, Lin Xiao knew what Su Lin meant by promise. Then, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. "Thank you for the treat. This bottle of wine is great. Remember to transfer the money to my account." Then, Lin Xiao took Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing away. Seeing Lin Xiao leaving, Su Yalan rushed over. "Dad, are you just going to let Lin Xiao go like this? Aren't you going to avenge me? I'm your only son." Su Lin looked at his disappointing son in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Su Yalan. "I'll let you cause me trouble. I'll let you cause me trouble." "Hiss. Dad, stop hitting me. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, if you hit me again, I'm going to fight back." "You dare to fight back." The entire luxurious box was then thrown into chaos because of the Su family father and son. After Lin Xiao left, he didn't take today's events to heart and went straight home. The only reason why he put pressure on Su Lin today was because this person was very dangerous to Lin Xiao. In this world where the strong are respected and people eat each other, Lin Xiao dare not pin his life on the kindness of others. Su Lin made such a big scene at their class's farewell dinner today. Lin Xiao didn't think that the other party canceled the recruitment just because he refused to join his team and then got angry. It is very likely that Su Lin actually came here for him. And everything Su Lin did before was just a pretense. At most, Su Lin would only give young man some rewards to cover up his real purpose. Otherwise, the other party would not have left immediately after Lin Xiao refused. Therefore, when Lin Xiao learned that Su Yalan was Su Lin's son, he decisively decided to put pressure on Su Lin to see if the other party would reveal himself after becoming furious. As for the danger, Lin Xiao felt that Su Lin was not stupid. Even if Su Lin wanted to attack him, he would not do it on the spot. If a veteran like Su Lin were to deal with Lin Xiao, he would definitely find an opportunity like Lu Zhan did and kill Lin Xiao without anyone knowing. However, Lin Xiao underestimated the patience of Su Lin, the old fox. "Aren't you angry about this?" Lin Xiao was a little disappointed. However, he felt relieved when he thought that he would soon earn 1 billion yuan. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao fell asleep happily. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao came to the task registration office with Luo Cheng's letter of introduction. This time when he came to the mission registration office, Lin Xiao specially disguised himself. During this period, what Lin Xiao did not expect was that Xiaojiu was actually a master of disguise. After she fiddled with it a few times, Lin Xiao could no longer recognize his original appearance. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask Xiaojiu with some confusion, "Are you Nine-Tailed Sky Fox Clan all good at disguise?" Xiaojiu didn't answer directly, but smiled and asked, "Master, have you ever heard of the fox's tail showing?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he said, "Oh," and immediately understood what Xiaojiu meant. Then, Xiaojiu continued, "The fox tribe's camouflage techniques all have flaws. Once they are discovered, they will completely fail. Master, you must be careful." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded to show that he understood. Then, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing also disguised themselves appropriately. There's no way around it. The three of them are so recognizable. If the three of them didn't disguise themselves, no matter how much Lin Xiao disguised himself, he would be easily seen through by others. After entering the mission registration office, Lin Xiao took out the letter of introduction and handed it to a manager nearby. "We were introduced by Captain Luo Chengluo, and we want to find a caravan heading to the imperial capital of Yuzhou." The steward glanced at the contents of the letter of introduction, and after checking that they were correct, he registered the identities of Lin Xiao and the others. Then he stood up and said to Lin Xiao, "Come with me." However, whether the organizer of the caravan will accept you depends on whether Luo Cheng has enough face. Lin Xiao naturally had no objection to this and nodded to show that he understood. Following the other party through the corridors and alleys, Lin Xiao finally came to a small room behind the registration office. The sound of playing cards could be heard from inside. After the steward walked in, he shouted, "Lao Lu. Is Lao Lu here?" Chapter 93, Don't Blame the Brothers for Not Giving You Face. A moment later, a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, with gray hair on his temples walked out. The 4-star Beastmaster badge on the opponent's chest was shining brightly. However, the other party did not look at Lin Xiao, but joked with the manager. "What are you doing? I'm having a great day today. If you delay me from winning, I'll be mad at you." The manager then handed the information of Lin Xiao and others, as well as Luo Cheng's letter of recommendation, to Lao Lu. "What do you mean? Someone wants to squeeze people into my caravan again? Let me tell you, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can join my caravan. Even if City Lord Bai comes, I won't give him face." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately became curious. Why did this person speak so arrogantly? The steward then smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is the letter of recommendation written by Captain Luo himself." When old Lu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately took the letter of recommendation and read it carefully. After a few breaths, Lao Lu turned and looked at Lin Xiao. "What is the relationship between you and Luo Cheng?" Lin Xiao was curious. This person did not ask about the purpose of Lin Xiao's trip to Yuzhou at the first time, but asked about the relationship between him and Luo Cheng. It seems that Luo Cheng has quite a lot of power. Lin Xiao followed the prearranged explanation and said, "I have interned under Luo Cheng. Now I am going to Yuzhou to escort students to school." Upon hearing this, old Lu said, "Oh," and stuffed the letter of recommendation into his pocket. He smiled and said, "Okay, I still trust the person recommended by Captain Luo. Meet here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning on time." Okay. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Xiao brought Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing to the meeting place. As soon as he arrived at the meeting place, Lin Xiao saw more than 30 people waiting. Some of them came lightly, some carried large and small bags, and some even came riding on spirit pets. Old Lu saw that everyone had arrived, and then he said to them, "You are basically all old friends, so I won't say anything extra. This time, we will stick to the old rules for this trip to Yuzhou and plan the itinerary based on a 1-month journey. It passes through Suyang and Lianghuai Road, Hangzhou and Liangjiang Road, Guangzhou and Lianghe Road, and finally the imperial capital of Yuzhou. If all goes well, we can reach the imperial capital in 20 days. The cost is the same as usual, 500,000 per adult, 1 million for caravan members, and 100,000 for students." When Lin Xiao heard the other party's charging standards, he couldn't help but nodded, feeling that it was very reasonable. Lin Xiao even felt that Lao Lu, as the organizer of this caravan, would suffer a loss on this trip. Because at his level, money has no meaning to him anymore. At this moment, someone looked at Lin Xiao and suddenly asked, "Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? He looks strange. Where is he from? Can I trust him?" "Old Lu, you're not taking on some private work, are you? If you're not strong enough, you won't be able to keep up with the pace in our team. If you end up lagging behind, don't blame us brothers for not giving you face." The other party's implication was that he wanted Lin Xiao to show his skills. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing when he came here. And if the other party wanted Lin Xiao to show his spiritual pet, Lin Xiao really didn't have any spiritual pet in his hands now. Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing are now dressed as students, wearing masks, and look harmless. And in Lin Xiao's pokeball, there is only one ASIN that is in the process of evolving. At this time, old Lu said very straightforwardly, "Don't worry. It was introduced by one of our own, a high-level beastmaster named Chao Wang." The person who was shouting thought for a moment after hearing the words Senior Beastmaster. The Senior Beastmaster is on his way to Yuzhou, but he's not good enough. Then, he looked at Lin Xiao and said with distrust, "Kid, what's your spirit pet? If you're not strong enough, you'd better leave. We don't welcome idlers in our team." Hearing this, Lin Xiao frowned even deeper and replied calmly, "No comment." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the other party couldn't help but become more curious. "Ouch, you have quite a temper. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." After saying that, he actually pounced directly towards Lin Xiao. Moreover, Lin Xiao did not expect that the other party had not yet summoned his spirit pet. Then, the opponent punched Lin Xiao in the face. This punch was extremely fast. Moreover, it is extremely powerful. Lin Xiao was certain that even a second-level or even third-level spirit pet might not be able to have such a punching style. At this time, Xiaojia was about to come forward to block the punch for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at her immediately. This made Xiaojia immediately give up the idea. Afterwards, Xiaojia watched with interest how Lin Xiao responded to the opponent's attack. In the blink of an eye, the punch had already arrived in front of Lin Xiao. But Lin Xiao did not dodge, but raised his hand slowly. Old Lu watched the scene with a smile on his face. Someone beside him said with interest, Gao Peng's punch is comparable to that of a third-level monster. This kid is going to suffer. When Old Lu heard this, he shook his head. Not necessarily. The person introduced by Captain Luo can't be that simple. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a bang sound, and Lin Xiao directly caught Gao Peng's fist. Gao Peng had a smile on his face, but the next second he was restrained by Lin Xiao. His face was filled with disbelief at first, and then his eyes were filled with ecstasy. Boy, you're quite skilled. Take another one of my moves. After saying that, Gao Peng was about to pull out his fist and launch another attack on Lin Xiao. However, just as Gao Peng had this thought, he was surprised to find that he could not retract his fist. What? He said with an incredible look on his face. Lin Xiao slowly raised his other hand. All right, you've finished your punch, it's my turn. At this time, Gao Peng had a vague feeling that something bad was going to happen, and he couldn't help but quickly start to reconcile. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I was just testing you. However, Lin Xiao seemed not to hear his explanation, and his fist enlarged in Gao Peng's pupils. A moment later, the caravan set off. Except for Lin Xiao, everyone else is basically familiar friends. Many people looked at Gao Peng's eye, which was swollen like a panda's, and began to gloat over his misfortune. As the organizer and person in charge of this caravan, Lao Lu came to Lin Xiao and patted his shoulder with a laugh. Boy, I didn't expect your body to be so well trained. This is rare in this day and age. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and didn't say much. The reason why he has great physical strength is mainly because of the feedback from the power of the heavenly fox. However, brute force alone is definitely not enough. Fortunately, when Lin Xiao was in school, he got full marks in every subject. This includes fighting classes. The two complement each other, directly achieving the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. This makes Lin Xiao's physical training unmatched by ordinary people. Old Lu then thought of something and explained for Gao Peng. Our caravan is different from other caravans. Most of us are unorganized beastmasters. If something happens, no one will help us collect the bodies. So everyone is being very cautious, especially when new people appear in the caravan. Chapter 94. To be honest, my pet is also a noob. Lin Xiao understood what Lao Lu said very well, so he didn't hate Gao Peng that much. He had actually discovered that Lao Lu's caravan was indeed a little different, because these people in the caravan have no support from any big family. Moreover, many of them don't even have storage equipment. This indirectly proves that their level is not high. Of course, this does not rule out the possibility that they have no connection with the big family at all, because they may be secretly related to the big family. As planned, the caravan registered at the gate of the Magic City and finally left the city. Looking at the Magic City getting farther and farther away, Lin Xiao felt a sense of loss. Having lived here for 18 years, he rarely feels a sense of identity with this city. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, not knowing how long it would take for him to come back. The caravan headed north, and soon Lin Xiao found out the composition of the caravan. Among them, the group headed by Gao Peng are all wild beast tamers. Among them, Gao Peng is a weirdo, and no one has ever seen his spirit pet. In every battle, Gao Peng would rush forward and fight the monsters hand-to-hand. Now, Gao Peng has reached the level of a 1-star beastmaster. The other small group consisted of backpackers. They all have more or less opaque backgrounds, dependent on the big family, but not belonging to the big family. Among them, the 2-star beastmaster Wang Tao is the leader. The last group of people are bounty hunters, which is the role that Lin Xiao is playing now. Some of them help escort people, some escort students to school, and some take on some collection tasks. Because they have a mission, most people keep a low profile. But Lin Xiao was a little curious about how Lao Lu gathered this group of people together. Because there are so many people, we cannot use transportation in the wild. This group of people did not have any spirit pets that could be used as a means of transportation, and after walking for an hour, the caravan had only traveled 5 kilometers. Lin Xiao calculated that the caravan would only travel a maximum of 50 kilometers in a day. At this speed, it is impossible to reach the imperial capital within a month, right? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask Lao Lu about his doubts. After hearing Lin Xiao's doubts, Gao Peng, who was punched by Lin Xiao, immediately took the initiative to explain. Little brother Chao Wang, you don't know this. Don't be fooled by the caravan's slow pace now. Once it passes through Hangzhou and Guangzhou, the number of people in the caravan will be much smaller than before. By that time, everyone can speed up. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, "Oh," to indicate that he understood. As they walked, the sun came above their heads. It is still very hot in the south in July. Looking at the midday sun, Lao Lu couldn't help but curse, and then said to everyone, "Take a half-hour break." Everyone quickly sat down on the ground, some to rest, some to eat. At this time, Gao Peng came to Lin Xiao's side and patted Lin Xiao's shoulder in a very familiar manner. "Brother, your skills are quite impressive. I, Gao Peng, have traveled extensively throughout China, but this is the first time I've suffered a loss in close combat. Seeing how skilled you are in hand-to-hand combat, I imagine your spirit pet must be quite powerful as well, right?" Lin Xiao chewed a biscuit in his mouth and didn't look at Gao Peng. Instead, he said nonchalantly, "No, I just train my body because my spirit pet is not very good. After all, I can't just sit there and wait to die." Hearing Lin Xiao's answer, Gao Peng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! As expected, we are kindred spirits. To be honest, my spirit pet is also a noob. When I was taking the college entrance exam, I awakened a good talent. However, my family was broke, so I ended up signing a contract with a low-level spirit pet. As a result, I couldn't defeat anyone afterwards. After failing the college entrance exam, I thought, since my pet can't beat others, then I should find a way to help my pet beat them. Isn't that enough?" Gao Peng talked incessantly about his glorious past deeds. Lin Xiao did not interrupt him and played the role of a very good listener. However, Lin Xiao did not believe a single word Gao Peng said. Lin Xiao already had some knowledge about this caravan. Among the 30 people, except for a few students who registered for university, the others were all star-level beastmasters. A star-level beastmaster's spirit pet will not be lower than the 4th level, even if it is worse. And how could a 4th-level spirit pet be a waste, as Gao Peng said? At this time, a girl who also looked like a student slowly stood up. She walked alone towards a small river nearby, holding a water bottle in her hand. It seemed that she was going to replenish her water source. Coming to the river, looking at the clear water, she first put the kettle into the river and filled it up. Then he bent down, lowered his head, and prepared to wash his face. Just then, the river suddenly surged. Then, a huge bloody mouth jumped out from the river and bit the girl's head directly. That big mouth looked like it could easily fit half of the girl's body in it. "It's creepy to watch," the girl exclaimed and was completely stunned. Just then, a strong wind blew by. A chill suddenly enveloped the little girl from behind. Then, there was a loud bang. A huge lump of ice, half a meter wide, hit the girl's mouth. The owner of the big mouth suddenly started howling. At this point, everyone realized that the other party was actually a crocodile. Lin Xiao only took a glance, and the basic information of the crocodile appeared in his mind. The secret maw beast is a C-rank, 3rd-level demon beast. It possesses a powerful bite force and the ability to hide unexpectedly. It is a natural assassin, but its attack methods are limited and it prefers to live in groups. Possessing skills, biting like crazy. After being rescued, the girl had to leave the dangerous area. She quickly took a few steps back, then patted her chest and let out a long sigh. Finally safe, she talked to herself. However, is it really safe? How can there be absolute safety in the wild? Just when she let her guard down, the river surged again. This time, more than a dozen hidden big-mouthed beasts jumped out of the river at the same time. This is a 3rd-level monster. How can a high school student who just graduated be able to deal with it? She was suddenly frightened and at a loss. Seeing the hidden big-mouthed beasts approaching, the girl was about to die on the spot. At this moment, 3 figures appeared behind her. One of the figures was a snow-white ball of flesh, another was a large beetle, and the last was Gao Peng, a living person. Chapter 95. It really is true that those who are drought-stricken will die of drought, and those who are flood-stricken will die of flood. Ice and Snow Dragon Cat, a dragon cat that lives in extremely cold areas. It is a 5th-level monster. It prefers cold places to avoid warmth. It can use ice and snow magic. It is not good at melee combat, but has extremely high defense. Also, the reproduction capacity of the ice chinchilla is very weak, and each litter can only give birth to 1 baby, so it is very rare. Possesses skills such as ice making, blizzard, and ice ball smashing. General Niu Jiao, a D-level, 3rd-order monster. It has extremely strong defense and can fly, but its flying ability is average. Its main attack method is still on the ground. It has skills such as gladiatorial attack, earth escape, noise attack, and phantom clone. 2 spirit pets appeared, 1 4th level and 1 5th level. They are completely a dimensionality reduction attack on the 3rd level hidden big-mouthed beast. Logically speaking, This should have been a massacre. However, the hidden big mouth beast was not afraid of these two high-level spiritual pets at all and pounced directly on them. Boom, boom. Two large ice balls hit the two hidden big mouth beasts at the same time. General Niu Jiao even used his long horns to push away several hidden big mouth beasts. Gao Peng saw this and quickly shouted, "Run! What are you still standing there for?" The girl finally reacted at this time and quickly ran back. At this moment, two hidden big mouth beasts appeared from the side. Seeing this, Gao Peng kicked one of the hidden big mouth beasts away. But another hidden big mouth beast had already rushed towards the girl. The girl ran away in panic. I don't know how it happened, but I actually ran towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. What a trouble. He originally wanted to reduce the chances of him making a move as much as possible to avoid exposing his cards. Otherwise, once he was recognized, his plan to secretly enter the imperial capital would fail. At the very least, in the Magic City, and even in the Lianghuai Road, Lin Xiao tried his best not to expose himself. Once he was out of the reach of his enemies, he wouldn't have to be so careful. Fortunately, the one that pounced on him was just a third-level monster. At this time, someone shouted, "Xiao Wangran, protect your employer." The man's reminder was correct. According to common sense, all bounty hunters or bodyguards should protect their employers at the first possible moment. But Lin Xiao is different. If a fight really breaks out, it is not certain who will protect whom between Lin Xiao and the three so-called employers behind him. When the girl saw Lin Xiao, she rushed over as if she had found a life-saving straw and hid behind Xiaojiu. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. And between Xiaojiu and the hidden big-mouthed beast, there is a Lin Xiao. The moment the hidden big-mouthed beast saw Lin Xiao, it opened its big mouth and bit him. Lin Xiao said nothing as a bone knife slipped out of his sleeve. This bone knife is exactly the last madness that Luo Cheng gave him. The first moment Lin Xiao grasped the hilt of the knife, he felt as if the whole world was under his feet. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he has to kneel down before me. Fortunately, Lin Xiao's mental strength was strong, and he was able to quickly suppress the madness of the bone knife. Then, Lin Xiao stabbed out with the knife, and blood splattered everywhere. It was seen that Lin Xiao actually split the head of the hidden big-mouthed beast into two halves. The latter fell to the ground and was completely lifeless. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. After the secret big-mouthed beasts realized that they were no match for the people in the caravan, they immediately chose to flee. As soon as they return to the water, they disappear. Some are like a piece of rotten wood, some sink to the bottom of the water like stones, and some simply drill into the soil. Then, the girl showed her head from behind Xiaojiu. She looked around with a worried look on her face, and when she found that there was really no danger, she patted her chest and walked out. The other person came up to Lin Xiao and said to him very politely, "My name is Lu Weiwei. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you today, I might have died here." This series of sugar-coated bullets, coupled with the girl's eyes full of admiration and gratitude, was a perfect prelude to a romantic encounter. After seeing this scene, Gao Peng on the side immediately whistled. "Wow, Brother Chao Wang, that's awesome. He came out to take on a mission, and he was able to be a hero and save a beautiful girl, and he even met such a pretty girl." Lin Xiao looked at Lu Weiwei and said expressionlessly, "If you have nothing to do, go back to your seat. Don't disturb us here." Forehead. After hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the other people in the caravan were suddenly speechless. Holy crap, how straight is this guy? How come he has no sense of romance at all? A freshman to be. Why can't I have such a good thing happen to me? What a waste of opportunity. It's really like dying of drought or drowning of floods. Even old Lu touched his thinning hairline and said, "Hey, I was the one who rescued him first. Why didn't you come and thank me?" Lu Weiwei was a little at a loss what to do after hearing what Lin Xiao said. Then, she thought for a moment and quickly said, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Yuzhou to study." "Is it on the same route?" Old Lu slapped his forehead. I thought it was over. This girl was really trapped. She could even ask such a question? In this caravan, is there anyone who is not along the way? As a result, Lin Xiao didn't even look at her. Not on the way. The rest of the caravan was speechless again. Some people who were originally smiling at each other now looked very disappointed and wanted to seek redress for Lin Xiao. "Brother, seize the opportunity. What a pure girl." Lu Weiwei couldn't help but clench her little fists, turned around, and left somewhat unwillingly. Lin Xiao held the last madness in his hand, and then used the bone knife to begin dissecting the hidden big-mouthed beast. He first peeled off the skin, which was a very rare material and might be useful in the future. Then, Lin Xiao cut up the meat of the hidden big-mouthed beast and packed it into the storage equipment. It's not that Lin Xiao didn't bring enough food. Instead, Xiaojiao and Xiaoqing need to use the flesh and blood of monsters to increase their strength, and he doesn't want the two little girls to keep eating human food. In fact, the reason why he was so rude to Lu Weiwei was because he keenly discovered that Lu Weiwei was not as simple as she appeared. First of all, when Lu Weiwei was being chased by the hidden big-mouthed beast, she did not go in the direction of the apparently stronger old Lu. Instead, he chose himself, and there may be some accidental factors in this. However, the other party managed to hide behind Xiaojiao. This clearly means that she is treating Xiaojiao and Lin Xiao as her human shields. On the surface, Xiaojiao is Lin Xiao's employer. Therefore, Lu Weiwei's action was equivalent to forcing Lin Xiao to take action. Moreover, during this process, Lu Weiwei did not even summon her spirit pet, and even tried to get close to Lin Xiao in the first possible moment. All in all, Lin Xiao still felt that it was better to stay away from Lu Weiwei. After confirming that no one in the caravan was injured, Lao Lu waved his hand and asked everyone to get back on the road. This little incident actually had no impact on the overall progress of the caravan. On just the first day of the journey, the caravan encountered 3 attacks of varying sizes. In one case, people were injured. After a whole day of traveling, the sun set, and it was finally evening. Old Lu ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot and lit a bonfire on an open space. Lin Xiao bought a tent before setting off. After setting up the tent, Lin Xiao sat around the campfire with everyone, which made Lin Xiao feel like he was making tea around the fire. After assigning the order of vigil, everyone then had time for free activities. Gao Peng then walked up to Lin Xiao, holding a bottle of wine in his hand, and shook it at Lin Xiao. Would you like to drink? Chapter 96. The Female Bodhisattva of Boundless Love. Lin Xiao took the bottle of wine handed to him without any care. Then he tilted his head back and took a big gulp. This is not because Lin Xiao is arrogant and doesn't guard against others. It was because Lin Xiao had a physique that was immune to all poisons, and as a result, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Gao Peng watched Lin Xiao down half a bottle in one gulp, just like drinking cold water. The corner of his mouth twitched immediately, and then he gave a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you have a good alcohol tolerance. This is 52% vodka." As he spoke, Gao Peng took the bottle of wine again and took a sip. "You seem to be very prejudiced against that girl during the day." Lin Xiao did not directly answer Gao Peng's question. "I'm on a mission. I won't care about anything that might affect the progress of the mission." Upon hearing this, Gao Peng gave a thumbs up again. What a professional ethics. However, I must warn you, that girl's identity is not ordinary. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and became interested. "What do you mean? Is he another descendant of a big family?" Gao Peng shook his head, then leaned close to Lin Xiao's ear and said, "She's not from a wealthy family. On the contrary, she's just the daughter of an ordinary commoner, studying at number 3 middle school. When I first entered school, my grades were very average, but somehow I was noticed by Guan Yishan, a young master from the Guan family in the imperial capital who was studying there. I became Guan Yishan's girlfriend. Guan Yishan left her with a lot of training resources and made her one of the top-seeded players in the 3 middle schools." After hearing this, Lin Xiao was not at all moved and thought that this kind of thing was normal. Because not to mention number 3 middle school, even the sprint class of number 1 middle school has such ridiculous things. Which of those rich second generations and young masters did not get to where they are today by relying on resources? Gao Peng shook his head. "Don't be so careless. If things stopped here, there really wouldn't be much to say. But this girl has her feet on more than a dozen boats in number 3 middle school, and each of them is rich and powerful. The worst one is also a seeded player in number 3 middle school. Have you heard of Chen Feiyang?" Lin Xiao originally wanted to say that he knew, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not in line with the role he was currently playing. So, Lin Xiao did not answer, but waited for Gao Peng to continue. As expected, Gao Peng, the outgoing guy, spoke to himself. He was the top student in number 3 middle school and ranked 4th in this year's college entrance exam. In previous years, he would have definitely been first. But there are too many talented people in Magic City this year, and there's also that pervert Lin Xiao, so he can only come in 4th. Lin Xiao looked at the other party who was talking incessantly, but not getting to the point, and he felt like complaining about him. Gao Peng changed the subject. Chen Feiyang is Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. He personally tutored Lu Weiwei in her academic subjects, and it was because of Lu Weiwei that Chen Feiyang missed the precious opportunity to take the test before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, it's not certain who would have won the title of Magic City's top scholar. Lin Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this, and the serious and cold-looking Chen Feiyang quickly appeared in his mind. He remembered that the other party finally gave up college and chose to join the military. I didn't expect that even such a person could be conquered by Lu Weiwei. It shows that Lu Weiwei is indeed extraordinary. Lin Xiao nodded, then said nonchalantly, so what? It's not like I'm being cheated on. When Gao Peng heard this, he choked on the vodka he had just drunk. Brother, don't you understand what I mean? I'm saying be careful of this girl trying to make things difficult for you. Haven't you heard that only villains and women are difficult to raise? If you offend a villain or a bully, the most they can do is fight you to death. But if you offend a woman, they will use all kinds of methods to make you suffer a fate worse than death. How could Lin Xiao not know how outrageous some women were, especially those who had experienced the era of female boxers in his previous life, where every combination of punches thrown by a boxer could be fatal? If it were in his previous life, as a little karami, he would certainly be cautious. But now, in this world where everyone tames beasts and the strength of the Beastmaster is the key, would Lin Xiao still be afraid of a green tea like Lu Weiwei? Lin Xiao laughed without hiding his sarcasm. Isn't she afraid that all her boyfriends will expose each other? Gao Peng explained to Lin Xiao with an expression that said, Brother, this is just how ignorant you are. If you were a woman and you were two-timing, how would you convince your boyfriend that you were loyal to him? Lin Xiao didn't understand, so he could only wait and ask himself questions and answer them. It's simple. Just be nice to him. Lu Weiwei pooled the money and resources given to her by all the men, then bought one of them a relatively expensive gift, claiming it was bought from her own savings. The man will treat her better, thinking that the girl is sincere to him. Then she will take the gifts that the man gave her and give them to others. It will snowball like this, and everyone will be arranged. If the other party finds out about something fishy, she'll say that someone is the son of the boss of her parents' company, and he's been pestering her since he fell in love with her. She's afraid her parents will get harassed, so she doesn't dare to refuse, and then she'll shed some tears. In this way, the other party will sympathize with her more and feel sorry for her. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, Damn it! This is no different from those gold diggers in his previous life. Moreover, she is a female bodhisattva with boundless love. Lin Xiao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lu Weiwei in his heart. Gao Peng glanced in Lu Weiwei's direction, then curled his lips and said, So you have to be careful. If you embarrass her today, she won't let it go. Lin Xiao looked at Gao Peng and asked curiously, How do you know all this? Gao Peng's face suddenly fell. You think I want to know? If she wasn't my client and I wasn't sending her to the imperial capital of Yuzhou, why would I investigate her background information? Lin Xiao said, Oh, when he heard this. Since you know she's difficult to deal with, why did you take this job? There must be a lot of clients wanting to go to school during this time, right? Gao Peng's face then fell even further. It's because the sponsor gave me too much, so I couldn't refuse. When Lin Xiao heard this, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. After giving Lin Xiao his instructions, Gao Peng left immediately. Lin Xiao didn't expect that Gao Peng would take the initiative to reveal so much explosive information to him. After entering into the night, Lin Xiao also went into his tent to rest. In the middle of the night, Lin Xiao, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Chapter 97 How could these beasts have such equipment? Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing. Then, Xiaojiao planned to go out and see what was going on. Lin Xiao stopped her, then crawled out of the sleeping bag and found Lao Lu standing at the door, looking at him with a smile. Old Lu is a rough man with a big beard, but Lin Xiao doesn't think this man is someone who will be easy to deal with. Lin Xiao asked in confusion, What's going on? It's not my turn to take over the night watch yet. Old Lu nodded, then reminded Lin Xiao. Nothing. I just came to tell you something. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Lao Lu with some curiosity. What is it? Be careful of Gao Peng. That guy is not reliable. Hearing what Lao Lu said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Because before setting off, Lin Xiao knew that all the escorts in this caravan were people they had verified, so how could they be unreliable? Old Lu seemed to know what Lin Xiao was curious about. He smiled and said, Don't ask me why. This is the industry rule. Anyway, everyone here has their own selfish motives. Lin Xiao nodded, indicating that he understood. In fact, before Lin Xiao came, he knew that many people in this team had their own backgrounds. Even those wild beast tamers may be secretly bribed by those big families. It could be doing something shady for them, or it could be providing them with intelligence. Lin Xiao thought of something, and then asked, Why are you telling me this? Old Lu chuckled. Captain Luo introduced you here. Captain Luo has done me a favor, so of course I have to help you. After hearing this explanation, Lin Xiao stopped talking. Just then, a gust of night wind blew by, and Lin Xiao immediately frowned. Then, Lao Lu immediately picked up the whistle hanging on his chest, put it to his mouth, and started blowing. There's an enemy. Old Lu blew the flute and shouted at the same time. The other people in the team also came out of their tents very quickly. In just a moment, 9 spirit pets appeared around the camp. Gao Peng and Lin Xiao still did not summon their spirit pets. They were alert to their surroundings with their bare hands. Behind Lin Xiao were 3 little girls, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. They looked very scared, but in fact, they were not nervous at all. They were even chatting and laughing behind each other's backs. Soon, several footsteps were heard from the darkness of the night. Bang, bang, bang. This made many people in the caravan feel frightened in the darkness. Then, a dozen or so gorillas appeared around the camp. They just surrounded everyone. Lin Xiao felt that these gorillas looked somewhat familiar, but he had forgotten where he had seen them. Immediately, information about these gorillas appeared in his mind. The clever gorilla is a C-rank, third-order demon beast. It is an evolved species of the curious gorilla. It likes to live in groups and always appears in groups. When fighting in a group, its combat effectiveness will double. They are very vigilant and weigh the pros and cons every time they attack. If they can't be sure of success, they won't act blindly. At the second stage, they simply like to imitate humans. When they evolve to the third stage, they will think about human behavior and look for the intention behind every action. Their observation ability is very strong. If a tribe has a 4th level or even 5th level Monkey King, their combat effectiveness will be taken to the next level. Possesses the following skills: Human Bomb Chariot, Crazy Bite, Mass Charge, Smash, and War Drum. Lin Xiao quickly remembered that he had met these familiar-looking gorillas during the college entrance examination. At that time, the curious gorillas still caused great trouble to the students taking the college entrance examination. Now, these evolved, intelligent apes are obviously going to be even more powerful. Lin Xiao looked at these dozen or so smart apes and always felt that something was wrong. At this time, Gao Peng said somewhat listlessly, "I thought they were some kind of beasts. Turns out they are these gorillas. These guys can bully lone wolves in groups, but a large caravan like ours is not afraid of them at all. What's more, we have 10 4th-level monsters. Isn't this giving us experience and materials?" After hearing Gao Peng's words, Lin Xiao immediately realized what was wrong. That is, these smart guys would not blindly attack such a large caravan. Although most of the people in the caravan have poor fighting ability, there are 12 beastmasters escorting the caravan. Others are not necessarily ordinary people who are powerless. However, these clever apes still took the initiative to attack. The smart gorilla leading them suddenly began beating its chest, activating the war drum skill. When the other gorillas heard the war drums, their eyes immediately turned red, their expressions became ferocious, and they began to rush towards the caravan. Although a dozen smart apes are a large number, there are also many people on the caravan side. Gao Peng laughed loudly and rushed forward to start fighting with them. Lao Lu and other beastmasters then attacked at the same time. When a level 4 fights a level 3, even if the opponent has a buff, it can still win easily. Then, Lao Lu suddenly shouted, "Go attack the gorilla leader. If we kill it, those guys won't dare to harass us anymore." Gao Peng had wanted to do this for a long time, but he wanted to protect his employer, so he never took any action. But Lao Lu has spoken now. He suddenly no longer wanted to suppress his warlike spirit and immediately pounced on him. Before leaving, Gao Peng glanced at Lin Xiao out of the corner of his eye. "Brother Chao Wang, if you don't take action now, I'll take care of all these guys. Why don't you take out your pet and take it for a walk?" Lin Xiao ignored Gao Peng completely, as if he was very worried about the safety of his employer, and just stood there without making any movement. But the Monkey King was like a loach and did not rush to escape. Instead, he moved back and forth between the human crowd and the group of gorillas. The other side seemed to be in a panic, but without realizing it, they had already turned the battlefield into a mess. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly shouted, "Be careful, there's a trap." Gao Peng said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, Brother Chao Wang. This guy is just slippery, but he can't escape from my grasp. Once we catch him, we'll eat the monkey brain together." However, just as Gao Peng finished speaking, he saw out of the corner of his eye that a round object suddenly fell from the Monkey King's body. As soon as the thing landed on the ground, there was a loud bang. A thick cloud of smoke emerged, enveloping everyone and the gorilla. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hand, asking the 3 women to hold their breath. Then he immediately evacuated outside. And Lao Lu's voice was also heard at this time. "It's the armor-removing powder. Everyone, don't breathe. Prevent the poison gas from entering your body. Damn it. How could these beasts have such equipment? That shouldn't be the case." Everyone was talking about it, and then they heard a sudden roar coming from the woods not far away. Then, from the woods, bang, 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 a taller gorilla walked out. Underscore extra the underscore. Chapter 98. Famous Murderer, Class of Fugitive. There was a young girl riding on the gorilla's shoulders. The girl was wearing a smart training uniform, but her upper and lower clothes did not match. Her body was also covered with various equipment, which seemed to be pieced together. After the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, the girl saw that there were only a few people left standing on the ground, and she couldn't help but smile. Apart from Gao Peng, Lao Lu, and Wang Tao, what Lin Xiao didn't expect was that Lu Weiwei was also fine. However, Lu Weiwei was now lying on the ground and looked very weak, but Lin Xiao could see that she was completely acting. Wang Tao then cursed angrily, "Damn it! What a bunch of losers. We should have all attacked together and killed these beasts right away. Now it's good, everyone has been disarmed." A caravan of so many star-level beastmasters was nearly wiped out by a single armor-removing poison. If anyone knows about this, they'll be laughed at. However, when Wang Tao finished speaking and looked at Lin Xiao, he felt a little unbelievable. He never thought that Lin Xiao and his employer were both fine. Lin Xiao then looked at the gorilla the girl was sitting under. A young King Kong, a C-rank, 5th-order demon beast, already possesses human thinking. But this beast, which roams outside the human world, is a legendary creature with the bloodline of an A-rank King Kong. As his level rises, the blood in his body will become purer and purer. At a high level, he can transform into a diamond, with extremely strong physical attack power, and even be able to physically exorcise demons. Possesses the following skills: Earthquake, Earth Tearing, Human Bomb Chariot, Crazy Bite, and Intimidation. Lin Xiao didn't expect that this was actually a King Kong. Although he is still young, he is quite powerful. He remembered the book introducing this creature. It was a creature that could slay dragons, but because of its average talent and the fact that it needed to live in groups at low levels, it was very difficult to tame, so it had never been taken seriously. The girl then drove the young King Kong forward. As the girl approached, old Lu finally saw her face clearly and shouted in surprise, "It's you." Magic City's A-rank wanted criminal, the cannibal witch Li Yin. The girl named Li Yin couldn't help but chuckle when she heard this. "Don't say such harsh words. We are all trying to survive, but you just happened to become my prey." Upon hearing this, old Lu snorted angrily. "You beast, you've killed dozens of beastmasters in these years. How dare you say such things?" Li Yin couldn't help but spread her hands. "I can't help it. It's just my talent." Lin Xiao was also a little surprised, because he had seen this wanted poster for Li Yin at the mission registration office. Li Yin, age 49, talent unknown, spiritual pet unknown. 30 years ago, after she awakened her talent, she did not take the college entrance examination and has since disappeared. 3 years later, someone saw her in the wild. In the same year, someone found her kidnapping animal tamers in the wild and eating people. The authorities sent 3 law enforcers to investigate, but only one returned, and the other 2 were killed by Li Yin. Over the past 30 years, Li Yin has committed countless crimes. Manhwa has issued a wanted order, offering a reward of 100,000 yuan for anyone who can provide clues. If anyone can kill it and bring back the body or head, there will be a reward of 30 million. If the animal is killed but the body is not brought back, but there is a sufficiently trustworthy third party to provide evidence, then the reward will be 10 million. Otherwise, it will be considered invalid. Looking at the girl in front of them, no one would have thought that she was an A-level fugitive, a very famous wild animal tamer near the Magic City, and a famous murderer. Li Yin then spoke slowly. "My talent is to absorb the essence and blood of beastmasters. The higher the level of the beastmaster, the faster I grow. Just right. I absorbed your blood and essence, and then fed your corpses to these little guys." As she spoke, Li Yin also touched the head of the young King Kong under her seat. Old Lu said angrily, "All right, brothers, let's go together. Kill this old witch who has regained her youth, and then we'll split the reward." As they spoke, everyone prepared to take action. Li Yin said with disdain, "Do you think you are the only ones who have helpers?" After she finished speaking, the young King Kong under her seat roared. Then, the dozen or so clever gorillas immediately pounced on them. They were already numerous, and they all had buffs on each other, which immediately increased their combat effectiveness. Although Lao Lu also had a 5th-level monster, he was still suppressed by the advantage in numbers. However, the opponent's main force, the young King Kong, has not yet made a move. Li Yin likes the feeling of being in control the most. She likes to force a group of travelers into a desperate situation and then destroy their will bit by bit. 30 years of living in the wild and constant killing have completely turned this woman into a psychologically twisted demon. Afterwards, in front of everyone, Li Yin looked at Lu Weiwei and said with a smile, I like young and beautiful girls like this the most. After eating it, it can help me stay young forever. After saying this, Li Yin pointed at Lu Weiwei and said to the young King Kong, Little King Kong, go and bring her to me. The young King Kong immediately stretched out its 2-meter-long hand and tried to grab Lu Weiwei. Help! No! Lu Weiwei immediately stood up and ran away. Li Yin was not angry when she saw this. She really enjoyed this cat and mouse game. Run! Let's see how far you can run. After saying that, Li Yin jumped down from the young King Kong's shoulder on tiptoe, and at the same time, King Kong immediately rushed out. It is like a very hungry cat, catching the mouse that belongs to it. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Lu Weiwei immediately took out a piece of equipment from her pocket and threw it at the young King Kong. At the same time, she closed her eyes. After a burst of explosions, the entire area was engulfed in a dazzling white light. Even Li Yin covered her eyes in pain. Damn it, it's a vibration bullet. Vibrant bomb, a disposable equipment similar to a flash bomb, is made from the bud of Venusaur and can emit a glare like the sun's flames. This vibration bomb exploded in the crowd, causing Lao Lu and others who were already affected by the poison gas to suffer heavy damage again. They immediately lost their combat effectiveness, and even their spirit pets were harmed. However, those gorillas with thick skin and flesh have lived in the wild for many years and are accustomed to many harsh environments, so they are not affected too much. Old Lu wanted to curse immediately, but when the white light faded away, he went to see where Lu Weiwei was. As a result, he didn't expect that Lu Weiwei had already run to a safe distance and was now not far from Lin Xiao and others. Little bitch, you dare to hurt my eyes? I'm going to torture you to death and use your flesh and blood to make porridge. After Li Yin finished speaking, she no longer held back and ordered the young King Kong to attack with all his strength, determined to capture Lu Weiwei. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei immediately shouted angrily, Why are you holding on to a girl like me? Look at those 3 girls, they are all prettier than me. As she spoke, Lu Weiwei pointed to Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing standing beside her. Li Yan's gaze immediately fell on Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing, and she immediately showed an ecstatic look. Chapter 99. Today is the day you, an old witch, die. Although Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing have all disguised themselves and are wearing masks and baseball caps, the way their faces and eyebrows are exposed is enough to make people unable to take their eyes off them. What's more, a beastmaster like Li Yin, who has very strong mental power, can see their beauty much more keenly than ordinary people. Li Yin immediately determined that Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing were all top beauties. She firmly believed that if she ate these 3 little girls, she would remain young forever. Ha ha ha, great. My trip this time was definitely worth it. I actually got to meet these 3 gorgeous girls. Looks like I'm in for a treat. After saying that, Li Yin ordered the young King Kong. King Kong, go and capture those 3 girls for me. Remember not to hurt them, capture them alive. As for that guy, I'll give him to you as a reward for dinner, huh? Li Yin laughed wildly, as if she felt that Xiaojiu, Xiaoqing, and Chimera were already in her pocket and ready to be eaten. The young King Kong howled twice, then beat its chest continuously, making a bang, bang sound. This sound, like a war drum, seems to be able to shock people. Xiaojiu was about to step forward to stop the beast, but Lin Xiao waved his hand and shook his head at Xiaojiu. After seeing this scene, Li Yin laughed even more crazily. Little girl, why can't you bear to leave your boyfriend? I love seeing this kind of separation the most. Then, she changed the subject. Hey little brother, if you give me your girlfriend, I'll let you go. How about that? Am I being very kind? Hearing Li Yan's words, old Lu immediately shouted at Lin Xiao, don't trust this female devil. She loves to deceive people. Li Yan didn't care at all about what Lao Lu said. TSK, TSK, TSK. You've already discovered this. But, little brother, don't worry. I can't eat so many people, and I don't plan to kill you all. I like the essence and blood of powerful beast masters the most. You're not very old, and you're only a high-level beast master, not yet a star. So, I'm not very interested in you. As long as you hand over those 3 girls to me, I'll let you go. Hearing Li Yan's words, everyone's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It seems that the 3 clients protected by Lin Xiao are really in danger, especially since he has to face a 5th-level spiritual pet. No matter how good Lin Xiao is at fighting, he can never be its opponent. Lin Xiao smiled coldly when he heard this. Stop wasting your breath. Put away your verbal tricks. Today is the day you, an old witch, die? Li Yin didn't take Lin Xiao's rejection seriously at first. After all, she was just playing around, and that's why she said that. If Lin Xiao agreed, she would kill him for other reasons. According to her plan, She had never thought of letting go of all the people here today. However, when Lin Xiao called her an old witch, Lian's very sensitive nerve was completely broken by Lin Xiao. What did you say? I tell you, old witch, stop wasting your breath. Good, good, good. Li Yin said good 3 times in a row, and then she looked at Lin Xiao fiercely with gritted teeth, wanting to execute Lin Xiao by slow slicing right now to appease her hatred. Then, Li Yin pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted angrily at the young King Kong, giving orders. King Kong, kill him for me. Since he's seeking death, I'm going to eat him first today. I'm going to slice him up and make sashimi. When Li Yin was in school, she was a very beautiful student and had many suitors. However, her talent made her desire for human blood and essence reach an unbearable peak. She had also tried the essence and blood of other creatures. Although it worked, it was not as attractive to her as human essence and blood. She once asked her suitors to give their blood and essence, but after tasting it, she couldn't stop. And just like that, she drained her suitors dry. Since then, she has used her beauty to kill countless suitors, but one day, she suddenly found that she had become ugly and no longer looked like herself. She couldn't accept her changes, so she thought of using the girl's blood and flesh to nourish her appearance and cover up her ugly heart. However, Lin Xiao's words, old witch, just now completely tore open the scars in her heart. Kill him. After sensing its master's anger, the young King Kong also rushed towards Lin Xiao like a madman. Seeing this, Lin Xiao sneered. Is that all? After saying that, a pokeball flashed on Lin Xiao's waist. Then, a silver-gray snow wolf flew out from inside, riding on the night wind. Just now, Lin Xiao felt Asen calling him, and his mental power entered the pokeball, and he found that Asen had evolved successfully. So, Lin Xiao communicated with Asen and asked her not to show herself as a human. Asen agreed immediately. As soon as Asen landed, a piece of information appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the Nether Princess SSS level 3rd Order Spirit Pet. Bloodline, God of Nature SSS level. Talent, Natural Force SSS level. As the descendant of the God of Nature, the Nether Princess possesses the ability to be most in tune with nature. Not only can she obtain a variety of information from nature, she can also summon her servants through the power of nature. Skills, Strong Wind, Wind Force, Group Buff, Call the Wolf Pack, Claw Attack, Crazy Bite, Nature's Call. Wind Power. When fighting without companions, the Nether Princess can call upon the wind power to increase her buffs. Summoning Wolves. The Nether Princess can summon her tribe through spatial rifts. If her tribe is dead, the wolves will appear as undead. If her tribe is still alive, the wolves will be summoned directly. Nature's Call. The God of Nature has helped many tribes and is the guardian of all creatures in nature. Animals that have been blessed by the God of Nature will be awakened by Nature's Call, provided their habitats are within the range of the call. Lin Xiao looked at this series of information and couldn't help but feel as if he was reading the update log of Dota 2. He never imagined that the upgrade from the 2nd level to the 3rd level would result in such a huge change. At this time, Asen was already fighting directly with the young King Kong. Underscore extra the underscore. Chapter 100. This is a natural-born warrior. Young King Kong is also one of the creatures with special bloodline. This is a kind of blood awakening for the curious gorilla after it reaches the 3rd level. If the King Kong bloodline is not awakened, the curious gorilla will evolve in another direction. Moreover, the opponent was a 5th level monster. When he first fought with Asen, it really felt like a collision between Mars and the Earth. The sounds of flesh colliding, biting, and wild beasts roaring could be heard one after another at the scene. The young King Kong then began to fall into a disadvantage. However, the other party is a tribe that has existed on Blue Star for tens of thousands of years. They are real beasts. After being injured, its combat effectiveness has increased instead of decreased. Lin Xiao knew that this was the characteristic of creatures like King Kong. The more injured they were, the angrier they would be, and anger would increase their strength. If you want to defeat it, you must kill it in one go, otherwise it will become more and more difficult to deal with. Lin Xiao thought of this and immediately said to Lu Asen, "All right, stop playing around. Let's finish this quickly." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Asen let out a wow and rushed forward again. Asen's entire snow wolf body became more excited than before, and he beat the young King Kong until his skin and flesh were torn to pieces. After seeing this scene, Li Yin became even more angry. "What are you doing, King Kong? You can't even beat this kind of bastard? You loser. Get your companions to come along." The young King Kong obviously felt ashamed of such an order, but he did not dare to disobey his master's order. So, it quickly ordered its own group to come over and attack the troublesome snow wolf in front of them. Afterwards, the other apes all put down the enemies in their hands and rushed towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Asen kicked forward to create some distance between himself and the young King Kong. The latter had no intention of taking a break and rushed towards Asen again. However, Asen took the opportunity to distance himself from the young King Kong and let out a long roar to the sky. Then, a space crack appeared behind its snow wolf body. There were wolf howls coming from inside, and then one after another wild wolves rushed out from inside. When Lin Xiao saw those prairie wolves, he couldn't help but be surprised. He found that these prairie wolves had actually evolved more than before. Asen's father, the prairie wolf king, has also evolved to the 4th level. Silver Ash, a C-rank, 4th-order demon beast, is the overlord of the grassland and a god worshipped by the grassland nomads. It punishes those unclean people who destroy the grassland, and at the same time helps the devout nomads who protect the grassland. Possesses the following skills: Crazy Bite, Claw Attack, Wolf King's Call, Death Gaze, and Windblade. Collective skills: the Wind of the Wolf Pack, the Wind of the Grassland. Death Stare. When a prey is targeted by a wolf king, it will gradually become terrified under its gaze. The longer the stare lasts, the more severe the fear. Lin Xiao couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that Asen's father had made a lot of progress during this period. The evolution of Asen's father also made Lin Xiao guess that it was Li Guanjuan who released it from Daigo's mouth. He also evolved because of this. With the 4th-level Wolf King, the overall combat effectiveness of the wolf pack has also been raised to a higher level. As soon as they jumped out of the space crack, they started fighting with these apes. Originally, they had the Wolf King as their backbone, and his appearance was particularly sudden. It can be said that the situation was overwhelming. Moreover, Asen also has a group gain buff, which makes the suppression on the young King Kong even stronger. She is almost playing with the young King Kong at will. This made the young King Kong even angrier, and its body grew several times larger. His combat effectiveness has also been improved to a higher level. Anyone who sees him would think that this guy might be able to successfully counterattack. But the dozens of wounds on its body also revealed a message, that is, it was about to collapse. At this moment, 2 gorillas emerged from the gaps between the wolves and pounced directly towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Gao Peng on the side hurriedly shouted, "Chao Wang, be careful." Lin Xiao had already noticed those 2 beasts. Just when the 2 gorillas came in front of Lin Xiao and raised their claws to smash down at him, Lin Xiao finally moved, and the bone knife in his hand instantly slipped into his palm. There was no dazzling sword light, nor any fancy moves. Lin Xiao just stabbed continuously in a simple and unpretentious manner. Afterwards, several holes appeared out of nowhere on the bodies of the 2 gorillas. Then, blood gushed out. The 2 gorillas fell to the ground like 2 hornets' nests. This scene made everyone present shudder. Although Lin Xiao's moves are not very sophisticated, the visual impact is even more terrifying. At this moment, everyone present knew that the unknown young man, Chao Wang, in front of them was not as simple as he appeared. This is a natural-born warrior, a ruthless and decisive beastmaster. When Lin Xiao dealt with the 2 beasts, the battle finally came to an end and the gorillas were completely defeated. They were torn to pieces by the wolves. When Lian saw this, she took advantage of the fact that the young King Kong had not yet completely died and the mental backlash had not yet come, and she quickly ran away. However, no one expected that Lao Lu would judge the situation in the first moment and directly let his ice and snow chinchilla block Lian's way. Lian was shocked when she saw this. Her eyes rolled, and she quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. Please let me go. I just want to live, please." As she spoke, Lian was still kowtowing to Lao Lu. When old Lu saw Lian's regretful expression, he didn't want to give her a chance, but for some reason he felt a little soft-hearted. He actually hesitated at this time. This was totally unlike a mistake that would occur to a caravan organizer who had traveled extensively and experienced countless storms. Afterwards, Lian suddenly jumped up and rushed directly towards Lao Lu, holding a dagger in her hand. "Ha ha ha, you didn't expect that. I still have ecstasy incense on me." After hearing this, everyone remembered that Lian was carrying a lot of unknown items in large and small bags. Among those items, there should be the incense that can make you fall in love with someone. As the name suggests, the soul-bewitching incense naturally has the effect of confusing and interfering with other people's thinking. No wonder old Lu hesitated just now. It must be because he secretly used the love potion when Li Yin begged for mercy. Old Lu saw Li Yin rushing towards him and thought to himself that something was wrong. Fortunately, Gao Ping suddenly appeared at this time and kicked Li Yin away with one kick. The latter rolled to the ground, and a mirror just happened to fall to the ground. Mirror facing up. Lian's current appearance was also reflected in the mirror. At this time, half of her face had become hysterical and distorted, and the other half of her face was swollen by Gao Peng's kick, looking very scary. This isn't me. Who is this old witch? This isn't me. As she said that, Lian was about to smash the mirror. Finally, Gao Peng's voice was heard. If the person in the mirror is not you, then who is it? To protect your Xiaohu documents from piracy, choose Xiaohu, a stable and reliable robot that won't let you fall into traps. If not me, then who is it? I can't be that ugly. I can't accept it. You're lying. Lian went completely crazy. She couldn't accept her current appearance, so she took her dagger and slashed her face, revealing a hideous wound. Then the second knife, the third knife. In this way, she disfigured herself. Afterwards, Lian committed suicide by drinking a knife. After Lian's death, her spiritual pet, the 5th-level young King Kong, also died completely due to the backlash of the contract and having its neck bitten by Ashen. The entire scene was filled with the bodies of more than a dozen gorillas lying in all directions, looking like hell on earth. Chapter 101. Are you so cruel that you won't even look me in the eye? Lin Xiao then walked forward and patted Asen's snow wolf head. Thank you for your hard work. However, I will have to bear with you for a while. Upon hearing this, Asen let out in a woo. With the help of the power of nature, Lin Xiao was able to understand what Asen meant. It's okay, master. However, I still have to inconvenience you for a while. Asen called out again to indicate that everything was fine. Then she lowered her snow wolf head, bit the body of the young King Kong, and pulled it over. Its brain is delicious. Master, would you like to try it? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched involuntarily, and then he waved his hand. Eat it. You've been in the pokeball for so long. You must be craving food now. Asen did not enjoy her midnight snack immediately, but turned her head and looked at her father. Silver Ashes then called out twice in a low voice. Through the common perception with Ashen, Lin Xiao knew that what the old Wolf King said was, "Now, you are the Wolf King." The wolf pack can only start eating after the Wolf King finishes eating. Asen no longer hesitated. It was not that she was ungrateful or that she had forgotten her roots. It was just animal instinct. Everyone was watching Ashen eat. At this time, Gao Peng suddenly came over and put his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulders. Oh my god, Brother Xiao, your pet is so handsome. What kind of spiritual pet is it? What level? What stage is it? It was actually able to kill that King Kong. And these wolves, were they all summoned by it? Gao Peng asked a series of questions. Lin Xiao was too lazy to answer and ignored him. At this moment, Asen's mind moved, and a space crack appeared in the sky. The space crack gradually grew larger and finally formed a vortex. The wolves were pulled into the space vortex and finally flew into the vortex. Lin Xiao knew that the time for the skill calling the wolves had ended. The old Wolf King looked at his daughter with some reluctance and let out a woo. Asen also had tears in his eyes, and then he quickly threw the body of the baby King Kong that he had not finished eating into the whirlpool. Then it threw in several more gorilla corpses. Finally, when he saw the whirlpool disappear, Asen stopped. Lin Xiao felt that Asen was feeling a little lost and offered to return to the pokeball. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh and stepped forward to comfort Ashan, saying, "If you miss your father, summon him alone next time. I think if you just summon one wolf clan member, it should last longer." Hearing Lin Xiao's comfort, Asen's eyes immediately lit up, and then she nodded repeatedly. Its huge snow wolf head immediately rubbed against Lin Xiao's face. Lin Xiao quickly begged for mercy, as if jokingly. "Are you going to use rocket headbutt on me?" Asen felt a little embarrassed and was finally taken back into the pokeball by Lin Xiao. Seeing several gorilla corpses on the ground, Lin Xiao immediately looked at Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. Lin Xiao then thought about it and just collected the body of one gorilla to store as food. As for the distribution of the other corpses, Lin Xiao immediately looked at Lao Lu. "Give it to everyone and save it for the journey." Upon hearing this, old Lu did not hesitate. "Thank you, but we can't take much with us. Once everyone is able to move, we can have this as a midnight snack." Most of the people were knocked unconscious by the vibration bullet just now, and only a few 4 people are still able to move. The rest of the people were mostly businessmen and backpackers, and some of them were students who might not have storage equipment. Merchants do have storage equipment, but in order to move goods, their storage equipment is filled to the brim. Therefore, no one stored too much meat to take away. The remaining meat can only be sliced on the spot, lit on the fire, and wait to be put into the pot. When the others woke up and learned that it was Lin Xiao who single-handedly turned the tide and saved everyone, they immediately ran to establish a relationship with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't have the time to deal with these people, so he took his bowl and went to Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing to eat. Afterwards, Lao Lu came over with a glass of wine. Lin Xiao did not refuse Lao Lu. "Brother Qiao Wang, I came here to discuss Li Yan's bounty with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Lao Lu. "Is there anything going on?" Old Lu didn't hide it either. "There's an unwritten rule within the caravan. If you encounter a fugitive, then after you kill him, his reward must be divided equally among everyone in the caravan." Lin Xiao was not angry when he heard this, nor did he think there was anything wrong with doing so. He just used his eyes to signal Lao Lu to continue. When old Lu saw Lin Xiao's expression, he couldn't help but feel more satisfied with Lin Xiao. He nodded and praised. "Young man, you are patient and will definitely achieve great things in the future." Afterwards, Lao Lu finally expressed his thoughts. "I've discussed this with everyone. You contributed the most to dealing with Li Yan this time. You saved us all. So, we've decided that you'll get the lion's share of the bounty this time. You get 20 million. Gao Peng, Wang Tao, Lu Weiwei, and I will share 6 million. The remaining 4 million will be divided equally among them. Of course, part of it will be used to make up for the caravan's losses." After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. After seeing Lin Xiao's expression, old Lu quickly explained, "Don't think we're taking advantage of you. In fact, this is the distribution method we arrived at after weighing the pros and cons. I think you should have seen the contract you signed when you joined the caravan. It's clearly written above. All of us brothers know that this time we saved everyone out of your kindness." Lin Xiao waved his hand at this time. He realized that Lao Lu had misunderstood and quickly explained, "I saw this provision in the contract, so I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I just didn't expect you to be so generous and give me such a large bonus." After hearing this, old Lu laughed heartily and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "As expected, Captain Luo recommended you. You're so straightforward. I acknowledge you as my brother." Lin Xiao did not continue to speak. He was just a little surprised that Lu Weiwei would actually receive a bonus of 1.5 million. You have to know that this girl's performance is really... When Lin Xiao thought of this, he looked at Lu Weiwei, who was chatting with everyone on the other side of the camp. She seemed quite sociable, with 3 young men sitting around her. The 4 of them were talking and laughing. It was so lively. Perhaps because she felt Lin Xiao's gaze, Lu Weiwei turned her head and looked towards Lin Xiao. But at this time, Lin Xiao had already shifted his gaze elsewhere. Lu Weiwei thought about it, then stood up and walked to Lin Xiao. She pursed her lips and tugged at the corner of her clothes, looking very sad. When old Lu saw Lu Weiwei coming over, he immediately turned around and kept some distance from Lin Xiao. After seeing old Lu leave, Lu Weiwei timidly said to Lin Xiao, "I'm sorry." Lin Xiao seemed to have not heard anything and ignored her. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei's face became even uglier. Then, her eyes turned red and it seemed as if tears were flowing. With her pretty face, she really looked like a young wife who had suffered a great injustice, making people want to pity her. "Qiao Wang, are you so cruel that you won't even look me in the eye?" Chapter 102. The ultimate green tea is indeed extraordinary. After hearing what Lu Weiwei said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look confused. What does this have to do with anything? Afterwards, Lin Xiao heard Lu Weiwei say with a look of grievance, "I'm a girl going out. I'm so scared. But I have no one to rely on. The first thing I wanted to do when I was in danger was to find someone who could help me. I thought that you, Brother Qiao Wang, are strong and kind. It is out of trust in you that I sought your help. But I didn't expect you to hate me so much. You only have those 3 sisters in your heart. I know they are prettier and more well-behaved than me and won't cause you any trouble. I was wrong. I'm sorry." When Lin Xiao heard Lu Weiwei's words, the corners of his mouth twitched immediately. He never expected that Lu Weiwei would do this to him. What's this? Is this the real-life version of the legend of Zhenhuan? The best green tea is indeed extraordinary. Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing didn't care about it at all. They just ate heartlessly and paid no attention to their master's social death. The 3 beast masters who had just been chatting with Lu Weiwei ran over immediately when they saw Lu Weiwei crying. "Why is Sister Weiwei crying like this? Stop crying. What's there to cry about? Yeah, be happy." The 3 of them quickly began to coax Lu Weiwei. Someone immediately pointed the finger at Lin Xiao and was echoed by the other 2. "How could you be like this? Weiwei is just a girl. How could she offend you? Is it wrong for her to ask you for help when she's in danger? That's right. Look, you made Sister Weiwei cry. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Weiwei." Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched again. It turns out that no world can do without bootlickers. Lin Xiao was very annoyed by the victim-blaming cyber mobs he encountered online before traveling through time. Anyone who cries a few words beforehand and then writes a short essay online will make them boil. They expose others online everywhere, And when the truth of the matter is revealed and it is discovered that it is a boomerang, this group of people does not have to bear any legal responsibility, and they don't even have to apologize. However, the trauma they inflict on their victims is permanent. In this world, this is the first time that Lin Xiao has encountered such a person. What's even more outrageous is that the incident actually happened to him, and it happened offline. Lin Xiao suddenly felt that this world seemed a little magical. He thought about it, put down the food in his hand, then stood up and gave a sarcastic smile to the three boys who stood up for Lu Weiwei. The three of them immediately took several steps back after being looked at by Lin Xiao. What are you going to do? Do you want to hit someone? I'm telling you, if you get into a conflict within the caravan, you'll be expelled from the team. That's right. I'm telling you, don't think that just because you killed Li Yan, you can do whatever you want. Lao Lu, Gao Peng and Wang Tao were watching the show as if it had nothing to do with them, and they were chewing the freshly roasted meat in their mouths. Lin Xiao did not hide his sarcasm and shouted at the three people. Have you three never seen a woman before? Don't tell me you're still a virgin at your age. You guys don't think before you speak, and when you see a little girl crying out of grievance, it's as if you've been cuckolded. Lin Xiao's words stunned the three people. Even Lao Lu, Gao Peng and Wang Tao on the side spat out the barbecue in their stomachs. Who are you talking about? Fart. You? You're slandering me. I want to duel with you. The three of them were immediately furious. After refuting Lin Xiao, they still felt it was not enough, so they even took out their pokeballs and wanted to have a real war between men with Lin Xiao. At this time, Lu Weiwei finally spoke. Three big brothers, Brother Chao Wang, please stop arguing. It's all my fault. I know that although I'm weak and can only run away when I encounter difficulties, Brother Chao Wang has no obligation to protect me. He's not my client. He has someone he needs to protect. I know I'm not as pretty or sensible as my three sisters. I will never trouble Brother Chao Wang again. Here we go again. Top quality green tea is back. Then, Lu Weiwei looked at Lin Xiao. Brother Chao Wang, are you willing to forgive me? This time, Lin Xiao looked at Lu Weiwei calmly, and then he showed a very bright smile. Seeing Lin Xiao smile, Lu Weiwei immediately became ecstatic. Brother Chao Wang, are you finally willing to forgive me? After seeing this scene, the three people felt a surge of discontent in their hearts. Before Lin Xiao's smile faded, he said decisively, I don't want to. Forehead. No one expected Lin Xiao to say that. Although the three beast masters were happy, they were more filled with indignation. Mr. Chao, what do you mean? Even Weiwei is so humble. How can you be so idiotic? You don't even know how to give in to a girl. I think you've never seen a woman before. There will never be a girl who likes you in your life. Hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Really? I don't care. Then, Lin Xiao shouted again. You just said that no girl would like me, right? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned to see that Lin Xiao's three beautiful employers quickly stood up and shouted together. No, we sisters are lucky. Let's just ignore them. Let's go back to the tent and rest. Master, Brother Chao Wang is the best. As they spoke, Xiaojiu, Chimera and Xiaoqing were surrounded by Lin Xiao. Then they surrounded Lin Xiao and went back to their own tent to rest. After seeing this scene, the onlookers in the camp all showed a sour expression. Old Lu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Xiao's back. Awesome. He seduced 3 sponsors right after the mission, and he seduced 3 sponsors at once. This is the first time I've ever seen that happen. There is no one before and no one after. Wang Tao also expressed his inferiority. The 3 beast masters were stunned where they were. They really didn't know what to say to cover up their embarrassment. At this moment, they really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Lu Weiwei looked at the tent of Lin Xiao and the others, gnashing her teeth viciously, and then said in a voice that only she could hear, "Slut." After a night of hard work, everyone was ready to go the next morning. Only after counting the losses from last night did Lao Lu set off. As the organizer and person in charge of a caravan, this is his responsibility. Fortunately, he will make a lot of money on this trip. In the next few days, everyone's progress was relatively smooth. Even Lu Weiwei, who particularly liked to stir up trouble, did not cause any more trouble. But she always follows those 3 bootlickers. The 4 of them were talking and laughing the whole time, which formed a sharp contrast with Lin Xiao's side. Although the caravan encountered some attacks from monsters, they were able to escape danger easily in the end. Although there was a 5th-level monster among those monsters, it was still not enough in front of the caravan with a large number of people and strong strength. In the end, those monsters became the caravan's material reserves. As they walked, Lao Lu took out a map, looked at it, and pointed to a patch of woods ahead. He said, "That area ahead is called Lefengpo. After passing Lefengpo, we can reach Suyang City on Lianghuai Road in another day's walk." Chapter 103. This thing is a natural mount. Lin Xiao had heard of Lefengpo. It is said that there was once a mythical bird shaped like a phoenix, which died here, hence the name. And this divine bird is the famous S-level 9th order monster, the fiery god. At that time, the Lord of Fire led a tide of beasts to attack human territory. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom had 10 god-level beastmasters, the most in the entire blue planet. In order to resist this beast tide, the Dragon Kingdom's god-level beastmasters went out in full force. In the end, at the cost of half of the god-level beastmasters being killed, they defeated the beast tide and killed the god of fire. From then on, the entire southeastern coastal area became stable, which led to the establishment of large cities such as Modu and Suyang City. Otherwise, this land might still be in a state of devastation. As they walked, Lin Xiao and the others came to the territory of Lefengpo. At the entrance of Lefengpo stands a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet depicts 5 brave humans fighting a bird made of fire. And at their feet were countless corpses of monsters and humans. Although it was just a stone tablet, Lin Xiao could still feel the cruelty of the battle that year. Seeing the stone tablet, Lao Lu walked forward, took off his hat and saluted, and finally cleaned the dust on the stone tablet and the weeds nearby. After that, Lao Lu returned to the team. Lin Xiao looked at Lao Lu in surprise. Old Lu knew that he was wasting the team's time, so he explained to those who didn't understand his words, "We still have to show some respect to the ancestors." Lin Xiao didn't believe that this was Lao Lu's reason, but since the other party didn't want to say it, he wouldn't ask any further questions. Then, Gao Peng walked over and said to Lin Xiao in a low voice, "Old Lu's ancestors also participated in that battle." After saying this, Gao Peng pointed to the carvings on the stone tablet. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that Lao Lu's ancestors were so powerful. Looking at Lao Lu's back, Lin Xiao was also curious about how a descendant of a god-level beastmaster like Lao Lu, who had made great contributions, could have ended up organizing a caravan and becoming a leader in the caravan. Gao Peng continued to explain, "Don't look at old Lu's current situation. His ancestors were once wealthy. It's just that his family tradition is quite upright. In addition, the Lu family has a god-level beastmaster as their backer, who fell in the battle against the fiery Lord 100 years ago. The Lu family did not rely on their ancestors' protection to gain credit, but instead relied on their own efforts to expand their territory in Longwa. It's a pity that the Lu family had bad luck. By the time old Lu came of age, the family had fallen on hard times." When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. It's still a good family tradition, much better than those descendants of strong men who only know how to bully men and women. The caravan continued to move forward, and everyone entered Lefengpo. The so-called Lefengpo is a canyon with less steep terrain. If you want to pass through here, you either have to take the mountain path below or take the risk of climbing uphill. The route chosen by the caravan was climbing. Lao Lu said that if you take the path below and encounter a high-level monster, there will be nowhere to escape. However, although climbing a mountain is dangerous, once they reach the top of the slope, the wide view and flat terrain allow them to detect danger in the first time and respond effectively. Everyone still had great trust in Lao Lu, so they all supported the climb. The speed of the entire caravan slowed down. Although the speed was slow, the climb was still relatively smooth. After half a day, the entire caravan finally arrived at the top of Lefengpo. The view is endless, which is a beautiful sight that makes people marvel at the wonders of nature. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao's inspiration suddenly struck. The power of nature makes his 5 senses very sharp, especially in this natural environment. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the sky. Everyone was still resting tiredly and chatting with each other. Only Lin Xiao frowned and looked towards the dome. Old Lu walked over and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Brother Qiao Wang, what are you looking at?" Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly dilated. "Be alert. There's a flying monster." However, there is no place to hide on this endless high slope. Everyone could only raise their heads and be prepared. However, when someone looked up, they found that there was nothing in the sky and couldn't help but feel confused. Old Lu also looked at Lin Xiao curiously and asked, "Brother Qiao Wang, what did you find?" The 3 people who had previously clashed over Lu Weiwei and Lin Xiao also spoke one after another. "You're so jumpy. I think you've gone crazy. The cry wolf trick won't make you feel more present. It will only make you look like a clown. I think everyone should just do what they need to do, don't." Just as the 3 men finished their words, a fireball suddenly fell from the sky and landed right next to him. With a bang, the man who had not yet finished speaking was blown away by a fireball. "Oh!" The man screamed miserably. However, no monsters or enemies were seen in the sky. There was only an attack like a rain of fire, falling continuously. Old Lu was the first to react. Scatter. This guy wants to catch us all in one fell swoop. As he spoke, Lao Lu immediately summoned his pet, the giant hornworm. Afterwards, seeing that Gao Peng had not moved, Lao Lu could not help but shout again. Damn it! Gao Peng, how long are you going to hide? Where's your flying pet? Gao Peng sighed when he heard this. He had wanted to continue hiding. Then, Gao Peng took out his pokeball. After a flash of white light, Lin Xiao finally saw Gao Peng's spirit pet. It was a griffin with huge wings. Gilgali, a 4th-level A-rank spiritual pet, possesses powerful carrying capacity, but its combat power is average. It can carry 1 or 2 people on its back to fight in the sky. Furthermore, it can actively attack, doubling its attack power against airborne units. At the same time, he is also a social animal and has a certain ability to fight in a coordinated manner. Possess the following skills: riding, accelerated flight, volley shooting, and aerial net casting. Salvo. Once the number of Dragali reaches a certain size, the power of the arrows will increase when they are fired simultaneously. Lin Xiao looked at the strange-looking griffin with wings, 4 legs and 2 hands, and nodded involuntarily. This thing is a natural mount. To be honest, Lin Xiao has always had one regret, which is that he cannot fly yet. Every time he saw Chimera stepping on the magic circle and firing cannons in the sky, he thought he could do the same. Therefore, Lin Xiao has always wanted to get a flying monster that can be used as a mount, but he has never been given the opportunity. If I can't find a suitable flying pet, then I'll buy one myself when I get to the imperial capital. Lin Xiao secretly made up his mind. At this time, Gao Peng had already ridden on Jirujiali's back. Then the griffin let out a howl, and then it suddenly kicked the ground with its 4 hooves and jumped up very high. And only when it reaches the highest point does its wings begin to flap. In this way, Jirujiali carried Gao Peng and flew into the sky. Chapter 104. Brother Chao Wang is indeed a fellow traveler. Seeing Gao Peng riding on Jirujiali to fight in the sky, Lin Xiao finally understood why Gao Peng didn't like to use his spirit pet to fight. This thing is very effective in air combat, but has little killing power against enemies on the ground. It is not as good as Gao Peng fighting with his bare hands. After flying high into the sky, Gao Peng actually took out a spear from his space equipment. He actually planned to fight the monster in hand-to-hand combat. Even Lin Xiao felt a little uncomfortable with this situation. Then, Gao Peng and Jirujiali flew to a height that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. All we could see was a black dot circling in the air. Where is it? I can't find that beast. Gao Peng shouted in the sky. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Could it be that this monster has the ability to hide its body? Immediately, Lin Xiao searched for relevant information in his mind. A flying monster with the ability to attack with fire attributes and hide itself. Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of something he had read in extracurricular reading materials. That is the god of fire. But it's impossible for a 9th-level monster to appear here, right? If that's the case, then doesn't that mean everyone is doomed here? Lin Xiao thought about it and immediately came up with an idea. He said to Gao Peng, "Brother Gao Peng, you retreat first." Although Gao Peng didn't understand how powerful Lin Xiao was, he now trusted Lin Xiao very much. So he quickly did as he was told. Then, Lin Xiao glanced at Chimera. Chimera understood what she meant and quickly took out the Gatling water cannon from her storage ring. Then, Chimera loaded the gun very skillfully and started firing at the sky. Suddenly, the sound of bullets shooting, da-da-da, rang out in the wilderness. The dense bullets from the Gatling water cannon poured into the sky like a tide. Gao Peng didn't understand what Lin Xiao was going to do, but when he saw Chimera's actions, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Wait until I'm far away before shooting. However, Chimera acted as if it didn't hear him and just kept sweeping the area with gunfire. Gao Peng quickly flew a little further away and thus avoided the attack. At this moment, a bird's cry appeared from a bright light in the sky that seemed to merge with the sun. Then, the light suddenly changed. Then, a huge and handsome bird appeared in the sky. The basic information of the big bird instantly appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Ancient bird, a grade A, rank 6 demon beast, is a subspecies of the phoenix. It is naturally compatible with fire and has a certain chance of awakening the phoenix bloodline. It is a natural hunter, possessing the ability to burn everything. The flames at its tail not only burn its enemies, but also burn its own body to generate vitality. Once the flames at its tail can no longer control the fire and engulf it, it will enter a state of evolution. It will either succeed in evolving and be reborn from the ashes to become a 7th-level monster, or it will die. Possessing skills, burning the sky, rain of fire, burning the earth. Lin Xiao looked at the introduction of the ancient bird and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. This monster has no physical attack skills. All it can do is magic attacks. Afterwards, Lin Xiao saw the reason clearly with his own eyes. It turned out that the claws of this ancient bird had been burned by flames, making it impossible for it to have the ability to launch physical attacks. At this time, Gao Peng had already seen the appearance of the ancient bird, so he rushed towards the ancient bird without fear. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and quickly shouted to Gao Peng, "Brother Gao Peng, all of this beast's attacks are long-range magical attacks. Don't let him kite you. He doesn't have the ability to fight in close combat. Find a way to cut him off mid-sentence." After hearing Lin Xiao's warning, Gao Peng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! Brother Chao Wang is indeed a fellow traveler. He actually discovered the trick immediately. I thought you were going to remind me that he was a 6th-level monster and run away." As soon as Lin Xiao heard it, he understood what the other party meant. He knew the habits of this ancient bird. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh that these old hands were really knowledgeable. It seems that they have fought these monsters more than once. When the taiku bird saw Gao Peng rushing straight towards it, it started moving in the sky without saying a word, trying to create distance between itself and Gao Peng. However, Zhigali is the best among griffins, and griffins are known for their flexibility and speed. It is absolutely impossible to escape from its pursuit. But the ancient bird was not a pushover. It stopped attacking the people on the ground and launched fire skills at Gao Peng repeatedly. Every time Gao Peng was about to attack it at close range, a large magic wall like fire would appear in Gao Peng's path. Damn it, this beast is really hard to deal with. Lin Xiao then took the Gatling water cannon directly from Chimera's hand, aimed at the ancient bird in the air, and started shooting. The sound of da-da-da from the submachine gun rang out again, drawing everyone's attention. Then, they saw that the ancient bird was caught off guard by Lin Xiao. In the sky, fiery red blood flowers and feathers kept appearing. Gao Peng couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this. Well done. And with the help of Lin Xiao's shooting, he came to the side of the ancient bird. He raised his 3-meter-long spear and stabbed it at the ancient bird. The ancient bird screamed miserably and dodged with great effort in midair, avoiding its own vital points, and was killed instantly by Gao Peng's blow. However, the ancient bird is a subspecies of divine bird with the blood of the phoenix. How could it endure such humiliation? After dodging the fatal blow, it actually took advantage of the distance between itself and Gao Peng and directly detonated the burning sky skill while entering and exiting. Gao Peng cursed loudly. Fuck. Does this beast want to die? The reason is simple. This attack by this creature hurts the enemy by 1,000 while hurting itself by 800. Although the taiko bird is friendly to fire, it is not fireproof and will be injured after being burned. Just as Lin Xiao saw in the information, if its body was completely burned by the flames, that would be the time for it to break through to become a 7th-level spiritual pet. Gao Peng took out a shield in midair, like a magic trick, and blocked it in front of him. With a loud boom, the skill burning sky exploded. A flame appeared in the sky. But on one side of the sea of fire, there was actually a gap, which was created by Gao Peng's shield. But even so, Gao Peng's screams were heard by everyone. It hurts. It's so hot. This guy is crazy. Fortunately, the raging fire did not last too long. After just a few breaths, the flames disappeared. At this time, the tycoon bird looked very miserable, like a bald chicken with its feathers burnt. However, it actually took advantage of this opportunity to distance itself from Gao Peng. At this time, the ancient bird turned around and was about to escape. But Gao Peng was prepared for this and patted Jirugali on the head. Net. Then, Jirugali immediately threw out a large net made of spiritual power. Chapter 105. This is the real-life version of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Air capture. This is a common skill for Jirugali, or all griffins. This skill can catch the monsters in the sky with a large net of spiritual power, and then forcibly drag them to the ground, thereby helping other companions to attack. Normally, it can be said to be a very useless skill. Such a super control skill is absolutely a magical skill when it comes to team battles or hunting in the wild. As long as this skill hits, the situation of the battle can be completely reversed. The disadvantage is that after catching the target, the griffin cannot attack or even move, and can only stay where it is and serve as a living target. The situation is the same now. Jirugali remains motionless in the sky and continues to cast spells. Fortunately, Gao Peng, riding on Jirugiali's back, can take this opportunity to do whatever he wants. He simply raised his spear and threw it at the ancient bird. The ancient bird screamed and watched the spear getting bigger and bigger in its pupils. Then, it roared angrily. It was already at the end of its strength and was about to be forced to evolve. Now it was about to be killed by the tiny humans. This humiliation turned into anger, and it almost lost control. So, it came up with another crazy idea. It directly sets its entire body on fire. The raging flames directly burned through the spiritual power net, and it regained its freedom and could finally move as it pleased. It first turned in the air and avoided the spear. Gao Peng cried out in alarm, because he no longer had any weapon in his hands, and his protective gear was also destroyed by the burning sky skill of the ancient bird just now. So Gao Peng couldn't help but shout, "Run!" However, the ancient bird did not look at Gao Peng, but stared at Lin Xiao. This is the culprit that put it in danger. Then, the ancient bird rushed towards Lin Xiao with flames all over its body. Suicide attack. It wanted to die together with Lin Xiao in this way. After seeing this, Lu Weiwei on the side quickly shouted, "Run! Everyone, don't stay here. The bird has gone crazy." However, at this moment, Lao Lu ran over regardless of everything. "Everyone, come and help Chao Wang withstand this attack. As long as he can withstand this blow, this beast will be dead." Two different arguments, two completely different choices. However, Lin Xiao didn't care at all about the ancient bird's final madness. He snapped his fingers. "Chimera, kill it." Chimera heard this and said, Then, she took out Judgment of Sparta from her storage ring. "Because you dared to attack Master Chao Wang, your crime is unforgivable. On behalf of the moon, I will destroy you." After saying that, Sparta's judgment suddenly lit up, which meant that the judgment was effective. Its suppressive ability appeared, and the flying speed of the ancient bird slowed down. The flames on his body also became smaller. Then, Sparta's judgment locked onto the body of the ancient bird, and Chimera also pulled the trigger at this time. The rocket, charged with magical power, turned into a huge magic missile. With a boom, the magic missile hit the already burning body of the ancient bird. The latter screamed. At the same time, the oversized magic missile actually contained a huge amount of frost elements. This directly extinguished the flames on the ancient bird, and the ancient bird's body was actually frozen. Then, the ancient bird fell to the ground with a bang. Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaojiu, and Xiaojiu understood what he meant. She bowed to Lin Xiao and said charmingly, "Thank you, Brother Chao Wang." This sentence was so touching that it made people's skin crawl. Xiaojiu then stepped forward and directly collected the body of the ancient bird. This is the body of a 6th-level fire elemental monster. If she can absorb it all, her strength will be improved to a higher level, and she will be just around the corner from the 3rd level. After seeing this scene, everyone was a little bit unbelievable. Holy shit, what just happened? If I'm not mistaken, it looks like a rocket bird. This is the real-life version of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After Gao Peng flew down from the sky, he first put away the Jirugali under his butt, then ran to Lin Xiao and looked at the Chimera. At this time, Chimera had already put away the Spartan Judgment and Gatling water cannon. "Brother Chao Wang, who is this girl? She's so violent. She's using a cannon to kill a mosquito. I even feel a little sorry for that ancient bird." Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile when he heard this. A 6th-level monster, it's better to be safe. Gao Peng immediately gave a thumbs up. Ox. Gao Peng actually had another question that he didn't ask, which was what were the origins of those two pieces of equipment. They could actually turn the 6th-level monster Taiku bird into a turkey, so it couldn't be that their levels were too low, right? But what he didn't know was that Sparta's Judgment was only level 5, and the Gatling water cannon was only level 2. It can be said to be a very low-end equipment. The reason why it has such great power is entirely because of the high magic damage of it and Chimera. But it doesn't matter anymore. Now in the eyes of everyone in the caravan, Chimera is a little rich woman with powerful equipment. Moreover, this rich woman was taken into the harem of the beast Lin Xiao. Everyone was immediately envious. Why hadn't they met such an employer? At this time, Lu Weiwei returned to the crowd, surrounded by the 2 remaining men who had been following her. Lin Xiao didn't even look at her, but said to Lao Lu, "Thank you." Old Lu didn't care at all when he heard this. "We are all from the same caravan. You paid me, so I am responsible for your safety. This is what I should do." Lin Xiao nodded. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Gao Peng. "I want the body of this ancient bird. What compensation do you want?" Gao Peng had just fought with the ancient bird, and even damaged a shield. It can be said that he exerted a lot of strength. Lu Weiwei echoed repeatedly at this time. Yes, Brother Gao Peng was in such danger just now. He held on for so long in such a huge sea of fire. Shouldn't the flamingo's body be given to Brother Gao Peng? Gao Peng glanced at Lu Weiwei, then turned his head. He thought for a moment and said, "The corpse of a 6th-level monster will cost about 100 million. However, without your cooperation, I might also die in the sky." How about this? You give me Lian's head. The so-called Lian's head is not just a head in the literal sense, but it's Lian's bonus. Lin Xiao thought about it and felt that 20 million was a very fair price. Good. Lin Xiao immediately nodded and agreed. Then, Gao Peng looked to the other side. At the same time, Lin Xiao looked at the other side of the team, where there was a charred corpse. That was a young beastmaster among the 3 people who had argued with Lin Xiao over Lu Weiwei. Chapter 106. Truly worthy of being a 9th-ranked demon beast and a god-level beastmaster. In fact, logically speaking, this beastmaster should not die. But unexpectedly, a rain of fire suddenly fell from the sky, which caused his death. Lu Weiwei happened to be at the place where the rain of fire fell. Faced with the rain of fire, she immediately pulled the man over and used him as a shield. However, all this happened in an instant, and everyone's attention was attracted by the rain of fire, and they did not notice how Lu Weiwei murdered others. But we are not fools. When faced with such things, there will always be people who raise other objections. That's not right. I saw this guy before, and he wasn't within the range of the rain of fire. How could he have died inexplicably? Having said that, the other party immediately turned his gaze to Lu Weiwei. Obviously, he has discovered something. Lu Weiwei felt a little guilty when she saw the other person's gaze. Her eyes rolled, and tears immediately began to flow. Whoa, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Brother Zhao died trying to save me. I was targeted by a rain of fire before, and I was so scared at the time that I didn't know how to dodge. Brother Zhao pushed me away to save me. I was saved, but Brother Zhao was hit by the rain of fire. As she spoke, Lu Weiwei cried even more miserably and slowly squatted down. When everyone heard this, they were like, wow, this is too tragic. He died just for his confidant. However, old Lu frowned and did not speak. On the side, another admirer of Lu Weiwei was hesitant to speak. Wang Tao was a straightforward person. He looked at the man and said, just say whatever you want to say. The man's name was Lu Debao. He was about to say something when he saw Lu Weiwei looking at him out of the corner of his eye. He thought about it and finally gave up. He shook his head. Nothing. I just feel a little sorry for Zhao Xi's death. Wang Tao sighed. All right. In our line of work, separation and death are commonplace. When humans can truly tame the monsters and recreate the life of the technologically advanced civilization of the past, there won't be any more sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Lu Debao nodded and stopped talking. However, he was still looking at Lu Weiwei out of the corner of his eye. Lu Weiwei felt the other person's gaze, but did not avoid it. Instead, she looked at Lu Debao and gave a seemingly friendly smile. Then, Lao Lu said to Gao Peng, you will bear the losses of the caravan this time. Is that okay with you? Gao Peng nodded upon hearing this and had no objection. Afterwards, everyone lifted up Zhao Xi's body and burned it in an open place. Old Lu then explained to Lin Xiao, in the wild, there are all kinds of monsters. Perhaps the seemingly insignificant insects in the soil are actually very difficult monsters. If you bury your companions' bodies in the wild, the most likely consequence is that they will be dismembered by monsters. So, in order for them to rest in peace after death, we will bring their ashes back home. After listening to this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but nodded. He recalled the adventures he had with Luo Cheng and others from the Exploration Guild. After the 5 companions died, Luo Cheng collected their bodies and placed them in the storage space. Although Sun Cheng's body was not brought back, but buried at a random place, this was probably also a consideration. After everyone had taken care of Zhao Xi's body, they set out on their journey again. However, just when everyone was about to leave, Xiaojiu suddenly chased after the corner of Lin Xiao's clothes. Lin Xiao looked at her. He knew that Xiaojiu wouldn't come to him for no reason. Xiaojiu lowered his voice and said to Lin Xiao, I have a hunch. I sensed a familiar aura. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Is there any danger? Xiaojiu shook his head. No, I just feel close. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and pushed his mental power to the maximum, connecting the power of nature with the prairie here. After a moment, Lin Xiao still didn't feel anything. He thought for a moment and then asked, can you sense the specific direction? Xiaojiu nodded and pointed to a circular basin at the bottom of Lefengpo. Rather than saying it is a basin, it is more like a big pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. Lin Xiao calculated the distance and estimated that it would be almost dark by the time he reached there. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately said, let's act together tonight. Soon, night fell again, and the entire caravan set up camp near the basin. Old Lu enthusiastically introduced the place to some people who came here for the first time. This is where the fiery lord fell. Back then, the 5 great god-level beastmasters of the Dragon Nation perished along with him, right here. Everyone looked at the basin, which was now as red as charcoal, and sighed. He is truly worthy of being a 9th-ranked demon beast and a god-level beastmaster. The destructive power was beyond their imagination. 100 years have passed, but the land is still charred and barren, as if it had been hit by a nuclear bomb. Lin Xiao sensed the area and found that it still exuded an explosive atmosphere, as if it was a precursor to a volcanic eruption. However, he knew very well that there was no volcanic earthquake zone nearby. In other words, the impact of the death of the fiery god on this place may not dissipate until hundreds of years later. Lin Xiao saluted in front of the big pit to express his respect for the ancestors who had saved the human civilization and survival of Manhwa. Once upon a time, there was such a group of lovely people in his previous life who fought for the distant country of his previous life. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that his past life and present life resonated with each other. Slowly, the night fell and Lao Lu had already arranged people to keep watch. Most people choose to form a team of several people to keep watch at night. This will prevent people from being lazy or having problems. But Lin Xiao still chose to keep watch alone. Old Lu was also very considerate and arranged for Lin Xiao to stay in the latter half of the night, because Lin Xiao said that he liked quietness. Nothing happened that night. In the second half of the night, Lin Xiao was woken up to keep watch. He sat by the campfire, and time passed by minute by minute. Lin Xiao looked at the sky and felt the movements in the camp. When he felt the time was right, he said to Xiao Jiao in the tent, "It's time to move." Xiao Jiao stood up immediately, and Chimera had already been transformed by Xiao Jiao into a body shape and face similar to Lin Xiao. Chimera, like Lin Xiao, sat by the campfire, silent and quiet. At this time, Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao had already taken advantage of the night and walked into the big pit where the fire god fell. Then, Xiao Jiao followed her perception and slowly walked forward in a certain direction. As he was walking, Xiao Jiao suddenly stopped and looked at the area. Right here. Chapter 107 Master, this hurts. After finding the place, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the surrounding terrain. This is not the bottom of the pit, nor is it a special place. It is just an ordinary slope. It doesn't look like there's anything special about it. Lin Xiao thought about it, and then activated his natural power. However, although Lin Xiao did not feel any friendly power, he felt a dangerous aura. This is the early warning capability among natural forces. But this dangerous aura came from under their feet. There's something underground. After saying that, Lin Xiao stomped his foot hard without hesitation. Although the ground was very hard, he was able to break through it with one foot thanks to the power of the heavenly fox. Then, a heat surged up from under the ground, and Lin Xiao finally felt that familiar breath. That was actually the breath of heavenly fire. Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao beside him couldn't help but look at each other. However, neither of them said anything, but directly lifted up the ground and found that there was a huge hole in the ground that was several meters wide. And from within the cave, the breath of heavenly fire continued to surge outward. At the same time, the uneasy feeling in Lin Xiao's heart became stronger. However, Lin Xiao still chose to follow in. One reason is that the heavenly fire has no effect on him, and another important reason is that Xiao Jiao seems to need the things in the cave very much. I have never seen Xiao Jiao so eager. The two men crawled into the cave. There were flames dancing everywhere inside, so there was no need for lighting at all. The rock walls of this cave do not seem to be formed naturally, but rather seem to have been dug out by some beast or human with great power. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Why does this place feel like the habitat of some powerful beast?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao also nodded. "That's right. I sensed a familiar presence, and it was violent." The two continued to move forward. The further they went inside the cave, the hotter it became. Fortunately, both of them have the ability of heavenly fire and have a natural affinity for flames, so they did not feel the heat. Then, the two continued to walk inside. Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and looked at the walls around him. No, two creatures once lived here. Lin Xiao pointed at the relatively smooth scratch on the wall and said, "Look there." Xiao Jiao looked up in the direction Lin Xiao pointed and saw that the place looked like it had been crushed by a huge body. "It looks like this place has been rubbed back and forth by some strong body. Look over there." Lin Xiao pointed in another direction. "Those are obviously scratches." Xiao Jiao pondered for a moment and said, "Master, could it be a monster similar to a dragon or a lizard?" Lin Xiao heard this and thought about it. Not really. If it were this kind of monster, their distribution would be more even, but the distribution of traces here is more like they arrived one after the other. Xiao Jiao nodded in agreement. "Master, you are so smart. If only I could be as smart as you." Lin Xiao immediately smiled and knocked Xiao Jiao on the forehead. "You're the only one who can talk." Xiao Jiao pretended to be in pain. "Master, this hurts." Xiaojiu's appearance became more and more charming. If Lin Xiao did not have extraordinary self-control, he probably would not be able to withstand the latter's charm. The two continued walking forward. As we walked, the road ahead suddenly became open. Lin Xiao saw a huge space, as big as several football fields. And in the innermost part of this space, there is something like a shack. It is made up of an endless supply of heavenly fire. In the middle of the heavenly fire is a fiery red elf egg. There were intricate patterns carved on the elf egg. It looks like a flame, and also like a feather. Lin Xiao couldn't take his eyes off the patterns. Xiaojie was also attracted by the strange power. The two of them slowly walked towards the elf egg. Just as the two of them threw themselves into it, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a biting chill. It was an unprecedented sense of crisis. Lin Xiao immediately came to his senses, turned around, and grabbed Xiaojie. The moment Xiaojie was pulled by Lin Xiao, he came to his senses. Owner. Lin Xiao made a gesture to keep quiet, then immediately pulled Xiaojie and leaped into the crack of the mountain wall in this space. Then a boom. Sound came from outside. A giant snake that was 100 meters long swam in from outside. The difference is that a tumor appeared on the giant snake's head. This is a sign of transformation into a dragon. The basic information of the snake then appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Qiao, an S-rank, 6th-order demon beast, possesses the bloodline of a dragon, S-rank. It is an extremely evil being. Every time it appears, it signifies disaster, whether it's a flash flood or a river changing course. It is very greedy. We must offer it sufficient tributes to prevent the disaster from happening. Otherwise, even if you cut it off, you may not be able to prevent the disaster from happening. It has a strong physique, sharp reflexes, and an extremely hydrophilic nature. Skills: Flood, Rocket Headbutt, Devour, Treasure Hunt. Lin Xiao didn't expect that the other party was actually an S-level monster, and it was a 6th level one. It was the first time he had seen this legendary monster so close. Then, Qiao began to revolve around the elf egg. Xiaojie couldn't help but ask in confusion, Master, what is it doing? Is that its child? I don't know if Qiao heard Xiaojie's doubts and actually spoke in human language. I never thought that your guardian, the ancient bird, would be killed by humans. Now, who can protect you? Just relying on these flames around you? Ha ha ha, just wait to become my meal. If I eat you, my bloodline will evolve further. I will become a purebred dragon, or even a member of the dragon clan. After saying that, Qiao let out a wow and pounced on the elf egg. Then, Lin Xiao and Xiaojie heard a scream. Qiao was burned by the heavenly fire, and his skin was torn, and he was seriously injured. Why? Why do you still have this layer of protection even without that damned ancient bird? At this time, Lin Xiao finally understood that the ancient bird should be the mother of this elf egg. The other party went out to find food and ended up encountering their caravan and eventually died outside. But why is the elf egg of this ancient bird protected by heavenly fire? But when Xiaojie saw this scene, he laughed out loud. Master, he's so stupid. Who? Qiao suddenly raised its huge head and looked in the direction of Lin Xiao. Xiaojie shrank his neck and no longer planned to hide it. She raised her head and crawled out of the crevice, hanging her feet on the cliff. Are you looking for me? As she spoke, Xiaojie swung her lovely and beautiful legs. Qiao then looked at Xiaojie and sneered. Humans? How dare you come here? Two of you at that. Looks like I can have a good meal today. Since I can't cure the thing in that elf egg for the time being, I'll just treat you two as appetizers. Chapter 108. Finally got the chance to use all my strength. After Qiao finished speaking, there was a boom sound, and the entire snake body shot toward Xiaojie. Xiaojie dodged quickly, and Lin Xiao also jumped down from the cliff. As soon as the two men left, Qiao smashed the place where they were standing into pieces. Then, the two men fell to the ground, looking at the huge body of Qiao from the left and right. It is over 100 meters long, but as thick as a car. With a body size like this, not to mention a small elf egg, even an elephant wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. But even such a huge and hard body was restricted by the heavenly fire. This is also the reason why Lin Xiao and Xiaojie dared to emerge from the mountain wall and confront it. So, Lin Xiao and Xiaojie used the heavenly fire at the same time without hesitation. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and a ball of heavenly fire emerged from his body, then pounced directly on Qiao. Xiaojie was even more direct. Her body turned into a ball of red flame, and she used her flesh as a guide to grab Qiao. Qiao was caught off guard by the two people's heavenly fire and let out a miserable cry. You bunch of ants. You bunch of bugs. How come you can also use this strange flame? Are you in cahoots with that ancient bird? After saying that, Qiao's body shook. Then a boom sound came from the cave. This almost made Lin Xiao mistakenly think that there was a sudden earthquake. Fortunately, the rock walls here are very hard and no collapse has occurred. Then, cold air continued to emerge from the loach's body. Xiaoyou's body then began to crush Xiaojiu. If it were someone else, he might really be crushed into a meat patty by Xiaoyou. Even if you are hit lightly by the loach, you will end up with broken bones and tendons. However, Xiaojiu does possess the power of the celestial fox after all. Although the sky fox looks weak, its body is one of the strongest in nature, and it has immense power. Xiaojiu directly took the attack from Xiaoyou. At this time, Lin Xiao jumped directly onto the mountain wall and looked down at the loach swimming. Then, Lin Xiao sneered. Finally, I have the chance to use my full strength. Since Lin Xiao traveled through time until now, all of his battles have been resolved by 4 girls, Xiaojiu, Chimera, Ashen, and Xiaoqing. He has never had the opportunity to fight with all his strength. This time, he can finally take action. Lin Xiao put his hands together, formed a strange spell, and then aimed at Xiaoyou and shouted in a low voice, "Open." Then, a magic circle appeared behind Lin Xiao. Above the magic circle, magical fluctuations slowly emerged and finally condensed into the shape of magic missiles. However, Lin Xiao's magic missiles are different from Chimera's. There is heavenly fire burning slowly on his magic missiles. That's right. Lin Xiao integrated the heavenly fire into the magical attack inherited from Chimera. Then, more than a dozen improved magic missiles exploded on Xiaoyou's body. Xiaoyou was caught off guard by Lin Xiao's attack. Its entire body was covered with bloody wounds. On the other side, Xiaojiu was also not vague. Then her body shook, revealing her true form. Xiaoyou then saw a 3-meter-tall two-tailed fox suddenly appear in front of it, which made it completely unable to believe its eyes. "What? You're from the fox tribe." The only response to Xiaoyou was the flames spit out by Xiaojiu. Oh, Xiaoyou was hit hard again, and his anger was beyond words. It knew that if it continued like this, it would surely die. So it decided to go all out. The flood is overwhelming. It was planning to fill the entire cave with floodwater and drown Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu here. But just when it was about to use its skill, Xiaojiu suddenly popped his head out from the skyfire and just stared at it blankly. When Xiaojiu looked into Xiaojiu's eyes, he unexpectedly discovered that Xiaojiu's eyes were full of... It was like a bottomless pit, attracting it. At this moment, it felt as if it was attracted to Xiaojiu. This fox is full of charm and is the image of the partner it has been searching for many years. This is no longer about race or species. It's simply because it is so beautiful. But the next moment, it was suddenly startled. What am I doing? Why am I attracted to this vixen? Could it be that? Thinking of this, it suddenly looked around. It found that the space around it was now shackled. Heavenly fire is coming. Lin Xiao then launched the strongest attack skill that Xiaojiu had ever learned from him. The only drawback of Skyfire is that the pre-swing time is too long, and you need someone to help you control the target. Otherwise, you can only rely on prediction to attack. And now with Xiaojiu's enchanting power, Lin Xiao can finally use the Skyfire perfectly. Then, a beam of fire suddenly fell from the sky. It was as if a divine punishment had traveled through time and space and suddenly arrived in this world, directly hitting Xiaoyou. Xiaoyou screamed miserably immediately, and his body was burned into 2 parts by the heavenly fire. At this moment, it no longer wanted to fight, and even had no intention of killing Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu. It only wanted to escape quickly, recuperate after escaping, and then settle the score with these 2 hateful people, the man and the fox. But how could Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu let it escape like this? Xiaojiu's height of nearly 3 meters blocked its path. Then, Xiaojiu turned her body into flames again. Lin Xiao had already started casting spells and chanting incantations, and a magic circle appeared from under Xiaoyou's body. Countless tentacles and dry hands appeared in the magic circle. These unclean creatures, which seemed to have crawled out of hell, directly grabbed Xiaoyou's body, making him unable to move. "Let me go? Let me go? I am Xiaoyou. I want to transform into a dragon. I can't die here." But the only answer to Xiaoyou was Xiaojiu's burning sensation. After a series of screams, Xiaoyou's body finally fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, the sky fire dissipated. There was no longer any body nearly 100 meters long on the ground. All that was left was a snake skin about 1 meter long, a snake gallbladder as big as a basketball, and a 1 meter long fawn. Lin Xiao looked at the 3 items and couldn't help but frown. Xiaojiu then explained to Lin Xiao, "Master, in addition to the ability to burn everything in the world, the heavenly fire can also refine spiritual things. This loach has awakened its bloodline and can even speak human language, proving it has already gained intelligence. So I refined it. Its hydrophilicity was refined into this snake gall. Jialongs are not venomous, but this fong is the most aggressive part of its body, and this snake's skin is also the hardest part of its body. Lin Xiao said, "Oh," and then put away the snake fangs and snake skin. He then handed the snake gall to Xiao Jiao and said, "Eat it. After eating it, you should be able to evolve." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao looked at the snake gallbladder and thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Master, leave it to Xiaoqing. She needs it more than I do." Chapter 109. The Most Vicious Woman's Heart. After hearing what Xiao Jiao said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Jiao then said without hesitation, "The reason is very simple. I am a member of the Sky Fox tribe. The Sky Fox is a symbol of beauty and disaster. Every time the Sky Fox appears, it is accompanied by..." Having said that, Xiao Jiao did not continue. She quickly changed her tone and said, "Our inheritance is the inheritance of fire, so this snake gall is not suitable for me. Although eating it will increase my strength, it will waste its water attribute. But Xiaoqing is different. Xiaoqing is a water-loving monster and belongs to the same family as the dragon, so it's more effective for her to take the medicine. It's perfect." Lin Xiao nodded, patted Xiao Jiao's head, and said, "That's great. He's still thinking about his little sister. He deserves praise." Xiao Jiao was not disgusted by Lin Xiao's behavior. On the contrary, she took the initiative to rub Lin Xiao's hand more. Xiao Jiao wants a reward. Hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked, "What reward do you want?" Xiao Jiao chuckled. "Xiao Jiao wants a master." Xiao Jiao's enchanting eyes almost made Lin Xiao lose control. "Get out of here. You're getting more and more naughty." Lin Xiao pretended to be angry and pushed Xiao Jiao aside. Xiao Jiao was not angry. He just smiled and instead hugged Lin Xiao's arm more mischievously, swinging back and forth. At this time, Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao also turned around and came to the front of the elf egg. The fire was still burning that day. Xiao Jiao looked carefully and ignored the existence of the sky fire. Instead, he took a step forward and walked into the area of the sky fire. The sky fire seemed to have met its own kind and did not cause any harm to Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao came to the front of the elf egg, bent down, looked at it carefully, then picked it up and returned to Lin Xiao. "Master, look." Lin Xiao looked at the intricate patterns on the elf egg, lost in thought. Then, he called the system in his mind. "System, can you tell what kind of Pokemon egg this is?" The one who responded to him was the cold, mechanical voice of the complete monster encyclopedia. Answering the host's question, "I can't be sure." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "Why can't you be sure?" "This Pokemon egg has mutated and is currently in an unstable state." Lin Xiao said, "Oh," when he heard this. At the same time, Lin Xiao was very keenly aware of two key words: period of mutation and instability. So, Lin Xiao continued to ask, "What will happen if I take it away now?" "This Pokemon egg mutated due to the burning of the Skyfire. If the host takes it away, the mutation will stop and the life inside the Pokemon egg will begin to breed." Lin Xiao nodded and continued to ask, "If I continue to feed it with heavenly fire, will it continue to mutate?" Immediately, Lin Xiao received a positive answer. Yes. Not only that, if the host feeds properly, the life inside the Pokemon egg will mutate more thoroughly and efficiently than here. Lin Xiao nodded, then looked at Xiao Jiao. "Put away the elf egg. Do you have any way to keep feeding it with Skyfire?" Xiao Jiao nodded after hearing this and said, "Actually, for this kind of mutant elf egg, you just need to feed it with Skyfire every day when it eats. There's no need to keep it roasted over the fire all the time, because if you roast it for too long, it will easily get cooked." Hearing this, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. Why did the inheritance of this sky fox seem so strangely erudite? Lin Xiao then said to Xiao Jiao, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Xiao Jiao said, and then put the elf egg directly into her storage space. Then, Xiao Jiao waved his hand, and all the heavenly fire in the area disappeared. The two of them then walked out of the cave. Xiao Jiao then said with some emotion, "It turns out that this cave was caused by the battle between Qiuyo and Taiku Bird." Lin Xiao nodded as well, but said with some lingering fear, "However, it is rare that the battle between these two 6th-level monsters can be so powerful." To be honest, Lin Xiao always has a feeling. The secret here should be more than just that, because his premonition of danger kept reminding him to leave here quickly. The two then headed towards the camp. They have been delayed in the cave for a long time. On the way, Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao suddenly looked in the same direction at the same time, and then immediately disappeared. A moment later, two figures came near Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiao. Although the night was dim, Lin Xiao was able to see the identities of the two people clearly with his extraordinary mental strength. Those two figures turned out to be Lu Weiwei and Lu Debao. Brother Bao, I'm so sorry. I did something wrong, but I didn't mean to do it. I want to live too. When Lu Debao heard Lu Weiwei's words, he looked at her with pity. Don't worry. Weiwei, I will keep your secret. I think even if Zhao Si is not dead, he will understand you. Lu Weiwei then slowly leaned on Lu Debao's shoulder. Brother Bao, you are so kind to me. I think if Brother Zhao hadn't died, he would have understood the two of us. Yes, the situation was so urgent at the time. If you didn't do this, you would be the one to die. You can only blame Zhao Si for not being lucky enough. Lu Weiwei then raised her head, looked at Zhao Debao, and said with a dazed look, Brother Bao, if one day, will you die for me? Zhao Debao looked at the beauty in his arms and said quickly, Yes, I definitely will. Lu Weiwei's eyes then became even more confused. Thank you, Brother Bao, I really feel safe with you around. After saying this, Lu Weiwei slowly straightened up, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed Zhao Debao on the lips. Zhao Debao's eyes suddenly widened at this moment. He never thought that such a goddess would take the initiative to throw herself into his arms under his offensive. At this moment, he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. He had even thought of the name of his future child with Lu Weiwei. But suddenly he felt a slippery tongue entering deep into his mouth. Then he smelled a bitter and fishy smell. The smell made him feel nauseous and vomit. Then he found that his limbs suddenly became numb. Then, his body stiffened and his mind went blank. He felt his vitality beginning to drain away. He immediately pushed Lu Weiwei away. You. Lu Weiwei took out a tissue, wiped her lips hard, and then spat. How disgusting. Just to get you to willingly eat this Luo Wang Sha. A goddess as high and mighty as me actually has to have intimate contact with a lowly person like you. This truly makes me feel more disgusted than ever before. Lu Weiwei deliberately emphasized how disgusting she was. Then, Lu Weiwei stared at Lu Debao with a look of disgust and ridicule, and said, You, a toad, don't really think that a fairy like me would condescend to be with you, do you? Chapter 110. Sooner or later, there will be a day when I will die for the same ridiculous reason. Lu Debao never thought that he would get such an answer from Lu Weiwei. He immediately took out his pokeball and tried to resist. However, he found that his mental power was unable to connect with the pet in his pokeball. Lu Weiwei then stepped forward and said with a sneer on her face, Do you want to kill me? How ridiculous. I just wanted to kill you to silence you, but you tried to resist. You men are such despicable people. You deserve to never find a girlfriend. Lu Debao pointed at Lu Weiwei with hatred in his eyes. Let me tell you, this Luo Wang Sha is made from the venom of killer bees. It can paralyze your nerves and soul, causing you to lose control of your spirit pet. So, just give up on wanting to die with me. Go find that loser down there. If I hadn't been counting on you to protect me these past few days, I wouldn't have chatted so much with trash like you. Do you deserve it? Every word Lu Weiwei said hurt Lu Debao's heart. Finally, Lu Debao slowly closed his eyes in reluctance and despair. Lin Xiao watched this scene and said nothing. There was only indifference and sarcasm in his eyes. He was not angry about what happened to Lu Debao. He simply wanted to know how long someone like Lu Weiwei could live and how much benefit they could gain. Lin Xiao hates people who harm their companions just for their own selfish desires. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. But if Lu Weiwei continues to act like this, sooner or later she will die for the same ridiculous reason. Lin Xiao then made a gesture to Xiaojiu. Let's go. The two of them then ignored Lu Weiwei and returned to the camp. At this time, there was no one on guard in the camp. Lin Xiao judged that the person on guard now should be Lu Weiwei. It was for this reason that she could openly go out for a tryst with Lu Debao and then find an opportunity to kill Lu Debao to silence him. You should know that in caravans and expeditions, harming your companions is a big taboo. If you don't have a legitimate reason, you will be tried. Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu had just entered the tent when they heard a boom sound. Lin Xiao quickly looked towards the direction of the cave in the distance. The sound came from over there. Then the whole earth was shaking. Everyone in the camp immediately climbed out of their tents. Then, everyone felt that the ground began to move. Fortunately, this place is still some distance away from the epicenter, and everyone hurriedly ran to the outer circle. Some people who ran slowly were buried directly by the collapsed ground. But after a moment, the earthquake finally subsided. In front of everyone, a huge pit appeared, and Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojiu. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Because according to Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu's judgment, the cause of the collapse was the pit that the two had just climbed out of. Could it be that the underground building, which seemed to be a masterpiece of nature, was destroyed just like that? Old Lu looked at everything in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face. He thought for a moment, then said, Let's see if there are any survivors. Just now, 12 people from their team of 30 people disappeared. Lin Xiao and others were also busy and began to help look for clues about the living people. A moment later, someone exclaimed, "There's someone here. She's still alive." Everyone immediately gathered around, and then they found Lu Weiwei from the crack in the ground. Lu Weiwei looked very embarrassed at this moment, like a dusty monkey. Lin Xiao could see that her current appearance was not an act, but she had really fallen into the cracks of the collapsed ground. Lu Weiwei said with difficulty, "Hurry up and save me." Everyone tried to carry Lu Weiwei out. However, the cracks in the ground are too narrow and there is a risk of collapse again. Old Lu thought about it and immediately released his pet, the giant horn beetle. Although this thing only has brute force, it is a good hand at digging holes. As soon as the giant hornworm appeared, it was seen immediately engaging in the digging process. A moment later, Lu Weiwei was carried out by the giant hornworm. Everyone laid Lu Weiwei flat on the ground. "See if there's anyone else around." Old Lu then quickly gave instructions to Lu Weiwei. As a result, Lu Weiwei grabbed his hand. "Captain, we can't stay here for long. There's always the risk of another collapse. Let's get going." After Lu Weiwei said this, everyone couldn't help but frown. Because just now, when Lu Weiwei was seeking help, she kept urging them to hurry up, and she couldn't bear it anymore. However, this girl had just been rescued, and she was about to give up the chance to rescue other teammates. Lu Weiwei then said, "Let's take advantage of the fact that the ground is calm and there's no chance of further collapse. Let's escape quickly. That way, everyone can protect their own safety." "Captain Lu, they're buried down there, and they're basically dead. We can't give up the living just for a bunch of dead." When Lu Weiwei said this, she was in tears, and it really looked like she was doing it for everyone's good. However, if you think about it carefully, you will know that it is not as she said. Because no one can be sure whether there are other survivors. What if someone is still alive? Moreover, according to the rules of the caravan, we must see the person alive or the body if he is dead. Old Lu then fell into deep thought. However, Lin Xiao ignored the movement here. He was surprised to find that the dangerous feeling that had made his heart palpitate had disappeared. It disappeared during the period when the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Lin Xiao was a little confused. Am I just being overly sensitive? Or is the collapse of this cave related to that sense of danger? Lin Xiao was thinking and judging on his own. At this moment, another boom. Sound of the ground shaking was heard. Then, another crack appeared in the ground, and another person fell into the crack without reacting. Old Lu was just about to go rescue them when Lu Weiwei suddenly shouted to everyone, "Hurry up and run. It's not safe here anymore. We can only survive if we escape this area." Then, under Lu Weiwei's instigation, everyone started running towards the outskirts of the collapsed area. Among them, there was a man running with Lu Weiwei on his back. Lu Weiwei kept urging the man to run faster. Old Lu looked at his companion who was trapped in the crack, and then became conflicted. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Lin Xiao stepped into the crack in the ground, then reached out and grabbed the man's clothes. Lin Xiao's other hand was holding Xiaojiu above. Xiaojiu held Chimera's hand, while Xiaoqing hugged Chimera's waist tightly. They worked together and quickly pulled the person trapped in the crack out. Chapter 111. This is because you worry too much. Lin Xiao threw the man upwards with force, and Lao Lu caught him in ecstasy. "Brother, let's run together." I don't know why, but what was originally a very embarrassing sentence now sounded very powerful when Lao Lu said it. They rushed towards the edge of the collapse together, and behind them, another round of collapse occurred. The entire Lefengpo was razed to the ground. Finally, they escaped from the dangerous area and ran out of Lefengpo in one breath. There were 30 people when they came, but after arriving at Lefengpo, 11 of them died. Together with Zhao Si, who died before, there were only 18 people left in the team. Among them, 2 people were injured. It's really miserable. After watching this scene, Lao Lu jokingly said to himself, "I, Lao Lu, have been escorting courier vehicles all my life, but this time I am completely ruined." After hearing this, Lin Xiao patted Lao Lu on the shoulder. "At least, you didn't abandon your companions. I think everyone will understand you." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone looked at Lao Lu with gratitude. The person who had just been rescued limped to Lin Xiao. "Thank you, Brother Chao Wang. I owe you my life from now on. My name is Sun Haibin, and I'm from the side branch of the Sun family in the imperial capital. If you need anything, you can come to the Sun family to find me. Although it may not be helpful, if I can help, then I will definitely help you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao waved his hand, indicating that as long as the other party was fine, it was fine. Everyone then counted the total losses and found that 11 people were missing. Although there were some losses of supplies, fortunately no important items were lost. Old Lu thought for a moment. then said, "Let's hurry up. Suyang City is just ahead. Once we get there, we can restock our supplies." According to regulations, Lao Lu does not need to pay compensation for such natural disasters and force majeure. But with so many people missing, Lao Lu felt a little guilty. After half a day's journey, Lin Xiao and others finally saw the outline of Suyang City. Maybe it was because of the ground collapse, but they didn't encounter any attacks from monsters along the way, and everyone traveled very smoothly. This made the originally gloomy atmosphere of the caravan a little better. Everyone talked and laughed along the way. However, Lin Xiao didn't think so. "What's wrong? Brother Xiao Wang, why are you so depressed?" Wang Tao then walked up to Lin Xiao and asked. Lin Xiao looked at the road everyone was walking on and couldn't help but say with some concern, "You guys used to escort people outside frequently. When have you ever encountered such a peaceful journey?" Wang Tao thought about it, then said, "It's not impossible, but it's just very difficult to encounter." Lin Xiao then looked at Su Yangqing again. "Are the mountains and forests near Suyang City safe?" Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "It's never safe. Suyang City is not like the Magic City. The Magic City has a special exploration team that marks out some safe areas and has people checking them regularly. Suyang City has never had such a department due to staffing constraints, so the monsters in the suburbs are rampant. Only by being close to Suyang City can we feel safer." Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. "So, this journey was uneventful, and I always felt that something big was going to happen." Wang Tao then patted Lin Xiao's shoulder heartlessly. "That's because you're worrying too much. Brother Xiao Wang, you should know that there was such a large ground collapse here. Those monsters would have been scared away long ago. It's not surprising that no monsters came to attack us. Besides, we are not far away from Suyang City." After saying that, Wang Tao pointed to the outline of Suyang City in the distance. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. "I hope so." After a while, everyone finally arrived outside the gate of Suyang City. There were no regular gate guards on either side, and they were just chatting and joking at the door. No one was even responsible for registering people at the door. Lin Xiao took out his ID, but the city gate guard said impatiently, "Go register yourself and don't bother us." Lao Lu and the others seemed to have known the character of this group of people for a long time. Before the other party could say anything, they went to register on their own. "Are you a caravan?" "Yes." Lao Lu answered very naturally. "Is there anything that shouldn't be brought into the city?" Upon hearing this, Lao Lu threw out a stack of banknotes without saying a word. The other party took a look at the thickness of the stack of banknotes, then made a gesture, asking Lao Lu and the others to hurry in. Old Lu then greeted everyone and walked into Suyang City. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw the guards at the city gate. Can this group of people really defend Suyang City? Old Lu seemed to see Lin Xiao's worry, and then smiled and said, "Our Magic City is a coastal city, across the sea from the Sakura country. Therefore, the security pressure in Magic City is much greater than here. However, Suyang City is different. There is no external pressure here. As long as we ensure that it is not conquered by a large-scale beast tide, there will be no danger. Moreover, the mechanical crossbows on the city wall are not vegetarians. They are specially prepared for beast tides." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and then looked at the crossbows on the city wall. Legend has it that it was a standard equipment invented by the Dragon Kingdom's god-level beastmaster and was uniformly manufactured by the Dragon Kingdom. We found a nice hotel and stayed there. At first, everyone planned to share a room with 2 girls, as this would be just enough space for 4 girls to live together. However, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing insisted on living with Lin Xiao. The 4 of them booked a large suite. This just made Lu Weiwei feel a little embarrassed. Lu Weiwei clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, "I'll just have my own room." That afternoon, some of the injured went out to find a hospital to check their injuries. Others went to the mall to replenish supplies. Lin Xiao did not have this need. They had 5 storage equipment of various types, all of which were full. In the room, everyone was looking at Xiaoqing, who was sucking the snake gall. Soon, Xiaoqing opened her eyes. "How does it feel?" Xiaoqing was very satisfied when she heard this and said, "Master, thank you. The pure water element contained in this snake gall is the most important tonic for me." Then, Xiaoqing said with some concern, "It's just that this loach has some catastrophic power on its body. The previous ground collapse was probably caused by the loach." Lin Xiao now remembered the information about Xiaoyu. Wherever it appears, there will be all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. Maybe it is true as Xiaoqing said, the previous ground collapse was caused by Qiuyo. Chapter 112. The Beast Tide Attacks Suyang City. That night, Lin Xiao took the 3 girls for a stroll in Suyang City. You should know that Suyang City is a very famous tourist city with beautiful scenery, and it has a particularly famous dish, Suyang vinegar fish. As a result, after Lin Xiao spent a lot of money to buy one, he found it difficult to swallow and felt that it was a waste of food. We then visited some scenic spots in the city. Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh and said, "The scenery here is really beautiful, and it's peaceful. If I had grown up here, maybe I wouldn't have been separated from my sister." When the others heard this, they looked at Xiaoqing with some surprise. "Xiaoqing has a sister?" Xiaoqing nodded when she heard that. "Of course. My sister is so beautiful. She's a white snake." Everyone continued to be surprised. What species is Xiaoqing's sister? Why is she a white snake? Xiaoqing shook her head when she heard that. "I don't know. I've been wandering with my sister since I was born. My sister is very powerful in combat and very beautiful. However, during our wandering, we met a very hateful person. He wanted to take both of us as his pets. To protect me, my sister went to fight him alone, and in the end, my sister and I got separated." Xiaojiu then came up and hugged Xiaoqing. "Don't worry. Your sister will be fine. Besides, you still have us sisters." Xiaoqing then hugged Xiaojiu and said, "Sister is right. With you guys around, I'm not afraid of anything." Looking at the affectionate sisters in front of him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it is no longer a Shura field now. Lin Xiao felt very painful when he thought about when Asen had just joined the team. The entire Suyang city is very peaceful. Lin Xiao felt the tranquility here and thought it would not be impossible for him to find such a city to live in seclusion in the future. At this moment, the alarm suddenly sounded, and the people of the entire Suyang city were immediately in an uproar. Lin Xiao also looked towards the city gate. Then, several flares appeared in the sky. Then, there was a minute-long air raid sirens. "Beast tide. Beast tide. This is the signal of a beast tide." When everyone in the city heard the word beast tide, they were all stunned. Because the word beast tide is already far away from this city. Lin Xiao then frowned as well. Then, a large number of city defense troops and guards rushed towards the city wall. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. "Let's go. Let's go back to the hotel now." The four of them hurried back to the hotel. As soon as they rushed back to the hotel, they saw that the other members of the caravan had gathered in Lao Lu's room with serious expressions. Lin Xiao immediately stepped forward and asked, "What should I do now?" Old Lu lowered his head in thought, then said, "We don't know the scale of the beast tide yet, but I hope it won't affect our itinerary." At this time, someone asked, "Captain Lu, can't we leave this city early? What if this city can't hold back the beast tide?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu shook his head and said, "No. According to Dragon Nation's laws, once a beast tide occurs, all beast masters and ordinary people in the city cannot act on their own and must wait for the unified dispatch of the city defense. Not only that, even the supplies in the city cannot be sold casually." When Lin Xiao heard this, he nodded immediately and had no objection. This rule has been taught to them since childhood, and even during the college entrance examination, it is a preparation item. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom's values, the sky is big, the earth is big, and the family and country are the biggest. However, at this moment, Lu Weiwei said with some concern, "What if the city guards can't stop the beast tide?" When Old Lu heard this, he shook his head. The city guards can't possibly be unable to stop the beast tide. If the beast tide is too fierce, all of us beast masters will need to climb onto the city walls to replenish our combat power until reinforcements arrive. When Lu Weiwei heard what Old Lu said, she immediately became worried, and there was even a hint of panic in her eyes. But he's still a high school student and has no combat experience. The implication is that she wants to escape. However, no one present took what she said seriously. Old Lu then replied to Lu Weiwei very seriously, "But you are already a beast master now." It has to be said that the dragon people are never vague when it comes to the interests of their country and their nation. When Lu Weiwei heard this, she looked at everyone's reactions and stopped talking immediately. "All right, everyone, go back to your rooms and wait. I'll contact the city guards." Everyone stopped talking and returned to their own rooms. At this time, on the city wall of Suyang City, an officer with a solemn expression was looking at the beast tide lined up in the distance. "Damn it, what's going on? These beasts." He cursed loudly with an angry look on his face. "There are actually 3 level 6 monsters, and 1 level 7 monster. I was wondering why it's been so peaceful lately. Originally, I thought it was because of the earthquake outside. Now it seems that these beasts are under the command of a high-level demon beast and want a launch of beast tide, so they've been so quiet recently." He took the telescope and looked into the distance. As far as he could see, there was a huge creature with flames burning all over its body, constantly pounding the ground, as if giving orders to the terrifying tide of beasts. The officer thought for a moment, then said to his men, "Go all out. Concentrate all your firepower on the beast in front. Don't let it get close to the city wall, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Yes, the officer was talking about the lizard-like monster covered in flames. Then, the next moment, the fire lizard suddenly let out a loud roar, and it actually made a sound like the legendary dinosaur. Then, groups of monsters rushed towards Suyang City. The entire earth began to tremble. The divine crossbow is launched. On the city wall, dozens of powerful crossbows were fired at the same time, and the momentum was no weaker than the collective momentum of the beast tide. This divine crossbow was originally made from the tendons of a fifth-order wandering python, and is extremely powerful. Moreover, the biggest advantage of the divine power crossbow is that in order to activate it, one does not actually need too strong a strength. All one needs is the mental strength of an intermediate beastmaster. The power of each crossbow arrow is comparable to the full force attack of a 6th-level monster. The only drawback of the Shinjin crossbow is that the interval between firing an arrow and reloading it is too long. But even so, the simultaneous firing of 50 divine crossbows that were more than half a person's height posed a huge threat to the beast tide. Every crossbow arrow fired can penetrate more than a dozen low-level monsters. But at this moment, a monkey about 4 meters tall suddenly jumped out from among the monsters. The monkey was carrying a huge stone in his hand. Then, the monkey threw the huge stone heavily towards the top of Suyang City. A B-level, 6th-order monster, a giant monkey with 2 elbows. Its arms are different from those of ordinary primates. Each arm has 2 elbows. Moreover, its hands are very long. Its climbing ability is also top-notch, and its projection ability is first class. Possesses skills, throwing proficiency, throwing everything, spinning attack, crazy bite, two-handed smash, and ground crack. The beast tide was still more than 500 meters away from the top of Suyang City. However, the huge stone thrown by the giant monkey with 2 elbows actually drew a precise arc and fell to the top of the city. After seeing this scene, the soldiers on the city wall of Suyang City were stunned. However, when the officer saw this, he snorted coldly. "A mere trifle. How dare you show off your skills in front of an expert?" After saying that, the officer flipped his hand, and the pokeball flashed with light. Immediately, a huge cannon appeared on the top of Suyang City. The 6th-level spiritual pet, the Tianwei cannon. However, the Tianwei cannon is not a mechanical creation, but a strange fish. Chapter 113, How Did You Recognize Me? The Tianwei cannon aimed at the flying boulder and showed an angry expression. Its eyes were wide open, and a burst of white light suddenly came out of the gun barrel in its mouth. Then, there was a loud boom, and a dazzling white lightning shot out and hit the boulder. The huge rock was shattered into pieces by this shot and scattered around the earth like a meteor shower. But at the moment the boulder dispersed, a petite figure appeared behind it. It's a gecko with bat wings. However, looking at this gecko's disproportionate body, no one would think it could fly. However, it has wings and is extremely agile. A sea-level, 6th-order monster, a lizard that can't fly. Then, it suddenly jumped out from behind the huge rock and headed straight for the top of the city. It kept shouting "Yaya" from its mouth, which was a very interfering sound wave. When the city guards on the city wall heard the sound, they immediately showed very painful expressions. Especially the soldiers who were firing the city defense crossbows, they all stopped what they were doing and covered their ears. Only the Tianwei cannon was not affected. Launch the control net. Under the order of its officer master, the Tianwei cannon's brows furrowed even more tightly. Then, the Tianwei cannon chewed twice, and then spit out another barrel, aimed at the lizard that could not fly, and fired another shot. Then, an extremely huge net suddenly spread out, with arcs of electricity lingering on it. The huge fishing net immediately covered the flightless lizard, causing it to lose all ability to move. Then the officer yelled, "Concentrate your fire. Shoot with all your might." With the help of his mental power, this sound immediately rang in the hearts of all the city guards, just like the sudden sound of a war drum when 2 armies were facing each other. The city guards, who had just been affected by the monsters, were suddenly excited. "Hurry up. We must seize the opportunity." At this time, someone roared angrily. Then, some city guards with strong mental strength quickly got up and returned to the position of controlling the crossbows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, more than a dozen crossbow arrows were fired at the same time. The crossbow arrows shot straight at the flightless lizards. Immediately, the flightless lizard screamed and fell to the ground. Its body had been pierced like a hedgehog, and its life or death was unknown. After seeing this scene, the officer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, we took the initiative and eliminated one of the enemy's top fighters. Now let's see what happens next. As he spoke, the officer looked at the tall fire lizard in the distance. At this moment, the opponent's body was like a Godzilla on fire. The fire lizard seemed to have no interest in the screams of its men, and just watched it all indifferently. It is like a military supervisor in a battle between two armies. As long as anyone dares to retreat and escape, it will attack with all its strength and kill those deserters. The city guards had now regained their spirits and returned to their posts. The reason why humans can fight against powerful monsters is because they have unparalleled creativity. It can allow weak pets to unleash their greater potential and ordinary equipment to demonstrate stronger combat effectiveness. Now, the 50 crossbows on the city wall are the best evidence. The crossbow arrows made from only a 5th-level monster can kill a 6th-level monster and countless lower-level monsters through rounds of volleys. The officer looked at the distance of the beast tied ahead and kept urging them. Find a way to keep the beast tied within 500 meters. Once they get within 500 meters, our advantage will be gone. Beside him, a city guard commander shook his head. No, there are simply too many monsters. Besides, that 7th-rank monster hasn't made a move yet. If it does, The other party just said this. Then I heard a whoosh sound. A feather arrow made of feathers flew from a distance. The two of them dodged at the same time. Then, the officer saw a snow-white falcon hovering in the sky. It's a 5th-level demon beast, the arrow falcon. How could it be this beast? This time, we are in big trouble. Then, the city guard commander said with an extremely serious expression, not only is this thing a flying monster, but it's also good at attacking everyone. This is the biggest problem for our city defense army. Sure enough, after circling in the sky for several weeks, the falcon shot out several waves of feather arrows in succession. Swish, 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 which directly broke up the city defense army's originally orderly defensive formation. Seeing that the city guard's arrow formation had been disrupted, the monsters under the city rushed towards Suyang City even more frantically. The officer sighed, then made a quick decision and ordered several city guard commanders nearby. Go into the city and call for support. After hearing this, the other city guard commanders present immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Afterwards, the city guards ran out to look for other beastmasters in the city. However, this time the call for help was not made through broadcast notification. The reason is simple. Once a citywide broadcast is used, ordinary people are likely to panic because they do not know the truth. This is not the scene the city guards want to see. But even so, the news that a large number of beastmasters in Suyang City were heading towards the city walls eventually leaked out. Did you see that? Many beastmasters are heading towards the city wall. Could it be that our Suyang City can no longer be defended? Who knows? We ordinary people can only wait for news. After all, for us, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are in the hands of God. I heard that this beast tide is coming from the east wall. If we don't let go, we should just run west and escape through the west gate. I think we'll still have a chance of survival when the city is breached. I think so. How can these useless city guards possibly hold off the beast tide? 3 people make a tiger, and all kinds of rumors began to spread in the streets. Even though the city guards came out to clarify and encourage, everyone was still unwilling to believe that the city guards would defend Suyang City. Lin Xiao, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing were in their room, waiting for news. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door. As soon as Lin Xiao opened the door, he saw a familiar figure. When the other party saw Lin Xiao, he was also stunned, and then looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. You are. Then, the city guard suddenly remembered. You are? Lin. Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiao pulled him into the room. Lin Xiao, why are you here? And you're disguised. I see the name written on the registration is Chao Wang. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately covered his face with his hands. How did you recognize me? The person who came to inform Lin Xiao was Li Feng, who had met Lin Xiao during the college entrance examination. When Li Feng saw that it was indeed Lin Xiao, he was immediately overjoyed. After all, Lin Xiao is a formidable combat force. Others don't know Lin Xiao's strength, but he has experienced it before. Then, Li Feng smiled sincerely and said, My talent is the eye of truth. I can see the essence of many things. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but deliberately say, Oh. So, it's because of this talent that you were assigned to be the chief examiner for the college entrance examination. Chapter 114, There are too many people here, affecting my performance. When Li Feng heard Lin Xiao's words, his expression suddenly changed, like a cat with its fur standing on end. Who said that? I was assigned to be the chief examiner of the college entrance examination because of my outstanding abilities. All I need now is military merit to be promoted. Li Feng argued with reason. Lin Xiao, who was standing by, nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Ah, yes, yes. Li Feng felt as if he was suddenly ridiculed and insulted, but he had no evidence at the moment. Then, Li Feng changed the subject and asked Lin Xiao, "Let me ask you, why did you come to Suyang City with a fake identity? Believe it or not, I will report you right now." When Lin Xiao heard what Li Feng said, he immediately put his arm around Li Feng's shoulders. "Come on, we're all old friends." Li Feng sneered. "Don't try this on me." However, Li Feng's voice became smaller and smaller. Because Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing, the three girls, had already surrounded him. The three women's faces now looked malicious, as if they regarded Li Feng as a meal, which made Li Feng tremble. Okay, we're all old friends now. Don't get so nervous, I was just joking." Li Feng then hurriedly tried to make up for his mistake. "I ran into some trouble and was targeted by a big family, so I had to report to the imperial capital under a pseudonym." Lin Xiao then explained. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately said, "Oh," and then said with a worried look on his face, "Then I won't waste my time here with you. The situation outside is very tense now. Let's all go to the top of the city to provide support. If we can't stop this beast tide, then we're all doomed." When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Is the situation in Suyang City so tense now?" "Yeah." Li Feng nodded, and then told him everything about the tense situation outside. Lin Xiao then looked at the other three women and saw the high fighting spirit on their faces. "A 7th-level monster. Can you really fight it?" Looking at the three women, Lin Xiao showed an uncertain expression. Then, to be on the safe side and to avoid any accidents when fighting against the 7th-level monster, Lin Xiao asked Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing to take off their disguises together. They will then all be revealed in their original form. Even Asen was released from the pokeball by Lin Xiao. Seeing such a lineup, Li Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "You have a new humanoid pet." Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. "Isn't this clear?" Li Feng was almost out of breath at this time. He possesses the Eye of Truth and can now sense the terrifying aura from the four women. However, Lin Xiao gave him an even more mysterious feeling. During the college entrance examination, Lin Xiao's own strength was average, so he did not give Li Feng this kind of oppressive feeling. But just now, when Lin Xiao released his fighting spirit, Li Feng almost failed. In Li Feng's opinion, Lin Xiao now is too oppressive and even more terrifying than him, a veteran who has been famous for a long time. Lin Xiao didn't notice Li Feng's expression and then said seriously, "I will go to the city wall to join the battle now." Li Feng nodded and said, "I'll go mobilize the other beast masters." Afterwards, Li Feng left the room, but Lin Xiao, Xiaojiu, Chimera, Asen, Xiaoqing, a total of 5 people, jumped out of the window at the same time. In order not to attract other people's attention, Lin Xiao could not go through the main entrance of the hotel. Fortunately, the city defense registration in Suyang City is not strict. In order to avoid the revenge of the Lin family, it is not impossible for Lin Xiao to go to the top of the city wall and hide his identity. When Lin Xiao and his group rushed to the top of the city wall, Lao Lu, Wang Tao, and Gao Peng had already started fighting. Because aerial pets are so rare. Moreover, aerial monsters are the most difficult to deal with. So, Gao Peng immediately rode his griffin into the sky, intending to compete with the falcon. Others have also begun to attack the beast tide. At this time, the beast tide was only about 100 meters away from the city wall of Suyang City. It can be said that Suyang City is in danger at this moment. Those crossbow arrows were no longer of much use at this time. Everyone has begun to prepare for close combat. At this moment, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojiu, Chimera, Asen, and Xiaoqing. "Let's go to the city." When Lin Xiao said this, he did not hesitate at all. He knew that with his and his spirit pet's characteristics, they could not exert their full strength on the city wall. Although there is a magic circle on the city wall, it can add a buff to your own people. But this also limits and wastes the abilities of Lin Xiao and his pets. Lin Xiao immediately prepared to climb over the wall. As a result, at this moment, someone suddenly grabbed him. "Little brother, what are you doing? Hurry up and get on the city wall and prepare to face the beast tide." Lin Xiao looked over and found that the person speaking was an officer. There was also a strange fish following the other person. There was a huge gun hole in the fish's mouth. Tianwei Cannon, a C-rank, 6th-order demon beast. It lives in Tianwei City as a guardian beast. It is very irritable and will decisively fire upon anything it dislikes. The barrels in their mouths aren't mechanical creations, but rather their mouthparts. However, this isn't the Tianwei Cannon's true killer weapon. Their ultimate weapon is the poisonous stingers on their foreheads, which can kill everything. Skills: Thundernet, Wrathful Blow, Charged Cannon, Poison Sting. Thinking of some information he knew about Suyang City before coming to Suyang City, Lin Xiao immediately understood the other party's identity. The other party was none other than Qin Kanga, the chief defense officer of the entire Suyang City, and his spiritual pet, the Tianwei Cannon. Lin Xiao glanced at Qin Kanga, then said in a cold tone, "There are too many people here, affecting my performance." Qin Kanga couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. It was the first time he met such a tough young man. "No, it's too dangerous down there. You can die fighting on the city wall, but you can't die outside. I won't allow you to go under the city wall. Besides, why don't you 5 young people even bring your spirit pets?" Lin Xiao glanced at Qin Kanga, then gave Chimera a helpless look. Chimera understood what he meant and snapped his fingers immediately. A magic circle suddenly appeared under Qin Kanga's feet, and several tentacles emerged from it at the same time. "Oh no, the enemy is attacking. They've reached the top of the city without us noticing." Then, the tentacle covered Qin Kanga's mouth, and finally threw him out with force. When the Tianwei Cannon saw its master being treated like this, it immediately glared with anger and was about to launch an angry attack. But in response to the Tianwei Cannon, he threw it hard and directly threw it away, letting it accompany its owner. Then, Lin Xiao nodded to the other girls. However, Qin Kanga got up from the ground and ran over again. "Stop those young men. Don't let them do anything stupid." As a result, the next moment, Qin Kanga saw flames ignited on Xiaojio's body with a whoosh sound. Then, a two-tailed celestial fox with a completely fiery red body jumped out from the flames and rushed straight into the tide of beasts below. Xiaoqing was even more direct. Her body turned into a snake body with a human face, which looked very weird. Then, Xiaoqing swam silently along the city wall of Suyang City. As for Asen, her movements were much louder. Then, Asen howled towards the sky and turned into a wild wolf. Then, a space crack appeared from behind Asen. Then, a dozen equally huge prairie wolves jumped out from the space crack. Then, Asen jumped off the city wall amid the exclamations of the crowd. At the same time, Chimera had already stepped on the magic circle in the sky, looking down at the earth, and then covered it with a larger magic circle. Magic Missile Kai? Heavy rain of pear blossoms. The entire sky suddenly seemed to be filled with a magical downpour. The attack streaked across the night sky like a meteor shower. _X0007 Chapter 115. That was the horn signaling the beast tide's all-out attack, the signal for a decisive battle. Qin Kanga's words were stuck in his neck at this moment. He looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. "They are they spiritual pets?" Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. "Then you're not going to turn into a wild beast and jump down, are you?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he looked at Qin Kanga with a dark face. "I'm human. They're all my spirit pets." "Your pet? A humanoid pet? Could it be that you are?" Lin Xiao did not answer, but jumped down with him. Although he cannot fly like Chimera, he has the ability to be as light as a swallow. After Lin Xiao landed steadily, he immediately followed Xiaojio and the others and rushed into the beast tide. On the city wall, Qin Kanga looked at Lin Xiao's back and muttered to himself, "I think I know who he is. The one who's making waves throughout the Lianghuai region, the top scorer in the Magic City College entrance exam, Lin Xiao." Then, Qin Kanga hurriedly shouted to the people around him, "Quick, quick, quick, everyone cover Lin Xiao. No matter what, Lin Xiao cannot be allowed to get into trouble." Qin Kanga was even angrier now. Just a while ago, Li Guanjuan called him and said that if Lin Xiao came to Suyang City, his safety must be guaranteed at all costs. If something happens to someone that Li Guanjuan likes in Suyang City, he will be in trouble for the rest of his life. I guess Li Guanjuan will have to wear these small shoes for the rest of his life. At this time, Xiaojio turned into a ball of fire, shuttling back and forth among the group of beasts at the forefront of the beast tide. She alone was able to suppress the forward momentum of the beast tide. Chimera continuously released magic missiles and elemental attacks in the sky to help cover Xiaojio. At this moment, a feather arrow suddenly flew towards Chimera. The falcon then flew over from high in the sky, and the sky was its home ground. It wants to kill Chimera here. It could feel a strange energy fluctuation from Chimera. If it can devour the Chimera, then it will soon be able to reach a higher level. So, the falcon rushed towards the Chimera decisively. When Chimera saw the falcon's arrow flying towards her, she didn't even try to hide. Seeing that the arrow was about to hit the Chimera, the falcon was ecstatic. "This damned human actually tried to withstand my feather arrows. I'm going to eat you alive." The falcon immediately launched a dive attack towards the Chimera. The speed of the arrow falcon is very fast among all flying monsters. Its diving attack involves curling up its body into a ball, with its beak acting like the nose of a cannonball. I saw it flying towards Chimera like a rocket. The falcon hides itself behind the arrows to paralyze the Chimera. However, Chimera simply ignored it. It was seen that the magical fluctuations on Chimera suddenly became cold and chilling. Then, the water molecules in the air condensed, and then a wall of ice was erected directly next to Chimera. The arrows hit the ice wall, making a ding-dang-dang sound. At this time, the falcon had already adjusted its speed to the fastest. It could already see the bloody scene after the Chimera was pierced by it. As a result, a translucent ice wall appeared between the two of them. The falcon had no time to slow down at this time, and crashed into the ice wall with a bang. The ice wall only had a slight crack, but the falcon was already bleeding from its head and was dead beyond death. The falcon's body then fell from the sky to the ground. On the other side, Xiaojie was fighting with a tide of beasts. Ever since she transformed into human form and stayed beside Lin Xiao, she had never had such a satisfying battle. After using all her strength to promote the fusion of the heavenly fire with herself, she was almost forgetting her own nature. At this moment, a huge rock was suddenly thrown towards her. Seeing this, Xiaojie quickly dodged. Then, several huge rocks came one after another, like cannonballs, hitting her accurately. In response, Xiaojie chose to continue dodging. And those stones then flew towards the city wall behind Xiaojie, making a boom 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 sound. At this time, the opponent's true face was finally revealed. That giant monkey with 2 elbows that is more than 4 meters tall. In its hands, it held several car-sized stones, ready to attack Xiaojie at any moment. Xiaojie shouted, then rushed directly towards the giant monkey with elbows. The giant monkey is not stupid. Primates always use their greatest strengths in such battles. That's the attack distance. It quickly distanced itself from Xiaojie, maintaining a distance where it could continue to fly kites to attack Xiaojie. While throwing stones, tree trunks, and other weapons at Xiaojie, it made yaya sounds from its mouth. If you listen carefully, you will find that there is a mocking energy in these sounds. Anyone who hears it will feel angry about it. Xiaojie is no exception. She knows that if she continues like this, she will be dragged down by the other party. So, Xiaojie transformed its body into flames without hesitation, wanting to catch the other party as quickly as possible. As a result, a large number of monsters blocked Xiaojie's way. Just then, Asen arrived with her army of wild wolves. There was blood at the corner of the mouth of each wolf, as if it had just had a big meal. The wolves immediately helped Xiaojie resist those low-level monsters, and Xiaojie finally came to the side of the giant monkey with 2 elbows. Then, Xiaojie stretched out his claws from the flames and grabbed the latter's arm. However, the giant monkey's arms were too powerful, and Xiaojie had no way of controlling him. However, she was not in a hurry because she was not the only one with Xiaojie. The power of wind. You should know that the buff that Asen gives to teammates is not only for the wolf clan, but for all companions. With the enhancement of wind power, Xiaojie's speed suddenly increased to a higher level. In an instant, Xiaojie went around behind the giant monkey with 2 elbows, opened her mouth, and bit the other's neck. Then, the power of heavenly fire erupted completely, flowing through Xiaojie's mouth and into the body of the giant monkey with 2 elbows. The giant monkey felt pain in his elbows immediately and waved his arms vigorously, throwing Xiaojie away. However, a human expression immediately appeared on Xiaojie's beautiful fox face. Goodbye. With a loud boom, a burst of fire suddenly surged from the body of the giant monkey with elbows, bursting its body. Logically speaking, after seeing their leader being killed so easily by Xiaojie in an instant, the monsters should have been very frightened. However, the fire lizard at the back was filled with ecstasy at this moment, because it felt a familiar breath from Xiaojie. That's heavenly fire. That is the breath of the flame god. The fire lizard then let out a wild awoo howl. The entire lizard then stood up, like a Godzilla covered in flames. Its body was 5 meters tall, and when it stood up, it became even more oppressive. Then, it swung its short and thick front paws vigorously. Although it looked very funny, no one could laugh. Because that was the horn of the beast tide's full-scale attack, the signal for a decisive battle. Chapter 116. Humanity's first fight against the beast tide. All the monsters immediately stopped rushing towards Su Yang's city wall, then turned around and rushed towards Xiaojie, Lin Xiao, and others, just like a swarm of locusts passing through. On the wall of Suyang City, Chun Konga and others who were already on high alert were stunned after seeing this scene. What's going on? Why did this tide of beasts stop attacking? Is it that our Suyang City is not worthy? Or is it that the resources in the city are not attractive enough? Chen Kangkong couldn't help but ask this question. When he saw the beast tide turning around to attack Xiaojiu, Chen Kangkong finally reacted. He knew that the target of the beast tide had changed. Based on his many years of combat experience, this should be a sign that the leader of the beast tide is extremely angry. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. On the one hand, Li Guanjuan once told him that Lin Xiao was the young man he liked, and on the other hand, it was the safety of the people in this city. But no matter what happened, Chen Kangkong felt that his official career had come to an end. So he scratched his head and was at a loss. And in Suyang City, near the West Gate, a group of people were crowding near the West City Gate, clamoring loudly to leave the city through the West City Gate and leave Suyang City. Don't tell me those nonsense. The soldiers defending Suyang City are completely vulnerable. As long as there is a little trouble, they will run away faster than ordinary people like us. That's right. Open the city gate quickly. Let us leave. We don't want to die here. A large crowd of people crowded at the West City Gate. Among them, most are wealthy people and big families. They brought their families and most of their assets with them. They used all the connections they could to try to sneak away before the disaster struck. Li Feng stood in front of the West City Gate, looking tired. He looked at this group of speculators with hatred that made his teeth itch. Why is this happening? They took possession of most of the wealth in Suyang City, but when the disaster struck, they were the first to flee. Don't they have any gratitude towards this city? The shouting from the West Gate became more and more fierce. Damn it. If you don't open the city gate, we'll force our way in. Don't expect us to fight the monsters to the death on the city wall. My life is precious. I don't want to die before I spend all my money. That's right. Let the civilians do the hard work. We need to go to a safe place now. Hurry up and open the city gate. Brothers, since these big-headed soldiers want us dead, let's make them pay. As soon as he finished speaking, someone tried to attack the checkpoint. At this moment, Li Feng, who was in charge here, suddenly received a call. Li Feng said a few words into the phone, and then immediately showed a surprised expression. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng immediately said to all his soldiers, "Everyone, follow me to the East City." Then, Li Feng looked at the wealthy people who were trying to escape and the beast masters and their families and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Go to the East City and fight alongside us now. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." After hearing Li Feng's words, those people immediately showed contemptuous expressions. "Fuck you. I'm rich. I'm the boss wherever I go. Brothers, these soldiers are going to die. Let's run away. Hurry up and lift the bolt. Let's run west. Everything will be fine once we reach the next city." After Li Feng finished speaking, he led the city guards to the top of the city. However, this group of rich people opened the city gate themselves and rushed out. Among them, there was a young figure blending in with the crowd and sneaking out of the city. This person was Lu Weiwei. "I don't want to die here. I still want to achieve class advancement through my own efforts." After watching the group of people rush out of the West City Gate like a swarm of bees, Li Feng asked a city guard beside him, "Have you recorded the information of those who ran away?" "According to your arrangement, everything is noted down." Li Feng nodded after hearing this. "Let's go." Commander Chen said something important happened in the east, and we all need to go and provide support. After saying that, Li Feng took his men and headed towards the east city wall of Suyang City. And on the battlefield outside the city, a large number of monsters have surrounded Lin Xiao and others. Even the chimera in the sky was surrounded by more than a dozen flying monsters. However, Chimera's ice wall and magic circle were both offensive and defensive, and even the monsters couldn't get close to her. Those monsters could only stare at Chimera with hatred in their eyes, but it was of no use. At this time, a large number of monsters gathered around Lin Xiao, but he was not panicked at all. Seeing this, Xiaoqing immediately helped Lin Xiao and cleared away the flies around him. Her body began to spin and release poisonous gas. The whole snake's body was like a meat grinder, and it began to rampage across the field. Rolling Dragon Wall. Any monster that touches her will be crushed to pieces. The monsters that managed to survive were also poisoned and could never get up again. The monsters around Lin Xiao were cleared out in an instant. However, soon more monsters gathered towards Lin Xiao. It seems like these monsters are endless to kill. Behind them, the fire lizard finally began to move. It dragged its huge body and rushed towards Xiaojiu. And the beast tide finally reached its final climax. They rushed towards Lin Xiao and others one after another, not even afraid of death. Seeing this, Chimera immediately activated her magic circle with the largest attack range to help Lin Xiao and others reduce the burden as much as possible. On the city wall, Chen Kangkong couldn't help but clench his fists after seeing this scene. Life and death, wealth and honor, all depend on this one move. Have all the city guards of Suyang City arrived? Everyone's here. All the city guards behind him then shouted at the same time. There are also many beastmasters mixed in. All right, now follow me out of the city and kill all these beasts together. Upon hearing this, the city guards all looked ahead with sharp eyes. Yes. Afterwards, they all let out earth-shaking shouts, which fully revealed their determination to go out of the city to kill the monsters, and their determination to face the impending death. The beastmasters behind them were all confused at this moment. What's going on? Go out of the city to deal with the beast tide? Are these city guards crazy? However, after seeing the expressions of these city guards, they knew that they were not joking. Lao Lu and Wang Tao looked at each other. If we can really get out of the city and kill these monsters, then this will definitely be a precedent for humans to fight against the beast tide. From ancient times to the present, facing the mighty power of nature, human beings can only cower and passively take the beating. The same goes for the beast tide. So far, humans have no other way to defend against the beast tide except relying on cities and fortifications. Are you asking where those god-level beastmasters have gone? Why don't they lead humanity out? That's because the god-level beastmaster needs to confront some powerful monsters and cannot move around freely. But today, Su Yangqing actually made such a crazy decision. If it succeeds, it will definitely be a miracle in the history of human civilization development. Chapter 117, Flooding Beast Tide. Shall we go up later? Gao Peng was a little hesitant after looking at the scene in front of him. It depends on the situation. Old Lu didn't know what to do. To be honest, even compared to asking him to fight the beast tide head-on, he felt that the current situation was really a bit far-fetched. However, at this time, Chen Kanga had already given the order. Everyone follow me. Let's fight these beasts. After saying that, Chen Kanga ran in first. His Tianwei cannon was under his feet, and the two wheels made a creaking sound. Behind him were thousands of city guards and their spiritual pets. Monsters have been invading humans for thousands of years, and this is the first time humans have taken the initiative to attack. The reason for the attack was actually because of a high school student who had just graduated. Lin Xiao did not expect that the city guards would actually take the initiative to leave the city. He then looked at the city guards behind him with a look of surprise on his face. Oh my god, I didn't expect it to be this big. However, after seeing this scene, Lin Xiao smiled sincerely. He then turned around and looked at Xiaojiu and the others. Don't let the city guards look down on us. We have to work harder. After saying that, Lin Xiao threw himself into the battle. His fighting ability should not be underestimated. At this time, the fire lizard had already come near Lin Xiao. Then, Xiaojiu took the initiative to fight with it. What surprised Lin Xiao was that this fire lizard actually had a trace of the power of heavenly fire. Moreover, Lin Xiao felt a strange aura from it. That breath was actually the same dangerous breath he had felt in the cave before. In other words, the collapse of the cave was caused by this fire lizard. At this time, the voice of the 7th level fire lizard also reached Lin Xiao's ears. It's you. You destroyed the habitat of the fire element that I found with great difficulty. If I absorb more of the energy of the heavenly fire, I can evolve into an 8th level monster. But it was you who directly took away my purest heavenly fire power. I'm going to kill you all now and absorb all of you. After hearing the thoughts conveyed by the fire lizard, Lin Xiao finally understood why the latter suddenly sent a tide of beasts to attack them. This fire lizard was originally in the cave, absorbing the power of heavenly fire. However, after Lin Xiao and the others took away the elf egg, the power of heavenly fire also disappeared. Therefore, it could only carry out its original plan and directly launch a beast tide to attack Suyang City. However, it didn't expect to meet Lin Xiao and Xiaojiu outside Suyang City. Lin Xiao could be sure that whether the fire lizard absorbed the heavenly fire or not, the result would be the same. It will definitely launch a beast tide to attack Suyang City. It's just that this time Lin Xiao made its plan come forward. We must keep this beast here. Lin Xiao thought about it, and thought to himself, this fire lizard is not only cunning, but also very vengeful. If we fail to kill it this time and let it run away, the consequences will be disastrous. At this time, the monster had gone completely crazy. Faced with the massacre-like attack from Xiaojiu and others, they no longer had any fear, and only madness remained. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. It seems that the only way to catch a thief is to catch the leader first. At this time, Chen Kongkong had already arrived with his men. The distance of more than 100 meters passed in a flash. Lin Xiao, we are here to help you. Human beings seem somewhat fragile under the mighty power of nature. There are simply too many monsters in the beast tide. Thousands of city guards always seem so small when fighting against the beast tide. Kill these beasts. Damn it. How can there be so many of them? We can't kill them all. Find a way to hold them back. Commander Chun has already joined up with Lin Xiao to deal with the fire lizards. As long as we kill the leader of the beast tide, we can force them back. Everyone encouraged each other with words. However, the disadvantage in numbers cannot be compensated by force. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. At this time, Qin Kongkong had already come to his side. Lin Xiao, I'll use the Tianwei cannon to control this beast. You find a way to kill it. Otherwise, we will all die here. After hearing Qin Kong's call, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something, and then he showed a meaningful smile. Sir, find a way to get our people away from the battlefield. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm willing to fight you to the death this time, but you want us to leave the battlefield. Qin Kong shouted back. Lin Xiao shook his head when he heard this. It's only temporary. You'd better find some high ground. After saying that, Lin Xiao pointed to a small hill nearby and said, It's right there. Take your men to the top of that hill and wait for my signal. Qin Kongkong saw Lin Xiao's eyes and didn't think he was joking, so he quickly waved his hand. Everyone obey my orders and follow me. The city guards didn't know how powerful it was. They only knew that at this time, obeying orders was the key. As for those beast masters who were dawdling behind him, they either walked slowly on purpose or ran up the mound as soon as possible. Almost no one was trapped in the heart of the battlefield. Lin Xiao didn't reveal a meaningful smile until he saw that everyone was safe. He then looked at Xiaoqing and gave an order. Xiaoqing, let's have a flood of beasts. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's green eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. The scales on her body began to wriggle, and then she revealed her human form, with her green dress floating in the air. She was seen with her 2 fingers pointed like swords in front of her chest, chanting something continuously. Suddenly, large patches of dark clouds appeared above her head. Then, violent winds and heavy rain covered the entire battlefield. Boom! Heavy rain poured down on the battlefield. The monsters that were desperately besieging Lin Xiao and others were suddenly dispersed by the sudden flood. At first they were just leaning here and there, but in the end, they were all washed away by the flood. After seeing this scene, everyone on the hill felt their scalps tingle. If they had not retreated from the battlefield in time, wouldn't they have been thrown into the water to feed the fish like these beasts? And those beast masters who took the initiative to join the battlefield couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It's so scary. Is this the power of the Jialong clan? Xiaojiao and Asen had already taken the wolf pack to a high ground to avoid the flood. Lin Xiao rode on Xiaojiao's back, watching with a smile as the flood in front of him pushed away the tide of beasts. At this moment, with a whoosh sound, a bit of red appeared under the flood. The fire lizard suddenly crawled out from inside and pounced directly at Lin Xiao and Xiaojiao. Some powerful 5th and 6th level monsters also stood firm at this time. They then rushed towards Xiaoqing together and killed her directly. Xiaoqing's spell was interrupted by them, and the flood naturally ended. However, in the current beast tide, only 3 or 5 monsters are still able to fight. As for the other monsters, they had all been washed downstream at this time. Chapter 118. You launched a beast tide and attempted to harm the master. You are guilty. Brothers, Lin Xiao has already dealt with most of the monsters. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Seeing Lin Xiao and Xiaojiao fighting with the fire lizard, Qin Kongga made a very decisive decision immediately. Let's go together and help Lin Xiao kill the fire lizard. Yes, sir. More than 2,000 city guards then launched an attack on the fire lizards at the same time. Some people also went to help Asen deal with a few other people who had slipped through the net. In an instant, the battle to defend against the beast tide turned into a war of annihilation. Humans became the ones who took the initiative to attack. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Xiao was looking at this scene with some surprise. More than 2,000 people besieged a 7th-level monster. All of a sudden, all kinds of attacks were directed at the fire lizard. Why does it look like everyone is fighting a boss? Lin Xiao felt like he was playing a game at this moment. Qin Kongwang stepped on the Tianwei cannon and said, "Launch Skynet." Bang! A huge net was ejected from the mouth of the Tianwei cannon, covering the body of the fire lizard. The flames on the fire lizard suddenly grew larger, and after just a moment, the sky net was burned to ashes. But this short period of time was enough for Lin Xiao to seize the opportunity. Xiaojiao transformed into heavenly fire and crashed directly into the arms of the fire lizard. The fire lizard suddenly cried out in pain. Then, Xiaojiao bit the fire lizard's neck, which had a smooth surface but a very hard inside. The two behemoths fought each other. Afterwards, Lin Xiao looked at the chimera in the sky. The chimera was already shouldering the judgment of Sparta and was continuously injecting magic power into it. You are guilty of launching a beast tide and attempting to harm the master. Guilty. The trial begins. Boom. One shot hit the fire lizard's scales, directly creating a wound in the fire lizard's originally strong defense. After seeing this scene, both Lin Xiao and the city guards were extremely excited. Attack that wound together. This beast has broken through the defense. Thousands of attacks, large and small, arrived at the same time as promised, all attacking the wound of the fire lizard. Xiaojiu also raised his head, aimed at the wound, and spewed out heavenly fire, which directly burned the fire lizard and made it scream. The fire lizard wanted to escape, but Lin Xiao had already made arrangements nearby and kept blocking its escape route. In the end, the fire lizard could only let out a long roar towards the sky and fell to the ground in extreme despair. Its body was constantly burned by the flames. After the fire died down, Xiaojiu picked up a flaming heart from inside. Then, the world finally became silent. Those monsters that were still waiting for an opportunity to strike fled in panic after seeing that the leader of the beast tide had fallen. When Chun Kongkong saw this scene, he burst into tears of joy. The first proactive attack in human history to successfully resist the beast tide has been accomplished. We won. All the soldiers were cheering, and even though the ordinary beast masters didn't contribute much, they all felt proud. Did we really do that? Old Lu looked at the cheering city guards in disbelief, feeling that everything that had just happened was completely unreal. Holy crap, that's a 7th level monster. I'll be bragging about it for the rest of my life. Hurrah, just you? You haven't contributed much in total, have you? So what if I didn't contribute much? After all, that 7th level monster had a javelin I threw on its body. Gao Peng, the battle maniac, almost rushed to the front. If there weren't so many people in front, he would have directly engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the fire lizard. In the end, Gao Peng had no choice but to throw his javelin out, which pierced the fire lizard's body. Wang Tao looked at the figure riding on Xiaojiu's back and murmured thoughtfully, "Why does that Lin Xiao look so familiar?" On that day, a piece of news became a hot search in all news sections around the world. Shocked, the Dragon Nation's Suyang city guards took the initiative to fight off the beast tide, killing a 7th level flame lizard and 3 6th level monsters. The content of the picture is the scene where Chun Konga leads the city guards to charge towards the beast tide. Next, there was a scene where Lin Xiao rode on Xiaojiu and killed the fire lizard. Oh my god, this guy actually dared to fight a 7th level monster at such a close distance. He's really brave. This little brother is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Dragon Country. Awesome. A large number of Longwa netizens are very proud of this matter. However, there are also some rather disappointing comments online. Damn, it's just a 7th level monster. Look at what made you climax. It's not a 9th level monster. I guess if we encounter a 9th level monster, we'll have to sacrifice lives again. The Dragon Kingdom has a large population, so more deaths is a good thing. Faced with such sarcastic voices, netizens in Longwa have long been accustomed to them. After all, these anti-China people act like giants on the internet, always attacking others, but in reality they are all just insignificant little karamis, losers struggling to make ends meet. Thus, another round of online verbal battle began. However, foreign netizens had mixed opinions on this matter, and international quarrels started again. Oh my god, the Dragon Nation can actually attack head-on and repel the monster. That leader is surprisingly handsome. He must be a warrior from our Korean country, stranded in Dragon Country. We must find a way to bring him back. Ha, the Koreans are stealing other people's things again. Netizens in the land of Sakura especially like to mock the land of South Korea. The entire universe belongs to the Koreans, but they also like to acknowledge their fathers. In ancient times, they were the grandson of the Dragon Kingdom, and in modern times, they are the grandson of our Sakura Kingdom. That's right. Things from the Korean country belong to our Sakura country. Seeing the netizens from the Sakura country mocking them like this, netizens from the Korean country could no longer sit still. What are you talking about, you shorty guys from Sakura country? Ha, isn't that right? The king of your Korean country has already pledged his allegiance to the king of our Sakura country, thanking us for colonizing you back then. Korean netizens were completely defeated and pointed the finger at their own monarch. However, netizens from the White Elephant country who were watching all this burst into laughter. Ha! These 3 countries in East Asia, seeing a Dragon Nation citizen leave the city to fight the beast tide, started cursing uncontrollably. They have no idea how powerful our White Elephant Nation is. That's right. Our White Elephant Nation is the most powerful nation in the universe, and the beast tide is just our plaything. Yes, we are not afraid of the beast tide at all. Just as I was saying this, a piece of news came out in the White Elephant country. There were too many people standing on one of the city walls, causing it to collapse severely. This allowed the beast tide to pour into the city without any resistance. The White Elephant Nation suffered heavy casualties. When netizens in Baishan country saw this news, they suddenly couldn't sit still. Oh my god! The people of White Elephant country actually trampled down the city wall. They must not be pious enough, or have not drunk enough Ganges water. This is the first time I've heard of a country trampling over its own city walls. Should we say their walls are too shabby, shoddily built, or that they have too many people? Only in the White Elephant country could something like this happen. Of course, the news from the White Elephant Kingdom is completely incomparable to the news about Suyang City's successful attack against the Beast Tide. If the former were known to others, it would only be considered a joke. The latter, however, shocked people all over the world with the news. After all, even those who were sarcastic about Su Yangqing's successful attack against the Beast Tide were sarcastic about it because it shocked them and made them dissatisfied. At this time, in Suyang City of Longhua, Lin Xiao seemed to have suddenly disappeared after Suyang City successfully fought against the Beast Tide. Neither the city lord's mansion nor the city guards could find Lin Xiao at all. Chapter 119. It seems that the other party's background and power should not be underestimated. When old Lu heard the news that Lin Xiao had disappeared, he immediately showed a longing look on his face. Oh my god, how did Lin Xiao appear and disappear like a ghost? He's so powerful, and he's only 18 years old. Moreover, after repelling the Beast Tide, he disappeared. For a caravan organizer like Lao Lu, who is old, experienced, and has seen many ups and downs, what Lin Xiao did was far beyond his expectations. Gao Peng also found it a little unbelievable. Who said it wasn't? Could it be that Lin Xiao was injured and has found a secret place to recuperate? Brother Chao Wang, what do you think of Lin Xiao? Gao Peng on the side then looked at Lin Xiao. After killing the fire lizard, Lin Xiao immediately returned to their room with Xiao Jiao and others, and then disguised himself again, pretending that nothing had happened. Lin Xiao even ignored the invitations from the city lord's mansion and the city guards. When Lao Lu and the others came back from outside the city, they saw that Lin Xiao was safe and sound, and thought that Lin Xiao had not left the city to fight. Lin Xiao had no explanation for this. Afterwards, they regrouped and set out on their journey north. This journey can be said to be very smooth. After all, most of the monsters had previously participated in the Beast Tide, which made the entire area near Suyang City a safe zone. Lin Xiao and others were also happy to have some peace and quiet. As the sky gradually darkened, the caravan found a corner sheltered from the wind and set up camp. Lin Xiao moved to a larger tent inside Suyang City. Inside the tent, Lin Xiao looked at Chimera speechlessly. At this moment, Chimera was holding a giant crossbow that was 2 meters wide in his hand. It turned out that when Chimera returned to Suyang City, she directly took down a crossbow arrow from the city wall and put it into her storage ring. This made Lin Xiao look very upset. He was curious about why this girl was becoming more and more fond of mechanical weapons. Lin Xiao then took the crossbow in his hand and prepared to take a closer look. Suddenly, the cold and crisp mechanical prompt sound of the system appeared in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has a crossbow, which meets the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? When Lin Xiao heard the system prompt, he was immediately surprised. This thing can actually evolve and upgrade. Lin Xiao asked curiously, System, why can't Sparta's Judgment and Blastoise Gatling be upgraded? Even the system did not issue any upgrade reminders for the various storage equipment that Lin Xiao had obtained before. Then, the system's prompt sounded emotionlessly. Ding! System upgrades require certain conditions. This crossbow was designed by a god-level beastmaster. It's not something you can upgrade with just any scrap metal or random stuff. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Okay, now upgrade. Ding! Evolution and upgrading, please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Crossbow. The Divine Competition Crossbow, a heavy crossbow cannon, possesses the power to split mountains and destroy cities. It requires no bowstring to use. Simply injecting spiritual energy automatically loads the arrow. If used with a bow and arrow made of special materials, its power will be doubled. Special effects of the Divine Crossbow: Armor Break, Weak Point Attack, Rapid Fire, City Destroying. Armor Break. When facing a heavily armored unit with extremely high defense, you can launch an armor-breaking attack and increase the power of the armor-breaking attack by continuously charging. Weakness Attack. When firing rapidly, there is a chance that the weakness attack will be triggered, allowing the user to find the enemy unit's weakness and aim. Once the target is hit, your subsequent shots will have a 100% chance of hitting the target. Rapid firing, through long-term accumulation of power, then simultaneously firing multiple feather arrows. Destroy the city. After using a physical arrow, the god's crossbow will trigger the city-destroying effect, which means destroying the city with one arrow. Lin Xiao never imagined that the crossbow arrow chimera stole from the city wall. Oh no, it was picked up, could be so powerful. Moreover, after the upgrade, this divine competition crossbow has changed from more than 2 meters wide to an ordinary-sized hand crossbow, without any of the previous bloated feeling. Lin Xiao then threw the divine crossbow to Chimera. If you like it, keep it. Chimera couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes after seeing the brand new divine competition crossbow. Although in her opinion, this was a very simple thing for Lin Xiao, she still couldn't help but feel a little surprised after it happened. Thank you, master. In fact, the other girls were just like Chimera. They didn't even raise their hands to Lin Xiao, but strengthened the divine crossbow. They were curious about it, as if this was the most normal thing. However, they are not like Chimera, who witnessed this incident firsthand today. Otherwise, if they really witnessed this incident with their own eyes, even if they knew that Lin Xiao had such ability, they would still be shocked like Chimera. Then, Lin Xiao took out another pokeball. This pokeball contains a large amount of pure fire element. After absorbing the heart of the fire lizard, Xiaojiu entered a state of evolution. Fortunately, she had already prepared the disguises for Lin Xiao and the others before she fell asleep. Otherwise, Lin Xiao and others would not know how to follow the caravan on the road. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Moreover, when Lao Lu saw that Lin Xiao had one less client, he didn't ask any further questions. After all, every time a caravan passes through a city, there will be people who leave the team as they reach their destination. Especially when they pass through Suyang City, everyone experienced the beast tide firsthand. At this time, some people may feel that the road ahead is too dangerous and take the initiative to leave the team. After leaving Suyang City this time, the caravan originally had 19 people, but now there are only 15 people left. Lu Weiwei and another Beastmaster have left the team. The caravan members did not have any specific information about these two people, but in their opinion, it was likely that these two people ran away on their own after seeing the beast tide and realizing the danger. The caravan members could not guarantee that another Beastmaster would escape, but everyone in the caravan was basically certain that Lu Weiwei had escaped. After all, Lu Weiwei's attitude when the beast tide arrived in Suyang City clearly showed that she wanted to escape. However, another backpacker in the caravan reached his destination after arriving in Suyang City. After completing his journey, he left the caravan. Nothing happened that night, and the next morning, the caravan continued their journey. Shortly after the caravan set off, a thin figure suddenly emerged from a bush near the road the caravan was passing. The other party stared at the caravan that had already gone away and immediately showed a smug smile on his face. Ha ha, prey has appeared. We must report this news to the boss immediately. After saying that, he took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. Then, after telling the person on the other end of the phone what happened, he immediately received the other party's next instructions. According to the other party's arrangements, he followed the caravan very carefully and continued to gather intelligence. Lin Xiao was following the caravan forward. As he walked, he suddenly looked behind him and exclaimed, "Huh?" He slowly approached Lao Lu and pointed behind them. "There's a tail behind the caravan." Lin Xiao then reminded. When old Lu heard this, he was a little surprised, but he did not look back. Instead, he greeted Gao Peng, and Gao Peng immediately understood. Then Gao Peng dodged and dived into the bushes on the side of the road. The thin tracker was following the caravan cautiously. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in front of him. The other party immediately gave him a meaningful smile. "Boy, how long have you been following us?" When the thin man saw Gao Peng, he immediately shouted that something was wrong, then took out a pokeball from his pocket and tried to resist. However, Gao Peng was one step ahead of him and kicked him in the chin. His vision suddenly went black and he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was tied up and thrown into the open space where the caravan was. At this time, Lao Lu, Gao Peng, Lin Xiao and others were surrounding him. "Tell me, who asked you to follow us? What is your purpose?" As soon as old Lu opened his mouth, he got straight to the point. The thin man sneered when he saw the 4-star Beastmaster medal on Lao Lu's chest. "I advise you to let me go right away. This mountainous area is under the protection of our boss. If anything happens to me, he will definitely kill you all and feed you to the monsters." Seeing that the other party was so stubborn, Gao Peng was so angry that he kicked him again. But this kick hit the opponent's lower abdomen. The thin man felt so much pain that his whole body curled up into the shape of a shrimp. "Damn it, Just wait for me. My boss will definitely not let you go. Old Lu then found a satellite phone on the other party's body and said with some concern, they must have known of our existence. Moreover, my status as a 4-star Beastmaster didn't frighten them. It seems their background and power should not be underestimated. Lin Xiao then thought for a moment and said, this guy is so stubborn. I think we should just kill him. We can't leave him here anyway. He'd just be a burden if we kept him around. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao nodded in agreement and said, that's right. We don't even need to waste our breath on this guy. Okay. You go kill him, and I'll dig a hole. Then we can just bury him. Well, remember to check his body to see if there is anything valuable before burying him. Don't waste it. The two of you spoke one sentence at a time, and they acted as if it were really the case. It seemed as if they were really going to take action at the next moment and kill the thin male stalker in front of them. Chapter 120. What a ruthless and decisive person. The thin male stalker was so frightened by what Lin Xiao and Wang Tao said that he could hardly bear it, especially since the two men didn't sound like they were acting, and he couldn't help but beg for mercy repeatedly. Wait, don't do anything yet. I'm telling you. After hearing the other party begging for mercy, Gao Peng slapped the other person in the face. If you don't accept my toast, you'll be punished. Tell me, who is your boss? What is your conspiracy? When the stalker heard this, he suddenly seemed to be no longer afraid and showed a sarcastic smile. I'll tell you this and scare you to death. My boss's name is Li Xiao. When the name Li Xiao was heard, even the caravan organizer like Lao Lu, who had experienced many ups and downs, suddenly changed his expression. Gao Peng and Wang Tao immediately looked solemn. Are you scared now? This mountain road is our boss's territory. Anyone who comes here must show him some respect. If you know what's good for you, send me back respectfully and leave me some money for the journey. Maybe I can persuade our boss to let you go. Lin Xiao then looked at Lao Lu with a puzzled look. Captain Lu, who is this Li Xiao? Is he famous? Upon hearing this, old Lu nodded. I don't know Li Xiao's original name, but everyone in the underworld calls him Li Xiao. 10 years ago, Li Xiao became a wild beastmaster. He also formed a powerful team in the wild, constantly hunting powerful monsters and selling them to the trading company. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but think, this Li Xiao can hunt monsters. He doesn't sound like a robber. Today's beastmasters can be roughly divided into 3 types. The first type of beastmaster is an officially registered beastmaster like Lin Xiao. After training in various universities, they will most likely enter the military or serve in various guilds in the future. The biggest feature of this type of beastmaster is that they have been officially recorded, have beastmaster medals and ratings, and occasionally receive official tasks. The second type of beastmaster is the one who works for the major families. They should also be officially registered, but in order to preserve their strength, the major families will often hide some of their information or even prevent others from knowing their existence, such as Chao Wang, who once served as a guest official in the Lu family. The last type of beastmaster is the wild beastmaster. This type of beastmasters basically broke away from the control of the official and major families for some reason and established their own territory in the wild. Of course, there are also a group of beastmasters who live among the people but do not obey official arrangements. Although they are not officially recorded, it does not mean that they are necessarily illegal. After hearing about Li Xiao's past deeds, Lin Xiao felt that Li Xiao was at most a wild beast tamer who did not obey official arrangements. However, Lao Lu then went on to add, who would have known that during these 3 years, Li Xiao and a family surnamed Yu in Suyang City had friction. I don't know what tricks the Yu family used to frame Li Xiao with a false charge, turning him into a fugitive. They even sent law enforcement officers to round him up. The authorities originally wanted to give Li Xiao a chance to explain himself, but the law enforcers they sent were bribed by the Yu family, and a conflict immediately broke out between the two gangs. Then, Li Xiao decided to go all out and become a bandit. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, oh, I see. Doesn't this sound like the story of Lin Chong being forced to join the Liangshan movement? After hearing this, Lin Xiao didn't say anything more. Gao Peng said with some embarrassment, according to what this guy said, Li Xiao should be nearby. We're being targeted by him, which is really a troublesome thing. Why don't we negotiate with them? Then someone made a suggestion. That's right. Let's all chip in a little bit. It's better for us to have less trouble than more. Do you think Li Xiao will let us go? He's already killed several caravans. But we can't just sit there and wait for death. Are we going to go head-to-head with Li Xiao with just the rest of us? Then what are we still thinking about? Let's run away now. Everyone then brainstormed and expressed their ideas, but they all sounded increasingly unreliable, with no suggestions suitable for implementation. Wang Tao then looked at Gao Peng, but Gao Peng looked at Lao Lu. Old Lu thought about it and looked at Lin Xiao again. What do you recommend? When Lin Xiao heard this, he showed a meaningful smile. Instead of sitting here and waiting for death, we might as well take the initiative. Take the initiative? Upon hearing this, Old Lu asked back with some confusion. Lin Xiao then looked at the thin male stalker who was caught and walked up to him with a smirk on his face. Come on, tell me, where's your boss Li Sanpao hiding? The thin male stalker looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Lin Xiao's harmless and smiling face suddenly pulled out a bone knife without any change, and then stabbed it directly into the opponent's thigh. Then the thin male stalker screamed, "Ah, when I ask you a question, you just need to answer it obediently without asking so many questions." When Lin Xiao said this, his expression was calm, as if he was doing something very ordinary. This scene made Lao Lu and others feel their scalps tingle. At this moment, a sentence popped up in their minds. This Chao Wang is such a ruthless and decisive person. The thin male tracker then screamed repeatedly, and only then did he realize that the caravan in front of him were not normal people. The skinny male stalker couldn't help but beg for mercy, saying, "Stop torturing me. I told you he's deep in a cave in that dense forest." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed to a dense forest in front of the open space where the caravan was. Lin Xiao and Lao Lu couldn't help but look at each other and saw a hint of doubt on each other's face. Then, Lin Xiao immediately inserted his bone knife into the opponent's other thigh. "I asked you to tell the truth, not to play tricks in front of me." The thin stalker couldn't help but cry out in pain again. "I didn't lie to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao sneered. "Deep in the cave? Do you think you can get a satellite phone called Deep in the Cave?" When the skinny stalker heard this, he immediately smiled a smile that was uglier than crying. I'm just a small karami under the boss. How can I report directly to the boss? Our group is here specifically to look for prey. I'm just contacting my teammates." Lin Xiao now realized that the other party was not lying and couldn't help but say, "Oh," meaningfully. In other words, the thin tracker in front of him was just a spy and was not even qualified to contact Li Sanpao. However, if that is true, it would be even better. The smaller the person, the less likely he is to attract other people's attention. Old Lu then looked at the thin stalker and asked Lin Xiao, "Chao Wang, what should we do with this guy?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Let's kill him. We still have to be on the safe side. If the news leaks out, it will be bad." When Lin Xiao said this, it was as if he was talking about something that could not be more ordinary. Even Lao Lu, a veteran in this field, could sense a sense of indifference towards the enemy from Lin Xiao's tone. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the skinny stalker immediately howled in fear. "You can't kill me. My companions will be here soon. I can be your messenger and intercede for you." As soon as he finished speaking, the satellite phone that was found on him suddenly rang. Chapter 121, I would never betray my brothers, even if I die. Old Lu then answered the phone very naturally. Seeing this, the thin stalker immediately became quiet. He looked at Lao Lu with some trepidation. After the call was connected, a sharp voice came from the other end. "Oh my god, Wang Wu, where are you now? We're already nearby. Tell me, when is the best time for us to start?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu immediately looked at Lin Xiao. The moment their eyes met, they knew what the other was thinking. Lao Lu then smiled and said to the person on the other end of the phone, "Hello, I'm Lao Lu from the caravan. If you guys want to fight, we're here to help you anytime." When the person on the other end heard Lao Lu's voice, he suddenly stopped talking. After a moment, the man on the other side sneered and said, "I advise you to take good care of my brother, otherwise, I will kill all of you bastards." After saying that, the man hung up the phone. Afterwards, Lin Xiao secretly took Xiaoqing and Chimera and quietly left the caravan without the thin tracker Wang Wu noticing, and then ambushed nearby. The eye contact between Lin Xiao and Lao Lu just now had already given them the idea of hiding their strength first, and then taking corresponding actions based on the specific development of the situation. At this moment, Wang Wu was extremely panicked and didn't pay much attention to the situation around him. He just wanted his accomplices to show up quickly and try their best to rescue him. Not long after, 8 people walked out from the open space in front of the caravan. When they saw Lao Lu and the others, they all showed expressions of surprise, because they didn't expect that Lao Lu, the leader of the caravan, was actually a 4-star beastmaster. This is a beastmaster of the same level as their boss Li Sanpao. When Wang Wu saw the man coming out, he quickly shouted, "Third brother, save me. Be careful of them." However, before Wang Wu could finish his words, Gao Peng kicked him in the stomach. Wang Wu almost fainted from the pain. He was tied up and could not help but grit his teeth and breathe in to relieve the pain. Upon seeing this, the man known as Third Brother immediately yelled, Shut up. You loser. You can't even find prey. If you weren't so smart, I would have killed you long ago. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately stopped talking and could only shut up and continue to endure the pain brought to him by Gao Peng's kick. Then, the man called Third Brother stepped forward and clasped his fists towards Lao Lu. Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Chun Baisong. I guess you know who I am. When old Lu heard the name, Chun Baisong, he immediately looked at the other party in surprise. Oh, rumor has it that you were a beast master employed by the Wang family of Siang City, but you killed your master and escaped. Who would have thought that you're now serving as Li Sanpao's dog? When Chun Baisong heard the words, Wang family of Suyang City, he immediately showed a look of disdain. Damn it. If I hadn't been so weak back then, I would have killed his entire family. When old Lu heard that the other party's words were not right, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is there any hidden secret? However, old Lu didn't intend to ask any more questions. He pointed at Wang Wu, who was tied up like a dumpling and was trying to relieve the pain, and said directly, What should we do? Draw a path. Chun Baisong laughed when he heard this. I can't make the decision on this matter. We have to wait for our eldest brother Li Sanpao to make the decision. When old Lu heard this, he immediately sneered. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Once Li Sanpao arrives, we won't be able to negotiate on equal terms. We'll just be fish in your eyes. Chun Baisong's expression froze at first, then he showed a look of disdain. In fact, that's what he really thought. When he first reported to Li Sanpao asked him to wait a while. Feeling that he had too few people on his side, he sent the second in command of their group and some other people to support them. Especially now that his younger brother Wang Wu has been captured by the caravan headed by Lao Lu, he must destroy Lao Lu and his group no matter what, otherwise, they will be looked down upon by their peers. Chun Baisong's face suddenly turned grim. What? Do you still dare to attack our brothers here? However, just as Chun Baisong finished speaking, he saw Gao Peng standing beside him, holding a spear in his hand, and walking straight forward. Chun Baisong looked at Gao Peng and said sarcastically, Brother, what era is this? You're still fighting with others with a spear like that. Do you think we're gangsters? As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Gao Peng twist his wrist, and then Gao Peng shot directly into Wang Wu's heart. Then, Gao Peng used his gun to throw Wang Wu's body directly towards him. This means that both sides have broken off relations. Damn it! How dare you kill my brothers? Everyone, come on, kill them. Seeing this, Chun Baisong couldn't help but get furious and immediately ordered his brothers to take action. Then, 8 people took out pokeballs at the same time and threw them at Gao Peng. Then, all kinds of spiritual pets appeared in front of the caravan. Chun Baisong's spiritual pet is a B-level 5th-order monster, the Nightmare Clock. This is a very rare law-based monster. It looks like a pig, but there are 2 pointers on its nostrils. Once the 2 pointers point to the same place, all creatures within its sight will be forcibly pulled into the dream. And in the dream, the strength of the Nightmare Clock hand will be greatly improved. If you want to break free from the dream, you either have to wait for the 2 pointers to separate, or wait to kill the Nightmare hand. But now the 2 pointers of the Nightmare Clock are obviously not in the same direction, which means that its attack power may not even be as strong as that of an ordinary 5th-level monster. The spirit pets of Chun Baisong's other subordinates are all 3rd or 4th-level monsters. Such a lineup was immediately defeated under the attack of Lao Lu and others, and people were injured and killed soon. Seeing this, Chun Baisong couldn't help but yelled, Damn it! How come everyone in this caravan is so strong? As far as he could see, he found that the strength of all the members of this caravan was not weaker than that of high-level beastmasters, and most of them seemed to be 1- or 2-star beastmasters. He originally wanted to delay the time until the Nightmare Clock's law skill was triggered, so that he could kill the 4-star beastmaster. As a result, Chun Baisong did not expect that his men would be almost killed by the other side so quickly. Run, don't fight. These people are not simple. After saying this, Chun Baisong was about to evacuate the place with his surviving men. However, at this moment, Wang Tao appeared from behind Chun Baisong, blocking the path that he and his men had to pass. Not only that, Wang Tao's bullhorn general charged like a bull and knocked one of Chun Baisong's men away. Damn it, we've been ambushed. We can't escape, brothers. Let's fight these people. But when human power is limited, even if they want to fight to the death, their strength does not allow it. How could a group of rabble possibly compete with the powerful beast tamers on Lao Lu's side? Soon, Chun Baisong was the only one left. Old Lu then looked at Chun Baisong and started shouting, Give up your resistance now, and I'll give you a quick death. If you do as we say, I'll consider giving you a chance to live. After hearing what Lao Lu said, Chun Baisong said sarcastically, Bah, I would never betray my brothers, even if I die. After saying that, Chen Baisong was about to fight to the death with Lao Lu and others. At this moment, several consecutive gunshots of bang, bang, bang were heard from the jungle in the distance. Fortunately, even though Lao Lu and others had just defeated Chen Baisong and others, they still did not relax their vigilance. When the gunshots rang out, they reacted immediately and either relied on their own physical advantages to dodge the bullets or relied on their spiritual pets to avoid the shooting. In this way, they avoided the danger of being attacked by bullets. Wang Tao dodged the bullets and just made way for Chen Baisong to escape successfully. Just as Wang Tao was about to give chase, he and the caravan saw 5 more people appear in the jungle in the distance. The leader had a very fierce-looking scar on his face. Second brother, you're finally here. Scarface couldn't help but spit after seeing the corpses all over the ground. Damn it, so many brothers died. Chen Baisong immediately warned. Second brother, be careful. There's a 4-star Beastmaster in this caravan, and most of the others are also star-level Beastmasters. They're very difficult to deal with. After hearing this, Scarface said with disdain, Third brother, do you really think I, your second brother, am a fool? I had already arranged everything here before I came here. As he spoke, the scarred man looked at Lao Lu, Gao Peng, Wang Tao and other people in the caravan, and then snapped his fingers. Now I'll show you how powerful my gopher assassin is. Chapter 122. Too weak. He's not worth my effort. After Scarface finished speaking, the ground beneath the feet of Lin Xiao and the other members of the caravan suddenly became loose. Then, something that looked like a gopher suddenly appeared. The opponent then rushed directly towards Gao Peng's throat. Seeing this, Gao Peng quickly dodged. This mole-like creature is as fast as a 6th-level monster. Even Gao Peng, who was the strongest in hand-to-hand combat, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The scar-faced man was also shocked when he saw this scene. Yo, huh? Quick reaction, huh? But, if you can dodge this attack, can you dodge the next one? After Scarface finished speaking, the mole assassin once again burrowed into the ground and kept moving back and forth around the crowd. Scarface laughed out loud at this. See? My mole assassins have already been near you and have set up burrows. That's why I'm so late. As long as there is terrain that is favorable for the mole assassin, the attack power of my mole assassin will be comparable to that of a 6th-level monster. With my gopher assassin, it can kill all of you and your pets by itself. Upon hearing this, someone immediately looked at Lao Lu. Old Lu, what should we do now? Should we split up and escape from here? Old Lu is indeed a veteran in this field, and he immediately revealed the secret in one sentence. No, he's waiting for this opportunity. As long as we flee separately, he can divide and conquer us, and at the very least, consume a large part of our manpower. We must stick together, each of us watching one direction, and be careful of the attacks of the mole assassins. Scarface heard this and then laughed again. Hurrah, you're so smart. You've even thought of this. But what if several of us act at the same time? After he finished speaking, the other 4 Beastmasters around him also showed off their respective spirit pets, 3 3rd-level monsters and 1 4th-level monster. This configuration can be said to be very shabby. But once they break up the caravan's formation, the mole assassins can wait for the opportunity and deliver a fatal blow to them. Seeing this, Chen Baisong couldn't help but ask with a complicated look in his eyes. Brother, since you came so early, why didn't you save our brothers? They were all dead just now. Scarface snorted coldly upon hearing this. Why would a bunch of losers save them? Besides, this caravan has so many people and they're so powerful. I'm not a fool. Did they ask me to die by asking me to jump out just now? When Chen Baisong heard this, he was speechless. All right, third brother, I know you have a good relationship with your brothers. I'll let you kill these bastards with your own hands and avenge your brothers. After hearing Scarface's words, Chen Baisong couldn't help but nodded with mixed feelings. Is this the fate of wild beastmasters? These people are about to die. Not a single one of them can be spared. However, just after Scarface finished speaking, Lao Lu suddenly shouted, they probably have no backup plan. Brother Chao Wang, you can start now. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people walked out from behind a big tree in the distance. They are Lin Xiao, Xiaoqing, and Chimera. Chimera was holding a crossbow about 1 meter long in his hand. After seeing this scene, Scarface was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you guys really know how to joke. This is your backup plan. But, you let 2 students and a high-level beastmaster ambush me? I think you look down on us. After saying that, Scarface looked at a younger brother beside him, who was accompanied by a 4th-level monster. You? Can you take care of all 3 of them by yourself? The man nodded quickly upon hearing this. Don't worry. Second brother, I can kill 30 of them by myself. But second brother, I have a request. Scarface heard this and asked in confusion, what's the request? Those two little girls look pretty. Could you please keep them for me? Having said that, he suddenly changed the subject. After you've given it to the three brothers, give it to me. Scarface heard this and looked at Xiaoqing and Chimera very carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Ha! You have really sharp eyes, kid. Even from this distance, you can tell these two girls are extraordinary. They're even prettier than the wife our boss captured a few days ago. Okay, I'll do as you say. After saying that, the man brought his 4th-level spirit pet and came in front of Lin Xiao and the other two. Did you hear that? My two little beauties, you are ours now. The man looked at Xiaoqing and Chimera and said arrogantly. However, Xiaoqing and Chimera didn't take his words seriously at all. Chimera then looked at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, do you want to kill him? Xiaoqing shook her head immediately after hearing this. Too weak. He's not worth my effort. When Chimera heard Xiaoqing's words, he looked at the divine crossbow in her hand helplessly. It's not worth it for me to shoot such a precious crossbow arrow. Xiaoqing was speechless when she heard this and said, You didn't find this crossbow yourself. It was clearly conjured by your magic. Upon hearing this, Chimera helplessly pointed the crossbow at the man. When the man saw this scene, he burst into laughter. Because his 4th-level monster happened to be a spiritual pet known for its defense. In his opinion, he didn't need to be afraid of the crossbow in Chimera's hand. The B-level, 4th-order monster Shield General is a land crab with a huge claw. Moreover, this pliers can be used as a shield for the Shield General. It has very strong defensive power and can withstand the full force attack of a 5th-level monster. Moreover, the higher the destructive power of the attack on this pliers, the greater the damage of the counterattack of this pliers. The Shield General's other pincer is responsible for attacking, but its attack power is slightly weaker, but its attack speed is very fast. Skills: powerful attack, swift grab, shield attack, counterattack damage. It can be said that this Shield General is a being that hurts the enemy by 1,000 but hurts himself by 800. Chimera then took her divine competition crossbow and aimed at the Beastmaster. Then, she slowly pulled the trigger. With a whoosh sound, an arrow made of magic flew out from the divine crossbow and headed straight for the Beastmaster. When the Beastmaster saw this, he looked disdainful. It's just a trifle. I'm going to show you how powerful my Shield General is. After saying that, the Shield General raised his pincer shield and placed it in front of his master. However, just as the arrow flew over, a click sound was heard. Before everyone around could see what was happening, the Shield General's huge shield had already shattered into pieces. And the Beastmaster did not look at the bloody hole on his chest with an expression of disbelief. Then, his whole body slowly fell to the ground. This scene happened so fast. Even Scarface and Chun Baisong, who were nearby, didn't have time to react before they saw that their companions were unconscious and dead beyond death. What? That bitch is holding an offensive device. Someone immediately realized something and exclaimed. Scarface also reacted after hearing this. He then looked greedily at the divine crossbow in Chimera's hand. After thinking for a while, he said to Chun Baisong, Third brother, leave this to me. You go deal with those 3 people. Remember, be careful with that crossbow. Although I don't know what level of equipment the crossbow in that little girl's hand is, since it can so easily penetrate the Shield General, it can at least prove that the crossbow is at least 7th level, or even 8th level or higher. If my brothers can get this crossbow, we will be rich in the future. Chun Baisong obviously knew that what Scarface said was true. Therefore, after hearing Scarface's suggestion, Chun Baisong quickly agreed to Scarface and said, Okay, second brother, be careful later. After I deal with those 3 people, I will come to help you. Underscore extras the underscore. Chapter 123 How come this caravan has so many experts? However, before Chun Baisong could finish his words, he felt his scalp tingling and he quickly dodged to the side. Then, a magic arrow from the divine crossbow flew past his scalp. If Chun Baisong had not dodged in time, the arrow would have pierced his head and taken his life. Damn it. Luckily I dodged quickly. Chun Baisong was still feeling lucky that he had escaped, but then he heard a scream from behind him. He quickly looked back and saw that one of Scarface's companions was shot through by the arrow. This bitch actually. Chun Baisong felt a little scalp numbing. He never expected that Chimera was actually trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if the arrow just now couldn't take him away, the Chimera would take away the others. However, what frightened Chun Baisong was not over yet. Although Chimera pulled the trigger again, he did not shoot the arrow. If you look closely, you will find a magical fluctuation in the arrow warehouse. The magic wave brewed for about 10 seconds, and then more than a dozen magic arrows were shot out continuously with whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Chimera was like holding a submachine gun, aiming at them and starting to shoot. Holy crap! How can this thing fire continuously? Shin Baisong, Scarface, and others were caught off guard by the attack of the Chimera in front of them. Even in the panic, some people were shot and died on the spot. They had a team of 6 people just now, but now there are only 4 left. Holy crap! How come this caravan has so many experts? After Scarface dodged another magic arrow, he couldn't help but curse. However, before he could finish his words, a dark shadow suddenly appeared above his head. Scarface looked up quickly and saw Gao Peng raising his spear and stabbing towards him. Although Scarface had no ability in close combat, his physical fitness was not to be underestimated. He rolled over and dodged, just avoiding the attack. Gao Peng's attack had just landed, and although Scarface dodged it, he immediately changed the direction of his attack and gave Scarface a good beating. However, the soil under Gao Peng's feet suddenly cracked, and he saw an eye staring at him. Seeing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but curse inwardly. Oh no! He quickly prepared to dodge, but it was too late. The mole assassin immediately broke out from the ground and rushed directly into his arms. Its sharp claws were less than half a foot away from his heart. It's too late to do anything now. After all, the gopher assassin is too fast. However, at this moment, a simple ice wall made of condensed frost suddenly appeared in front of Gao Peng's chest. Although this ice wall is just a small karami, a weak ice wall compared to the high-strength ice wall formed by Chimera, which is more than 2 people tall and nearly 1 meter thick. But it is enough to buy time for Gao Peng. The mole assassin's attack paused noticeably after hitting the ice wall. Then, the latter hurriedly smashed the ice wall hard, making a crack, crack sound. It was about to shatter, but this momentary delay was enough for Gao Peng to react. Gao Peng quickly rolled over and glanced out of the corner of his eye to find that it was indeed Lao Lu's other pet, the ice and snow chinchilla, casting a spell towards him. Then, Gao Peng immediately raised his spear and stabbed at the scarred man. Scarface had already created a safe distance between himself and Gao Peng, causing Gao Peng's attack to miss. Then, the mole assassin burrowed into the soil again, planning his next attack. At this moment, Lin Xiao was in the distance, shouting at them from afar. Everyone leave that area. After hearing Lin Xiao's voice, old Lu immediately reacted. This was the best time to escape from danger. But how can Lin Xiao kill that troublesome mole assassin? However, old Lu didn't have time to think about it. Immediately, Lao Lu waved his hand and shouted to the caravan, "Disperse." Although the caravan members were not a professional army and had no good command of discipline, they still obeyed Lao Lu's orders very well. They immediately ran out of the area in all directions. In order not to give the mole assassins the chance to attack them again, they tried their best to leave, preferably to escape from the maximum range of the burrow that the mole assassins could dig. Scarface couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Don't you know that the mole assassin's best skill is sneak attacks from behind? After saying that, Scarface pointed directly at the panicked figures in the caravan and said, "Go for assassins. Defeat them one by one first, and then find a way to kill those powerful ones." As soon as Scarface finished speaking, the mole assassin crawled out of the mud again and ran towards the back of one of them. Just when the mole assassin was about to succeed, the hair on its body suddenly stood up. The mole assassin suddenly felt as if it was being targeted by something terrible. Then, it heard Lin Xiao's voice. "You, intent on killing others. Sparta sentences you to death." After saying this, there was a loud bang. Lin Xiao, carrying the Spartan judgment on his shoulder, aimed at the gopher assassin and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire suddenly shot out across the wilderness. Scarface saw this and immediately shouted, "Oh no. Gopher assassin, hide quickly. This rocket launcher is a high-level equipment." The groundhog assassin is also a pet known for its agility, and it quickly burrowed back into the soil. But the next moment, the magic cannonball fired by Lin Xiao suddenly changed direction and shot directly at Scarface. Scarface's eyes suddenly widened, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How so? Only then did he remember what Lin Xiao had just said. When Lin Xiao read out the verdict of Sparta's trial, he didn't specify who the subject was. So the person he just tried wasn't the gopher assassin, but Scarface himself? Then, a brilliant flame exploded in front of Scarface's eyes, and he was completely engulfed in the gunfire. The mole assassin was about to burrow into the soil, but suddenly, he froze. Then, it held its head in pain and fell down. The master dies, and the minister dies. This is what spiritual pets that sign contracts with humans are like. As long as their owner dies, they will also lose their lives. Seeing his second brother being killed by Lin Xiao's cannon, Chun Baisong immediately showed a sad expression. Although he was very critical of Scarface's many daily behaviors, he had to admit that the days of relying on each other in the mountains gave him a sense of belonging. Then, Chun Baisong looked at Lin Xiao angrily and started shouting, "It's all because of you. You killed my second brother." As if sensing its master's anger, the Nightmare Hour hand's expression immediately began to become ferocious. At this moment, the 2 pointers on the tip of the Nightmare Hourglass suddenly overlapped. Then, the entire battlefield became unusually quiet, as if all sounds had disappeared. As a result, the caravan members fell to the ground one after another. Even Lin Xiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing, although they lasted longer than others, their heads were still dizzy and they couldn't suppress their sleepiness. Then they closed their eyes and fell asleep. When Lin Xiao opened his eyes again, he found that the world in front of him had turned black and white. Although Lao Lu and the others have woken up, they still look confused and sleepwalking. Chapter 124, The Secret of the Nightmare Clock. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw the looks of the people in the caravan. At this moment, the sound of an alarm clock was heard in the distance. When the caravan heard the sound, they came to their senses. Why can I wake up faster than others in the dream created by the nightmare clock? Lin Xiao couldn't help but think carefully in his heart, and soon he came to some conclusion. Is it because my mental strength is stronger than others? Then, Lin Xiao remembered that he was the last person to be dragged into the dream, which made him more convinced of his judgment. At this moment, the mountains and forests in the distance suddenly collapsed like a house, raising huge clouds of dust. Then, the nightmare clock hand, which was originally only the size of an ordinary pig, suddenly became as big as a small mountain and pounced towards this side from a distance. After seeing this scene, everyone in the caravan, except Lin Xiao, showed expressions of fear. Oh my god, how did this thing become so scary? It wasn't this big just now. With such a huge body, if it were to crush us, we would definitely die. Can anyone tell me what to do? Do I have to commit suicide in this dream to escape? Lin Xiao spoke up to remind everyone at this time. If you die in the nightmare clock's dream, you will also die in the real world. If you want to escape, you have to defeat it or wait for its spiritual power to be exhausted and the dream to be passively ended. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, some people immediately hugged their heads in despair. Impossible. Impossible. How could we possibly defeat such a powerful creature? It could crush us to death with just one hand. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown again. These people in the caravan are obviously not the kind of people who would say discouraging words, so why are they so pessimistic in this dream? Even old Lu lost his usual composure, looking embarrassed and saying nothing. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at the approaching nightmare clock. The other party's information immediately appeared in his mind. Nightmare clock, nightmare state. Its strength is comparable to that of a 6th-rank demon beast. In the dream created by the nightmare clock, it will become everyone's nightmare, making everyone fall into fear. Possessing skills, nightmare strikes, fear descends, fear burns. Nightmare is coming. You can use the influence of nightmares to infinitely amplify the enemy's greatest fears. Fear arrives. Once the enemy's fear reaches a certain level, the nightmare clock will cause such a thing to descend upon the dream world. Fear burns. When the enemy's fear completely occupies their entire heart, or shatters their will and takes over their soul, then the nightmare clock can ignite this fear and obliterate their soul. When Lin Xiao saw such a powerful skill, he was not surprised but rather looked astonished. Such powerful skills are all attacks on the soul and mental power, and none of them attack the body. Why is this? At this time, the nightmare clock hand had already come near everyone. Its mountain-like body brings an unparalleled sense of oppression to everyone. Then it let out a howl, which sounded like a wail and was even more shocking. Then, it stomped the ground hard, and the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The ground kept cracking, and the soil that was stirred up directly pushed everyone in different directions. Although Lin Xiao was also in a very sorry state, he still landed steadily on the ground. He continued to use his mental power to check on his condition and found that he was stable. At the same time, he also tried to contact Chimera and Xiaoqing. However, Lin Xiao unexpectedly discovered that he could not contact Chimera and Xiaoqing at all, which surprised him. What surprised him even more was that he couldn't use his storage bag and couldn't take out his pokeball. You know, there is a fighting Asen in his pokeball, which he has not released. For Lin Xiao, who is in this dream, Ashen is definitely a great help. As long as Asen is released, he can easily deal with the nightmare clock hand in a fight. Lin Xiao understood that if he wanted to defeat the behemoth in front of him, he had to rely on the power of his spirit pet. Otherwise, Does he have to let Lin Xiao go up and fight the nightmare clock hand in hand? Wouldn't that mean he would be crushed to death by the other party? At this moment, another person landed beside Lin Xiao. This person was a backpacker in the caravan. The other party had once set his sights on Xiaojiu, but after being stopped by Lin Xiao, he never had any contact with Lin Xiao again. Now, the other party is kowtowing desperately, begging for someone's forgiveness. It seems that he was affected by some ability of the nightmare clock and couldn't break free. As he knocked his head, his whole body began to burn. A moment later, he turned to ashes. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. After a moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He finally knew the secret of the nightmare hour hand. Although everyone was pulled into this dream, their bodies were still in the real world. Even the nightmare clock hand's body was left outside, so if it wanted to kill everyone, it could only use some mental attacks. The strength of a mental attack is clearly proportional to the strength of the mental power itself. Lin Xiao's mental strength has been strengthened by the Chimera's feedback, and it can be said that he is unmatched in the same level. Even the nightmare clock cannot compare with Lin Xiao. This is why Lin Xiao was not affected at all. When Lin Xiao thought of this, he immediately made a judgment. In other words, if you want to escape from here, you just need to launch a mental attack on the nightmare clock hand. Lin Xiao immediately concentrated his mental power, and then an illusory book appeared in front of him. As the book opens, the painting stops on a certain page. At the same time, Lin Xiao was also silently reciting some obscure spells. Suddenly, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and launched a magic skill at the nightmare clock hand. God's punishment. Thunder. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds then appeared in the sky, followed by bursts of violent lightning falling from the sky. The lightning, carrying the power of divine punishment, struck directly at the nightmare hour hand. The nightmare clock hand was already very afraid of the power of divine punishment, and now it was hit directly on the head by the opponent. It screamed immediately, and its body began to burn. Then, its body continued to shrink until it disappeared. Then, the world around me changed from a colorless black and white world to a colorful one. Lin Xiao then suddenly opened his eyes and found that he had returned to the real world. Chimera and Xiaoqing were lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. As for the other members of the caravan, some had ferocious expressions, while others had pain emanating from their brows. Fortunately, everyone's condition has improved, and only one backpacker has completely lost his life. Lin Xiao looked at the backpacker and immediately recognized him as the man whose mental power was burned by the nightmare clock because of fear. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh, and then planned to wake up the other members of the caravan. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. Chapter 125. Young people are happy to take revenge, and there is no such thing as overnight grudges. Faced with danger, Lin Xiao reacted immediately and quickly kicked something behind him. Then, Lin Xiao heard a muffled groan. Then, Lin Xiao turned around and saw Chun Baisong holding his stomach in pain. However, even though his stomach was in great pain, Chun Baisong still held a dagger tightly in his hand. It seemed that Chun Baisong was planning to attack Lin Xiao from behind. Why? Why can you break the nightmare world of the nightmare clock? Lin Xiao looked at Chun Baisong and did not answer his question. Then, Lin Xiao shook his sleeves, and the bone knife immediately slipped into the palm of his hand. Tell me, do you have any last words? Chun Baisong was actually in the nightmare world during the nightmare time. After being killed by Lin Xiao, he knew that he was doomed to die. Originally, the backlash brought about by the soul contract made him extremely painful, and Lin Xiao's fighting ability was indeed very strong. In the end, Chun Baisong could only sigh. It's my fault. It's a pity that I can't kill my enemy with my own hands. Lin Xiao looked at Chun Baisong with indifference. After hearing what the other party said, he couldn't help but ask back. Are you still counting on me to avenge you? Upon hearing this, Chun Baisong immediately laughed at himself. How could I have such unrealistic thoughts? Besides, you alone can never be a match for the Lin family. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but frown. Your enemy is the Lin family? Upon hearing this, Chun Baisong nodded immediately. That's right. 20 years ago, my sister was kidnapped. It took me a full 20 years to find out that it was all done by the Wang family of Suyang City. So, I joined the Wang family as a wild beast master. Afterwards, I exacted revenge on the Wang family. In the end, I discovered that the Wang family was merely pawns of Lin Xiaodian and his son from the Lin family. So, I plotted a plot against Lin Xiaodian. But I was no match for someone from a big family like the Lin family. I was just a frog in a well. In the end, I could only use the nightmare world of the nightmare clock to drag everyone into the dreamland, and I took the opportunity to escape. After hearing Chun Baisong's narration, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in surprise. What did you say? Lin Xiao is very powerful. Chen Baisong nodded after hearing this. That's right. Lin Xiao is incredibly powerful, terrifyingly so. When he faced my 5th-rank demon beast, the Nightmare Clock, he didn't even have to use his full strength to manipulate me. If it weren't for the Nightmare Clock's special abilities, I would have died in front of him long ago. After hearing what Chen Baisong said, Lin Xiao nodded immediately. Do you know anything else about the Lin family father and son? Hearing this, Chen Baisong shook his head. All right, you can go on your way now. Don't worry. The Lin family father and son, will take care of it for you. When Chen Baisong heard what Lin Xiao said, he looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Do you have a grudge against them too? Lin Xiao did not answer, but raised the bone knife, indicating to the other party that he was going to take action. Seeing this, Chen Baisong smiled bitterly. Okay, I get it. Only the dead can keep secrets. After saying that, Chen Baisong stood in front of Lin Xiao with his door open, allowing Lin Xiao to attack him. Lin Xiao then stabbed the opponent's heart directly, and Chen Baisong died immediately. Just as Chen Baisong's body fell to the ground, someone among the caravan members lying on the ground slowly groaned in pain. Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the sound, and found that it was Lao Lu who woke up first. He hurried forward to check on Lao Lu and found that Lao Lu was not seriously injured, but just a little distracted. But the opponent's strength was not bad. He recovered almost completely in just a few breaths. Then, Wang Tao, Gao Peng and others also woke up, and their conditions had almost recovered. Only some individuals still feel some fear due to the influence of the Nightmare Clock. After learning what happened, Old Lu looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. You killed the Nightmare Hour hand? How did you do that? Lin Xiao then told a lie that couldn't be more true. I'm not sure either. I just had a chaotic fight with him in my dream, and then he died. Hearing this, Old Lu couldn't help but touch his head and nodded in disbelief. You still have to be a young person. At this time, Wang Tao suddenly asked, Lao Lu, what should we do now? We have already eliminated these people. Should we leave immediately, or go to? As he spoke, Wang Tao pointed in the direction of the dense forest. Obviously, he was talking about Li Sanpao. After all, Li Sanpao is now deep in a cave in the dense forest. Old Lu thought about it, then looked at Lin Xiao again. Brother Chao Wang, what do you think? Lin Xiao didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he looked at the backpacker's body and said, one of our team members died. Do you want to avenge this? Upon hearing this, Old Lu smiled and pointed at Lin Xiao with his finger in the air. Ha ha. Young people just enjoy settling grudges. There's no such thing as overnight grudges. As he said that, Lao Lu stood up from the ground. Let's go? Let's go get Li Sanpao's head back. After saying that, the three of them headed directly towards the depths of the dense forest. Not many people were brought on this operation. Only Lin Xiao, Lao Lu, and Wang Tao went. Gao Peng was left in the caravan to calm the others down. Xiaoqing and Chimera were also left in the caravan because Lin Xiao didn't want Lao Lu to doubt their identities. Xiaoqing and Chimera were a little unhappy that they couldn't fight alongside their master. Seeing this, Old Lu said sarcastically, Brother, your two clients are a bit too clingy. This is a big taboo for people like us who are escorting and trading goods. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao remained silent and did not answer. As they were walking, Lin Xiao suddenly stretched out his hand and asked everyone to stop. Seeing this, Old Lu couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao with some confusion. Lin Xiao then pointed to a more hidden branch on the tree in front. Old Lu nodded and released his giant hornworm. The body of the giant horned beetle is not big, and it is difficult to be found in this jungle environment. The giant horned beetle quickly came near the branch and approached it cautiously. Then, a scream was heard, and then a person fell from the tree. The three of them hurried forward and found that the other party had just fainted. Old Lu checked it out with ease. No pokeballs. It doesn't look like the other party is a beast tamer. Not necessarily. Maybe the spirit pet has died, so it has no use anymore. So Li Sanpao used it as a patrol officer. Very likely. Wang Tao then made a judgment. In fact, there are many people who have lost their spiritual pets. There were several such backpackers in their caravan alone. At this time, Lao Lu gave Wang Tao a wink, and Wang Tao immediately understood. He took out the smelling salts and let the other person smell it. The other party suddenly coughed a few times and then woke up. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Tao covered his mouth with his hand. Lao Lu then took out a dagger and put it against his throat. I can give you a chance to live. Just answer whatever I ask you. Otherwise, you will go to see the king of hell. Upon hearing this, the latter couldn't help but widen his eyes in horror. Old Lu then signaled Wang Tao to let go and let him answer the question. Tell me, where is Li Sanpao? But just as Wang Tao was about to let go, the other party immediately opened his mouth and tried to shout for help. However, Wang Tao was prepared for this. The moment the other party wanted to call for help, he reached out and covered the other party's mouth, blocking the other party's voice again. Then, Lao Lu stabbed the opponent's thigh with a knife, and then threatened him with a fierce look. Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me? Looks like you're not going to take my advice, and you're going to get punished. I'm going to chop you into pieces right now. The other person's face turned pale, and he wanted to scream to relieve the pain, but he couldn't make any sound because Wang Tao covered his mouth. Chapter 126. You are such a dark guy? Seeing Lao Lu so excited, Wang Tao quickly spoke out to dissuade him. Old Lu, forget it. I don't see any pokeballs on him, so I guess he's just an ordinary person. If he knows what's good for him, let him go. After hearing Wang Tao's dissuasion, Lao Lu immediately looked at the man. I'll give you one last chance. If you dare to play any tricks on me again, I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, the man endured the severe pain and nodded in agreement. Tell me, where is Lin Xiao? Who is with him now? What is his spirit pet? What abilities does it have? At this time, Wang Tao had already released his hand that was covering the other person's mouth. He is near a cave in front, but he is not inside the cave. Instead, he is in a thatched hut outside the cave. Thatched cottage. That's right. Lin Xiao said that the cave is unsafe and that it's easy for people to block the door and trap us. So he moved all the supplies into the cave and lived outside. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded immediately. What else? The man knew what Old Lu wanted to know, so he quickly added, Lin Xiao is very suspicious, and he usually doesn't have many people around him. This time, his brothers are out hunting, so there are only 5 people left with him. 4 of them have 4th-level spirit pets, and there is also a wife who takes over the clan leader's throne. Madam of the Bandit Chief? That's right. It's the high school girl we snatched back a few days ago, who was imprisoned in that thatched hut by Lin Xiao. Keep going. Old Lu scolded. Lin Xiao has a 6th-level monster. I really don't know its name. Upon hearing this, Old Lu couldn't help but frown, and then slapped him on the head. Damn it. What use do I have for you? After saying that, Lao Lu was about to kill the other person with one knife. Seeing Lao Lu's ferocious look, the man couldn't help but beg for mercy. I really don't know what kind of monster that is, but I can describe what it looks like to you. After saying this, the man saw that Lao Lu didn't move to kill him, so he quickly said, That's a monster that looks like a ball of light. You can't see its face. It usually floats around. Every time it appears, it surrounds Lin Xiao. When it attacks people, it can call out magic missiles. Hearing what the other party said, Lao Lu was suddenly confused. After asking a few more questions, Lao Lu could see that he really couldn't squeeze any more information out of this person. The other party immediately begged for mercy, saying, I really don't know anything. Please let me go. I just wanted to come out to beg for food, but after being caught by Lin Xiao, I had no choice but to become his younger brother. Upon hearing this, Old Lu sneered. Okay, I'll let you go now and set you free. Really? Then I'd like to thank you for not killing me. However, just as the man finished saying this, Lao Lu stabbed him in the chest with a knife. After being stabbed, the man immediately looked at his own chest in disbelief. I'm so sorry. Only the dead are trustworthy. If I let you go, I'm not sure if you will go and tip off the authorities. The man then pointed at Lao Lu with a look of despair and fell down. After making sure that the man was dead, Lao Lu looked at Wang Tao and Lin Xiao. Do you know what kind of spiritual pet he's talking about? Wang Tao shook his head repeatedly when he heard this. I've never heard of this kind of monster. It sounds like a ball of light. Could it be some kind of insect? A firefly? Lin Xiao thought for a long time before finally saying, I have a guess. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu and Wang Tao focused their attention and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then pinched his chin and said, I heard that in ancient legends, there is a kind of monster called the elves. Once, Captain Luo Chung and I encountered a fire elf in human form in the dark forest. Elves are a type of life form formed from the aggregation of pure elements. Based on the description we just heard, Lin Xiao's monster is likely a kind of elf formed from the aggregation of light matter. After hearing about the elves, Lao Lu and Wang Tao couldn't help but look at each other. An elf monster? That's a very rare monster that only exists in legends. I heard that many important people would offer high prices to buy this monster. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded without refuting. Since leaving the Mirkwood, Lin Xiao has spent a considerable amount of energy studying elves. He knew that elves were not only extremely powerful in combat, but also had extremely extreme characteristics because their bodies were made up of elements. If the elf is trained into a special spiritual pet, then the growth and evolution of the spiritual pet may be more effective. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then said, If Li Sanpao's monster is really an elf, then it should be relatively easy to deal with. However, I don't know what element Li Sanpao's monster is. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lao Lu and Wang Tao immediately felt confident. Okay, let's go now. After saying that, the three of them rushed towards Li Sanpao's stronghold together. Soon, the three of them saw a mountain wall in front of them from afar. There is a faint cave under the mountain wall, which is where Li Sanpao stores supplies. Not far from the cave, there is a thatched house that looks very hidden. Moreover, this thatched hut was also camouflaged. If the three of them had not known this news in advance, it would have been difficult for them to discover the thatched hut, nor would they have been able to tell that there was someone living in it. Old Lu couldn't help but curse. This Li Sanpao is really cunning. He made the cave so big, and yet he lives in such a secluded place. He's afraid someone will find his hiding place, so he uses this cave as bait. Wang Tao then pushed Lao Lu and asked him to look at a fire near the cave. Near the campfire, four beastmasters were pointing their weapons at several women and forcing them to prepare lunch. What's going on? Didn't they say there were only 5 people here? Maybe they kidnapped people from other caravans. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded in agreement. Very likely. After thinking for a while, Lao Lu said, the three of us will first find a way to deal with the 4 beastmasters, and then we will work together to deal with Li Sanpao. When Lin Xiao heard this suggestion, he shook his head. Look at the location of that thatched hut. As long as we take action, Li Sanpao will definitely rush out to support us in the first place. What should we do then? After hearing this, Wang Tao immediately asked Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao said without hiding anything, you guys go and sneak attack those 4 beastmasters. With your strength, it's relatively easy for you to kill 1 or 2 of them instantly. And I will lie in ambush outside that thatched hut and deliver a fatal blow to Li Sanpao. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lao Lu and Wang Tao couldn't help but look at each other, then nodded and said, you are such a wicked guy. Okay, then we will listen to you. After saying that, the three of them went their separate ways. Lao Lu and Wang Tao carefully approached the vicinity of the 4 beastmasters. General Oxhorn and the Ice and Snow Totoro made no sound and slowly approached the 4 people. _X0007 Chapter 127. That smell is really strong. Damn it, you bitches, why don't you work hard for me? Otherwise, you will all starve tonight. Fuck. Do you know what your status is now? You are our slaves. If you want to survive, you must work. Damn it. A bunch of pampered rich ladies and little princesses, they never thought they would fall into our hands. Ha ha ha. This is the first time in my life that I've fucked one of these rich ladies from a big family. They're so fucking juicy. And that smell is really strong. The 4 beastmasters were speaking disgusting words without restraint. Those wealthy women who usually live a life of luxury could only lower their heads at this moment, not even having the courage to glare back. Just recently, they followed their family members and escaped from Suyang City, planning to flee to a nearby city. Who knew that the team would actually encounter this group of wild beast tamers, who directly killed all the combatants in the team, including all the men. Even though this group of people were rich and he promised to give them large sums of money, Li Sanpao did not give them any chance to survive. In Li Sanpao's words, money can be used to buy life, but it will also expose his position. How could Li Sanpao, who has been cautious all his life, let his location information be exposed and discovered by the authorities? As a result, most of the people in the team were killed, leaving only some good-looking women as slaves. However, this group of women are not completely out of danger. If they find that someone has health problems or wants to escape, they will be in danger. Or if she cannot work well in Li Sanpao's lair, Li Sanpao will kill her without hesitation, and she will not even have the chance to become a tool for Li Sanpao and others to vent their desires. All the wild beast masters under Li Sanpao are fierce men who live on the edge of a knife. They have been living in the wild for many years, suppressing their desires and spirits. Now that they have the opportunity to vent, these women will naturally be tortured to death. These days, Li Sanpao's men haven't been able to release themselves so freely for a long time. When they looked at these women, there was no trace of pity on their faces. It's as if they are treating the cats and dogs they raise. As long as they want, they can torture these rich ladies and little princesses, or even kill them directly. The 4 of them were still reminiscing about which woman had brought them more joy last night, and which one they would continue to torture tonight, without realizing that danger was approaching. Wang Tao saw that the opportunity was almost right, and immediately issued an order to General Niu Jiao. Attack! The horns on General Niu Jiao's head suddenly became a little bigger, and then he used all his strength to rush towards one of the beastmasters who had his back to him. At the same time, The chubby body of the ice and snow chinchilla turned into a meat bomb chariot and rolled out. However, unlike ordinary meat bomb tanks, the body of the ice and snow Totoro's meat bomb tank will be covered with ice crystals. While increasing physical damage, it also increases a certain amount of magic damage. It also attacked from the blind spot of a beastmaster next to it. The moment the two men started fighting, someone screamed in surprise. Enemy attack. After saying that, the two beastmasters' companions immediately released their spirit pets and helped their companions to resist the damage. While charging, General Niu Jiao was blocked by a stone man that emerged from the ground. There was a loud boom sound in its ears. The stones on the stone man's body were splashed everywhere by the impact of the giant hornworm. Moreover, the other party was seriously injured. As for the ice and snow Totoro, a strange rag doll with a heavy top also appeared next to it. There were broken threads on its hands and feet. The silk thread wrapped around the ice and snow Totoro, but the opponent seemed to have underestimated the attack power of the human bomb tank. Those silk threads were directly pulled apart by the ice and snow chinchilla. The ice and snow chinchilla smashed directly onto the beastmaster, who was still trying to roll to dodge. However, in the face of absolute power, there is no chance of escape. At the first encounter, one person died and one was injured. The original target of the Bullhorn General, after escaping the disaster, immediately took out his pokeball and released the pet inside. It was a butterfly more than half a person's height. It flutters its wings and looks very beautiful. However, the color on the butterfly's wings is really too weird. If people look at it for a long time, they will feel very uncomfortable. Wang Tao couldn't help but curse angrily. Damn it, it didn't work. Fortunately, the stone man was seriously injured. With the 5th level suppression of the ice and snow chinchilla, they are still not at a disadvantage even when 2 are fighting 3. Then, they started fighting. When the battle broke out here, the captured women had no idea what to do. They stood there in a daze, even in the mood to watch the fun. If someone among them had not been nearly hurt by the aftermath of the attack, they would have stayed here to see the battle through to the end. At this moment, Lao Lu shouted repeatedly, "What are you waiting for? Find a safe place to hide." The women then said, "Oh," and quickly fled towards the cave. In the thatched hut on the other side, there was no movement as soon as the battle started. However, Lin Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, could clearly feel a pair of eyes looking out from the window. It seems that the other party is observing something. Then, the door of the thatched hut suddenly opened. Then, a ball of light emerged from inside and floated on the ground. There are 5 small balls of light surrounding it. Those light balls are constantly rotating, just like satellites orbiting their host star. And then, relevant information about this spiritual pet appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The Light Elf Guardian, an S-rank, 6th-order spirit pet, is the purest collection of light energy. Its own attack power is not high, but its sustained damage is very strong. At the same time, its healing ability is also very strong. All its attack damage is doubled against dark attribute monsters. Possesses the skills Soul Chain, Healing Link, Star of Light, and Light of the Earth. Soul Chains. The 5 stars on the Light Elf Guardian can transform into chains, shooting out to bind the enemy and inflict mental damage that can reach directly into the soul. Healing Chains. The 5 stars on the Light Elf Guardian can transform into chains, linking to friendly units and healing them. The amount of healing is determined by the Light Elf Guardian's status and the mental strength of its master. Stars of Light. The 5 stars on the Light Elf Guard will automatically begin to rotate. Anyone who approaches the Light Elf Guard will be considered a target. The stars will orbit and attack them, causing damage. In the Land of Light, the Light Elf Guardians can burn a star to emit a large amount of light energy, indiscriminately attacking all targets within a 360-degree area. This lasts for an extremely long time. After the skill ends, the Light Elf Guardian can replenish stars by replenishing energy. Chapter 128 What an Old Fox. After Lin Xiao learned the information about this Light Elf Guard, he felt a little surprised. It is indeed an S-level spiritual pet. I just didn't expect there would be such a powerful attribute panel. Moreover, the opponent's skills are really amazing. Soul Chain can be said to be a dual skill that combines attack and control to some extent. The Healing Chain is a terrifying skill with no upper limit on the amount of healing it can do. Just imagine, if Li Sanpao had the same mental power as Lin Xiao, then as long as Li Sanpao wanted to defend himself, his companions would have no chance of death, as Li Sanpao could provide them with unlimited healing. And the Star of Light is an absolute defense. Moreover, this absolute defense also has good attack power. Although the damage of Guangpu Dadi is still unclear, this is a skill that can only be obtained by sacrificing an S-level 6th-order monster. So no matter what, the attack power will not be low. After the light elf guard appeared, it immediately shot out 3 stars from its side, targeting its 3 companions. It goes without saying that it wants to provide treatment to its companions. The other 2 stars did not fly out completely. One of them turned into a chain and attacked the ice and snow Totoro. As for the last star, it began to revolve around the light elf guard. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. What an old fox. As soon as Li Sanpao took action, it was clear that he was a veteran. Not only did he attack the ice and snow chinchilla in the first moment, he also protected his companions and even left a star for defense. If it were someone else, there would be no way to deal with him. However, Lin Xiao is not so easy to deal with. Lin Xiao knew one thing very well, that is to capture the leader first. Since Li Sanpao was hiding in the thatched hut and didn't dare to come out to see anyone, Lin Xiao found a way to get him out. Then, Lin Xiao threw out his pokeball, and then Asen flew out of the pokeball. Then, a huge silver-gray snow wolf, more than 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared, and even the light elf guard was stunned. Then, Asen opened his mouth and a strong wind appeared. The entire area became the attack range of the strong wind. The thatched hut was originally very simple, and after being blown by such a strong gale, the roof was blown directly into the sky. Not only that, the earthen walls of the thatched house were also shaking constantly. Asen aimed at the target and then increased the power of the strong wind again. With a loud boom, the earth wall collapsed, revealing the scene inside. Suddenly, a one-eyed man with his upper body naked and wearing only a pair of pants appeared. At his feet was a naked woman with a twisted body. The woman had obviously been tortured by him beyond recognition and was breathing more out than in. Then, the man looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but curse. Damn, what the hell? Then he saw the tall snow wolf and couldn't help but point at it and shout, Light elf guard, kill it. As soon as he finished speaking, the light elf guard floated towards Ashen. There was only 1 star on its body at this time, which was constantly waving at Asen. The star rotates very quickly and its orbit is not fixed. There will be some attacks that hit Asen. Although there were no wounds on Asen's body, Lin Xiao and Asen were in tune with each other and could clearly feel that Asen's injuries were getting worse. Lin Xiao immediately gave orders to Asen. All-out attack. Upon hearing this, Asen let out a wow sound, and the strong wind started blowing again, blowing directly towards the light elf guard. The body of the light elf guard shook noticeably, but it was not affected at all. The strong winds passed through its body and hit the ground behind it. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. He understood that this guy was elemental and ordinary physical attacks had no effect on him. At this time, Li Sanpao also laughed. Ha ha ha, I really don't know what courage you have to deal with me. You know, even those big families and the government can't do anything to me. How dare you, a bunch of scumbags, deal with me? But this is also good. If I kill you, I can also get a lot of money from you. Lin Xiao listened to what the other party said and didn't care at all. He wanted to kill Li Sanpao now and would not give Li Sanpao any chance to kill him. Since the light elf guard is an elemental light elf, he attacks the light elf guard based on the concept of mutual generation and mutual restraint of matter. Lin Xiao's brain was working frantically, and he began to think about what the nemesis of the light element was. Many people believe that the nemesis of light elements is dark elements, but this is actually a big mistake. Dark elements can only restrain light elements when they are absolutely overwhelming. Once the two are equal, the light element naturally restrains the dark element. However, Lin Xiao had another idea. Since the dark element can't restrain the light element, then I will let the light elf guard completely in darkness. Wouldn't that allow the dark element to absolutely crush and restrain the light element? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao immediately stretched out a hand and summoned an illusory book in front of his chest. It can be seen that the book is constantly turning and finally stops at a certain page. Lin Xiao began to recite some obscure words. That is the inheritance of Chimera, elemental magic. When Lin Xiao finished reciting, the earth began to shake. A huge earth wall was erected from the surrounding area. Lin Xiao, Li Sanpao, the light elf guard, and Asen were all wrapped in it. After seeing this scene, Lao Lu and Wang Tao couldn't help but shout in surprise. Brother Chao Wang, what are you doing? The two of them had already fallen into a disadvantage because of the 3 beast masters on the other side and the constant healing support of the light elf guards. However, just after Lin Xiao used the earth wall to separate the battlefield, the stars guarded by the light elf were directly broken. The 3 beast masters had lost Li Sanpao's support and immediately became lambs to be slaughtered again. However, Lin Xiao risked his life alone to deal with Li Sanpao, who had an S-level spiritual pet. This made Lao Lu and Wang Tao extremely anxious. Quick victory. Then go support Chao Wang. After the earth wall completely enveloped Lin Xiao, Li Sanpao, and their spirit pets, their entire world seemed to suddenly become dark. Lin Xiao then coldly recited the name of this magic dungeon. Inside the dungeon, there was only a light source guarded by the light spirit, illuminating the entire area. Li Sanpao was looking at Lin Xiao at this time. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. Turns out you were trying to save your companions. I think this is a complete waste. Li Sanpao's voice was very hoarse, and there was a hint of teasing in his expression as he looked at Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao heard this, he looked at Li Sanpao with a sarcastic expression. Really? After saying that, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Then, a pure flame appeared in Lin Xiao's palm. Chapter 129 Now, I want to let you know what despair is. When he saw the flame, Li Sanpao's expression changed immediately. He didn't see clearly how Lin Xiao summoned the earthen dungeon, and thought that Lin Xiao relied on some special equipment to summon it. However, now seeing the ball of fire in Lin Xiao's palm, Li Sanpao finally realized that things were not as simple as he thought. Lin Xiao then put Ashan into the pokeball, and then said to Li Sanpao coldly, Now, I want to let you know what despair is. After saying that, Lin Xiao activated his heavenly fire ability to the maximum. This was the first time he did this. It was seen that his entire body was on fire. Afterwards, Lin Xiao floated into the air like a flaming human. The air around Lin Xiao was also boiling due to the burning of Lin Xiao. The temperature of the entire space began to rise. Then, the flames on Lin Xiao's body suddenly exploded, and the entire space was filled with a violent atmosphere. Seeing this, Li Sanpao quickly asked the Light Elf Guard to use the healing chain to heal himself. But it was too late. Lin Xiao's heavenly fire enveloped the entire space in an instant. Li Sanpao was burned to ashes in the first moment. The Light Elf Guards also had no light element to replenish their bodies, so they were burned and shrank continuously until they disappeared. It was as if Li Sanpao and the Light Elf Guard had never appeared in this world. Outside, Lao Lu and Wang Tao finally managed to take care of the three Beastmasters who were fighting against them. Then, Lao Lu said breathlessly, Hurry up, go help Chao Wang. Li Sanpao's Light Elf Guard is not easy to deal with. So, Lao Lu and Wang Tao hurried to the outside of the earth wall. Find a way to get in. After saying that, Lao Lu released his other pet, the giant horn beetle, and asked the giant horn beetle to dig a hole. Immediately, the giant hornworm began to continuously attack the earth wall, and finally dug a small hole on one side of the wall. As a result, Lao Lu and Wang Tao both felt a powerful heat bursting out from the small hole at the same time. Seeing this, the two of them could not help but quickly dodge away. What is that thing? Could Chao Wang be dead in there? Wang Tao said with some uncertainty. Then, they saw the earth wall gradually decreasing in height and slowly falling deep into the ground. Lin Xiao then walked out leisurely from inside. Lao Lu and Wang Tao were not sure what happened inside the earth wall just now, and were now on high alert. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Xiao appear in front of them. However, even so, they still dared not be careless. Where's Li Sanpao? Wang Tao asked with a puzzled look. Lin Xiao looked at the charred land around him, as well as some rocks melted by the skyfire, and then said, He's dead. Dead already? Lao Lu and Wang Tao then exclaimed at the same time. How long has it been since then? And Li Sanpao died. How did he die? This question popped up in both of their minds at the same time. However, after seeing the devastation on the ground, especially the fact that the soil was burnt black and the rocks had melted, both of them fell silent. Lin Xiao's fighting ability has exceeded the imagination of the two. Lin Xiao saw the women peeking out of the cave and said, Let's go check on them. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu and Wang Tao nodded in unison. Then, Lao Lu seemed to have thought of something and looked in the direction of the collapsed thatched house. Inside the thatched hut that was almost in ruins, there was a seriously injured woman lying there. When old Lu walked in and took a look, his eyes immediately widened. Why is it you? After hearing what Lao Lu said, Lin Xiao and Wang Tao also entered the thatched hut. After careful identification, they found that the person was actually Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei has now been tortured beyond recognition, with scars all over her body from being beaten and tortured by Li Sanpao. Even her body was covered in blood. Her chest was also swollen beyond belief. It was as if someone was being tortured in a very cruel way. Some organs have been deformed. Anyone who sees such a tragic scene would feel a little uncomfortable. Old Lu then took out the healing potion from her pocket and gave it to Lu Weiwei. After a long while, Lu Weiwei slowly opened her eyes. The first time she saw Lin Xiao, Lao Lu and Wang Tao, she was a little bit incredulous. Where is this? Is this hell? Upon hearing this, old Lu sighed and said, You're saved. After saying that, Lao Lu found a piece of clothing and put it on Lu Weiwei. Afterwards, old Lu helped Lu Weiwei up and walked towards the cave with her support. The earthen walls of the thatched hut had collapsed beyond recognition, and old Lu wanted to find a cliff for Lu Weiwei to lean against. This way, Lu Weiwei would feel more comfortable. However, when they just arrived at the entrance of the cave, the women inside the cave were filled with resentment when they saw Lu Weiwei. Old Lu felt something was wrong and asked in confusion, "What are you looking at? We're here to save you, right?" Those women still didn't answer, but just looked at Lu Weiwei with murderous eyes. "What are you all doing? Why don't you come and help save people?" Wang Tao looked at the expressions of those women and asked curiously, "Why are you looking at this woman like that? Is there any grudge between her and you?" A woman who looked elegant and graceful said in a blunt tone, "Celebrating a festival? Bah, it's an irreconcilable hatred." After that woman spoke, the other women followed suit. Wow, wow, wow. My husband and son were killed by this woman. I'm going to eat her alive. She killed my daughter. A bitch like this shouldn't be allowed to live. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao, Lao Lu and Wang Tao looked at each other in confusion. Finally, it was Lin Xiao who spoke. "Don't be so anxious. Please tell us what happened." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the woman began to tell the three of them the story. It turned out that a beast tide appeared in Suyang City at that time. Some big families were afraid that once the beast tide broke through Suyang City, there would be heavy casualties in the city, and their families would also be in danger. Moreover, even if Suyang City can be defended, it will inevitably be a miserable victory. The city lord's mansion and the city guards may ask the major families to provide manpower, money, and equipment. This will definitely cause their assets to shrink. They believe that using this method to protect civilians would definitely not be worth the cost for them. Therefore, they plan to leave Suyang City. As the big families began to take action, the small families who heard the news naturally began to move as well, along with the middle class in Suyang City, and even some ordinary people who were afraid of death. As time went by, all the middle class and above in Suyang City planned to abandon the city and flee. After Li Feng left the West City Gate, they opened the West City Gate without authorization. After that, they began to flee towards the two rivers. But how can the strength of small families, the middle class, and even ordinary people compare with that of big families? The big families all have their own vehicles, some are their spiritual pets, and some are special equipment. As soon as they leave the city gate, they run very fast. The small and medium-sized families also had their own foundations, and later used various channels to break away from the main force. The remaining middle class and some other ordinary people could only flee to the two rivers on their own two legs. They didn't know what the situation was like on the other side of the two rivers. They just thought that it was closer to the inland, and there shouldn't be a beast tide there. Moreover, I heard that there are god-level beastmasters in the two rivers. Once a beast tide appears, there will surely be a god-level beastmaster to take action, and then dealing with the beast tide will definitely be easy. So, although the journey was hard, the middle class and ordinary people still relied on their ignorant beliefs to keep moving forward. However, if there is no strong order maintenance, such an escape will definitely cause chaos. Soon, some people fell behind, some died on the road, and some were killed by their companions. The journey was truly horrific. Lu Weiwei gained the trust of these female relatives by acting pitifully along the way. She brainwashed these middle-class women by saying that women should help women. Then, after gaining their trust, he lived a life with food and drink. Then, she used her body to seduce the husbands of those middle-class women and gradually replaced the positions of these women. Just like that, these so-called sisters began to break up. Lu Weiwei even personally killed several women who wanted to settle accounts with her. But if things had only developed to this point, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Unfortunately, they encountered Li Sanpao and his group of Beastmaster robbers on the road. _X0007 Chapter 130. The sinister and vicious bad woman will eventually get her comeuppance. Originally, their team had already paid the toll, and Li Sanpao was planning to release them. But Li Sanpao saw Lu Weiwei among the crowd. Li Sanpao was attracted by Lu Weiwei's beauty at first sight. Lu Weiwei knew she couldn't escape. So, she tried to sell out her companions in order to get a chance of survival. She not only told Li Sanpao all the assets of everyone she knew, but also all the assets of everyone she knew. In addition, Lu Weiwei also gave Li Sanpao some advice. He said that this group of people could not be let go, and they could be locked up and asked to build a base for Li Sanpao. These women are all rich and powerful, and can be used as tools for the brothers to satisfy their sexual desires. Moreover, she also told Li Sanpao where her husband's storage equipment was. When Li Sanpao found out, he was extremely happy. He killed all the men in the team in order to find the storage equipment. The remaining women were all captured by Lin Xiao's group of Beastmaster robbers and taken to the base and became slaves. Whether it was day or night, they were constantly trained by the beast-controlling robbers. Some women even have to work for those Beastmaster robbers. However, Lu Weiwei became the ruler of this group of slaves. As long as there were people who disobeyed, Lu Weiwei would beat and punish them without mercy. Even many children were killed by Lu Weiwei because they cried too loudly. Lu Weiwei's behavior can be said to be the most vicious heart of a woman. However, Lu Weiwei thought that she could win Li Sanpao's favor in this way, which was obviously impossible. For a robber like Li Sanpao who has become extremely vicious, once the pampering wears off, it will obviously become a nightmare for Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei's current appearance is proof of this. Old Lu listened to all this in disbelief, and then he looked at Lu Weiwei who had recovered. Is what they say true? Lu Weiwei originally wanted to pretend to be dead, but she was frightened by the murderous gazes of the crowd. She held on to her body and said, I didn't mean to do this. I just want to survive. I'm also a victim. Look at how tortured I have been. How could I do such a thing? These rich women are just jealous of my youth and beauty, so they say such mean things to me. They were the ones who betrayed me and gave me to Li Sanpao. Lu Weiwei's words made old Lu fall into deep thought. As a result, a woman took out a mobile phone and cried, I risked my life to take this photo. You'll understand once you see it. After saying that, the woman handed the phone to Lao Lu. The picture on the phone can only be described as disgusting. That was Lu Weiwei torturing a 7-year-old girl. As she tortured her, she yelled, I'll make you cry. I'll make you cry. Afterwards, Lu Weiwei said to the little girl's mother, if you don't take good care of these gentlemen today, I'll feed your daughter to the dogs. After putting down his phone, Lao Lu immediately closed his eyes, unable to accept this reality. The mother, who still had her charm, suddenly rushed out and pounced directly on Lu Weiwei. Give me back my daughter's life. Then, another woman said to Lao Lu, go take a look inside the cave. After you see it, you'll know just how vicious Lu Weiwei is. Immediately, Lao Lu, Wang Tao and Lin Xiao walked into the cave. Inside the cave is a warehouse filled with a large number of supplies of all sizes. It was obvious that these supplies were looted because they were packed very simply. Most of them looked like necessities such as dry food and clothes that would only be used for traveling. Then walk inside and you will see some straw mats, which appear to be for people to live on. However, as they continued to walk inside, a foul odor came out. The three of them looked carefully and found that there were more than a dozen corpses lying in there, all of which were female corpses that had been tortured beyond recognition. There are even children. Moreover, it can be seen that all these corpses were beaten to death. At this time, a woman who followed and said, in order to please Li Sanpao, Lu Weiwei didn't regard the lives of these people as her own. She beat many people to death in various ways. Some people were tortured to death by her after they spoke ill of her. Her methods were extremely cruel, and some people were even killed by her. When she said this, she vomited with a vomit sound. Lin Xiao and the other two could guess what the woman was going to say next, and then they could only sigh. After returning to the outside of the cave, looking at Lu Weiwei who was no longer in human form, old Lu threw a dagger to the ground. You can do whatever you want with her. After saying that, Lao Lu, Lin Xiao and Wang Tao entered the cave again. They were too lazy to see how Lu Weiwei would be treated by those women. All I could hear was the women behind me rushing towards Lu Weiwei, shouting like crazy. Immediately, Lu Weiwei's screams of pain were heard in the cave. The three of them came to the storage room and looked at the supplies. These supplies are very rich. After all, they are the entire wealth of some small and insignificant families and the middle class in Suyang City. Perhaps only a little bit of it is the wealth of ordinary people who escaped from Suyang City. However, in the end, all these supplies were snatched away by Li Sanpao alone. Lao Lu first took out some of the funds and said, these are our expenses on the road, as well as compensation for the dead. The remaining part will be used to compensate the women outside. I will organize them to come and claim the remaining supplies later. After they claim them, we will divide them equally. Lin Xiao heard this and had no objection. Wang Tao also trusts Lao Lu very much and follows Lao Lu's arrangements in everything. Afterwards, the three of them walked out of the cave and came to the ruins of the thatched hut where Li Sanpao lived. The three of them found 3 storage devices inside, which were also filled with various supplies. However, those materials are more valuable than those in the cave and are considered strategic materials. At this time, Lu Weiwei had been chopped into pieces by those women. Lu Weiwei's body fell to the ground, a bloody mess. The sinister and vicious bad woman will eventually get her comeuppance. The three men then helped the women carry the bodies of the others out of the cave. Then they dug another pit and buried the bodies. A total of 27 bodies. Only 8 women survived. Among them are university teachers, famous scholars, movie actors, and even well-known entrepreneurs. These people have one thing in common, which is that they have no family background. As soon as the people from the big and small families left the city, they didn't take people like them seriously at all and took the initiative to escape in various ways. To put it bluntly, people like them are just cannon fodder used by the big and small families to forcefully phone to open the west gate of Suyang City. Once the city gates are really opened, people like them will be of no use at all. The big and small families who can leave Suyang City quickly will not care about the lives of others. Afterwards, Lao Lu moved the supplies out of the cave and placed them in front of the 8 women. Old Lu then said to the 8 women, "Ladies, if there are any supplies here that belong to you, you can come and claim them." Most of the 8 women were young, and the oldest was only in her 30s. When they came to claim these supplies, they actually had the illusion that they were shopping in a mall. Then, the 8 women each talked about some of the things they knew, which were nothing more than some necessities of life, luxuries and money. Even if some people were obviously trying to take advantage of the situation and get more benefits, Lao Lu did not expose them. Instead, he distributed the supplies according to their descriptions. After the distribution, Lao Lu said to the 8 women, "I will help you notify the authorities and the Suyang City guards. I believe they will send someone to take you back. You will all go to a safe place and wait for the city guards to come and rescue you." Underscore underscore. Chapter 131. 9th Level Demonic Beast, Demonic Dragon Naperoi. The Dragon Kingdom's city guards have always had a tradition that whenever someone is in danger in the wild, they will come out to rescue them. Moreover, this rescue is free of charge. However, the prerequisite is that the official has arranged for the rescue of the city guards, and those city guards responsible for the rescue can find your specific coordinates. If the area you are in is an unknown land that has not been explored, or there are powerful monsters coming and going, and it is an area that humans cannot enter, then the city guards will not come to rescue you. After all, who asked you to come to these places to commit suicide? It is obvious that this is not an exploration area, let alone a dangerous area. Even Li Sanpao wants to establish a base here. Old Lu then said to Wang Tao and Lin Xiao, "You two should go back first and continue forward with the caravan. I'll take care of these victims here, and when the city guards arrive, I'll rush back and reunite with you." Lin Xiao and Wang Tao had no objection to this. However, Lin Xiao had some questions before leaving. He remembered clearly that when Lao Lu signed the contract with him, there was a clause in it that no matter what happened, the caravan's forward plan would not be affected by anyone. Even when Lu Weiwei fell behind in Suyang City, old Lu did not stop to look for Lu Weiwei. Why did Lao Lu take the initiative to help these victims this time? However, Lao Lu's words also showed that he would not affect everyone's plans to move forward, and he would soon catch up with the team. Since old Lu said so, Lin Xiao didn't worry about it anymore. After returning to the caravan, Wang Tao did not feel any sympathy for the victim's plight. He chatted and laughed with Lin Xiao and Gao Peng, discussing the gains from this campaign to wipe out Li Sanpao and the others. The relics of the middle class in Suyang City constitute a considerable fortune. Although they did not have much equipment and materials related to Beastmasters, there were still many gains that they could not refuse. After the caravan set off, everyone continued to move forward. As he walked, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but yelled, "Hide!" Everyone was confused, but Gao Peng and Wang Tao also felt the danger after Lin Xiao. So, they hurriedly followed Lin Xiao to greet everyone and hid in a bush together. Lin Xiao then raised his head and looked up into the air. They saw a giant monster that was about 70 or 80 meters long flying over their heads. Lin Xiao estimated the height, and then roughly judged the other party's body shape and length. "This is a giant dragon that's 100 meters long." Lin Xiao was very surprised. The other party was like a giant dragon in Western legends, completely black and covered with dense scales. Afterwards, the basic information of the giant dragon appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The demonic dragon Naperoi, an S-rank entangled demonic beast, SSS rank dragon bloodline, S-rank innate demonization, dragon bloodline, Western dragon clan, demonic dragon species, has the ability to corrupt everything. The area where it is located will become a wasteland. Even without its pollution, no life can grow in the wasteland. If you want to restore vitality to the barren land, you can use blessing magic to bless it, or purify it with purification magic, or use the power of nature or similar abilities to restore vitality. In the desolate land, Naperoi's fighting power will increase, and even the power of light will not be able to suppress him. If any creature lives in the wasteland for too long, it will be cursed and become an undead creature or a monster. Naperoi can create undead creatures and monsters. These undead creatures and monsters have no sense of pain, only the killing instinct cursed by Naperoi. They will instinctively seek out living creatures to kill and eat. Undead creatures don't have corpses after death, but monsters do. Naperoi can revive a monster once with the help of a corpse. The resurrected monster becomes a part of Naperoi and only obeys its orders. The appearance of Naperoi signifies the coming of a great disaster. Possessing skills: demonization, death coil, death spread, curse, resurrection, dead fire, summon undead, monster coming, devil coming. Demonization: Napoloi can merge demons with himself. Death coil: being entangled by Naperoi's evil spirit. If you can't break free in time, you will turn into a pile of dead things. Death chi spread: turn a certain area into a barren land. Resurrection: detonate surrounding corpses and undead creatures, causing massive damage. Dead fire: a special kind of flame, fueled by life. Once contaminated, it will burn away a huge amount of life force. Monsters are coming. Summon monsters to help Naperoi fight. Devils coming. Napoloi can contact the demonic realm and have demons descend upon him. Lin Xiao almost lost his concentration when he saw such a long list of basic information about the demon dragon Napoloi. This is so powerful. Is this the so-called 9th level monster? Is this the 9th level monster that only a god-level beastmaster can deal with? Moreover, the opponent is an S-level dragon monster. The oppressive force is simply unparalleled. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's strong will, he wouldn't dare to look up. The other people in the caravan all showed expressions of surprise at this time. Some people were already crawling on the ground, not daring to look up. Lin Xiao then looked at Gao Peng standing beside him. Gao Peng, did you see that just now? Gao Peng nodded after hearing this. Was that a dragon that just flew by? When saying this, Gao Peng's face still had an expression of disbelief. Of course, not only Gao Peng, but also the other people in the caravan did not understand why a dragon would fly here so unscrupulously. After all, if Napoloi flew so blatantly, he would soon be discovered by the Dragon Kingdom, and they would send god-level beastmasters to confront him. If possible, Longwu will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death, but will kill it directly here. The Dragon Kingdom will not allow any unstable factors to exist within its territory. However, Lin Xiao's thoughts were deeper than others. The last time the Loach appeared, the complete monster encyclopedia reminded him that the Loach symbolized disaster. Once the Loach appears, a large number of living people must be sacrificed to it, otherwise a disaster will surely occur. Thus, a tide of beasts appeared in Suyang City. And this time, the one that appeared was an S-level, 9th order demon beast, the demon dragon Naperoi. Does that mean that an even more terrible disaster is waiting for him? Lin Xiao felt that his university report this time would be quite dangerous. However, the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth slowly curled up again. Since you can't avoid it, then enjoy it. I just don't know who has a tougher life. Lin Xiao slowly clenched his fists. At this moment, Lin Xiao saw Xiaoqing standing beside him out of the corner of his eye. He found that there was no fear in Xiaoqing's eyes, but greed. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Xiaoqing, what do you think of that dragon? Xiaoqing lowered her head, thought about it carefully, and then answered Lin Xiao somewhat embarrassedly. I think it must be delicious. Chapter 132. Those rich ladies are so enthusiastic. I also want to come back early. After hearing Xiaoqing's words, Lin Xiao couldn't help but cover her face with his hands. I don't know why the styles of these girls around him have become so weird. They are all first-class beauties, but why are they all foodies? My first reaction when seeing any monster is that it must be delicious. Xiaoqing then wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, and then said in a low voice that only she and Lin Xiao could hear. Master, I really am not kidding. The blood of that demon dragon is extremely mixed and filthy. It doesn't belong to our Jiaolong lineage, so it doesn't have any bloodline suppression for me. Moreover, I can be sure that if I can eat it, it will definitely be of great benefit. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoqing with a serious face and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon, he understood why Xiaoqing said that. Naperoi is a Western demon dragon, and Xiaoqing belongs to the Jiaolong lineage. There is no relationship between the two at all. That's why Xiaoqing has no fear of it. This is like humans and gorillas, both of which belong to the ape family, but gorillas can only be raised as animals, while humans are already the king of the world. This gorilla is like a Western dragon. Once it is discovered, it will be chased and killed. Otherwise, it will definitely cause trouble. However, the Jiaolong lineage is different. Although there are also some evil people in the Jiaolong lineage, once they cross the river and transform into Jiaolongs, they can protect the local water and land. Lin Xiao nodded, then said jokingly, "In that case, when I have the chance in the future, I'll get you a few Western dragons to fill your teeth." After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Xiaoqing looked at Lin Xiao with a smile on her face. "Master, you must keep your word." Lin Xiao immediately responded with an expression that said, "I will definitely do it." Because Xiaoqing's voice was very soft, Wang Tao and Gao Peng did not hear what Xiaoqing said. They only heard Lin Xiao say that he would catch a few Western magic dragons to fill everyone's teeth. Immediately, they all couldn't help but smile. "Brother Chao Wang, you are really good at talking. I'm not as decisive as you." "Yeah, I wouldn't dare catch that dragon either." After saying this, the caravan continued on its journey. In the next few days, the caravan progressed very smoothly and encountered no danger for 3 consecutive days. There were some ignorant monsters that attacked them along the way, but they were all easily resolved by everyone. One backpacker even got a spiritual pet. This is totally a cause for celebration for the backpacker. Afterwards, Lao Lu caught up with the caravan. When Lao Lu returned to the caravan, everyone was very happy. "Lao Lu, why did you catch up just now? I thought you were being kept by some rich woman." As soon as Gao Peng saw Lao Lu, he immediately showed a teasing expression. Old Lu is actually already accustomed to such jokes, and he would take the opportunity to make fun of himself, thereby boosting the atmosphere of the caravan and making everyone lively. "Hey, a man is in his prime at 41. Those rich ladies are so enthusiastic. I want to come back soon too." Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. Then, Lao Lu took out a few bank cards. "After sending those women back, I also took the opportunity to go to the city lord's mansion and redeem the bounties on some fugitives killed by the caravan." After saying that, Lao Lu handed Lin Xiao a bank card. "Chao Wang, you received the second highest bounty." Then, Lao Lu threw another bank card to Gao Peng. "Yours is the most." This was within Lin Xiao's expectations. After all, Lin Xiao had made a deal with Gao Peng before. He used Lian's bounty to exchange with Gao Peng for the corpse of the 6th-level monster Taiku bird. This was a very cost-effective deal for Lin Xiao. This also meant that Gao Peng received the most cash. After Gao Peng received the bank card, he kissed it with his mouth. "Ha ha ha, with this money, I can rest easy for the next few years." Upon hearing this, Wang Tao quickly reminded him, "Your spirit pet and cultivation methods are very expensive. I advise you to take on some missions whether you have time or not." Gao Peng took the bank card, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's talk about it later. I've been living on the edge of life these past few years, and I'm really tired." At this moment, old Lu suddenly interrupted and said, "Gao Peng, if you complete this mission perfectly, you will never have to worry about food and drink in your next life." Hearing this, Gao Peng sighed and said with some melancholy, "Old Lu, you are giving me a difficult problem." Having said that, Gao Peng stopped talking, as if he was in a dilemma. Lin Xiao was a little confused about what Gao Peng said, but he didn't ask any more questions. The caravan then continued to move forward. A few days later, everyone saw the outline of Hangzhou City in Yanggang Province. Old Lu glanced at the distance to Hangzhou City and said, "We won't rest in the wild today. We should try to enter Hangzhou City before dark." After saying that, he led everyone to continue increasing the speed of the caravan. In fact, everyone in the caravan is now a little tired of the wild, and they all want to quickly enter Hangzhou City, find a hotel to take a good bath, eat some delicious food, drink some good wine, and rest. During this period, many people were under considerable mental stress due to continuous fighting in the wild and sleeping in the open air. Especially after Suyang City's battle with the Beast Tide, they were initially excited and happy after the victory, which supported them to continue on their journey, but when the joy passed, only fatigue remained. After everyone's efforts, the caravan finally arrived at the gate of Hangzhou City. The city guards at the city gate and Suyang City formed a sharp contrast. Although the city guards here are not so serious, they are still very careful in checking everyone's ID. The caravan then entered Hangzhou City very smoothly. As soon as he entered Hangzhou City, Lin Xiao felt that this city was unusual. It turns out that Hangzhou City is located in the Liangjiang River basin, and the Langjiang River passes directly through this city. Unlike other waters, although there are also a large number of underwater monsters in Langjiang, for some unknown reason, none of these monsters have entered Hangzhou City. Instead, it swam through another body of water at a fork in the river far away from Hangzhou City. Even if some underwater monsters accidentally entered Hangzhou City, they would leave Hangzhou City as if they were avoiding some danger. Some speculated that this was because Tian Wan, the lord of Hangzhou City, was the only god-level beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom. Some people also speculate that it is because there is a huge magic circle under the city of Hangzhou. This magic circle has a powerful suppressive force, which makes the monsters in the water dare not approach easily. However, these are all speculations and no one can confirm them. Lin Xiao naturally had the same curiosity, but he didn't know the specific reason. The caravan then found a hotel and completed the check-in procedures. Old Lu then said, "I've thought about it and decided to report our sighting of the Western Demon Dragon." After saying that, Old Lu looked directly at Lin Xiao. "Xiao Wang, come with me." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and went to the city lord's mansion with Lao Lu. Chapter 133. Can you afford the risk of spreading rumors? Lin Xiao followed Lao Lu and soon arrived at the city lord's mansion. Old Lu walked up and rang the doorbell of the city lord's mansion. A moment later, a staff member walked out from the door. The city lord's mansion is similar to the functional department before Lin Xiao traveled through time. Not only is there the city lord's office, but many official departments also work there at the same time. After Lao Lu spoke to the other party for a few words, the other party nodded and then went into the city lord's mansion to report. After a while, Lao Lu and Lin Xiao were invited into the reception room. A waiter brought 2 cups of tea, placed them in front of the two of them, and then left. After that, no one came to pay attention to the two of them. I don't know how long it took, but finally a staff member walked in. He had a slick back hair and a powdered face, and looked very smooth. This is Zhou Mingwei, the reception officer from the city lord's mansion. If you have any questions, you can report to him. As soon as Zhou Mingwei walked in, he took a look at what Lin Xiao and Lao Lu were wearing. It is obvious at first glance that Lin Xiao and Lao Lu are caravan escorts making a living in the wild. Then, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. However, since they were in the city lord's mansion, Zhou Mingwei was still very enthusiastic and asked, "Where are you two beastmasters from? Do you have any discoveries to report to the city lord's mansion?" Old Lu quickly said, "We are a caravan coming from the Magic City. We just met on the road." Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Mingwei. "Oh my, coming from the Magic City? That's so far away. Besides, I heard that the road here is not peaceful either. There are many fugitives roaming in this forest, especially in Suyang City. There has even been a beast tied." Hearing Zhou Mingwei's words, Old Lu frowned. He swallowed his words and quickly greeted him. "That's right. It's been quite rough along the way. Our caravan has been reduced from 30 people to 16. So many people died? That's a huge loss. I really admire you guys who escorted the caravan. I can't do that anymore. I can only live a dull life in this city lord's mansion." After saying this, the other party actually showed a look of admiration. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he saw the other party's attitude, but he also knew that he couldn't joke around with the other party like this anymore. "The purpose of our visit to the city lord's mansion is to report some intelligence." After hearing this, Zhou Mingwei couldn't help but become curious. "Intelligence? What intelligence? Did you find the whereabouts of a fugitive? Do you want to exchange this information for money at the city lord's mansion?" Old Lu shook his head and said, "No. We saw a dragon in the wild." "Dragon?" After hearing what Lao Lu said, Zhou Mingwei immediately frowned. In comparison, there are many records about dragons in this world. Moreover, many dragons live in human areas. For example, Su Yaolin's Charmander and Yao Chunshua's Agumen both belong to the dragon family. Not only that, there are also other spiritual pets and monsters of fire elements, water elements, etc., which are actually dragons. Therefore, dragons are not uncommon in this world. Zhou Mingwei obviously didn't understand why Lao Lu and Lin Xiao came to the city lord's mansion to report after seeing the dragon. In fact, in Zhou Mingwei's opinion, Lao Lu and Lin Xiao were actually wasting his time receiving them. Old Lu thought about it, but didn't know what to say, so he finally asked Lin Xiao to explain. Lin Xiao nodded, then continued what Lao Lu had said, saying seriously, "The dragon we're talking about isn't just any ordinary dragon, but the demonic dragon Napaloi, a 9th-rank demon beast." When Zhou Mingwei first heard the name, Magic Dragon Napaloi, he was still a little confused and didn't know what was so special about this dragon. But when Zhou Mingwei heard the word 9th-level monster, his brows immediately raised. "What did you say? A 9th-level demon beast?" At this moment, Zhou Mingwei was completely in disbelief. "How is this possible? You should know that all the 9th-level monsters in the Dragon Kingdom are recorded." He had never heard of a 9th-level monster named Napaloi. "Are you sure you're not lying?" Lin Xiao did not respond to this. But Old Lu said firmly, "We are just sitting here. Do we really need to deceive you?" Seeing Lao Lu's serious look, Zhou Mingwei immediately stood up and paced back and forth. After a while, Zhou Mingwei nodded and said, "Wait here for a moment. I need to go report this matter." After saying that, Zhou Mingwei walked out quickly. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the living room opened again. Zhou Mingwei hurried in, then helped open the door and made a please gesture. Looking at his appearance, Lin Xiao felt as if he was one of those ancient eunuchs he had seen in TV dramas before traveling through time. Master Tianwen, please come this way. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that the sun outside seemed to be a little dimmer. A tall middle-aged man walked in. The man was wearing a neat suit, but no tie. 2 buttons on his shirt were open, revealing a corner of his tattoo. She has thick long hair that falls naturally on her shoulders, but she doesn't look effeminate at all. Instead, there is a sense of masculine savagery. He is 1.9 meters tall, with a square head, big ears, a broad nose and bell-like eyes. He is not as handsome as the mainstream aesthetic. However, there is a kind of domineering beauty in him. Lin Xiao recognized him at a glance. This man was Tianwen, the mayor of Hangzhou City, whom he often saw in various news reports. Lin Xiao and Lao Lu quickly stood up and were about to salute Tianwen. However, Tianwen waved his hand. All right, let's stop with the unnecessary formalities. I just want to ask you a question. Did you really see a 9th-level demon beast? Lin Xiao keenly discovered the subtle message in the other party's words. Tianwen did not ask if it was a dragon, but asked directly if it was a 9th-level monster. This proves that Tianwen either didn't take Long seriously, or that Tianwen didn't think this matter was true. Old Lu then looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly said, "It's absolutely true. Many people in our caravan have seen the dragon. It's 2 days away from Hangzhou City. At that time, Napaloi flew right over our heads. It was a western dragon, about 80 to 100 meters in size." When Lin Xiao replied, he also gave some information about Napaloi, thereby increasing the authenticity of what he saw and heard. Tianwen closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said nonchalantly, "According to what you said, that thing was so large. As a god-level beast tamer, it's impossible for me not to sense it. However, I didn't hear any movement in Hangzhou City. What reason do you have for me to believe you?" Tianwen did not deny Lin Xiao's words, but wanted Lin Xiao to prove the authenticity of what he saw and heard. Then, Tianwen continued, "Do you know why I am stationed in Hangzhou City?" Lin Xiao spoke out the little common sense he knew without hesitation. All the god-level beastmasters in Dragon Country are confronting 9th-level monsters. Since you are in Hangzhou City, it proves that there are 9th-level monsters nearby. Tianwen heard this and nodded. "That's right. So, you have to know, if what you said about Napoleon is true, what impact will it have on the current situation in Dragon Country? Can you afford the risk of spreading rumors?" When Lin Xiao heard this, he was stunned. After all, Tianwen is giving him a difficult problem now. Old Lu was also sweating coldly at this time. He was already regretting coming to the city lord's mansion with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then sighed helplessly and said, "Excuse me, City Lord Tianwen, can you trust the people around you?" Tianwen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Then, as if he had thought of something, he waved his hand and said to Zhou Mingwei, "You go down first." Zhou Mingwei nodded quickly, "Yes, Lord City Lord." After Zhou Mingwei left, Lin Xiao looked at Lao Lu and said to him, "Captain Lu, please go out and wait for a moment. _X0007 Chapter 134. Who else did I think it was? It turns out to be you." Although old Lu didn't know what other arrangements Lin Xiao had, he still stood up and walked out of the reception room. Tianwen then looked at Lin Xiao with interest. "What? Are you going to play any tricks on me?" His tone was calm, but without any sarcasm. It gives people the feeling that Tianwen should speak like this if he is in his position. This is the demeanor of a god-level beastmaster. Lin Xiao did not refute anything, but stretched out a hand and made a grabbing gesture in front of him. Then, an illusory book suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao. After seeing this scene, Tianwen immediately frowned. He subconsciously took a step back, not because he was timid, but because he was standing in a safer position. As a result, Tianwen discovered that the magic fluctuations in front of Lin Xiao were not directed at him, so he felt relieved. You know, as a god-level beastmaster, although he has already stood at the top of the world, the whole world is watching him. Many hostile countries have been trying to find ways to consume their opponents' god-level beastmasters. For example, in the Sakura country, those chickens in the Foot Basin colluded with the Lighthouse country to commit a tragedy 20 years ago, murdering a god-level beastmaster from the Dragon country. This was also the biggest loss that the Dragon Kingdom had suffered in the past 20 years. Although the Dragon Kingdom successfully retaliated against the Chicken Foot Basin afterwards, everyone knew that the fall of a god-level beastmaster was an immeasurable weakening for the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, the illusory book in front of Lin Xiao also stopped at a certain page, and a ripple of water floated out of it. Elemental magic, mirror playback. The so-called mirror playback is a kind of magic of water element, which uses light and shadow to present a certain memory in the mirror of water waves. The picture in the mirror was exactly the scene where Lin Xiao and others encountered the evil dragon Napaloi outside Hangzhou City. After seeing this scene, Tianwen also frowned. With his knowledge, he could easily judge the authenticity of the picture and the degree of danger Napaloi was in. Suddenly, Tianwen fell into deep thought. After a moment, Tianwen looked at Lin Xiao very seriously. "Who are you?" Hearing this, Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, "Me? I'm just an ordinary freshman." When Tianwen heard what Lin Xiao said, he sneered. "A freshman? Can a freshman have such strong mental strength to control magic of this intensity?" After saying that, Tianwen suddenly looked at Lin Xiao, his aura as powerful as a rainbow. Lin Xiao knew that if he didn't explain his identity clearly, Tianwen would never let him go. So, Lin Xiao said without any concealment, "My name is Lin Xiao." When Tianwen heard Lin Xiao introduce himself, he was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "I was wondering who it was. It's you. That guy Li Guanjuan specifically said hello to me and told me that if you come to my place, I must take good care of you." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Why is Li Guanjuan so haunting? This guy seemed to have seen through his whereabouts. Then, Li Guanjuan would arrange his people in any city. He wanted to escort himself all the way to the imperial capital of Yuzhou. Tianwen looked at Lin Xiao and didn't ask why he was disguising himself. Instead, he said to Lin Xiao, "If that demon dragon really exists, then things will be very serious." Lin Xiao then asked, "Can't we report directly to the higher-ups?" Tianwen heard this and shook his head. Hangzhou City is in turmoil right now. Not long ago, some extremists infiltrated and wanted to release the guy sealed in Hangzhou City. I suspect that the demon dragon was attracted here by them. Is there something terrible sealed in Hangzhou City? Speaking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly thought of the rumor. The biggest reason why Hangzhou City was able to build a city on Langjiang River was that it had a powerful seal that sealed a 9th-level monster. Tianwen nodded immediately. "That's right. There's a seal here." However, having said this, Tianwen realized that he should be careful with his words when facing Lin Xiao. Therefore, Tianwen stopped talking in time, then said to Lin Xiao with a smile, "Okay, thank you for the information. Go back and leave Hangzhou City as soon as possible." Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. He did not continue to ask, but decisively chose to leave the city lord's mansion. As soon as he walked out of the reception room, Lin Xiao saw Lao Lu waiting for him. "Why did you come out? Did Tian Shun believe what you said?" Lin Xiao nodded and did not hide it from Lao Lu. "God Tian told us to leave Hangzhou City immediately, saying that it's not peaceful here." When old Lu heard this, he didn't think much about it. He thought that Tianwen was preparing to deal with the dragon, so he didn't ask any further questions. After the two returned to the hotel, Lao Lu rearranged the next itinerary with everyone. Old Lu announced to everyone that after everyone had purchased enough supplies the next day, they would set off that night. No one understood why Lao Lu arranged for everyone to set off overnight the next day. You know, being in the wilderness at night is countless times more dangerous than during the day. However, Lao Lu explained that the area around Hangzhou City was very safe, and as long as everyone walked carefully, there would be no problem. Everyone was accustomed to trusting Lao Lu, so no one questioned it. They all prepared to purchase supplies the next day and set off overnight. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao took Xiaoqing and Chimera out for a walk. For Lin Xiao, who has 4 storage devices, his supplies have already been prepared. The most important thing is to take these 2 little girls out to the streets to experience the scenery of human cities. Although the 3 of them were disguised, they were handsome men and beautiful women, and attracted the attention of passers-by along the way. They visited various tourist attractions, walked through the streets and alleys, ate and drank along the way, and had a great time. Lin Xiao is still very satisfied with this kind of life. After all, people can't always live on the edge of a knife, right? The 3 of them then came to a famous local restaurant. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Xiao decided to take the 2 girls out for lunch. Lin Xiao just sat down and ordered a lot of dishes at random. The waiter looked at the menu and said, "Sir, you ordered a lot. I'm afraid you 3 can't eat so much. Would you like to exchange it for 2 servings?" Lin Xiao heard this and shook his head. "No need. Please pack the extra 2 portions for me. I want to bring them to my friends." When the waiter heard Lin Xiao's words, he quickly responded. Watching the waiter go down to serve the dishes, Xiaoqing quickly asked, "Master, are you going to give this to Sister Xiaojiao and Sister A Shan?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Master, you are so kind to us. I was wondering what to do with Xiaojiao and Shan after they come out of the pokeball. It turns out that master has always remembered them. Lin Xiao smiled when he heard this, but didn't say anything. Soon, the dishes arrived. Xiaoqing looked at the food on the table and was suddenly dazzled. Master, these dishes are so delicious. Lin Xiao glanced at Xiaoqing's foodie look and smiled. Dragon Country is most famous for its food, and every city has its own specialties. As soon as he said this, Lin Xiao's mind suddenly tightened inexplicably. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw 5 people slowly walking out from the box upstairs. Chapter 135. This is the most terrifying person in the world. The 4 people around looked like a group of ordinary tourists, but each of them had a vague look in their eyes, as if they were wary of something around them. In the middle of these 4 people, there was another person surrounded by them, looking like a prisoner being escorted. At first, Lin Xiao didn't feel anything wrong, but the natural force in Lin Xiao's body suddenly gave him a premonition of danger. An indescribable premonition of danger began to emerge in Lin Xiao's mind. At this moment, there was a voice roaring in Lin Xiao's heart. Run away! Run away! You're going to die! Stay away from here! This is the most terrifying person in the world. Lin Xiao suppressed the throbbing in his heart and ate the delicious food on the table with Xiaoqing and Chimera. Afterwards, after the 5 people walked away, Lin Xiao looked at them seriously. I saw that the man surrounded in the middle was wearing a black sweatshirt with a hood covering his face. His walking posture was a little stiff, as if he was being led by the other 4 people. Only when these 5 people disappeared at the entrance of the restaurant did Lin Xiao's premonition of danger completely calm down. Chimera noticed something was wrong with Lin Xiao and quickly asked, Master, what's wrong? Hearing this, Lin Xiao shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Now, Lin Xiao has begun to consider whether to leave Hangzhou City early. This city always gave him a very scary feeling. He then thought that the appearance of the dragon was a sign of disaster. The beast tide brought by a 6th-level monster is enough to destroy a city, so what will a 9th-level monster bring? Lin Xiao couldn't even imagine it now. After finishing his meal, Lin Xiao no longer had the heart to continue shopping. He had already experienced everything he wanted to buy and play. Lin Xiao then planned to go back to the hotel directly and wait for Lao Lu and others to come back. Carrying the packed meals, Lin Xiao, Xiaoqing, and Chimera returned to the hotel. Lin Xiao took a look at Xiaojiu's evolutionary status and found that it was still a long way off, so in his heart, he could only silently send blessings and good luck to Xiaojiu. As for the 2 meals he packed, Lin Xiao could only take out the pokeball, release Asen, and let Asen enjoy the 2 meals alone. So many delicious foods. The master is so nice. So delicious. Asen happily enjoyed the meal for 2 people. Only after she finished eating did she enter the pokeball contentedly. Then, Lin Xiao prepared to leave Hangzhou City early, and then wait in the wild for Lao Lu and others to leave the city, meet up with them, and continue on his journey. He packed his luggage quickly. As a result, as soon as he opened the door, Lin Xiao saw a man wearing a black sweatshirt with his face covered by a hood, standing blankly at the door of his room. The other person was obviously the one who made Lin Xiao feel dangerous when he was in the restaurant. Lin Xiao immediately felt that something was wrong and was about to close the door before responding. However, the other party pushed Lin Xiao in the chest and pushed him back into the room. At the same time, Xiaoqing's tongue protruded, her neck turned into a snake body, her fangs were exposed, and her beautiful face revealed a determination. She bit the man in black directly. The chimera on the side has also condensed a magic circle and is ready to go. At this moment, Lin Xiao stopped their actions in time. Stop it! The danger warning in Lin Xiao's heart kept reminding him not to act rashly. He calmed down, looked calmly at the man in black opposite him, and said, Who are you? What do you want from me? The man did not answer, but just stared at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then winked at Xiaoqing, who immediately changed back into human form and closed the door. At this time, the man in black said in a voice that sounded like grinding teeth, You made a very correct decision. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown and looked coldly at the strange man in front of him. Who are you? What do you want from me? The man said again in a voice like grinding his teeth. Huh? You may not know how special you are. Special? When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but look at Chimera and Xiaoqing on both sides of him with some confusion. Can you sense that there's something special about me? Upon hearing this, the 2 girls shook their heads at the same time. The man in black sneered at this time. You're so young, yet you have 2 transformable monsters as spiritual pets. Isn't that special enough? Lin Xiao was immediately puzzled. These 2 humanoid pets were benefits brought to him entirely by his golden finger. How could they be related to him? The man in black then sneered and said, Since you don't know anything, it's best to avoid causing unnecessary trouble for you and me. Lin Xiao replied impatiently, What on earth do you want to do? If you have nothing else to do, please leave. My companions and I are in a hurry to get on with our journey. I'll make a deal with you. Just get me out of Hangzhou City. Hearing this, Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, I'm not interested. When the man in black heard this, he snorted coldly, revealing his undisguised murderous intent. If you reject me, I don't recommend you as my food. After saying this, he took off his hood, revealing a deformed face. When Lin Xiao saw this face, his scalp instantly went numb and his heart started beating wildly. It was a completely asymmetrical face. He, or rather she, had a snake-shaped head with 3 eyes on one side and a mouth on the other. The other person had a sheep horn on his forehead and a cow horn on the other side. The original position of the mouth was an insect's mouth part, but the top of the mouth part was the nose used for breathing. The skin below the other person's neck was a mixture of scales and hair and looked very sloppy. Afterwards, the other party's basic information immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The will of an earthly immortal, an S-rank 9th order demon beast, is the product of a failed 9th order demon beast evolution. Some 9th order demon beasts retain a very strong will after death, influencing the minds of surrounding demon beasts. They will even fight fiercely over the corpses and remaining wills of 9th order demon beasts, even devouring each other, ultimately forming different wills of earthly immortals. If any of these attracted monsters possesses a powerful spirit that can suppress the will of a 9th tier monster, then its spirit will become the main body of the aggregate. Otherwise, the 9th tier monster will be resurrected within the aggregate. Because the 9th order demon beast had failed to evolve, and its will could not escape, its strength could only stagnate. Over time, the will of the earthly immortal would surely become insane, and it would begin to continuously kill and devour everything around it. It is recommended that the host immediately leave its sight, otherwise, find an opportunity to kill it. Skills possessed, unknown. After knowing the other party's information, Lin Xiao resisted the urge to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at the other party very calmly. How do you want to escape? After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the other party just sneered. That's not something I should be thinking about. Just remember, if you can't take me out of Hangzhou City before dark, then you and the 2 humanoid monsters beside you will all be my food. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded immediately. Then he looked at the time. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 5 hours until dark. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao asked, why don't you just break out? The will of the earthly immortal put on his hood again. I don't want to meet that old guy yet. Who is that old guy? Tianwen. When Lin Xiao heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but guess in his heart. According to what Tianwen said before, there is a 9th level monster sealed under Hangzhou City. Could that 9th level monster be the predecessor of this ugly monster in front of me? Chapter 136, Playing Cards All Night Long. Lin Xiao really couldn't think of any other 9th level monster that could appear in Hangzhou City. The dangerous aura around the earthly immortals will subsided, and Lin Xiao walked out of the room. However, the earthly immortals will asked cautiously, where are you going? Lin Xiao, however, acted as if nothing had happened and said, I'll go say hello to my companions. I'll wait for them outside the city. Lin Xiao came to the door of Gao Peng's room. At this moment, Gao Peng was sleeping soundly in the room. He went to a bar in Hanyang City last night, got drunk, and spent a lot of money to find 2 good-looking female friends to play cards with. For Gao Peng, this trip was a great way to make a lot of money, which made him, who was not rich to begin with, suddenly become a phoenix from a wild chicken. Those socialites and female college students who usually disliked him and hung out in bars and nightclubs immediately became his bootlickers after seeing the huge sums of money. The 2 female card players accompanied Gao Peng wholeheartedly and played cards for the whole night. Lin Xiao knocked on the door several times, and Gao Peng finally opened the door for him with sleepy eyes. What are you doing? Don't we gather in the evening? After seeing Lin Xiao, Gao Peng didn't care too much. Lin Xiao smiled and said, go tell Lao Lu that I've met an old friend and need to leave the city early. I'll wait for you outside the city tonight. By the way, ask Lao Lu to help me collect the reward. Gao Peng nodded and asked, fearing he had missed something, are all your bounties with old Lu? Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. I've given the body and the information to old Lu. Just make sure he doesn't forget them. I risked my life to get them. After saying that, Lin Xiao left Gao Peng's room, but did not close the door when he left. After returning to his room, Lin Xiao did not stay, but left the hotel directly with Xiaoqing, Chimera, and the will of the earth immortal. Gao Peng looked at Lin Xiao's back with sleepy eyes, and then shouted, don't fall behind at night. Lin Xiao didn't look back, but waved his hand with his back to Gao Peng, indicating that he understood. After Lin Xiao left the hotel, Gao Peng's sleepy expression suddenly became serious. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Lao Lu. Old Lu, something bad has happened. Chao Wang just came to my room and said something strange to me. He said he was leaving Hangzhou City early and asked me to tell you to help him collect the reward. When old Lu heard this, he was very surprised. Hasn't Chao Wang's bounty been divided among us? I don't know. He just came to me and said he met an old friend. Old friend. Old Lu began to think about this matter constantly. Soon, old Lu thought of something and said in shock, no way. Could it be that Lin Xiao encountered that thing? Just as Lao Lu said this, the entire Hangzhou City guards suddenly rushed out and the city gates were closed. A majestic voice also appeared above Hangzhou City. All citizens of Hangzhou City, listen up. Return to your homes and remain on standby. Imperial spies have been discovered in Hangzhou City, and the city guards are currently searching for them. If anyone outdoors is accidentally injured, the city guards will not be held responsible. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Hangzhou City fell into panic. What? There's a spy? Isn't that possible? Our Hangzhou City is inland, not a large border city like the Magic City. Could there be spies there? Why did they come to our Hangzhou City? Are they here because of that rumor? Citizens began to whisper among themselves, constantly speculating about what had happened. At this moment, a figure was running quickly towards the city lord's mansion. This person is Lao Lu. Old Lu had just run a short distance when he was stopped by two city guards. Stop! Where are you going? Old Lu hurried to explain. My two lords, I have something important to discuss with City Lord Tian 1 at the City Lord's mansion. The two city guards couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, and then said sternly, Meet the City Lord? Not now. The City Lord has important matters to attend to and can't see anyone. If you can't wait, you can report to us. When the City Lord is done, we will naturally submit the report for you. When old Lu heard this, his face changed. He knew that something big must have happened in the City Lord's mansion. However, the information Lin Xiao left for him might be related to the safety of the entire Hangzhou City. Old Lu thought for a moment, his eyes rolled, and he immediately came up with a plan. He said seriously, You two soldiers, this matter concerns the safety of the entire Hangzhou City. If we delay, can you bear the responsibility? The two city guards also followed orders. When they saw that Lao Lu was unmoved, they immediately took out their pokeballs. Whether we can shoulder our responsibilities or not is our business, and has nothing to do with you. As they said this, they were about to fight with Lao Lu. Seeing this, old Lu shouted loudly, This matter is related to the safety of the people of Hangzhou City. Lao Lu's voice was so loud that even the owners of several nearby shops that were closing heard it. They all stuck their heads out and started to watch the fun. After hearing this, the two city guards were also a little embarrassed. Just then, a lazy voice sounded behind the two of them. What happened? Old Lu looked carefully and found that the other person was Zhou Mingwei, the reception officer of the city lord's mansion. However, Zhou Mingwei now looks like a completely different person from when they met at the city lord's mansion. At that time, Zhou Mingwei gave Lao Lu the impression of being just a civil servant who was good at dealing with people. However, Zhou Mingwei now gives people the image of a capable beastmaster. Zhou Mingwei then walked up to them. What happened just now? What were you arguing about? Reporting to the commander. Before the two city guards could report, old Lu said, Commander Zhou, I have an urgent matter to report to the city lord. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingwei looked at Lao Lu in surprise, and then remembered Lao Lu's identity. You are the one who came with Chao Wang. Upon hearing this, old Lu nodded, revealing his identity. What's the matter? You can tell me first. Something big has happened in Hangzhou City now, and the city lord may not have time to take care of you. Zhou Mingwei asked immediately. When old Lu heard Zhou Mingwei's words, he immediately said with an embarrassed look on his face, You may not be able to make the decision on this matter. I must meet with the city lord immediately. Otherwise, Brother Chao Wang might be in trouble. When Zhou Mingwei heard Lao Lu say that something was going to happen to Chao Wang, he was about to dissuade him again, but then he thought of something and quickly changed his tone and said, Really? Something happened to Chao Wang. Upon hearing this, old Lu shook his head uncertainly. I don't know. It's just that Chao Wang left me a message just now, indicating that he might have been in trouble. Moreover, the message he left is related to the city lord's mansion, so I want to meet with the city lord. When Zhou Mingwei heard this, he said to Lao Lu without thinking, Okay, come with me. A moment later, on the top of Hangzhou City, Lao Lu stood in front of Tian 1 with a serious face. Did you say that Chao Wang said this before he left? Chapter 137. My own beast girl is still reliable. After Lin Xiao and Dixian's walked around the street twice, they heard the city's broadcast. The Earth Immortals will then said in his standard grinding voice. You don't think I'll let you go just because you linger here, do you? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao pointed to the sky. You've heard the broadcast just now. The entire city is under martial law now. If you intend to attract the attention of the city guards, then you can come with me to the city gate and force your way through. Life and death will be decided by fate then. Of course, you are very powerful, so you should be able to break out. Upon hearing this, the will of the earthly immortal snorted coldly. Anyway, if you can't get me out before dark, I'll kill you first. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask suspiciously, why are you making things difficult for me? I'm just an ordinary college student. The voice of the earthly immortals will then became even hoarser as he said, it seems that you really don't know how special you are. When Lin Xiao heard this, he was immediately intrigued by it. What's so special about me that makes you so fond of me? Why don't you tell me? I'll change it, right? The will of the earthly immortal did not continue the topic afterwards. It looked at the sky, then said calmly, for more hours. Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to escape. Unexpectedly, the will of the earthly immortal said without turning back, if you want to escape, then I won't stop you, but you must have the strength to escape. At this time, Lin Xiao looked at the ground under his feet and found that his shadow had merged with the will of the earth immortal. Lin Xiao tried to break free and found that the longer he was from the will of the earth immortal, the more his shadow was stretched. When Lin Xiao's shadow was stretched to a certain extent, he would feel a very dangerous sense of palpitations. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. When was he controlled by the will of the earthly immortal? He had no impression at all. Moreover, this method of controlling other people's shadows was the first time he had seen it. What made Lin Xiao speechless was that at this time, the complete monster encyclopedia could not help him, and he was completely unable to analyze the specific information of this skill. Lin Xiao could only helplessly follow the will of the earth immortal. I can tell you, this skill of mine is called dark capture. As long as you are still in my sight, your shadow will be preserved. If you disappear from my sight, your shadow will be cut off, and your life will also. Having said this, the will of the earth immortal did not continue speaking, but let Lin Xiao fill in the blanks on his own. Lin Xiao looked helpless on the surface, but he started to think in his heart. Based on his experience, he could tell from the nightmare clock's dream that the mechanisms of all skills had a prerequisite, which was that the mental strength had to be strong enough. Otherwise, the person being cast the spell can use his or her own powerful mental power to interfere with, modify, or even destroy the caster's skills. So can he use his powerful mental power to break free from the control of the earth immortal's will? Lin Xiao was thinking about it in his mind. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chimera winking at him. Lin Xiao immediately understood and took out his cell phone. He discovered that Chimera had sent him a message. The message was just one sentence. I can. When Lin Xiao saw the message sent by Chimera, he immediately smiled. My own beast girl is still the most reliable. Then, Lin Xiao took big strides to catch up with the will of the earth immortal. Seeing Lin Xiao chasing after him, the earth immortals will immediately sneered and asked, have you figured out how to get out of the city? Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and said, can you enter the Pokeball? When the will of the earthly immortal heard this, it immediately cast an unfriendly look at him, which made Lin Xiao's hair stand on end. Entering the Pokeball is a shame for any monster. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shrugged. But if you don't enter the Pokeball, how can I get you out? That's your business. Lin Xiao felt that the earth immortal's aversion to the Pokeball was not something that happened overnight, but was ingrained in his bones, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. After all, the Pokeball is the best resting place for spiritual pets, and it has a very good effect on their recovery. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, since you don't plan on entering the Pokeball, you should at least disguise yourself, right? If you do a good job of disguising yourself, it will be much easier for us to get out of the city. When the will of the earthly immortal heard Lin Xiao's words, it withdrew its gaze that was ready to devour anyone. They came to a shopping mall, and Lin Xiao bought a set of looser clothes for the will of the earth immortal, replacing the black hoodie it was wearing. Then, Lin Xiao put a wig and a mask on the will of the earth immortal, just enough to cover its terrifying face. However, just as they left the mall, Lin Xiao saw the 4 men who had arrived with the will of the earth immortal walk in. When the will of the earthly immortal saw them, it quickly dodged to the side, intentionally avoiding them. After watching this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and asked, you are so powerful, why are you still afraid of them? In fact, the implicit meaning of Lin Xiao's words was to ask about the will of the earth immortal, whether the other 4 people had any special equipment or magic weapons that could target it. However, the will of the earthly immortal sneered and said, humph, why would I be afraid of them? I'm just afraid that if I kill them here, It will attract the person in the city lord's mansion. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a long oh. However, Lin Xiao did not expose the other party's lies. If this is true, then why should we hide from the will of the earthly immortals? Wouldn't it be nice to confront the opponent head-on? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's eyes rolled, and he thought of something. He immediately smiled and said, "Then let's go to the city gate now. Find a way to fish in troubled waters and walk out directly." The will of the earth immortal then followed behind Lin Xiao, not afraid at all that Lin Xiao might make any small moves. But it didn't know that in the hot summer, wearing the long windbreaker that Lin Xiao bought for it, and wearing a mask was itself a very conspicuous behavior. The four men saw the will of the earth immortal from a distance, and then followed quietly. Of course, the reason why Lin Xiao bought such a set of clothes for the will of the earth immortal was to report his whereabouts to the city lord's mansion. After all, at such a critical moment, it is easy to find a conspicuous bag in the city. When we arrived at the city gate, we saw that there were indeed a large number of people gathered there. Among them were members of the city's large and small families, merchants rushing out of the city, and ordinary people who simply came out to watch the excitement. Similarly, among these people, there are also spies, traitors, etc., who have ulterior motives. Why won't you let us leave the city? You're violating our human rights. We're leaving the city. We don't care if there are spies. Damn it. You dare to delay me from making money? Believe it or not, I will kill you, a bunch of dogs from the city lord's mansion. They were unscrupulous and their curses were very harsh. Little did they know that the lowly city guards they mentioned were doing this for their safety. Otherwise, this Hanzhou city would have been razed to the ground long ago. Chapter 138 Master. He actually saved so many people. Soon, a man who looked like the commander of the city guards came running over. Then, the commander said to everyone, "Everyone, I know you're planning to leave the city, but the spies are inside right now. To ensure they don't escape, please cooperate with us. Wait, we will verify your identities one by one and register them. After we check everything is correct, we will let you pass." After saying that, the city guards on the scene began to organize everyone to line up for registration. With the endorsement of the city lord's mansion, everyone began to abide by the law. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the person at the front of the line was actually allowed to pass after registering. The four strange men were following Lin Xiao not far behind. They looked very inconspicuous, as if they were deliberately concealing their figures, trying their best to prevent the will of the earthly immortals from discovering their whereabouts. At this time, Lin Xiao came to the registration office. He smiled and said, "My name is Lin Xiao, and this is my ID." This time, Lin Xiao did not use Chao Wang's ID to register. Instead, he took out his own ID and handed it to the city guard sergeant who was registering him. Then, Lin Xiao pointed at Xiaoqing and Chimera and said, "This is my humanoid pet." While speaking, Lin Xiao pointed to the will of the earth immortal again. This one too. The man carefully examined Lin Xiao's ID, then lowered his head and casually said, "Are you a college student heading north? That road isn't safe right now. You'd better head west after leaving the city. The monsters there were dealt with by the city guards not long ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded with a look of gratitude. "Thanks for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind." After saying that, Lin Xiao and the will of the earth immortal planned to leave the city. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the four strange men behind them suddenly jumped up and pounced directly on the will of the earth immortal. The four people threw out something similar to a pokeball at the same time, and then enveloped the will of the earth immortal from the four directions of east, west, south, and north. However, the will of the earth immortal suddenly increased, and his aura surged in the first moment. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curse. Damn it! Why did this happen at this time? Then, Lin Xiao heard a loud boom. The body of the earth immortals will suddenly grew larger and turned into a monster almost 10 meters tall. This monster looks like neither human, nor snake, nor cow, nor wolf. It can be said that the other party is the ugliest monster among all the monsters Lin Xiao has ever seen in his life. There are actually many heads on its body, and each head has the head of a different animal. It was as if its body was a patchwork of pieces of flesh stitched together, with different creatures inside trying to crawl out. Those who were about to leave the city were all stunned with shock after seeing this scene. Those who were in better condition also fled in panic. However, their shadows were entangled by the will of the earth immortal and then dragged into that body. The shadows of Lin Xiao, Chimera, and Xiao Jiu were also implicated by each other and were constantly pulled towards each other's bodies. Upon seeing this, Chimera quickly summoned an illusory book and began flipping through it while chanting a spell. After a moment, Chimera suddenly opened his eyes. Break! In an instant, The shadows of Lin Xiao, Chimera, and Xiaoqing returned to their original state. Then, Lin Xiao felt a strange sense of restraint in his mental power, which suddenly disappeared. However, the shadows of other people are still under the control of the will of the earthly immortal. At this time, Chimera already showed a somewhat tired expression. This magic is a kind of resurrection magic, which is still a bit of a burden for the current Chimera. So, Lin Xiao turned to the same page as Chimera without hesitation and also discovered the existence of the soul returning technique. Then he also began to chant the incantation and activated the spell. At this time, many people around had been pulled into the bodies of the Earth Immortals' will. Their bodies were devoured by the will of the earthly immortals, and their spirits were assimilated. The screams were chilling. Everyone instinctively resisted the fate of being devoured, but in front of a 9th-level monster, they were nothing. Despair filled their hearts at this moment. However, at this moment, Lin Xiao's loud shout interrupted their despair and brought them back to reality. Chimera looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Master, he actually saved so many people? Chimera knew that this spell was not difficult. The difficulty lay in the fact that the caster's mental strength could not bear the effect of bringing back the souls of so many people. However, Lin Xiao could easily bring back the souls of dozens of people. It is conceivable how powerful Lin Xiao's mental strength is. At this time, the 4 strange men were not affected. They surrounded the will of the Earth Immortal without any fear. Then, suddenly a sharp voice rang out. Bakiaro, we've actually let this guy go crazy. The Dragon Nation's god-level Beastmasters will definitely be here soon. What should we do now? Another voice then cursed. Idiot. We have signed a military order in front of His Majesty the Emperor. If we cannot bring back the will of this earthly immortal, then all of us will commit seppuku to apologize. For the dignity of our great core Nether clan, we will fight. Let's fight. The 4 men simultaneously made expressions as if they were ready to die bravely. Then, they threw dozens of strange pokeballs towards the will of the Earth Immortal. Those pokeballs seemed to have been specially modified. After touching the will of the Earth Immortal, they would absorb something from the other party. Over time, the strength of the Earth Immortals has been declining. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao finally understood what the other party wanted to do. They want to steal the will of this earthly immortal. From the language and content they spoke, it was very easy to judge that they should be from Sakura country. When the will of the earthly immortal felt that its body was becoming weak, it couldn't help but roar repeatedly. It's as if dozens of different creatures and hundreds of different humans are making different syllables at the same time. That sound makes people feel upset. With just this roar, the 4 Beastmasters from the Sakura country were all sent flying backwards, apparently seriously injured. However, they completely ignored their injuries and continued to control the pokeballs, absorbing the energy of the Earth Immortal's will. The will of an earthly immortal is rare in 1,000 years. As long as we bring you back, I believe our Sakura nation will rise again. The 4 men then absorbed energy from the Earth Immortals even more frantically. The will of the earthly immortal was originally the failed product of the evolution of a 9th-order demon beast, and it was the remnant of its will. He only had the realm of a 9th-order demon beast, but he did not have the combat power of a 9th-order demon beast, and he soon fell into a disadvantage. When the 4 men from Sakura country saw this, they burst into laughter. Ha ha, we're finally going to succeed. I originally wanted to bring your body back intact, but now it seems that this result is not bad either. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the distance, with a loud boom. Then, the entire city wall of Hangzhou City began to move. The city wall of Hangzhou City, which was 7 or 8 meters high, turned into a long stone snake, winding and circling, and slowly straightened up. When Lin Xiao saw this, he felt his scalp tingling. At the same time, a piece of information about monsters appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. Stone Dragon Viper, S-rank 9th order spiritual pet, possesses the bloodline of a stone dragon. Chapter 139, this is comparable to a natural disaster. After calming down his mind, Lin Xiao was no longer disturbed by the giant stone snake, and then he focused on checking the information about the stone dragon viper in his mind. Stone Dragon Viper, S-rank 9th order spiritual pet, possesses the bloodline of a stone dragon. Stone dragon bloodline is not the bloodline of the dragon clan, but a special elemental life form. After being injured, it can repair itself by absorbing the power of the earth. For every 100 feet its length exceeds, it can have an additional heart. And after the body is broken, the independent heart will survive as an independent individual, constantly searching for its other bodies until it is reunited. It possesses the S-level talent of earth suppression. It was born to be the center of the formation and the existence of sealed beasts. Within the range of earth suppression, any monster that is not one level higher than it will be firmly suppressed. Possessing skills: Earth Devour, Earth Suppression, Earth Power, Earth Bite, Earth Dragon Flip, and Mountain Move. Earth Suppression, the Stone Dragon Viper's innate skill. It uses itself as a foundation to create a sealing formation, trapping the target creature inside, preventing them from escaping. If you want to break the seal, you must break it from the outside, or the sealed object will die naturally, and the seal will automatically become invalid. Earth Devouring. Under the suppression of the earth, all stone dragon vipers can absorb the energy of the sealed object and feed it back to themselves. The absorption speed is determined by the power of the sealed object. The stronger the power, the slower the absorption speed. Power of the earth. The more abundant the earth element is in a place, the higher the power bonus of the stone dragon viper will be. Earth Dragon Flip. The stone dragon viper can lift up the earth like a tsunami to attack the target. Moving mountains, changing the ground and reshaping the terrain. Earth's Bite. The stone dragon viper pulls the target into the mud, changes the density of the mud, makes it extremely hard, and tears and crushes the enemy. After reading this series of basic information about the stone dragon viper, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. The ninth order monster is so terrifying. I didn't expect that all the skills of the stone dragon viper are so abnormal. Not only can it move mountains and fill the sea, it can even change the terrain. This is comparable to a natural disaster. At the same time, Tianwen's voice came from the sky. He was in midair, stepping on a flying monster. Because it was too far away, Lin Xiao could not see clearly what kind of monster it was. Then, Tianwen's voice came slowly. Everyone at this scene evacuates immediately, otherwise, you will be responsible for your own life and death. This voice was extremely shocking, but no one had any objection to Tianwen's warning. After all, this is the aura of a god-level beastmaster. But at this moment, the will of the earthly immortal made an angry sound. Tianwen, for the past 90 years, you've suppressed me beneath the walls of Hanyang. It's been so hard. Originally, I wanted to escape from here, recuperate, and then come back to settle the score with you. It seems that's no longer necessary. Today, let's get to know each other. After saying this, all the heads on the body of the earth immortals will open their eyes, and it seemed that their eyes could emit captivating beams of light. It seems that just by being stared at, one's soul will be taken away. Lin Xiao relied on his strong willpower to resist this feeling. However, other ordinary beastmasters around him did not have such good luck. Some people were directly controlled by the will of the earthly immortals and attacked desperately in all directions. Some people released their spiritual pets and then used their teeth to bite them, just like a starving ghost wanting to have one last meal before reincarnation. Some people even want to merge with their own spirit pets. But no matter which one it was, as their madness became more intense, the momentum of the earth immortals will become more explosive. Tianwen, who was on a high place, immediately shouted, "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you will all die here." Although Tianwen just said that he would not be responsible for life or death, as the city lord, how could he allow the will of this earthly immortal to harm civilians? Tianwen then drove the stone dragon viper and charged towards the will of the earth immortal. The latter's body was dozens of kilometers long. Although it was coiled up, Lin Xiao still couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Xiaoqing beside him. "Xiaoqing, when will you be able to grow this long?" Xiaoqing thought about it, blinked, and responded in a silly way. "Master, if I shed my skin a few more times, I might be longer than it." Lin Xiao was speechless. He almost forgot that the blood in Xiaoqing's body was not the blood of a stone dragon, but the blood of a real dragon. At this time, the four men from Sakura country were sneaking towards the door. They wanted to take this opportunity to escape quickly. But Tianwen, who was looking down at everything from the sky, snorted coldly at this moment. "Come as you please. Leave as you please. Do you think our dragon country is so easy to bully?" After saying that, Tianwen waved his hand, and the body of the stone dragon viper immediately rolled over and blocked the opponent's path. Seeing this, the four men from Sakura country took a few steps back. The person leading them was Panasonic. At this time, Panasonic looked around and immediately said to the others, "Don't be afraid. Tianwen can take care of the will of the earth immortal, but he can't take care of us. We just need to find a way to escape." Afterwards, the four of them immediately dispersed, intending to use this method to avoid the blockade of the stone dragon viper. Seeing this, Tianwen immediately sneered. "Do you really think you can escape from my grasp?" After saying that, Tianwen waved his hand, and the body of the stone dragon viper suddenly broke into 5 parts, and then a new type of viper appeared, which was about 10 feet long. The other 4 parts become 4 segments of the body. After they separated from their main bodies, they immediately changed their appearance and became 4 different creatures again. One looked like a tiger, one looked like a giant, one looked like a crawling lizard, and the other looked like a long snake with legs. Then they attacked the 4 men from the Sakura country. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be amazed. Is this the god-level Beastmaster? With Lin Xiao's knowledge, he could tell at a glance that the method used by Tianwan was to take advantage of the many characteristics of the stone dragon viper's heart and actively cut off its own body. This should have been a survival operation of cutting off the tail, but Tianwan used the elemental characteristics of the stone dragon viper's bodies to reshape their bodies, allowing them to separate from their original bodies and fight against their opponents as clones. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but admire in his heart. He's truly a god-level Beastmaster. He can actually invent such a skill. This skill was not recorded in the complete monster encyclopedia, which surprised Lin Xiao. At the same time, this also sounded the alarm for Lin Xiao. That is, once you encounter a powerful Beastmaster in the future, the other party is likely to create new skills on his own, which is actually not uncommon. On the contrary, an excellent Beastmaster can create Beastmaster skills that suit him by training his own spirit pet. At this time, the will of the Earth Immortal had been charged to a certain level, and its body had grown from a few meters high to nearly 20 meters in size, even exceeding the height of the city wall. And it has already included many of the surrounding residents. Many people within its control have been devoured by it. All the heads on its body had opened their eyes and mouths at this time, and it looked as if it was holding back some big move. When Lin Xiao saw this, he immediately felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Chapter 140 is the world about to be destroyed. Seeing the will of the earthly immortal, Tianwan in heaven also realized that something was wrong at any time. Soon, he realized something. Tianwan immediately shouted, "You beast! You actually want to eat everyone in Hanzhou City to satisfy your appetite." At this moment, some of the people in Hanzhou City fled in panic. Some were so frightened that they hid at home and dared not go out, and some bravely came out to watch the excitement. There are even people with evil intentions who are ready to take advantage of this opportunity to rob houses all over the city. However, all this chaos was stabilized by the quick appearance of the city guards. The city guards first controlled those who took advantage of the situation to loot, and then went to comfort those who were in a panic. Some city guards even released their own pets to comfort the panicked citizens. Just then, they heard a loud boom. The sound sounded like something hitting the ground. Then there was another loud bang. The entire earth began to tremble at this moment. Then, they discovered that the huge stone dragon snake had drilled directly into the ground. Then, they felt an earthquake and the entire Hanzhou City began to shake. Is an earthquake coming? Is the world going to end? Is it true that the entire Hanzhou City will be devoured by that monster? Many people felt something was wrong at this time, and this terrible thought kept emerging in their minds. However, the next moment, they discovered that Hanzhou City was not destroyed and no earthquake occurred. But the entire Hanzhou City was actually moving. The entire Hanzhou City actually moved a full 10 kilometers to the side from its original location. The will of the Earth Immortal still remained where it was. Although 10 kilometers is nothing for a city, it may take just a few more steps on the accelerator in a taxi to get there. But now this distance is just enough to keep the influence of the earthly immortals well out of the scope of Hanzhou City, so that innocent people will not be harmed. This is the power of a god-level Beastmaster, who can change the world with just a wave of his hand. Even Lin Xiao was shocked by Tianwan's generosity. Originally, even Lin Xiao himself didn't know how to escape from this danger zone. As a result, the next second, he appeared 10 kilometers away. It was as if hundreds of millions of people in the entire Hanzhou City were sitting on a 10-kilometer-long conveyor belt. Moreover, it moved a full 10 kilometers in a short period of time. Even the houses in the city did not collapse. Only a part of the city wall collapsed because of the appearance of the stone dragon viper. At this time, Tianwan's voice came. All city guards must relocate civilians. Specialized personnel must be assigned to guard the collapsed walls of Hanzhou City. Be wary of a beast tide attacking the city. Furthermore, all Beastmasters in Hanzhou City must fully cooperate with the city guards. After saying this, Tianwan stopped talking, and no one in Hanzhou City had any objection to this. Those Beastmasters came out of their rooms obediently one by one, and then took the initiative to find the city guards or the city lord's mansion to ask if there was anything they could help with. I have to say, this is the influence of absolute strength. Think about the Suyang city before. It was already in danger, But many Beastmasters in Suyang City were still thinking about how to protect themselves at that time. And because Tianwen was in charge of Hangzhou City, all the Beastmasters obeyed Tianwen's orders. At this moment, Panasonic Belt and the other three had already released their spirit pets. Lin Xiao's expression immediately became solemn. The spiritual pets they released were actually the A-grade, 7th Order Spiritual Pet Kappa, the A-grade, 7th Order Spiritual Pet Nightmare Eater, the A-grade, 7th Order Spiritual Pet Flying Ghost, and an S-grade, 7th Order Spiritual Pet Green Face. Such a configuration is truly luxurious. You know, a 7th level monster is easy to find, but an S-level 7th level monster is hard to come by. Lin Xiao could immediately confirm that the 4 men from Sakura Country in front of him were definitely star-level Beastmasters from Sakura Country. Although the 4 spirit pets were only at level 7 in strength, they worked together very well and fought hard against the 4 clones of the Stone Dragon Viper. Tianwen was struggling with the will of the Earth Immortals in the distance and had no time to compete with them. This also led to the 4 Sakura Country star-level Beastmasters' spirit pets gradually gaining the upper hand in the battle. The 4 clones of the Stone Dragon Viper were fighting completely on instinct at this time, without any combat experience or fighting well. It looked like he was about to escape. Just then, a uniformed voice came from a distance. A large number of city guards and their spirit pets were running towards this direction. There are many experts among the city guards. Seeing this, Matsushita Yaodai hurriedly shouted to the other 3 men. Now is the time for us to sacrifice our lives for our country. Everyone, listen to my orders and attack the city guards who have arrived. Although we cannot kill Tianwen or take away the will of the Earth Immortal, we can use our lives to prove ourselves to the world. Let us sacrifice our lives for the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Upon hearing this, the other 3 quickly agreed. Long live the Emperor. After saying that, the 4 of them simultaneously ordered their spirit pets to burn their lives along with them. Their spirit pets then all burst out with a powerful aura that they had never had before. The entire area was swept by the spiritual power storm brought about by their burning lives. No one around them dared to get close at this time. Panasonic couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this. See, these dragon people are afraid of us. Charge. We're going to die with them now. Afterwards, Matsushita took his men and rushed towards the city guards. Upon seeing this, Zhou Mingwei immediately cursed. Damn it. These crazy people from Sakura Country. After saying that, he waved his hand. Disperse. These guys are already at the end of their rope. Just let them fend for themselves. With Zhou Mingwei's keen eyesight, he could recognize these 4 men from the Sakura Country at a glance. The method they used was their usual suicide attack that burned their lives. The city defense forces had already been mentally prepared for the suicidal attack power of the Sakura people. They immediately distanced themselves and sent their highly defensive pets to the front row, ready to distract the opponent's attack. At the same time, their long-range attack pets were also in places that the pets of the 4 people led by Panasonic could not reach, constantly consuming the energy of Panasonic and others. At this moment, another boom sound was heard. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Tianwen and the will of the 9th-level demon beast Earth Immortal in the distance. It is a full 10 kilometers away. Although the specific objects over there cannot be seen clearly with the naked eye, some people with strong mental power can still discover some details. That is the will of the Earth Immortal and the Stone Dragon Viper, which have disappeared at this time. Only Lin Xiao, relying on his powerful mental power, had already observed the overall situation. Just now, the will of the Earthly Immortal has gone completely crazy and has begun to devour everything around it, including the Skink Viper. The Stone Dragon Viper did not retreat, but instead kept a safe distance. It chose a more aggressive style of play. Then, the Stone Dragon Viper wrapped around its body, which had no visible boundaries. Then, it used a sealing technique to pull the will of the Earth Immortal into the Earth, and then sealed the will of the Earth Immortal and used the power of the entire Earth to suppress the other party. At this time, the soil on the ground in that area was flying, and even magma was coming out. It looked like boiling water, rolling continuously. However, after the magma came into contact with the air, it did not have time to cool down and immediately returned to the ground. Chapter 141. You are forcing me to take action against you. Soon, the area began to shake. Then, everyone watched as the battlefield 10 kilometers away began to collapse, and the earth began to collapse. Moreover, this range is constantly expanding, slowly spreading towards Hangzhou City. After seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Seeing this, Zhou Mingwei hurriedly shouted, "We have to evacuate the people quickly. Otherwise, this place might be completely razed to the ground." Just as he finished speaking, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed in the distance, and quickly came to Zhou Mingwei. The 10-kilometer distance was reached in the blink of an eye, and even the walls and gates of Hangzhou City collapsed. Panasonic and others were also panicked after burning their lives. On one side, life is constantly slipping away, and on the other side, there is a scene that looks like a natural disaster. They were going to die anyway, but now, the city defense forces were staying away from them and were on guard against them, leaving them no chance to die together with others. Fortunately, Panasonic rolled his eyes and quickly said to his other 3 men, "Let's attack the civilians. We must take a few people with us even if we die." The other 3 men from Sakura country burst into laughter after hearing this. "Ha ha ha, okay. Let's attack the civilians. They don't have any fighting ability, so it's easy to kill them. Once the higher-ups find out, they'll definitely give us credit for the kills. Yes, that's it. Go, kill the civilians. I have to say that the chickens in the Sakura country are really shameless." Seeing this group of men from the Sakura country setting their sights on the common people again, Zhou Mingwei couldn't help but curse angrily. "Damn it, these bastards. Brothers, go. We swear to protect the people to the death." After saying that, Zhou Mingwei had no choice but to lead the city guards and attack again. From the original active defense, it became an active attack. And this also means that Panasonic fell into the trap of bringing others with him. They were just waiting for the city guards to rush over, and this time, they finally found their target. Thus, these 4 demons with burning lives fought together with a group of fearless guardians. After just one encounter, some city guards were injured. Ha ha ha, die. Panasonic was about to deliver the final blow to the city guard soldier who was fighting against him. But who knew that at this moment, a magic missile suddenly appeared from the side. Then, I saw Chimera had opened the magic circle to the maximum not far away. In her hand, she still held the magical judgment of Sparta. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, was holding a Gatling water cannon in his hand. After aiming at the 4 people, he started firing. The sound of boom boom boom, of gunfire, accompanied by the sound of swish, 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 of rockets, drew a beautiful arc in the night sky. At the same time, Xiaoqing used her huge body to continuously hit the 4 people led by Matsushita. Even Asen was waiting for an opportunity and continuously attacking them. In an instant, the 4-star level beastmasters from the Sakura country, who could slaughter ordinary city guards at will, were completely at a disadvantage. After seeing this, Panasonic pointed at Lin Xiao and said to his 3 men, "Let's go and kill that guy together. It seems that he and his humanoid spirit pet are very dangerous." The 3 men Matsushita was to lead hurriedly said, "Hi, sir." When they were leaving the city, they heard Lin Xiao say at the exit registration office that Xiaoqing and Chimera were his humanoid spirit pets. Therefore, now that Lin Xiao's humanoid spirit pet is so powerful, they certainly understand how beneficial it will be for them to get rid of Lin Xiao first. Afterwards, the 3 men that Panasonic was going to bring began to burn their last lives and ran towards Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Immediately, a 2-meter-thick ice wall appeared around his body, blocking the 3 people from Sakura country outside. The 3 people from Sakura country then crashed into the ice wall with bang, bang, bang. However, they didn't even create a crack on the ice wall. Zhou Weiming brought his men over at this time, wanting to support Lin Xiao. For a moment, all the attention of the city defense forces was on Lin Xiao. At this moment, something strange happened. Panasonic, who was speaking with indignation just now, suddenly stopped burning with life. Then he took out a smoke bomb from his pocket, threw it on the ground, and disappeared. The commander ran away. The 3 men that Panasonic was going to take with him were suddenly stunned. They were originally planning to die for their country with him. Who would have thought that their spiritual pillar would run away at this time? In fact, it is not surprising that the leaders of the Sakura country deserted the battlefield. During the First Patriotic War, the invader from Sakura country used this method extensively on the land of Dragon country. Rich and powerful officers brainwashed the soldiers and sent them to the front lines to die, saying they would exchange their lives for others if they could not win. When the soldiers questioned their superiors, why didn't they just die? The superior would say, "Because I have more important things to do. You are different. Your mission is to sacrifice your life for the emperor." This trick really fooled thousands of Sakura country beastmasters, and they rushed to their deaths one after another. And today, such a thing happened again. When Lin Xiao saw the leader from Sakura country running away, he was not panicked because he had no intention of letting him go. Then, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and used the power of nature to feel his surroundings. Soon, Lin Xiao discovered the other party's trace. Afterwards, Lin Xiao waved his hand, and Asen jumped over. Lin Xiao grabbed the hair on Asen's neck, rode on Asen, then pointed in a direction, and Asen chased after him. Xiaoqing transformed into a snake woman and followed not far away. Chimera was in the sky, looking down at the earth, trying not to give the other party any chance to escape. Panasonic was currently in a jungle, lurking cautiously. Although he used a trick just now and did not burn his life, he was also seriously injured. Not to mention that some of his vitality was absorbed by the will of the Earth Immortal. Also, when he was fighting with the Stone Dragon Viper's clone, he was also injured by the other party. Although Panasonic is not at the end of his strength, it is impossible for him to exert his full strength. The person he wanted to kill most now was the young man who had suddenly appeared just now. If it weren't for that young man, he could have created a chance for himself to escape after sacrificing his 3 men. If everything had gone well, he might be on the ship returning home now. However, the sudden appearance of the young man completely disrupted his plans. Especially the young man's 3 humanoid pets, they are also very powerful. He didn't expect that the young man's humanoid spirit pet would be so big if it turned into a monster. Moreover, he had never expected that the young man's humanoid spirit pet could actually release powerful magic. The most annoying thing is that the young man's equipment is all offensive, and none of it is defensive. At this moment, Panasonic couldn't help but curse. Bakiaro, when I return to my country, I will definitely find out your information and then send assassins to kill you. Panasonic never expected that this time he came to Longhua. His mortal enemy Li Guanjuan had not been killed yet, but he actually had another enemy. However, when he was filled with murderous intent, Lin Xiao's natural power sensed his malice at the first moment and accurately determined his direction. Over there. As Lin Xiao spoke, he pointed the Gatling water cannon directly at the bush where Song Xia was hiding. Bakialo. When Panasonic saw this, he immediately cursed angrily and then ran out of the bushes. The place where he was hiding was immediately turned into a mess by the Gatling water cannon. After seeing this scene, Panasonic couldn't help but curse again and was ready to attack Lin Xiao to vent the anger in his heart. Bakiaro, you're forcing me to do something to you. However, Panasonic didn't have time to take action against Lin Xiao. Chimera had already started the Spartan trial on him at this time. Chapter 142 Schrodinger's Strength. If you attack the master, I sentence you to death. After Chimera finished speaking, he pulled the trigger hard. The cannon hole of the Spartan judgment then burst into a blazing light, aimed at Panasonic and flew over. When Panasonic saw this, he immediately sneered. Such a trifle. It was seen that Panasonic simply turned around and easily avoided the Chimera's attack. You young brats, you know nothing about the power of our big core nether clan. After saying that, the green-faced man emerged from behind the man Matsushita was taking. At the same time, information about Qingmian also emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. Qingmian, an S-rank, 7th-order demon beast. It is the mutant product of the fusion of Miyamoto Musashi, the famous con man of Sakura country, and his spirit pet after his death. Miyamoto Musashi, the master of fraud in Sakura country, was originally a samurai and beast master of mediocre ability, but through his fraudulent skills, he transformed himself into a one-of-a-kind samurai and beast master. Not only that, those who could see through his disguise didn't expose him, and even tacitly helped him act, leading to his fame rising. After his death, his pet dog mask merged with his body and evolved into Qingmian. The green face possesses a very strong deceptive power. It is a very special spirit pet. It cannot act alone but must rely on its Beastmaster. The Beastmaster's perception determines his strength. The stronger the Beastmaster believes he is, the higher his strength will be. If the Beastmaster's vision is not broad enough, his strength will also be restricted. Possessing skills, fusion, absolute defense, and flame spray. Fusion, Qingmian can fuse with the Beast Tamer. After the fusion, the Beast Tamer can gain the abilities of Miyamoto Musashi. Absolute defense. After the green face grows larger, it can transform into a shield to protect the Beastmaster. Spray Flame highlights flame attacks. Those burned will have their IQ, cognition, and vitality reduced, making them more likely to trust others. After seeing Qingmian's basic information, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his lips. Isn't this green-faced spirit pet just too weird? In the final analysis, this is a spiritual pet that relies on bragging and deceiving itself in order to increase its strength. No matter whether I am strong or weak, as long as I brag hard enough and someone believes it, then I am strong. Lin Xiao looked at the 8-star Beast Tamer badge on the man's chest and couldn't help but think to himself, could this guy's Beast Tamer level also be obtained through fraud? Then, he saw the green-faced man automatically float in front of the person Panasonic was going to take away. Bakiaro, the Dragon Nation only sent a junior like you to chase me. This is a disrespect to me. I will use your head to avenge the Dragon Nation." After saying that, Qingyan opened his mouth and spewed out dark red flames, which flew directly towards Lin Xiao, Chimera, Ashen, and Xiaoqing. Lin Xiao knew the special effects of the flames spewed out by Qingyan. It has little lethality, but it has a very strange effect that reduces intelligence. No matter who is hurt, it is never a good thing. What if this intellectual damage is irreversible? Therefore, Lin Xiao hurriedly said, "Don't touch this flame. There is something wrong with this flame." Lin Xiao and Xiao Jiu both have the existence of heavenly fire. Even Lin Xiao said that this kind of fire has problems, so Chimera, Asen, and Xiaoqing will not underestimate the existence of this kind of fire. So they quickly dodged away. Afterwards, Lin Xiao used the Gatling water cannon and began to fire continuously. Seeing Lin Xiao attacking, Panasonic quickly picked up the green mask in his hand. The green mask immediately grew bigger and turned into a particularly large mask, like a shield, protecting its owner. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It turns out that the other party's way of protecting himself is to make a big fool of himself and embarrass himself. So, is his absolute defensive strength based on his two-faced face? Lin Xiao couldn't help but complain again. Then, Lin Xiao said to Ashan, use the wind tornado. Asen had already revealed its true form at this time. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's order, it immediately let out a wow and howled towards the sky. Then, a whirlwind appeared in the sky. The whirlwind grew bigger and denser. Eventually, a tornado formed. At first, Panasonic didn't take this seriously. Then, the entire sky was soon covered by a tornado. You should know that this tornado is a strong wind. As the purest wind between heaven and earth, it can blow away all unhealthy winds and is the nemesis of evil spirits and demons and monsters. As soon as this strong wind appeared, it blew Qingyan all over the place. The huge face became distorted with pain and even opened its mouth and began to howl. After seeing this scene, Panasonic knew that he had to find a way to escape from this strong wind tornado, otherwise he would definitely die in it. So, Panasonic said without hesitation, "Qingyan, come out with me." Hearing his master's call, Qingyan immediately understood. "Understood, master." It spoke human words, then flipped in midair and became the size of an ordinary mask, and then put it on Panasonic's face. The aura that Panasonic wanted to convey suddenly became profound and unpredictable. Then, there was a loud boom, and a strong breath began to be released from his body. This breath was as strong as the breath on Tianwen's body, and it actually directly dispersed the strong wind tornado. Even Lin Xiao jumped far away to avoid the pressure of this breath. Lin Xiao frowned and looked at Panasonic, who was wearing a mask. "You forced me to do this. Since you want to die, I'll give you a quick death." After saying that, Panasonic took out two samurai swords, one long and one short, from his storage space. He inserted the short samurai sword wakizashi into his armpit, and then inserted the long samurai sword into his waist. Then, it drew out its samurai sword in a very ceremonial manner. Afterwards, Panasonic said to Lin Xiao in a serious tone, "You are very lucky. You can actually force me to use this magic sword." As soon as the samurai sword came out of the scabbard, there was a faint sound of ghosts howling in the sky, as if a woman was crying in the air, accompanied by the sound of the wind. What's strange is that there are no ghosts in the sky. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown at this moment. Why is he suddenly so strong? He clearly only had the strength of an 8-star Beastmaster, and even Qingyan was just an S-grade, 7th-order demon beast. But this momentum is so powerful. It was so powerful that even Lin Xiao felt some danger. Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of Qingyan's introduction. This is a spiritual pet that grows through the Beastmaster's self-hypnosis. Its strength is very Schrödinger. In other words, as long as Lin Xiao exposes the Beastmaster's lies, his strength will be greatly reduced. But how can I expose the lies of this Beastmaster from the Sakura country? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 143. Please prepare a draft in advance before bragging next time. Matsushita was holding a knife and slashing towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao immediately calmed his mind and focused on dealing with the Sakura country Beastmaster in front of him. It can be seen that Panasonic is about to jump high, just like a general who is about to fight against 10,000 enemies, with an imposing manner as if he is entering an empty space. Lin Xiao knew clearly that the opponent was in midair and could not change his shape, making him a sitting duck. However, the danger foreboding in his heart kept telling him to escape quickly, otherwise he would surely die miserably. So, Lin Xiao dodged without saying a word, turned around, and moved to the side. Then, Lin Xiao heard a boom sound behind him, as if he was hit by a cannonball. Then, Panasonic turned around and chased Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's danger warning was now sounding frantically, reminding Lin Xiao to escape quickly. But this time, Panasonic wants to move faster and more quickly. Fortunately, the green snake that Xiaoqing transformed into had already floated over. Its body, as thick as a water tank, blocked Lin Xiao directly and took the knife for him. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. Based on the opponent's strength, this knife was enough to cut Xiaoqing's body in half. However, the demon's sword did not cut through Xiaoqing's body, but where it touched Xiaoqing's scales, a sound of metal clashing was heard. With a crack, Xiaoqing's scales were broken, but its body was not hurt. At this time, Panasonic was holding the magic sword in both hands and looking at Lin Xiao. Although his face was covered with green, he still had a human-like expression, as if he was looking with contempt at a defeated opponent who was about to be killed by him. How's it going? Boy, are you scared now? You should know that I, Matsushita, am the strongest warrior in Sakura country. He is a hero of our Sakura country. It is an honor for you to die under my sword. You should be grateful for this. After hearing the other party's ridicule, Lin Xiao did not answer, but touched Xiaoqing's split snake scales and showed a distressed expression. Xiaoqing then turned back into human form. Lin Xiao asked Xiaoqing gently, "Are you hurt?" Xiaoqing shook her head, then pointed to the corner of her cyan dress and said, "It's just a hole here. It's nothing serious." Lin Xiao looked at the hole in his clothes, which was about the size of a fingernail, and couldn't help but feel even more distressed. It was so thrilling. "I almost hurt you." Xiaoqing shook her head when she heard that. "Master, what are you talking about? Protecting you is my duty." Hearing this, Lin Xiao also shook his head and said, "No, you sisters are all mine. If I hurt you, I am hurting me. Don't worry, Master. I will help you get back at your feet." Xiaoqing was touched when she heard Lin Xiao's words. The master is so good to Xiaoqing. Then, Lin Xiao turned around and looked at Panasonic. At this time, the mockery on Panasonic's face became even more obvious. "Umph, how dare you flirt with your humanoid pet in front of me? Everything you did just now was just overestimating your own abilities. I'll kill you all later and let you meet in hell." After saying that, he was about to take action again, but Lin Xiao interrupted him. "You just said you asked Panasonic to bring it, right? What's wrong? You said you were the most powerful samurai in the Sakura National Army? So what? Do you have any objections?" Panasonic said with a smug look on his face. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled meaningfully. He suddenly thought of how to expose the lie that Panasonic was going to tell. Then, in front of Panasonic, Lin Xiao took out his phone and started operating it. Panasonic was confused when he saw this. Who would play with their mobile phone while dueling? Unexpectedly, after operating it for a long time, Lin Xiao suddenly turned the screen of his mobile phone over and asked Panasonic to take a look. "Sorry, please prepare a draft before bragging next time. You are not the #1 warrior in the Chicken Foot Basin Army. You are just a clown who likes to deceive. The real #1 warrior is named Kameo Yagyu." Hearing this, his heart sank. You're talking nonsense. What's said online is all fake. I already have the strength of a god-level beastmaster. As long as I go back, I can challenge Mr. Yagyu. However, Lin Xiao did not intend to let the other party go and continued to strike while the iron was hot. "Oh, now that you've been exposed, you're not admitting it? The hierarchy in the Foot Basin Chicken is very strict. If a subordinate dares to slander his superior like this, he will be court-martialed. If I'm not mistaken, Kamo Yagyu allowed you to lie during the battle, and even to slander him, because you and your pet are a pair of big liars. The strength you've been pretending to possess from the beginning isn't yours. You must fight quickly and decisively. Otherwise, your mental strength won't be enough to sustain the excessive use of powers far beyond your capabilities. So, as long as I hold you here, your true form will be revealed soon." Although Lin Xiao spoke slowly, every word he said touched the heart of Panasonic. Moreover, Lin Xiao's words were pressing step by step. Instead of retreating, he walked step by step towards Panasonic, putting great pressure on Panasonic. Panasonic felt very guilty after what Lin Xiao said and was about to collapse. However, he is also a veteran who has been through many battles. It was naturally impossible for Lin Xiao to break through his psychological defenses so easily. Then, Panasonic showed a sneer on his face. "Oh, you've exposed all of this." He quickly adjusted his mentality, changed the posture of the demon's sword with his expression, and made as if he was about to draw the sword and cut it. "But, have you forgotten something? Although you have seen through the secret of my spirit pet, I am a genuine star-level beastmaster. Therefore, it's very easy for me to kill you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears." After saying that, Panasonic took a step forward, and then his body disappeared in midair. Then, he suddenly appeared not far from Lin Xiao. Draw your sword and slash. Panasonic actually chose to directly attack Lin Xiao's body. However, when he attacked, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. Then he quickly dodged. At the same time, right under his feet, there was a sudden explosion with a boom. What's going on? Panasonic looked above his head and saw a cannonball flying over there. Seeing this, Lin Xiao smiled and said, once Sparta's judgment finds you guilty, all of its attacks will be aimed at your true form. Of course, Lin Xiao had other things he didn't say. That is, the personal strength that Panasonic was going to bring would also be weakened. Then, Lin Xiao snapped his fingers. Then, Chimera, who was already floating in the air, made the judgment of Sparta in her hand shine again. Then I saw Chimera pulling the trigger continuously with a boom boom boom. Bakiala. A dozen or so magic shells from Sparta's judgment flew towards Panasonic. However, Xiaoqing did not transform into her original form. Instead, she opened her soft and attractive lips and exhaled a breath of green gas. This gas was obviously highly toxic and directly filled the entire surrounding space. And in the outermost layer, Asen also stirred up another gust of wind tornado. Chapter 144, I have never seen such a shameless person. It was seen that the strong wind tornado and Xiaoqing's poisonous gas merged into a strong wind poisonous tornado, which directly trapped Panasonic inside. Panasonic tried to attack the wind wall of the poisonous tornado twice, but was forced back by the terrible snake venom. However, before Panasonic could adjust his mindset and think about how to break the deadlock, Chimera's magic cannonballs have arrived in front of him. Panasonic must know that although this magic cannonball would not kill him, a genuine master, it would seriously injure him. At the same time, Lin Xiao slowly raised one of his hands. Then, an illusory book appeared in front of him. The book slowly opened automatically, and then Lin Xiao began to recite the spell without any hesitation. Lin Xiao's voice then echoed inside the tornado. Panasonic vaguely felt that something bad was about to happen. At this moment, when his attention was focused on Lin Xiao, he heard a whoosh sound. Under the cover of Lin Xiao's voice chanting the spell, an arrow was loaded silently and then fired, hitting Songxia Yaodai's shoulder. It's not that Panasonic didn't notice the arrow. On the contrary, he tried to dodge it. However, he discovered it too late and could only watch the arrow hit him. He pulled out the magic arrow, and it turned into starlight, floating in the air. If you shoot my heart, then you can still pose a little threat to me. Panasonic just treated the wound as a superficial injury. But he didn't know that this arrow would have the special effect of the Shunjing crossbow, which is to penetrate armor. Once hit by this arrow, his defense will be greatly reduced, or even become zero. Then, he saw Chimera reload the crossbow again, and then another magic arrow appeared in the crossbow slot. Then, the divine crossbow actually started shooting continuously. Panasonic's previous judgment on the divine competition crossbow did not make him pay any attention to Chimera's continuous shooting. He now paid more attention to the strong wind and poisonous tornado and those magic shells. As for those arrows, he planned to block them directly with his magic sword. However, with a puff sound, an arrow actually pierced through his body. How is that possible? Panasonic looked at the bloody hole on his body with an incredible expression. Then, there was a continuous sound of blood splattering. His body was then shot through with more than a dozen large holes. However, thanks to his strong physical fitness, Panasonic was able to hold on and did not fall to the ground directly. However, the magic shells fired by Lin Xiao after chanting the spell arrived as expected at this time. The continuous explosions completely submerged Panasonic. Is it over? Seeing this, Lin Xiao talked to himself. No. Lin Xiao's natural power is giving him a crazy warning. Then, he saw a sword light shooting out from the smoke and dust. Lin Xiao quickly dodged away. Then, he saw that the body that Panasonic was going to take care of was shrinking and aging. It was as if he was being possessed by another person. Yo ho ho ho. I never thought I'd come back to life after all these years. Although this body is pretty good, it can't withstand my full strength. It's really a pity. When Lin Xiao heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. This turned out to be another skill of Qingmian, fusion. It seems that Panasonic has already merged with Miyamoto Musashi. But he never expected that this fusion would be like taking over another's body, and that he would have to give up the control of Panasonic's body. It really deserves to be called the foot basin chicken of the Sakura country. Even the skills of the spirit pet are so evil. Miyamoto Musashi then looked at Lin Xiao. This is the body you want to kill me with, right? It looks so young. But that's fine too. Use your blood to celebrate my rebirth. When Lin Xiao heard this, he looked at Miyamoto Musashi with a sarcastic expression. Any skill is based on the same principle. Since Matsushita Yodai is the container of Miyamoto Musashi's body, his strength cannot exceed that of Matsushita Yodai. Otherwise, the opponent's mental and physical strength would have collapsed long ago. So, Lin Xiao glanced at Asen and immediately snapped his fingers. Asen understood what he meant, and the poisonous gas and the strong wind suddenly dissipated. Then, the gale tornado began to shrink, and in the blink of an eye, Miyamoto Musashi had nowhere to escape. When Miyamoto Musashi saw this, he burst into laughter. "You think you can kill me with this level of skill? Watch me cut through this strong wind with one sword," Lin Xiao said nonchalantly. "Keep fooling around." Puff! Miyamoto Musashi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "How can my body be so fragile?" Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Even an 8-star Beastmaster can't withstand the attack of the divine competition crossbow, as it can destroy cities and penetrate armor. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Miyamoto Musashi immediately shouted angrily, "I am the #1 samurai in Sakura country, a dragon-slaying being. How can commoners like you be compared to a noble samurai like me?" Sakura country is a country with a very strict hierarchy. In this country, all civilians work for samurai and the shogun's office. If ordinary people want to make a class leap, they must first become a ronin or a soldier, win various battles, and then be judged by the shogun's office. Once he is recognized by the shogunate and awarded the title of samurai, his status will be greatly improved. Miyamoto Musashi was such a person. In order to obtain the title of samurai, he did not participate in various battles, but relied on bragging and making up stories to gain recognition from the shogun's office. Now, he used this method again, trying to imagine himself as the best master in Sakura country. Who knew that Lin Xiao would start cursing directly? "Shameless boy, how dare you talk nonsense here? Your nonsense is unheard of. I have never seen such a shameless person." Miyamoto Musashi was so scolded by Lin Xiao that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xiao felt that the time was almost up, so he winked at Asen. Immediately, Asen's gale tornado began to shrink, directly sucking Miyamoto Musashi into it. Afterwards, Miyamoto Musashi's miserable voice was heard from the center of the tornado. He didn't take the tornado seriously at first. But Gangfeng is the purest wind between heaven and earth, and is the nemesis of all demons, ghosts, and evil monsters. A dead person like him, now occupying the body of a living person, is just the right person to be restrained by the Gangfeng. In just a moment, Miyamoto Musashi's soul was torn into pieces by the strong wind and disappeared from Matsushita's body. The storm subsided, leaving behind a mess. There were craters everywhere left by explosions and traces of various battles. Lin Xiao came to the person Panasonic was going to take away. At this moment, his eyes were dull and he looked like he was exhaling but not breathing in. Panasonic wanted to attack Lin Xiao, but his hands were no longer able to hold the knife. _X0007 Chapter 145. Give it a try. Green Face is a very peculiar spiritual pet. It can improve the strength of its owner, but this improvement is an overdraft. After it was over, Panasonic had to endure the backlash that he could not accept at all. Now his pupils are dilated and his life has entered the countdown. Panasonic wanted to draw his sword and escape from Dragon Country and return to Sakura Country. "I don't want to die yet. When I get back, I'll be promoted soon. After the promotion, I can make more money and sleep with more high school girls." After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't bear to listen any longer. He didn't know what was going on in the minds of these officers from the Sakura Country. Then, Lin Xiao took out his bone knife and stabbed it into the opponent's body, killing him quickly. For a hostile country like Sakura Country, Lin Xiao would never give him a chance to survive. The reason is simple. After traveling through time, Lin Xiao became familiar with the memories of this body. There is a piece of history in it that left a deep impression on him. That is, the Sakura Kingdom once launched a war against the Dragon Kingdom. It is known in history as the First Dragon Kingdom National Defense War. This war was extremely brutal, because at that time the main force of the Dragon Kingdom was restrained by the 9th level monster and could not withdraw. The Sakura Kingdom took this opportunity and, under the leadership of its god-level Beastmaster, wantonly annexed the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and killed its people. Finally, under the determination of Longwa to die rather than live in disgrace, the Kingdom of Sakura fought back with all its might and defeated the Kingdom of Sakura. But the aftermath was that 9th Order monsters were rampant. It took the Dragon Kingdom hundreds of years to pacify these 9th Order monsters and rebuild the Dragon Kingdom society. No one in Long Country will forget this debt. Lin Xiao believed that sooner or later, they would make the Sakura Country pay the price. Then, Lin Xiao bent down and began to check the items that Panasonic was going to take with him. Soon, Lin Xiao found the storage equipment that Panasonic wanted to take. It turned out to be a purse, and it looked like it was handmade. Lin Xiao's consciousness was integrated into it, but at just a glance, Lin Xiao almost exclaimed, "Fuck." There are tens of billions of funds in that storage purse. This was something Lin Xiao never expected. You know, he had killed some heads of big families before, but even those people couldn't have carried more than 10 billion in cash on them. But Panasonic had to carry tens of billions of cash on him, so his total assets were so huge that Lin Xiao couldn't even imagine it. This may be a problem of Lin Xiao's thinking inertia. Because of the national ideology of Sakura country, the entire country serves military officers. Military officers are the country's largest power institution and naturally enjoy the highest treatment. In addition, almost all military officers in Sakura country are using the power in their hands to make money. Therefore, in Sakura country, as long as they become officers, they will have countless and inexhaustible resources and money. Lin Xiao put the cash aside, and then he began to check other items. What comes into view is a mountain of high-quality materials. This includes not only the essence extracted from the death of some spiritual pets. There are also some monster spirit cores, and even a large number of rare minerals. Among them, there are many high-level ores that even Lin Xiao, a knowledgeable academic, has never seen before. After that, there are a lot of medicines. Lin Xiao just took a casual glance and found that there were many precious medicines of the 7th or even 8th level. You have to know that this kind of medicine is hard to come by. It is no exaggeration to say that it can save lives at critical moments. Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He gained so much this time. Afterwards, Lin Xiao found a password box in his storage purse. Lin Xiao took out the password box and looked at it carefully. He found that the design of the password box was very clever. Although he tried several methods, he could not find a way to open it. Lin Xiao then looked at Chimera. "Give it a shot and see." Chimera heard this, nodded, and carried the Spartan judgment in the distance. After thinking for a while, Chimera immediately pronounced the verdict. "You refuse the master's inspection, which shows that you are guilty and guilty." Then, Chimera pulled the trigger. When Lin Xiao heard Chimera's very far-fetched and unusual judgment, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Then, Lin Xiao heard a loud boom. I saw that the password box was blown 5 or 6 meters high, but after falling to the ground, the safe was still intact. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. The more this happened, the more Lin Xiao wanted to see what was in the safe. Then, Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said to Chimera, "Attack the weak points first, then use armor penetration." Upon hearing this, Chimera nodded and used a weakness attack on the password box. After the arrow hit the safe, a white dot actually appeared on it. Then, near this white, the divine crossbow marked it as a relatively weak spot, which was exactly the weakness of the safe. Then, Chimera switched to armor-piercing arrows and shot at the weak spot with one arrow. Because the armor-piercing arrow hit the weak point, the armor of the password box was reduced to almost 0. Then, Lin Xiao raised his bone knife. A violent aura immediately rushed into Lin Xiao's brain. "What the hell is this thing? It actually took me so much effort. I'm going to smash your crate to pieces and then stuff you into Panasonic's anus. If you're still so stubborn and don't open it, I'll throw you into the septic tank and soak you for hundreds of years." In an instant, dozens of pieces of information that made Lin Xiao angry flooded into his mind, then turned into attack power and hit the password box heavily. With a bang, Lin Xiao cut a hole in the safe. Lin Xiao resisted the urge to destroy the safe, twisted the blade hard, and then tore it apart fiercely. There was a swish sound, and Lin Xiao finally tore a big hole in the safe. Only then was Lin Xiao able to see everything inside the safe. I didn't expect that there were only some documents in it. After a quick look, it seemed that there were just dozens of real estate certificates and shares of some industries. Good fellow. I just call him good fellow. Lin Xiao was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He originally thought that this password box was something extraordinary, but he didn't expect it to be some yellow and white things. It is impossible for him to live in Sakura country, so it is naturally impossible for him to cash in these property certificates and shares. Helplessly, Lin Xiao could only put away these property certificates and shares with some disappointment, letting them gather dust in his storage bag in the future. However, when Lin Xiao was carefully sorting out the documents, he found 4 special file bags mixed in. After Lin Xiao opened the first file bag, his face was immediately filled with surprise. I didn't expect this to be the military secrets of Jaya Benji against Longhua. Chapter 146. Inside Hanzhou City, there is actually a traitor from Sakura country? The first file bag contains some of Jaya Benji's military secrets against the Dragon Kingdom. The first page of the document stated the real purpose of Panasonic and others' operation. Lin Xiao began to read carefully. It turned out that Jia was studying a special artificial monster. They drew inspiration from mechanical creations and wanted to use the monster's ability to devour each other to invent a weapon that would allow them to evolve infinitely. However, ordinary monsters can only strengthen their own strength by devouring each other, just like humans eating and drinking water. However, the will of the earthly immortal, the product of the failed evolution of the 9th-level monster, is different. It can really fuse with other monsters. So they searched the world for the will of the earth immortals. Not long ago, Matsushita Yaodai, who was trying to infiltrate the territory of Dragon Kingdom on the outskirts of Demon City, suddenly obtained information from a spy that a 9th-level monster was sealed in Hanzhou City of Dragon Kingdom. This 9th-order monster is already on its deathbed. In a few decades, it will probably run out of lifespan. The top leaders of Jia speculated that if they released this sealed 9th-level monster and took advantage of its unwillingness to die, the 9th-level monster would most likely evolve at the risk of its life. After all, this 9th-order monster can only escape aging and death by using this method, but this is likely to cause it to perish during the evolution process, thus giving rise to the will of the earthly immortal. So, Matsushita led the other three and sneaked into the territory of Longhua. Then, with the help of a traitor who had long infiltrated the high-level military of Hanzhou City, the four of them came into contact with the core of the seal of Hanzhou City and made contact with the 9th-level monster. Not only did they fan the flames of the 9th-level monster, making its mind become violent and excited, but they also gave it the urge to evolve forcibly. Moreover, they also created hatred in its heart, causing it to die unwillingly. Sure enough, their plan was successful. Although this was a probabilistic event, Jia was really lucky, and thus they obtained the will of the earthly immortal. They took advantage of the underground seal's characteristics and lured the monsters in Langjiang River into the seal, allowing the will of the earth immortals to devour the monsters that swam near the seal. In this way, they created the will of an earthly immortal without anyone noticing. All of this was carried out smoothly with the help of the traitor. Then, they created a gap in the weak point of the seal, allowing the will of the earth immortal to escape from it. During this process, the Foot Basin Chicken tried to weaken the will of the earth immortal as much as possible and tried to control it. In order to avoid being discovered, they also created an energy body to replace the will of the earth immortal. Although all this was going on very smoothly, they underestimated the persistence of the earth immortal's will. The will of the earth immortal cannot be controlled by anyone. After all, it is originally a 9th-level monster, the only 9th-level monster between heaven and earth. So the will of the earthly immortal escaped and injured their people. Then, Lin Xiao was inexplicably involved. Lin Xiao looked at the information on the document and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There's actually a traitor from Sakura country inside Hanzhou City. It looks like he's quite powerful, maybe even a high-ranking official in the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to access the seal of Hanzhou City. Lin Xiao made a judgment immediately, then quickly put away the document and began to check other information. The second document is from Sakura country targeting the coastal mines of Dragon Country. That place happens to be near the Magic City, which is what the Sakura country wants to fight for, but because it is within the territory of the Dragon Country, they can only annoy the Dragon Country from its surrounding areas. Lin Xiao knew about this matter. Because it is often in the news, it is a well-known fact in Longhua. Then, Lin Xiao took out the third document. The content inside was actually a list of traitors lurking in Hanzhou of Dragon Country provided by Sakura country in order to cooperate with the operation that Panasonic was going to lead. This list is as thick as a whole notebook. There are actually thousands of people on the list. This is just the city of Hanzhou. Lin Xiao only took a quick glance and found that most of the names on the list were officials from the city lord's mansion, teachers from various universities, celebrities, internet celebrities, media personnel, entrepreneurs, and entertainers. In other words, most of them are successful people. And behind these successful people, they are all funded by the Sakura country. This immediately made Lin Xiao feel terrified. The city of Hanzhou has been infiltrated like a sieve, so what about the entire Long Kingdom? Lin Xiao then put the list away and opened the last document. This is a research report from Sakura country, which contains some experimental data. Lin Xiao took a careful look at it. Although the content here had nothing to do with Longhua, it was enough to attract Lin Xiao. This report said that a 9th-level monster appeared in Sakura. Moreover, this 9th-level monster is different from other monsters. It is mutated, has very strong adaptability, and is also an amphibious monster. When it is asleep, it lives in the sea. Once it wakes up due to hunger, it will enter the sea near the basin chicken or even climb onto land to hunt. Finally, during a foraging process, it was injured by the god-level beastmaster of the foot basin chicken. It was also because of this battle that it mutated and became a special 9th-level monster. Its existence has brought huge economic losses and national security crises to the chicken industry. So the chicken made a battle plan, intending to kill it the next time it came ashore to feed. After reading the information, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that the taste of foot basin chicken would be so great. However, it is not so easy to kill a 9th-level monster. Even when the Dragon Kingdom killed the Lord of Flame at Le Fengpo last time, it also resulted in the death of 3 god-level beastmasters from the Dragon Kingdom. Does the foot basin chicken really have that ability? Unless this 9th-level monster has very obvious shortcomings, or its talent level is not high. Lin Xiao couldn't help but make this judgment in his heart. At this moment, a familiar powerful aura came from the distance and flew towards Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao felt the breath, he quickly looked in the direction where the breath came from. When he discovered that there was no murderous intent in that breath, Lin Xiao knew that it must be Tianwen who came. Soon, Tianwen controlled his flying pet and flew in front of Lin Xiao. Tianwen looked at the corpse that Song Xiao was going to take away and the messy ground, his expression calm. Then, Tianwen looked at Lin Xiao and asked calmly, "Did you kill him?" Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. When Tianwen heard Lin Xiao's words, he fell in a deep thought, but then he smiled faintly and said, "If Li Guanjuan knew that you killed his mortal enemy, he would probably be devastated." Lin Xiao smiled and did not respond to Tianwen's words. Then he took all 4 documents to Tianwen. _X0007 Chapter 147. The higher the position, the more conceited one becomes. Looking at the 4 documents, Tianwen couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this?" Lin Xiao did not give a direct answer. "You'll know when you see it." Tianwen took the 4 documents and just glanced at them at first. However, that was just a glance. Tianwen's eyes could not leave the above content. He read it carefully and then closed his eyes, as if he was calming down, but also as if he was reviewing it. After a long time, Tianwen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I know about this matter. I'll credit you for it." When saying the last word gong, Tianwen gritted his teeth, as if he was suppressing the anger in his heart. Obviously, in that list, Tianwen saw many names that he could not imagine, even some of his old acquaintances. This made Tianwen feel betrayed, and he was furious. The higher the position, the more conceited one is, especially regarding one's own decisions and one's ability to judge people. They will habitually use their own experience to judge whether a person is good or bad. And this kind of experience is their experience of self-confidence. But once someone betrays them, it is equivalent to breaking their self-confidence and frustrating their self-esteem. This is something that no one in a higher position can tolerate. Afterwards, Tianwen looked at the corpse that Matsushita was going to take. "You killed him." What Tianwen meant was to ask Lin Xiao why he wanted to kill him instead of leaving him alive. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly, "You can't get anything useful out of this scumbag." Upon hearing this, Tianwen nodded in understanding. Indeed, most of the Sakura country spies who are active in the outside world don't actually know very much. There are very few people like Panasonic who carry top-secret documents on them. Tianwen could also guess that the most Panasonic might know was the contents of these documents. Afterwards, Tianwen did not stay here any longer, but carried the body that Matsushita was going to take away. Then, Tianwen took off the 2 samurai swords that Matsushita was going to carry with him and threw them to Lin Xiao. Finally, Tianwen turned around and left. Lin Xiao looked at Tianwen's back and immediately showed a satisfied expression. "You're quite a good person." Lin Xiao looked at the 2 samurai swords in his hand that Panasonic was going to take. The short wakizashi looked very small and delicate, but it did not trigger any system alert. This means that the knife does not meet the system requirements. Then, Lin Xiao looked at the magic sword and saw that the words Muramesa were actually written on the blade. When Lin Xiao saw it, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "Is this the famous demon sword Muramesa?" Lin Xiao sighed. No wonder the system didn't prompt to upgrade. The so-called demon sword Muramesa is not a great sword, but a very sharp knife. The internet now praises the samurai swords of the Sakura country as being incredibly magical, but in fact, this is all due to the external publicity from the Sakura country. In this regard, we have to admit that the propaganda of the Sakura country is powerful, and it can blow a pile of shit into a sky full of stars. The so-called samurai sword is actually a very useless weapon. It has strong destructive power, but is not practical because it is held with both hands, which affects the attack distance. The curvature of the blade also results in its weak armor-piercing ability. But why do we always see samurai swords killing hundreds or thousands of enemies in various materials? The reason is simple. That is, they have no armor, so it is easier to kill people on the battlefield. Moreover, the warriors of Sakura country are short, and they cannot wield more lethal two-handed swords or one-handed swords. Because they cannot lift it, and they may not even be as tall as the sword, so the samurai sword is completely out of place on the international battlefield. However, the samurai sword is very beautiful and makes a great ornament. Muramasa is a representative of this kind of useless weapon. The reason why it is called a demon's sword is not because it is too sharp, but because it is too famous. Famous generals and samurai all went to buy it, resulting in every daimyo or general dying under Muramasa's sword, as if Muramasa and the daimyo had a grudge against each other. Hence, people started to call it the demon's sword. Now, Lin Xiao was holding the Muramasa in his hand and fell into deep thought. Although this thing is useless, it is also a good weapon. Lin Xiao then flicked Muramasa's sword. Then, the blade made a ding sound. It seems that the material used to forge the blade is of very high quality. I have to say that the craftsmanship of the swordsmiths in Sakura country is truly worthy of admiration. Seeing that the blade could be made so sharp and the blade was so beautiful, Lin Xiao thought about it and decided to put away the demon's sword Muramasa. Maybe it will be of great use in the future. Then, Lin Xiao looked at the wakizashi with a small and exquisite blade. After Xiaojiu successfully evolves, you can give it to Xiaojiu. Lin Xiao thought so. Afterwards, Lin Xiao checked the storage purse that Panasonic was going to bring again and found that it was still like a bottomless pit. So he gave up. I'll sort it out and check it out later. Lin Xiao felt that if he wanted to sort out everything inside now, it would probably take until next year. Then, Lin Xiao waved to Chimera, Ashen, and Xiaoqing. Girls, go back to the city. Then, Lin Xiao took the three girls back. When they returned to Hanzhou City, the entire city was moving slowly. However, the speed of movement this time was much slower than during the battle, as if sitting on a large transmission channel. 2/3 of the city wall had disappeared. Lin Xiao judged that in addition to the part of the city wall that was destroyed in the previous battle, another part was the body of the stone dragon viper. However, the stone dragon viper had disappeared at this time. Lin Xiao judged that the stone dragon viper was now moving the city underground. It is not impossible to continue living in the moved location of Hanzhou City. But Hanzhou City used to be located across the Langjiang River, and many of its docks were still usable. If Hanzhou City is not moved back, not only will the docks have to be abandoned, but people may also speculate whether Tian Wen's ability has declined. Lin Xiao then changed back into Chao Wang's face, took Asen away, and then walked into Hanzhou City. He did not go back to the hotel directly, but went to the city lord's mansion first. At this moment, Zhou Mingwei was handling official business in the city lord's mansion. Lin Xiao could see that Zhou Mingwei was already a little overwhelmed at this time. Although this special encounter was won in the end, the losses in Hanzhou City were very heavy, which was completely an unprovoked disaster. The city lord's mansion was previously surrounded by a large number of citizens who were unaware of the situation. After Zhou Mingwei calmed down those citizens and asked them to disperse, he still had to resolve their complaints one by one. When Zhou Mingwei saw Lin Xiao coming, he immediately put down the work in his hands and ran to Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin, brother Chao Wang, you're finally here? I just happened to need you for something. Listening to Zhou Mingwei's words, it was obvious that he knew about Lin Xiao's situation. Lin Xiao didn't care about the change in address, but asked Zhou Mingwei directly. You have something to ask me? What is it? Zhou Mingwei then pulled Lin Xiao aside, and then he carefully took out a box from his pocket. Because you killed Matsushita Yaodai and provided important intelligence at a critical moment, the city lord has given you a special reward. After saying that, Zhou Mingwei opened the box directly. Then I saw that inside the box, there was a medal quietly placed. Chapter 148, I don't care. I will stay by my master's side. Special award? Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows when he heard this. There was a strange pattern engraved on the badge. Lin Xiao had seen that pattern before. It was the military emblem. Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Zhou Mingwei with some confusion. What is this? A commendation from the military? Zhou Mingwei said with some envy. You must take this badge. It's very important. Lin Xiao picked up the badge, looked at it carefully, and then asked with a puzzled look on his face. What's the use of this badge? How can it benefit me? Zhou Mingwei showed a longing expression at this time. This? I can't tell you yet. You need to go to the military headquarters to confirm it yourself. Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He didn't like such blank checks. He liked more practical rewards, even if it was cash. Seeing Lin Xiao's expression, Zhou Mingwei seemed to see through Lin Xiao's doubts. He looked around, then lowered his voice and said to Lin Xiao, "Believe me, although you may not need it right now, it will definitely be of great use in the future. We have a rule that prohibits you from casually telling others about the purpose of this badge. If you do, you will be punished. You can only confirm it yourself at the military headquarters." Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this, realizing that Zhou Mingwei had something to hide. He then said to Zhou Mingwei, "Where's Tian Shun? I have something to report to him." Zhou Mingwei pointed away to Lin Xiao, and Lin Xiao immediately went to ask Tian. The city lord's mansion is now in a mess, which is caused by the movement of the entire city. Although Tian Wen can protect the buildings and people in the city from being harmed by fast movement. But when human power is limited, some things are still not properly protected. Moreover, the city lord's mansion was now in a hurry to handle official business and had no time to clean up, but the civil servants of the city lord's mansion had already started working on the spot. Seeing how dedicated these people were, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how difficult it was for Tian Wen. Not only does he have to handle official business like a city lord, but he also has to take care of the seal. Soon, Lin Xiao saw Tian Wen, who was handling official business. At this time, Tian Wen was taking the list given to him by Lin Xiao, checking it one by one, and then discussing with two trusted subordinates how to deal with the people on the list. Seeing Lin Xiao walk in, Tian Wen put down the work in his hands, looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "What can I do for you?" Lin Xiao thought about it, and took the initiative to say, "I have a request." Tian Wen raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Oh, what request?" Lin Xiao said to Tian Wen, "Matsushita is going to die, so don't make it public for the time being." When Tian Wen heard this, he looked confused. "Why?" Lin Xiao pointed to the information he gave to Tian Wen and said, "I think, if possible, we can do something about this matter." Tian Wen thought about it, and couldn't help laughing. "Hurrah! Great! You young people are still creative. I agree to your request." Lin Xiao smiled, bowed, and was about to leave. Tian Wen said behind him, "With your talent, you can skip college and go straight into the military. Although you can grow in college, it's not cost-effective." Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "Entering Yuzhou University was my mother's last wish." After saying that, Lin Xiao left the city lord's mansion. As soon as he reached the door, Lin Xiao met Zhou Mingwei, who was busy and exhausted. When Zhou Mingwei saw Lin Xiao coming out, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Xiao Wang, there's something I forgot to tell you." Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at him curiously. "The companions in your caravan have already left. They told me they would wait for you at the Langjiang ferry. Due to the beast tide in Suyang City, your journey has been delayed by a day, so they plan to take the water route instead. They will wait for you at the ferry for 3 days. If they don't see you within 3 days, they will leave early." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard that his teammates had left. He glanced at the sky. Today was the morning of the 3rd day since the caravan arrived in Hangzhou City. Lao Lu had previously explained to everyone the caravan's next itinerary. Although time was indeed tight, it did not affect everyone's itinerary too much. Did something unexpected happen? Lin Xiao couldn't help but talk to himself. He took out the map and found the location of the small ferry. It is about 3 days' journey from there to Hangzhou City. If the journey goes smoothly, it can be reached within 2 days. The next stop after leaving Hangzhou City is Guangzhou City on the Lianghe Road. If you change to water transportation, you can arrive about 3 days earlier, but the cost will increase significantly. You know, this world is now full of monsters and beasts. Although traveling by land, you will encounter all kinds of monsters and wanted criminals. But at least traveling by land is much safer than traveling by air or water. After all, there is no way to hide one's whereabouts by water or air. Moreover, there are many deep water areas that have not been explored by humans, and there are countless high-level monsters hidden there, far more than on land. Therefore, if they want to travel by water, they may have to spend 10 or even 100 times the toll and pay a considerable amount of ship fare to reach their destination. This doesn't seem like something a group caravan would do. But soon, Lin Xiao thought of something. That is the reward everyone gets. If Lin Xiao remembered correctly, Gao Peng made more than 10 million yuan on this trip, and Lao Lu was not much behind. This is more than their previous annual income. It can be said that this is a time of great ambition and complacency. In this case, it is not impossible to spend a lot of money to speed up. But Lin Xiao didn't believe that Lao Lu would agree with such a prodigal son's behavior. Lin Xiao then gathered his thoughts and said with a smile, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he left with Chimera and Xiaoqing. As soon as he walked out of the gate of Hangzhou City, Lin Xiao released Asen from the pokeball again. When Asen saw the light of day again, he let out a loud, "a woo," and then jumped around excitedly on the ground. Then he threw himself directly into Lin Xiao's arms. Master, it's only been a short time since I left you, but Ashan already misses you so much. Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile and patted Asen's little head. Go, go, go. Didn't I just let you out during the battle? Stop pretending like that. But Ashen still held Lin Xiao tightly. No, fighting is fighting. Asen just wants to accompany the master. Lin Xiao immediately pushed Ashen away. All right, with your two sisters here, are you still afraid that I'll get choked? After hearing this, Asen still hugged Lin Xiao's arm and acted coquettishly. I don't care. I'm going to stay by my master's side. Chapter 149. From now on, you will be the god of wealth who manages our family's money. Looking at Ashan's coquettish look, Lin Xiao said with a smile. We are already halfway through the journey. We will be able to release you after we pass one more town. The next town Lin Xiao mentioned was Guangzhou City. During this trip, what Lin Xiao was most worried about was Lin Xiaoyan's revenge. According to his and Luo Cheng's judgment, as long as they passed Guangzhou City and Lin Xiao made every effort to hurry on his way, he would not have to worry about Lin Xiaoyan coming back to retaliate against him. On the way, Asen immediately revealed her true form. Lin Xiao was lying on Asen's back with his head resting on Xiaoqing's knees. It looked so comfortable. While giving Lin Xiao a massage, Xiaoqing asked, Master, are you comfortable? Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but hum, and it seemed that he was about to fall asleep. Soon, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something and sat up sleepily. Then he took out the storage purse that Panasonic was going to take with him from his pocket and threw it directly to the chimera floating in the sky. Take a look inside this storage pouch. Is there anything you can use? Chimera took the storage purse, and without saying anything, she probed her consciousness into it. After a moment, she opened her eyes and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and others did not move forward. Chimera first took out some useless medicines from the storage pouch. Master, these medicines are of no use to you. Most of them are for enhancing mental strength and some for detoxification. You can find an opportunity to sell them. After saying that, Chimera took out some materials and ores. These materials and ores are of good quality. I can use them to craft some equipment. Chimera now pointed to some other ores. And these ores are all good things. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows and listened to Chimera's next words. Oh, in ancient times, these were magic stones used to practice magic, and they were also the core materials for the operation of spells and magic arrays. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, Oh, and then he heard Chimera continue to explain. The most basic use of these magic stones is that they can be absorbed by magicians to replenish their own magic power, but doing so would be a waste of resources. Even in ancient times when magic was prevalent, these magic stones were not renewable. Most magicians would use them to draw magic mechanisms. Lin Xiao's mind immediately emerged with the explanation of the magic mechanism in the Chimera inheritance. It is a large, fixed, self-operating magic circle. It's a bit like a human engine. Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he heard this. This Panasonic is not a magician. Why would he have such a thing? He thought for a moment, then remembered something and took out the land deeds and share certificates that Panasonic wanted to take away. After searching for a while, he found information about a magic stone mine. Lin Xiao couldn't help but touch his chin. I must get this mine if I get a chance. Afterwards, Chimera said something else that made Lin Xiao feel a little ashamed. I didn't expect that Chimera could sort and organize the items in the storage space that Panasonic was going to take away in such a short time. Then, Lin Xiao took out all the valuable things in his storage bag and handed them all to Chimera. From now on, you will be the god of wealth who manages our family's money. Chimera was immediately stunned when he heard this. Give it all to me. Xiaoqing said with a sweet smile, Sister Chimera, managing the money in a family is a sign of being the head of the family. From now on, you are not allowed to monopolize the master and bully your sisters. Upon hearing this, Chimera quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. The head of our family still has the final say. I dare not. Besides, the sisters are all led by Sister Nine. I dare not interfere. When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately showed a serious expression. No one is more suitable than you. Even if Xiaozhou were here, she wouldn't say anything. Seeing that Lin Xiao said so, Chimera had no choice but to follow Lin Xiao's instructions, took over Lin Xiao's property, and then began to organize and classify it on his own. Lin Xiao gently touched Chimera's little head, then lay back on Xiaoqing's lap. Then they continued on their journey. Asen actually didn't walk very fast. But even so, we arrived at the ferry a whole day earlier than expected. One reason is that Lin Xiao has been too tense recently and has suffered some major battles, so he wants to take some time to relax. The second reason is that Lin Xiao wanted to review what had happened recently. If he returns to the caravan too early, it will affect his thinking. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaoqing's stomach began to growl with hunger. Lin Xiao rolled off Asen's back, then took out food from his storage bag and shared it with everyone. They sat together and started eating. However, Lin Xiao looked at Ashen and Xiaoqing, who seemed to be a little bored while eating. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Why don't you all like to eat?" What Lin Xiao feeds them now are all human food. For Asen and Xiaoqing, these foods can only fill their stomachs, but cannot satisfy their appetites. In other words, Asen and Xiaoqing are greedy. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but look at Chimera. Is there a monster's crystal core in the storage pouch that Panasonic is going to take with him? Chimera couldn't help but nodded when he heard this. However, Xiaoqing suddenly said, "Master, although those crystal cores can replenish our essence, they are no longer fresh and taste useless. They can only serve as snacks for us." When Lin Xiao heard Xiaoqing's words, the corners of his mouth twitched. His spirit pets are really a bunch of foodies. This is when Xiaojiao is still evolving and has not yet come out of the pokeball. Otherwise, Xiaojiao, Asen, and Xiaoqing would eat him up sooner or later. Now, except for Chimera, the three girls are all third-level monsters. They need to eat at least fifth-level monsters to whet their appetite. A fifth-level monster. The carcasses alone cost tens of millions each. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally understood why Panasonic carried so much money with him. There is simply not enough to spend. Lin Xiao then said to Ashan with a helpless look on his face, "Go to the jungle and hunt some game." Upon hearing this, Asen immediately let out a wow, and then jumped up from the ground with great joy. "Sister Xiaoqing, wait for me to come back. I promise to find prey that will satisfy you." After saying that, Asen quickly disappeared into the woods. For Asen, who possesses the power of nature, searching for prey in the jungle is nothing new. It is also clear at a glance where the powerful vitality is. Coupled with Asen's extraordinary sense of smell, it is even more difficult for her prey to escape her eyes. Soon, there was another surge in the jungle, but Asen returned empty-handed with a frown. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look on his face, "What's wrong? Didn't you find any prey?" Asen shook his head. "Is it because the prey is too strong? Have you ever fought it?" Asen shook her head again, and then she said, "Master, I encountered a very strange thing." Then, Asen told Lin Xiao what had happened after she entered the jungle. It turned out that after entering the jungle, Asen quickly discovered a fourth-level monster. However, the other party had a strong premonition. Originally, the other party planned to hide in the dark and ambush Lin Xiao and the others when he found a suitable opportunity. But after Asen discovered it and showed his intention to it, it ran away. Asen could only follow closely behind. As a result, the monster turned a few corners and ran into a strange house. As soon as he entered the house, the life breath of the monster disappeared. Just at this time, Asen caught up with him nearby. Looking at the strange house in front of him, Asen did not choose to go in directly, but immediately came back to find Lin Xiao and report the matter. After hearing what Asen said, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. After some thought, Lin Xiao said, Let's go take a look." Chapter 150, Unscientific Strange House. Lin Xiao and his group then followed Asen to the strange house. Looking at the wooden house surrounded by fences, Lin Xiao couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why does such a house appear here? It seems that the owner of this house has great style. After saying that, he looked at the surrounding terrain and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. What surprised Lin Xiao was that the house was actually facing a mountain. However, the layout of being straightforward is not very good in terms of feng shui. However, the scenery and style of this house are first class, which is a bit contradictory. Lin Xiao thought about it and took a step forward. Is anyone inside? After about a dozen breaths, no one answered. Then, Lin Xiao knocked on the door. But still no one responded. At this time, Ashan pointed at the door and said, "Master, I saw that the fourth-level monster entered from here. At that time, this door could be pushed open directly." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao said, "Oh," and then pushed hard. Then they heard the door creaking due to age and then slowly opening. Lin Xiao looked at the open door and said, "This house looks like no one has lived in it for a long time." Then, Lin Xiao walked in with the three girls. As soon as they walked in, they heard a bang, and the door was automatically closed. This scene caught them off guard, and they quickly turned around to check. But after discovering that nothing strange happened, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao looked around. Strangeness. "What's wrong, master?" Xiaoqing asked Lin Xiao back. "Look around this room. It's exactly noon now, when the sun is at its brightest. Also, the windows in this room are clearly large and open, but there is no light coming into the room. At this time, the three girls looked around and found that, as expected, the room was dim. Although there is plenty of light outside, the windows seemed to block out a lot of it. The thin gauze curtains blocked out the remaining light. It looked like a thin layer of light fog seeping in, just enough to allow everyone to see the road inside the room clearly and not bump into anything because of the darkness. Out of curiosity, everyone began to check the furnishings in the room. In front of them was a foyer of moderate size. On the shoe rack next to it, there are several pairs of shoes placed in a haphazard manner. There are adults, children, men and women. There should be a family if we're living here. Lin Xiao made a judgment and picked up one of the men's shoes. Lin Xiao examined them carefully and frowned, saying, "That's strange. There's clearly no dust on these shoes, but they're tattered. It looks like no one has worn them in decades, or even hundreds of years. Could it be that someone has cleaned the room in the past 100 years?" Lin Xiao checked several other pairs of shoes and found that there was no dust on them, but the shoes were all rotten. Some shoes of lower quality, although still very clean, have been weathered. It shattered into pieces when Lin Xiao touched it lightly. When I left the entrance, the wooden floor under my feet made a creaking sound. This teeth-grinding sound always makes people feel uneasy. As Xiaoqing was walking, there was a sudden click sound under her feet. They hurriedly looked at Xiaoqing's feet and found that Xiaoqing had accidentally broken the wooden floor of the room. Asen even showed her fangs and nails. She thought some enemy had appeared. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh and said, "Everyone, relax. This house has been there for who knows how many years. It's really too dilapidated. If we move a little too hard, it might collapse." Upon hearing this, the three girls immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Even Chimera floated up and no longer touched anything in the room. Lin Xiao then walked into the living room. As soon as he entered, Lin Xiao felt a modern atmosphere. Although the entire building here is made of wood, it is fully equipped with everything from televisions to air conditioners. Lin Xiao tried to turn on some electrical appliances in the room and found that they were out of power. The sofa has also weathered due to age, and the leather surface and the sponge lining have suffered varying degrees of damage. Lin Xiao checked it carefully and soon found a production certificate on the air conditioner. After carefully checking the production date above, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that this place actually existed 200 years ago. Lin Xiao checked other places again and found that any evidence that could prove the existence of this place showed that this house and the things in it were all 200 years old. This eliminates the situation where someone moves in later and fills in the furniture. Then, Lin Xiao pinched his chin and said, "It's been 200 years, and some of the furniture here is weathered. Even the best wood will rot due to disrepair. But this house is able to stand here without any monsters invading it. This is unscientific. A house built in the wild, even if it is a villa, no matter how good the building materials used are, will be occupied by monsters." Lin Xiao just checked the building materials here and found that those building materials were not high-quality wood, so it can only be said that there is something fishy about this house. Just then, Asen suddenly sniffed his nose. "What's that smell? It smells so good." The others quickly looked towards the direction of the living room door and found that there was a strange fragrance floating in, as if someone was cooking. Immediately, they hurriedly followed the source of the fragrance and walked into the kitchen. At this time, the kitchen door was closed, but the source of the fragrance could still be smelled through the gap in the door. After thinking about it, Lin Xiao opened the kitchen door. The three women were on full alert, waiting for some monster to jump out and then start fighting. As a result, as soon as they opened the kitchen door, they were surprised to find a woman in a classical maid dress cooking food inside. She was obviously frightened by Lin Xiao's actions and immediately exclaimed, "Who are you?" Seeing this, Lin Xiao and the three women had no idea what was going on. They looked at each other, looking at a loss. Chapter 151. The speed of time flow is different. Finally, looking at Xiaoqing, who looked the most friendly, he stepped forward and said, "Hello, young lady. We are travelers passing through here. We passed by here and thought that no one lived in this house, so we came in to take a look." The maid felt relieved after hearing Xiaoqing's explanation. "I was so scared. How come you didn't make any noise? And suddenly you appeared at the kitchen door." Seeing this, Xiaoqing continued to explain. "We thought the house was empty, so we were startled by the sudden aroma." When the maid heard Xiaoqing's explanation, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Is that so? I'm really sorry. The master and I have lived here for many years, and apart from the master's poker friends, no one else has ever come to visit. You are the first guests." After saying that, the maid stirred the ingredients in the pot and then covered the pot. However, Lin Xiao keenly discovered that the food in the pot seemed to be the head of some monster, and it had not been skinned or shaved yet. Then, the maid smiled and said, "You've come at the perfect time. The master is playing cards with his friends. Afterwards, they will hold a banquet in the villa. If you don't mind, you can have a meal with us." Lin Xiao frowned when he heard this. When they came in, it was just past noon, which meant it was time for afternoon tea. Normally, it was not time to eat, but when Lin Xiao glanced out the window, he was surprised to find that the sun was already setting and was about to go down. Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. Could it be that the flow of time here is different from that in the outside world? Or have they already spent the entire afternoon in this room without realizing it? Lin Xiao slowly looked at the chimera beside him. Chimera shook his head. In Lin Xiao's team, Xiaoqing rarely speaks up, while Asen is stubborn and only thinks about fighting. The person who is most worthy of discussion and decision is Chimera. Not only is she knowledgeable, but ever since her evolution, she has carried an aura of mystery. Lin Xiao judged that it must be the inheritance of Chimera that caused her to receive some strange information. At this moment, he missed Xiaozhou so much, because although Xiaozhou looked the most out of tune, he always teased him step by step, trying to make him make some mistakes in his lifestyle. However, Xiaozhou is the one who can make the best decisions for him. Seeing Chimera shaking his head, Lin Xiao understood that Chimera was reminding him not to act rashly. Then Lin Xiao stepped forward and said politely, "Miss, where is your master? Can we go visit him and watch their card game at the same time?" After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the maid nodded immediately, then pointed in a direction and said, "Go to the end of this corridor. There is a staircase that leads to the chess and card room downstairs." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded, then walked down with the three girls. When leaving, Lin Xiao always felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something. Soon, Lin Xiao arrived at the stairs and heard the sound of mahjong inside. From time to time, cheers could be heard from inside. "Ha ha ha, it's a tie? Give me money. Give me money. Oh my god. You unlucky boy. Your luck today is so bad. You can even get this. You're so lucky." Just by listening to the sound, you can tell that the people inside are having a great time playing cards. Lin Xiao walked down the stairs and suddenly felt like he had entered another world. Where is this chess and card room? It's clearly an underground palace. On the left side of the entrance is a pavilion woven with bamboo. Inside the pavilion is a tea table carved from large sunken wood, which looks very secluded. On the right side is a ground cage woven with some kind of precious red wood. It looks like a healthcare platform used for heating and dehumidification in winter. Directly opposite is a large dance studio and KTV. Further inside is the chess and card room. Inside the chess and card room, 3 men and 1 woman were playing cards, and 2 children, a boy and a girl, were playing around in the middle. The 2 children chased each other, and from time to time they would look at the cards of the other players. The entire chess and card room was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Xiao seemed to be infected by this atmosphere and couldn't help but walk towards the chess and card room. As he was walking, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped and looked down at his feet. It was a very exquisite pure solid wood floor, and you could tell at a glance that it was very expensive. Lin Xiao squatted on the ground and reached out to touch it. This kind of wooden floor is the first time I've seen it. Lin Xiao grew up in the slums of Shanghai until he was 18 years old. He was surrounded by ordinary families, some even poor ones, and it was the first time he had seen such luxurious wooden floors. Based on Lin Xiao's knowledge and judgment, he estimated that the wooden floor in this room alone could buy a house where he lived. At this moment, 2 small feet suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xiao. "Big brother, what are you looking at? Is there something on the ground?" Lin Xiao stood up. "There's nothing on the ground. Big brother was passing by your house and came to visit." The child was obviously surprised for a moment, and then shouted excitedly, "Dad! Dad! Someone is coming to visit our house." After saying that, the 4 people at the card table turned their heads at the same time and looked at Lin Xiao and the other 3. At that moment, Lin Xiao actually felt a chill down his spine, but soon he saw the 4 adults smiling at him very friendly and saying, "Oh, someone is visiting my humble abode. This is a truly remarkable event." Then, the woman at the card table chimed in, "Yeah, honey, it's been a while since anyone has been here. I remember the last time someone came was when you ordered takeout. After that store closed down, no one was willing to deliver food to us anymore." Hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. Food delivery? There is no village or shop here. Even if he walked here, it would take him half a day. Who would come here to deliver food? Lin Xiao was very curious at this moment. Then, the owner of the room stood up and came to Lin Xiao. "Since the 4 of you are just passing through, you must be very tired after the journey. Why don't you have dinner with us? If you don't mind, you can rest here for 1 night and then leave." There are still many empty guest rooms upstairs. Lin Xiao thought about it, then said, okay. After hearing this, the male host immediately smiled, as if he was very happy about Lin Xiao's arrival. The two children were also jumping and cheering enthusiastically. Their appearance gave Lin Xiao a feeling no less than that of children buying new clothes during the Chinese New Year. Chapter 152. I was caught. After a while, the maid from the kitchen came down from upstairs and said to the host very politely, Master, the meal is ready. You can eat. The male host nodded after hearing this. Okay, let's go eat now. After saying that, the male host took the lead and led everyone out of the entertainment room and came to the restaurant upstairs. The upstairs dining room is located next to the living room and not far from the kitchen. Inside the restaurant, there is a very luxurious long table. Lin Xiao looked at the long table, the silken tablecloth on it, the mood candles made of an unknown material, the leather-wrapped chairs, the tabletop made of a single piece of marble, and the crystal chandelier. Every detail, without exception, shows the wealth of the owner of this house. Lin Xiao sighed and sat down. Then, Chimera, Asen and Xiaoqing also sat down with Lin Xiao. Next to sit down were the two card-playing friends of the host. After the hostess settled her two children, she followed the host to sit in the main seat. Lin Xiao looked at the order in which the other party sat down, and suddenly thought of a TV drama he had watched before. This was how Western aristocrats used to arrange their seats, and it was aristocratic etiquette. Many years ago, many Chinese people introduced this backward idea into their country in order to lick the West, and even many wealthy businessmen followed suit, which is a bit laughable. When it comes to etiquette, no one understands it better than the dragon people. The rituals of the Dragon Kingdom are not only solemn and sacred, but also universal. Every gesture has a different meaning and can even express different ideas. However, the purpose of these Western etiquette is not for propriety. It is simply to highlight the status of the owner and is a form of class division. At this moment, the male host gently pressed the bell. The maid who heard the bell seemed to have received a signal. She pushed a dining cart out of the kitchen and came to the side of the dining table. Then, she slowly opened the lid of the dining cart, revealing the corpse of a monster. After a simple cooking, she divided the monster's body into several parts. Then the maid put a portion on everyone's plate. Seeing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. You have to know that in this world, especially in the current environment, many rich people eat monster meat to strengthen their physique. After all, the bodies of monsters contain a large amount of spiritual power. Although it cannot be directly absorbed by the body, long-term consumption can still improve physical fitness. There are also some people who live in the wild for a long time. They often eat the flesh and blood of monsters to replenish their physical energy. But no matter which one, there is no practice of directly cooking the monster meat, then cutting it casually and serving it to people to eat. Especially when they don't even cut the food in advance and serve it directly to people, you won't have an appetite just by looking at it. Especially for wealthy people who are very particular about food, it is even more impossible for them to eat like this, especially in front of guests. If you really do this, you will definitely be laughed at. Seeing Lin Xiao's brows getting more and more furrowed, the hostess beside him observed this keenly. She suddenly turned around, stared at Lin Xiao and asked, "What's wrong? Doesn't the guest like the food?" Lin Xiao suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he smiled and replied, "No, I'm just curious about how this meat is made. What ingredients are in it? Why does it smell so unique?" After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the male host burst into laughter. "What did I say? Our maid's cooking skills are unique. I couldn't get used to it before. I lost my appetite just by looking at it. But after eating it, I loved it." After saying that, the host looked at the other two card-playing partners. Even these two poker friends didn't want to eat it at first, and even refused it right away. It was really embarrassing. But after the maid fed them, they started to like the taste. Look how happy they are eating it now. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the two card-playing friends, and immediately saw that the two card-playing friends were like wild beasts, stuffing a whole piece of monster meat along with the bones into their mouths, and then chewing it hard. Even the bones were bitten into pieces by them, making a crunch, crunch sound. Lin Xiao then turned around and looked at Chimera, and saw that Chimera's brows were also tightly furrowed, as if thinking about something. After noticing Lin Xiao's gaze, Ashan lay down beside him and said, "Master, this is the monster that I saw running in at noon." In an instant, something seemed to open up in Lin Xiao's heart. Only then did Lin Xiao realize some problems. Wrong. I seem to have forgotten something. No, not forgotten. I overlooked it. My mind was being manipulated intentionally, so I simply ignored it. Lin Xiao kept thinking about what had been overlooked. Soon, Lin Xiao raised his head and looked at the chandelier above his head. He looked carefully at the quaint chandelier. In an instant, Lin Xiao noticed a detail. That is, the trademark, shelf life, and production date were engraved on the light bulb. Although it is very irritating to look directly at this incandescent bulb, Lin Xiao's mental strength allows him to easily see through the light and read the production date on it. What's written there is 200 years ago. Suddenly, Lin Xiao understood a lot of things. He knew what was wrong. When they came in, the whole villa was in tatters, but after they smelled the aroma of cooking, the room became as good as new. In this house, all the electrical appliances have been in disrepair for many years and have completely lost their function. Even the basic power supply is no longer available, but the entertainment room downstairs is brightly lit, and even the air conditioner is on. Moreover, it was clearly noon when they came in, but how come it was night now? They still needed lights to illuminate the room. Only then did Lin Xiao realize that they had been tricked without realizing it. Then he put down the knife and fork in his hand. Seeing Lin Xiao's actions, the host frowned and looked at Lin Xiao and asked, "Guest, why don't you eat? Don't you like it very much?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else looked at Lin Xiao. Their eyes had become hostile and even contained a hint of murderous intent. Even the two card-playing friends who were enjoying their meal were staring at Lin Xiao, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Lin Xiao smiled, shook his head and said, "I'm very interested in the delicious food you provide, so I want to visit the kitchen and see how this delicious food is made." Hearing Lin Xiao praising the delicious food at home so frankly, the host's face immediately lit up with joy. Chapter 153. Guest, please eat quickly. Eat quickly. Then the man called the maid in the villa. "Hurry up and show the guests how you cook and what seasonings you put in it. The guests are very satisfied with your food, so you must not hide anything, understand?" Upon hearing the master's order, the maid immediately showed a look of embarrassment. When the man saw this, his expression immediately became stern. He was obviously unhappy and kicked the maid in the stomach. The maid screamed and fell to the ground. But the male owner still felt unsatisfied and kept stomping on and kicking the maid. While beating him, the man said in a lecturing tone, "Don't you listen to what I say? Have you forgotten that I am the man of this house?" The hostess beside her also became unkind at this time. "You are just a maid, our family's personal property. You will do whatever you are told to do. If it weren't for your delicious cooking, we would have fired you long ago." Tears welled up in the maid's eyes. She wiped them away, then stood up, nodded, and said, "Okay, master." After saying that, the maid turned around and was about to take Lin Xiao to the kitchen. Anyone who saw such a scene would not stand idly by and would definitely stop the family from doing such things, but Lin Xiao did not do so. Because Lin Xiao knew that there was something wrong with this house, and there was something wrong with everyone in this house. If he acted carelessly, he, Chimera, Asen, and Xiaoqing would all die here. After the maid finally wiped the tears from her face, Lin Xiao took a look at her expression and found that she had no complaints, and there was not even a trace of grievance on her face. He looked at her with a sense of relief. It was as if her master had merely spanked her and had no further way to punish her. Such a result seemed to make her very thankful. Seeing her like this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Because this is so unreasonable. After everyone came to the kitchen, Lin Xiao was surprised to find that the host, hostess, and others did not follow them. They just stayed where they were and continued to eat. The host felt Lin Xiao's gaze and explained with a smile, "We are old-fashioned nobles. It would be unbecoming if we followed the maid into the kitchen." Lin Xiao nodded, and at this time, the maid also opened the kitchen door. Lin Xiao had been here just now and was not unfamiliar with the layout inside. The layout of the kitchen is very simple. As soon as you enter, you will see a workbench for processing ingredients, which is placed in the center of the kitchen. On the left is a sink and on the right is an antique-style refrigerator. Across the worktop are the stove and oven, with a huge window in the middle. At this time, it was already evening outside the window and the moon had risen. The moonlight shining through the window did not give a feeling of tranquility, but rather a sense of weirdness. The maid pointed to the operating table first. "This is where I process the ingredients. I wash them first and then cook them." Lin Xiao couldn't help but think of the food that was served with fur, and he felt a little nauseous. Then she came to the refrigerator, reached out, and opened the door, which contained a large amount of food. Most of them turned out to be snakes, insects, rats, ants, poisonous frogs, toads, spiders, centipedes, and the like. She took out a bird that had been dead for who knows how long, a rotten toad, and a dried spider, and said, "These are the seasonings for the ingredients." Lin Xiao suppressed his nausea and asked, "How did you deal with these ingredients and seasonings?" The maid suddenly showed an embarrassed expression on her face, as if she didn't want to say anything. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes turned involuntarily. "If you don't tell me, You're disobeying your master's orders. Your master will definitely be angry and might even fire you. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the maid immediately looked anxious and begged for mercy. Please don't tell my master. I will show you how to cook right now. After saying that, she picked up the bird's body, and then, in full view of everyone, she put it in her mouth, bit the bird's head, and then pulled it out with force. There was a bang sound, and the bird's head was pulled off by her. Then she put the toad and the centipede into her mouth and chewed them continuously, making a sickening crunching sound. Soon, perhaps because she had chewed both things into pieces, she spat them out again, mixed them with the bird's head, and put them into the pot. Then, she fried it with an unknown liquid that had a very foul smell, added water, and then turned to look at Lin Xiao. No matter what the ingredients are, just put them all in and cook them. Lin Xiao frowned and said nothing. Xiaoqing and Chimera didn't bother to watch any further and turned their faces away. Only Ashan spoke quickly, with a look of disgust on her face, asking, "Is this thing really edible? Is it delicious? Won't it kill people?" Unexpectedly, after hearing Asen's words, the maid looked very proud. "Of course it's delicious. My master kept me here because he ate the food I cooked. I spent a lot of time researching this recipe before I discovered it. Anyone who eats it will say it's delicious. After they eat it, they will become addicted and come to my house every day. If you don't believe me, look at my master's 2 poker friends. They didn't dare to eat it before, but I found an opportunity and forced my food into their mouths. Since then, they have been unable to live without my food. From then on, they have stayed in the villa for the rest of their lives. Actually, they play cards with the master every day just to eat the food I cook. You guys should hurry up and eat too. After you finish eating, you can also live forever in this house." After saying that, the maid looked impatient and took out another piece of food from the pot and placed it in front of Lin Xiao. "Guest, please eat quickly. Eat quickly." The maid's attitude was as if she would force the food into Lin Xiao's mouth if he didn't eat it quickly. Lin Xiao didn't make any move, but Chimera was the first to condense a magic circle and hit the maid directly in the face, giving her a face-protecting attack. With a bang, the maid's head was smashed into pieces. But what Lin Xiao found incredible was that the maid's head healed again after just a few breaths. The maid's expression didn't change at all. "Don't hesitate. Eat quickly. Guest, do you want me to feed you? That's fine. I love feeding guests the most." After saying that, the maid pounced on Lin Xiao. She still had the ingredients in her hands. Judging from her posture, her purpose was very clear, which was to stuff something into Lin Xiao's mouth. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly dodged away. Escape. Hearing Lin Xiao's order, Asen punched the window, trying to break it and escape. But, somehow, the window glass was intact. Lin Xiao and the others were a little surprised to see this. They didn't expect the window glass to be so hard. Even Ashan's fist turned slightly red. Chapter 154. This must be due to the power of the law. Everyone knows Asen's power. It can be said that among the 4 spirit pets that Lin Xiao currently owns, except for Xiaojiu, the one with the greatest power is Asen. But now Asen has no way to deal with the glass of this villa. In desperation, Asen tried to do something on the wooden wall, but it still didn't work. How is this possible? The structure here will collapse at the slightest touch. How can it be so strong? At this time, Lin Xiao took the 3 girls and avoided the maid and quickly retreated from the kitchen. He said to the 3 girls, "This must be due to the power of the law. If I'm not mistaken, this is the work of a cursed monster. We must find it. Otherwise, we won't be able to break the rules here." Lin Xiao suddenly thought of the last question in his college entrance examination, which was about cursed monsters. It was not until Lin Xiao found the true form of the monster that the situation improved, and he turned defeat into victory. When the 3 girls heard this, they immediately followed Lin Xiao out of the kitchen. At this time, the host had finished his meal and was walking over with the hostess and 2 card-playing friends. "Guests, it's time for you to eat. If you don't eat now, it will be disrespectful to me, so you must eat immediately." As they said that, they all ran over with plates in their hands, vowing to force the food into Lin Xiao's mouth. Lin Xiao's eyes rolled, and he immediately ran upstairs with the 3 girls. When they reached the stairs, Asen and Xiaoqing suddenly stopped. "Master, hurry up and find the true form of this monster. We'll stay here to cover your retreat." Lin Xiao didn't act pretentiously and jumped to the 2nd floor of the villa in one step. As soon as he went up, Lin Xiao saw that the entire 2nd floor was composed of 5 rooms. Lin Xiao came to the 1st room and kicked the door open. I found out that this was a guest room. It was clean and tidy, and there was no sign of anything unusual. Then he went to the 2nd room, which was decorated in the same way. The 3rd room is a children's room. The children's room is filled with all kinds of dolls. It looks very warm. However, at this moment, the dolls suddenly moved, and then they all showed human-like expressions. Guests, it's time to eat. After saying that, they pounced on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly closed the door, and with a bang sound, the rag dolls knocked the door open and surrounded Lin Xiao like mad dogs. However, Lin Xiao didn't care about their attacks at all. Because after Lin Xiao possessed the power of the Sky Fox, his body was optimized to the extreme, and coupled with the combat techniques he learned in school, even if a 5th-level monster fought him alone, he would be killed on the spot. A virtual book appeared in front of Chimera, and then she began to chant a spell. Soon, a huge magic circle appeared on the ground, enclosing Lin Xiao and those rag dolls. Then, a large number of tentacles stretched out from the magic circle and controlled the dolls in place. Master, hurry up. Don't fight any longer. Find the source of the curse here first. Lin Xiao said, and without hesitation, he jumped out of the magic circle. Then, Lin Xiao quickly ran towards the innermost part of the room. That is the master bedroom of this villa. However, as soon as he arrived at the door of the room, Lin Xiao couldn't help but stand there in a daze. He suddenly thought of something and carefully reviewed everything they had just experienced in the villa. The owner of this house was obviously a wealthy man 200 years ago who admired the life of Western aristocrats very much. People like this are very fond of copying and learning the things of Western aristocrats. However, it is impossible for Western nobles to let maids cook. In the tradition of Western aristocracy, they will arrange a personal servant for each owner in the villa. Then, divide up all the household chores. For example, there will be a laundry maid assigned to do the laundry, a chores maid assigned to do the chores, and even a dishwasher maid assigned to wash the dishes. And all these servants will obey the orders of one person, that is the butler. However, when this aristocratic model was introduced to China, many people reduced their demand for servants due to the high expenses. For example, the same servant would be used to do laundry and housework. The work of the scullery maid will be shared by the chef and his assistant. Chef. When Lin Xiao thought about this, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. That's right. It's the chef. Maids are not allowed to participate in cooking. There is only one person who can participate in cooking, and that is the chef. There is no chef in this house. Where's the chef? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao reacted immediately. That's right. Find the chef's room. The cooks and servants live in different places. Generally, personal servants live on the other side of their master's room, which helps them respond to their master's orders as quickly as possible. The chef often lives on the lowest floor of the villa, in the room closest to the kitchen. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao quickly turned around and gave up the idea of checking the master bedroom. Then, he stepped over the dolls in one quick step and quickly reached the stairs. At this moment, Asen was fighting fiercely with the owners of the house. Xiaoqing has even revealed her snake scales and tail. Because the space was too small, neither girl could reveal her true identity. The man's head was already floating in the air, connected to his body by a spine, and his body had now turned into the shape of a ginseng spider's legs. Half of the hostess's body has turned into a bird. With every movement she made, large pieces of feathers would fall from her body. These feathers are all highly toxic and corrosive, and when they stick to the floor will make a rustling sound. Seeing this, Lin Xiao turned over and jumped down from the second floor, then landed steadily on the wooden floor on the first floor. Seeing Lin Xiao jump down, the two children had turned into toads and were constantly making quack, quack sounds. After seeing Lin Xiao, they opened their mouths and jumped towards him. As soon as they opened their mouths, they saw two tongues covered with mucus shooting towards Lin Xiao. Facing these two tongues, Lin Xiao knew without even touching them that if he was touched by them, he would not be able to break free, and his life might even be in danger. Lin Xiao quickly dodged to the side, then rolled over and came to the stairs leading to the underground entertainment room. Then, Lin Xiao jumped to the bottom floor of the villa in one step. Looking out, you can see the luxurious entertainment room. But Lin Xiao knew that there must be a secret door here. He turned around and walked to the bottom of the stairs, and immediately found that there were two hidden doors under the stairs. Immediately, a smile appeared on Lin Xiao's face. He was not in a hurry to open the door, because he knew that all the secrets lay there. So he activated his magic, releasing two magic missiles at the same time, and opening the two doors at the same time. Chapter 155. You finally evolved successfully. As the two doors were opened, Lin Xiao saw that one of the rooms was empty, with only countless corpses of various strange creatures. Without exception, they are all snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Exactly the same as the refrigerator in the kitchen. As soon as he opened the door, the snakes, insects, rats, and ants started moving. Each of these creatures seems like a ghost who died unjustly. They all spoke human language and used human expressions to cast resentful glances at Lin Xiao. Then, they all started crawling out of the room, trying to eat Lin Xiao. I'm going to eat you. Come and become our companion. Hurrah! As long as you become our companion, we can be resurrected. Eat him. Fresh humans are the best. Seeing this, Lin Xiao stepped directly into the second room. As soon as he entered, he closed the door first, locking out the food such as snakes, insects, rats, and ants. Then he looked at the room he was in. Suddenly, Lin Xiao smiled. Because he was right, he saw a man nailed to a huge cutting board. He held a kitchen knife in one hand and a spatula in the other. A big hole was dug in his stomach, and his internal organs were spilled all over the floor. What was even more terrifying was that his wound was covered with teeth. The teeth were biting each other, and his mouth had been sewn shut with fishing line. The basic information of this monster then appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The cursed chef, Parosa, is an S-rank, 6th-order cursed monster. He was originally the head chef of a large hotel, possessing extremely advanced skills and renowned far and wide. Later, he was spotted by a famous local businessman, who hired him to work as the head chef. Because the owner was a gourmet, Parosa had a very high status. So Parosa was in charge of all the servants in the villa. One of the maids caught his eye. This maid was clumsy and couldn't do anything right. So, one day, Parosa was going to fire her, but the maid knelt down and begged for mercy, making up a lot of lies, so Parosa gave her one last chance. However, the maid was not grateful for this. Instead, she developed resentment towards Parosa. She then obtained a formula for black magic through a sacrificial ritual. Anyone who ate her cooking would become addicted and would not be able to eat other people's food. As a result, the owner began to stay away from Parosa and dismissed her as the head chef. After discovering the truth, Parosa tried to expose the maid's conspiracy, but was framed by her. In the end, his heart was dug out, and he became a sacrifice in the ritual. But the villa's feng shui was bad, causing Parosa's resentment to surge, and he eventually became a cursed monster. The entire villa became a cursed place because of him, and everyone inside will die tragically. Even if I die, I can't be reborn. I'll live my whole life relying on instinct in this villa. Skills: corrosion, biting, slashing, cooking, burning, curse. Lin Xiao had just finished checking Parosa's basic information when he heard a click. The chopping block behind Parosa suddenly broke. Then, Parosa's body fell to the ground with a bang. He slowly raised his head, and the crack on his stomach began to move like a mouth. Then, Lin Xiao heard a sound that made his teeth ache. You are also the helpers that stinky woman found. Ha! In that case, all of you should die. After saying that, Parosa swung the kitchen knife and chopped directly at him. Lin Xiao dodged and heard a bang sound, and the door was directly split open by his knife. When the snakes, insects, rats, and ants outside saw the door was opened, they rushed in and pounced directly on Lin Xiao. Seeing this, Lin Xiao sneered indifferently. Damn it, since you want to go along with that bitch, then I'll grant your wish. After Parosa finished speaking, he waved the spatula in his hand, picked up a centipede, and put it into the mouth on his stomach. The huge mouth chewed twice, then with a puff sound, sprayed out a large amount of venom. Lin Xiao dodged quickly, and the venom splashed onto the wall, which immediately corroded into a huge black hole. However, Lin Xiao could see that the wall was not damaged at all. It was just the characteristics of the venom. Then, Parosa continued to stuff things into his stomach. Parosa sneered and said, "How dare a fragile human like you stand against me? I will drown you in these poisons." When Lin Xiao heard this, he showed an indifferent look on his face. Really? Then come on. Then, the mouth on Parosa's belly opened wide, and then a strange flame spurted out from it. The color of the flame was actually black. Lin Xiao felt the two attributes of explosion and malicious from the flames. Parosa yelled, "Go to hell. Die with that bitch." At the same time, a huge amount of red flames surged out of Lin Xiao's body. This flame is the purest and noblest flame between heaven and earth. The moment it came into contact with this flame, Parosa's poisonous fire immediately wilted as if it had encountered heaven and earth. All the snakes, insects, rats, and ants that were originally celebrating now retreated to the corner and began to tremble. Afterwards, the whole world seemed to have become a sea of fire. With a loud boom, flames exploded, filling the entire space. All the snakes, insects, rats, and ants immediately fled out of the door in panic. However, it was too late for them to leave now. The flames surged from the basement into the corridor, forcing all the owners of the villa to retreat. Then the flames rushed up to the second floor and burned all the dolls. Then, the flames slowly dissipated. A woman appeared, wearing a red cloak, with her breasts half naked, her skin as white as mutton fat jade, and her neck as perfect as a work of art. Even if you haven't seen her appearance, you know that she is a beauty with extraordinary beauty. Looking up again, a perfect and charming face seems to be announcing to the world who is the most beautiful person. Just one look at it will make people feel unable to control themselves. She is such a beauty, so tempting. The three fiery red tails behind her were also shaking and swaying at this time. Then, Xiaojiu's clear and charming voice was heard. Yo ho ho, how dare you say such things to your master? You ugly thing, you really have the audacity to speak so arrogantly. After saying that, Xiaojiu's dust-free jade feet immediately stood on the ground. Lin Xiao looked at Xiaojiu's back and said with a smile, You finally evolved successfully. Chapter 156. Being a beast tamer is really troublesome. After seeing Xiaojiu, Lin Xiao's basic information immediately emerged in his mind. Nine-tailed sky fox in three-tail state, SSS level spiritual pet, possessing the bloodline and heritage of the sky fox. After evolving into three tails, the nine-tailed fox's nature of bringing disaster to the nation and its people will begin to emerge. Wherever she appears, it could be auspicious or a natural disaster. Her power has undergone a qualitative change. Every word she speaks carries a certain weight and can influence everyone around her. Possessing skills, bewitching, charming power, word careful mantra, heavenly fire, sky fox power, destroying heaven and earth. Bewitching, you can use words to communicate and bewitch your opponent. Cherish words. The cherished words, spoken under any circumstances, can influence the opponent's mind. When used with charm and bewitch, they can be used to increase their power and are particularly effective against enemies with weak mental strength. Destroy heaven and earth. You can mark an enemy in advance, and after a 5-second chant, a skyfire explosion will appear under the marked enemy's feet. After seeing Xiaojiu's attributes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. In a sense, Xiaojiu's evolution this time did not increase his attack power much, but the improvement in his own strength level was simply unimaginable. Apart from adding a devastating skill that requires 5 seconds to chant before it can be used, there are no other enhancements. However, the chanting time of this skill is very useless. However, if used in conjunction with Chimera's control skills, it is extremely powerful and can kill the enemy instantly. However, the enhancement of Xiaojiu's other skills is a qualitative leap. Whether it is being frugal with words or bewitching, these skills are enough to send chills down one's spine and are hard to guard against. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think so in his heart. How come Xiaojiu's evolution is becoming more and more like Daji from the myths and legends of my past life? Each of her skills is obviously aimed at bringing disaster to the country and the people. But before Lin Xiao could calm himself down, the system's prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully collected the three-tailed form of the nine-tailed heavenly fox and obtained system feedback, charm bonus, devastating power, and the power of the heavenly fox. Charm bonus. The host's personal charm will be further enhanced, making the already handsome host even more of a disaster to the country and the people. The power of the heavenly fox has further improved, and its physical fitness has been enhanced again. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched involuntarily. What exactly is this repaying of kindness? If you could just teach me some of the skills of bewitching people and being frugal with words, I could make a qualitative leap. But what's the use of increasing the power of the heavenly fox? I won't go on the field and fight others myself. Why increase my charm? Do I still have to be a duck for a rich woman to make money? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel helpless. However, it's better than nothing, so he is too lazy to complain. At this time, Perosa looked at Xiaojiu with his face flushed. He had never met such a beautiful woman, either in his lifetime or in his death. Xiaojiu's every frown and smile made him unable to extricate himself. And Xiaojiu's non-human features, the fox ears and tail, also became unusually bright and attractive under her charm. Perosa took greedy steps toward Xiaojiu. However, Xiaojiu hooked his finger at Perosa. If you submit to me now, I can consider giving you a whole body. Upon hearing this, Perosa suddenly felt a chill, but he had no way to get rid of the greed in his heart. He suppressed his urge to submit to Xiaojiu and swung his big kitchen knife. I will make you into the most delicious dish, and then savor it slowly by myself. After saying that, he rushed over waving a kitchen knife and a spatula. Seeing this, Xiaojiu did not panic. Then she covered her mouth and giggled. Haha, they say cursed monsters are pitiful creatures. I don't think they're necessarily pitiful, but they are ridiculous. You've already revealed your true form, yet you still don't know whether to live or die. so I'll give you a ride." After she finished speaking, Xiaojiu's slender jade fingers gently moved, and a strange flaming lotus appeared. Then she flicked it lightly, and it flew towards Perosa. Perosa then raised his kitchen knife and chopped at the flaming lotus. Then, there was a loud boom, and the flaming lotus exploded. Perosa's hand holding the kitchen knife suddenly broke. Then, Xiaojiu's cloak slipped off quietly. But just when she was about to reveal herself, she turned around and grabbed the corner of her clothes and wrapped it around her. The already loose cloak just covered her upper and lower private parts, and then formed a very fitting martial arts uniform on her body. Then, Xiaojiu kicked the ground with one foot, and heavenly fire appeared on his hand. Then he punched Perosa's body with a dull sound. Bang, bang, bang. Then, Xiaojiu continued to swing his fists and attack Perosa. After seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched immediately. If Xiaojiu were to do a voiceover, he would definitely choose "Ola Ola." This little fist hitting your chest actually brought out Jotaro's momentum. Then, Xiaojiu gently pointed his finger at the center of Perosa's eyebrows. Perosa's body suddenly fell to the ground. Xiaojiu quickly turned around and walked slowly towards Lin Xiao. With a loud bang, Perosa's body exploded. Then, Xiaojiu walked on the flames and came in front of Lin Xiao, then knelt on one knee and put his head on the back of Lin Xiao's hand. "Master, Xiaojiu is back. Are you satisfied?" Lin Xiao suppressed his inner throbbing, rubbed Xiaojiu's head, and thought to himself, "What a goblin." Just this frown and smile reveals the allure of the Sky Fox clan. If it weren't for Lin Xiao's strong mental strength and great concentration, he would have lost control and done something out of the ordinary with his spirit pet. Lin Xiao touched Xiaojiu's head and said gently, "Thank you for your hard work. Evolution must be very dangerous. Let's go up and see your other sisters." As soon as the two walked out of the room, they found Xiaoqing and others had already run down. "Master, the danger has been eliminated." Then, they looked at the extremely beautiful Xiaojiu. "Sister Xiaojiu, why are you so beautiful again?" "My sisters are all equally beautiful, but I'm just more flamboyant." Hearing Xiaojiu's words, Lin Xiao nodded immediately. What Xiaojiu said is absolutely right. The reason why Xiaojiu is so dazzling is entirely because the Sky Fox possesses the ability of charm. Naturally, Xiaojiu will attract the attention of everyone around him. As for the other three girls, Chimera looks youthful and energetic, Asen is full of wildness, and Xiaoqing is classical and graceful. They are all top-notch beauties. Even if they are placed next to Xiaojiu, they will not be overshadowed by Xiaojiu. Lin Xiao then thought of something and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. "Oh, I have too many spirit pets, and it tests my concentration. Being a beastmaster is really troublesome. I really don't know if others would call him a Versailles master if they heard what he said." At this time, flames were also burning on the upper floors of the villa, and the villa, which was already shaky, had begun to collapse. Without hesitation, everyone ran upstairs. While running, Lin Xiao took a special look at the surrounding environment. It was discovered that the family of 4 and their card-playing friends in the room had all turned into dry skeletons. And from the looks of it, they should have been dead for 100 or 200 years. The previously splendid furniture and decoration had turned into the shabby state it was when they first entered the villa. Chapter 157. Something is wrong with our adventure this time. At this time, the fire had become fierce, and Lin Xiao hurriedly rushed out with the 4 girls. As soon as they walked out of the villa's gate, a ray of scorching sunlight caught Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Xiao clearly remembered that it was already evening when he was having dinner in the villa just now. It seems that the flow of time in the villa is indeed different from that in the outside world. At this moment, the already shaky structure of the wooden villa suddenly shook and then collapsed. Lin Xiao looked at the smoke from the burning flames and the dust from the house itself, and couldn't help but sigh and said, "Let's go." Just as Lin Xiao was about to leave, his premonition suddenly struck him. He turned around and looked carefully at the ruins of the wooden villa. After thinking for a moment, he said to Xiaojiu and Xiaoqing, "Find a way to put out the fire." Although the two women didn't know what new discoveries Lin Xiao had made, they carried out Lin Xiao's orders without any hesitation. Xiaojiu opened his hand and used his own heavenly fire to suppress all the fires, controlling the fire to the minimum. Then, Xiaoqing immediately summoned a heavy rain that targeted the villa and put out the fire. Seeing that the fire was completely extinguished, Lin Xiao returned to the ruins. He carefully looked through everything in the ruins. Xiaojiu came up at this time and asked in confusion, "Master, what's wrong?" Chimera also floated beside Lin Xiao with curiosity. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, then said seriously, "I have a feeling that something is wrong with our adventure this time. Just now, I suddenly thought of a key issue. Although Perosa was cursed, He is not a monster. He is a living person. Upon hearing this, Asen scratched the back of her head. She would not actively think about anything and just waited for Lin Xiao to announce the answer. Xiaojiu and Chimera obviously discovered something. Master? Are you talking about? Lin Xiao nodded, then lifted the wood on top of the villa ruins, revealing the stairs leading to the basement. Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "That's right. When we first encountered the cursed monster, although it looked like the Duke, it was actually a demonic frame. The Duke is merely the outward manifestation of the demonic frame. But Perosa is different. He's a living person. Although we defeated him, we didn't truly destroy the source of the curse. I don't believe you when you say Perosa is the source of the curse, unless he himself isn't human, but a humanoid monster." Having said this, Lin Xiao had already walked down the stairs. At this time, the stairs had been burned, and only part of the structure was still supported precariously in midair. Lin Xiao jumped down directly and came to the basement. The four girls followed Lin Xiao's example and jumped down. Lin Xiao found Parasana's charred body and fell into deep thought. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao said with a gloomy face, "Let's look inside this villa to see if there are any clues worth noting." So they began to search separately in the only remaining basement floor of the villa. Soon, Chimera was the first to speak. "Master, come and see what this is." Lin Xiao came to the location where Chimera was and found something similar to a camera there. Lin Xiao walked over to check it out, and he immediately found that the camera was very strange. It seemed to be a surveillance device, but there was no data cable extending from the machine. Moreover, its style is not like the digital products from 200 years ago, and it is not a model that can be bought in modern society. Lin Xiao looked at the camera with a serious expression, then he reached out and wanted to take the camera down and take a closer look. As a result, just when Lin Xiao's hand touched the camera suddenly shattered and the parts slid to the ground uncontrollably. Asen hurriedly reached out to catch it. As a result, those parts dissipated in midair, turned into black smoke, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Lin Xiao frowned and looked towards the place where the camera disappeared. He couldn't help but sneer. What a petty trick. He knew that there must be some hidden reason behind the curse in the villa, but the answer may only be known by the owner behind the camera. He was just about to leave with the girls. As a result, he heard Xiaoqing calling him from upstairs. "Master, master, come and look here." Lin Xiao and others quickly jumped up to the first floor and saw a row of weathered bones placed in front of Xiaoqing. Xiaojiu asked with some confusion, "What did you find?" Xiaoqing pointed at the bones and said, "See for yourself." Lin Xiao lowered his head and looked at the dry bones neatly arranged by Xiaoqing, and then he also discovered a clue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are there only 5? Obviously, even the thick-skinned Asen noticed something was wrong at this time. "You missed it, didn't you?" Asen asked Xiaoqing in some disbelief. Lin Xiao took a look at the ruins that Xiaoqing had just cleared out. It was obvious that Xiaoqing had searched every corner. "Whose body is missing?" Lin Xiao then asked. "It's the mistress's." Lin Xiao couldn't help but be a little surprised. He originally thought that the body of the maid was missing, but he didn't expect it to be the mistress's. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the woman who looked the most amiable and liked to stop the male host from losing his temper. She is so inconspicuous. Lin Xiao frowned, then said, "Let's go." There's no more information worth noting. However, Lin Xiao always had a feeling that the camera would most likely appear again. After this incident, Lin Xiao's journey was delayed for several hours. They found some more monsters as food, fed them to the 3 carnivorous sisters among his spiritual pets, and then continued on their journey. In the evening, Lin Xiao lay in Xiaojiu's arms, with her 3 furry tails under him. Lin Xiao stretched comfortably and prepared to go to sleep. At this moment, Chimera suddenly said to Lin Xiao, "Master." Lin Xiao asked doubtfully, "What's the matter?" Chimera thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, "I have a guess that hasn't been confirmed yet. I'm not sure if I should share it." Hearing this, Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Just tell me." Chimera sat down, hugged his knees and said, "In my inherited memories, I clearly remember a person who was once as famous as Chimera, the god of food, Luo Tao. He's a gourmet and a top chef. He can make delicious dishes of any flavor. These dishes have different effects, such as healing injuries, controlling the mind, modifying taste, etc." Lin Xiao frowned immediately after hearing what Chimera said. "You mean? I suspect that what happened in that wooden villa might be related to him." Chapter 158, Because You Can't Control Yourself. Who cares if he's the god of food or the god of thunder? What does it have to do with me? If he's friendly to us, then I don't mind trying his cooking. If he wants to be my enemy, then I'll cook him and feed him to the pigs. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, The four girls immediately laughed. Chimera covered her mouth and laughed, finally stabilizing her breathing. Master, you can't feed him to the pigs. You have to leave him for the sisters to eat. What if the god of food is also a high-level monster? Lin Xiao heard this and nodded. I'm just worried it won't taste good. Ha 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 ha. The four girls couldn't help laughing again. They then slowly fell asleep amidst laughter and chatter. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao and his group set out on their journey to the small ferry. Thanks to Asen's unremitting efforts, after only half a day, Lin Xiao could see the small ferry from afar. Although this place is called Zaiduku, the scale of the ferry is not small at all. Legend has it that this was once a ferry crossing developed by a large family in Hangzhou City for their own trade. Later, for some unknown reason, he united with the big families in Hangzhou City, expanded the scale of the entire ferry, and used 30% of the profits to hire the city guards from the city lord's mansion to provide security measures, which led to the current scale. Lin Xiao looked towards the ferry in the distance, which looked like a small town. Lin Xiao jumped off Asen's body, and then let Asen return to the pokeball. Xiaojiu also bowed to Lin Xiao, then disguised herself and walked into the ferry alone. Lin Xiao then took Chimera and Xiaoqin and walked in another direction. This place is different from the main city like Hangzhou City. There is no one to register at the door. On the contrary, it looks like people are coming and going, as if they are visiting a market. Of course, this is the actual situation now. Today, the small ferry is a large market. Because the actual control here is in the hands of the big families in Hangzhou City, a black market has formed here that is out of the control of the city lord's mansion. Many wild animal tamers come here to sell their stolen goods after getting their harvest in the wild. As soon as Lin Xiao walked into the small ferry with the two girls, they attracted everyone's attention. Who could have been more surprised by the fact that the three of them were so naturally beautiful? Although the two girls were disguised, they were still very attractive. Not to mention Lin Xiao. Under the buff of the Sky Fox's charm, Lin Xiao exudes a strong masculinity that can make anyone interested in him, or even fascinated by him. Lin Xiao did not rush to find Lao Lu and the others to meet up, but first found a restaurant with Xiaoqin and the Chimera sisters, sat down, and then had a leisurely meal. Where are you guys from? You guys look unfamiliar. Are you here for the ghost market too? While Lin Xiao was eating, he heard people talking next to him. Who among those who come to Zaiduku now doesn't come for the ghost market? Who says it's not? It's because of all the commotion at the ghost market this time. I heard someone in Hangzhou City obtained a crystal core dropped by a 9th-level monster after its death. Is this true? That's impossible. Hangzhou City is ruled by the god Tian Wentian. If there's such a good thing, shouldn't he be the first to discover it? How could someone else take it to the ghost market and sell it? You don't know this, do you? A while ago, the 9th-rank demon beast imprisoned in Hangzhou City escaped, but it actually did it secretly. To escape, it left behind a clone inside the seal. The god of field later killed the original and took away the crystal core that it dropped. However, after the death of the clone, it also formed a crystal core, which was later taken out. Lin Xiao was eating and listening at the side. After he finished his meal, he paid the bill and left as if he hadn't heard anything. As soon as the three of them left the restaurant, Lin Xiao immediately found a taxi. After getting in, he immediately changed his temperament, as if he was a young man who came out to travel. He seemed to say to the driver casually, "Let's go to the ghost market." The driver was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. "Boss, the ghost market isn't open yet." "Oh, when does it open?" "Ghost market, ghost market. Just from the name, you know it only opens at night." When Lin Xiao heard this, he nodded. "Just now, while I was having dinner, I heard that there were good things for sale in the ghost market. I don't know if it's true or not. How can I participate then?" Lin Xiao's every move seemed like that of an ordinary traveler, and it didn't seem like he did it on purpose. The driver was quickly deceived by Lin Xiao's age and performance. He said earnestly, "Hey, young man, I know you young people are curious, but I advise you not to go to the ghost market." Lin Xiao was now interested and asked in confusion, "Oh, why do you say that?" Drivers in any city are all such know-it-alls. They all like to act mysterious and regard themselves as keyboard masters. There is nothing they can't talk about, except what you can't imagine. Because you can't control yourself. Lin Xiao was a little puzzled. The driver looked at Lin Xiao's young yet very friendly face and said with the kindness of an elder, "This ghost market is actually a large trading market, similar to a large market in the countryside. But everything traded in the ghost market is based on individual skill. It's all about willingness, and it's all about paying for what you get. Even if you get cheated, it's your own fault, not the seller's. Also, although the security measures in the ghost market are very good, as long as you leave the ghost market, no one will be responsible for anything that happens to you. I think you should understand now. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. In other words, transactions in the ghost market are purely based on your own ability. Even if you die, no one will collect your body. Lin Xiao thought about it, then said, then how do we get into this ghost market? The driver pulled up to a hotel and pointed toward it, saying, every ghost market is held on the banks of the Lang River. You can only attend if you have the endorsement of this hotel. Once you get in, tell the front desk why you're here, and they'll make arrangements for you. After getting the information he wanted, Lin Xiao nodded. Then he paid the money and got off the car with Chimera and Xiaoqing. Then, Lin Xiao entered the hotel, and the receptionist in the lobby stepped forward very politely. Excuse me, 3 guests. Are you staying in the hotel or having a meal? Lin Xiao looked like a wealthy second-generation tourist who had come here for a visit, and said casually, I'm here to participate in the ghost market. After hearing the word, ghost market, the receptionist's expression did not change at all. Instead, she welcomed Lin Xiao and others to the front desk as if they were ordinary guests, and then registered and handed over the goods to the front desk step by step. The whole process seemed very normal and smooth, without any surprises at all. It seemed that the hotel was already accustomed to receiving guests like Lin Xiao. Chapter 159, The Ghost Market with Rich Items. When everything was ready, a waitress came over. Please 3 guests follow me over here. The waitress spoke very politely to Lin Xiao, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao nodded and followed the other person. They boarded the elevator together and went to a private room upstairs. 3 guests, please wait here. After dark, when the time comes, our hotel will arrange for you to go to the ghost market. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded to the waitress, indicating that he understood. All right, then I wish you a pleasant journey. After saying that, the waitress left the room and closed the door. As soon as the other party left, the cynical expression on Lin Xiao's face suddenly became serious. He then snapped his fingers, and Chimera and Xiaoqing immediately understood and began to check the room. After making sure that no one had tampered with the hotel, Lin Xiao took out his cell phone and began searching the background of the hotel. According to the information he received, this small ferry was controlled by the big families in Hangzhou. If there really was a trading place like the ghost market, he should have gotten some information about it when he was in Hangzhou City. But it seems that the Hangzhou City Lord's mansion does not know anything about this. At the very least, if Zhou Mingwei or Tianwen knew, they would definitely remind him. The Hangzhou City Lord's mansion is still unaware of the ghost market. Either the ghost market has not been discovered by the Hangzhou City Lord's mansion yet, or the ghost market has been discovered a long time ago, but no one in the Hangzhou City Lord's mansion takes the ghost market seriously. However, Lin Xiao still felt that he needed to act carefully now. After all, it is obviously very strange that such a ghost market is not under the jurisdiction of the Hangzhou City Lord's mansion. Soon, relevant news about the small ferry was discovered. However, what surprised Lin Xiao was that the family behind this hotel was the Wang family of Hangzhou City, whom he had hardly heard of. Lin Xiao thought for a while, but found no memory of the Wang family. He then searched for news related to the Wang family, and soon discovered that the Wang family had connections with many families. Among them, even the Lin family of Demon City is included. After Lin Xiao put down his phone, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although the Lin family was very large, it was still far from being able to dominate the Dragon Country. You have to know that there are many large families like the Lin family in any region or province in Manhwa. But why is it that only the Lin family in Magic City is so strange? The Lin family in the Magic City can reach so far. Is it because the Lin family has the meritorious veteran Lin Batian? Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel a little confused and awe-inspiring. Then, he searched for news about other big families in Xiaodaku. These were public information that could be directly found on the internet. Soon, Lin Xiao put down his phone and began to think with his eyes closed. He began to summarize all the information in his mind. I don't know how long it was before someone knocked on Lin Xiao's door. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chao Wang Chao? The ghost market is about to start. I'm here to guide you there. Lin Xiao heard the voice and slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Lin Xiao's eyes were clear, as if he had figured something out. Soon, he turned into the cynical rich second generation he was during the day, and came to the door with 2 female companions. After opening the door, he saw a waitress holding 3 cloaks and 3 white masks. Please change your attire before heading to the ghost market. All transactions in the ghost market are anonymous, so please cooperate. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged indifferently, then put on a cloak together with Xiaoqing and Chimera, and fastened the hood on his face. Then he put on the white mask that could not be more ordinary. Afterwards, the waitress led the 3 of them out of the hotel and walked out through the back door. After walking through the streets and alleys, they came to the bank of the Langjiang River. Langjiang River is a body of water that runs through the Dragon Kingdom. Its origin is in an unknown area. After stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, it finally flows into the sea. It can be said that it spans the entire Dragon Kingdom. Among them are Hangzhou City and Suyang City. However, it suddenly flowed south in Suyang City and did not enter the sea in the Magic City. Only a small tributary passed through the Magic City. When they arrived at the river bank, the waiter suddenly stopped. She then turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Please pay attention, everyone. You only have one chance to enter the ghost market. After purchasing the items you want, do not leave the ghost market easily, because once you leave, you will never be able to enter again." After saying that, she said, "Please," to the open space in front of her. Lin Xiao and the other two girls looked at each other, then took a step in the direction pointed by the waiter. Then, they felt dizzy, as if they had penetrated some kind of barrier and arrived in another world. Just a moment ago, they were enjoying the breeze by the Lang River, but the next second they found themselves in an ancient and quaint world. Everything here is arranged like a tourist attraction. Although it is very unique, Lin Xiao always feels it is very ordinary. After all, in any ancient city in his previous life, there was actually such an ancient town, which looked completely the same and had nothing new. In this ancient city, every house is brightly lit, and all kinds of vendors are hawking their wares. If Lin Xiao hadn't known in advance that this ancient town was a ghost market, he would have really thought that these scenes were very down to earth. At this time, many people have already flocked into the ghost market. Lin Xiao then followed the large group and came to the first shop. This shop sells the corpses of monsters. Selling the corpse of a 7th-level monster, General Crocodile, 50 million each. Eating it can strengthen your physique. Lin Xiao then looked at Xiaoqing, but Xiaoqing shook her head. "We still prefer to eat the prey we catch with our own hands." Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this and decided not to buy food for his spirit pets. Afterwards, Lin Xiao continued to move forward and found that the goods sold in this ghost market were really unusual. Although not all the things that can be seen in many spirit pet shops are available here, almost all the items that can be used as substitutes can be found. Moreover, the prices of the items that can be replaced here are much cheaper than those in the spirit pet shop. Not only that, there are also many things here that cannot be bought in the spirit pet shop. For example, information about a wanted criminal, relics found by beastmasters in the wild, or materials that are not allowed to be sold on the market. It can be said that it has everything. However, the price of the latter in the ghost market is often at a premium compared to the market price. Moreover, there is no organization here that can verify the authenticity, so whether the buyer will be deceived depends entirely on the buyer's own eyesight and luck. Lin Xiao looked around, and then couldn't help but curl his lips. For most of the items sold in the ghost market, he can actually find equivalent replacements in his storage bag. His substitute items included not only the gifts from the head of the Liu family, but also the generous donation from Panasonic. It was because of their efforts that Lin Xiao was able to obtain so many substitute spoils. It can be said that Lin Xiao's current net worth may be much richer than many small families. As he walked, Lin Xiao came to a store selling materials. The store was very insignificant, and there were hardly any customers stopping at the door. However, the products sold in this store aroused Lin Xiao's interest. Mechanical heart for sale. Chapter 160. So clever. I got tricked by you again. Lin Xiao looked at the things displayed in the other store, frowned, and then entered the store. "Boss, how much is this mechanical heart?" Lin Xiao's tone was still the same as before. He regarded himself as a cynical rich second generation. Even the tone when he spoke was a little frivolous. At this moment, Lin Xiao did not look shrewd at all, just like a silly son of a landlord who went out with a lot of pocket money and didn't know what to buy. The boss was also wearing a white cloak, and his mask was different. The merchant's mask was black, exactly the opposite of the customer's mask. The boss looked up at Lin Xiao, then smiled awkwardly, letting out a laugh that was old and a bit jarring. The customer wants to buy a mechanical heart. I have them cheap here. The ones you have are all 1 million each, or you can exchange them for metal materials of the same value. 100,000 over there." As he spoke, the boss pointed to his side again. "My mechanical heart is quite expensive, costing 5 million each." Lin Xiao looked at the mechanical hearts the other party was pointing at and was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked in a joking tone, "Boss, the price of your mechanical hearts is not right? After hearing Lin Xiao's answer, the boss asked back directly, "Oh, it seems you have some research on mechanical creations." Lin Xiao did not give a direct answer. In fact, his way of judging the price of these mechanical hearts was very simple. Just compare them with spiritual pets of equal value, so that you can get a rough conclusion. However, Lin Xiao would not answer like this. After all, he wanted to avoid appearing weak. Afterwards, Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, "How would I know anything about mechanical creations? I just have a little understanding of them." Upon hearing this, the boss snorted coldly. "Humph. Then why are you asking for a price? Are you looking for fun with me? It's a waste of time. Get out. Get out. Get out." When Lin Xiao heard this, he was immediately a little surprised. Doesn't this boss intend to do business? Then, Lin Xiao smiled and asked, "Oh, why? Can't I buy a few mechanical hearts to play with?" Lin Xiao imitated the image and tone of those rich second generations and the stupid sons of landlords and started speaking. The boss was also a little confused when he heard what Lin Xiao said. The upstart is playing the lute to a cow. Lin Xiao saw that his words had some effect, so he asked, "Why? Are you going to sell it or not?" The boss looked at Lin Xiao's face hidden under the mask and then gritted his teeth. "I'll sell it. But, do you know what this mechanical heart does?" Lin Xiao unexpectedly replied, "I don't know. Teach me." Upon hearing this, the boss took a deep breath. The mechanical heart is the core of a mechanical creation. It can be fused with a demon beast or a spirit pet to form a mechanical creation. After hearing what the boss said, Lin Xiao sneered. "You fart." The boss was interrupted by Lin Xiao and was stunned. Humans have been taming demonic beasts for so many years, but have you ever seen anyone create a mechanical creation? The creation of mechanical creations is still a mystery. You actually say that your mechanical heart can merge with demonic beasts. That's nonsense. Nonsense. When Lin Xiao said this, he was not actually trying to find fault. Because the emergence of mechanical creations has not yet been determined, in addition to the legend of Dr. Benjamin, there are many other versions of the legend, but none of the rumors have been confirmed. It's just that Dr. Benjamin's rumor is the most convincing. Lin Xiao also knew that this boss was fooling people, but Lin Xiao discovered that among the boss's mechanical hearts, there was actually a mechanical heart that caused all the monster atlases to move differently. First order mechanical heart initial form, development potential SSS level. Ability unknown. Effect unknown. Source unknown. It can be integrated with other monsters to form mechanical creations. Except for that mechanical heart, all other mechanical hearts did not cause any abnormal movement in the entire monster encyclopedia. Lin Xiao wanted to know where the other party got these mechanical hearts, so he deliberately sabotaged them and used provocation to force them to submit. Sure enough, the boss fell for his trick. He looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of hostility in his tone. "You idiot, are you going to buy it or not? If not, get out of here. I originally wanted to buy it, but now I want to expose the fakes. Since I met a liar like you on my first visit to the ghost market today, I must let you know how powerful I am." After hearing Lin Xiao's words, the boss knew he had run into an outsider. He could only twitch his lips helplessly and said, "I developed all these mechanical hearts myself. Don't I know whether they can be used or not?" After saying that, he took out a pokeball. Then there was a ding sound, and a beetle about the size of a palm flew out of the pokeball. This is a first-order E-level demon beast beetle, the kind of spiritual pet that doesn't even have combat capabilities. The boss then took out one of his mechanical hearts and put it on the beetle. The mechanical heart made a lot of click, click sounds and was then put on the beetle. The beetle immediately changed from a beautiful reptile to a majestic and domineering one. Moreover, its originally clumsy body seemed to be able to fly, and it even tried to flap its body. After seeing it, Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." He looked like he had never seen the world before. "Master, I want it." Xiaoqing then said to Lin Xiao very eagerly. After hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at Chimera again. Chimera also nodded. Lin Xiao then looked at the two girls and couldn't help but shrugged. "All right, since you want it, I'll buy 2 mechanical hearts for each of you." When the boss heard Lin Xiao say that each person had to buy 2 mechanical hearts, he was a little unhappy at first, but later he reluctantly agreed and said, "Okay, then which 4 mechanical hearts do you want?" Lin Xiao randomly pointed at 2 mechanical hearts, then picked up the one he had already set his eyes on. Finally, he looked at the mechanical heart on the beetle in the boss's hand and said, "In addition to the 3 mechanical hearts I have chosen, please give me the mechanical heart on the beetle." When the boss heard Lin Xiao say that he wanted the mechanical heart from the beetle, he quickly shook his head. This mechanical heart can't be sold for the time being. Once a mechanical heart is used, it cannot be disassembled. I need to go back and borrow tools from the laboratory to disassemble it. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao shrugged and said, "Okay, in that case, then find me another good mechanical heart." The boss nodded immediately after hearing this, and then took out a mechanical heart from the counter and handed it to Lin Xiao. 4 mechanical hearts, a total of 12 million. After hearing this number, Lin Xiao didn't blink on the surface, but in fact, his heart was bleeding. Just these 4 broken things cost 12 million. When he was in school, it took him several months to earn 10,000 yuan. Although he had already earned a lot of money through continuous seizures, the 12 million was actually not much for him now, but he still felt very painful. However, Lin Xiao did not show his thoughts on his face. Then, Lin Xiao took out a sufficient amount of banknotes from the storage space without any care, threw them directly on the counter, and then turned around and left. He looks very handsome. The boss quickly stood behind Lin Xiao and said, "Thank you for looking back." After seeing Lin Xiao walking away, the boss laughed and took out the beetle. Then, the boss casually pulled it hard, and with a click sound, the mechanical heart that had been used by the boss immediately fell off the beetle. The beetle then fell to the ground, looking deader than dead. The owner of a nearby shop saw this and immediately smiled and gave the boss a thumbs up. "How clever. You tricked me again." Chapter 161. If you can get it for free, then you must get it for free. Hearing the words of the shop owner next to him, the boss who sold the mechanical heart to Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Only a foolish son of a landlord who has never seen the world would fall for this kind of trick. Besides, one is willing to fight, and the other is willing to be beaten. There is nothing we can do about it. As he said this, the boss immediately started to close the shop and leave, without caring about other customers who came here to buy things. He has always been very cautious in doing business. After cheating one person, he will never cheat a second time. Because people who come to the ghost market will not come a second time. When the ghost market opens next time, they will rent another store to cheat people. Anyway, the ghost market is special, and there are many merchants like him who may only rent for a few days, or even one day. What's more, what he said and did was actually true. Because those mechanical hearts are actually real, and he has invested a lot of effort in them before. However, these mechanical hearts cannot be stably integrated with the monsters. Just a short time after contact will cause the mechanical heart to collapse. At the same time, the monsters that merged with the mechanical heart would die because they could not bear such a heavy burden. After a lifetime of research, his research funding was already stretched to the limit, but there had not been much progress. This made him completely give up hope in his research results, and he was extremely disappointed. Until now, he has been reduced to being a con man in the ghost market. Afterwards, he packed all his things, carried the bag, and left the ghost market. 12 million in cash. That's enough for me to live a carefree life for the rest of my life. In this world, 12 million is enough for an ordinary person to live a life of ease and comfort. However, if you raise a spiritual pet or research mechanical creations, a few days may not be enough. On the other side, Lin Xiao left the store and didn't rush to check what he bought. Instead, he said to Xiaoqing beside him, "Have you two marked everything?" Xiaoqing nodded when she heard that. "I've already released venom on the money. We can just follow the scent and find it directly." Chimera nodded and said, "I've also marked the cache. I can use tracking magic to pinpoint his location later." When Lin Xiao heard this, he immediately smiled. That's good. In fact, he had long seen that the boss was actually a liar. But he didn't expose it. One reason is that the mechanical heart that can be combined with the spiritual pet is what he has always wanted. Second, he wanted to know more about the mechanical heart. The third and most important point is that for a miser who is afraid of being poor, if he can get something for free, he must get it for free. The three of them walked forward and found that there was a lot of noise ahead. Lin Xiao pulled a passerby over and asked what happened ahead. The passerby looked at Lin Xiao's white mask. "Brother, are you new here? Didn't you know there's an auction house in the ghost market?" Lin Xiao shook his head upon hearing this. The other party pointed in that direction helplessly and said, "That's the open-air auction house in the ghost market. It's also where the most valuable goods in the ghost market are auctioned. All the good stuff is there, but the price." He shrugged somewhat helplessly. "It's really not very beautiful." After saying that, the man turned and left. Looking at his back, he seemed a little lonely. It is probably because there are products that he wants, but he cannot afford them. When Lin Xiao heard about the auction house, he quickly shifted his gaze. Then he followed Xiaoqing and Chimera and squeezed in together. Just when they were about to enter the innermost part, they were stopped by a staff member wearing a red mask. According to the rules of the ghost market, merchants wear black masks, customers wear white masks, and the staff and security personnel of the ghost market wear red masks. Only the managers of the ghost market wear clown masks. Moreover, different colors represent different positions. The staff member in the red mask stretched out his hand to stop Lin Xiao. "That's the VIP area. You can't just enter." Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "What are the requirements for me to get in?" The man glanced at Lin Xiao and said emotionlessly, "I need 10 million in cash." The other party uses cash instead of items of equal value. In the world of beast tamers, most valuable items are exchanged for goods, and few people use cash transactions. This made many high-level beastmasters become paupers. Either they have no money left, or they are so poor that they only have money left. However, it's different in places like the ghost market, because only by using cash to purchase VIP can you show how wealthy you are. After hearing what the other party said, Lin Xiao did not show any hesitation. He tilted his head slightly and signaled Chimera behind him to take out the money. This action was very cool, and the people around exclaimed in surprise. But his heart was bleeding at this moment. A full 10 million. That's a full 10 million. But Lin Xiao has never been vague about the expenses in this regard. In your previous life, if you had enough savings, you would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your life, and you could even benefit your descendants. But saving money in this world is actually the most useless thing to do. Only by making them play their greatest role can we gain greater benefits. Chimera took out a full 10 million in cash from her storage ring and piled it in front of the staff member. The other party was also frightened by Lin Xiao's actions. What's going on? This guy wants to bury me with money. That's 10 million in cash. Even in this world, if the denomination of banknotes is larger, it is still a small mountain. If you get buried there, it's really easy for something to go wrong. Fortunately, he had a good mental state and immediately coughed twice and then stretched out his hand. Then the ring on his hand shone. Then, the cash disappeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Xiao recognized at a glance that the ring on the other party's hand was a storage device. However, this storage ring is made rather crudely and cannot be compared with the storage ring on Chimera's hand. It seems that the other party's storage ring can only be used to store some cash and other things, and is not suitable for storing high-level materials with strong spiritual power. Then, the other party immediately made a please gesture to Lin Xiao. Then, Lin Xiao was taken to the innermost part of the auction site. After entering, Lin Xiao looked at the surrounding layout. If I had to say what this place resembles, it would be a theater in my previous life. All VIP customers can participate in the auction in a place with a wide view. Ordinary people can only squeeze together and watch the show at the outermost edge. It's a real show. According to the rules here, only items that fail to sell can be bid by non-VIP customers. After Lin Xiao sat down, the staff immediately handed him a number plate, and if he wanted to bid, he just had to raise the number plate. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Xiaoqing and Chimera huddled in Lin Xiao's arms, one on each side, which made the people around them swallow their saliva and curse the world for going downhill. It has to be said that although Xiaoqing and Chimera were wearing cloaks, their curvy figures would arouse people's imagination and make them feel deeply envious and jealous of Lin Xiao. Chapter 162, Is This a Game for the Rich? Not long after Lin Xiao and the others sat down, the auction here had already entered the second round. The next item to be auctioned was an S-level, first-order monster. Although the monster had great talent, it was still far inferior to Lin Xiao's 4 spiritual pet sisters. Moreover, the monster did not have any special bloodline. After taking a few glances at it, Lin Xiao had no interest at all. But even so, an S-level monster was auctioned off for a full 1 billion yuan. This is the attraction of a gifted demon beast to a beastmaster. Even an S-level talented monster would be so sought after. I just don't know if these people would call him Versailles if they knew what Lin Xiao was thinking. When the third auction item was brought up, it was just an A-level monster, but it was a very rare flying monster. However, this did not cause any stir in the VIP area, and it was eventually sold at a low price, and then taken away by a backpacker outside. Although they are called backpackers, they are not travelers. In Dragon Country, and even in the whole world, there is a strange profession. These people were originally called itinerant merchants. Later, because these people liked to carry a travel bag and walk around the streets of major cities, they would leave after selling things. So, people gave this group of people the name backpackers. Later, with the invention of storage equipment, fewer and fewer backpackers actually carried travel bags. Moreover, due to the circulation of trade and the continuous expansion of human exploration of the wild, the survival of backpackers has become increasingly worse. In the end, these backpackers could only wander between small towns or even in the wild. Later, these backpackers began to serve the big family, helping the big family find some goods that the big family needed. Gradually, they formed another way of survival. The backpacker who took away the A-level monster obviously had no background. When he got the A-level monster, he was extremely overjoyed, and then he hurriedly took the A-level monster and left the ghost market. The following commodities also have their own buyers. Lin Xiao didn't make any moves. Finally, when it came to the 10th item, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Because this time the auction house brought a gun. This is a golden pistol that looks quite large. Its body is made of a silver metal, while its bolt is made of a golden metal. The overall look is very artistic. At the same time, the host continued to introduce. Gentlemen, This gun is called Neil's Fury. It is made from a bone of the 7th level monster, the ancient dragon Neil. And its bolt is made of a very rare metal, and it is exceptionally strong overall. Also, the properties of this gun are extremely amazing. As he spoke, the host suddenly took Neil's flame in his hand and began to charge the gun. Then, he aimed at the sky and pulled the trigger. Then, there was a loud bang. The sound of gunfire was very loud, like a grenade exploding. The magic bullet then shot out from the barrel and exploded in the sky. Then, the host smiled and said, "The properties of Neil's angry bullets are determined by the user's magic attribute. If you're closer to the fire element, then the bullets you fire will be fire attribute bullets. If you're closer to the water element, then you'll likely fire ice attribute or water attribute bullets." After hearing this, everyone sat up straight, their eyes focused on Neil's anger. The host then continued with the introduction. The power of Neil's Fury doesn't scale, but its upper limit is very high. Even for me, a 6th rank Beastmaster, I can only use 3 bullets at most when I use it at full power. After hearing what the host said, the expressions of many people who were interested in Neil's rage gun became serious. It seems that they are struggling with whether to follow the bidding. Then the host waved the auction hammer in his hand. "I now declare that the starting price for Neil's Fury is 10 million. Bidding begins. I'll give you 100 million. As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't wait to tell his price. Lin Xiao looked over and found that it was a person in the front row. The other person looked fat and was surrounded by some people who looked like bodyguards. However, under the cover of the cloak and mask, Lin Xiao could not see the fat man's appearance clearly. Lin Xiao then glanced at the chimera beside him. Chimera's eyes were shining. Even through the mask, Lin Xiao could feel Chimera's anticipation for the gun. Seeing Lin Xiao looking at her, Chimera immediately grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, but she felt a little embarrassed to ask Lin Xiao to buy something for her. Lin Xiao smiled and rubbed her little head. Then, Lin Xiao raised his hand nonchalantly. 200 million. The fat man's offer of 100 million just now caused an uproar in the audience. Just when the fat man was feeling smug, Lin Xiao's voice suddenly came, which made the situation awkward. The eyes of all the onlookers around were now focused on Lin Xiao. The fat man then stood up, looked back at Lin Xiao who was feeling contented, and couldn't help laughing. Okay, since you want to play, I'll play with you. I offer 300 million. Upon hearing this, the scene became boiling again, and everyone began to discuss the value of Neil's anger gun. Oh my god, Neil's rage has been bid up to 300 million. Even if it's a living 7th level monster, it would be worth about that, right? What nonsense are you talking about? Can you catch a 7th level monster? From my perspective, the value of Neil's Fury is actually quite great. But don't forget, it's just a gun. As a Beastmaster, would you rush forward to fight a monster? Do you think you're a god-level Beastmaster? That's right. If that's the case, then this thing is just a rich man's toy. It looks like it's only worth 300 million at most. In just a few words, everyone determined the value of the pistol. At this time, many people thought that Lin Xiao would not continue to raise the price. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao raised his cards again without any care. 500 million. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar. After Lin Xiao said this, the entire venue immediately became boiling. Fuck. Is this a game for rich people? I can't imagine what's the point of spending 500 million to buy such a piece of equipment. The key is that this gun is not even a growth type. Yes, 500 million is enough to buy an S-Class, top-grade monster. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao in shock, not understanding why he asked for such a high price. Many people thought of something and looked at Lin Xiao with a hint of strangeness in their eyes. The way they looked at Lin Xiao was as if he were the stupid son of a landlord. It seems like this guy is just a rich second-generation kid with too much money to spend. He sees something good and wants to buy it without considering its market value. Wait, what will he do if another good product comes along? Yeah, no matter how powerful Neil's Fury gun is, it's not worth 500 million. It's really not his own money. He doesn't feel bad about it. I wonder if his father will be mad at him to death when he sees him squandering money like this. Chapter 163, Are you sure you want to bid 10 billion? The fat man in the front row became even angrier after Lin Xiao raised the price again. Okay. Since you want to play with our Lin family, I'll accompany you to the end. As he said that, the fat man surnamed Lin raised his cards. I'll give you 550 million. Lin Xiao heard this, but said nonchalantly, I'll give you 600 million. Although the fat man surnamed Lin's face was covered by a mask, Lin Xiao could already feel that his body was trembling slightly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Xiao already contained a feeling of choosing someone to devour. But in the end, he snorted coldly and sat down. It seems that he is ready to call it a day. When the auction house host saw that the bidding had finally ended, he immediately knocked down the auction hammer in his hand. Then, someone came with a tray and took away Neil's anger and gave it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao knew the rules here. Pay the money and get the goods. Because every auction house needs to take a commission according to the rules, and this commission is paid in full by the buyer, so Chimera, the little housekeeper, immediately took out a full 720 million in cash from her storage ring according to the rules. With a loud bang, 700 million in cash fell to the ground and piled up into a small hill. This caught the staff member holding the tray completely off guard. The other party was directly crushed under the cash. Then, bursts of cries for help were heard from inside the cash. Help! Help! Someone's going to die. Because 700 million in cash is really too much. If it were in Lin Xiao's previous life, it would weigh almost 8 tons and could fill an entire villa. In this world, if all 700 million in cash were converted into 1,000 yuan banknotes, it would be enough to fill an entire room. Afterwards, many staff members rushed over, and some even released their spirit pets to rescue the staff member. Lin Xiao estimated the strength of the auction house staff and felt that even if he robbed here, no one would be able to stop him. I just don't know if there is any strong person in charge of this auction house. If not, these staff members alone would not be able to control the beastmasters who come here. After the staff member was rescued, he was still holding Lin Xiao's Neil's fury in his hand. With the emergency treatment of his companions, the other party finally recovered and then passed Neil's anger to Lin Xiao. Hey sir, this is your product. Lin Xiao reached out and took Neil's anger, and then, in full view of everyone, he threw Neil's anger to Chimera as if throwing an inconspicuous toy. Chimera's little face, hidden under the mask, instantly lit up with joy. At this moment, she looked like a child who finally got her favorite toy and buried her head deeply in Lin Xiao's arms. Thank you, Master. Master, you are so kind to me. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao touched Chimera's little head and said nothing. However, this scene completely shocked the people watching around. Originally, they were shocked by Lin Xiao's behavior of taking out more than 700 million yuan with just a few gestures. Especially the 720 million in cash, which directly buried a living person and almost crushed him to death. This kind of visual impact is not something that ordinary people can bear. Who knew that the next moment, Lin Xiao spent more than 700 million just to win a beautiful woman's smile. This immediately made many people who had just called Lin Xiao a prodigal son lose their defenses. Because even if there is a spendthrift, no one is as spendthrift as Lin Xiao. But they didn't know that the reason why Lin Xiao was willing to spend 720 million to buy Neil's anger was that this gun was definitely worth the price for him, or more accurately, for Chimera. Because this type of firearm can use magic bullets, as long as its upper limit allows, both Lin Xiao and Chimera can fire indefinitely. Both of them have ridiculously strong magic and mental power, not to mention that this gun can use elemental bullets. Doesn't that mean that if this gun is in Lin Xiao's hands, its potential will be infinite? It's a pity that Neil's anger cannot be evolved by the system, otherwise, it would definitely allow Lin Xiao's combat effectiveness to be taken to a higher level. However, the audience around Lin Xiao were not aware of this. They only knew that Lin Xiao spent double the price to buy a piece of equipment that looked very powerful but was actually very useless, and gave it to his female companion. In an instant, those who had just said that Lin Xiao was a prodigal son felt like clowns. Lin Xiao doesn't care about this little money at all, and you still say he's a spendthrift? At the same time, the host brought another tray. The auction items on the tray were covered with a red cloth. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is the last item of tonight, and it is also the grand finale of this auction. Hearing the host's words, everyone present couldn't help but look forward to it. Because most of these people came for this product, even many people in the VIP area were a little excited at this time. This product is... With a swish, the host first opened the red cloth and then shouted, "The crystal core of the 9th level demon beast's clone." It can be seen that inside the red cloth is a black, wriggling sphere sealed by a strange magic circle. Oh my god, is this the crystal core of a 9th level monster? What on earth is this thing good for? It looks like it's extremely violent. If I make this into equipment, will it make me invincible to anyone below the god level beastmaster? Not necessarily, but if you can make this into a pill, it will be enough for you to become a 9-star beastmaster. I just don't know who will buy this thing in the end. Everyone immediately began to whisper to each other, discussing the crystal core of this 9th level monster without any reservation. Although this was only the crystal core of a 9th order demon beast's clone, it was enough to cause a huge uproar. At this time, Lin Xiao was a little curious about who brought this crystal core to the auction. At this moment, The fat man surnamed Lin, who had been bidding against Lin Xiao earlier, couldn't wait to stand up. Without even raising his hand, he shouted to the host, 10 billion. I'll bid 10 billion. I'll give you 1.1 billion. I'll give you 1.2 billion. Before the host was informed of the price, the guests attending the auction had already started bidding frantically, sending the price skyrocketing. Moreover, the markups that guests inflict are ridiculously high. After just a few bids, the price of the crystal core of this 9th-level monster clone had reached a staggering 5 billion. After all, this could be the crystal core of a demon beast that was as powerful as a god. Although it is only the crystal core of the clone of a 9th-level monster, if you buy it back and mix it well and make the best use of it, it is very likely to turn a small or medium-sized family into a large family. Lin Xiao stood aside and watched as this group of people started to give up after the bidding reached 5 billion yuan. Then he smiled. Now it's almost his turn to take action. Lin Xiao saw that the time was almost right, so he raised the sign. I'll give you 10 billion. Boom. Some people present were so shocked by the price quoted by Lin Xiao that they couldn't sit still and fell off their chairs. How much? 10 billion. That's impossible. Auctions in the ghost market require cash payment. Where would he get 10 billion? That's right. Even some powerful families wouldn't be able to come up with so much cash all at once if they don't have sufficient liquidity. You must be kidding. Can this guy come up with so much money? Immediately, someone exclaimed and questioned whether Lin Xiao had so much money. When the host heard Lin Xiao's auction offer, he was stunned. Coming back to his senses, the host thought about it, and then couldn't help but remind Lin Xiao. Sir, our ghost market auction house doesn't allow credit. Even bartering is prohibited. Are you sure you want to bid 10 billion? Chapter 164 No Credit. Facing the host's question, Lin Xiao nodded and said nonchalantly, Didn't I explain it clearly enough? When the people present heard this, they immediately lost their composure. What? 10 billion? That's probably the entire annual income of some big families, right? Bullshit. Our Dragon Nation only earns a little over 1 trillion a year. Do you know what 10 billion means? Some big families may have less than 1 billion in reserve funds. Most of their money is actually in fixed assets, not so much liquid funds. That's right. Only a top family like the Lin family would have so much money. Those who just offered tens of billions probably don't have that much either. They might have used their own properties or some special materials and the ghost market as collateral. Everyone present began to evaluate the financial resources of the major families. In fact, there is nothing wrong with what they said, because the financial resources of the major families are indeed not strong, and the liquid funds they can take out at one time are actually limited. However, each major family has its own inherent advantages in cultivating talents. This is also due to Longwa's values. After all, Longwa emphasizes sustainability, which is different from foreign countries. The upper class in foreign countries are a group of devils who eat people without leaving any bones. If Panasonic were to lead such people, they would not care about the lives of others after they had gained all the benefits they could. So, Panasonic can carry around 20 billion in cash. Lin Xiao later estimated that the value of the items in the storage bag that Panasonic was going to take was at least 50 billion. With so many assets, it is entirely possible to build a middle-class family and allow this family to live worry-free for many years. Therefore, these 10 billion yuan are not a big deal to Lin Xiao at all. Although Lin Xiao likes money and seems like a miser, he is never vague about the money he should spend. The crystal core of this 9th-level monster is very worthwhile even if it is taken back for research. At this moment, the fat man surnamed Lin looked at Lin Xiao with gritted teeth. Who are you? Why do you have so much money? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the fat man surnamed Lin with contempt, as if he were looking at an idiot. Do I need to tell you? The fat man surnamed Lin was choked by Lin Xiao's words and couldn't speak for a long time. Then, the fat man surnamed Lin gritted his teeth and said, Okay. As he said that, he took out a pokeball from his storage equipment. This is a pet I just bought. It hasn't signed a contract with anyone yet, so it's very difficult to tame. It's an S-rank pet, the Holy Lance Ranger. I think anyone who wants to know about it should have heard of it. When the name Holy Lance Ranger was heard, there was another uproar at the scene. What? Holy Spear Ranger? Isn't that the legendary pet used by the Spear God? That's right. There's no mistake. Gun God Shockley, the military leader guarding the westernmost part of Dragon Country, is also the most powerful beastmaster in Dragon Country. The initial form of his S-rank, 9th Order spirit pet, One-Eyed, is the Holy Gun Ranger. I didn't expect the Lin family to even be able to acquire the Holy Spear Ranger. It seems their family will soon have another god-level beast tamer. Lin Xiao was also a little surprised when he heard the name Holy Spear Ranger. You know, Although the Holy Lance Ranger is only S level now, its combat power is very strong, and it can be said to be the strongest among the S-level spirit pets. It is precisely because of this that Shockley has the reputation of Dragon Country's #1 god-level beast tamer, and his name has been written into textbooks, making him a household hero. Then, the fat man surnamed Lin sneered and said, "I'll mortgage this Holy Spear Ranger to the ghost market for 5 billion. That should be no problem, right?" Although the ghost market does not allow the use of any payment other than cash, guests who come to the auction can use the materials or goods they already have as collateral in exchange for the equivalent amount of money. Although this approach seems no different from paying directly with something other than cash, it is not redundant. Because not every guest will get the consent of the ghost market to use materials or goods as collateral. If the ghost market directly allows payment with items other than cash, then if the ghost market cannot guarantee that those items are 100% genuine, the ghost market may face the risk of being paid with counterfeit goods by scammers. But if guests are allowed to use materials or goods as collateral in exchange for cash, then the people in the ghost market can cut off the possibility of guests using counterfeit goods as collateral at the source. After all, people in the ghost market can simply refuse to mortgage to people they are not familiar with. Among the acquaintances of the people in the ghost market, if anyone uses counterfeit goods on the spot and is not discovered, the people in the ghost market can find out later and go directly to the door to recover the losses. Obviously, this fat man named Lin knows the ins and outs of the ghost market very well. And that's not all. Because the Lin family is also a shareholder of Ziduku and Guisher, even if he mortgages his property, he can mortgage it at a premium, and he can get a portion of the profits afterwards, which is a win-win situation. The host on the stage couldn't help but frown after hearing what the fat man named Lin said. But the other party was a member of the Lin family after all, so he couldn't say anything. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. "Can." The fat man surnamed Lin looked very smug. In this way, he had a full 12 billion in cash on him. After seeing his appearance, everyone couldn't help but curse this guy from the Lin family in their hearts for being shameless. Although this Holy Spear Ranger is valuable, it also requires strength and luck to cultivate it. What's more, it is very difficult to train an S-level spirit pet. It is simply a money-eating beast. If you are not careful, you may ruin your account. Therefore, the price of this thing on the market is at most 2 billion. And this guy was able to mortgage 5 billion, which obviously means he used a backdoor. Then, the fat man named Lin, who originally had only 7 billion in cash, relied on the Holy Spear Ranger he temporarily bought elsewhere in the ghost market, and suddenly had a total of 12 billion in funds to compete for the crystal core of this 9th-level monster. After the staff took the Pope Ball of the Holy Lance Ranger from the fat man surnamed Lin and gave him 5 billion in cash, they saw the fat man surnamed Lin directly raise his hand high. "I'll give you 10.1 billion. He just opened his mouth and added 100 million in cash to the original basis. However, such a price increase would obviously not be taken seriously by Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at the twitching body of the fat man surnamed Lin and knew that this guy was probably about to collapse. Then, Lin Xiao raised his hand again. 11 billion. Wow. Upon hearing this, everyone present exclaimed in surprise again. Lin Xiao directly added another 900 million. Everyone started to speculate about who Lin Xiao was. Which prestigious family did he come from? How could he be so rich? When the fat man surnamed Lin heard that Lin Xiao had raised the price again, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. He originally thought that with 12 billion, he would be able to seize the crystal core of this 9th-level monster. But looking at the way Lin Xiao bid, it was obvious that 12 billion was not enough. He couldn't help but point at Lin Xiao, his fingers trembling as he questioned him. "You? Stop playing dumb. If you can't come up with this much money, you'll be wanted by the entire ghost market. And then, your entire family will be destroyed because of you." While feeling Xiaoqing's massage beside him, Lin Xiao said nonchalantly, "Payment and delivery, no credit." His words left the fat man surnamed Lin speechless. The fat man surnamed Lin thought about it, then gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. "I'll give you 12 billion. These 12 billion are his entire fortune. Moreover, even in the Lin family, this amount of money is actually a considerable sum. Even if he succeeded in buying the crystal core of the 9th-rank monster, he would inevitably be punished by the elders in his family for spending so much money after he returned. But at this moment, he was completely furious. His years of pampered life had made him never suffer any setbacks. In the past, he got whatever he wanted. However, today a person named Lin Xiao showed up and made him very unhappy. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared at Lin Xiao. The fat man surnamed Lin wanted to see what Lin Xiao would dare to say to him when faced with the huge auction amount of 12 billion yuan. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao simply raised the price and said, 15 billion. Puff. When the fat man surnamed Lin heard Lin Xiao's price increase, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Lin Xiao would raise the price so decisively, as if he had never taken him seriously. Chapter 165 I apply to confirm the other party's assets. After hearing Lin Xiao's offer, the other guests present also stopped talking and had no intention of matching the price at all. One reason is that the fat man, surnamed Lin, revealed his identity from the very beginning. The second is the auction information, which is very compact. Something happened in Hangzhou City not long ago. It has only been 3 days since then, and someone has obtained the crystal core of the clone and is eager to auction it. It seems that the other party must have received some news, so he is in a hurry to run away. Some people speculated that the seller of this 9th-level monster was probably the insider in Hangzhou City who was spying for the Sakura country. Due to the tight time schedule, many large families did not receive any news about the crystal core of the 9th-level demon beast's clone. But this fat man named Lin was lucky. He happened to be nearby, so he came to the ghost market with a large amount of cash to participate in the auction. But what he thought was already in his pocket was now snatched away by Lin Xiao. This made him a little overwhelmed. Even with a full 12 billion, he still couldn't buy a 9th-level monster. Fatty Lin couldn't help but wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then pointed at Lin Xiao and screamed hysterically, You're lying. How could you possibly have so much cash? You must be lying. Host, I'm requesting confirmation of the other party's assets. Upon hearing this, the host thought about it with some embarrassment. He felt that this matter was of great importance, and the amount reported by Lin Xiao was indeed too high, so he had to confirm it. Then, the host looked at Lin Xiao and said, Dear buyer, because the goods are too valuable, we have the right to ask for your cooperation to confirm your true financial situation. This is not something that goes beyond the rules, because many people will buy auction items on impulse that they cannot afford. In general auction houses, it is rare for money to be exchanged for goods. Often, the buyers participating in the auction take the goods away first and then pay the money in batches. This is also a kind of trust that the auction house has in its members. However, some people have no money to pay, which results in the goods failing to sell, and the auction house has to bear the loss itself. There are even people who simply refuse to pay. If this happens, the only solution is to auction or find other ways to solve the problem. Due to its special nature, the ghost market does not have a long-term membership system, so money is paid and goods are delivered. But even so, if Lin Xiao cannot pay the money, the goods will fail to sell, and even the reputation of the ghost market will be affected. That's why the host asked Lin Xiao to demonstrate his financial resources to confirm whether he could afford the money. Lin Xiao didn't care when he heard that. He took a grape from Chimera's hand and put it into his mouth leisurely. Then, Lin Xiao just casually signaled Chimera with his eyes. When Chimera saw this, he immediately understood and waved his hand gently. Then, all the VIP users participating in the auction felt like a huge mountain was standing in front of them. You should know that the venues for VIP users are still very abundant. There is enough space between each person to avoid affecting each other and protect the privacy of both parties. As a result, Lin Xiao suddenly took out a total of 18 billion in cash when the people around him were not prepared at all, directly filling the space around the people around him. This caused disaster for those who were sitting near Lin Xiao. They were directly buried by the mountain of money that Lin Xiao suddenly created. Cries for help and screams of pain suddenly rang out in the auction house. What was originally a good auction was turned into an alternative disaster relief activity by Lin Xiao. They saved some rich people who were almost killed by their money. Soon, a large group of auction staff, along with their spirit pets, rushed out. They all thought that someone was causing trouble in the ghost market. However, after they appeared, they saw a huge mountain of money falling on the auction site, and they were immediately at a loss. Among these people, some with good skills took the lead and escaped from the dangerous area. But those who were not so skilled were not so lucky. They quickly summoned their spirit pets to save themselves. After seeing this, the host quickly took out his storage equipment and collected the cash while shouting, Sir, no need. No need. We believe you have the financial resources. However, Chimera had not yet taken all the money, and the money was still falling from the sky. Including the commission that Lin Xiao should pay to the auction house according to the rules, the total amount of cash is 18 billion, which will take a lot of time to collect. The host's speed in collecting money is completely inferior to the speed at which Chimera takes out money. After a while, the mountain of money became even higher. The customers who were pressed underneath were about to lose their lives. Seeing this, the host was so anxious that he could only shout repeatedly, What are you guys still waiting for? Hurry up and fill me with money. After that, The other staff members also took out their storage equipment and quickly started collecting money. Although many hands make light work, it is quite difficult for everyone to pick up money. It took an unknown amount of time before they collected all the 18 billion yuan. Some people even fill up their own storage equipment and can only sigh at the lack of money. Several customers buried underneath were in a miserable state. Some of them had poor physical fitness and almost died from being crushed by the mountain in front. In the end, they had to be carried away by medical staff. The fat man named Lin was escorted to a safe distance by his bodyguards. Seeing Lin Xiao still flirting leisurely with the two girls, the fat man surnamed Lin's mouth twitched. Then he snorted coldly and left. Lin Xiao glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, then fell into deep thought. Why are the Lin family here? Moreover, the other party is a senior figure who can carry so much cash with him. Lin Xiao never misses any details. In this world where people eat each other, if he is not careful enough, death may be waiting for him. At this time, the host had already brought the crystal core of the 9th level monster to Lin Xiao and handed it to him respectfully. Hey sir, this is your product. Lin Xiao didn't make any move, but Chimera next to him took it directly and put it in her pocket. Xiaoqing didn't even look at it, but just gave Lin Xiao a massage. Lin Xiao couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. The host was so angry. Is this the happiness of rich people? With just a few gestures, he spent 18.7 billion yuan, yet he was still content. Whose family is this young man from? Could he be a descendant of the most powerful elders in Dragon Country? He really couldn't imagine it. The auction ended here, and Lin Xiao could leave the ghost market as he wished. According to the rules of the ghost market, anyone who comes to the ghost market can leave directly at any time on the night the ghost market is held. However, once you leave the ghost market, you can never come back, whether you are a seller or a buyer. Lin Xiao didn't care about it at all, and saw her walk out of the edge of the ghost market in a swagger. Along the way, he didn't know how many pairs of eyes were staring at him. The guests present were whispering openly, discussing Lin Xiao's true identity. Chapter 166. Whose jungler can earn hundreds of millions? Who the hell is this gentleman? How come he's so rich? Yeah, he doesn't even give the Lin family face. I think he might be liquidated by the Lin family. You know shit. This big family is probably on the same scale as the Lin family, so of course they're not afraid. I don't think so. After all, this is the Lin family's territory. Seeing this guy doesn't take it seriously, he's either feeling confident or hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. After all, the Lin family has always been vindictive. Yeah, it all depends on how he leaves the ghost market. Lin Xiao turned a deaf ear to these voices. He then took Chimera and Xiaoqing to stroll around the ghost market again. After buying gifts for his 4 pets, he left the ghost market in an empty corner. As soon as he reached the edge of the ghost market, Lin Xiao felt a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, he and his pets have strong enough mental strength and are very adept at this kind of space magic. When he landed, Lin Xiao didn't feel any discomfort at all. If it were someone else, they would probably fall to the ground and vomit uncontrollably. After they landed, their cloaks, clothes, and masks disappeared out of thin air. Lin Xiao thought of something and nodded. I see. As early as when he put on the cloak, he found a faint fluctuation of spiritual power inside. It seemed that someone had tampered with the cloak and mask. It is very likely that some spiritual pets with space transfer skills used their own characteristics to lock these cloaks and masks. Once the people wearing cloaks and masks leave the ghost market, it is equivalent to losing the spiritual pet's control over these people. The 3 of them looked at the direction, found the way back to the ferry, and then walked leisurely towards the ferry. At this moment, Lin Xiao couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Is it really here? Then, a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sound was heard. Soon, 5 people appeared in front of Lin Xiao. The leader was the fat man named Lin. Without the cloak covering him, Lin Xiao could clearly see the body shape of the fat man named Lin. Although the other person's body looks bloated, he looks very majestic, making people feel that he has great explosive power and aura. Damn it, you're the one who stole my things, right? Lin Xiao looked at the fat man named Lin without any concern. What? You don't have money to buy it, so you come to rob. Lin Xiao's words choked the fat man named Lin. The corners of his mouth twitched suddenly, but he didn't know Lin Xiao's background and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Lin Xiao put out 18 billion in real money. With such financial resources, it is difficult to say how deep Lin Xiao's background is. What if the other party is the descendant of those old guys in Longhua? Then it will be difficult to deal with. Afterwards, the fat man surnamed Lin looked at Lin Xiao with a serious expression. Speak now, brother. Draw a line. If I tell you I absolutely must have the crystal core of this 9th-rank demon beast, what will you offer me in exchange? We are all from different families. We will see each other sooner or later. Maybe we can become friends. Please give me some face. Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at the fat man and laughed contemptuously. Don't test me. I'm not from a big family. All my money is earned from hunting. The fat man surnamed Lin was stunned when he heard this. Fight. Fight in the jungle? The fat man surnamed Lin was not a person who knew nothing. He quickly realized that Lin Xiao was saying that all his money was obtained by hunting in the wild. Are you kidding me? Who can make hundreds of millions playing jungle? Did you attack the Dragon Bank's armored car? Suddenly, the fat man surnamed Lin became furious. He felt that Lin Xiao was insulting his intelligence. But every word Lin Xiao said was true. After all, his money was indeed obtained from hunting in the wild. He did not deliberately tease this Lin. Just forget it if you don't believe it. After saying this, Lin Xiao showed a helpless expression. Seeing Lin Xiao like this, the fat man surnamed Lin was so angry that he trembled all over. At the beginning, she was crushed by Lin Xiao with money, then humiliated in public, and now she is being teased by Lin Xiao in this way. He felt like his self-esteem was about to be shattered into pieces by Lin Xiao. Then, the corner of the fat man surnamed Lin's mouth twitched. Okay. In that case, then go to hell. I'm going to kill you and throw you into the wild to feed the monsters. Having said that, the fat man surnamed Lin waved his hand. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 beast tamers brought by the fat man named Lin took out their pokeballs at the same time. The pokeball flashed, and the 4 pets fell to the ground. Exploding Flame Dragon, an A-level, 6th order spirit pet. After evolving to the 6th order, Charmander finally gained the ability to fly. The flame on its tail is a manifestation of its vitality, and it can burn even in water. Skills: Flying Demonic Flame, Tail Attack, Fire Rope, and Fire Attack. The Totem Bull, a Grade A, Rank 6 monster. Since ancient times, cattle have had a close connection with the earth. With their feet firmly planted on the ground, they can easily harness the power of the earth. Possess the following skills: Totem, Savage Charge, Whisper of the Earth, Earth Tier, Gravity, Acceleration. Totem. The totem on the totem bull represents the cattle tribe's faith in the earth. Each time you use the totem, you can increase your attack power. The buffs cannot be stacked. Earth Whisper. The totem bull can sense the earth's consciousness through its connection with the earth, and then reflect it through its own voice. However, this sound effect is not fixed. The Magic Engineering Vehicle, a Grade A, Rank 6 spirit pet. It's the alchemical product of the Grand Mage. It looks like a mechanical creation, but it's not. It was once a tool used for experiments by the Grand Mage. After the Grand Mage's continuous transformation, it developed its own consciousness and life. Finally, with the help of the Grand Mage's magic, it became an independent life form. Skills: Form Change, Savage Impact, Rocket Headbutt, Exploration, Continuous Shooting, Grab. Brutal Impact. The Magic Engineering Vehicle enters the bulldozer mode and can attack all creatures in front of it. Rocket Headbutt. In shield mode, the Magic Engineering Vehicle can use its drill to target a specific target. Exploration, Octopus mode, can move in any terrain. Continuous Fire, Tank state, can scatter fire at designated targets. Grab, Robotic Arm state, possessing a robotic arm with both offensive and defensive capabilities, grabbing designated targets with an extremely high hit rate. Saber-Toothed Tiger King, a Grade A, Rank 6 demon beast. A saber-toothed tiger that can lead a pack of tigers. It possesses strong leadership abilities, and its attack power can be increased with the help of its companions. Skills: Claw Attack, Tiger Roaring in the Forest, Group Tracking, Encirclement, and Kill. Lin Xiao looked at the 4 spirit pets in front of him and didn't care too much about their strength. Only the Magic Engineering Vehicle interested Lin Xiao, so he took a closer look at it. He was very curious about how this thing, which looked like a mechanical creation, could be a spiritual pet. However, the other party did not give Lin Xiao time to think. The saber-toothed Tiger King was the first to launch an attack. It roared angrily and immediately activated the skill of Tiger Roaring in the mountains. Suddenly, a sound wave echoed in Lin Xiao's ears, attacking Lin Xiao's spirit. Chapter 167. Even if I was beaten into a sieve, what could I do? If someone has average mental strength, they might become uneasy or even faint because of the sudden roar of the fat man named Lin. Then, the Magic Engineering Vehicle immediately changed its form, and a click, click, click sound was heard. Then, a submachine gun appeared on the roof of the Magic Engineering Vehicle. After aiming at Lin Xiao, the Magic Engineering Vehicle began to fire. At the same time, the totem bull lowered its head to Lin Xiao. Then came the sound of bang bang bang. The totem bull's feet stomping on the ground, causing the whole earth to tremble. At this time, the totem bull also rushed towards Lin Xiao. Rocket headbutt. The exploding flame dragon opened its mouth and spewed out flames continuously, trying to block the direction in which Lin Xiao could escape. It can be seen that the cooperation between these four people and their spirit pets is very tacit. If it were an ordinary person, he would be caught off guard by their cooperation. Even if the number of people is equal, just the face-to-face confrontation may result in casualties or injuries to their opponents. However, they are now facing Lin Xiao. It was seen that Lin Xiao was standing there, with no intention of moving at all. And behind Lin Xiao, a huge green snake suddenly appeared. The green snake immediately wrapped Lin Xiao inside, and then Lin Xiao looked down at them. At this time, Xiaoqing suddenly swelled up, revealing her true form. Then, the attacks of their four spirit pets all hit Xiaoqing, and were blocked by Xiaoqing's hard snake scales. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene, because they had thought that Lin Xiao would have helpers, and they also thought that Lin Xiao would have a powerful spiritual pet, but they never expected that the female companion next to Lin Xiao would actually be his spiritual pet. The fat man named Lin was obviously shocked by the scene before him. And the story is not over yet. Chimera then raised the anger of Neil that she had just obtained. Then, Chimera aimed at one of the beast tamers and pulled the trigger. Bang! An ice blue bullet flew out, heading straight for the Beastmaster's head. The other party was already shocked by Xiaoqing's revealing his true identity. He never expected that Chimera would decisively shoot at him. His head was hit by a bullet, and then it flew back. However, there was no bloodshed during the whole process, because his head had been frozen by the ice magic bullet. Then there are the various parts of his body, until finally, his frozen body made a crisp sound of glass breaking, and his body, frozen into an ice block, completely shattered. And with his death, his pet, the saber-toothed Tiger King, also fell to the ground immediately. The master died, and the saber-toothed Tiger King, as a spiritual pet, could not bear the mental strength and died instantly. It couldn't even whimper. Then, Chimera once again directed Neil's anger at another Beastmaster. When the man saw this, he was suddenly shocked. He had never expected that the two girls beside Lin Xiao, who looked like beautiful girls from a small family, were actually ruthless people. One is a humanoid spirit pet, and the other can use Neil's anger so easily. He quickly commanded his pet, the exploding flame dragon, to come and protect him. When the exploding flame dragon came to his side, he felt relieved and immediately sneered. Even if you have ice attribute bullets, they are incompatible with the exploding flame dragon's fire attribute. I don't believe you can hurt me. The corners of his mouth curled up immediately. As long as he could hold back the Chimera, his two companions could go and deal with the humanoid spirit pet. In this way, they can definitely deal with Lin Xiao and the others. At this moment, Chimera pulled the trigger again. Bang! A black bullet flew out and hit the exploding flame dragon directly. Then, the black bullet turned into a tentacle. The living tentacle immediately tied up the exploding flame dragon. Bound bullets. Bullets made from Chimera's binding technique. At first, Chimera just wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect it to be so successful. This made her like Neil's wrath even more. Then, a magic circle appeared, and a tentacle appeared inside it, grabbing the exploding flame dragon and throwing it to the side next to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's huge snake head suddenly opened its mouth and bit the exploding flame dragon. Then with a gulp, Xiaoqing swallowed the exploding flame dragon whole. This scene was so visually impactful that it stunned the fat man named Lin and the other Beastmasters present. Afterwards, the Beastmaster of the exploding flame dragon suddenly felt dizzy, which was the backlash of the spirit pet against its master after its death. He felt like he had tried everything to sober himself up. However, before he could think of a solution, he heard a bang, and Chimera pulled the trigger again. Then, a flaming bullet hit him. Then, his body suddenly exploded. Under the night sky, a gorgeous firework was formed. Seeing this, the other two Beastmasters cried out that something was wrong and quickly commanded their spirit pets to attack Lin Xiao directly. Then, the totem bull raised its hooves high and then dropped heavily on the ground. Gravity acceleration. This is a very strange skill. The heavier the totem bull is, the faster it is. After applying this buff to itself, the totem bull's originally clumsy body became unusually agile. It ran towards Lin Xiao and rushed over. On the way, the totem behind it suddenly lit up, giving itself another totem buff. In this way, its attack power will increase exponentially. It just didn't believe it. Even after all this, it still couldn't break Xiaoqing's defense. Unfortunately, this really can't break Xiaoqing's defense. You know, even an 8-star Beastmaster like Panasonic couldn't break Xiaoqing's snake scales. And he is just a 6th level monster. Xiaoqing pointed its tail at his head and swung it hard. With a bang, the body of the totem bull was directly pulled away by Xiaoqing. The burden on the totem bull's body caused by its extremely fast speed then completely exploded. Then the sound of crack, crack, of broken bones was heard. The totem bull was unable to move at all and could only fall to the ground, watching its master being poisoned to death by the poison spit out by Xiaoqing. The magic engineering vehicle then turned into a shield state, aimed at the chimera, and rushed over directly. As a seemingly mechanical creature, it is not afraid of bullets at all. So, it felt that even Neil's anger could not do anything to it. Even if I am beaten into a sieve, what can I do? However, Chimera still raised his hands and pointed the gun at it. After seeing this scene, the magic engineering vehicle couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seems that I really have a chance to kill this woman. However, a magic circle appeared behind Chimera at this time. 3 tentacles appeared in the magic circle. One of the tentacles held a Gatling water cannon, another held a Spartan judgment in the shape of an RPG rocket launcher, and the last one had already strung the divine competition crossbow. At this moment, the magic engineering vehicle felt that this world was a little unreal. What's going on? Where did you get so many weapons? Why does every weapon seem so difficult to deal with? Before he could finish his complaints, he saw Chimera pull the trigger. At the same time, the 3 tentacles behind the Chimera also aimed and shot at him. For a moment, the sounds of rocket launchers, Gatling water cannons, crossbows breaking through the air, and pistols firing formed a wonderful symphony in the night sky. Those sounds are both beautiful and terrifying. Immediately, the magic engineering vehicle was sent to hell by Chimera. Chapter 168. You call this a mental attack? In a short period of time, the 4 men under the fat man surnamed Lin were all easily defeated by Lin Xiao. Fatty Lin couldn't help but be a little surprised by this scene. After all, he brought with him the top beast masters of the Lin family, and each of them had an A-level, 6th-order spirit pet. But even so, these people didn't last even a minute in the hands of Lin Xiao's pet. In fact, it seemed that Lin Xiao's pet won very easily. The fat man surnamed Lin looked at Lin Xiao in great surprise. Soon, he thought of something and realized Lin Xiao's identity. You are Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sneered when he heard this. How do you know me? The fat man named Lin quickly put away his shock and showed an excited look. Hara, how do I know you? Don't you know how valuable you are now? If I kill you, I can get a full 5 billion in cash. You can even get the Lin family's top training resources. Now, you are already the most sought-after prey in the entire Lin family? Oh, Lin Xiao frowned. He realized that this fat man surnamed Lin might also be from the Lin family. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, did something happen to Lin Batian? Lin Xiao still remembers the expression Lin Batian showed when facing him. It didn't seem like he was pretending. It can be seen that he really hopes that his grandson can return to his ancestral home. Lin Xianhui's feelings towards herself are also very complicated. As Lin Batian's adopted granddaughter, she very much hopes that her so-called non-blood-related brother will return to Lin Batian and fulfill her grandfather's wish. However, she was a little afraid that Lin Xiao would disappoint Lin Batian. Upon hearing this, the fat man surnamed Lin immediately revealed a sarcastic smile. Lin Batian? That old guy is alive and well. It's just that Grandpa Xiaodian used some tricks to make all his people lose their power. Now Lin Batian can only retire in the Magic City. He can't participate in any affairs related to the Lin family. When Lin Xiao heard this, his eyes became serious. It seems that something really happened to the Lin family. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Xiao anymore, and it is impossible for him to return to the Lin family. It's impossible in this lifetime. Ever since he and his mother were kicked out of the Lin family, even if Lin Batian didn't know, even if Lin Batian was bewitched by someone, he would never admit that he was a member of the Lin family. The reason was simple. He wanted to live a good life to show the Lin family who looked down on his family of 3 that even without the protection of the Lin family, he could still become a person who was as powerful as gods. Lin Xiao then sneered. What did you call Lin Xiaodian just now? Grandpa. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, the fat man surnamed Lin immediately raised his head very proudly. That's right. I am Lin Xiaoyan's grandson, and Lin Hai is my uncle. My father is Lin Shan, and I am also a genius of the younger generation of the Lin family. My name is Lin Hu. Lin Xiao nodded after hearing this. Good. Very good. In that case, I should send you on your way. This should also serve as a wake-up call to Lin Xiaodian. Don't think that just because you have the name of the Lin family, you can do whatever you want. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Lin Hu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just you? Do you think your humanoid pet is that powerful? Let me show you my pet. After saying that, Lin Hu's pokeball slipped from his hand. Then, A strange creature that looked like an ET alien appeared in front of Lin Xiao. The information about this spirit pet immediately appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. The space traveler is an S-rank, 7th-order demon beast with an innate memory palace. The space traveler is an alien that travels through the universe. If they land on any planet, they will survive there. After I have thoroughly mastered the civilization of this planet, I will embark on my journey again. Memory palace. Because space travelers need to understand a planet's civilization, they must survive on that planet quietly. If they are discovered, their lives will be in danger. So, they would allow someone who sees through their true nature to unconsciously alter a part of their memory in order to protect themselves. Skills: tampering with consciousness, mental attack, demonic voice, cosmic rays. Tamper with consciousness. During battle, all your thoughts will be revealed to the space traveler, allowing them to tamper with your consciousness and win the battle. Psychic attack. Space travelers can brainwash the enemy, causing them to give up resistance. Evil voice. The space traveler can emit sounds that do not belong to this world, causing the enemy to be lost in his voice. Cosmic rays. Space travelers can use cosmic rays to change the enemy's body. Lin Xiao looked at the attribute panel of the space traveler, and his brows suddenly frowned even deeper. The abilities of the space traveler are somewhat incredible. It's not that they are so powerful, but that these abilities are really terrifying. Imagine that the other party is tampering with your memory and consciousness without your knowledge. You clearly want to kill the other person, but he can change your subconscious mind into being friendly to him. The other party obviously wants to kill you, but he can make you give up resistance without realizing it, and feel that being killed by him is quite good. Such ability is enough to make one's scalp tingle just by imagining it. However, when Lin Xiao thought of this, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Is there no way to deal with such a supernatural ability? If not, doesn't that mean that even an SSS-level monster cannot be compared with it? Isn't this too outrageous? At this moment, a strong mental attack exploded directly in Lin Xiao's mind. At the same time, Lin Hu's voice also reached Lin Xiao's ears. Ha ha ha. In front of the space traveler, all your attacks will be in vain. You simply can't withstand his abilities. Give up. Otherwise, you won't even be able to leave a complete corpse. Such sounds and such thoughts constantly impacted Lin Xiao's mind, and the space traveler's mouth began to move slightly. As a voice that did not exist in this world exploded in Lin Xiao's mind, Lin Xiao did not feel any harm to him, and could not help but feel a little surprised. What's going on? What are you doing? Singing, dancing, or rapping? Lin Xiao looked at the now hysterical Lin Hu and the bewildered cosmic traveler, and asked curiously. Lin Hu was laughing wildly, but was interrupted by Lin Xiao's words. He could not help but look at Lin Xiao in confusion. You? How come nothing happened to you under the mental attack of the space traveler? Why can you still talk to me normally? Lin Xiao felt the insignificant impact in his mind, and couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. You call this a mental attack? After saying that, Lin Xiao's mental power exploded, and he directly drove out the mental power that did not belong to him from his mind. At the same time, the cosmic traveler's head suddenly swelled up, and it looked like it was about to explode. The space traveler covered his head in pain and let out a cry of pain that didn't sound like something a creature from the blue planet would make. Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!